Chapter 1. A young woman with a spirited personality tries to pick him up. Who is qualified to be my first wife? Holding the marriage notice, Qin Shang paced back and forth in the room. He is already 18 years old and has completed his high school education, so he must get married. You can choose for yourself, or you can have the state allocate supplies. All unmarried women are potential marriage partners to him. As long as he expresses his desire for marriage, the women will generally not refuse. The reason is simple: the male to female ratio has reached 1:30. Ah Shang, open the door for your sister-in-law. A pleasant sound came from the doorway. Qin Shang opened the door, and a charming woman walked in carrying a tray. She had a graceful figure, and the silk dress draped beautifully, revealing her curvaceous body in a way that was both alluring and subtle. Her skirt just reached past her knees, revealing her fair and slender calves. She wore high-heeled sandals, and her crystal-clear feet looked exceptionally lovely. She was not Qin Shang's sister-in-law, but Yi Shuqin, the ninth wife of Li Hongliang across the street. The phrase "boys help boys" is currently popular. Li Hongliang is Qin Shang's confidant and older brother. When he learns that Qin Shang is an orphan with no one to rely on, he takes extra care of him and asks Yi Shuqin to bring him meals every day. Yi Shuqin was happy to accept this. This is too lavish. Thank you, ninth sister-in-law. The plate contained 2 cold dishes, cucumber salad and sliced beef, 2 hot dishes, spicy bean sprouts and braised pig's trotters, and a seaweed and egg drop soup. It looked quite substantial. We're all family here, no need to be so polite. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Yi Shuqin laid out the food on the table and warmly greeted Qin Shang. He picked up a piece of cucumber and chewed it. A sweet and refreshing taste filled his mouth. It was sour, spicy, and crisp. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Delicious, delicious." That's fine then. Yi Shuqin smiled with relief, glanced at the marriage notice, and said, "Marrying your first wife is very important. It's related to your lifelong happiness. It's best to find someone older, caring, and virtuous. Some girls still have old-fashioned ideas and always want a man's exclusive favor. You can't have that kind of girl." As she spoke, she gathered up Qin Shang's clothes, not even sparing his underwear. Qin Shang hurriedly said, "Ninth sister-in-law, I can wash the clothes myself." What are you talking about? What man washes his own clothes? Yi Shuqin walked to the window and looked out, but found nothing unusual. Holding Qin Shang's clothes, she whispered like a spy, "In the Kingswewan residential area next door, just because a boy went into the kitchen to wash some vegetables, the Women's Federation found out and the community's rating was downgraded from grade A to grade C. The director of the street office was also dismissed. This kind of thing is very serious. Never do it again." I see. Qin Shang gave a wry smile. As someone who had transmigrated, he still didn't understand many things. After finishing her meal, Yi Shuqin cleared away the dishes, cleaned the room spotlessly, and placed a box on the table. "Shang, this is your coming-of-age gift, the latest model Pair 26 mobile phone. Why spend so much money? I already have this phone. You've been using your phone for half a year, it's time to throw it away. Besides, this is a plus model, please accept it, it's a small token of our appreciation." All right. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Qin Shang couldn't help but think that if he had the chance, he must repay Li Hongliang and his 9 sisters-in-law for being so kind to him. Yi Shuqin vacuumed the floor again, glanced at Qin Shang a few times, and said out of the blue, "Shang, you're quite strong, aren't you?" "It's all right, I do push-ups every day." "That's good." It seemed there was something left unsaid, but Yi Shuqin stopped abruptly, a hint of shyness and joy on her lips. After Yi Shuqin left, Qin Shang continued to think about who to marry. Perhaps he had found a direction, because he quickly thought of someone, Gu Qianro. She was Qin Shang's high school homeroom teacher and also the embodiment of Qin Shang's fantasies during his adolescence. Most importantly, she was dignified, elegant, and well-mannered, befitting an empress. Ring ring. As luck would have it, Gu Qianro called at that very moment. "Qin, you're not planning to go to university?" Gu Qianro's voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze to listen to. Qin Shang replied, "Yes, I want to focus my energy on the cause of human reproduction. It's very easy for boys to get into university. The college entrance exam is out of 750 points, and boys get an extra 749 points because they are boys. However, according to current customs, if a man works, he is considered improper and even accused of not being a proper husband. The general consensus in society is that a grown man should be dressed in fine clothes and do nothing. If he's really bored, he can go fishing, grow flowers and plants, or play ball. The government has also established special sanatoriums for men, offering free massages and foot massages. That's ambitious. Gu Qianruo praised him, saying that nowadays many boys choose to lie low and do not obey the basic national policy of marrying one wife a year. They are selfish and unwilling to marry more than one wife. There are not many as proactive as Qin Shang. In that case, please come over and answer a questionnaire. If you have trouble making choices, the official team will match you with a suitable wife based on this questionnaire. Okay. As soon as Qin Shang stepped out of the residential area, young girls, young women, and mature women all stared at him, looking him up and down, as if they wanted to devour him whole. There's nothing we can do about it, men are rare, after all. Qin Shang was tall and handsome, naturally attracting many admirers. Holy crap! He's so hot, I really want to defile him. Some experts have calculated that if the happiness of drinking a cup of milk tea is 1 unit, the happiness of being with a man is as high as 30 million units. I can't even imagine how intoxicating that is. Forget it, we can't handle a male god of this caliber. Poor me, I have to do this 7 times a night, but I have no use for it. His stubble is so sexy. They whispered amongst themselves, their eyes gleaming with greed and the pain of unfulfilled desire. However, none of them dared to approach and strike up a conversation. A young woman with dyed blonde hair and wearing a crop top walked over and said with a sincere expression, "Hello, brother. You are the most handsome boy I have ever seen in China. Your eyes are sparkling. My mother is the village chief. Can you give me a child as a gift?" Chapter 2. The dignified homeroom teacher wants to propose. Is that how I can win over Shui Jin? The other girls stopped to watch, wanting to see what was going on. Qin Shang was completely bewildered. Give you a child as a gift? I don't have a child. The young woman, sticking out her tongue, said, "You could plant a seed inside me first." He's being teased. Realizing this, Qin Shang adopted the demeanor of a respectable young man. Please have some self-respect. I'm not a casual boy. It's not that he's not easy to please, it's just that the other person's appearance isn't his type. Now that we've come into this world, we should eat something good. Forget about ugly girls, he wouldn't even consider girls who score below 9 out of 10. After saying that, he turned and left. Along the way, Qin Shang rejected 86 attempts to strike up a conversation and handed out 106 good guy cards before finally arriving at Haidu number 35 middle school. Since the college entrance examination had just ended, various slogans had not yet been taken down. Only by enduring the bitterest of hardships can one rise above others. There is yen rukuin in books, and there is Bitcoin in books. If you don't study, the wall that others will use to pin someone against the wall in the future will be the one you built. The examination hall is like a battlefield, a place to rob money, food, and men. You wouldn't want the man you love to be called husband by another woman, would you? Both the big stick and the sweet date are included. Qin Shang ignored all of this, walked through the familiar road, arrived at the teaching building, climbed the steps, turned out from the 3rd floor, and saw the graceful and beautiful homeroom teacher standing at the office door. Even though he was already very familiar with it, Qin Shang was still amazed once again. Her hair was jet black and glossy, tied up at the back to reveal her smooth forehead. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters rippling across the surface, her nose delicate and straight, and her thin lips rosy. She wore a light gray suit, cinched at the waist with a thin leather belt, and simple mid-heel leather shoes. Despite her graceful figure and stunning physique, she appeared incredibly dignified. In that instant, Qin Shang felt a warmth in his heart and called out, "Class teacher." Gu Qianruo gave a polite smile. "Student Qin, please come in." As Qin Shang passed by, he caught a whiff of a subtle and intriguing fragrance. The room was small, only 7 or 8 square meters, with 3 sofas, a coffee table, and 2 cabinets. The folders inside the cabinets could be clearly seen through the glass. The potted plant in the corner is a vibrant green evergreen, clearly wiped clean and glistening. The floor was so clean you could see your reflection in it. Arriving in such an environment, Qin Shang felt treated with great respect, which made him feel very comfortable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two sat down. Gu Qianruo put her legs together, turned to one side, picked up a document, and said, "Qin, in order not to waste time, may I ask you questions and you answer them?" "Sure." Qin Shang sat with his legs spread wide, looking very imposing. He also wanted to know what kind of question it would be. "Tell me, what are your preferences when it comes to beating your wife? Is it slapping, punching, or kicking? Or what weapon do you use?" With her brows furrowed, Gu Qianruo asked as calmly as possible, "The gender ratio is too skewed. When a woman hits a man, it's called domestic violence, which is a serious crime. But when a man hits a woman, it's gradually being accepted and even recognized by law. If a fight breaks out, the woman will only be ridiculed. What's wrong with a grown woman being hit a few times? I don't hit my wife. Still not used to the logic of this world, Qin Shang answered truthfully. Gu Qianruo's body trembled, and her eyes showed disbelief. Classmate Qin, please answer truthfully, there is no need to be vague. But I really don't hit my wife. Is that possible? Are there still men who don't beat their wives? With a sense of exploration for the unknown, Gu Qianruo emphasized, Qin, the law stipulates that a husband can hit his wife, but he can only break a maximum of 3 ribs at a time. If it is the thigh bone, he can only break 1. If you like hitting women, we will assign you some women with masochistic tendencies. This is better for everyone. Qin Shang pondered for a moment and said, when it comes to marriage, I will definitely marry someone I love. If I love her, why would I hurt her? This logic is very powerful. Gu Qianruo was speechless for a moment. She often heard a saying when she was a child, beating your wife on a rainy day is just something to do anyway. She understood this men sometimes have bad moods and need to vent. Okay, next question. What would you do on your wife's birthday? A. Slap her. B. The woman's birthday is a man's day of hard work. Teach her to be grateful. C. Happy birthday to her. I choose C. Gu Qianruo was surprised again. As far as she knew, 99% of men would choose B, because only through men's hard work could the human race be propagated, and women should naturally be grateful to men on their birthdays. Sending blessings is such a strange thing to do. But, thinking about receiving her husband's blessings on her birthday, her heart trembled. What a blissful moment that would be. Her eyes reddened, and her gaze fell on Qin Shang's face, her tenderness tinged with affection. She didn't know much about Qin Shang before, only that he was incredibly handsome. But today she realized that he had such a delicate soul. Cough, cough, cough. For the first time, Gu Qianruo felt nervous in front of Qin Shang. She pursed her lips, stroked her hair, and tried her best to show her best side. Next question. A person of the opposite sex whom you do not like gives you an expensive gift and asks you to be her boyfriend. What would you do? A. Accept the gift and slap her. B. Accept the gift and give a good person card. C. Refuse the gift. Why is the option to slap someone always included? Qin Shang answered, I choose C. If you don't like the other person, why accept their gift? Isn't that basic manners? You. Gu Qianruo stood up abruptly, her face filled with shock. How could he not take advantage of such a good deal? This man's heart was as pure as winter snow and as fresh as autumn frost. Could it be that he has already reached the supreme realm of emerging from the mud unsullied, and standing tall and pure without being seductive? A proud man would choose A for this question. The reason for hitting someone was that the other party, like a swan wanting to eat the golden toad meat, was to slap them to stop them from continuing to harass him. A reserved man would choose B, to save face for the other person. No one has ever chosen C, not for decades. After all, accepting does not mean agreeing, and there is nothing wrong with a boy accepting a gift. What's wrong? Qin Shang looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was Gu Qianruo's majestic breasts. Looking at it from below, it has a unique charm, reminding him of a poem. Viewed horizontally, it's a ridge. Viewed from the side, it's a peak. Its appearance varies depending on distance and elevation. Your nobility is beyond my reach. Her heart, which had not stirred for 24 years, trembled like morning dew. Gu Qianruo looked at the man before her, who was like a mist, and her heart was in turmoil. She had a strong desire to transform into a little dolphin, to leap into the other person's clear, lake-like eyes, and splash around joyfully. No, I just think that's how it should be logically. When Qin Shang's incredibly handsome face broke into a boyish smile, Gu Qianruo could no longer hold back. Clutching her chest, she said in a panic, Qin, you can fill out the rest of the questions yourself. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he fled the office in a disheveled state and stayed in the restroom for 20 minutes. Even after running onto the street, I was still shocked. Then an indescribable sense of regret began to spread, and an idea emerged uncontrollably how happy it would be to have a boy like that. But I have neither a car nor a house, so I can't possibly be that good a catch. The conflict between dreams and reality left Gu Qianruo heartbroken and wandering the streets like a walking corpse. As she passed a flower shop, she paused for a moment, then mustered her courage and went inside. The shop owner, with a ponytail, came over and asked, Madam, what kind of flowers would you like to buy? Gu Qianruo gritted her teeth. Excuse me, what kind of flowers should I use for a marriage proposal? Chapter 3, Wife hands over salary card, making it a foregone conclusion. There are 5 body types for women: pear, strawberry, apple, H, and hourglass S. Which one do you prefer? Hourglass shape. Do you prefer women to wear skirts or pants? Skirt. Black stockings, white stockings, or flesh stockings? I like them both. In the office, Qin Shang answered the questions attentively, feeling quite pleased because the purpose of the questionnaire was to meet his needs. If all exams consisted of these kinds of questions, he would enjoy going to school. As he finished answering the last question and closed the folder, the door was flung open. Gu Qianruo stood there, holding a bouquet of fiery roses in her hands, her face flushed an unnatural red. Teacher, I. Thump. Before Qin Shang could finish speaking, Gu Qianruo knelt on one knee, held up a rose, and said desperately, Qin Shang, will you marry me? Although I have no car or house, and my dowry is only 180,000, I am willing to give my whole life to make you safe and happy. Surprise, like a vine, climbed up Qin Shang's handsome face. Bite. Host has been proposed to the multiple wives, one blessed system is activated. New player gift pack has arrived. Do you want to open it? The system is here. Qin Shang had a sudden thought. System, open the newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack opened, host gains immense power. Like 9 oxen galloping and 2 tigers descending the mountain, Qin Shang felt an endless stream of power flowing from his internal organs, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood. He felt bursting with energy and wanted to do something. His handsome eyes shone with an intimidating brilliance. Immersed in this joy, he closed his eyes and savored the experience. Seeing that Qin Shang did not answer, Gu Qianruo's impulse subsided, and she collapsed to the ground, filled with shame. Is it no good? As expected, I was never good enough for you. I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. I do. A melodious voice rang out, and Qin Shang squatted down, lifting Gu Qianruo's chin. Class teacher, I'm willing to marry you and make you my first wife. Ah. Overwhelmed with joy, Gu Qianruo's cherry lips parted slightly as she looked up at the incredibly handsome man before her, asking incredulously, really? Real. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Qianruo's eyes welled up with tears. Thank you so much. This is my salary card. I'll keep it with you from now on. You don't need to give me pocket money. I can deliver food after get off work. Her salary was meager, and she thought she would never have the chance to get married in her life. Little did she know that she would not only get married, but also marry a godlike man whose morality was as pure as snow. She was so excited that her head was spinning. You don't need to give me my salary card, right? As a man, Qin Shang receives a monthly welfare payment of 20,000 yuan from the government, so he is not short of money. How can that be? Haven't you heard the saying, women with money turn bad? Only when men control the family finances can a family enjoy lasting peace and stability. Ignoring everything else, Gu Qianruo insisted on stuffing her salary card into Qin Shang's pocket. Since we're getting married, there's no need to be so clear about the differences. Qin Shang pulled Gu Qianruo up, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and looked at her moist lips. Being good to me can't just be about giving me money. Then what else do you want? As long as you want it, as long as I have it, I can give you my soul. I don't want your soul, I want your. As Qin Shang drew closer, Gu Qianruo realized something. Her cheeks flushed, and she stood on tiptoe, closing her eyes. Looking at her charming face, Qin Shang didn't hold back. When only 1 centimeter remained, Qin Shang felt a warm, sweet breath. Gu Qianruo pressed a finger to Qin Shang's lips. We have to get married first. Otherwise, people will say I'm a scumbag woman, getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. I can't ruin your innocent young man's reputation for my own selfish desires. Then let's each go get our ID cards and meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, okay? Qin, I'll do whatever you say. Why are you still calling me classmate Qin? Husband. Teacher, you're so good. Why are you still calling her your homeroom teacher? My dear Qianruo. After parting ways with Qin Shang, Gu Qianruo rushed home. I felt very guilty thinking that I had never given a single gift. Driven by a strong desire to share, she took out her phone and called her best friend, Shanshan. I'm getting married. My dear aunt, what kind of dream is this? You have no car, no house, and no money. What man would want to marry you? Yun Xian joked, but with a hint of resentment in her voice. This world is too hard. If a woman doesn't work hard, she won't have a house, a car, or a dowry, and she'll be stuck in poverty for the rest of her life. She and Gu Qianro were high school classmates, but Gu Qianro went to a teacher's college while she went to a music college. With the advancement of education today, it's not difficult for graduates of teachers' colleges to find a job. But she's a bit out of touch with reality. She participated in several singing competitions, but didn't even pass the preliminary rounds. Now I can only do odd jobs to make ends meet. I'm serious, we're getting our marriage certificate today. What kind of gifts do guys like? I want to give him a gift. Having a husband feels so reassuring. The sky was still the same sky, the streets were still the same streets, but Gu Qianro could feel that things were different. Everything had taken on a new meaning. From then on, some people asked me if my porridge was warm, some stood with me at dusk, some treated me with sincerity and honesty, and some told me that it was late at night. There really is such a guy? He doesn't mind that you're poor? Oh my god, good people get good rewards, sister, I wish you all the best. Guys all like playing games, why don't you give him a 5090? What is 5090? A graphics card produced by the yellow-skinned manufacturer is incredibly smooth for gaming. Alright, let me see. Xianxian, I've already found my match, so you should hurry up too. New. After hanging up the phone, Yunxian was happy for her best friend, but also felt a little disappointed. The city was so big, who wouldn't want a home? She dreams of finding a man to watch the clouds drift by and the flowers bloom and fade together. Unfortunately, given her current situation, she simply cannot afford to support a man. If you really have to look for someone, you can only look for someone who is missing an arm or a leg, or even someone with intellectual disabilities. Is this the kind of person Qianro is looking for? She held the phone, wanting to dissuade her. Then I thought again, there are so few men, and every boy with a nose, eyes, and a mouth is as proud as a little rooster. My best friend has nothing but good looks. She should be grateful that any man wants her. Why should I make things difficult for her? Thinking of Gu Qianro, who was as beautiful and ethereal as a flower reflected in the water, yet could only live with a man with a defect, he couldn't help but sigh. Mom, where's my ID card? Why do you need my ID? Mary. Aren't you a believer in being single? Mother Gu put down her handicrafts, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had nagged countless times and sought out countless matchmakers in order for her daughter to get married. But Gu Qianro kept saying she wanted to stay single forever. I've changed my mind. I'm now a proponent of marriage. In a simple response, Gu Qianro pulled on the drawer and rummaged through it. She was mainly afraid of being late, as making the man wait even a minute longer would be considered extremely disrespectful. It's here. Taking the ID card out of a box at the bottom of the wardrobe, Gu's mother asked curiously, what exactly happened? Gu Qianro briefly explained the situation, emphasizing, he's not materialistic. I offered him 180,000 yuan as a dowry, and he didn't complain or haggle. I've decided on him for life. Gu Qianro had been on blind dates before. But as soon as he heard that she didn't have a car or a house, the man immediately became very angry. She claims to be a single person, but that's just a fig leaf. No. Seeing her daughter's happy face, Gu's mother said firmly, 180,000 yuan is too little for a dowry. Every boy is an angel fallen to earth, and we can't mistreat him. Even if we have to borrow money, we have to raise 300,000 yuan for them. She handed her ID card to Gu Qianro. It's not easy to meet such a good man. Go get the marriage certificate first. After you get the certificate, hurry up and make it a done deal. Don't let the duck that's already in your mouth fly away. Chapter 4, let your sister-in-law come and test you, see if you're capable or not. Making something out of nothing? At this moment, Gu Qianro was blinded by love and hadn't really thought of this point. Now that her mother brought it up, she blushed and her heart raced. 24 years without business, but the opening day is here? I'll change my clothes. She opened the wardrobe helplessly, her mind racing. Which outfit should she wear? Pants or a skirt? Skirt. This will save my husband a lot of trouble. Should I wear perfume? Does Qin Shang prefer the original flavor or the floral scent? Where are the socks? Stockings or cotton socks? Should I let my hair down? Also, what color lipstick should I use? Dark or light? Qin Shang is only 18. Is he capable of that? Should I take the initiative? Or should I just buy a DVD? I can watch it while With too many questions unanswered, Gu Qianro was in a state of utter confusion. Mother Gu tidied her clothes, combed her hair, put on her glasses, picked up a box of milk and a box of biscuits, and resolutely went upstairs. She really didn't want to go, but she had no choice. If you only give your son-in-law 180,000 yuan dowry, your neighbors will gossip about you. Sister, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Seeing Gu's mother carrying gifts, son Yulian was overjoyed. Of course, she didn't care about the gifts themselves, what she cared about was saving face. She and Gu's mother were in a relationship of concubine and first wife, as they both married the same man, Gu Qianro's father. Sister Yulian, Qianro is getting married. We plan to give her a dowry of 300,000, but we are short 120,000. Do you have enough money? Could you lend it to us? Having never borrowed money before, Gu's mother tried her best to keep her voice normal. She had made up her mind that if the other party was unwilling to lend money, she would have no choice but to mortgage the property. In any case, she couldn't mistreat her future son-in-law. Of course I can. Since you've asked, how could I refuse? Without any hesitation, son Yulian transferred the money to Gu's mother, asking, boys these days have high standards. Have you prepared a house and a car? No, well, let's figure something out slowly. The man didn't ask for these things. Ha! No house, no car, just a meager dowry? Son Yulian almost burst out laughing, it was too shabby. As a concubine who had been suppressed for many years, she had long wanted to see Gu's mother make a fool of herself, and here it was. Sister, if you need any more money, just come and I'll take it. After exchanging a few polite words from her superior position and seeing Gu's mother off, son Yulian jumped for joy, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. She then took out her phone and called her daughter. Fair, Gu Qianro is getting married. Her salary is only 5,000, barely enough to support herself, let alone a man? Both mother and daughter are extremely strong-willed. Gu Fair is unwilling to lose to Gu Qianro in anything, and in fact, she has succeeded. At just 23 years old, he was already the general manager of a branch company, a top executive with a monthly income of over 20,000 yuan, not including bonuses. Don't be so hasty. She only gave 300,000 yuan as a dowry. What kind of good husband can you marry with 300,000 yuan? He'll definitely be ugly. Yeah, with her looks, it's good enough if any man wants her. Her family background was better than Gu Qianro's, and her job was better. If Gu Qianro was dating an ugly man, and she was dating a handsome man, wouldn't that be completely crushing her? Thinking of all this, Gu Fair suddenly felt triumphant. Snort! Let's see who dares to say I was born to a stepmother now. That's right. She's already 24, so she can only make do. The man she's found might not only be ugly, but also have some kind of defect. Just think about it, any decent-looking boy wouldn't suffer with her. Knowing the marriage market inside and out, son Yulian said with absolute certainty, and Gu Fair said happily, Mom, when her husband comes, take some pictures for me so I can see how ugly she is, I'm going to laugh at her for the rest of my life. After enduring the nagging from the women all the way, Qin Shang returned to the residential area. As soon as he entered the building, he saw Yi Shuqin carrying a gas cylinder with both hands, climbing a few flights of stairs before stopping to rest. Because there are more girls than boys, girls are evolving in two directions. One is beauty, because with beauty, there is a greater chance of procreation. One is strength. Some girls are stronger than boys, which is of course for reproduction. With great strength, even an empress can force herself on a man. Incidents of boys being sexually assaulted or forced occur frequently. In areas bordering urban and rural areas, some female motorcyclists would hit men with sticks, knock them unconscious, and then drag them to cornfields to commit atrocities. Yi Shuqin was clearly of the beautiful type. Her hair was tied in a bun, and she wore pearl earrings the size of peanuts. Her oval face was always smiling, giving people a cheerful and pleasant feeling. Today she wore a striped, moon-white cheongsam, made of a blend of 7 parts cotton and 3 parts shangyun yarn, which made her look elegant, poised yet light. As she walked, her exquisite figure swayed with boundless charm. Nowadays, girls care about their appearance, they even put on makeup when throwing away trash. Logically, one should wear sneakers when doing heavy physical labor, but Yi Shuqin wore high heels, giving people the feeling of an empress wielding a sledgehammer. Ninth sister-in-law, let me do it. The building only has 5 floors and no elevator, so it's quite strenuous to climb up with the weight. Qin Shang stepped forward and grabbed the handle of the gas cylinder. Ah Shang, don't get me into trouble. Yi Shuqin cried out in alarm, her lips trembling and her face turning pale. If the Women's Federation finds out that I made you do this kind of rough work, I'll be drowned in a pig cage. Is it that serious? Qin Shan looked around and said, if I don't tell you, and you don't tell you, no one will know. He tried to lift the gas cylinder, but Yi Shuqin grabbed it tightly. She looked around and whispered, be careful, walls have ears. Even if no one's around, the neighbors might be eavesdropping. If I make you do this kind of rough work, they'll definitely report me, and then my life will be over. To avoid suspicion, she quickly removed Qin Shang's hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. I'm happier than anything that you have this intention. Looking at Qin Shang's handsome face, I couldn't help but wonder, who will get such a good-looking boy? Who is qualified to defile his innocence? Ah Shang, have you decided who to marry? I've made up my mind. I'll get my ID card and go get married right now. Suddenly, Yi Shuqin's lips drooped, and she asked a few questions blankly. When she heard that Gu Qianro was 24 years old, she became excited. You like older sister? He. I'm 3 years older than you. After saying that, she took a few quick steps and arrived in front of Qin Shang, carrying the gas cylinder. Her waist swayed gracefully, and her body exuded charm. As Qin Shang was going upstairs, he naturally saw a round, beautiful sight that he shouldn't have seen. Wait a moment. When she reached the 5th floor, she wiped her sweat with a handkerchief and called out cheerfully, honey, come out quickly. Ashang has chosen a wife, and we're getting married today. The sound was melodious, like jade shattering in Kunlun Mountains or lotus blossoms weeping with dew. For some reason, Qin Shang suddenly became nervous, his posture becoming somewhat stiff. He shouldn't have looked at his sister-in-law's ample bosom just now. You've already made your choice? You seem to be in a hurry. Li Hongliang opened the door and joked that, despite the sweltering summer heat, he was wearing a black sweater and holding a thermos filled with red goji berries and black mulberries. His complexion was dull, his eyes were dark-rimmed, his nose was red, his hair was sparse, his steps were unsteady, he was leaning against the wall, and he was panting heavily. It's only a matter of time, it's all for the sake of human reproduction. Qin Shang replied jokingly, but Li Hongliang said worriedly, boys are very vulnerable, so you must take care of yourself. If the other person makes strange requests, like dripping wax or a small whip, you must refuse, understand? I know. Still seemingly uneasy, Li Hongliang pushed Yi Shuqin forward. How about this, let your sister-in-law accompany you for a practical exercise. How can we practice like this? Having your sister-in-law practice is too much of a presumptuous thing, brotherly. What do you mean, huh? In that matter, men will never be a match for women. How can you not practice? This was clearly an experience he had drawn from his own experience. He then placed Qin Shang's hand and Yi Shuqin's hand together, saying, practice, you must practice. Treat the drills like real combat. Let your sister-in-law test whether you are capable or not. Chapter 5. If your mother and your husband fell into the water, who would you save first? Yi Shuqin's hands were fair and smooth, just touching them made Qin Shang feel a tingling sensation. At this moment, her head was lowered, her lips were tightly pursed, her eyes were filled with longing, and her dark pupils moved slightly, as if she was waiting for something. Because they were so close, Qin Shang could even feel the sweetness of her breath. Brotherly, what are you saying? Stop joking. Perhaps because he had suffered too many setbacks in his past life, Qin Shang always chose to avoid sudden good things, and he immediately withdrew his hand. Then he saw that the light in Yi Shuqin's eyes was so dim that it was heartbreaking. She didn't say anything, glanced at Qin Shang with disappointment, and turned to go back to her room. The atmosphere became tense, and Qin Shang wrung his hands helplessly. Cough, cough, cough. To ease the awkwardness, Li Hongliang coughed a few times. If you don't want to, that's fine. By the way, Ashang, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Brotherly, if there's anything you need from me, just let me know. Whether it was Li Hongliang or his 9 sisters-in-law, they were all genuinely good to him, so Qin Shang opened the door and let him in. Too weak to stand, Li Hongliang immediately leaned back on the sofa, sighed deeply, and said, as you can see, my health is deteriorating day by day. If I were to marry again, she would only be left living a life of widowhood. So I'm asking you to help me fulfill my marriage quota for this year. What do you think? With more women than men, for the sake of human reproduction, each man must marry dozens of wives so that everyone has a husband and no one has a complaining wife. Men who get married automatically enter the national welfare system. Welfare benefits are tiered. The more children you have, the higher your tier. Li Hongliang married 9 women, but he didn't have a single child, so his welfare tier was very low. If you marry 10 women and still can't have children, your welfare level will continue to decline. The reason is simple: the difference between having no output on 9 acres of land and having no output on 10 acres of land is a difference in the level of incompetence. As for his health, he has only himself to blame. The book The Guide to Marrying a Wife clearly states that it's best to marry a mix of beautiful and ordinary women, so that the man won't be so exhausted. A wise man only marries an unattractive wife, for an ugly wife is a treasure in the home, and such men often enjoy a long life. He, on the other hand, married 9 wives, each one a beauty of unparalleled grace. How could he possibly resist them all? Sure enough, before he was even 30, he already looked old and decrepit. Okay. I was just thinking of marrying a few more. Qin Shang readily agreed. Unlike ordinary men, he had a multi-wife blessing system. The more wives he married, the more he earned. He could easily handle several wives with just his strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. You agreed so easily? Having someone else marry in your place is an enormous favor, and Li Hongliang was deeply moved by Qin Shang's willingness to do so. Thank you, brother, I'm so grateful to you. You have no idea how worried I've been these past few days. Here, take this tens of thousands of yuan, don't think it's too little. He took out 30,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Qin Shang's hand. Basically, no one is willing to take a substitute wife unless the relationship is exceptionally good or the money is high enough. After all, the average life expectancy of men is declining year by year, and even a fool knows that taking too many wives is not a way to maintain good health. Brotherly, I absolutely will not take the money, but I have a favor to ask you. After returning the money, Qin Shang immediately made a request for help. In this way, the connection was seamless, which was equivalent to giving Li Hongliang a chance to repay the favor. What is it? Tell me, even if it's murder or arson, I'll take care of it for you. Li Hongliang's expression relaxed, and he regained his usual open-mindedness. Qin Shang looked troubled. Brotherly, to be honest, my first wife didn't earn much, and her family didn't have much money. For the sake of our future life, I want to marry a rich woman for my second wife. But it's hard to find someone with money. Can you help me find one? He deliberately made it sound difficult, but in reality, marrying a rich woman would be a piece of cake for him if he wanted to. The purpose was still to give Li Hongliang a chance to contribute. This older brother was really good to him, and he also knew that Li Hongliang's life was not that wealthy. But he is also a very proud person, and he would absolutely not accept money from you. We can take this opportunity to give him a big red envelope. Brother, leave this to me. I'll definitely find you a rich and beautiful woman. Li Hongliang was an impatient man, and he immediately went to inquire. After closing the door, Qin Shang looked at his 8-pack abs in the mirror and felt a sense of satisfaction. With tremendous effort, he rebuilt his physical constitution. Now, he can easily take on 10 people, let alone 100. His entire demeanor has changed. He no longer has the honest demeanor of before, but appears domineering, fierce, and incredibly resilient. Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet. Grab your ID card, humming a tune, and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He didn't mind being a little late. It's not good for a guy to be too punctual. A reserved guy should be late, should dawdle, and half-heartedly agree. This is called self-respect and self-love. Husband. Upon seeing Qin Shang, Gu Qianro covered her mouth, her eyes reddening with joy and excitement. I thought you weren't coming. Gu Qianro usually wears trousers to class, but this time she wore a floral dress with a bow at the waist. The skirt was voluminous, and the sheer stockings made her calves look exceptionally smooth and supple. She wore light brown pointed high heels. In this way, it loses 3 parts of its solemnity and gains 2 parts of its liveliness. What Qin Shang liked most was that when she let her hair down, she was gentle and kind, a perfect homemaker, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. The silver necklace around her neck looked exquisite and elegant. Fool, why wouldn't I come? He regretted it. I have no car, no house, I'm not good enough for you at all. Whether moved or saddened, tears welled up in Gu Qianro's eyes, wetting her long eyelashes and sliding down her nose. She reached out and grabbed Qin Shang's arm, like a little girl who wouldn't put down her favorite toy. Sensing her attachment to him, Qin Shang tenderly wiped away her tears and resolutely said, I said I would marry you, and I will definitely marry you. Qin Shang was already handsome, but with the added strength of a tiger, he became an even more charismatic figure. Whenever he appeared, many girls would steal glances at him. I was absolutely shocked to see him wiping away the girls' tears. Dad! I can't believe my eyes, can I? A boy is wiping away a girl's tears. Doesn't he care about tiring himself out? Has he forgotten that he is a noble man? How can he be so ignorant of his place? The key thing is, he's so handsome. I've already lined up. What about you guys? I lined up the third second I saw him. I really want to have his penguins. There are too many women who sleep with men, and some of them are shameless enough not to wipe their drool. How disgusting. Qin Shang didn't want them to spy on him, so he pulled Gu Qianrou into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hello sir and madam, according to the latest regulations, men only need to bring their ID cards to get married, while women need to complete a survival instinct test. As a wife, you must cultivate a service-oriented mindset, a sense of responsibility, and a desire to please your husband from the bottom of your heart in order to take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianrou immediately became nervous. She had been single for many years and had little contact with men, so she was afraid she wouldn't pass the test. Led by the marriage registrar, the couple arrived at a windowless room and received more than a dozen test papers. The first question on the exam was, if your husband and your mother fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? A. Husband. B. The biological mother. Chapter 6. When a son-in-law visits his mother-in-law's house, is it customary to bring a gift? Upon seeing the question, Qin Shang rolled his eyes. In his opinion, this kind of question was meaningless. It didn't test sincerity, but rather shamelessness. Just answer according to your heart. No matter what score you get, I will marry you. Gu Qianrou hesitated for 3 seconds before choosing A. Qin Shang asked curiously, why? My mom grew up in a fishing village. She can hold her breath underwater for 5 minutes. If I save you first, I can go save her in time. Unexpectedly, he received such a straightforward answer. Qin Shang smiled and said, I'll wait for you outside. It took Gu Qianrou about an hour to pass the survival instinct test, scoring 93 points. Honey, not getting a perfect score means I was too selfish. I will reflect on myself and correct my mistakes. With nervousness in her doe-like eyes, Gu Qianrou was like a primary school student who had scored only 20 points on a test and was afraid of being criticized by her parents. Qin Shang, on the other hand, didn't care at all and said calmly, mutual affection is about sincerity, not these formalities. Honey, you're so good to me. Gu Qianrou was moved once again by Qin Shang's unexpected understanding. After receiving their marriage certificate, the two walked down the street, each with their own feelings. In his previous life, Qin Shang was still single in his 30s, but here, he married a beautiful and charming wife in the blink of an eye. Her faint fragrance was refreshing, and her shy demeanor was so endearing. Gu Qianrou was more afraid that she would not be able to be a good wife, especially since the responsibilities of a legal wife are heavy. There was a recent news story about a man who divorced his wife on the same day he got married. It's simply because his wife lacks cooperation. She didn't know how to cooperate in a way that would satisfy Qin Shang. After all, it was her first marriage and she really had no experience. The two held hands and chatted in hushed tones, their words flowing freely, whispering sweet nothings to each other, their hearts entwined, a deep mutual appreciation. Thinking about her future married life, Gu Qianrou's cheeks flushed, and even her ears and neck turned pink. After noon, the two found a 3-star hotel to rest. Honey, I'm so tired, I'm going to wash my face first. With a lover, Gu Qianrou's face radiated with joy. She wanted to report everything she did. Having never known how to act coquettishly before, she unconsciously adopted a high-pitched, sweet voice. Okay, you go ahead, I'll order takeout. Qin Shang felt he still had so much to say to Gu Qianrou, and he wanted to have a good chat with her. Gu Qianrou went to the bathroom and quickly poked her head out. Honey, come and see how to use this. Qin Shang went inside and studied it for a while, and the water from the sprinkler head gushed out. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming affection filled their gazes. After dinner, Qin Shang went to the balcony to smoke, puffing out clouds of smoke, feeling quite comfortable. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a god, not to mention today's premium takeout is just too good to be true. Bite. Host has completed the marriage process with excellent grades. Awakened singer talent, master level. In an instant, Qin Shang's mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge about singing, classical, pop, rock, electronic, sung, hip-hop, folk, you name it. Even the way they breathe has subtly changed, and their coughs have a certain beautiful magnetism. Honey, your voice is so beautiful. After Qin Shang finished smoking and returned to his room, he had only said a few words when Gu Qianrou noticed and felt a little guilty. My husband has such an amazing voice, and I only just realized it. I'm so slow to notice. Isn't it nice? Would you like me to sing you First Experience of Love? Honey, you're so naughty. As a newlywed, Gu Qianruo was really not used to such intimate words. Xin Shang joked, "My lovely wife, if I were really bad, I could call the police right now and accuse you of violating a man's will. You could go to jail for that." Out of respect for men, even in a marriage, a husband can sue his wife for coercion without any evidence. If a man says he was coerced, then he was coerced. If the appeal is withdrawn, the woman will be guilty of a crime and will definitely spend the rest of her life in jail. "Thank you, husband, for sparing my life." Knowing full well that Qin Shang was joking, Gu Qianruo still pretended to be scared. She glanced at her phone, then remembered something. "Honey, come home with me. I'll give you my dowry." Having found such a good husband, Gu Qianruo wouldn't feel at ease without losing some money. "Sure, I'd like to meet my mother-in-law too." After being alone for a long time, Qin Shang really longed for a large family. Gu Qianruo quickly got dressed, tidied her hair, and put on makeup. After leaving the hotel, Qin Shang hailed a taxi. They soon arrived at the Shuimu Chunchang residential area. After getting out of the car, Qin Shang said as usual, "Wife, wait a moment, I'm going to buy some gifts." It's common sense to bring a small gift when visiting your mother-in-law for the first time. But Gu Qianruo was shocked. When a son-in-law visits his mother-in-law, he doesn't bring a gift. "She's my mother, not yours. You have no obligation to show her any respect." Chapter 7 Second Mother, a Husband's Union? Someone's abusing men. Qin Shang was going crazy. He thought he had changed and adapted to this world, but in reality, he hadn't. However, he really wasn't used to not bringing anything with him. "I'll just buy a little bit, just as a token." Under Gu Qianruo's grateful gaze, he went to buy some tea, fruit, cigarettes, and alcohol and came back. Gu Qianruo immediately reached out to take them, saying, "Husband, I can never repay your kindness." "You're not feeling well, I'll take it." Taking a few things is nothing to Qin Shang. Gu Qianruo looked around and whispered, "If you bring them, people will gossip. Let them talk. Does listening to crickets stop them from farming?" Qin Shang didn't really think that loving one's wife was a crime. He believed that loving one's wife was a great sin. He entered the residential area with the gift, and a murmur of discussion arose among the residents. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts have lost their way. A grown woman actually makes a man carry her things. How shameless. Men are already exhausted enough at home, and now they have to do all the work when they go out. This is too much of a bully. Why is this handsome guy so groveling? I've seen two-legged toads, but I've never seen a man help a woman carry things. Qin Shangzhen didn't have any ill feelings towards them. In fact, they were speaking up for him. However, she really does talk a lot. Generally, residential areas with city in their names are larger and more populated. Seeing more and more people pointing and whispering about her, Gu Qianruo couldn't even lift her head. Qin Shang handed the gift to her, saying, "You can carry it." "Okay, honey." Gu Qianruo accepted it with a smile and relaxed. Seeing that things had returned to normal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Women should support men and provide for them. Just then, Qin Shang stretched out his long arms and picked up Gu Qianruo in a princess carry. The gossipers watching the spectacle were utterly astonished, some even falling flat on their backs. Gu Qianruo's home is on the 12th floor, room 1202. "Mom, we're back." Gu Qianruo was excited but also a little shy as she introduced her husband to her family. As soon as the door opened, Gu's mother glared at Qin Shang, took several steps back, and couldn't close her mouth. Knowing that her son-in-law was coming, she dressed up specially, wearing a beige, geometric pattern linen long dress with a straight silhouette and slits on both sides of the hem, and brown flat sandals. It's both dignified and relaxed, creating a very warm atmosphere. This was the atmosphere she wanted to create for Qin Shang. The only thing she hadn't expected was that her son-in-law was too handsome. She had no car, no house, and her dowry was meager. She thought that as long as her son-in-law was physically healthy, that would be enough. "This young man in front of me is quite something. He's 1.85 meters tall, handsome and dashing, even more so than male celebrities on TV. Daughter, who is he?" Even after seeing it, she couldn't believe it. Gu's mother wanted to confirm, and Gu Qianruo proudly linked arms with Qin Shang. "He's my husband, isn't he handsome?" "He's way too handsome." Gu's mother thought to herself, could it be a scam? They tricked my daughter into going to northern Myanmar to have her kidneys cut off. On second thought, no way, a guy this handsome wouldn't have to work so hard to make money. "Hello, Auntie." Qin Shangwen greeted her politely, glancing at Gu's mother. She looked to be 45 years old, well-maintained with high-graded skin, permed hair, and faint fine lines around her eyes, exuding the elegance of natural aging. Both her figure and appearance are still charming. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. Ah. When a boy called her auntie for the first time, Gu's mother was flattered and a little overwhelmed. No, my name is Wang Choanai, you can just call me Choanai. Stinky girl. That's a down-to-earth name. However, as the son-in-law, I have to call my mother-in-law Stinky girl. Something feels off. In any case, Qin Shang just couldn't get over it. Auntie, how can this be? Qin Shang was a transmigrator, and his old ideas were deeply ingrained in him. He still maintained basic manners towards his elders. That's true, the name Chuni doesn't sound good. You can call me Xiao Wang then. Mother Gu trembled and cowered, as if she were the guest. Qin Shang was speechless once again. Is it appropriate for a son-in-law to call his mother-in-law little bastard? To make himself feel more comfortable calling out, he had to put on a stern face and adopt an authoritative posture. Auntie, are you teaching me how to do things? No. I'm not worthy. My daughter is lucky to have found a husband, how can I let him call me auntie? I feel that this is somewhat rebellious and shows a lack of distinction between ruler and subject. Auntie, please remember, I am the male head of this household. Please cooperate, okay? It wasn't that Qin Shang was domineering, it was simply that everyone felt uncomfortable if they didn't adapt to local customs and act like hosts. As soon as he said that, Madame Gu immediately stood up straight and perked up. All right. We'll do whatever our son-in-law says. Gu's mother wiped her sweat, her face full of admiration. She never expected that her son-in-law could speak a foreign language. The two letters OK had a strong Roman accent, so elegant. Auntie, this is just a small gift, nothing special. Finally able to have a normal conversation, Qin Shang handed over the gift. Why did you bring a gift? With a trembling expression of being flattered, Gu's mother accepted the gifts, let Qin Shang in, and busied herself serving him tea, melon seeds, peanuts, and persimmon cakes. Auntie, I am your son-in-law, it is only right that I take care of you. I wouldn't dare say that. Mother Gu was a little scared. Her son-in-law giving gifts to his mother-in-law? Wasn't this a reversal of right and wrong, and a violation of moral principles? She quickly transferred 300,000 yuan to Qin Shang, with 2 lines of notes below. Purpose, dowry. Nature, gift. The sound of 300,000 yuan arriving in the account was particularly delightful, and Qin Shang immediately said, since you've given me a dowry, I also want to give you a bride price. Absolutely not. What kind of dowry is given to a boy? This kind of cruel custom that harms men has been abandoned for a long time. Both Gu Qianrou and her mother were firmly opposed, so Qin Shang had no choice but to say, I'll just give you 3 quilts. Mrs. Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're still too generous. I traded 3 quilts for 300,000 yuan, and my mother-in-law even thought I was generous. Life is getting better and better. Just then, Sun Yulian came over. She wanted to see a joke. When she saw Qin Shang, she was like a dumb goose, shouting, I've seen you before. You're the actor who played in Nirvana in Fire, right? No, you're more than 200 times more handsome than him. Mother Gu beamed and boasted, this is our son-in-law, Qin Shang. Ah Shan, this is your Aunt Sunday. Upon learning that Qin Shang was Gu Qianrou's husband, Sun Yulian failed to control her expression, her face shifting unpredictably. Qin Shang obediently greeted her, hello, Aunt Sunday. Compared to Gu's mother, Sun Yulian was 3 or 4 years younger and much more fashionable in her attire. She wore a striped knit sweater and a sparkly narrow-strapped watch, which made her skin look as white as mutton fat jade. She wore a dark blue A-line skirt, which looked elegant and light, and red mid-heeled shoes. Having weathered the years, she appeared shrewd and worldly wise. Just by looking at her skin and hair, one could tell that she must have lived a life of luxury. Hello. Wow, you're so handsome. Can I take a picture with you? Being a businesswoman, she quickly returned to normal, becoming enthusiastic and cheerful. Qin Shang didn't refuse, and Sun Yulian took out her phone and snapped several pictures. The layered fragrance emanating from her body wafted straight into Qin Shang's nostrils. They didn't chat for long. Sun Yulian gave Qin Shang a large red envelope and left knowingly. When she got home, she was so angry that she was trembling. She managed to find a husband who's incredibly handsome with a dowry of 300,000 yuan. What kind of luck did she have? Feeling so depressed, she slumped onto the leather sofa, not wanting to move at all. Just then, her daughter called, "Mom, have you seen Gu Qianruo's husband? How ugly is he? Does he look like a fish, turtle, shrimp, crab, or a donkey, horse, cow, or sheep?" Sun Yulian said weakly, "Like a frog." Gu Feier laughed and exclaimed, "You found a toad. It's the Frog Prince." After sending the photos, Sun Yulian sighed deeply. As a concubine, she had only one thought in her life: to beat Gu's mother and crush her in every way. Unexpectedly, she was utterly defeated in the most important aspect. Wow! His eyes are like a sky full of stars, they're so captivating. Gu Feier, who was obsessed with looks, screamed. When she realized that this was Gu Qianruo's husband, she wished she could raise her hand and use Amaterasu to burn Gu Qianruo to death. We lost terribly. Sun Yulian, who had been strong-willed her whole life, was disheartened. Gu Feier stomped her feet and said, "Are you trying to sabotage things? Just thinking about how Gu Qianruo found such a handsome husband makes me want to hang myself." Destroy? They're already married, deeply in love, and know each other inside and out. How could you possibly destroy them? Sun Yulian shook her head. Once a man and woman are together, they're like dogs with intertwined legs, you can't break them apart even if you beat them. Seeing Gu Qianruo's smiling face, it goes without saying that she had already tasted the sweetness of it. But Gu Qianruo's salary is low, can't we put more effort into this area? And there was still a lingering sense of superiority, a hint of arrogance in Gu Feier's demeanor. That's a direction to consider. After ending her conversation with her daughter, Sun Yulian dialed 111, "Hello. Is this the Fulian Association? I want to report a family in apartment 1202 of Shuimu Chuncheng Residential Complex. They only gave the man a dowry of 300,000 yuan and they are abusing him." I heard a shrill scream. Chapter 8 Best Friend, One Blanket. After discussing the easiest topics, Gu's mother showed Qin Shang a photo album containing pictures of Gu Qianruo from childhood to adulthood. Gu's mother even specially selected a picture, probably when Gu Qianruo was 5 or 6 years old. She was exquisitely beautiful and adorable, but her face and body were covered in flour. This is from that year, when Qianruo used her grandma's dentures to make dumplings. Look how mischievous she is. Mom, what are you doing? You're ruining my image. Immediately, Gu Qianruo objected, covering Qin Shang's eyes to prevent him from seeing. Qin Shang smiled broadly. Taking photos is like condensing time, watching a baby grow into a graceful lady, which evokes a myriad of emotions. It also allowed him to understand Gu Qianruo better. She was not only a beautiful woman, but also had a past, a life, and thoughts. She, like herself, could sense pain and joy, and understood intimacy and mutual understanding. Holding Gu Qianruo's soft, warm hand, something from the heart was flowing. After chatting for a while, Gu's mother got up to cook. Almost as a habit, when Qin Shang offered to help, Gu's mother blocked the kitchen doorway, saying, "Son-in-law, please spare me." The scriptures say that if a mother-in-law lets her son-in-law into the kitchen, she will go to hell. Given the gravity of the matter, Qin Shang had no choice but to back down. Gu Qianruo put the photo album away and smiled, "Would you like to come to my room and take a look?" Okay. In fact, Qin Shang had never entered a woman's boudoir in 2 lifetimes. Gu Qianruo opened the door shyly, and a delicate fragrance immediately wafted out. The room wasn't big, only about 7 or 8 square meters. The bed had a pink 4-piece bedding set, and there was a cute little bear pillow on the headboard. There are several fashion magazines on the small petal-shaped coffee table, and next to it is a shelf cabinet containing animal and princess dolls. The computer and women's keyboard are placed against the wall, and an air purifier is placed in the corner of the wall. There were many photos on the wall, mostly of her and a girl with a ponytail. The two have completely different temperaments. Gu Qianruo is a gentle older sister, while the girl with the ponytail is a cool goddess. Both her eyes and her posture reveal a stubbornness. Who is this? My best friend Yunqian, isn't she beautiful? In terms of beauty, Gu Qianruo is prettier, but in terms of attracting attention, Yunqian is more eye-catching. When Yunqian isn't smiling, she always looks at Supreme Treasure with the same gaze that Fairy Zixia gives her. Who could stand that? Pretty good. Qin Shang couldn't praise his wife too much in front of him, so Gu Qianruo said in a nostalgic tone, "Do you know? She saved my life." There's a story behind this, Qin Shang, what happened? Gu Qianruo recounted that when she was in junior high school, she and Yunqian were both very mischievous, like boys. During summer vacation, they went swimming in the lake together, and Gu Qianruo's foot got tangled in the water plants, almost unable to get out. It was Yun Qian who risked her life to pull her ashore. You don't know, the way Yun Qian was so anxious back then, it was like she treated me like her closest relative. This kind of friendship is priceless. The tenderness in Gu Qianrou's eyes was endearing. Xin Shang also looked at Yun Qian, this cold-faced girl, with new eyes. She saved my dear wife. I have to thank her properly now that I have the chance. Suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration, Gu Qianrou grabbed Xin Shang's arm and said, "Husband, why don't you marry her?" Ah? Xin Shang's mind was buzzing. What the hell? Best friends, for life? She's your best friend, wouldn't it be better if I treated her like a younger sister? Oh no. She'll get married sooner or later, and you're the best man in the world. Who else would she marry if not you? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and Qin Shang certainly appreciated the compliment. To be honest, in his previous life, he was rarely praised. You could say he grew up being criticized. You're right. After accepting the praise, Qin Shang shook his head, but the best isn't necessarily the most suitable. Maybe we just don't click. That's easy, we'll know once we meet. I'll arrange for you to meet. Clearly, she had set this as her goal. Gu Qianrou acted coquettishly and said, "If you love me, you have to love my best friend. Once she marries you, the three of us can live together. Wouldn't that be great?" Since his wife said so, Qin Shang nodded, "That's right. It's better for the three of us to live a good life than anything else." Next, Gu Qianrou acted like a salesperson, showing him all sorts of beautiful photos of Yun Qian and praising her from every angle. Qin Shang was easily swayed, so he thought, since that's the case, then I'll marry her. From then on, the first wife carried water, the second wife tilled the fields, and the three of them returned home together. How evocative. Mother Gu was a neat and efficient person, and it didn't take long for her to prepare a table full of food. Lamb hot pot, shredded chicken, mantis shrimp, celery and lily bulbs, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, glass noodles and baby bok choy. There were so many dishes that they had to be piled up together. Son-in-law, please take this seat of honor. Isn't this inappropriate? You are an elder. The son-in-law is like the sky. No matter how great an elder is, he can't be greater than the sky. Unable to refuse, Qin Shang took the seat of honor, with his gentle and kind mother-in-law on his left and his charming and affectionate wife on his right. He felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Qin Shang enjoyed his meal very much, thanks to the two people's repeated encouragement. He possessed immense strength, and his appetite had increased significantly. He devoured food like a whirlwind, resembling a mountain king. If you can eat well, you can work. Mother Gu praised him, her eyes full of admiration. It had been 10 years since she had watched a man eat so closely. Thinking that she had also had men before, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Clang! 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 Suddenly someone banged on the door. Gu Qianrou tried to get up, but her mother, who had already noticed that her daughter was badly injured, got up even faster. "Hello, I am Ma Yuchen, the leader of the Men's Protection Group of the Haida City Women's Federation. We have received a report that someone is abusing men here. Is this family a mother and daughter?" 3 people stood at the entrance, all wearing uniforms. The girl in the lead was plump and fair-skinned, giving off a majestic and imposing aura. With a serious expression, she meticulously showed her identification. Yes. Gu's mother was a little flustered. The husband's federation had a lot of power and independent judicial authority, and she didn't want to go to jail. Is there any abuse of men? If so, confess now, and you will receive lenient treatment. Absolutely not. You have a man in your family, right? Don't lie, I have a very sensitive nose, I can already smell that man's alluring scent. Yes, he is my son-in-law. May I ask your son-in-law? Okay, come in. Ma Yuchen, with a shrewd expression, looked around the entrance hall like a detective solving a case. When she saw Qin Shang, she was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "If there was no abuse, why is he here?" Swish swish swish. The 3 men pulled out rubber batons from their waists, clearly ready to fight. Gu Qianrou angrily said, "What are you doing? He's my husband. Where did you kidnap from? Tell me honestly." In a swift movement, Ma Yuchen stood in front of Qin Shang, while the other 2 stood behind him, forming a triangular formation. Chapter 9 Husband's Union. That's right, you were abused. He really is my husband. Gu Qianrou felt extremely wronged, but Ma Yuchen snorted coldly, "Even now, you're still trying to argue with chopsticks poking your ass." She pulled a round device out of her pocket and explained, "This is a facial appearance tester. Just take a look and you'll get a facial appearance score. Then, in a polite tone, she asked Qin Shang, "Sir, may I take a picture?" Qin Shang nodded, and Ma Yuchen took a look. The instrument started running and finally stopped at 99.9 points. Everyone present looked surprised, and Ma Yuchen said confidently, "There are no more than 5 people in the entire universe with this kind of looks." Just based on that, he could easily marry the heir of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. If he hadn't been kidnapped, why would he be living in such a poor, cockroach-infested place? Gu Qianruo, who thought she was in the right, turned pale and was speechless. She knew Qin Shang was handsome, but she never expected him to be so devastatingly handsome. After being reminded by Ma Yuchen, she also realized it. Qin Shang felt completely out of place in his home environment, as if he were a prince who had come to the slums. As a parent, Gu's mother felt even more ashamed, lowering her head and fidgeting with the hem of her clothes with her fingers. "Team leader Ma, they didn't lie to me, I volunteered." Qin Shang stood up to speak in his defense, and Gu Qianruo and her daughter both showed expressions of gratitude. Abducting a man was a capital offense. This is equivalent to Qin Shang saving his life. After confirming several times, Ma Yuchen put away the rubber baton and sighed. Such a low-status marriage is unheard of. She glanced around warily and asked suspiciously, "How much dowry was given?" 300,000. The mother and daughter were extremely guilty. Ma Yuchen looked at Qin Shang with pity. In today's marriage market, when an ordinary man marries his first wife, he usually receives a dowry of 880,000 yuan. For someone like Mr. Qin, it starts at 10 million yuan. She paused, choking back tears, and looked at Gu Qianruo and her daughter. This kind of behavior of not giving enough betrothal gifts is a clear case of mental abuse. Have you ever thought about how sad he must feel when everyone else has them and he doesn't? Wiping away her tears, she said indignantly, "He's only 18, just turned 18, like a young flower just beginning to bloom, and you've treated him like this. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there any justice left?" The air was thick with the atmosphere of a hostage rescue operation. Gu's mother, like a perpetrator, stared at her toes without saying a word. The long dress accentuated her rounded waistline, a gentle breeze ruffled her hair, and a look of guilt appeared on her charming face. Gu Qianruo's eyes reddened. "It's not that we're unwilling to give, it's just that we really don't have that much money." Ma Yuchen didn't tolerate it at all. "If you don't have money, you can sell your blood." "Why not sell your blood?" She fired like a machine gun, first a burst, then another. "Are you afraid of pain? Are you afraid of being unhealthy? If you're afraid of this and that, then don't look for a husband." In terms of sheer presence, she completely overwhelmed Gu Qianruo. Gu Qianruo grumbled weakly in protest. "Selling blood wouldn't get you much money, would it?" Clearly unable to accept this attitude, Ma Yuchen raised her eyebrows, looked around with disdain, and shook her head repeatedly. After looking through the 3-bedroom apartment, he said earnestly, "As long as you don't give up, there's always a way. Is it so hard to sell your blood and then your kidney? You guys just lack sincerity." Gu Qianruo fell silent, reflecting on herself incessantly. "That's absolutely right. Why didn't I ever think about selling my kidney? Doesn't such a good husband deserve my effort?" Overwhelmed by the mother and daughter, Ma Yuchen persisted. "If the dowry is insufficient, the wedding can't be held, right? What about the house? It's easy for the son-in-law and mother-in-law to have conflicts if they live together." Gu's mother stepped forward. "Let them live in this house, I'll live under the bridge for now." "Ha!" Qin Shang knew this world was absurd, but he never expected it to be this absurd. He couldn't stand it anymore. "Auntie, what are you saying? This is your home, why are you living under a bridge?" He repeatedly explained, "Team leader Ma, my wife and I are very happy, and my mother-in-law is also very good to me. There is really no abuse involved." After saying that, he stepped out of the protective circle, took the hands of the 2 women, and offered them emotional support to prevent them from actually selling their blood or kidneys. The 3 of them stood together, looking very harmonious. Qin Shang thought Ma Yuchen would have nothing to say, but to his surprise, she said inscrutably, "Mr. Qin, many times, the person being abused doesn't even know they're being abused. We believe that you are in this situation. We have an obligation to consider things that you can't think of. For example, your wife is just a high school teacher and doesn't earn much money. How will she support you? Without the nourishment of money, a man can easily wither away. The world does not encourage men to work, not because they cannot work. On the contrary, if men are willing to work, their wages will be particularly high. No matter what they do, even if they work as waiters in restaurants, their wages are 5 or 6 times that of women. Having just tasted the sweetness of love, Qin Shang blurted out, "If we don't have money, I can work hard with her." Several people turned their heads, their necks almost snapping, their eyes filled with horror as if Qin Shang were some kind of monster. Ma Yuchen retorted even more vehemently, "Listen to what he's saying. If he hadn't been abused, how could a man utter such absurd words? It's always been women who support men, so how can there be any logic in working together? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous." Qin Shang was taken aback, realizing he had broken a rule. In this world, there are plenty of women who want to support men but can't. If a man goes to work, it means the woman is incompetent. Many women have had their husbands stolen away by other women in the workplace, which is why married women are most opposed to men working. "Young master, please don't do anything rash," sob. Overwhelmed by shame, Gu's mother cried, "I have a nursing certificate. Starting tomorrow, I will work as a caregiver and make sure my son-in-law lives a life free from financial worries." Ma Yuchen nodded. A good caregiver can earn 20,000 yuan a month, which is more than 200,000 yuan a year. Although it's not much, it's enough to buy a few luxury items. He looked at Gu Qianro. "Teacher Gu, what about you? Are you just going to stand by and watch your husband suffer in the vortex of poverty and do nothing?" "A vortex of poverty?" Qin Shang was speechless when his gaze fell on the 8 dishes and 2 soups on the table. Was this what poverty was? What kind of standard is this? "I asked my best friend to marry my husband. The 2 of us sisters will work together to make sure my husband has a good life as soon as possible. Many hands make light work." Gu Qianro's own abilities were limited, so she had to find outside help, even though Yun Qian herself wasn't very good at making money. But Yun Qian is gentle and beautiful, and can still provide spiritual comfort. Moreover, the 2 sisters can encourage and spur each other on. Seeing that the mother and daughter were in a good mood, Ma Yuchen made a note in her notebook and said, "That is a solution, but we don't know if you can do it. Therefore, we will follow up after a while to see if you are all talk and no action. If Mr. Qin's quality of life cannot be improved, our marital union will forcibly dissolve your marriage." Gu Qianro, full of fighting spirit, supervision is welcome. She had already considered many details. Yun Qian would have to spend money on rent and food, but she could save on all of that by marrying her husband. Yun Qian herself had some savings, and since she was short of money, she decided to let Yun Qian pay the 5,090 yuan. Before leaving, Ma Yuchen gave Qin Shang a business card. "Mr. Qin, please contact us anytime if you suffer physical or mental harm. We suggest you marry more wives. It would be a loss for all mankind if your super handsome genes weren't passed on. It concerns the well-being of all mankind," Qin Shang said earnestly. "I will try my best. Thanks for your hard work." After bowing, Ma Yuchen turned and left with his men. Chapter 10: A date with my wife's best friend. The food on the table was still delicious, but the atmosphere was not the same as before. Gu Qianro and her mother, like children who hadn't received a red flower, punished themselves by not eating. Qin Shang pulled the 2 of them down to sit and comforted them. "Auntie, Qianro, don't worry about the money. I'll figure something out." Mother Gu placed a piece of marbled beef on Qin Shang's plate. "Son-in-law, the fact that you have these thoughts means we have indeed mistreated you. This is called Stockholm Syndrome." Gu Qianro hugged Qin Shang's arm. "Honey, please let us try this time. I don't want to lose you." Is this the T0 version? Damn it, there's absolutely no way to communicate with them. After finishing her meal, Gu's mother went to her room to change into her work clothes and set off to work as a caregiver, looking very proud and confident. Gu Qianro secretly made a phone call, beaming, "Honey, I've already contacted Yun Qian. Go on a date with her. On our first day of marriage, I went on a date with my wife's best friend." Qin Shang waved his hands repeatedly, like a monk entering a women's kingdom. "No, really no, if I and your best friend are destined to be together in the next life." Thump! Before he could finish speaking, Gu Qianro knelt down, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, I know your morality is as high as a mountain, pure and flawless, but you have to think about me too. You heard what the Husbands Federation said. If I can't give you a high-quality life, they can dissolve the marriage. You don't want to see our marriage break down, do you?" Her damp eyelashes trembled slightly, making her look as innocent as a 3-day-old puppy. Her moist lips parted slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. "You're pressuring me like this. Fine, I'll agree, but you have to promise me one thing too." "I'll agree to anything, as long as..." After much persuasion, Gu Qianro finally convinced her husband to leave the house, and her heart was filled with tenderness and affection. Thinking about the day in the future when I live in a big villa, with my best friend on my left and my husband on my right, playing on the swings and strolling by the grapevines, my mood instantly brightens. My husband is so strong, and I'm too weak to handle it. But with my best friend around, I have a backup. She smacked her lips, picked up a sticky note, and wrote on it, "Mom, my husband is a little feverish, so please make the food lighter in the future." Without the parasol tree, how can the golden phoenix be attracted? On the phone, Gu Qianro described her husband as absolutely extraordinary, but Yun Qian didn't believe a word of it. Fortunately, she hadn't planned on finding a handsome guy anyway. As long as he's a normal man, it's acceptable. With that in mind, she went into the coffee shop and ordered a coffee. "Isn't this Yun Qian? Come over and have some coffee." A woman with a round face, slanted eyebrows, and small eyes approached eagerly. "Have you thought it over? Do you want to join our Rueda entertainment?" As soon as she sat down, she crossed her arms and looked at Yun Qian expectantly. Under the table, his legs were shaking uncontrollably. "I'm not going. The woman in front of me is named Feng Wan, a business manager at Rueda Entertainment Agency, also known as a talent scout. She has approached Yun Qian many times. Rueda Entertainment's commission rate is 9:1. Many people say that joining Rueda is tantamount to selling oneself into slavery. Think about it again. As long as you join, we can help you pass the 2 rounds of auditions for the coming one and officially debut on stage." Performing on a big stage is every singer's dream, and Yun Qian certainly wanted to face the national audience as well. But if you know there's a pit of fire ahead, who would jump in? Yun Qian slowly stirred her coffee. "Even if I stop singing, I won't join your company." Upon hearing this, Feng Wan frowned sharply, a fierce look appearing on her face, but she forcibly swallowed it back. "Yun Qian, you're already 26 this year, aren't you? If you don't hurry up and make money, you won't find a husband. With more women than men, women have to use their abilities and beauty to snatch up outstanding men. Those who managed to snag a prize were smug, while those who failed were dejected." Yun Qian used to argue with people that not being able to find a man didn't mean she had failed. She doesn't anymore. As we get older, our longing for love and family grows stronger. She could only feel envy as she watched other couples shopping together. "I'm here today to meet a man. If I want, I can get married right away, not as a concubine, but as a secondary wife." According to the marriage law, there are 3 wives in total: the principal wife, the secondary wife, and the concubine. The rest are all concubines. Although a concubine is not the principal wife, she still has a status and is entitled to be addressed with honorific titles such as madam or lady. So what? Seeing that Yun Qian didn't seem to be joking, Feng Wan's eyes darted around, and she said with great certainty, "Given your current financial situation, even if you find a man, he'll definitely be very ordinary. You can get married, but you'll never know how happy it would be to live with a handsome man. Being handsome can't put food on the table." Yun Qian retorted and picked up her coffee. Feng Wan's lips curled up. "The handsome guy tastes so much better than the food. That's pure meat, even better than a big pork knuckle." She stopped mid-sentence. Because the surroundings were so quiet, like the deep sea. She followed everyone's gaze, and her pupils dilated in shock, and she drooled uncontrollably. "I'll sit. How could there be such a handsome man in the human world?" Chapter 11. You're just lusting after his body, you're despicable. The women in the cafe had their eyes, like flashlights, focused on one person. After a brief silence, a flurry of chattering sounds fell like hailstones. "Whose man is this? Doesn't he keep an eye on things? Aren't he afraid of running into a root-stealing thief? Ah! He's looking at me, he must like me." "Looking at you? Is he counting the freckles on your face?" "He's clearly looking at me. I'm so fair-skinned. I'm older than you, and he is measuring my size out of the corner of his eye." Yun Qian didn't join in the verbal sparring, but she was still amazed. She's seen plenty of handsome men on TV. Most handsome men are so well protected that they often appear frail. In addition, she uses more cosmetics than most women, so she has a very heavy, powdery appearance. The man before me was full of energy and exuded masculine dominance. His jawline is sharp and defined, creating a stunningly handsome silhouette. She secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. This kind of handsome guy is a god to the poor, but to the rich he's just an earpick, which they can use whenever they want. If you join our Rueda Entertainment, you'll also have the chance to get your own earpick in the future. Using what was available, Feng Wan used PUA tactics again. Yun Qian felt ashamed and quickly stopped him. Men don't use ear picks, show some respect. As she spoke, her eyes followed the man's movements out of the corner of her eye. Step by step, one step at a time. She realized the man was walking towards her and immediately froze. Hello, are you Miss Yun? The incredibly handsome guy took the initiative to talk to me. Flattered, Jun Qian blinked a few times and stood up abruptly. I am Yun Qian. May I ask, how do you know me? When Yun Qian first spoke to the incredibly handsome Jen, she stammered, and the way she looked at the man was like Guo Xiang looking at Yang from Fenglingdu. I am Qin Shang. As Qin Shang introduced himself, his gaze swept over Yun Qian, and then lingered on her like a nail on a magnet. Her eyes were like almonds, her eyebrows like wisps of smoke, and her nose delicate and exquisite. Both the upper and lower lips are full, and together they form a rosy heart shape, making them look delicate and juicy. Her face is small but not sharp, with a delicate and classic look. She was wearing a light-colored plaid shirt, and had a tall, slender figure with long limbs. Are you Gu Qianrou's husband? Unbelievable, Yun Qian clasped her hands together, stunned and speechless. The person Gu Qianrou wants me to marry is him. Heavens above, if I could have him by my side, I would have no regrets even in death. Yes. Qin Shang understood her doubts. He married a woman who had no money, but owned a house and no car, and only gave her a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Yun Qian, introduced this handsome guy to me. Feng Wan, who was watching from the sidelines, got excited and kept licking her lips. Many people around craned their necks, wanting to join the competition for females. Judging from Yun Qian's clothes, she's definitely not rich. Her man is easy to steal. You don't deserve it. Yun Qian stopped drinking her coffee, slung her violin over her shoulder, and quickly left. Qin Shang, let's go outside and talk. Feng Wan refused to let go, and poured out her deep feelings, but I really like him so much. Yun Qian retorted sharply, bullshit. Is that what you call liking him? You're just lusting after his body, you're despicable. After leaving the coffee shop, the two walked into a riverside path. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west, and a cool breeze was blowing. Yun Qian asked, why did you choose a poor man as your wife? Love and poverty is like a banana, it either turns green or yellow. It will turn black after being left for a while. Qin Shang said casually, I just like it. That's all? Yun Qian was so startled that her upper eyelids twitched. Most boys value money the most. Boys who aren't materialistic are as rare as morning stars. If I could marry a man like that. But Qin Shang. Qianrou is trying to match us up, but I've thought about it. I can't marry you. Looking at the shimmering water, Yun Qian's sorrow flowed endlessly eastward like a river. If Qin Shang were an ordinary guy, she might have married him. The problem is, Qin Shang is too handsome, which aroused her strong inferiority complex. In particular, it reminded her of a secret she couldn't talk about. This flaw is more serious than losing an arm or a leg. Ancient books say that it is better to suffer the calamity of a romantic entanglement than to get close to a woman like oneself. You have a boyfriend, right? Yun Qian is truly beautiful, making one want to peel away the layers of an onion to understand everything about her. What man is so lucky to have such a woman? I have never had a boyfriend. After refuting her statement, Yun Qian distanced herself from Qin Shang. I am an unlucky woman. I cannot be so selfish as to let you risk your life for my own happiness. Qin Shang didn't understand. What do you mean? Can you explain it clearly? Yun Qian's hands were unsure what to do, her gaze darting around. I am a jinx to husbands. Chapter 12. My wife's best friend has a secret. Is he a jinx? Qin Shang was curious and was about to ask when Yun Qian glanced at him longingly, her eyes lingering and her face flushed. Then, as if he were about to snap his neck, he turned his head sharply, waving his hands and raising his voice an octave higher, vehemently denying it. Anyway, you're not good at anything, except for being handsome. Do you want to argue? Yun Qian's expression reminded Qin Shang of the fairy Zixia on the city wall, even her voice sounded similar. How dare you talk like that, little girl? Aside from being handsome, he's good for nothing. Who swears like that? That's so vicious. Qin Shang launched a counterattack without hesitation. Yun Qian's lips curled up, her eyes crinkled like crescent moons, and her voice was sweet and coquettish. Hey! Who are you calling little girl? So what if I say you're useless? I can sing, can you? If we're talking about other things, Qin Shang might not be good at it, but when it comes to singing, not long ago he awakened his talent as a singer, reaching the master level. Determined to change his image, Qin Shang spread his hands and said, "If you can do it, how could I not? Okay, let's find a place to have a match. If you lose, you have to promise me that you won't bully my best friend." "What if you lose?" "If I lose, I'll do anything you want." Under the weeping willows in front, there was a bench. Yunshan first wiped the whole bench with a dry tissue, and then wiped the east side with a wet tissue. After it was clean, she said gracefully, "Qin Shang, please sit here." Faced with this preferential treatment, Qin Shang felt a surge of emotion. "Sit down obediently." Yunshan bent down and took a walnut guitar out of the case. The setting sun pierced through the woods, reflecting a warm light on the river's surface, illuminating her fair and delicate swan neck. The fine downy hairs shimmered with a golden light, playfully teased by the noisy wind. In an instant, Qin Shang was struck by this breathtaking beauty, and his heart pounded wildly. She sat at one end of the chair, holding her guitar, and tuned the strings a few times. Her eyes were downcast, and her cherry lips parted slightly. "I dare not look back. I look around uncomfortably, secretly liking someone, and try to strike up a conversation. I'm always restless and uneasy." Sweet notes danced in the air. She lowered the pitch by 1 key, but made Chen Li's Xiaoban even more poignant, instantly pulling people into the heart of a young girl. After finishing the song, she took a few deep breaths, her eyes sparkling, and a hint of arrogance on her face. "It's your turn. What song should we sing?" Having awakened his talent as a singer, Qin Shang has too many songs in his head. As he watched the water ripple, he recalled the loneliness and desolation of his past life, and a melody flowed into his heart. When you step into this place of joy, carrying all your dreams and aspirations, with faces adorned with all sorts of makeup. As soon as Qin Shang spoke, his arrogant expression, like a wall that couldn't withstand the wind and rain, slowly peeled away from Yun Qian's face. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise at first, but soon became immersed in the heavenly singing. After graduating from university, Yun Qian remained unknown, but deep down she knew she could do it. He was better than many of his peers, and even better than men who received the highest privileges. He was just one opportunity away from succeeding. Now, she's devastated. It was also shocking. The song clearly expresses a bitter and gloomy emotion, and she never expected that Qin Shang would have it, and sing it so well. What an interesting and rich soul. When Qin Shang whistled his clear and bright tune, only one word came to mind: exquisitely talented. So much so that when the singing faded and silence enveloped her, she was moved to tears. Whose song is this? I've never heard it before. Wiping away her tears, Yun Qian's eyes shone with fervent adoration. Qin Shang then realized that in this world, because there are more women than men, many works of art by men do not exist. He gave an awkward smile, revealing his bright white teeth. "I wrote it myself. Since it's free, of course we should be assertive and confident." Yun Qian clutched her chest. "Awesome." Thinking of something, she said urgently, "The third season of The Coming One is about to start. If you participate, you'll definitely become famous." After awakening his talent as a singer, Qin Shang also thought about this. However, he still shook his head. When men go out to work, they are considered unfaithful to their husbands. If they appear on the big screen, wouldn't that make them promiscuous and available to any man? She could rely on her talent, but she can only rely on her looks. How pitiful. This is what it truly means to be talented but unappreciated. Yun Qian's eyes flickered, as if she understood Qin Shang's distress. May I use this song?" Blushing, Yun Qian made an unreasonable request. With this song, she was certain she would pass the audition, but it would be too much of a bargain for her. "Sure, but don't tell anyone it's my original work." "I will absolutely not tell anyone, or may I be struck by lightning." Holding up 3 fingers, Yun Qian made a solemn vow, her eyes darting around as if she were asking to be struck by lightning. It seems that her ability to walk through the thunderbolts proves her seriousness. Qin Shang chuckled and crossed his legs. "Who will win or lose?" Yun Qian quickly replied, "Of course you win. Do you remember what you said?" "I lost." "I'll do anything you want." A blush rose to Yun Qian's cheeks, and she unconsciously hugged the guitar tighter. His legs hunched over, his left foot stepping on his right. "I want to know." Qin Shang moved slightly closer, his strong masculine scent almost killing Yun Qian. "Why did you say you're a jinx to your husbands?" She twitched slightly, her brows furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, and a blush spread from her delicate ears to her collarbone. Her fingernails dug into her fair skin. This was her biggest secret, one she hadn't even told Gu Qianro. "That's so embarrassing. If I tell him, will he laugh at me?" However, as a human being, one cannot break one's word. Biting her lower lip, she tapped her phone a few times and brought up a picture. I am, this one. She turned her head to the side, facing the screen towards Qin Shang. On the screen is a ferocious beast from the mountains, the very same one that Wu Song beat up. It's just that the color is more like snow. What does that mean? Could she be a tiger spirit? Chapter 13, Even if we're poor, we can't let our husbands be poor. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shang still couldn't figure it out. He turned his head and saw Yun Qian with her hands crossed and placed on her knees. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him. Oh. That road roars. Sogasen. I understand, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. On the contrary, I think it's a unique beauty that the Creator has given you. Just as Yun Qian lowered her head, feeling utterly ashamed and wishing she could disappear into an ant-hole, celestial music descended. Yun Qian looked up in disbelief, but people say that this will bring bad luck to her husband. Hilarious. It's not a real mountain king, it doesn't bite, how could it bring bad luck to husbands? Only an idiot would believe such things. Qin Shang joked casually, dismissing her concerns, and Yun Qian felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders, an indescribable sense of relief. This man is really incredibly handsome. She put down her guitar, knelt on one knee, her skin smoother than Dove chocolate. Qin Shang, you are probably the only person in the world who won't despise me. Can I marry you? The surprise came too suddenly, leaving Qin Shang stunned and bewildered. Thinking of having 2 wives and 1 husband, and wanting to avoid further conflict, he said, Gu Qianro is your best friend, is this okay? With her newfound confidence, Yun Qian spoke eloquently, great. I love big families. I have 7 sisters in my family, and we always fight over food. It's so delicious. How could you be so right? Everyone's scrambling for the chicken, you're eating the chicken leg, I'm eating the chicken wing, and those who are slow get to gnaw on the bones, it's so lively. Thinking of the bustling and prosperous scene of the family, Qin Shang sighed, alright, then I'll agree. Thank you, honey. Overjoyed, Yun Qian jumped up and shouted at the setting sun. Hey! I have a husband. I have a lover. That's great. My husband and I will never be apart. He is the wind, I am the sand, entwined together, we wander to the ends of the earth. Most importantly, I can finally kiss, hug, and lift you up high. I want to stick to you. After venting her frustrations, Yun Qian took Qin Shang's hand and solemnly began to talk about her plans for the future. Husband, please forgive me for not being able to marry you right away, because I don't have a house, a car, or a dowry right now. I can't let others laugh at you for always looking for a wife among poor people. I want to make money, a lot of money, so I can buy you a big villa and a sports car. I'll marry you in style and grandeur then. Qin Shang was deeply moved by Yun Qian's sincerity. If she's so ambitious, why not spend your youth helping her strive for success? I'll do whatever you say. After agreeing, Qin Shang began the date process. Baby, our date has to be in the woods, let's go. Why? The grove is so romantic. I want to be Wu Song. But I'm afraid there are snakes over there. Don't be afraid. You won't be afraid of snakes if you come into contact with them more often. All right. Qin Shang and Yun Qian parted ways before dusk. As he walked back, Qin Shang made a phone call to Gu Qianro. Hey! My dear wife, what are you doing? Huff, huff. Honey, I'm delivering takeout. I've already done 5 orders and earned 23 yuan. That's enough to buy you several chicken legs, hee hee. Gu Qianro answered in a sweet and excited tone, and this cheerful tenderness immediately gave Qin Shang emotional value. It also made Qin Shang feel both sorry for and pity him. You finally get a holiday, why aren't you resting? The work of a high school homeroom teacher is very busy. It is not only hard work, but also because they bear the fate of dozens of students, which is a great responsibility. In particular, high school students are in their rebellious adolescence, and anything can happen. Honey, you're worried about me, aren't you? Why? If you can do this for me, I'd be willing to die for you. How many husbands would care whether their wives live or die? Gu Qianro felt incredibly lucky. After all, experts have said that wives have an obligation to support the family, but husbands have no obligation to provide emotional support. How kind of her husband is to offer her emotional support. I'm mainly worried that you'll get so tanned that I won't recognize you. With his reserved nature, Qin Shan wasn't used to expressing himself directly, so he changed the subject. Honey, you're so funny, I love it. With her sweet and coquettish voice, it's hard to imagine that Gu Qianro is actually such a dignified woman. Qin Shang felt a warm feeling and said, Wife, let's go to my house tonight to watch Lust, Caution. Qin Shang hasn't seen this movie yet, but he's heard that the male lead's acting is excellent and the female lead has a fantastic figure. Honey, I want to go too, but my mom said that since we haven't had a wedding, no one around us knows we're married yet. If we live together, it will affect your reputation. What should I do if I miss you? Just bear with it a little longer. After the wedding, we can be together openly. Then, I'll not only take you to the movies, but also play games with you, like Do Diju, a card game. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We can only comply. Thinking of something, Qin Shang said, Wife, I met Yun Xian. She proposed to me, but she wants to work hard for a while before getting married. Gu Qianro was as alert as a cheetah. That brat is trying to surpass me in terms of dowry. Honey, I'm going to give her a good scolding. After hanging up the phone, Gu Qianro immediately called Yun Xian. You little hussy, are you trying to outdo me in terms of dowry? Snort. Managing the harem begins with Yun Xian. A dowry of 300,000 is far too meager. Yun Xian was in a good mood and gave her best friend a piece of her mind. Gu Qianro's chest heaved with anger as she immediately said, I introduced you to my husband. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have him. Aren't you grateful? What am I grateful for? My husband and I are destined to be together from a past life. That's my husband. Our husband. Unable to win an argument with Yun Xian, Gu Qianro had no choice but to adopt the heirs of a first wife. Although you're not married yet, you're already a member of this family. Women with money tend to go bad. Now, please hand over your money to the family committee. Gu Qianro, are you out of your mind? I don't even have a proper job, where would I get money? I'm not buying it for myself, I'm buying the 5090 for my husband. Gu Qianro checked and found that the 5090 costs about 19,000 yuan. This is after the price reduction. A month ago, it cost 20,000 yuan. She gave her salary card to Qin Shang, and her savings were also given to Qin Shang as part of her dowry. She only had a few hundred yuan left, which wasn't enough for anything. Yun Xian perked up. You haven't bought our husband a 5090 yet. Yes, our husband is still using a 4090, how pitiful. Since she wanted to give this gift, Gu Qianro had also inquired indirectly and learned that Qin Shang did not have 5090. I heard that the 5090 has significantly improved performance. Now that my husband has it, he can play AAA games much more smoothly. I'll call you right now. We can't let our husbands suffer, no matter how poor we are. She quickly said a few words and started transferring the money. With a ring, the money arrived in the account. Gu Qianro glanced at the amount 25,642 yuan and sensed something was wrong. Why are there odd amounts and even amounts? Don't give me all of it, leave some money for food. It's not right to let your best friend starve to death just to buy your husband a 5090. Little did they know, Yun Xian didn't care about starving to death at all, and even argued her point. That's not right. When we're hungry, we can eat the roadside grass and thorns. When we're thirsty, we can drink from the ditch. We women can survive no matter what, so we can't let our men suffer. My husband isn't even born in the 50s or 90s, while I'm decked out in gold and living a life of luxury. When my mouth is dry, I drink honey water. When my stomach is hungry, I eat delicacies. How can I be so extravagant and dissolute? Aren't I ashamed? Although she didn't know when Yun Xian had learned the classical Chinese texts, Gu Qianro felt that what she said made a lot of sense. As the saying goes, a wife is ashamed when her husband is unhappy. What's the point of having a wife if your husband can't even enjoy a game? However, 5090 only costs 19,000, which is more than 6,000 extra. Gu Qianro wanted to turn it back to Yun Xian, but little did she know that Yun Xian's little poems were like an old sow wearing a bra, one after another. Fool! Just buying a 5090 isn't enough. You need a top-of-the-line CPU to make it work perfectly. You don't want our husband to get headshot by the enemy because of slow performance while playing games, do you? How could I let my dearest husband suffer such a loss? Gu Qianro was getting a little anxious. I'll go buy it right now and give him a surprise. Then you should go quickly. The electronics market is on the 4th Ring Road. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. If it's too late, it won't be good to disturb our husband's rest. Okay, let's go. Thinking of her husband's happy reaction to receiving the graphics card and CPU, Gu Qianruo felt full of energy, and even the sound of the wind in her ears sounded better than a symphony. Chapter 14. The beautiful CEO is throwing money around. Rueda Entertainment Group. After the finance meeting, Chairman Bai Jinyao returned to her office and kept rubbing her temples. Because she is not married, the company paid more than 20 million yuan more in taxes this year. The board members had strong opinions about this. I need to find a husband quickly, but it's so hard to find one I like. She muttered to herself, sighing repeatedly. Although there are more women than men, a rich and beautiful woman like her will never lack men. She could have 10 or 8 every day if she wanted. But her standards were too high. What she wanted was a true love who could make her fall in love at first sight. Daydreaming is useless, let's try our luck. Having made up her mind, she called over her personal secretary, Jiang. Come on, accompany me to the matchmaking park. As soon as the two left the company, they attracted the attention of countless men. With a male-to-female ratio of 1:30, even if men do nothing, they can still live a comfortable life. However, becoming extremely wealthy and powerful is difficult. Therefore, many men see marriage as a stepping stone, a second chance at life, and all want to marry a wealthy heiress to achieve instant success. Unfortunately, there are too few naive daughters from wealthy families. Most heiresses are shrewd and have everything they need, so they have higher expectations for relationships. Without a doubt, Bai Jinyao belongs to this category. Go and get me 100,000 yuan. The password is 6 sixes. The Maserati stopped in front of a bank, and Bai Jinyao took out her bank card and handed it to Secretary Jiang. Secretary Jiang was very efficient. She took the money, put it in her handbag, and only asked after getting into the car, Chairman Bai, nowadays everything is electronic payment. Why did you take cash? Technology is developing so fast that, apart from the elderly, very few people carry cash anymore. This is also why 90% of thieves are unemployed, and their skills, such as peeling eggs with one hand and shoving knives into pockets, have been lost. You'll find out in a moment. Bai Jinyao still seemed confident, and Secretary Jiang didn't dare to ask any more questions. Before long, we arrived at the matchmaking park, which was bustling with people coming and going. As soon as the two got out of the car and went inside, they immediately felt a wave of heat. In the sweltering summer heat, many people were holding fans and waving them, while others were using small fans to cool themselves. The majority of them are women, with younger women making up 10% and older women making up 30%, while the rest are mostly middle-aged and elderly women. They were looking for husbands for their daughters. There are very few men, and those who are mostly elderly, with gray beards and almost all their teeth gone, having lost their reproductive value. The information of the people going on blind dates is sometimes posted on the wall, and sometimes placed on the ground like a stall. The competition among the females is fierce. There are quite a few outstanding individuals. Some even earn hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan a year. There are also locals who own a house and a car. Of course, since they are in good condition, their demands will be a little higher. For example, they may demand to have 30% of the rain and dew on their own. The requirement is that the man must not hit the woman more than 30 times per month. The requirement is that each month's allowance exceeds 800. As for women who are not so outstanding, the requirements are extremely low. Basically, any man will do. It doesn't matter if you're ugly, short, or poor. What they care about most is the man's age. After all, if he's too old, he'll receive too little in return each month, which is tantamount to living a life of widowhood. In the corners of walls and on utility poles, there are still some small advertisements with titles that often read, "For just 3 million, you can have a great son." The following is a detailed introduction. I am a tall, handsome man, Wang Debiao, 27 years old, with a strong physique and powerful lower body. In order to help women realize their dreams, I offer cultivation services. Characteristic: it is good at stirring things up, just like an eel. With a deposit of 300,000, I can arrange a secret meeting with you. The remaining 2.7 million will be paid after you conceive a healthy baby. I'm really not a fraud. These are almost always scams. They'll take the deposit and run away very quickly. They exploited women's desire for sons, believing that women with sons could live comfortably simply by relying on the benefits of their sons. Further inside, you start seeing information about men. Bai Jinyao looked at several and complained endlessly. What the hell? Her face is pockmarked. She's only 1.6 meters tall and weighs over 200 kilograms. Not only does she want a house and a car, but she also wants a dowry of 880,000 yuan, and her gold and silver jewelry must weigh no less than 66 kilograms. Is the golden cudgel studded with diamonds? All you do is make wishes. Look at this guy, he comes right off saying he has a bad temper. If he has a bad temper, then change it. What's he showing off for? This is even more outrageous. They say you're slow to warm up? You've already gone on a blind date, what kind of nonsense is this? They'll throw you into a fire pit and let you die of heat. Ha! I can't stand that even more. He's broken the legs of over 500 women and thinks it's masculine. I have such a bad temper. They're both blind dates, but you can tell the difference just by looking at their profiles. Men often list their own shortcomings, such as bad temper, slow to warm up, prone to violence, not showering, and gluttony. Especially the slightly handsome ones, they practically revealed all the worst aspects of human nature. She acted completely superior, as if to say, "This is who I am, let's see if you can tolerate me. If you can't, you don't deserve me at all." If you have any objections, I urge you to open your eyes and look at the world. Women, on the other hand, list their own strengths, their background, education, salary, gentleness, thoughtfulness, hard work, willingness to give, and never fighting back when hit. They want recognition. Those who need the approval of others are naturally in an extremely vulnerable position. He really thinks he's some kind of fairy godmother. Muttering indignantly, Bai Jinyao led Secretary Jiang further inside, only to find the place incredibly noisy ahead. Whether they were young girls, young women, or older women, they were all taking pictures with their phones and making noise. I sat there again and again. It's so cool. Let me take a picture, I'll make a living mining with this photo for the rest of my life. I'm willing to be a dog, let me sign up. Why do you have to have a car and a house? Turn off the lights, and a thatched hut and a villa are the same, aren't they? Bai Jinyao immediately made a judgment, there must be a handsome guy inside. But with so many people, there's no way we can get in. Even standing on tiptoe, Secretary Jiang still couldn't see anything, and she was so anxious that she bounced around like a little rabbit that couldn't get its milk. I have a way. Carrying her handbag, Bai Jinyao walked to an open space, took out bright red bills from the bag, scattered them, and threw them into the air. Suddenly, it was like a shower of flowers from a celestial maiden. Secretary Jiang immediately understood what was happening and shouted, "Help! Everyone come quick! Someone's throwing money around! Someone's throwing money around!" There were too many people, and some didn't see it, thinking it was someone swearing, and asked in surprise, "Who's the big idiot?" Puff! Bai Jinyao's face immediately darkened. Why not just say scatter money? Why do you have to say scatter coins? The homonym is deadly, don't you know that? Secretary Jiang hurriedly explained, "What ears? I said big spender, not big idiot. It's no use talking about it once everyone sees the money, they'll all rush over to pick it up." Bai Jinyao threw out 50,000 coins and squeezed out of the crowd. Only then did she see a man wearing sunglasses sitting in the flower bed. He was not old, but he was hunched over and looked like a fraud. What caught Bai Jinyao's attention was the life-size cardboard cutout next to the man in sunglasses. The man above had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a face like jade, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, lips like vermilion paint, a broad back and a strong waist, a wolf's belly, and mantis legs. Ears reach to the shoulders, hands extend past the knees. It has the appearance of the sun and moon, and the bearing of a dragon and a phoenix. Absolutely handsome. We've got to line up, we've got to line up. This guy is really handsome. Bai Jinyao's mouth watered, wishing she could immediately hold him in her arms and call him her little darling. Li Hongliang proudly pulled out an A4 sheet of paper. Handsome, right? Our standards are high too. My little brother isn't someone just any woman can have his way with. Chapter 15. My sister-in-law is so cold. What was written on the paper was, of course, Qin Shang's information and his requirements for a second wife. The house must be registered under someone's name, the car must be a BMW or better, and there must be a dowry of 1.88 million yuan. Here's 50,000 yuan. Let's find a quiet place and talk privately. Bai Jinyao handed him the handbag directly. Li Holiang opened it, looked at it, and immediately smiled broadly. Okay. While the others were picking up the money, the three quickly left the park. However, they all underestimated the charm of a young man like Li Hongliang. Before I even reached the door, I was surrounded by a group of women. Handsome guy, wanna get married? My family owns a villa. If you marry me, you won't have to do anything, you can just live a life of luxury. I not only work hard, but I also work out and enjoy practicing yoga. I will never let my beauty be diminished. Look at my daughter's picture, are you satisfied? She works for a state-owned enterprise, a secure job. These women were truly starving. They didn't even spare someone as obviously ill as Li Hongliang. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they even tried to pull Li Hongliang along, as if they wanted to take him home for a wedding ceremony. I am Yang Wei. Li Hongliang had no choice but to resort to his ultimate move. It actually worked. A large portion of it disappeared in a flash. A middle-aged single woman with a round head and small eyes with little white in them tugged at her clothes and said, "It's okay, as long as we can communicate on a spiritual level, it's fine. Let's have a platonic love." Li Hongliang smacked his lips, his expression bitter. "Big sister, I am just a soulless shell." Snort. The older woman left angrily, and a plump middle-aged woman squeezed in, "Young man, marry me, and I'll have my granddaughter take care of you in your old age." Damn it. You already have a granddaughter, why are you getting involved? Li Hongliang deliberately gasped for breath, his accent changing as he said, "I have AIDS." Thinking that after unleashing the Shinra Tensei, surely all birds would have vanished and all human traces would have disappeared, right? No. The remaining woman, who looked like Voldemort, grinned at him like she was seeing a long-lost relative, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Hey fellow patient, how about we live together?" They found a restaurant, booked a private room, and after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Bai Xinyo got straight to the point. "I can accept all the conditions you've requested, but I have two conditions. First, I must be your legal wife. Second, we must try living together for a while." Li Hongliang was stunned. The demands he made were indeed quite high. It seems this person is truly wealthy. He suddenly regretted it a little. Had he asked for too little? Trial marriage? My younger brother is only 18, still a flower with thorns on his head. How can we just casually try marriage? Generally speaking, whoever has the money becomes the legal wife. Even newcomers can surpass the old ones. Therefore, Li Hongliang did not mention his legal wife. "I just have reservations about trial marriage." He. Is your brother a cucumber? Bai Xinyo laughed, and Li Hongliang blushed. "That's the idea, a little puppy." The point about trial marriage was clearly a well-considered requirement by Bai Xinyo, and she immediately offered benefits. "As long as you are willing to try marriage, I can give you 500,000 yuan first. If the requirements are not met after the trial marriage, the 500,000 yuan will not be taken back." You've worked hard, brother, to earn her 500,000? It seems pretty good. If it were Li Hongliang himself, he would definitely agree immediately. He was now arranging a blind date for Qin Shang, so he didn't dare to take on too much responsibility. "May I ask why we want to try living together before marriage?" Bai Xinyo laughed contemptuously. "Men nowadays are lazy and don't know anything about farming. They exercise very little. If I don't try marriage beforehand, I'll find out after I marry him that he's useless. Wouldn't I be living a life of widowhood? That makes sense. Rich people know how to enjoy life. The risks that ordinary people would have to take, they can avoid directly through screening. I need to ask my brother about that. I can't agree to it right away. Of course, I need to do a background check too. If he's not as handsome as he looks in the photos, I won't even give him a chance to try marriage." After Li Hongliang left, Bai Xinyo immediately said to Secretary Jiang, "Find someone to investigate this Qin Shang, and it would be best to send me a few videos of him." "Mr. Bai, what's your main point? An investigation is necessary, so why is video footage required?" Secretary Jiang didn't understand. "So handsome. I'm afraid it's photoshopped." Having been in a high position, Bai Xinyo had seen many handsome men, but she had never seen anyone so ridiculously handsome, and it always felt unreal. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on them right away." Qin Shang got home at 7 o'clock. He pushed open the door, lit a cigarette he rarely smoked, and let out a long sigh. The bright moon shines outside the window, casting its clear light. Perhaps it was because he had a wife and experienced the pleasures of a beautiful woman that his anxieties lessened, making him feel exceptionally calm. "Ah Shang, have you had dinner yet?" He heard Ninth Sister's voice at the door and hurriedly got up to open it. "Thank you, Ninth Sister, I haven't eaten yet." Yushuqin carried a plate with 4 homestyle dishes on it: green pepper and potato slices, stir-fried loofah, shrimp and eggs, stir-fried beef with onions, and cold pig's ears. Next to it was a bowl overflowing with rice, each grain glistening. There was also a bowl of vegetable and tofu soup. Qin Shang had expended a lot of energy today and was really hungry. He helped lay out the food on the table and was about to eat when he noticed something unusual. Sister-in-law, why are you wearing gloves? No, there are two unusual things. Yi Shuqin was not only wearing transparent gloves, but also long sleeves and trousers, with very little skin exposed. She usually loves wearing cheongsams. I was afraid you'd think I was dirty. I always wore gloves when I cooked your meals. Ninth sister-in-law, with a cold face and downcast eyes, turned and left after speaking. Chapter 16. My wife comes to deliver gifts. Ninth sister-in-law, what are you saying? How could I possibly look down on you? Qin Shang immediately pulled Yi Shuqin aside. He wanted to make things clear that he considered himself to be very friendly, especially to Yi Shuqin, who brought him food. Of course, as a man, it's impossible not to have feelings when facing a woman like Yi Shuqin every day, who seems to have stepped out of a coconut tree advertisement. But he always acted according to reason and propriety. If you didn't mind the dirt, why would you be thousands of miles away from me? With a slight glint in her eyes, Yi Shuqin's face showed a pitiful expression. I know I'm a withered flower and not good looking, so it's normal that you don't like me. Please stop pulling and tugging at me, okay? If you keep doing this, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Her expression was misty with tears, and she pressed her lips tightly together to keep them from falling. In many romantic dramas, the heartbroken female lead often has this expression. Too dirty? You don't like it? With these questions in mind, Qin Shang recalled that morning when Li Hongliang pushed Yi Shuqin to him and mentioned some kind of drill. I refused at the time. Could it be that she's angry because I refused? Qin Shang tightened his grip slightly to convey his sincerity. I've never disliked you. I'm refusing because you're brother Li's wife, and I can't overstep that line, do you understand? Never covet your friend's wife. In Qin Shang's view, this was a matter of course. Yi Shuqin raised her head, her wide eyes filled with confusion. Why can't we overstep the bounds? Ha! This question left Qin Shang completely bewildered. Could it be that in this world, it is possible to transcend boundaries? Need I say more? We can't go against customs and etiquette. Yi Shuqin seemed to understand something. You're talking about the rituals of ancient times. That's how it was back then, but it's not like that now. Do you know that in order for me to get pregnant, Li Hongliang is even planning to hire outside help? It costs 100,000 yuan each time. So it was my fault again. Qin Shang was a time traveler, so he really didn't understand many things. He grabbed Yi Shuqin's other hand and squeezed it tightly. Don't we all not have children? Qin Shang felt uncomfortable thinking about Yi Shuqin's close relationship with some foreign aide. The rice I ate was washed by her soft, delicate hands. The vegetables I ate were carefully selected by her. She also washes all my clothes. Why should an outsider be allowed to? Qin Shang, you're really slow to realize things. Just like Ygritte said to Jon Snow in A Song of Ice and Fire, you know nothing. Yi Shuqin moved closer to Qin Shang and said, my eldest and second sisters lost everything in their business, my third and fourth sisters were laid off, my fifth and sixth sisters have family burdens, my seventh and eighth sisters are stuck in the stock market, and Li Hongliang has developed kidney failure. We people have been unable to have children, and our welfare levels have been reduced again and again. It's clear that we can't continue like this. Even if I go out to work, I won't earn much money. Well. As she finished speaking, Yi Shuqin let out a long sigh, her voice filled with unspeakable sorrow, and Qin Shang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Because men are treated well, he never imagined that Li Hongliang's family would face such a serious economic crisis. Thinking about how Li Hongliang still had Yi Shuqin bring him meals every day under these circumstances, and how he refused money from her, I felt extremely ashamed. Why didn't you tell me these things? Why? She was both sad and angry. Qin Shang had money even without considering the dowry Gu Qianrou gave. He still had over 10,000 yuan. As a result, the person I care about most is in such dire straits. What good would it do to tell you? You don't have enough money anyway, and Li Hongliang has a strong sense of pride. Why would he use your money? He thought it would be best if I could have a child, so that the family's welfare level would be improved. But you wouldn't. This morning, Li Hongliang begged you so humbly, but you still wouldn't listen. At this point, Yi Shuqin could no longer suppress the resentment in her heart. With a broken heart, she looked directly into Qin Shang's eyes and said, "You're so arrogant. You think you're so great." Puff, puff, puff. Qin Shang felt like he had been riddled with bullets by a Gatling gun. Looking into Yi Shuqin's cold eyes, he knew that he had to win her over today. He could no longer adhere to the morals of his past life, otherwise, their years of friendship would shatter into pieces. His previous mistake was mainly due to his lack of understanding of the social customs and basic manners of this world, which prevented him from breaking through his inner barriers. Now, all we can do is follow local customs. After saying her resolute words, Yi Shuqin struggled free and walked away. She took a few steps to the door, grabbed the doorknob, and stopped, her back view graceful. She's giving me a chance. Frustrated, Qin Shang rushed over and grabbed her. Let me go, let me go. I'd rather starve to death than have your pity. You look down on me, you think I'm dirty, I hate you, I hate you. Yi Shuqin just wanted to leave this heartbreaking room. Even the most foolish person would know that this was not the time to let go. Qin Shang hurriedly explained, I'm not being pitiful, actually. He was expressing his feelings and trying to salvage the situation. The sudden change caught Yi Shuqin off guard, and she asked, What are you going to do? I want to eat dumplings. Qin Shang shouted. After communicating, the two finally understood each other's feelings. Yi Shuqin looked at Qin Shang and said, Shang, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I'm sorry. I was just too stupid. Qin Shang still felt guilty about his slow realization. To his delight, it wasn't too late to mend the fence after the sheep were lost. Thump thump. Just then, someone knocked on the door, followed by a very professional voice. Hello sir, your takeout has arrived. Takeout? Qin Shang was stunned. He hadn't ordered takeout. What made him most uneasy was that the voice sounded so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't quite place it right now. You rest, I'll go get it. Yi Shuqin regained her cheerful and attentive demeanor and happily went to open the door. At that moment, Gu Qianruo, standing outside the door, was excitedly holding a 5090 graphics card and a 9950X 3D CPU. Before the door was fully open, she called out loudly, Honey, here's a gift for you. Who are you? Upon seeing Yi Shuqin, Gu Qianruo froze, and the corners of her upturned lips drooped down. Chapter 17 Wife, Husband, you're so good. Upon hearing the word husband, Yi Shuqin looked embarrassed, as if she had stolen some char siu from someone else's bowl. She called out to the inner room, Ah Shang, your wife is looking for you. We're doomed. Go to hell. Qin Shang quickly put on his clothes and jogged to the door. Seeing Gu Qianruo looking travel-worn, wearing a deliveryman's yellow robe, and holding the latest graphics card and CPU, he felt even more worthless. She's the wife of Brotherly from across the street. They've been unable to have children, so... He stammered his explanation, sweating profusely. He had seen this scene in many short videos in his previous life. It was a classic scene called The Wife Beating the Mistress. Thinking about how sad Gu Qianruo would be, he couldn't even lift his head. Gu Qianruo smiled radiantly, My dear husband, you're so good to me. It's our wedding day, and you've already worked so hard, yet you're still helping others. Helping others is a joy. Is this the correct logic? Qin Shang couldn't believe it. He looked into her eyes and saw only admiration and worship. Wife, my dear wife. He hugged Gu Qianruo tightly, rubbing his face against hers and breathing in her fragrance. Honey, I'm covered in dust, it'll get your clothes dirty. I don't care, because you have the most beautiful soul. It took Qin Shang a long time to release his emotions. He could roughly understand that in this world, because there are fewer and fewer men, as long as a man is willing to farm, he is a good man. As for where it's planted, that doesn't seem to matter. It may seem a bit immoral, but if you think about it carefully, what morality is greater than the survival of humanity? Honey, these are a 5090D and a 9950X 3D. Installing them on your computer will make your games run smoother and look more beautiful. Extending her hands to present the gift, Gu Qianruo was a little embarrassed. I don't have much money right now, so I can't give you expensive things like a house or a car. But I will work hard, and you will have everything that other men have. Receiving the two gifts warmed Qin Shang's heart. In his previous life, it was always men who gave gifts to women. Now that they've switched places, how wonderful! This is the kind of life a human being should live. Honey, don't work too hard, okay? Even if the gift is something he likes, Qin Shang would be touched even if it were just a single foxtail grass. This is a heartfelt and sincere sentiment. I was just doing what a wife should do, and you actually care whether I'm tired or not. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to be able to marry such a good husband as you. Honey, this is what they call good people having good fortune. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Qin Shang was tender and gentle, and Gu Qianruo felt happiness fill her heart. Thinking of something, she looked at Yi Shuqin and said, "Sister, you're not allowed to bully my husband." "No, no, how could that be?" Yi Shuqin completely understood the other person's concerns. It's common sense that when girls are with boys, the boys are always more likely to be bullied or taken advantage of. "I still have takeout to deliver, honey, goodbye." "Honey, watch your step when you're riding your bike." "Okay, I know, my dear husband." Watching Gu Qianru leave, Qin Shang became even more convinced of one thing: a man must have his own career. It's not enough to rely on women alone, women have it tough too. Since you love her, how can you bear to see her toiling away? After closing the door, Yi Shuqin sighed with emotion. "Your wife is really great." "Yes, I love her very much." "Shall I install the graphics card and CPU for you?" "Okay." After installing it, Qin Shang started playing Black Myth: Wukong. "You can't not play." "The money came from my mother-in-law working as a caregiver and my wife delivering takeout. My wife went through a lot of trouble to deliver the card. I'd be letting them down if I didn't play." Not only do they need to play, but they also need to laugh unrestrainedly. "Only when I am happy can they feel at ease." They were all trying their best to protect the smile on my face, so how could I not smile? This is what it means to carry a heavy burden. Yi Shuqin cut half a watermelon, scooped it out with a spoon, and fed it to Qin Shang when he had a spare moment. Looking at Qin Shang's profile as he intently played the game, and hearing his hearty laughter, Yi Shuqin said from the bottom of her heart, "If I were your wife, I would be willing to steal electric bikes to support you." Bite. As soon as she finished speaking, the system voice sounded. "Someone has been detected admiring the host. Yuan Yang has increased 100-fold. Boom. Qin Shang felt an endless stream of yang energy rising from his dantian, instantly rushing to his internal organs and nourishing his meridians. It felt so good that he almost cried out. An unprecedented abundance made his senses exceptionally clear. He could perceive not only things inside the room, but also things outside. In the residential area downstairs, couples were taking a walk, and children were buying ice cream. The room next door was empty. The owner hadn't come home from get off work yet. A tabby cat wandered around before finally settling down on the sofa. What I like most is that he has gained a stronger sense of self-confidence, as if there is no place he cannot go and no major event he cannot accomplish. System, I didn't marry Yi Shuqin, so why am I getting a reward? While the chapter animation was playing, Qin Shang had a sudden thought and asked a question. Form doesn't matter. Yi Shuqin has submitted to you. She is your wife. I see. They've surrendered. Looking at Yi Shuqin's charming face, Qin Shang felt a great sense of accomplishment. He placed his hand on Yi Shuqin's swan-like neck and comforted her. "Isn't this fine too?" Yi Shuqin put down the watermelon and replied, "It's quite good. Take this from my old son." The animation ended, and the game started again. Qin Shang engaged in a heated battle. Every blow struck a vital spot. He charged left and right, as if entering an empty field. After playing for a full 2 hours, Yi Shuqin exclaimed in amazement, "Shang, you are even more amazing than I imagined." "You're absolutely right." Qin Shang's attitude towards praise was simple. He accepted it all and hoped the other person would continue to do well. Seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Yi Shuqin left. Qin Shang turned off his computer, lay on the bed, took out his phone, and prepared to send a message to Gu Qianru. I typed goodnight, paused for a moment, and then deleted it. I want to say goodnight. I was also worried that she was working the night shift. I need to start making money tomorrow. Chapter 18. What's wrong with the chairman? Women shouldn't be spoiled. The next morning, Qin Shang got up at 6 o'clock. There's no way around it, my body is just too full of energy. I usually need to sleep 7 or 8 hours, but now I only need to sleep 5 hours to feel refreshed. He went outside for a few laps to get some fresh air. When I got home, Yi Shuqin had already brought me breakfast. Why is it so lavish today? There was not only abalone, but also lobster, fried loach, and chive buns. Half a bowl of millet porridge contained bright red goji berries. You're expending a lot of energy, so you need to eat and drink well. A blush rose from her ears as Yi Shuqin deftly set the food out. Today she wore a golden silk cheongsam, which accentuated her graceful figure, and her 2 white arms were as smooth as white jade. The earrings are 2 rubies. Qin Shang knew, of course, that these were not precious rubies, but with her outfit, she was truly stunning. But didn't your family run out of money? Knowing that Li Hongliang was concerned about his image, Qin Shang thought that he would not accept money directly. He was also thinking about how to make his good brother rich. After all, now that my sister-in-law has become Xiao Xiao, we're a proper family. I always have some savings of my own. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Shuqin handed the chopsticks to Qin Shang, picked up a prawn and started peeling it. Once peeled, she fed the prawn meat to Qin Shang's mouth. Sister-in-law, you are so good to me. A preference for certain things can make one feel refreshed. If I'm not good to you, who will be good to me? I'd give you my life if I wanted to. Yi Shuqin lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle, her face radiating happiness. Thinking of something, Qin Shang said, "Ninth sister-in-law, I'll figure out the money problem. Don't worry about it, okay? It's not easy for a woman to hide some money, so if she takes this out, she'll definitely feel insecure. Even just wanting a small snack or buying something in private is difficult. Love is mutual. How can one person give all the time? We old women can't do anything, so what can you men do? Let us wait and see if my belly will cooperate. If I can give birth to a son, things will be much better." People yearn for sons so much, partly because sons are so rare, and partly because of the benefits they bring. Having a son means receiving a monthly subsidy of 20,000 yuan, which amounts to 240,000 yuan a year, directly elevating one to the middle class. Once you reach adulthood, if you really want to make a lot of money, finding a rich woman won't be difficult. It could be said that having a son makes one content with everything. If I say I have a way, then I have a way. Just wait and see. The food was extra delicious today, and Yi Shuqin looked incredibly elegant from head to toe. You could tell she even had a new hairstyle. With such a beautiful woman by his side, Qin Shang was full of fighting spirit. I don't believe it. As a time traveler, I can't be stumped by money. Ah Shan, don't overwork yourself, it will break my heart. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I know what I'm doing. While they were eating and chatting, Qin Shang turned on the TV. We are now reporting breaking news. A major case of human trafficking involving men has just been cracked in our city. The case involves a large number of people, their actions are extremely heinous, and their methods are extremely cruel. Criminals take advantage of men's innocent and kind nature, either by luring them with money or by forcing them with violence, to detain each man in a small, cramped villa. The villa is only 3 stories high and less than 600 square meters, and the garden is even smaller, only a little over 200 square meters. There are fewer than 50 sets of indoor fitness equipment and only 2 servants. The daily meals are limited to 4 cuisines: Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Hunan. There are almost no Western dishes. You can eat steak, but it's only A3 grade. Foie gras and caviar can only be eaten once a week, and matsutake mushrooms can only be eaten once a month. The menu has a paltry 64,879 dishes. Each man has only about 300 sets of clothes, most of which are not brand names, and some are even counterfeit. The imprisoned men could only endure the agonizing hours by playing games every day, but the game consoles were only equipped with Switch once, and the computer equipment was even more rudimentary, with a 5060 GPU and an i9-14900KS CPU, which was barely able to run 4K games. The picture was unwatchable, and prolonged use may cause eye fatigue. According to the investigation, most of the men were sold abroad, and a small number were sold domestically. The buyers are usually wealthy women. The 35 victims ranged in age from 18 to 46. Although they had no visible physical injuries, they all suffered immense psychological trauma. Several of them even had obvious symptoms of depression, but the criminal group only arranged for 1 doctor and 3 nurses, and then ignored them. Interrogation revealed that the crime boss belonged to the notorious criminal group Taotai, but because of his low rank, he did not know where Taotia's headquarters was located. Hereby, our station would like to remind all men to take good care of themselves when they are out and about. Watching the news, Qin Shang truly felt that the world had changed. There are so many women, and so few men. Men are as rare as pandas. Because of their scarcity, some people began to sell men. How disgusting! Boys are so cute, how could they bear to hurt them? Ah Shan, you should go out less in the future. Yi Shuqin has already launched an attack. Similar cases occur every so often. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Don't worry. You know how strong I am. Anyone who dares to mess with me, I'll show them why the flowers are so red. Qin Shangjian didn't take it too seriously. He was full of energy and was just worried about not being able to fight someone. However, looking at the treatment in the news, he was a little surprised. Although these men are imprisoned, they are treated quite well. Yi Shuqin said, of course. For the Taotai group, males are extremely valuable commodities, each worth millions or tens of millions. If they are not taken care of properly and are injured, they are easy to sell for less. That makes sense. Criminals also have to treat men well, that's just how the world is. After Qin Shang finished eating, Yi Shuqin cleared away the dishes and said solemnly, Shan, my husband has found you a blind date named Bai Xinya. She is a chairwoman of a company, owns a house and a car, and is willing to give a dowry of 1.88 million yuan. However, she requires that you be her legal wife and that you have to try living together first. Do you want to meet her? Li Hongliang really put in the effort. He actually found someone so wealthy. 1.88 million can really solve a lot of problems. Being her my legal wife is impossible, I already have one. Does trial marriage mean I should get to know her first? Qin Shang thought that trial marriage should start with dating. If things don't go well and they can't get along, then they can break up. No. Trial marriage is like an ancient princess getting married. They would find a maid to test your size and endurance. You would sleep with the maid to test your size and endurance. Holy crap! Rich people really know how to have fun. It seems that, regardless of whether there are more men than women or more women than men, money is the key. With money, you can always get the best. I can't accept either of the conditions, so let brotherly refuse. He wasn't going to be a prince consort, so why would he need a trial marriage maid? Qin Shang felt embarrassed just thinking about it, not to mention that he didn't even know the trial marriage maid. If I do that, what will I become? All right. Yi Shuqin didn't try to dissuade him. She had her own selfish reasons. She didn't want too many people to know how formidable Qin Shang was. If people found out, I wonder how many rich women would flock to him. Then you will receive less rain and dew. After finishing his meal, Qin Shang dressed neatly and planned to go to the job market to see if there were any jobs that could earn him money. Ideally, it should be the kind that can make a lot of money. He had about 400,000 yuan, but he really didn't dare to spend it. Gu Qianro and her daughter had emptied their savings to prepare a dowry. What if there's a situation where I need the money? We have to save it for them. Li Hongliang, on the other hand, didn't say he had kidney failure. It got serious, and he needed money to go to the hospital. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Xinya called. After introducing herself, she said, Mr. Qin, I can be your concubine, but trial marriage is my bottom line. True gold fears no fire. If you're capable, why be afraid of trial marriage? Or are you a greyhound? Her voice was aggressive, and she even used reverse psychology. She was clearly used to being arrogant. You could sense it even over the phone. She looked down on you. I'm not afraid, I just can't accept it. Then record a video of you and your wife, is that alright? Upon hearing Qin Shang's voice, brimming with masculine hormones, Bai Xinya drew circles on the table with her finger, her legs crossed. She couldn't help but think, he's so handsome, and his voice is so deep. If he's just all show and no substance, that would be such a disappointment. That won't do either. I won't disclose my privacy. Rejected repeatedly, Bai Xianyao's chest heaved as she stood up from her chair. Qin Shang, why are you so nosy? Do you know how much money I have? Do you know how many men want to enter my valley, to taste the morning dew and flower rain, to be sucked in by the jade vortex wind? Qin Shang narrowed his eyes. Miss Bai, what does it matter to me how much money you have? I just won't agree, so what? Women shouldn't be spoiled. Qin Shang hung up the phone, fixed his hair, and went to the entrance of the residential area to hail a taxi. The blonde girl from yesterday jogged over and said enthusiastically, I've heard that your name is Qin Shang. Your name is very poetic. I bought breakfast, can I bring it to you? Chapter 19 Female CEO, this kid is stuck in my heart. The blonde girl wasn't bad looking. She had an oval face, wore rose-colored smoky brown lipstick, and had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. I don't know what makeup technique they used, but their eye bags look especially big. Her flowing blonde hair and the tattoos on her arms gave her a unique sense of style. Beneath the short skirt, her legs, though not particularly long, were quite fair. System, does this mean I get a marriage reward no matter which woman I marry? The system rewards were too tempting, so Qin Shang didn't touch them. He first asked the system if marrying the blonde girl in front of him would also bring rewards, and Qin Shang was willing to go for it. What are you dreaming about? The woman you marry must score 9 or higher to receive a reward. The girl in front of you only scores 8.2. There's no reward. I'm sorry, you're too ugly. Qin Shang refused outright. Having grown accustomed to delicacies, he was unwilling to eat plain noodles unless absolutely necessary. All right. The blonde-haired woman sheepishly put away her breakfast and pulled a solid gold ring from her pocket. Can you accept this gift? Judging by the quality of this ring, it must be worth at least 10,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Qin Shang was a good boy and wouldn't accept gifts from others casually. Sorry, my wife will buy me the ring. After failing to deliver the gift twice in a row, the blonde girl pouted and was on the verge of tears. Qin Shang felt a little sorry for her and couldn't help but think that perhaps deceiving sycophants was the greatest act of kindness, and could preserve some of their dignity. But if that happens, there's a risk the other party will keep going on and on. As the saying goes, even a good man is afraid of a woman who pursues him. If she actually sleeps with him, he'll suffer a great loss. A young, spirited girl, without even taking a good look at herself in the mirror, dares to pursue her dream guy. Qin Shang is the most handsome guy in our neighborhood. I don't even dare to pursue him. Her looks are at most an 8 out of 10. Who gave her the courage? Liang Jingru? Everyone says that the best eggplants are all taken by blonde-haired guys, but now I know that the really good eggplants don't care about blonde-haired guys at all. A swan wanting to eat toad meat is wishful thinking. Dreaming of marrying a husband? Dream on. Many people around laughed. The blonde girl gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and left. What no one saw was the boundless resentment hidden in her eyes. Having escaped the boring attempts to pick him up, Qin Shang headed towards the subway station. Once you enter the subway, you won't be harassed because there are men-only carriages. Chairman Bai, our informant just took a picture of Qin Shang. Please take a look. In the chairman's office, Secretary Jiang handed over her phone. Bai Zhenyao looked up from the pile of documents, her interest waning. If he dares to hang up on me, I'll never talk to him again. But he's even more handsome in person than in photos. Yeah? Bai Zhenyao had already planned to give up, but when she heard that the girl looked better than in the photos, she took the phone and saw a scene of the blonde-haired man hitting on her. Oh my darling, my flesh and blood, this boy is the apple of my eye. Those broad shoulders, that handsome face, I really want to talk to him about a $200 million project and be his sperm donor. Her anger dissipated, and Bai Zhenyao's mouth was full of wild and insolent words. She was even a little nervous when she saw the blonde-haired man. Huang Mao is a master at picking up men and has ruined the youth of many boys. Now they've even resorted to delivering breakfast. Qin Shang, you must hold on and not fall into Huang Mao's trap. Her fair fingers held the ballpoint pen, her eyes fixed on it. When she saw Qin Shang refuse the blonde-haired man's breakfast, she breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the man I've set my sights on, he really has class. That blonde guy is disgusting. After delivering breakfast, he even gave me a ring. Mr. Bai, look, that's a couple's ring. Secretary Jiang, a typical small-town exam taker, deeply despises Huang Mao and even points out his schemes. Seeing that Qin Shang had rejected the ring again, Bai Zhenyao was intrigued and determined. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. Secretary Jiang, Chairman Bai, what's the use of being handsome? He's unwilling to try marriage because he's afraid of being found out. He's a fraud. Trial marriage is a fashionable practice among wealthy heiresses. For ordinary women, getting married is incredibly difficult, while wealthy women can not only get married anytime but also have the luxury of choosing men from all angles. The point is to tell everyone that money really can buy anything. That is a problem. Bai Zhenyao pondered, no matter how handsome a man is, if he can only be looked at but not used, then he's like a deaf person's ears just for show. He only asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan when he married his first wife, probably because he was physically weak. Another piece of unfavorable evidence was presented. Secretary Jiang always felt that any handsome man must be indulging in excessive drinking and womanizing. Only a rough, burly man with a fierce face is strong. Whether there are flaws or not, we'll only know by seeing it with our own eyes. I'll keep him under surveillance so I can get to know this wonderful man better. Haido's suburbs. The blonde woman held a cigarette in one hand and a wineglass in the other, with several side dishes in front of her. The more he drank, the more sorrowful he became. Before long, he was completely drunk. What's wrong, Orochi? Did you break up with your boyfriend? At this moment, a huge woman walked in. She was extremely fat and strong, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. People in the city may not know her, but in the western suburbs, everyone knows her name. She's nicknamed Sister Tun. Heartbroken? What chance do I have? She drank another cup of bitter wine, and thinking of Qin Shang's rejection, she couldn't help but say, I wanted to be his lapdog, but he wouldn't take me. Ha! Sister Tun was surprised. She knew Yushi well. She was very skilled at seducing men. She had ruined no fewer than 20 men. Basically, any man who sets his sights on her has little chance of escaping her clutches. Did they kick a metal rod? Who is it? Is it so hard to get? Once seated at the table, Sister Dunn acted as if she belonged there, drinking and eating heartily. See for yourself. He took out his phone, put it on the table, and looked dejected. Oh my God. The phone contained photos of Qin Shang taken by Yushi from various angles. Sister Dunn, with a lecherous look on her face, swayed her fat waist and said, "This young man is really damn hot." While someone like her who hangs out on the streets might meet some men, the quality of those men is generally not very high. She had never laid a finger on a respectable young man like Qin Shang. So what if we're cool? They don't even look at us. What saddened Yushi the most was that when Qin Shang looked at her, he didn't treat her like a woman at all, but like a child from a wealthy family, eating bird's nest while looking at cornbread. Idiot. If the soft approach doesn't work, let's try the hard one. Let's call more people, drag him into the woods, and give him a few blue pills. Then we can do whatever we want with him. Oh. That's a serious crime. Having sobered up a bit, Yushi realized she had never done anything like this before. She was all about technique. Just tell me if you want to or not. Thinking of Qin Shang's complete disregard for her, and his incredibly handsome face, Yushi's blood boiled. I want to. I'll die regretting it if I don't ride in his car at least once in my life. But Sister Dunn, you have to let me be the first one here. Look at you, fine, you're first, I'm second, the rest of you draw lots and line up according to your numbers. Chapter 20, The Most Beautiful Professor, Stunningly Beautiful. Upon exiting the subway, I was greeted by countless female passengers. Those peering eyes were like the sharp teeth and claws of a wild beast, ready to tear their clothes apart and devour them greedily. Having no other choice, Qin Shang bought a mask and sunglasses to cover himself up. Sir, are you here looking for a job? Please come this way. The job market also has a men's section. Upon arrival, a woman dressed in a women's uniform with a striped shirt underneath came out of the room to greet me. She looked to be in her 30s, with a dignified and charming appearance, and her eyes were full of allure. Qin Shang chatted with her for a few minutes and learned that her surname was Liu and that she was the manager of the men's section of the job market. Why is nobody here? The women's section was packed with people. There wasn't a single man in the male job market. It seems Mr. Qin is working for the first time and doesn't know the rules. Men are so respected. As long as you're willing, no matter how unattractive you are, finding a rich woman isn't difficult. Some of them have even married into wealthy families, drinking mutai and smoking cigarettes every day. Why would they come here to suffer? There are only two types of people who come to the job market. One type is the abstinence group who reject women. They are unwilling to get married because they cannot enjoy national welfare if they do not get married, so they must work. Another type is the man who married a poor woman for love, and then went out to work out of family responsibility. Manager Liu is a true expert. He explained it very clearly, and Qin Shang belongs to the latter category. Walking further in, I saw that it was divided into many sections. One section had 5 words written on it: high-end service industry. Manager Liu, what positions are available in this area? Qin Shang thought to himself, could he be a flight attendant? I don't have any special skills, so I could become a flight attendant. A male flight attendant earns 70 to 80,000 yuan a month. Mr. Qin has good taste. These positions have the highest salaries. Our clients are all wealthy people. As she spoke, she opened a cabinet, took out a stack of folders, and handed one to Qin Shang. The folder was beautifully designed and contained information about women, including many photos, full body, half body, and some rather revealing ones. At the bottom are the requirements for men: they must be handsome, passionate, and physically strong. Is this an escort service? Qin Shang was speechless. He came here looking for a proper job. Manager Liu smiled wickedly. He. It's more in-depth than escorting. You'll play the role of a client's lover for a day, doing everything a lover does. Manager Liu, I don't need this kind of work. Having already witnessed the allure of top-tier beauties, Qin Shang truly had no interest in ordinary women. Not to mention, many of the women here can sit on the ground and suck up dirt, or lean against the wall and suck up mice. Mr. Qin, don't refuse yet. Playing lovers for a day will get you 50,000 yuan. Isn't that great? If you're willing to cater to some of the client's particular fetishes, there will be more, such as wax stripping, acting like a dog, or using steel wool. If you can withstand the steel wool, you can earn hundreds of thousands a day. If you really don't want to do something so hard, there's also pure love. All you have to do is chat with people, but it costs much less. Just like a monster slowly revealing its true form, Manager Lu now clearly has the face of a brothel madam. Qin Shang didn't want to listen any longer and left the area. Manager Lu pressed on, taking a folder from the marriage and dating services section. Mr. Qin, how about this job? You pretend to be a single man and go on blind dates with women. You don't need to actually date them, you just need to give them hope. You can earn tens of thousands a day like this. Without needing to ask further, Qin Shang knew it was a lie. Because there are more women than men, women are worried about getting married, so the matchmaking business is booming. However, matchmaking companies cannot provide enough high-quality men, so they resort to faking it. I can't do it. Looking around, Qin Shang felt a little depressed. Men receive a lot of preferential treatment outside, but when they come to the job market, there are really too few jobs they can do. Mr. Qin, this should work, right? You just need to go to places where men and women gather, have a drink, and chat. The simpler the job, the more likely there is something fishy going on. Qin Shang understood this as soon as he read the introduction. It's still because there are more women than men, and women crave men too much. Therefore, some people take advantage of this hormonal surge to organize parties, advertising that women are exempt from male participation. The meaning of women pay, men pay is simple: the women split the bill for the gathering, while the men pay for themselves. The exact cost of a party is often opaque, allowing organizers to profit from it. Manager Lu, could you recommend something more serious? I'm tired. Why is it always this kind of work? Qin Shang thought about it and understood perfectly, because women were already doing the other jobs. Mr. Qin, you wanted a proper job, didn't you? Why didn't you say so sooner? This job is fine, right? All you have to do is provide your photo, and someone will put it in adult films. Manager Lu, can you please understand what serious means? How about this, you can join our Lu Laodong Grand Stage and go to the countryside to do pole dancing. As long as you wear less clothing, it doesn't matter if you can dance or not. Is this serious? I'm asking you. Should I not have come to the job market? Should I go to the labor market? Qin Shang didn't want to talk anymore and prepared to leave. Manager Lu suddenly realized something and said, "Oh. I understand. You want to do a very difficult job. I actually have one here, but the requirements are extremely high. You need to pass a rigorous assessment, and the pass rate is less than 1 in 1,000. Do you want to take on the challenge?" This sounds very serious. It seems that Manager Lu, that wretched woman, does have a proper job. Instead, she does other jobs where she gets a larger cut, so she keeps introducing crooked and shady businesses. Tell me what kind of job you have. It was dark and the roads were slippery. Society was complicated. Qin Shangke wouldn't agree immediately. There's a type of scammer in society who doesn't offer high-paying jobs. Instead, they offer very strenuous work that seems very reliable, but in reality, it's just a way to cut off someone's kidney. Mr. Qin, have you ever heard of Yang Zhenzi? Nowadays, Yin is dominant and Yang is weak. In many places, the yang energy of men is needed to suppress the evil. The men responsible for suppressing the evil are called Yang Zhenzi. This is a superstition. For example, some construction sites are prone to accidents. The construction company would then believe that evil spirits were causing trouble, so they would invite a young man with strong yang energy to stay at the construction site for a few days. Whether it will be effective or not is unclear. It's more of a psychological comfort. Mr. Qin is truly learned and talented. I have a job in Yang Zhenzi that I can offer. The salary will depend on your performance evaluation. Specifically, it involves joining an archaeological team to investigate ancient tombs. This job is tiring and a bit scary, definitely not as fun as steel wool. Steel wool isn't that scary at all once you get used to it, it can even be enjoyable. I promise you, I'll be very, very gentle, okay? This guy still wouldn't give up, and even tried to persuade Qin Shang to go and experience the friction of a steel wool ball. And it seems that this rich woman is herself. Qin Shang, of course, would not agree. Which organization's archaeological team is it from? If you want to go to the Archaeological Research Institute of Haida University, just go find Professor Tang. He. Professor Tang is known as the #1 beautiful professor. I'll go take a look. Okay, here's her business card, Mr. Qin. Professor Tang's beauty is extraordinary. You know she's been so beautiful she's killed people? Be careful. What the hell? Her ex-boyfriend saw her body, his nose bled profusely, and he bled to death. Chapter 21, University is like the Hawon sect, with shorts and miniskirts. Archaeological Research Institute, Kaito University. A dozen or so students wearing white lab coats and blue gloves were sorting through bone fragments in the research lab. One of them wore glasses and had a catfish whisker hairstyle, looking delicate and cute. After a busy period, when it was time to rest, she slumped into a chair, filled with emotion. Oh my god, even mummies look pretty to me now. I really want to find a boyfriend so he can make me happy every day. Her name is Luo Mimi, she is 23 years old, has never been in a relationship, and is feeling a bit overwhelmed. Haidu University is a prestigious university with over 60,000 students, of whom only over 2,000 are male. There are more women than men, and the girls are like hungry baby birds, crying for food. Stop thinking about it, just amuse yourself. Lin Pundi, with her long, flowing hair and elegant face, made a joke. Who doesn't want a boyfriend? The problem is, I can't find it. Someone as beautiful as her has a chance if she tries hard, but there's a prerequisite: she needs to be rich. You need money to buy gifts, so you can give a guy a phone today and treat him to hot pot tomorrow. Her monthly allowance is only 1,500 yuan, how can that be enough? How can that be? I still want to go on a date with my boyfriend, have the first milk tea of autumn, watch a touching romantic movie, tie his shoelaces, put a scarf on him, knit gloves for him, and give him a card. In the prime of her youth, Luo Mimi started daydreaming again. Lin Pundi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Zhang Jiahao is single, why don't you go after him? When Zhang Jiahao was mentioned, Luo Mimi looked dejected. He's the only male student at the Archaeological Research Institute, how could she possibly be considered? Even a fool could see that he likes the school beauty, Xiao Firen. I'm not rich enough to pursue her. I really envy Xiao Firen. We want to pursue men but we don't have the chance, while she has many men pursuing her. It's like the saying goes, the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention, Lin Pundi approached Luo Mimi and lowered her voice. I heard that she rejected Zheng Jiahao. Ah? Luo Mimi sprang up like a spring, bewildered, and asked, why? Reject men. This was something she never even dared to dream of. She could accept even the ugliest man. Ugly can be cute, after all. Besides, Zhang Jiahao is not ugly at all. He's ranked 1246th among all the boys in the school, a true male god. Xiao Firen wants to find a fierce man like those from ancient times. She thinks Zhang Jiahao isn't strong enough. Isn't 16 pull-ups enough? Rich people are so greedy. Does she want to have a tire blowout from all that fun? It may be related to the fact that Zhang Jiahao did not apply for a job in Shenyang town. That's because Professor Tang's requirements are too high. 50 pull-ups are the minimum to pass. Who can do that? The place we're inspecting this time is the Hanging Coffin Valley. I've heard that the yin energy there is extremely heavy, and we need to find a place with abundant yang energy to suppress it. The two were chatting away when a female classmate excitedly ran in. Sisters, another man has come to apply for a job in Yangzhenzi, and he's 18. 18? All the girls in the lab had their eyes light up. 18? I like that. I like it too. Let's go, maybe our beautiful dreams can come true today. Give it to me, 18 is just right for me. You're already 26, are you trying to seduce a young girl? Yes, I'm 21. A woman 3 years older than a man is like a gold brick, it's just right. Stepping into Haidu University, Qin Shan felt quite refreshed. Professor Tang looked to be in her late 20s, wearing a light yellow knitted short-sleeved shirt and a blue printed long skirt. She was wearing pure white half-heeled leather shoes. Apart from a silver bracelet, she wore no other jewelry. She appeared fresh, composed, and warm. One thing that set her apart from other women was that she seemed to be deliberately concealing her beauty. Her clothes were all loose and didn't show off her figure, and she wore old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Qin Shan, she said, "Come with me to have your yang energy tested." He then led the way. Soon, they arrived at a room with more than a dozen girls dressed in very revealing outfits, including miniskirts and shorts, revealing their bare skin. Those who didn't know better would think they had come to the Hawon sect. Wow! He's so tall, he must be 1.85 meters tall. I've come up with a riddle, a tall man, what food is it? Who doesn't know? It's cake. He exudes hormones all over his body, he can't be stronger than Zhang Jiahao, can he? No way, Zhang Jiahao did 16 pull-ups, he's already at his peak. The room contained only a table, a stool, and a horizontal bar in the middle. After Professor Tang sat down, he said, "Qin Shang, our method for testing Yang Qi is very simple, pull-ups. If you can do 50, you'll pass. After passing, you'll come with us to Hanging Coffin Valley. It will take about half a month, and the pay will be 80,000. Compared to the student's unrestrained behavior, Professor Tang was very composed. Earning 80,000 yuan in half a month is quite a lot. Most college graduates, even after finding jobs in their field, only earn 3 to 4,000 yuan a month. What about over 50? After thinking for a moment, Qin Shang asked. It's good to be confident, and we also hope to find boys with plenty of young energy. Having probably seen too many losers, Professor Tang was very generous. After 50, for everyone more, I'll give you an extra 100 yuan. Qin Shang nodded, satisfied with the plan. He stretched his body and took off his sunglasses and mask. Thump, thump, thump. Half of the girls in the room fell to the ground, and even Professor Tang covered his lips. My God, he's so handsome. I really want to have a sweet romance with him. I can't take it anymore, I have to go to the toilet. I thought Zhang Jiahao was handsome enough, but compared to him, Zhang Jiahao is just a lump of dirt. Accustomed to praise, Qin Shang remained calm. The horizontal bar was 2.4 meters high. He jumped lightly and hung up, then began to do pull-ups. 1, 2, 3. He possesses immense strength, but since acquiring it, he hasn't engaged in any strenuous activity, he's been keeping it dormant. There is also a 100-fold increase in vital energy, which provides an inexhaustible source of power once exerted. Wow! He's already surpassed Zhang Jiahao? That was too easy. So powerful. I feel like I could throw him all the way to the moon, how romantic. 50 already? How come you're acting like it's nothing? I want to get closer and smell his wonderful sweat. 50, 60, 70. Amidst the girls' astonished gazes, Qin Shang didn't even break a sweat, having already completed over 100 repetitions and was still continuing. Professor Tang, sitting behind the table, unconsciously brought his legs together, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Qin Shang only started sweating after doing 500. All the girls could no longer stand. Nowadays, very few men are willing to work out because they lack the motivation to strive for success. Therefore, Zhang Jiahao's ability to do 16 pull-ups has earned him the title of an incredibly strong and muscular man. Qin Shang's ferocity has exceeded human comprehension. Luo Mimi hurriedly took out her phone to film. She had decided that this video would be her greatest source of motivation for the rest of her life. The thought that one could obtain such a strong and powerful man simply by having money would make any negative or lazy thoughts disappear. The creator is truly a master craftsman, able to create such beautiful creatures. I would be willing to become a stone bridge, enduring 500 years of wind, 500 years of sun, and 500 years of rain, just so that he can walk across it. Me too, but I hope he can climb over the bridge. I hope he goes through it naked, doing push-ups. You win. Chapter 22 Beautiful Professor, come to my house for a bath. Qin Shang gripped the horizontal bar, bobbing up and down, his whole body already soaked in sweat. But I was in a very good mood. One pull-up costs 100 yuan. What are we waiting for if we don't bankrupt her? God, he is my God. I've made up my mind. Everything I have will belong to young Master Qin forever. If he could just look at me once, I would have no regrets in this life. No one can take Qin Shang's sacred sweat from me later. It all belongs to me. When the number reached 1,000, many girls clasped their hands together and knelt down. Some even lay prostrate on the ground. Some have already entered a state of incoherent rambling. Amazing, amazing. Professor Tang clapped several times, unable to suppress the smile on his face. According to the rules of the Archaeological Research Institute, graduate students must be taken on field trips. She didn't know whether Yang Zhenzi was useful or not. However, she felt truly at ease taking Qin Shang with her to a place like the Hanging Coffin Valley, where the air was thick with yin energy. With such abundant yang energy, even ghosts would be terrified to death upon seeing it. 2,000. Zhang Jiahao has done 16 of them, all of them are at the pinnacle, all of them are extremely strong. So what should we call Qin Shang? Language is too inadequate to describe his strength. If he were my boyfriend, would I be unable to get out of bed? You want to eat shit? At this moment, Qin Shang was already steaming. His clothes clung tightly to his body, outlining his perfect physique. Professor Tang thought Qin Shang was nearing his limit, so he instructed the students to wipe the sweat off the horizontal bar to prevent Qin Shang from slipping when he came down. The students were very enthusiastic, wiping the clothes with their own clothes and then smelling them afterward. The sweat of a male god, an intoxicating scent. If I put this shirt online, it could sell for at least 20,000 yuan. Oh my god. The air is filled with the scent of male hormones, I'm so happy. Get out of the way, don't disturb my idol. What was thought to be the end has yet to happen. Gradually, Professor Tang realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the stronger Yang Zhenzi's physical strength, the better, as it indicates that his yang energy is more abundant. The problem now is that it's too strong. We're about to reach 3,000. 3,000 pull-ups. Is this something a human can do? Qin Shang, that's enough. Stop using your supernatural powers. Even after more than 3,000 pull-ups, Qin Shang, seemingly tireless, continued doing them until Professor Tang quickly called for a stop. Her funds are almost depleted. Professor Tang, you can't be dishonest. We agreed on 100 yuan per pull-up, and I'm just getting into the swing of things. Qin Shang not only didn't stop, but accelerated. With money so easy to make, shouldn't he earn more? Watching Qin Shang kill 6 enemies in a second, leaving after images in his wake, Professor Tang looked bitter. How did he end up with such a troublesome person? I was wrong, I was really wrong. Come down quickly, Qin Shang. We really have no money left. You can't expect me to pay you out of pocket, can you? 3,200 exactly. Seeing that he had almost finished shearing the wool, Qin Shang got off the horizontal bar. Because of continuous exercise, the body's immense strength and vital energy are in a state of boiling. He has an explosive energy level. Brother Qin, have some water. Luo Mimi seized the opportunity and ran over, handing over a bottle of mineral water. Thanks. Qin Shang took it and gulped it down. Ah. For a moment, Luo Mimi felt as if the earth itself was spinning. My crush actually thanked me. Let alone such an extremely handsome guy, even ordinary guys have long since stopped saying thank you. Because it's only natural for girls to serve boys. On the contrary, the girl should thank the boy for giving her this opportunity. Brother Qin, let me help you throw the bottle in the trash can. After Qin Shang finished drinking, Luo Mimi took the empty mineral water bottle and, with lightning speed, made a drinking gesture. Ha, I indirectly kissed my crush. The girls around him looked on with envy. That mineral water is the one that our idol drank. Hateful. Luo Mimi, you're too cunning. You actually used deception to indirectly kiss your crush illegally. This is a criminal act. A tall, thin girl stood up and made an accusation. Luo Mimi put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, Xia Xin, are you looking for death? You don't even have a pound of meat on your chest, yet you dare to challenge me? Don't hit someone in the face, don't insult someone by revealing their weaknesses, Xia Xin said fiercely, baring her teeth and claws. Luo Mimi, I challenge you to a duel. Let's have a duel. Whoever wins gets to have the male god. Women should let their actions speak for themselves. If you can take action, don't just talk. Upon hearing this, even more girls joined in. Qin Shang is mine. You're a poor wretch who can't afford a dowry, so don't ruin your dream guy's happiness. If you want to possess my male god, first ask me about this deadly dragon claw hand. Hey, you little brat, why are you pulling someone's hair, you big woman? The girls were playing around, but Professor Tang didn't care. He first took some tissues and let Qin Shang wipe his sweat, then started calculating the money. In addition to the previous 50 pull-ups, Qin Shang later did 3,200. So that's 80,000 plus 320,000, totaling 400,000. Professor Tang was really heartbroken. This kid is practically bald from all the shaving. I'll give you 200,000 now, and the rest after I finish the work, is that alright? Okay. As the sound of a 200,000 yuan transfer rang out, Qin Shang felt a surge of joy. Making money can sometimes be that simple. Professor Tang then produced a contract, which Qin Shang examined and, finding no problems, signed. At this point, the students' duel came to a conclusion. With Lin Pundi's help, Luo Mimi defeated the others and stood until the end. Mine, my crush is mine. Luo Mimi shouted and ran to Qin Shang, Brother Qin, you are mine, I want to marry you. Qin Shang tilted his head and looked at her, I'm sorry, I refuse. Ah. Clearly not expecting this turn of events, Luo Mimi was dumbfounded. I won, you should be mine, how can you refuse? Wait a minute, Are these college students from a prestigious university? Why does this feel a bit like something an idiot would say? Feeling dejected, Luo Mimi returned to the girls' group, increasingly resentful. She took out her phone and posted the video she had just filmed online. The caption below the video reads, "My idol. Note, my relationship with you is one of indirect kissing. Students, you should go back now." Professor Tang still maintained her authority at her command. All the female students reluctantly left. Qin Shang secretly rejoiced, thankful that there was a rational and steady Professor Tang, otherwise, this business trip would definitely not have been easy. Qin Shang, meet at the school gate at 8 a.m. 2 days from now. Today is Monday, will it be Wednesday or Thursday in 2 days? Qin Shang had never understood this, and he had to find out. Thursday. Okay. Qin Shang turned and left. Professor Tang seemed to have just noticed something and called out, "Qin Shang, you're covered in sweat. You'll definitely catch a cold if the wind blows. Come to my house and take a bath." Chapter 23 went viral. A wealthy woman was kept by a sugar daddy with just a small amount of money. Thank you. Qin Shang stopped in his tracks. It wasn't that he was afraid of catching a cold, but rather that it would be too embarrassing to walk outside completely soaked. Okay, come with me. Professor Tang's home is in the faculty and staff housing, separated from the school by only one wall and connected by a small door. The staff quarters were quite old and had no elevator. Professor Tang led the way, climbing the stairs to the top of the building. People are always attracted to beautiful things, and Qin Shan was no exception. His eyes involuntarily fell on Professor Tang's back. She was about 1.68 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, and her knitted top tucked into her printed skirt from the waist. It's like the golden dividing line, splitting her whole body into two parts, upper and lower. The yellow knit top emphasizes warmth. Printed dresses give a light and airy feel. The long legs hidden under the skirt could only be seen in their general outline, both hazy and breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Shang always felt an inexplicable fondness for this kind of dignified and intellectual woman. They are not only beautiful, but also have a profound understanding of the world. Qin Shang, if I don't stop you, how much can you do? Professor Tang turned around to ask, and found Qin Shang looking at her. She quickly looked ahead and pretended not to notice. However, the amplitude of the waist swaying increased slightly. We should be able to make more than 10,000. Qin Shang casually gave a number, and Professor Tang said cheerfully, "Luckily I stopped it in time, otherwise, you would have really emptied the archaeological funding." Ouch, hiss. Having just reached the top of the stairs, Professor Tang cried out in pain, gripping the handrail and slightly lifting his left foot. What's wrong, Professor Tang? I sprained my ankle. I don't know what's wrong with me these past few days, I keep spraining my ankle. You see, I didn't even dare to wear high heels, I wore mid-heels, and I still sprained it. To prove his point, Professor Tang curled up his legs and lifted his foot. Qin Shang glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed a half heel, about 3.5 centimeters high. The shoes were pure white, with delicate, light silver straps. Her ankles are beautiful, and the insteps have very little flesh, making them look exceptionally delicate, like a work of art. Can you still walk? Qin Shan was a little unsure of what to do. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, so he couldn't very well offer to help. Just as he was thinking this, Professor Tang suggested, "We're almost there, can you help me up?" After hearing this, Qin Shang went over to help him up, and Professor Tang reached out and grabbed his arm, saying, "Thank you for your help." It's all right, it's all right. And so, Qin Shang helped Professor Tang to room 603 on the 6th floor. Professor Tang took out his key to open the door, leaning almost against Qin Shang. To say that you felt nothing at this point would be self-deception, especially since Professor Tang's fragrance was very elegant, making her seem like a noblewoman who had long lived in seclusion. Her house is quite large, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. The decoration style is modern and minimalist, with creamy gray flooring that is warm and soothing, instantly calming people down. The brown sofa adds a touch of warmth to the environment. One can imagine the graceful and beautiful Professor Tang nestled on the sofa, reading books and newspapers, enjoying a poetic life. Let me wash my face first. Seeing Professor Tang change into slippers, Qin Shang went into the bathroom. In the middle of summer, he had just sweated, and washing his face felt very refreshing. You know how to turn on a tap? Professor Tang, holding shampoo, shower gel, and a bath towel, stared in disbelief. How can a boy have this kind of life experience? Have you suffered a lot? Qin Shang was stunned, completely bewildered. Who doesn't know how to turn on a faucet? Professor Tang showed a strong expression of sympathy. I really don't understand. How can a boy have the opportunity to use a faucet? Doesn't the government give boys a subsidy of 20,000 yuan every month? Didn't you hire a servant? Typically, boys under the age of 18 have 2 servants, one for daytime and one for nighttime. The boys don't have to do anything at all. As the saying goes, it's a disgrace to a country if its men lack common sense. I spent all my money on games, so I didn't hire any servants. Previously, Qin Shang's favorite thing was spending money on in-game purchases. With ninth sister-in-law bringing him meals, he really didn't think he needed any servants. Liking to play games is a sign of loving life. You could apply for a gaming allowance. It's so pitiful for a boy not to have a servant. I don't know that. Qin Shang didn't have high demands for life. He felt that the monthly subsidy of 20,000 yuan was enough for him. If a game requires too much in-app purchases and loses its challenge, it will also lose a lot of its fun. You've had a tough life too. Before you came of age, you had a hard life, and now you still have to work. With a sigh, Professor Tang walked into the bathroom. Hurry up and take off your clothes, I'll give you a bath. Looking at Professor Tang's stunningly beautiful face, Qin Shang's heart tightened, and he instinctively said, I can wash it myself. Professor Tang blinked in disbelief. Boys have to breathe, walk, chew food, play games, and prepare for reproduction every day. They're already tired enough. Who would bathe themselves? Besides, there are places you can't even reach. Could it be that I've been living a life of hardship all these years? Qin Shang hadn't expected that this was how normal boys lived, but he really wasn't used to it. Professor Tang, I'll wash myself. Alright, it seems you're used to a tough life. There's nothing more comfortable than taking a refreshing shower after sweating. Suddenly, my body felt exceptionally refreshed. Boys shower quickly. Qin Shang came out wearing a bathrobe in 7 or 8 minutes. Qin Shang, have some fruit while you wait, the clothes will be dry soon. Thank you, Professor Tang. Qin Shang was very polite, even a little touched. Such a friendly gesture from a stranger always makes one feel that the world is a beautiful place. He sat down and ate an apple, and his clothes dried. After he finished dressing, Professor Tang reminded him, Qin Shang, not only is the Hanging Coffin Valley filled with yin energy, but there were also rumors a while ago that ghosts were howling and blood was falling there. I heard that some people have gone missing nearby. You should be prepared. Okay, got it. Qin Shang didn't believe in ghosts or gods, and he cared even less about rumors. People always like to spread strange and unusual things to enrich their leisure time. In the graduate student dormitory, Luo Mimi sat on a stool, propping her chin up with her hand, muttering to herself as if in a trance, I won, my crush should be mine, but he doesn't want to marry me. Why is that? Mimi, this video is amazing. It's gone viral. Lin Pundi was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly screamed. She shook Luo Mimi and showed it to her. Over 1.3 million views and over 20,000 comments. Oh my god, my idol is famous. Blinking her eyes, Luo Mimi had already started calculating her earnings. Not to mention a lot, she could easily earn a month's worth of food money from this video. God of wealth or God of fortune? It's not just a fire, it's on the verge of spreading across the country. Many wealthy women are inquiring about him, and someone even offered 100 million to keep him as a mistress. He's worth so much. It's impossible not to be envious. As an archaeology major, it's very difficult to find a job. Others rely on their physique and good looks to easily achieve a small goal. How can you compare? They're dreaming. If my idol were willing to be kept by a rich woman, would he still be looking for a job? Luo Mimi scorned any notion of a wealthy woman, saying, there's only one way to get him. Lin Pundi's eyes shone brightly. What method? Make him fall in love with me. Luo Mimi seemed to have an epiphany. If he falls in love with me, he will naturally marry me. But how can I make him fall in love with me? Through studying. From today onwards, I will diligently study the love manual. That makes sense. Without making a sound, Lin Pundi also began searching for books related to love online. So handsome and so strong, who got to be lucky enough to have a man like that? Looking at Qin Shang doing pull-ups on her laptop, Zhao Hongyan couldn't help but complain that she was already 30 and still hadn't found a man. Now I'm a high school teacher, earning a few thousand yuan a month, and there's not much hope for the future. Hello customer, your KFC has arrived. They're here, they're here. Closing her laptop, Zhao Hongyan opened the door, beaming from ear to ear, Gu Qianro. What are you doing delivering food? Come in and have a drink of water, and tell me what's going on. Life was too dull and hopeless. Zhao Hongyan's greatest happiness was seeing those who were even worse off than herself. And here we are, having encountered one. Although teachers' salaries are not high, their social status is still quite good. Gu Qianro is the homeroom teacher. If she can put aside her airs, she must have encountered some difficulties. Zhao Hongyan wanted to hear it, just to make herself happy. Hearing about someone else's misfortune is more comforting than hearing about your own wealth. Afraid that Gu Qianro would leave, she quickly poured herself a glass of water. I'm married, so I have to support my husband. It was a bit awkward to run into an acquaintance while delivering food, so Gu Qianro drank some water and wanted to leave. She's already found a husband. I was just trying to have some fun, but now I've only made myself miserable. You got married, that's pretty good. In the end, you chose to settle. With a sarcastic remark, Zhao Hongyan revealed an arrogant expression, opened her notebook, pointed at Qin Shang on the page, and said, I'm different. I'd rather have nothing than something bad. If I'm going to marry, I'll marry him. I won't even look at any other man. Chapter 23 Midnight, a handful of soybeans. Seeing Qin Shang doing pull-ups covered in sweat on the laptop screen, Gu Qianro covered her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. What man would work this hard? He won't marry you. Forgetting basic social etiquette, Gu Qianro acted like an empress selecting concubines for the emperor, rejecting Zhao Hongyan. Gu Qianro, what do you mean? Why won't he marry me? If you talk like that, do you believe I'll give you a bad review? Zhao Hongyan took out her phone, opened the negative review page, and looked like she was about to leave a negative review. Negative reviews will result in a deduction of pay. Gu Qianro suddenly realized, Hongyan, I'm not targeting you. This person, he's my husband. I know his preferences. Your excuses are useless, I'm going to. Ha? What did you say? He's your husband? As if struck by lightning, Zhao Hongyan's phone slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground. Impossible. Your salary is about the same as mine, how could you possibly find such a perfect husband? Do you know that a wealthy woman has already offered to pay 100 million yuan to keep him as her mistress? She was just bragging, trying to outdo Gu Qianro. Little did she know, things would take an unexpected turn. This is our wedding photo. With an indescribable sense of pride pressing down on her chest, Gu Qianro opened her phone and announced it to her colleagues. After saying that, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Zhao Hongyan's expression changed, and then she slowly knelt down, kowtowed properly, and grabbed Gu Qianro's trouser leg. Qianro, can you help me make a match? I really like your husband so much. I'll just be your concubine. From now on, I'll be your maid and you'll be your mistress. I'll not only serve Qin Shang, but I'll also serve you. Please have pity on me. Whether it was Qin Shang's appearance or his robust physique, Zhao Hongyan was completely captivated by him. She tried to imagine how happy she would be with a man like that. I can't figure it out. Even if it's only once a month, it feels like being on cloud 9. Beautiful women are like flowers, each one more colorful and sweet than the last. I certainly hope my husband can be a womanizer. But, he has extremely high standards. Look at you, you weigh over 120 pounds, don't you? You've got some flab around your waist, haven't you? Do you think you're good enough for him? Even if he were willing to accept you, would you have the nerve to expose yourself to such a perfect man? After saying that, Gu Qianro turned and left. Zhao Hongyan collapsed to the ground, wailing, I will lose weight, I will get back in shape, just wait for me. The internet is like a series of invisible roads. Once there is explosive content, it will spread throughout the world via this route, penetrating every nook and cranny. In the VIP ward area of Haidu Central Hospital, many people are also sharing this video. When Gu's mother, who was a caregiver, saw how hard Qin Shang was working on someone else's phone, she felt a pang of sadness and felt sorry for her son-in-law. She didn't even dare tell anyone that he was her son-in-law. She was afraid that people would say she and her daughter were living off women. She shed some tears in the stairwell before entering room 302. The patient in this ward is a young woman in her early 20s who jumped from a building due to a conflict with her mother, resulting in fractures. Even now, the two are still arguing. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. The daughter pointed at her mother, filled with indignation. Why did you give birth to me if you can't afford to find me a husband? I'm already 30 years old and still don't have a husband. What's the point of my life? Well, everyone is worried about this. There are too few boys, and the male-to-female ratio is said to be widening further. Fewer and fewer women will be able to find husbands in the future. Just like playing golf, there are many holes, but if no ball goes into them, how lonely would the holes be? Thinking about this, Gu's mother felt a little fortunate that her daughter was so lucky to have found such a handsome husband. As she swept the floor, she glanced at the woman and noticed that she was wearing designer clothes. It seems her family isn't that bad off, but even so, she still can't find a husband. The competition is fierce. Daughter, it's so unfilial of you to say that. The mother showed no shame, but instead retorted, I'd been a widow since I was 28, raising you with great difficulty. How can I be so heartless? Do you know how hard it has been for me all these years? You know how difficult it is to find a husband. I went through so much trouble to find you a 65-year-old, but you didn't agree. What could I do? People suffer all this time. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother couldn't help but think of herself, who had been widowed since she was in her 20s. The difficulties involved are truly indescribable to outsiders. At midnight, feeling lonely and helpless, she would scatter a handful of soybeans in the unlit room. Then, feeling their way in the dark, they picked up the soybeans one by one. Only by keeping yourself busy can you temporarily forget that you are an isolated island. A 65-year-old man is like a beanworm. What can he do besides drooling over me? My requirements aren't high. As long as he's under 50 and has basic comedic ability, that's fine. You just don't want to spend money on me. I don't believe I can't find someone with $1 million dowry. The daughter on the hospital bed was filled with resentment and pain. The wealthy mother sat by the bedside and poured out her heart, Daughter, I really can't come up with $1 million. If I did, the company would be unable to operate. Do you understand? It makes me realize how difficult life is. Thinking of how her mother raised her from childhood and how she had lived a hard life as a widow for many years, the daughter's expression softened considerably. Then, at the very least, you can come up with a dowry of $380,000, right? If you can get a dowry of $1 million, you can become a wife. If you can get $380,000, you can only become a concubine. If the conditions are bad, there's nothing we can do about it. This will also require another 2 years. The wealthy mother grabbed her daughter's hand. To tell you the truth, the company is in crisis right now. We don't have enough working capital, so we really can't come up with the money. Besides, even if I make some money, I need to spend it on my boyfriend. See, you're only thinking about enjoying yourself. You found a young boyfriend who's only 28. Aren't you afraid people will say you're old and don't care about your appearance, that you're an old cow eating young grass? Seeing her mother like this, the injured daughter gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. He's still single, while she has a boyfriend who's younger than him. Silly child. Life is only once. Walk your own path and let others talk. I enjoy it because it's the result of my hard work. You have to work hard too. It's not too late to enjoy it after you've achieved something. The injured daughter, seeing her mother say this, felt helpless and muttered, I must do something even greater than what you've done. The argument between mother and daughter has come to an end. After cleaning the room, Gu's mother went out. Upon reaching the stairwell, she took out her phone and searched for male god doing pull-ups. Seeing Qin Shan's sweaty efforts, she was immediately moved. It's always been women doing the work, and men enjoying the pleasures. If my son-in-law works so hard, how can I not work hard too? It seems I need to find another part-time job, otherwise I'll be letting down such a good son-in-law. Chapter 25. Treating her husband like a best friend, she tells her story of 50 Shades of Grey. Sister Tun, something terrible has happened. Bored, the blonde girl she liked to scroll through her phone, and while scrolling, she came across Qin Shan's video. She first admired it with drooling eyes, then immediately realized the problem and ran to find Sister Tun. What happened? Did the sky fall? Sister Tun took a sip of beer, climbed up from the straw mat, and had already sent someone to keep an eye on Qin Shang. Since we have something important to do in a couple of days, we need to conserve our energy. Once we catch that young man, we'll have a blast. Look. He handed over the video and lit a Licoon cigarette. Who would have thought that Qin Shang would be so powerful? There are probably more than a dozen of us who can't beat him. Sister Tun glanced at him and exclaimed, Damn. He's a real gem, his strength is incredible. She was overjoyed. Compared to the snake taming technique, she had far fewer men she had been with. Ordinary men would hesitate to approach her upon seeing her size. Even if you coerce or entice a man into agreeing, he still can't operate this heavy machinery. Now, those who can drive armored vehicles have arrived. It's awesome, he could kill me with one punch. Having fought countless battles, Yushi had no confidence whatsoever. He did over 3,000 pull-ups, even the greatest generals of ancient times couldn't have done that. Think of Guan Yu, Zheng Fei, and Zhao Zilong, they all took enemy heads from among thousands of troops as easily as taking something out of a bag. A dozen or so people trying to subdue Qin Shang? That's just wishful thinking. What's there to be afraid of? Sister Tun didn't care. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and even a tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. A dozen or so aren't enough? Just find more people, right? I'm not going to give up. I'll spend money to hire 200 strong men. I'm going to let this little man taste what he's made of. That's great, Sister Tun really knows how to do things. No matter how strong a person is, they can fight 20 or 30 people, but they can't fight 200. Even the ancient evil spirit could not do that. Wasn't Xian Yu amazing? Even they couldn't withstand an ambush from all sides, could they? I paid for it, so I should sit first. You don't have any objections, do you? Well, okay. Thinking that Qin Shang was so strong that he wouldn't break, Yushi agreed, saying that she would bring 2 extra bottles of mineral water to wash it off, and it would still be clean. It's at least 95% new. Besides, Sister Tun is so fat, she probably can't come up with many new tricks. When it comes to playing with men, I'm the expert. If she uses her ultimate move, Qin Shang might fall in love with her. I have another condition. You found such a handsome and strong young man, so you should get to eat meat. As for the others, forget it. They will only get money and will not have the right to use Qin Shang. After everything is over, I will take Qin Shang with me. With her physique, it wouldn't be easy for her to find someone satisfactory. Sister Dun had already decided to lock Qin Shang in the basement. Life is all about money and men. Qin Shang could not only make himself happy, but he could also sell retail items, ordering 100,000 at a time, and he would soon become rich. It seems Sister Dun not only wants one full meal, but also wants to have a full meal every day. I agree, but can I visit her once a month? You just love to nitpick, fine, fine. After discussing it, the two began to recruit more people. Shuqin. Because of illness, Li Hongliang and Yi Shuqin had long been sleeping in separate rooms. There was absolutely no other way. He had kidney failure, and his wife was so beautiful. If she had any more ideas, he would lose his kidneys even more. What's wrong, Liang Ji? Do you want something to eat? Yi Shuqin quickly came out of her room, looking very concerned, but Li Hongliang smiled brightly. Shuqin, I really don't understand Qin Shang at all. What are you saying? I don't understand. With a solemn expression, Yi Shuqin did not want to talk about Qin Shang, especially her husband. There are some things that can be done, but cannot be said. I mean, I didn't expect Qin Shang to be so strong. Look at this. Li Hongliang breathed a sigh of relief as he handed over the phone, saying, with his help, I can say I've done my job for you. Yi Shuqin was Li Hongliang's 9th wife, and therefore a concubine. Because of her good looks, Yi Shuqin actually had a certain number of choices. At the time, Li Hongliang really liked her and gave her all sorts of promises. Later, when I got sick, I naturally couldn't do any of that anymore. Deep down, I always felt sorry for Yi Shuqin. It's Ashong. Watching Qin Shang sweat profusely on the horizontal bar, Yi Shuqin felt a mix of emotions. He's just too good. Men who don't strive for success are all supported by their wives. Even the ugliest man is like that. If Qin Shang were willing to take a shortcut, finding a super rich woman on the list wouldn't be difficult. But he chose to work hard on his own. So pure and innocent. This kind of man is 1 in a million. After I die, you should remarry him. I think he would be willing to give you a proper status. If you love her, you want her to be happy. Li Hongliang has this mindset. Li Hongliang. What kind of person do you take me for? A heartless and ungrateful beast? Yi Shuqin got angry. If I were that kind of person, then I wouldn't deserve to serve a man of Qin Shang's caliber. Don't overthink it. I won't give up on you. Once I have a son and my welfare benefits come through, I'll definitely get you proper medical treatment. Even if you don't recover, I'll take care of you until you're old. What a wonderful woman. It's a pity she's useless, thank goodness for Qin Shang, otherwise she would have been left alone. Okay, I was being inconsiderate. Knowing that Yi Shuqin was sentimental, Li Hongliang changed the subject, his expression showing more longing. Shuqin, tell me about you and Qin Shang, you two. Damn it. I won't tell. With a blush creeping across her face, Yi Shuqin gently slapped Li Hongliang, feeling as if life were a dream. First, she got involved with a philandering man, and soon after, this man suffered kidney failure. I thought I would be lonely for the rest of my life, but unexpectedly, a brighter light shone into my life. Tell me about it. Half lying on the bed, a pleading look flashed in Li Hongliang's eyes. Because of his extremely weak body, he became even more eager to know how powerful other men were. He couldn't quite explain what kind of emotion it was. Because of Qin Shang, his guilt towards Yi Shuqin was greatly reduced. Thinking about how Qin Shang could do more than 3,000 pull-ups, his mammoth-like stamina filled him with a sense of admiration. Shameless. Yi Shuqin glared at her husband, poured herself a glass of hot water, and remained silent. Li Hongliang said calmly, I'll make a call and have La Ba come over. Yi Shuqin panicked immediately, why did you call her back? She's so shrewd you can't hide anything from her. She got up and closed the doors and windows, lowered her voice, and confided in her husband as if he were her best friend. Li Hongliang trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a green light. Chapter 26: The Legendary Story of Granny Li and the Saudi Prince. La 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 la. In a secluded corner of the forest park, Yunqian was practicing her singing, a basic skill she did every day. Today she's dressed in a retro, artsy style, wearing a loose polka dot shirt that hides her slender figure. Wearing high-waisted tapered pants below, the overall impression is that the stunning look is compressed into something ordinary. She wore a pair of white sneakers, which accentuated her delicate and refined appearance. Phew! Yunqian, you really are here. I've been looking for you for so long. Fengwan came running over like a persistent ghost. Yunqian glanced at her, turned around, and continued practicing her singing. She had made up her mind, if Fengwan continued to persuade her to join Rueda Entertainment, she would refuse with a deafening silence. La la la. Yunqian, something terrible has happened. Qin Shang is in the news. What? Look. When someone's handsome figure and strong physique came into view, Yunqian's indifference turned into tenderness. For a long time, she was like a duckweed, drifting aimlessly. Now she has a man, and he's incredibly handsome. Whenever she thinks about this, she feels happiness blooming like a flower. What's even more encouraging is that, despite the common saying that men like to hit women, he didn't. On the contrary, he was very gentle. Especially at certain moments, he treats himself like a delicacy. This is the greatest recognition and respect one can give to oneself. Why is he doing pull-ups? He went to great lengths to get a job in Yangzhenzi, making over 3,000 applications. The entire socialite circle in Haidu was in an uproar. Some wanted to marry him, some wanted to keep him as a sugar daddy, and some even offered 100 million. Moved, proud, adoring. Many emotions surged within her. Being in the thick of it all, Yunqian naturally knew why Qin Shang had applied for the job. He's so stupid. He could have found a rich woman, but he married a poor girl named Gu Qianro, and then accepted her marriage proposal. Men who are willing to struggle alongside poor women are extremely rare. Now, things have gotten out of hand. As a man, he's actually going to fight for it himself. This debt of gratitude can never be repaid in this lifetime. My husband will not marry a woman for money they've miscalculated. Yunqian clenched her fingers, secretly telling herself that she must work harder so that Qin Shang could live a life of wealth and luxury as soon as possible. As a young man working away from home, who knows how many women he might encounter, how many women he might be tempted by, or even how many might try to take advantage of him with underhanded tactics. It's been shown in many movies, a man is just riding a bus, and he gets molested by a perverted woman. It is precisely because such incidents occur frequently that men-only cars have come into existence. Your husband? You married Qin Shang? Staggering, Fengwan almost fell. Having witnessed Qin Shang's fierceness, she could no longer suppress her inner fervor and wanted to get to know him. Little did anyone know, Yunqian had beaten them to it. Thinking of Yunqian and Qin Shang being all lovey-dovey, jealousy grew wildly like weeds. Why should she, a nobody, get a super handsome guy like Qin Shang? As a senior executive, I earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, but I can't even touch a hair's breadth of it. Does God not open his eyes? Although we haven't registered our marriage yet, he has already accepted my proposal. With a long sigh of relief, Yun Qian was full of fighting spirit. I must become famous in the King of Singers. I want to be his heroine and rescue him from his heavy work by riding on auspicious clouds. Yun Qian has the ability. Thinking of this possibility, Feng Wan's eyes lit up and she said, Yun Qian, how about I pay for your packaging, publicity, and promotion myself? Everyone knows that Feng Wan is the kind of person who won't do anything without a reason. Yun Qian asked warily, what are you up to? Hey. With an awkward laugh, Feng Wan straightened her hair and clothes. Why don't you whisper in Qin Shang's ear and get him to marry me too? I may not be as pretty as you, but I'm rich. Besides, people say my looks bring good fortune to my husband. Does she have a face that brings good fortune to her husband? Because Yun Qian was still a little worried that she was a jinx to her husband's, upon hearing this, her expression changed, and she looked at Feng Wan's face. It was discovered that her appearance matched the principles of physiognomy perfectly. A round face indicates she's gluttonous, a pointed chin indicates she's mean-spirited, and small, bright eyes that can hide beans indicate she's shrewd and calculating. His gold-rimmed glasses revealed a hint of vanity, and he was short, fat, and spherical. What good can such expensive items possibly bring? If Qin Shang were to face her, he'd probably throw up his dinner from the night before. How dare you covet my supreme husband? Upon seeing the other person's face clearly, Yun Qian's anger flared up. Impossible. Clenching her teeth, Yun Qian remained steadfast. She actually considered it seriously. This very act was an insult to her beloved husband. Why is it impossible? You are Zhao Fian, and I am Yang Guifei. Wouldn't it be better to let Qin Shang experience it more? With a stomp of her foot, Feng Wan was a little exasperated. She thought to herself, I'm rich. If I can marry Qin Shang, I might have a high social status. Even if I don't get to have them all to myself, at least half of their affection will be on me. After all, she could buy Qin Shang a house and a car, while Yun Qian, a poor girl, was powerless to do so. Yang Guifei? Upon hearing this, Yun Qian almost vomited. Are you Yang Guifei? Seeing that the other party was persisting, she became impolite and unleashed her Arno rage. Then let me ask you, would you use your finger to poke poop? What does that mean? Not quite understanding what was happening, Feng Wan paused, utterly puzzled. No way, why would I poke poop with my finger? My husband doesn't know how either. You said I'm shit. Feng Wan jumped 3 feet high, her lips turned down, her eyebrows raised, and she pointed at Yun Qian. I'm just a little chubby, a little short, and my legs are a bit short. Does that mean Qin Shang won't like me? Don't forget, it's hard to say what a handsome guy's taste is. Maybe he'll love me to death. It seems that Feng Wan has a basic understanding of herself, which is why she fantasizes that handsome men have eye problems. You should still have ideals. What if they come true? Do you think it's possible? Yun Qian assumed a defensive stance, intending to use her long arms to slap the other person away if they attacked. Why not? There are many examples online. For instance, there's that old lady Li from the countryside who, at 58 years old, met a Saudi prince while weeding in the field. They fell in love at first sight and started living together that very day. The prince was very particular about the ceremony. He held a wedding ceremony with her locally and didn't ask for a single penny of dowry. Now her life basically consists of traveling, flower arranging, baking, and yoga. The Saudi prince has come out, right? To this, Yun Qian could only nod. You're right. This agreement was extremely ironic and incredibly hurtful. Feng Wan threatened with a Bakayaru mouth shape. Yun Qian, let me tell you, don't even think about passing the audition for the next top singer. I have connections, I'll block you. After saying that, Feng Wan left quickly. Once Yun Qian was out of sight, she immediately made a phone call. Chairman Bai, that girl Yun Qian is still very stubborn and insists on not joining our company. What do you think we should do? Bai Xinyao said matter-of-factly, then blacklist her and make sure she never has a chance to rise again. Even after hanging up the phone, a cold smile remained on Bai Xinyao's lips. To make big money in business, you have to use some shady methods. As for whose dreams were sacrificed, consider them unlucky. Chairman Bai. At this moment, Secretary Bai rushed in, holding her phone, and said in a flustered manner, Qin Shangxiang is terrifying. You can marry him now. Chapter 27 Brother-in-law, don't turn on the light. Ah. I'm going to die. Mom, come quick. Gu Feier, who was nestled on the sofa, exclaimed in surprise. Sun Yulian, who was cooking, came out with a spatula. What are you looking at? You finally get a day off, and instead of going out to find a boyfriend, you think men will fall from the sky? Seeing her daughter's lazy demeanor, Sun Yulian wanted to urge her on. It's getting harder and harder to find a man these days. I've heard the ratio of women to men is widening further. I've at least been married, so if my daughter has never even smelled a man's stinky feet, wouldn't she have lived a wasted life? Look at Gu Qianruo's husband. Holding up her phone, Gu Feier bit her lip, her eyes red. I thought Gu Qianruo had just found a handsome husband, but now look, she's found a Lu Zhishan with the face of Panin. Following her mother's example, Gu Feier also liked to compare herself with her half-sister, Gu Qianruo. She won in both her studies and career, but ultimately lost completely when it came to her husband. Oh my goodness. More than 3,000 pull-ups, the best of men. Sun Yulian, in her early 40s, knew that for a woman to be happy, she needed a real man. Like Guan Yu passing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. What am I going to do? Am I going to be forever overshadowed by Gu Qianruo? I'm desperate. Xin Shang is a well-rounded individual. She could never find someone who surpasses him. Thinking back on the past 2 days, Gu Qianruo was enjoying the love of the most powerful man, while I was lying half dead. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Sigh. I think if we can't beat them, we should join them. Mom, what do you mean? Why don't you just marry Qin Shan? Qin Shan can be Gu Qianruo's husband, so he can be your husband too. Qin Shan can earn money on his own, and Gu Qianruo is prettier than me. What do I have to offer to marry him? Although Gu Feier has a good job, she is not extremely wealthy. She can afford a house, a car, and a dowry, but her life won't be too good. Judging from the comments below the video, someone has already offered a dowry of 50 million. You have your strengths too. What are my strengths? You burn hotter than Gu Qianruo. Ha? What kind of advantage is that? In order to find a good husband, Gu Feier put in a lot of effort, and she had all kinds of uniforms, including hundreds of pairs of yoga pants. She also put in the effort to learn makeup and how to use double reed sounds. She was very confident. Her sweet, coquettish voice was enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. As for her figure and appearance, she also went to great lengths to enhance them. Of course it counts. Whether it looks good or not depends on fate. Whether you have money or not depends on your family. Whether you burn it or not depends on yourself. I can decide whether to burn it or not on fate. I've already had someone check it out. You have a natural charm and you can definitely win over Qin Shang. Always proud, Sun Yulian had great confidence in her daughter. She knew perfectly well that men preferred alluring women to pretty ones. Will it work? Gu Feier's eyes lit up. How happy I would be if I could marry Qin Shang. Why not? Don't forget, I used to have a nickname, Female Zhuge Liang. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee you'll get what you want. Although Gu Qianruo is the first wife, who a man loves depends on the woman's methods. Although Gu Qianruo is beautiful, she's like a block of wood and can't compare to my daughter. How exactly should we do it? Should we ask Gu Qianruo to mediate? Should we send her some gifts? She quickly tidied her hair and straightened her clothes, as if she were about to see Qin Shang. Gu Feier was filled with excitement. There are countless infatuated women in the comments section of the video, but they can only indulge in their fantasies. I, on the other hand, have the opportunity to marry Qin Shang, which is far better than theirs. That won't do. Sun Yulian, confident in her abilities, said, what if Gu Qianruo doesn't agree? We'll not only be disappointed, but we'll also make her wary. Fighting for a man is like fighting a war. You have to be unconventional. Ideally, you and Qin Shang should make it a done deal first, and then he'll naturally be willing to marry you. Mom, just tell me what to do, I'll do whatever you say. Simple. We'll use a clever trick, a switcheroo. From today onwards, we'll build a good relationship with Gu Qianruo's family, get them familiar with you, and let Qin Shang see your charm. Then, one night, we'll find a way to lure Gu Qianruo out, and then you'll enter her room. Ah! Gu Feier was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. If Qin Shang finds out it was me and starts making a scene, how will I ever face anyone again? People are different, and their bodies are different, so it's inevitable that they will notice. However, you only need to say one sentence, and I guarantee that Qin Shang will not refuse you. Sun Yulian is radiant now. He bears a striking resemblance to the shrewd and calculating Zhuge Liang portrayed on television. What words are so effective? You've already noticed, so you think you can just say a few words and we can continue? Thinking about how dangerous that situation was, Gu Fei couldn't believe it. When he realizes that someone has been replaced, his first reaction will definitely be to turn on the light. You should say in an innocent tone, "Brother-in-law, don't turn on the light. I am my sister." Sun Yulian said smugly, with a smug look on her face, "A man who hears this will definitely fall in love with you." Is it true or false? Even after admitting all this, how could the other person still fall in love with him? What's the reasoning behind that? Why? Because what men love most is a beautiful, naive woman. Look at TV, whether it's a domineering CEO or an emperor or prince, who do they love? Do they love shrewd women? No. Do they love talented women? No. They love innocent, naive women. It's in men's nature. Looking back at the TV drama she had watched, Gu Fei realized that it was indeed true. The female lead must be so naive as to be silly, so kind as to be silly, and even her clothes and appearance must be silly. If you see someone who looks silly, you don't need to ask, they must be the female lead. Gu Fei was convinced. Old ginger is spicier. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Her eyes darted around as she looked at her mother with admiration. "Mom, how do you understand men so well?" Sun Yulian crossed her arms and said, "I've been studying men for decades. I can tell what kind of shit a man will take just by the way he bends over." Gu Fei frowned and stepped back. "Mom, are you really this perverted? You often peep at men while they poop." Sun Yulian was so angry she wanted to hit someone. "You idiot, that's just a rhetorical device, a metaphor. For example, if I said I'm so greedy that I want to eat meat raw when I see it, can I eat it raw? No way." Gu Fei still looked puzzled. "I understand everything you're saying, but why did you peep at men while they were pooping?" Sun Yulian. Chapter 28. You broke my heart, you know that? Upon leaving Haida University, Qin Shang immediately put on a mask. No way. There are already so few men, and he's so handsome, he's like a firefly in the dark, just too conspicuous. As I was walking slowly, Bai Xinyao called. "What's up?" He answered the phone casually. Because of his poverty in his past life, he suffered a lot of humiliation at the hands of rich people, and he doesn't want to suffer any more humiliation in this life. So what if you're rich? I'm a guy, and I'm incredibly handsome. Xin Shang, I promise you now, we don't need to have a trial marriage. I'll accept being a concubine. Let's get married. Upon seeing the video of Qin Shang doing pull-ups, Bai Xinyao attitude underwent a complete change. This kind of man is extremely rare. I must seize this opportunity and make him my husband. Bai Xinyao, you're really something else. I haven't even met you yet, how could I possibly accept your marriage proposal? Meeting is easy, I can come see you right now, there's no way you can dislike me. Bai Xinyao is very confident in herself. She was naturally beautiful from childhood to adulthood, and incredibly wealthy. Although there were more women than men, she never imagined that a man would reject her. Even if we meet, and I like you, you can only be my wife. Why is that? Because a second woman proposed to me, and I accepted her proposal, you can only be the third one. Xin Shang. Don't push your luck. She jumped up from the boss's chair, her delicate body trembling. She had never been so submissive to a man before. Now look what's happened, I've been backing down again and again, and I'm practically being treated like a submissive wife. Shut wife, just hearing that name makes her seem low class. As the saying goes, it's better to be a concubine than a mistress. The reason is quite simple, the mistress is often the target of the principal wife, and by disciplining the mistress, one can intimidate everyone else. Things are constantly evolving and changing, it's just that you haven't been able to keep up. Qin Shan was generally satisfied with his marriage. Gu Qianruo was beautiful and elegant, while Yi Shuqin was gentle, considerate, and highly obedient. There was also Yin Xian, who was not yet married to the family. She was not only beautiful, but also full of artistic flair. If we had to point out a shortcoming, Gu Qianruo and Yi Shuqin are both quite frail and couldn't withstand much hardship, so it wasn't very satisfying. Qin Shang, can you please think about this for me? I run an entertainment company, and I'm the chairman. If I become a concubine, what will people think of me? What authority will I have left in the company? Here's the deal, I'll give you 6.8 million yuan as a bride price, and I'll be your concubine, okay? A concubine has the responsibility of assisting the principal wife in managing the 6 palaces, somewhat like Consort Hua in TV dramas, who is second only to the principal wife and above all others. It's common for a wealthy and resourceful concubine to dominate the legal wife. No way. You can only be the third one. If you don't want that, go find another man and don't bother me. Qin Shang. You've broken my heart, do you know that? I hate you. With a resentful remark, Bai Xinyo hung up the phone. Qin Shang rolled his eyes. He'd never even met her before, and she was already spouting those melodramatic lines from a romance novel. I'll just ignore you and reject you. Let's see if you can find someone better than me. Even though he had just earned 200,000 yuan, Qin Shang still habitually headed towards the subway station. Before he even arrived at his destination, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside him. Husband, my dearest husband. Gu Qianruo got out of the car, her eyes blurry with tears, and ran over to Qin Shang, throwing herself into his arms. Husband, you've worked so hard. It's my fault, I'm useless. She was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, which revealed her two fair and delicate arms. The blue and white jeans accentuated her long, shapely legs. The simple pair of loafers on her feet gave her a casual and elegant look. Silly girl, we're family. What's wrong with me making a sacrifice? Even if I were a man, I couldn't just stand by and watch you suffer. Don't cry, baby. With one arm around his wife's waist and the other wiping away her tears, Qin Shang felt very pleased even though there were no more intimate actions. This is probably what love is all about. Honey, you're so good to me. I always feel like I'm not good enough for you. Can you hit me? Sometimes, Gu Qianruo can be so innocent that she's like a little fool, which is incredibly cute. Qin Shang laughed, why would I hit you when you're perfectly fine? For some unknown reason, Gu Qianruo blushed and pulled Qin Shang into the Mercedes-Benz. In the driver's seat, Gu's mother turned around and smiled, son-in-law, Qianruo is right. She is not good enough for you. If she does anything wrong, you can scold or beat her. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I will take care of her for you. Unlike her usual conservative attire, Gu's mother wore a leopard print top and denim shorts, looking quite fashionable. Her hair was combed back, her forehead was smooth, her eyes were calm, and her face had a gentle charm that had been refined by the years. She wasn't wearing any jewelry. It gives people a sense of purity, like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Okay, auntie. If Gu Qianruo treats me badly, I will tell you. Qin Shang gave a perfunctory reply, and Gu Qianruo smiled foolishly, her eyes hazy and dreamy, her face as delicate as a succulent plant after being nourished by rain. That's good. Boys should never compromise themselves. If there's anything you want to eat or drink, just let me know. If Qianruo doesn't know how, I'll make it for you. After saying this, Gu's mother turned her head and started the car. The city scenery rushed past, and Qin Shang glanced at the luxurious interior of the car before remembering to ask, where did this car come from? It belongs to my second aunt's family. Gu Qianruo said in a coquettish voice, she has always looked down on our family, but today she actually became very enthusiastic and offered to lend us her car. Honey, we're only doing this because of you. It's son Yulian. Qin Shang was familiar with Gu Qianruo's family situation. Her father had two wives, Gu's mother as his first wife and son Yulian as his second wife. After her father passed away, son Yulian made a lot of money through business and usually dressed in a very elegant and sophisticated style. Qianruo. Don't speak ill of your elders. Although your second aunt is a bit arrogant, she is still a good person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lent money to our family. Gu's mother disagreed. Back when her husband was still alive, she had also competed with son Yulian. As time went by, she had become indifferent to these grudges. No matter what, we're still family. Humph. So what if she is? All she wants is for Fei to marry my husband. Now she's the one asking us for a favor. After retorting, Gu Qianruo reminded him, honey, Gu Fei will definitely be wearing yoga pants later. She's trying to seduce you. If you like her, you can marry her. But the dowry should be at least 5 million, since her family is rich anyway. Chapter 29 Joyful Pleasures, Bitter Partings. Cough cough. Gu's mother coughed twice, wanting to say, Gu Fei is your half-sister, you can't betray your own people. Then I thought again, something's not right. Now I have a son-in-law. The son-in-law is the closest relative. Son Yulian's family has indeed saved a lot of money. If they don't spend it on the son-in-law, who will they spend it on? Take a look. As humanity gradually disappears, it is a man's duty and inescapable obligation to have more wives for the sake of humanity, and Qin Shang will not refuse. However, he also has his own basic principles. His appearance cannot be below 9 points. Mrs. Gu drove very steadily, and Qin Shang only had time to doze off before they arrived at the Gu family home. Oh dear, son-in-law is back. You must be exhausted. Sit down and have something to eat. Sun Yulian had prepared a large table of food, which was very sumptuous. As always, she was dressed very fashionably. She was dressed in a decent cotton and linen short-sleeved shirt and silk trousers. Although simple, even a fool could tell that her clothes were expensive. She wore a delicate necklace around her neck, sparkling with silver diamonds, and tiny pearls in her ears. Because she lived a life of luxury, her skin was fair and rosy, and very healthy. Thank you, Aunt Sun, you've worked so hard. Since they treated him as an important guest, Qin Shang naturally followed suit. Sun Yulian smiled brightly and said, "What's the trouble, son-in-law? It's all what I should do." "Fair, you silly girl, why are you hiding? Are you too ashamed to show your face?" As she shouted, Gu Fei brought out a plate of Australian lobsters, placed it on the table, and called out in a hushed tone, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Hello." Qin Shang responded with a word, nodding inwardly. She had long hair that reached her waist, and was wearing grey yoga pants with white athletic socks tucking the cuffs. Her figure was just as stunning as Gu Qianruo's, only she was even more slender and exuded youthful energy. She has a classic oval face, long, narrow eyes, and long eyebrows that reach her temples, exuding a captivating charm. If you didn't know, you really wouldn't be able to tell that she and Gu Qianruo are sisters. "Don't stand, everyone sit down." Mother Gu greeted him warmly and, as a matter of course, seated Qin Shang in the main seat. Whether it was unintentional or deliberately arranged, Gu Qianruo was on his left and Gu Fei was on his right. During the meal, Gu Fei rarely spoke. When she did speak, it was always in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, you eat this." Everyone let him have his way, and Qin Shang ate his wine and meat with great relish. At the dinner table, the topic of Dangyang town inevitably came up. Hearing that Qin Shang was leaving in 2 days and would be gone for half a month, Gu Qianruo pouted and said, "Mom, my husband has to stay at home tonight. I don't care what others say." Half a month. Having been used to being alone, Gu Qianruo never felt it when she was by herself. Now that she has a husband and is newly married, she wishes she could hang on to Qin Shang 24 hours a day. I'm afraid it will affect the boy's reputation. Gu's mother was a traditional person. Before the wedding, the man and woman could not live together until they had received everyone's blessings. This was an old custom. Sun Yulian shook her head. "Sister, that's ancient history." "Seriously, the son-in-law and Qianruo are already married, it's legal, why are you afraid of what others will say? If your house is too small, stay at my house, I'll give up the master bedroom for the son-in-law as his wedding room." She kept referring to him as her son-in-law. Anyone who didn't know better would think Qin Shang was her son-in-law. Gu's mother did not insist on this. Of course, they wouldn't agree to let Qin Shang stay at Sun Yulian's house. After dinner, they chatted for a while, and as night fell, Qin Shang stayed at the Gu family's house. After watching the news broadcast, Gu Qianruo said coquettishly, "Honey, come inside with me." As Gu Qianruo pulled Qin Shang back to her room, tears streamed down her face. "Honey, I'll miss you terribly while you've been gone for so many days. Everyone is a desolate island, and everyone needs the tenderness of a lover." Although they haven't been together for long, Gu Qianruo has already fallen deeply in love. "I'll miss you too. Don't work so hard while I'm away, okay?" Upon closer inspection, Qin Shang noticed that Gu Qianruo had dark circles under her eyes. Without a doubt, she must have been delivering food until midnight. Considering how hard she works, earning only 200 or 300 yuan a day, yet spending nearly 20,000 yuan on a 50/90 for herself, one can truly appreciate her sincerity. "But you're working so hard, how can I slack off? I can't let people say I'm a freeloader." She's just that stubborn, always wanting to give as much as possible. That kindness alone makes her likable. Qin Shang said sternly, "I said no, and that's final." "You're not listening, are you? Honey, don't be angry. I'll listen to you." "Humph. That's more like it. Look at you, going out to deliver food, you've gotten so tanned, and your fingers are all rough from all the rubbing. It ruins my experience. Honey, I was really wrong. I'll never do it again. I'll wear gloves properly from now on and I won't deliver things in the hot sun. Please don't be angry." With this problem resolved, Qin Shang felt much more at ease. He certainly didn't want his fair-skinned wife to turn dark and grimy when he returned from his business trip. Over the next 2 days, Qin Shang meticulously managed his time, taking turns having romantic relationships with Gu Qianro, Yi Shuqin, and Yun Qian. Time flies by. On the morning of the day of departure, after getting up, Qin Shang found that it was quiet all around him. I opened the bedroom door and felt completely numb. Gu's mother, Gu Qianro, and Yun Qian were kneeling in a row in the hall, prostrating themselves in their own direction. What are you doing? What if we wait for the emperor to hold court? Son-in-law, it's all my fault for being incompetent. You're a young man, yet you still have to go out and work. I'm so sorry. Mother Gu kowtowed several times, showing the utmost respect. The reason my husband is suffering so much is because I didn't think things through. I confessed my love simply because I love you, without considering my own poverty. I don't deserve you at all. Gu Qianro's eyes were filled with tears, feeling annoyed and guilty. Most women would give their husbands a dowry of 880,000 yuan when they got married, but she only gave 300,000 yuan. Most women's husbands don't have to do anything and even have 2 servants. But her own husband had to go to work for the sake of the family. We owe you so much, so much. I'm also at fault. I'm not good enough. I haven't made a name for myself and haven't been able to give my husband a good life. Yun Qian was also repenting, wondering what she had been doing all these years. Having nothing at all, yet having the audacity to live in this world. So that's why. Indeed, it's extremely rare for men to go out to work. It's even more impossible for handsome men. Most handsome men are kept in luxury villas by rich women, making it difficult for poor people to even catch a glimpse of them. Don't say that. I am also a member of the family and should take responsibility and make my own contribution. It seems that people's mindset hasn't changed yet. Qin Shang thinks that there's nothing wrong with men working. To everyone's surprise, all 3 of them burst into tears. Son-in-law, how can you not know? A man has already made a great contribution simply by being willing to live. Yes, honey, the idea that men should take responsibility is fallacy. Many experts have criticized it. All men need to do is eat, drink, have fun, and reproduce. Everything else should be done by us women. Your nobility highlights my baseness. Ultimately, it's a matter of mindset. The men in this world are too noble, yet too weak, much like giant pandas, belonging to the first-class protected animals. Who would hire a giant panda to work? All right, get up, everyone. Feeling uncomfortable in such an emotional setting, Qin Shang helped the 3 of them up one by one and offered a few words of comfort. To avoid being criticized by their neighbors. After finishing his meal, Qin Shang didn't let them see him off. Instead, he pulled his suitcase and headed to Haida University alone. Naturally, this attracted a lot of attention and discussion. My God, am I seeing things? A man pulling a suitcase? That's a sign of national ruin. Men's hands are so delicate, how can you treat them if they get calluses? Good heavens! Is he on a business trip? Sit down. Is our country's economy really that bad? All the men have to go out to work? Let's destroy it. Qin Shang didn't care what others said. He took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Haida University. After getting out of the car, he looked confused. Both sides of the road were crowded with women. Everyone was wearing a pure white wedding dress. Chapter 30. It turns out I'm a celebrity. Is a celebrity coming to the school? Seeing that security guards were maintaining order, Qin Shang made a guess. This world is full of contradictions. On the one hand, many people feel that it is unfaithful for a man to show his face in public. On the one hand, they are extremely fanatical about male celebrities. He didn't pay attention to any of that and was about to call Professor Tang. Suddenly, a woman in a wedding dress saw him and screamed wildly, "Wang Junyuan, I love you the most, I'm willing to dedicate my life to you." Seeing that she was about to rush over, a security guard immediately stopped her and scolded her, "You fake fan." This is Qin Shang who did more than 3,000 pull-ups. The woman paused, scratched her head, and said, "Qin Shang, I misspoke. Actually, the person I love most is you." Fans are mostly brainless. It seems that statement was correct. The commotion drew the attention of all the women in wedding dresses. Then came the frenzied roars, the screams of a slaughtered wild boar. Heart-wrenching, the sound shook the heavens. "Qin Shang, do you love me? Tell me." "I love you anyway." Xin Shang. Look upstairs, oh my god. My good son, look at your mother, are you hungry? I'll feed you. Xin Shang. Xin Shang. For you, I'd kill my mother and my aunt. You must be yourself, be yourself. Go for it. They were after me. Xin Shang watched his own video, but he didn't take it too seriously. In the online world, every now and then someone becomes an internet sensation. He's used to it. To his surprise, this was the scene that awaited him. More than 30 security guards stood on either side of him to prevent fans from engaging in excessive behavior. The surrounding area was filled with deafening shouts, and a sign bearing the name Xin Shang was waving around. Some even tossed their underwear and stockings haphazardly, creating utter chaos. Just then, an SUV pulled up, the window rolled down, and Professor Tang shouted, "Xin Shang, get in the car." There's no time to explain. Xin Shang carried his suitcase, opened the car door, and got in. Like a gust of wind, the SUV sped out of the crowd. The world is quiet again. That's insane. While his vanity was greatly satisfied, Xin Shang also sensed a slight trouble. If I have to face these crazy fans wherever I go in the future, what freedom will I have left? This is just the beginning. If you stay any longer, they might lose their minds. You've probably heard about the rape of male celebrities at concerts, right? The fragrance wafting from Professor Tang's hair was very pleasant. The incident she was referring to happened last year, when singer Chicken Too Beautiful was forcibly dragged off the stage by a female fan and fed more than a dozen small blue pills. It is said that thousands of female fans had relations with Chicken Beauty that day. To put it bluntly, it's like pairing up African bullfrogs. It's a battle of wits and strength. This also shows that long-term repression can make people just as cruel as animals. Female fans react to male celebrities like starving ghosts seeing sweet and sour pork. Their rationality crumbles in an instant. I've heard of it, but male celebrities jump and dance on stage, showing off their bodies. I didn't do that, and besides, I was wearing a mask. Even though they were being very careful, it still caused a sensation. All I can say is that life in this world has its ups and downs. The bad thing is that it's really dangerous for boys to be out in the world, but the good thing is that they can have an endless number of girlfriends if they want to. A mask may cover your handsome face, but it can't hide your upright and heroic posture. Professor Tang seemed to be sighing, and Xin Shang let out a long sigh. Being too handsome is also a burden. You men all have a captivating scent called pheromones. Because of the lack of men, women nowadays have an exceptionally sensitive nose. Some experts have already suggested that you men wear glass shields to prevent these pheromones from driving women crazy. Xin Shang was speechless. Did this mean that men would be unable to emit a scent in the future? He had a vague feeling that a storm was brewing. The male-to-female ratio is still declining. Originally, it was a small number of women who couldn't find husbands. Now, it's the majority of women who can't find husbands. As a result, more and more women are willing to break the law just to experience the taste of a man. If this trend continues, the whole world will probably fall into chaos. We drove to the suburbs and met up with 2 buses. Then they drove towards the mountainous area to the northwest. This world not only has more women than men, but the population has also decreased significantly. As a result, many places have gradually been occupied by primeval forests, making it extremely difficult to enter. The car was parked at the foot of Fuyu Mountain, beyond which lay dense forest, accessible only on foot. After everyone got off the bus, Xin Shang looked around and saw that there were about 40 girls. As for the boys, besides him, there's also Zhang Jiahao. The way this guy looked at me always carried a hint of jealousy. Xin Shang couldn't help but be happy. After all, jealousy is the most genuine form of praise. Xin Shang, let me help you with your luggage. A tall, thin girl came over and was very enthusiastic. Xin Shang remembered that her name was Xia Xian and that she had fought with Luo Mimi. Why should you take it? Exactly, this is not fair at all. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were Xin Shang's girlfriend. She's dreaming. She's as flat-chested as Princess Taiping. How could Xin Shang possibly like her? Immediately, Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, and many others gathered around, vying to help Xin Shang with his luggage. Xin Shang shook his head and said helplessly, "You can take turns, 1 hour each." Next, they drew lots. A petite girl was chosen to be the first to carry Xin Shang's luggage, and she smiled broadly, like a peony in bloom. "Brother Xin Shang, are you lying on this?" At this moment, several girls carried over a stretcher. Xin Shang asked, puzzled, "What's this for?" Professor Tang explained, boys are delicate and precious, with soft and tender feet. They can't walk on mountain paths and have to lie on stretchers. Do you prefer riding in a sedan chair? I can walk the mountain path. With Qin Shang's current strength, he can leap forward through tree branches like a monkey. Zhang Jiahao, already lying on the stretcher, looked disdainful. Saintly mother. White lotus. Pretentious. Qin Shang was stunned to receive such a comment simply because he didn't want to lie on a stretcher. Luo Mimi and the others immediately objected. Zhang Jiahao, how dare you talk like that? This is bullying. Qin Shang wants to walk, that's because he cares about us women, that's a noble thing for him. You're neither as handsome nor as strong as Qin Shang, so how dare you be so bold? Humph. You're such a spineless coward, you'll only be able to lie on a stretcher now. Even among men, there are different levels. Zhang Jiahao's level is only 3 or 4 meters high, while Qin Shang's level is as high as 7 or 8 stories. Most of the girls sided with Qin Shang. Zhang Jiahao said with a resentful look, you used to call me sweetie, now you call me coward. Fine. We'll see. Despite the girls' repeated persuasion, Qin Shang finally lay down on the stretcher. There was no way to refuse such hospitality. We're about to enter the mountains. There are many wild animals in the forest, so everyone be careful. Professor Tang gave a brief instruction and then led the way inside. It's summer now, and it's scorching hot outside. The leaves block out a lot of the sunlight, so the temperature inside the forest is much lower than outside. They were all young people, just entering the woods, still quite curious and chatting and laughing. Some picked up a tree branch and pretended to be heroes. Originally, all the girls in the Archaeological Research Institute regarded Zhang Jiahao as their male god and fawned over him. Now that Qin Shang has arrived, his handsomeness seems particularly insignificant in comparison. Looking in Qin Shang's direction, Zhang Jiahao's eyes flashed with jealousy. Brother Jiahao, don't be angry. They are all traitors. A short, chubby girl stayed close to Zhang Jiahao, comforting him. Her name is Zhao Yupan. Apart from not having a great figure, she is quite pretty and has fair skin. Seeing everyone else fawning over Qin Shang, she knew her chance had come. Humph. It's just over 3,000 pull-ups, what's so great about that? His muscles are all dead. I've practiced taekwondo, you just wait, I'll find a chance to beat him. Zhang Jiahao was clearly unconvinced, clenching his fist and putting his strength into it. Zhao Yupan immediately chimed in, Brother Jiahao, I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp whistle rang out. Then a group of people came chasing after them. The leader, a blonde-haired man named Jushi, was carrying a baseball bat and shouted, Qin Shang, you can't escape now. Today I'm going to sit on you until you die. Chapter 31 You don't know you're wrong, you're just scared. Faced with such rudeness and barbarity, Professor Tang and his students, who had lived in an ivory tower for many years and lacked experience in dealing with such situations, panicked. Unlike Han Tianzuan, who shielded everyone in front of him, Qin Shang stepped forward instead of engaging the crowd. He was so eager for battle. With the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers and 100 times the original yang energy, all he lacked was an opponent. Glancing over the women with multicolored hair, most of whom had tattoos, Qin Shang sat up from the stretcher, his gaze landing on the face of the blonde-haired Yushi. You're ugly, but you dream big. Yushi gritted her teeth in anger, I must have you. Qin Shang sneered, his arrogance soaring, his face full of contempt. You're here to take a dump, aren't you? That's a bit too insulting. Is it really necessary for more than 200 people to come and defecate at the same time? Fine. Go ahead and be arrogant. Today you're mine. I'll take your toes and armpits. Because there are more women than men, most men in this world are very shy and blush when they hear about matters between men and women. Qin Shang's savagery only excited the Serpent King. What a spoiled little boy. Forced relationships are never sweet. Just enough to quench your thirst. Why bother? Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. That's better than getting nothing, isn't it? Are you determined to embark on a path of crime? You're too handsome. I'd rather die than not have you. Qin Shang felt very strange being stared at greedily by the blonde-haired man and so many other people. Am I that popular? In that case, let's fight. Qin Shang jumped off the stretcher and stretched his arms and legs. Life is all about one battle. I'm a taekwondo master. I can take care of these little punks by myself. He was just thinking of getting ahead of Qin Shang. Isn't this an opportunity? Zhang Jiahao was overjoyed and darted out. Like a petrel swooping down on the serpent, screaming like Bruce Lee, roar. I'll hit. Sidestep aerial kick. Court death. Yushi swung his stick and struck Zhang Jiahao on the head. Thump. Zhang Jiahao fell to the ground, his body convulsing. Sister Tun popped 2 peanuts into her mouth and laughed heartily. Sisters, we've got a man. Let's play around with him for now. More than 200 women, acting like beasts, dragged Zhang Jiahao into the crowd. The women's arrogant laughter, accompanied by Zhang Jiahao's pitiful screams, created a unique symphony. Class, follow me. Professor Tang led the charge with his bare hands, followed closely by Luo Mini, Lin Pundi, Xia Xan, and others. The short and chubby Zhao Yupan had already decided that Zhang Jiahao was her man. At this point, they launched an attack with reckless abandon. Those thugs think they're so great. A bunch of scum. You can steal other things, but you absolutely cannot steal our men. We'll risk our reputation to protect Qin Shang. If you want to abduct Qin Shang, you'll have to crawl over my dead body first. They were all yelling and screaming. The most precious thing in this world is a man. Most women, from birth to death, never have the chance to smell the wonderful scent of a man's sweat. The opportunity to fight for a top male god is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Professor Tang and his team were just as determined, but they lacked fighting experience. Soon, more than a dozen people were injured and were forced to retreat by the opposing side. Ha, a bunch of bookworms, they think they can fight us. You think you can be a heroine rescuing your commander? You don't deserve it. A beauty like Qin Shang should belong to the strong. I am the strongest woman, Shiroko. The people of Yushi and Sister Dun are becoming increasingly arrogant. Once Professor Tang and his group are dealt with, it will be a 200 against 1 situation. No matter how strong Qin Shang is, he will not be a match for them. Professor Tang, students, please step back and let me handle this. With a loud shout, Qin Shang moved like a cheetah, instantly appearing in front of a female thug. Lift your foot. Puff. The female thug was sent flying dozens of meters and got stuck in a tree. This preemptive strike stunned everyone. I'm sitting here. This is too amazing. More womanly than a woman. So feminine. That's incredible. Is he some kind of deity? Is Erlangshan descended to Earth? Or is he the reincarnation of Sun Wukong? My God, I want to marry you, I want you to stir me wildly. Seeing Qin Shang's dashing and heroic figure, the female students were completely captivated, and their innate instinct to admire strength awakened. Even Professor Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at her. He's alone. Don't be afraid. Surround him and wear him down. Sister Tun, who was sitting in the back, was giving instructions while gnawing on a chicken foot. The 200-plus people looked at each other, spread out in a fan shape, and slowly approached. I don't care where you're from. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. Qin Shang started running, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he punched, kicked, and slammed his head. Basically, every time he makes a move, someone falls down, broken bones and ligaments, their screams echoing through the heavens and earth. There are too few opportunities to legally and legitimately assault someone. How can we let an opportunity slip by? This is also a man's instinct compared to women. What men love most is fighting. The joy of defeating the enemy is a million times greater than playing cards in bed with a woman. The only thing that bothered Qin Shang was that these people were really too weak. He was like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering them until blood flowed like rivers. After about 5 minutes, only a few of the more than 200 people were still standing. Brother Qin, please let me go. I know I was wrong. The snake trembled, holding a baseball bat in its hand, but dared not move. You don't know you were wrong, you're just scared. After giving his assessment, Qin Shang punched Yushi, shattering all of her teeth. Another note has been added to the chorus of screams. Don't come any closer. I'll strangle him if you come any closer. In the end, only Sister Tun was left, and she used her large, fan-like hands to pinch Zhang Jiahao. Professor Tang and the others rushed over and tried to persuade him. Let him go, and you can leave. If you dare to kill him, you'll die here. Brother Jiahao, don't be afraid, Yupan will save you. Taking a male hostage is a capital offense. Have you thought it through? Seeing her companion's miserable state, Sister Tun dared not let go of Zhang Jiahao. As the saying goes, being strong and powerful is never a bad thing. She was so fat and not very agile, but she was incredibly strong. Zhang Jiahao was barely breathing and couldn't even walk. She was dragging him backward. Are you sure you want to kill someone? Qin Shang slowly stepped forward, and Sister Dun trembled with fear. Don't come any closer, I'm ruthless, I dare to kill people. She pinched Zhang Jiahao, applying slight pressure, causing Zhang Jiahao's eyes to roll back. However, Qin Shang did not stop, and grinned maliciously, then killed him, so I don't have to lift a finger. Chapter 32. Someone's peeping at me while I'm showering. I'll make her nose bleed. Ah. Sister Tun was puzzled, and the grip on Zhang Jiahao's hand loosened considerably. Zhang Jiahao trembled with rage. Qin Shang, cough cough cough, you bastard. I only said one thing to you, and you want to kill me, right? You're vicious, you're so vicious. He never expected Qin Shang to be so strong and ruthless. Compared to others, I realize I'm not strong enough, nor ruthless enough. He. Qin Shang laughed arrogantly. A petty person is no gentleman, and a ruthless person is no true man. I've always been vengeful. You'll die here. As Qin Shang drew closer, Sister Tun was terrified. Why am I so unlucky to have run into this demon lord? Are you really going to kill someone? While she was still hesitating, Qin Shang kicked Zhang Jiahao in the chest, sending both of them flying. Sister Tun lay on the ground, clutching her head, and howled, Brother, don't hit my face, don't hit my face. You're wasting my time. Qin Shang didn't care where he was from. He raised his foot and started kicking wildly. Sister Tun was already fat, and before long, Qin Shang kicked her so hard her head turned into a pig's head. Zhang Jiahao has several broken ribs and is coughing up blood. The worst part was that he had been kissed by too many women, and his face and body were wet, and his hair was dripping wet. Professor Tang and the others rushed over some handed Qin Shang water, while others checked Zhang Jiahao's injuries. Professor, you saw it all, didn't you? Qin Shang wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. He wanted to kill me, ouch, ouch. Even now, Zhang Jiahao is still complaining. Everyone else stared at him like he was an idiot. Professor Tang sighed and said, Jiahao, you silly child, Qin Shang said that on purpose. The more he acts like he doesn't care about you, the safer you are. He hit me. He kicked me. You all saw it, right? Silly child, he's hitting you from a distance. Although he kicked you, his main target was that fat woman. But he really did break several of my bones. Oh, Zhang, don't worry about the details. He saved you, you can't be ungrateful. Hurry up and say thank you. Puff. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhang Jiahao felt like dying. First, he was beaten by the female hooligan, and then he was violated by her. He still couldn't forget the scene of countless white buttocks sitting on his face. What he found most unacceptable was that Qin Shang had broken his bones, yet he still had to say thank you. Seeing Professor Tang and the others staring intently at him as if judging him morally, he said with a bitter expression, Qin Shang, thank you. He. Still in a berserk state after beating someone up, Qin Shang grinned and said, You're such an idiot. I deliberately broke your ribs, and you're thanking me. I'm afraid of the sudden silence. Zhang Jiahao froze for 3 seconds before trying to say, I don't blame you. You were trying to save me. He. You misunderstood. I just felt that kicking two at once would be more satisfying. The main reason is that Qin Shang's strength is too great. When he kicks an ordinary person, it feels light and effortless. But kicking two people is especially exhilarating. After understanding the situation, Zhang Jiahao broke down in tears. Professor, do you have anything else to say? Cough cough cough. Professor Tang coughed a few times and sighed. Qin Shang is truly a gentleman of integrity. The other students nodded repeatedly, praising it. It's not just honesty, it's downright greatness. He could have stood on the moral high ground if he had just told a lie, but he insisted on telling the truth. Such a person is extremely rare. If you ask me, it's all because Zhang Jiahao's bones are too brittle. If I could be kicked like that by Qin Shang, I would die happy. Zhang Jiahao, you are so lucky. Lucky? Zhang Jiahao was about to explode when Luo Mimi pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Look, God is giving Qin Shang a thumbs up. Everyone looked up and saw a cloud in the sky with a peculiar shape, like a fist with its thumb outstretched. Even God approves of him kicking me, right? After uttering an indignant remark, Zhang Jiahao's head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Severe injuries can easily lead to shock. Professor Tang had someone bring him medicine and first gave Zhang Jiahao anti-inflammatory medication. They dialed emergency services and the Women's Federation. In this world, all crimes against men are handled by the Federation of Husbands. Having experienced this great battle, the girls at the Archaeological Research Institute looked at Qin Shang with even greater fascination. This guy is not only handsome, he can also fight. Who wouldn't want a husband like that, someone to sit with forever, someone to feast on until their mouth is full of pus? Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Qin Shang ignored the wounded and went to the side to smoke. Snap! The wind was a bit strong in the woods, and he missed the first shot. Just as he was about to shoot again, a figure ran over and opened his clothes to shield himself from the wind. Qin Shang struck again and finally lit a cigarette. He looked up and saw a plump, fair-skinned girl. He exudes a healthy and energetic aura, and his expression is very simple and honest. I feel like I can say whatever I want with her, without having to hide anything. Qin Shang, my name is Chao Maihua. Can we be friends? Her approach to striking up a conversation was rather unsophisticated, but her eyes conveyed sincerity and frankness. Of course, inevitably, her body language revealed a sense of inferiority. This is the norm for girls when facing boys. Sure. Because Qin Shang was mostly alone in his previous life, he was quite willing to interact with others. In particular, these girls are willing to fight to protect themselves. They are all passionate and courageous. Thank you, that's great. Perhaps not expecting Qin Shang to be so easy to talk to, Xiao Maihua was momentarily speechless, and after a long while, she stammered, I've never chatted with a handsome guy before. Do you handsome guys go to the bathroom too? Is this guy some kind of idiot? Everyone needs to use the toilet, right? Knowing that she asked such an absurd question because she admired him too much, Qin Shang said calmly, yes, we're going to do it. Oh my god, I thought you guys were so innocent and pure that you didn't need to go to the bathroom. Do you usually eat by yourself? It seems this person hasn't interacted with men in a long time, as she lacks such understanding. Yes, I've never had anyone replace me. Smoking a cigarette and answering strange questions, Qin Shang was very relaxed. That's probably what it feels like to be with an idiot. Your breath will smell after you finish smoking, here's some chewing gum for you. Realizing she had asked a strange question, Xiao Maihua handed her a piece of chewing gum and ran away. Less than 2 hours later, the ambulance arrived and took Zhang Jiahao away, accompanied by Zhao Yupan. I have to say, this girl is really smart. She knew that winning over Qin Shang would be harder than climbing to heaven, so she focused her efforts on Zhang Jiahao alone. In this situation, her unwavering support should have moved Zhang Jiahao. Immediately afterwards, the people from the Women's Federation arrived, and it was an acquaintance Ma Yuchen. After arresting Yushi, Sister Dun, and more than 200 others, she came to Qin Shang and asked, Mr. Qin, could we talk alone? Sure. The Federation of Husbands is dedicated to protecting men, and sometimes even deliberately favors them, so Qin Shang's impression of the Federation is naturally not bad. The two walked into the woods, away from the crowd. Ma Yuchen sighed, Mr. Qin, with your looks, why do such hard work? You're famous now, you could easily find a rich woman. She didn't understand at all. Isn't the purpose of life to enjoy life? Unfortunately, this person doesn't know how to enjoy life. First of all, I don't think it's hard work. Secondly, my wife must be someone I like. Money alone isn't enough. Qin Shang was telling the truth. Money is important, of course. However, as long as you work hard, you can always earn money. If you marry someone you don't like, it would be so uncomfortable to face them every day. Okay, well, what do you think of me? Looking around, Ma Yuchen saw no one and blushed. Qin Shang examined it carefully from top to bottom. In terms of physique, Ma Yuchen is slightly chubby. Why do girls all want to be thin? It's truly 1 in a million to be good looking even when you're overweight. Ma Yuchen is the type who is chubby, but not cumbersome. Her waist isn't thick either. In terms of appearance, she is a typical traditional beauty, giving people a feeling of peace and prosperity. She had arrived in a hurry and was sweating profusely, her cheeks flushed. You're great, it's just that I'm a slow starter, so I need to observe you from time to time. Currently, the girls Qin Shang is closest to are mostly acquaintances. Gu Qianro is the homeroom teacher, Yi Shuqin lives across the hall, and although Yun Qian has just met her, she is well acquainted with her because of Gu Qianro's introduction. Really? I also have a chance to sit with you? No, I mean, I also have a chance to date you? Ma Yuchen became excited, I will work hard, and besides, my family is quite wealthy. Chapter 33. A 9 out of 10 beauty actually did this. Ma Yuchen was busy with official business and left quickly. Professor Tang led everyone on their way forward, while Qin Shang remained lying on the stretcher. After walking for several miles, Qin Shang called out, "Stop. What's wrong, brother? Do you want some water or something to eat? I have some beef jerky, do you want some? Brother, is it itchy? Where? Let me scratch it for you. Qin Shang, do you need to poop?" Qin Shang was the only man left in the team, and he was truly a treasure among treasures. Whenever he made a move, it would immediately attract the attention of many people. I feel that people who lack love can be healed very quickly in this world. Qin Shang sat up. I just wanted to spit out some phlegm. He was still an honest man by nature, and he liked to consider others. There was wind in the mountains and forests, and he was walking around. It wouldn't be good if he vomited on someone. Brother Qin, throw up here. Chow Maihua, who was walking behind, suddenly lit up and took out a few tissues, handing them over. Qin Shang thought that no matter what, spitting on the ground was impolite, so he took them and spat on them. Chow Maihua hurriedly reached out and took the tissue. The stretcher was lifted again, and several girls were left behind. Among them, Chow Maihua stood in the center. "Old Chow, you may look honest, but you're actually the most cunning. It really is true. I've been waiting for an opportunity, but I never expected that you would be the one to get Qin Shang's saliva in the end. A man's saliva is the most precious thing. It has another name, sacred saliva. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Chow Maihua, please give some to all of us." If Qin Shang knew, he'd laugh himself to death. He never imagined that someone would fight over the phlegm he spat out. It truly proves the saying that things are valued for their scarcity. Since there are few men in this world, everything about men becomes precious. Chow Maihua took out a small box from her pocket, put the phlegm-filled tissues inside, and said forcefully, "This phlegm is enough for me to drink in water for 3 years. You want it? No way." Although the others were dissatisfied, they were helpless and dared not voice their opinions. Anyway, there's still a long road ahead. If Chow Maihua can collect Qin Shang's phlegm today, she might be able to collect other treasures tomorrow. There will be opportunities, as long as she doesn't alert the enemy. The group continued onward, and the mountain path became even more rugged and uneven. He weighed over 180 pounds, making it even more difficult for the girls to lift him. "Lying down is too boring, I'm going to get up and walk around." He jumped off the stretcher, ignoring the advice of others, picked up a stick, and began to beat the grass as he moved forward. This is a common practice when walking in the mountains and forests, with the purpose of driving away poisonous snakes and insects. At dusk, we set up camp on a sheltered hillside. There's a big river right across the street, so it's convenient for bathing and getting water. "Qin Shang, shall I wash your stick for you?" As soon as they stopped, Luo Mimi offered to help. After walking all the way, the stick was covered in sweat. It would be good to wash it, so Qin Shang handed it to her without thinking much about it. In the summer, after walking such a long way, Qin Shang felt sticky all over, so he packed his toiletries, changed his clothes, and headed upstream to take a refreshing bath. Not long after he entered the water, he noticed that someone was peeping at him from the tree. "Who is it?" Qin Shang, intending to play a trick on his opponent, squatted in the water until he reached the shore, then suddenly stood up. Thump! A person fell from a tree, and Qin Shang quickly got dressed and ran over. He thought that whether it was Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, or Xia Xan, he would definitely teach them a lesson. To his surprise, when he arrived at the location, he discovered that the person who had been spying on him while he was showering was a complete stranger. "Who are you? How could there be anyone in this desolate wilderness?" The woman was limping and had a lot of nosebleeds. She has an average build, a relatively large face, but compact features. To give an analogy, if her face were a plate, her features would be concentrated within an area the size of a bone plate. Like the Panamanian black-hatted monkey. I'm a resident nearby. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have peeked at you taking a shower. I was wrong." Seeing that she couldn't escape, she showed a repentant expression. In Qin Shang's experience, people who say they are wrong often don't really think they are wrong, but rather they are forced to say so because they have been caught in a bind. How could there be any residents here in this desolate wilderness? Don't you even bother to think before you lie? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come with me. The woman limped to a hillside, pointed east, and said, "Look, that's my home." Sure enough, there really was a family living between the two small hills. Moreover, the courtyard wall was very high, and it was a 3-story building that looked very neat. Looking elsewhere, there were no other houses. What's your name? Why are you living in a place like this? My name is Sun Area. I can't find work in the city, but it's quite nice here. I can collect some mountain products, dry them, and sell them at the market. It must be quite profitable, right? No, it's just that we won't starve to death. Just like her name, she spoke very modestly, but Qin Shang always felt that something was off. There are some mountain products in the forest, such as mushrooms, which should be enough to sustain us. However, her house is really nice. Even in the countryside, a house like this would cost around 200,000 yuan. The key issue is that transporting so many bricks and tiles over here will definitely be a lot of work, and it might cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. With all that money, why build houses here? Are you living alone at home? There are a few other sisters who went to the market to sell goods, and I'm staying home. Sun Area smiled awkwardly, but she was very alert. Qin Shang knew that it would be difficult to get anything out of her. Everyone has secrets, and if they are none of your business, you don't need to know them. I can see you're an honest person, so I'll let it go this time. It's wrong to peep at men taking a bath, so don't do it again. I won't do it again, thank you. Despite his doubts, Qin Shang turned and left. After a long while, with only the rustling of the wind through the trees remaining, Sun Area took out her phone and made a call. Hey! There are 42 people coming this way. Nothing else is special, except there's a guy who's really good. He can take on more than 200 people by himself. The people from the Women's Federation came and then left. Be careful, you must be very careful. A shower makes me feel so refreshed. Qin Shang strolled along, stopping occasionally to admire the mountain scenery. Qin Shang, my Qin Shang, you are my little darling. Do you like me? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, as if he was in great pain. Without realizing it, he walked over and saw a scene that was utterly disgusting. Behind a large tree, Luo Mini was holding the stick she used to cut grass, acting completely erratically. Just pretend I didn't see it, you can continue playing. It's so disgusting. Qin Shang glanced at Luo Mini's stunned expression and quickly left. He hadn't expected that Luo Mini, who usually seemed beautiful, generous, cheerful, and lively, would actually. Well. There are too few men, not enough to go around, it's a real problem. Luo Mini is a beauty with a score of 9 or higher. Why don't we take her in? Thinking of Luo Mini's pitiful and disheveled state, Qin Shang's compassionate heart stirred again. Chapter 34, Beautiful women are full of tricks, and it's impossible to guard against them all. Back at the camp, dinner was already prepared. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled fish. Qin Shang, your tent is over here. Professor Tang led us to catch more than a dozen fish, and I was in charge of grilling them. Qin Shang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would be finished. Those people would definitely have killed us to cover it up. I want to repay your life-saving grace by marrying you. What do you think? A dozen or so girls gathered around, chattering away. Qin Shang suddenly felt that they were quite cute. Although they also yearned for men, they are much more refined than Yu Shi and the like. Dozens of mosquito nets were set up at the camp, but only one tent, like a yurt, was prepared for him. Someone brought out a folding table and chairs, while someone else brought over the food. In his previous life, Qin Shang had never experienced such preferential treatment. Even in his subconscious, he believed that men should treat women well and fawn over them before they could have a chance to date. Thank you everyone, you should all go and eat quickly. Still feeling a little uncomfortable, Qin Shang thanked them, and the girls immediately cheered and jumped for joy. Why say thank you? That word shouldn't exist in a guy's dictionary. It's all something we should do. Qin Shang, if you marry me, I'll grill fish for you every day. Stop joking, okay? Do you really think you're good enough for Qin Shang? I think only Xiao Firen is good enough for him in our school. What do you mean? Why are you bringing up that woman? Silence finally returned. Qin Shang looked at the food and saw that there was not only grilled fish, but also beef, stir-fries, and cold dishes. He was indeed hungry, so he began to eat heartily. After the meal, Lin Pundi came over and cleared away the dishes. She had just left when Luo Mini came in. She was dressed very lightly, in mini denim shorts that looked like they had been torn apart, with many loose threads hanging down. This outfit really flatters your figure, perfectly showcasing your slender waist. Without saying a word, she knelt down. Qin Shang, I was wrong. My first mistake was that I shouldn't have used you as a bet. My second mistake was that I shouldn't have posted your video online. The third mistake was that I shouldn't have molested your stick. Her face was flushed, and she even sobbed a little as she spoke, but there were no tears at all. Qin Shang was speechless. Could this girl be the legendary comedic woman? If you make a mistake, you should be punished. Tell me, how should I punish you? Posting the video online has indeed had a significant impact on his life. He only wanted to marry 8 or 10 wives and live a peaceful life, but now his dream has been shattered. Why don't you hit me? Luo Mimi handed over a small wooden stick to be used as a ruler. Qin Shang truly does not have the habit of hitting women. However, if I don't teach Luo Mimi a lesson, I'm afraid she won't learn her lesson and will cause some more trouble. Taking the ruler, Qin Shang struck her palm more than a dozen times. Alright, you can go now. Considering that the other party had fought for him after all, he decided to give them a small punishment as a warning. Unexpectedly, Luo Mimi picked up another thorny bramble. Brother Qin Shang, try this again. You have to teach me a lesson, or I'll make the same mistake again. She is really strict with herself. Qin Shang was not a cruel person after all. Luo Mimi, sincerity is enough. If I really beat you so badly that you'd be unable to walk, how would you walk? I just want Brother Qin Shang to punish me. Seeing how kind Qin Shang was, the guy swayed his waist like a spoiled child, making a coquettish sound that gave people goosebumps. The curve of her waist is beautiful. Who taught you this? Qin Shang took out the piece of chewing gum that Xiao Maihua had given him and started chewing it, his curiosity piqued. Aren't college students very busy? I read it in a love guide. It said that men like to hear a double-voiced tone of voice. Don't you like it? As she spoke, she feigned innocence, raising her eyebrows and widening her eyes like an innocent puppy. It's not that I don't like it, I can come occasionally, but not too often. The consonant sounds are like candy, they're nice to eat occasionally, but if you eat them every day, you're guaranteed to get cavities. After Qin Shang said that, Luo Mimi seemed much more normal, though a sly glint remained in her beautiful eyes. Hey, Brother Qin, you must be tired after fighting so many people today. My family has a long tradition of traditional Chinese medicine. Shall I give you a massage? This girl is clearly trying to take advantage. However, Qin Shang did feel a bit sore, so he said, then let's get a massage, but it has to be done properly. Don't worry, it's perfectly legitimate. I wouldn't know how to do anything illegitimate. Luo Mimi was so excited that she pounced on her like a wolf. Deep down, Qin Shang understood Luo Mimi. Imagine, girls mature early and understand matters between men and women in their teens, yet they don't even have a boyfriend until their 20s. How can we not be restless? Which girl doesn't yearn for love? Brother Qin, is this force okay? She really had some skill by pinching a person's muscles, she made them feel much more relaxed. I'm having a bit of a struggle, so I'll use a little more force. How about this? Much better, please open up my shoulder first. Okay. Chewing gum while receiving a massage from a pretty young woman, that's what life is all about. However, as she pressed, Luo Mimi got too close. At first, Qin Shang thought she did it unintentionally, so he didn't say anything. I didn't want her to push her luck, because her little hands were particularly restless. Qin Shang wanted to scold her, but seeing her naive and unsophisticated appearance, like a refugee who considered a simple white steamed bun a delicacy, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. The world is already in a state of turmoil. No other reason than a lack of men. A small number of men are becoming increasingly reserved. What's needed most right now is a male bodhisattva. Let me be a male bodhisattva for once. Qin Shang thought this way, but Luo Mimi thought differently. Why doesn't he resist? Then he must like me. Which kindergarten should my child and his attend? The affiliated kindergarten of Haida University, or Guangming Kindergarten. Haida University has an affiliated kindergarten with relatively high teaching quality. Guangming Kindergarten, on the other hand, combines education with entertainment, making the children happier. Lost in her fantasies, she became increasingly unrestrained. Luo Mimi. Please watch your temper, or I'll get angry, I'll really get angry. Although Qin Shang felt quite comfortable, he didn't want people to think he was a casual guy. The boy's innocence and reputation are more important than his life. Brother Qin, I like you. You can't just touch someone you like, that's too much. I'm sorry, you're just too beautiful, I couldn't resist. Do you treat every boy like this? Never before. You are the first boy I've ever touched. I swear on my family's ancestral grave. Okay, I won't let you press it anymore. You're always trying to take advantage of me. You can give a little something to a sycophant, but not too much. This is a truth summarized by those old men in the little black book. All right. Regardless, she had finally had her fill of fun, and Luo Mimi reluctantly let go of Qin Shang. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Qin Shang spitting out his chewing gum and wrapping it in a paper. A thought struck her. Brother Qin, shall I throw it away for you? Qin Shang didn't think much of it and placed the wrapped chewing gum in her palm. To his surprise, Luo Mimi was a genius at taking advantage of others. She opened the chewing gum wrapper and with a slurp, sucked it into her mouth. He. Brother Qin, we've indirectly kissed again. Yay! As if afraid someone would snatch it away, she ran out quickly. Qin Shang. It's impossible to guard against. He had a feeling that sooner or later he would be completely taken advantage of by this girl. Chapter 35. A single touch, and she fainted from excitement. He was surrounded by dozens of women, but he was the only man among them. Qin Shang didn't go out after finishing his meal, so as not to cause a commotion. After all, women tend to become restless at night, unable to suppress their inner animalistic desires. I'd only been smoking a cigarette when a commotion broke out outside. Why should you be downwind of Qin Shang? That's right, the wind is blowing from the east now. You're to the west of Qin Shang, so all the scent of Qin Shang's sweat is going into her stomach. Give me this spot. I've never even smelled a man's feet before, so let me enjoy this one night. No, I will not give Qin Shang to anyone. They were actually arguing about who was on the west side of Qin Shang's tent. No wonder he's highly educated, his theoretical knowledge is impressive. The east wind blowing in will indeed carry Qin Shang's aura westward. If you're facing due west, you can definitely smell a strong masculine scent. Professor Tang, unable to bear it any longer, said, "What's all the noise about? Let's draw lots." The problem was then solved. Well. Fortunately, there was also a steady and sensible Professor Tang, otherwise, it would have been like Tang Sanzang entering the spider cave, with one leaving and another arriving. After playing on his phone for a while, Qin Shang was about to go to sleep when Lin Pundi came over, her face flushed. "Qin Shang, I didn't mean to bother you, it's just that I can't sleep because I think about you getting bitten by mosquitoes." Compared to Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi is much more elegant. She usually speaks softly. Now, however, she's wearing a crop top and hot pants just like Lo Mimi, all white and dazzling. In the woods, mosquitoes are inevitable. Qin Shang was taken aback. "So, you have mosquito coils?" "Mosquito coils won't work, they're harmful to your health." "What I mean is..." Lin Pundi sprayed perfume on herself. "I looked it up online. Mosquitoes like sweet things. Let them drink my blood first, and then they won't bite you." After she finished speaking, she used her phone to shine a light on herself. As is well known, mosquitoes are attracted to light. However, this made her fair skin glow with a radiant sheen, which was quite captivating. Is that not necessary? Unlike Luo Mimi, who is innocent and carefree, Lin Pundi has a more introverted personality and usually blushes when she sees him. Qin Shang treated her like a normal girl. I never expected her to be so crazy. I was touched, but also found it a little funny. Is it not allowed? Lin Pundi lowered her head. I know I'm not good enough for you, and I've never dared to dream of it. I just want to do something for you. Is that really not allowed? Under the light of her phone's flashlight, she seemed to have fallen into an abyss of inferiority. She's so beautiful, yet she lacks so much confidence. Sure, let the mosquitoes suck your blood. I'm scared. Qin Shang gradually realized that his every move had a huge impact on others. It can even seriously interfere with a girl's self-perception. He didn't want to hurt them, so he could only accept their kindness. Thanks. With a sweet smile on her face, Lin Pundi turned her back to Qin Shang and walked to a corner of the tent. Mosquitoes usually hide in corners and edges. The forest was quiet, filled with the chirping of crickets. Inside the tent, Qin Shang was lost in thought, while Lin Pundi waited for mosquitoes to come and suck her blood. It's a bit strange, a bit awkward. Finally, a buzzing sound rang out, and a mosquito flew onto Lin Pundi's long legs, rubbed its hands together, and started sucking. Lin Pundi remained motionless, her face radiating a holy glow. I want to swat mosquitoes whenever I see them. This is human instinct. especially seeing those beautiful, long legs being bitten by mosquitoes. Qin Shang felt a surge of pity for the young woman, so he quietly approached and slapped her across the face. After the fight, Qin Shang realized that he had done something strange. He removed his hand, leaving a pool of mosquito blood on Lin Pundi's leg. "I did it to kill mosquitoes." Lin Pundi stood with her legs together, shoulders hunched, and trembling slightly. Qin Shang offered an explanation. "So, you feel sorry for me?" "Ah. You didn't want mosquitoes to bite me, so you swatted them." "Thank you, Qin Shang. After being swatted by you, I have no regrets in my life, and I have no complaints about the world." "Are you all right?" Although he was already married, Qin Shang still lacked understanding of women, especially women in this world. Lin Pundi's trembling grew more and more violent, like she was having an asthma attack. "You feel sorry for me, you feel sorry for me." She managed to utter a single sentence, then her body went limp like a noodle. Qin Shang reacted quickly and caught her. Lin Pundi's lips moved a few times before she fainted. "Hey, hey, hey." After patting her face a few times, Qin Shang quickly pressed her philtrum, and it took her a long time to slowly wake up. "Qin Shang, you're so good." "I'm so dizzy, so dizzy." Lin Pundi's face turned deathly pale. She blinked in a daze, and it looked like she was about to pass by again. "I'm just an ordinary person, don't get excited." Qin Shang hurriedly put her on the mat, and roughly understood that she had no experience in dating boys, so she was easily impulsive. After catching her breath for a long time, Lin Pundi finally calmed down. "My lips were dry, my face was covered in sweat, and my body was soaked. Today is the happiest day of my life." After glancing at Qin Shang, Lin Pundi curled up, covered her face with her hands, and looked incredibly happy. "She's very fair-skinned. Under the light, it looks like white jade. When it curls up, it looks like a kitten, so cute and adorable." If a girl like that can't even find a boyfriend, Qin Shang increasingly feels that the world is likely to descend into chaos. Men need women, and women need men. This is the most basic truth in the world. It's hard to imagine how much animalistic instinct a person might unleash if their most basic needs are not met. "Are you still dizzy?" "Much better. Qin Shang, you look so real to me now. I wish I could see you every day." Through her splayed fingers, Lin Pundi's eyes were filled with infatuation, and Qin Shang felt an extraordinary warmth. "You're too easily dizzy, so I can't marry you." Lin Pundi sat up abruptly. "At first, I wasn't used to it yet." "Are you willing to marry me?" "I was just saying." "Oh, come to think of it, there are plenty of women out there who are prettier and richer than me. You would never marry an ugly girl like me. I think you're very beautiful. As for feelings, those need to be cultivated slowly. If I were to say I want to marry you now, wouldn't that be too frivolous? Are you testing me?" "I'm willing to accept the test." Her eyes shone brightly. Lin Pundi had heard that nowadays boys like to test girls. The test covers a wide range of topics. For example, whether you truly love him, whether you are loyal enough, whether you are tolerant enough, whether you can guess his thoughts, whether you are ambitious, etc. Don't think this is too harsh. So many girls want to take the test, but they haven't had the chance yet. Even so, the other party was like a frightened deer, with emotions fluctuating too much. Qin Shang was not a heartless person. I thought to myself, I'll give her a chance. The world is already like this as men, we must have universal love in order to bring peace to the world. Those men who are only willing to marry one wife in their entire lives are the most selfish. They only have personal love and no love for all living beings. I will definitely work very, very hard. Like someone injected with chicken blood, Lin Pundi went to a corner of the tent and continued to shine a light on herself, hoping to attract mosquitoes to bite her. Qin Shang found it both funny and interesting. He picked up a magazine, rolled it up a few times, and sat down next to her. Snap. When mosquitoes bit Lin Pundi, he would swat them away. Perhaps Lin Pundi is just naturally attractive to mosquitoes. Qin Shang quickly killed more than a dozen of them. By 11:30, the mosquitoes in the tent had been almost completely wiped out. Brother Qin, I'm going back now. You should get some rest. Feeling like a thief, Lin Pundi lowered her voice and quietly left the tent. Smelling her lingering fragrance, Qin Shang slept soundly until dawn. The air in the forest is exceptionally fresh in the early morning. Everyone started washing up. When Qin Shang took his toothpaste and toothbrush to the river, he saw Lin Pundi. She smiled shyly and ran over. Brother Qin, let me squeeze some toothpaste for you. Compared to her previous introverted self, she became much more cheerful. She quickly squeezed out the toothpaste, then used a cup to fetch water from the cleanest river and handed it to Qin Shang. It really does have the feel of a submissive wife serving her husband. After Qin Shang brushed his teeth and washed his face, Lin Pundi immediately handed him a cotton handkerchief. Many girls looked over with envy, and her face shone brightly. After breakfast, led by Professor Tang, we continued into the dense forest. Awoo! Awoo! After walking for about 10 kilometers, we began to hear the howling of wolves. Everyone, stay close and don't fall behind. Professor Tang gave instructions, took attendance, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found everyone present. He then said to Qin Shang, you're physically strong, and everyone is willing to listen to you. Keep an eye on things for me. When we get back, I'll give you an extra bodyguard salary. You only realize how difficult it is to lead a team when you actually do it. Everyone has their own idea. The weather is hot and the work is tiring, so managing morale alone is difficult. Even the slightest unfair treatment could easily lead to complaints. To ensure a smooth journey, Professor Tang lived and ate with everyone, and chatted with each person to understand their situation. No problem. It's always good to earn more money. Besides, Qin Shang's physical strength is too strong, and he'd be bored if he was idle. The atmosphere changed drastically when he took charge of the inspection. If you have any questions, feel free to tell me. Be careful, and whatever you do, make sure to go in groups of several people. On the road, everyone carried food and drinks in their backpacks, and the main reason for getting separated from the group was to go to the toilet. Therefore, Qin Shang gave a special reminder. Brother Qin Shang, you care about me so much, do you like me? You're dreaming. Brother Qin Shang was talking to me. But his eyes were on me. Does Brother Qin Shang have eyes in the back of his head? Luo Mimi started it up, sparking a flurry of laughter. To put it bluntly, it's because of years of repression that she just wants to have some oral sex whenever she sees a man. Qin Shang didn't take it seriously, his attention drawn to the wolf's howl. He discovered something, the wolf's howls were very rhythmic. At first, it was just shouting randomly in front. Even after we passed by, the wolf howls were still ahead, even more intense. As we continued forward, we began to hear eerie crying. Everyone was a little scared. The howl of wolves is a natural sound, but the wailing of ghosts is definitely not right. Even Professor Tang was a little surprised. Just then, a large rock appeared directly in front of them, with a line of black characters written on it, "This road is blocked. Anyone who trespasses will be killed." Chapter 36 The world needs male bodhisattvas. Panic spread like ripples, and the students chattered incessantly. It's obvious that someone doesn't want us to go. Maybe we should go back, it's kind of scary. In the mountains, if we get killed, no one will collect our bodies. There must be some secret ahead. The more we know, the more dangerous it becomes. Fear is a natural human reaction. Qin Shang walked around the big rock and found that the ink on it was very fresh, probably written in the last day or two. He looked ahead, but the woods were so dense that he couldn't see anything. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of rain began, and everyone looked up. It's blood. Someone cried out in alarm, and saw drops of blood the size of beans first fall on the leaves, then soak everyone. The crowd panicked even more. With the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers within his body, and 100 times the original young energy, Qin Shang is not only physically powerful, but also has more acute senses. He listened intently, picked up a large rock from the ground, mustered all his strength, and threw it upwards. The stone shattered the leaves, making a loud rustling sound. Something fell from the sky with a thud, breaking several tree branches. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a drone the size of a millstone. It was covered in bloodstains. Clearly, someone was operating a drone specifically to spray blood. Needless to say, the wailing and howling were deliberately created by someone. Professor Tang, is there something extraordinary in Hanging Coffin Valley? What is the purpose of this expedition? Since it wasn't his area of expertise, Qin Shang never asked. I have no choice but to ask now. If someone goes to such great lengths to prevent everyone from going through, there must be some secret they don't want others to know. The Hanging Coffin Valley is the home of the Sawa people. Historical records show that they have lived in the Hanging Coffin Valley for more than 2,000 years. It was only discovered 300 years ago. The most distinctive feature of the Sawa people is that the men are exceptionally handsome and the women are exceptionally beautiful, somewhat like elves in movies. There are basically no ugly ones among them. After being discovered, some of them integrated into modern civilization, while the majority of the rest continued to adhere to the tribal way of life. 250 years ago, for some unknown reason, the Sawa people began to leave the Hanging Coffin Valley, and they had a very bad reputation. According to records, the Sawa people have strong desires and are very fickle. According to genetic testing, almost everyone in today's society has Sawa genes. To spread their genes all over the world in such a short period of time, you can imagine how crazy they were. As for the name Hanging Coffin Valley, it's because of their funeral customs. They don't bury people, but hang them on big trees. The reason we came to investigate is because there is some connection between the fact that there are more women than men among the Sawa people. There are too many branches of humanity. Many ethnic groups have been lost to the long river of history. This is not surprising. To Qin Shang's surprise, the fact that there were more women than men was related to the Sawa ethnic group. Professor Tang, what do you mean by connection? The Sawa script is very complex and is divided into two sets. The more advanced one is used by tribal leaders and those who perform rituals, while ordinary Sawa people use a simpler one. When I was studying the advanced Sawa script, I discovered a name in it, Qin Xianliang. Not only Qin Shang, but even his classmates showed expressions of shock. Chen Xianliang is a top scientist who has won 18 Nobel Prizes. To this day, no one has been able to break it. Some call him the most formidable scientist since the beginning of humankind. The disciplines involved are incredibly diverse. It would be no exaggeration to say that they are well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. You mean? I suspect that Chen Xianliang established a research institute in the Hanging Coffin Valley, developed achievements that were ahead of their time, and used these achievements to transform the Sawa people, thereby affecting the male-to-female ratio. Why did he do that? I don't know. This is just my guess. In fact, people in the industry have long speculated that a certain scientist changed the course of human history, and Chen Xianliang is the most suspicious among them. Wow! One person changed the course of humankind. We will bring the male-to-female ratio down to the current 1:30. Qin Shang could only say that it was terrifying. Science, that's really amazing. Is he going to destroy the world? It is very possible that if the number of men continues to decline, humanity will cease to exist. Countless scientists have tried to use scientific methods to clone or artificially inseminate, but all have failed. If my conjecture is true, then since Chen Xianliang started the path to the destruction of humanity more than 200 years ago, it has not stopped. It really proves the saying that humans are the most ferocious animals. Look, even the most powerful animals, whether tigers or lions, are just hunters who eat meat. There is now a person who will directly destroy all of humanity. Qin Shang felt an overwhelming and unstoppable force. But, shouldn't many people have investigated a place like Hanging Coffin Valley before? It's not just that there are, it can be said that Hanging Coffin Valley is the most explored place by humans, without exception. Scientists at home and abroad have long suspected that Chen Xianliang did something in Hanging Coffin Valley. However, they have not found anything. Then why are people blocking us from entering? Places that have been explored by countless people have little archaeological value. It seems that Professor Tang didn't really intend to discover anything, he just wanted to broaden the students' horizons. I don't know either. Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled. We've already come this far, are we going to turn back? Just because someone made a wailing sound and used a drone to spray some blood? Qin Shang felt utterly humiliated. If you call the police, it goes without saying that it will be difficult to find anything. Firstly, there are very few clues, and secondly, the surrounding area is all mountains and forests, making the search extremely difficult. So, should we advance or retreat? Qin Shang was merely a resident of Yangzhenzi's village, essentially an employee. This decision still had to be made by Professor Tang. This is a very important matter, and I would like to hear everyone's opinions. Professor Tang looked around at everyone and, seeing that no one spoke, continued, "How about this, we don't cross this rock, but rest nearby for the night and decide tomorrow." Another day of setting up camp. I thought things would go smoothly. To Qin Shang's surprise, after dinner, all the girls gathered around his tent. "Brother Qin Shang, I can also give massages. Let me give you one today." "That's right. Why should only Luo Mimi benefit? That's not fair." She even boasted that she ate the gum you chewed, is that true? Where am I inferior to her? My legs are longer than hers, my waist is thinner than hers, my skin is fairer than hers, and I've even studied yoga. I really want to teach Luo Mimi a lesson for her big mouth. But think about it, she was so hungry that she couldn't help but spread the word about the little bit of sweetness she got. Why don't we just take her in? With this thought in mind, Qin Shang suddenly felt much more open-minded. What this world needs most is a male bodhisattva. Why don't you be compassionate and send down sweet rain to all? Chapter 37, I became a male bodhisattva for a time. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Qin Shang waved his hand, and the girls quieted down. The female student from the Archaeological Research Institute was closest to him. Their clothes were very fashionable, and their skin was fair. A dozen meters away stood Professor Tang, untouched by worldly affairs and aloof from the world. She was sitting in a folding chair, reading a book. Through her loose clothing, one could see that she had a voluptuous and graceful figure. What you said is true. Luo Mimi did give me a massage. After Qin Shang finished speaking, everyone looked at Luo Mimi, their teeth itching with envy. For a girl to even touch a boy is like climbing to the sky. Boys are so precious and reserved they wouldn't let anyone touch them unless they had a dowry worth hundreds of thousands. A guy as handsome as Qin Shang is only seen on TV. To touch him would be an incredible experience. The reason I accepted her massage is because, after getting to know her over this period of time, I found her to be quite cute. You say it's unfair, but where is fairness in the world of love? She undoubtedly likes me, and I like her too. She was willing to give me a massage, and I agreed. What's wrong with that? As for whether I will like you, that depends on whether you can bring me joy. These words are upright and righteous, demonstrating a strong sense of justice. Even if everyone is jealous, they have nothing to say and can only blame themselves for not working hard enough. Luo Mimi lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, lost in thought. In Qin Shang's eyes, whether it was Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, Xia Xian, or Chao Maihua, they were all disaster victims. As the sage said, food and sex are human nature. They were in their early 20s, in the prime of their youth, and had never even been touched by a man. If they weren't disaster victims, what were they? Thinking about it carefully, it's really pitiful. Luo Mimi, come for a walk with me. Take it. She is so beautiful, lovely, lively, and cheerful. I haven't been to university myself, but I should at least go to university and be born. Otherwise, if people say it out loud, it will make me seem uncultured. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Qin Shang led the way, followed by Luo Mimi, until they reached the tranquil stream. Qin Shang thought that the environment here was nice, so he decided to do his business here. After finishing my business, I'll take a refreshing shower. Just as he stopped, Luo Mimi suddenly raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Slap. Slap. In just 2 strokes, a red mark appeared on her face. What you do? I am a frivolous pig. Luo Mimi squatted down, covering her face, her beautiful hair disheveled, her long, slender legs deformed from the pressure, looking very supple. I spread our affair around, affecting your reputation and ruining your mood. When she squatted down, she looked petite and adorable, so helpless, so in pain. It's like a child who has lost their favorite toy. I'm not blaming you. Such a carefree girl actually thought about so much. Indeed, if a relationship between 2 people is made public, the sense of mystery and the intimate feeling of knowing it only between you and me will be destroyed. Privacy, in essence, is a secret that one possesses exclusively. Some things are just not meant to be told to others. Once they are, the meaning changes. However, some girls just like to show off, taking pride in sitting with boys, as if the more they sit with boys, the more successful they are. Your good manners, high moral character, and decent appearance do not prove that I am not a bad person. Qin Shang, I want to commit suicide. I don't want to live anymore. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and Luo Mimi cried loudly. To be honest, her crying was really awful, like a puppy caught in a door. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Shang sat down next to her and patted her on the shoulder. Everyone makes mistakes. I forgive you. She really listened to advice. Luo Mimi sat down with her knees together, looking very ladylike. Then I won't die. She sniffled, took out a tissue to wipe her tears, then took out a small mirror and neatly touched up her makeup. After finishing, I tossed the small mirror, makeup remover, and concealer aside. Qin Shang, actually it's mainly because of my bad personality. My mother is very strict with me. She started telling me when I was in kindergarten that if I didn't work hard, I would never find a man in my life. So whether I'm at home or at school, I work my hardest. Living in this oppressive atmosphere for so many years was so stifling. After entering university, I became very frivolous and always acted like a clown, trying to attract attention. I want to change, but old habits die hard, I can't change. When Qin Shang first heard Luo Mini confide her troubles, he was immediately moved with compassion. It's really tough for ordinary girls to live in this world. Even if she is good at studying, she is always shrouded in a huge shadow she can't find a man. After all, doing well in school doesn't guarantee a good job. By the time my work started to improve, I was already getting older. For most ordinary girls, their greatest wish in life is nothing more than to become a concubine. Then let's fix it slowly. It's not a major flaw anyway. Qin Shang continued to comfort her, but Luo Mimi remained nervous, her eyes fixed on Qin Shang, afraid that she might say or do something that would displease him. Just like a newly hired chef who is always afraid that customers won't like the food he makes. Thank you, Qin Shang. Well, actually, I've only read books and have no practical experience. I don't know how to pursue a guy. If you have any requests, just tell me and I'll definitely do them. Thinking about pursuing Qin Shang, Luo Mimi became nervous and incoherent. Gone was her usual mischievousness. Instead, she became infinitely shy and excited, gently kicking the gravel with her heels. Nature is the most beautiful thing, just be yourself. Be yourself? Luo Mimi was stunned for a moment, a little confused. She was a very outgoing girl. What if Qin Shang didn't like her if she showed her true self? Woof woof woof. As the two were entwined in tenderness, suddenly, the sound of a dog barking came from afar. Qin Shang looked northwest but didn't see anyone, so he ignored it. Nothing is more important than being a male bodhisattva. This is not just for enjoyment, but also for peace for all mankind. The stream flows, and the willow branches sway back and forth in the wind. Men and women in love lose track of time in the blink of an eye. 2 hours have passed. Luo Mimi's face relaxed. Qin Shang, can I call you husband? Do you want to call out? Think. Then let's call it that. Luo Mimi sat up solemnly, helped brush the fallen leaves off Qin Shang, and said affectionately, "Husband, I love you." Bite. Immediately, a system voice sounded. Chapter 38: The Temperamental A-Rank Man. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new lover. Reward: 1 portable storage space, 100 cubic meters. Qin Shang immediately sensed that a new space had appeared in his mind, completely empty. Mimi, it's getting dark, let's go back. Okay, husband. Luo Mimi spoke gently and obediently to his every word. The two returned to the camp together. Honey, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep now. Luo Mimi looked exhausted, as if she had stayed up for several nights in a row. She's lost her usual liveliness and become a bit more composed. Good. Qin Shang didn't stay either, he still needed to test the space's performance. Upon hearing the word husband, all the girls in the camp turned to look. When they saw Luo Mimi coming over, they all surrounded her. Mimi, are you already Qin Shang's girlfriend? Why should I? Your family isn't rich, does Qin Shang not discriminate against the poor and love the rich? Sigh. I can see it now, Qin Shang isn't a gold digger, he's really, really great. Tell us, just how wonderful are men? One gains wisdom from experience. Luo Mimi knew that some things couldn't be said, so she used being tired as an excuse to avoid mentioning what had happened. However, everyone could see the smug look on her face. When the women looked at Qin Shang's tent again, they were filled with even more hope. We are all theoretical experts, and we know that men have a characteristic: once they have a new girlfriend, they lose all interest in other women and only think about life, the universe, and distant places. It's best not to get close to men at this time. Mimi, are you feeling unwell? Lin Pundi was sleeping next to Luo Mimi. When she saw Luo Mimi clutching her stomach, she asked her with concern. I'm savoring the memory. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention, Luo Mimi whispered. Reminiscing? Yes, reminiscing about my love with Qin Shang. You don't know how gentle he is, just like the male lead in a TV series. You are so lucky. He. The real man is completely different from the man I imagined. Pundi, you have to work hard. We sisters must both marry Qin Shang. Such a perfect god like Qin Shang is not someone I can have all to myself. Let's help each other. Even if we become concubines, we'll be top-tier concubines. Hearing these words, Lin Pundi's pretty face turned red, filled with both fear and longing. She really liked Qin Shang and wanted to have a sweet romance with him, However, I always get nervous when I'm with him, and I can't even speak properly. What she regrets most is that she didn't get her hair removed before coming. If Qin Shang sees that she has body hair, he'll probably be disgusted. I'm afraid Qin Shang won't like me. Thinking that everyone should be brave at least once, Lin Pundi's eyes shone with hope. It was as if she knew there was a huge abyss ahead, but she still wanted to jump in. No, you're prettier than me. Let me tell you a secret, Qin Shang loves nature, so just be yourself. The real self? Lin Pundi was a little confused. She couldn't quite explain what her true self was. One thing was certain, she had a strong affection for that man, wanted to do something for him, wanted to get as close to him as possible, and even more so, wanted him to take the initiative and express his feelings for her. For example, last night, he swatted a mosquito dead on himself. What a wonderful and romantic moment that was. His hands are so big and strong. Can I still go see him tonight? I've heard that once a man has a girlfriend, he'll hate other girls. Thinking that there were still mosquitoes in the tent and that they might bite Qin Shang, Lin Pundi was worried. Damn mosquitoes. My God, whom I dare not blaspheme, how dare you little things suck his blood. That's just an ordinary man, stingy and petty. Qin Shangka is different. You can go ahead. Okay, thank you, Mimi. If one day I can really marry Qin Shang, I will respect you and call you sister. My older sister is quite nice. Luo Mimi turned over, continuing to savor the memory. Inside the tent, Qin Shang pointed his right hand at his suitcase. An invisible door, 2 meters in length, width, and height, opened. The suitcase vanished instantly. Then he sensed that the suitcase had entered the space in his mind. This is brilliant. With a space like this, you could even make a fortune by stealing electric bikes. I won't have to worry about money anymore. With this newfound confidence, Qin Shang cherished his life even more. Given his current situation, he decided to explore the surrounding area. Those who were howling and spewing blood, we don't know who they are, or what they want to do. This made him a little uneasy. If the other party launches an attack at night and has a gun, even he could be injured. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Pundi came over. She lowered her head and spoke softly as always, Qin Shang, I've come to feed the mosquitoes. She was wearing hot pants and white socks, which made her look delicate and innocent. That's a bit strange, though, as if feeding mosquitoes is some kind of respectable job. Just then, Qin Shang wanted to sneak out to investigate, but didn't want to cause a commotion, so he said, Pundi, I'm going out for a bit. You stay here and keep watch. If anyone comes and asks, just say I went to take a dump, understand? Okay, sure. Without a second thought, Lin Pundi agreed, and as usual, she sprayed perfume on herself and lit up her face. Seeing her silly way of thinking and her wholehearted concern for him, Qin Shang patted her on the shoulder. When I get back, I'll give you a reward. Award? In an instant, Lin Pundi's heart skipped a beat. What reward? Want to tease my little bean? Or are you going to come straight in and investigate me? Was the surprise really that sudden? It caught them completely off guard. After leaving the tent, Qin Shang quietly circled the camp, found nothing amiss, and then sneaked in towards the northwest. I heard dogs barking by the stream earlier. Where there are dogs, there must be people. In the desolate wilderness, the other party is very likely the same group that spilled blood and pretended to wail like ghosts. Under the moonlight, he was agile, like a cheetah. Half an hour later, he climbed a tree and found a courtyard on the hillside to the northwest. Like Sun Area's courtyard, it was a 3-story building with high walls. The lights were still on the 3rd floor. This is really not right. The forest does produce some mountain products, but the output is very limited. Within a radius of 50 miles, it would be good enough to support one family that makes a living off the mountain. How could it support so many people? He became even more cautious and slowly approached the courtyard. I climbed over the courtyard wall and looked inside. There was a large wolfhound huddled in a corner. From the 3rd floor came a man's furious voice, You damn bitch, what are you looking at? I'm an A-grade man, priced at 6 million. You think you can sleep with me? Do you think you're worthy? Don't forget, you only have the right to supervise, not the right to use. Then came the woman's pitiful pleading voice, I just want to kiss your feet, is that not even allowed? Chapter 39 Men are indeed very fragile and need to be protected. Seeing that the building door was closed, Qin Shang quietly went to the back, climbed a tree, and took in the scene inside the room. There was a man and a woman in the room. The man was dressed elegantly, was fair-skinned and plump, and had chains on his feet, clearly indicating that he had been kidnapped. The woman was wearing a low-cut top and a bodycon skirt. Although she wasn't exactly a stunning beauty, she had a certain charm. Today you kissed my feet, tomorrow you want to kiss my hands, the day after tomorrow you want to kiss my breasts, and the day after that you dare to bite my kunkin. I've seen through the true colors of you women long ago. You're all lustful devils, driven by your lower bodies, thinking about nothing but the same things all day long, always trying to take advantage of us men. Shameless. Vulgar. Bastards. The man was furious again, shaking violently, causing the chains on his feet to rattle. The woman's face showed a look of utter shame, and she said gently, I won't kiss you then. Don't be angry. If you get sick from being angry, I won't be able to explain it to the company. You know that's all. I'm telling you, Jottington, don't even think about possessing me, or I'll show you what a man's true colors are. The man issued a warning, his expression arrogant, as if he had his head on the ground. Jottington dared not do anything excessive, so she used a toothpick to pick up a piece of fruit and brought it to the man's mouth. Big brother Jew, would you like some fruit? I'm not eating, I'm already full of anger because of you. Why don't you hit me and vent your anger? You bitch. You still want me to have physical contact with you. Do you think I'm smart enough to fall for your tricks? I didn't, I really didn't. Stop talking, you brainless, itchy hole scoundrel, I. As he was cursing, the man saw Qin Shang outside the window, cried out in surprise, and revealed a hopeful smile. Jottington was immediately surprised. Big brother Jew, what are you laughing at? I'm thinking of something happy. What's making you happy? My wife gave birth. Ha? Don't you not have a wife? Desperate after being questioned, the man flew into a rage. You idiot. Can't you have children without a wife? Don't you even know what quantum entanglement is? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Can't you learn something, acquire some knowledge? Perhaps not wanting to be seen as uncultured, Jottington paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, Brother Jew, I understand. You're talking about parallel universes, right? I've seen them in science fiction novels. Besides this world, there are many other worlds. In one of them, men pursue women, men earn money to support their families, and men have to give women dowries. TCH. You really dare to dream, a man pursuing a woman. With a disdainful laugh, the irritable man yawned, I'm tired, you can leave now. Jottington actually kowtowed once, took a few steps back, and then turned around and went downstairs. The irritable man mouthed to Qin Shang outside the window, help me, help me, help me. I've been kidnapped. Qin Shang put a finger to his lips, shoo. Qin Shang believed he still possessed a sense of justice. After waiting a while and confirming that Jottington was asleep, he stepped on a tree branch, jumped down, grabbed the window, and climbed in through the window. Shoo. Shoo. Don't get agitated. Tell me, what's going on? The irritable man looked at Qin Shang with surprise, lowered his voice, and with a mournful face, recounted his tragic experience. His name is Zhu Zhibua, and he was kidnapped last year. It involved no technical skill whatsoever. He simply went out for dinner one evening, and when he returned, he was incapacitated with ether. After waking up, I found myself in an auction house. That's the item I'm selling. First, he went through a series of evaluations, and then a wealthy foreign woman in her 40s bought him for a high price of 6 million. The reason for such a high price is mainly because the male-to-female ratio is even more skewed in foreign countries. In some tiny countries, the number of men is as low as a few hundred, so even wealthy women can't find husbands. We are currently in the transportation phase. They'll be taken to the border first, and then someone will meet them. Because it was a valuable item, he ate and drank very high-class food and was well taken care of. Where is the auction house located? Trafficking men directly is a major case. Since this is a transit point, it goes without saying that Sun area was also on this line. It's in the Hanging Coffin Valley, but I don't know the exact location. Zhu Zhibua looked terrified. They're so cruel. If anyone disobeys, they send over a dozen fat women who keep sucking the fragrance off you. It's disgusting. I heard from that rich woman that the Tao Tai Group is in charge of running all of this. Tao Tai Group. Qin Shang had heard about this criminal organization more than once on television. Their main activity was human trafficking. Men are scarce in this world, so they kidnap men and sell them all over the world. You've suffered. Qin Shang began to accept the values of this world. Men are very vulnerable and need women's protection. Thinking of his past tragic experiences, Zhu Zhibu's eyes welled up with tears. Are you the Women's Federation or the police? You must save me. I was just passing by, and I have a general understanding of the situation. Don't worry, I will notify the Federation of Husbands and have them wipe out the Taotai group in one fell swoop. Just bear with it a little longer. Upon hearing that he could not be rescued immediately, Zhu Zhibo looked like a bitter gourd and kept pleading. Being soft-hearted won't get you anywhere. Qin Shang took a few photos of him as evidence and then left. Qin Shang was extremely cautious because it involved a large criminal organization like the Taotai group. He found a secluded spot and called Ma Yuchen directly, explaining the situation. Ma Yuchen was shocked. After a long silence, she murmured, that makes sense. The Hanging Coffin Valley was once inhabited by the Sawa people. It has a multi-layered cave structure, which is indeed convenient for Tibetans. However, since there is an auction house there must be many wealthy people going there. It's impossible for wealthy people to cross mountains and valleys to get there, and it's also impossible to get there by plane. If planes frequently flew to the Hanging Coffin Valley, it would have attracted attention long ago. How did they get there? Simply put, the Hanging Coffin Valley has both advantages and huge disadvantages as a criminal den. The Taotai group is involved in human trafficking, but their location is so remote that transporting personnel and supplies is inconvenient. Send people over to encircle and annihilate them. Qin Shang thought that the Fu Lian had a large number of people, so if they sent 30,000 to 50,000 people, they could surround the Hanging Coffin Valley and not let any criminals escape. Little did I know, it wasn't that simple. The Taotai group is extremely powerful and keeps a close eye on the Women's Federation. They will know as soon as we make a move. After pondering for a while, Ma Yuchen suggested, Qin Shang, how about this? It's dangerous ahead, so you should come back quickly. I'll put pressure on Haiti University to make Professor Tang and the others continue forward to attract the attention of the Taotai group, so I can send someone to infiltrate them. Chapter 44 In Woman, Chinese boys should be protected by us. I disagree with doing this. Without hesitation, Qin Shang rejected the idea. Ma Yuchen's intention was to use this team from the Archaeological Research Institute as a pawn to alert the enemy. She then led the Fulian people to try to surround the Taotai group. The problem is that doing so would put Professor Tang and the others in danger. Qin Shang, do you know that the Taotai group has kidnapped at least several thousand people, including several thousand distinguished men? As for Professor Tang and the others, they are just doing archaeology, so they should be fine. The Taotai group is too difficult to deal with. Although the Fulian has wiped out small factions within it many times, it has not had much impact on the Taotai group as a whole. Now the opportunity has arrived. As Ma Yuchen spoke these words, her heart pounded. If the Taotai group can be completely eliminated, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. What if? Those who have been kidnapped are pitiful, but rescuing them is the responsibility of your Women's Federation. Why should others be sacrificed? A person's life is about having a clear and open mind. If he goes back, others may not say anything, but he won't be able to get over his own conscience. Alright, I was too hasty. Qin Shang, you did the right thing by not alerting the enemy, thank you. No need, that's fine, hang up. Knowing that Ma Yuchen was anxious to save lives, Qin Shang did not blame her. He soon returned to the camp. He originally intended to tell Professor Tang and everyone else about this. But after thinking it over repeatedly, he didn't say anything. The reason is very simple. There's a severe shortage of men among women in this world. If they knew that the Taotai group was in the Hanging Coffin Valley, imprisoning thousands of men, they would definitely risk their lives to save people. Let's take it one step at a time. Ideally, everyone should decide to go back tomorrow. Gently lifting the tent flap, I saw Lin Pundi standing in the corner, still letting mosquitoes suck her blood. She already had several bumps on her arms and thighs. Qin Shang couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. In the original world, what woman would go to such lengths for a man? You're really going to let the mosquitoes bite you? Why don't you just swat them dead? This girl is so stubborn. So silly, it's adorable. Qin Shang, you don't understand. Mosquitoes are very clever. If you kill one, the other mosquitoes can sense the killing intent and won't dare to come over. Anyway, their abdomens are small and they can't suck much blood, so let them get away with it. At this moment, Lin Pundi remained motionless, and Qin Shang felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. In her past life, a beauty like Lin Pundi would have had countless admirers vying for her attention. I'd be nervous for ages just to say a word to her. As a result, she was humbled to an unbelievable degree in this world. To avoid being bitten by mosquitoes, she let them suck her blood. Since they can't suck much blood, why can't I let them suck my blood? Qin Shan walked behind Lin Pundi, looking at her fair swan neck and smelling the fragrance of her hair, and asked in confusion. Sensing Qin Shan's approach and gaze, Lin Pundi pursed her lips, a blush rising from her ears. How can that be the same? Boys are more precious, and besides, girls have a duty to protect boys. What she said was perfectly reasonable. Despite being only up to her chin, she had to play the role of protector. It's so kind of you. After praising her, Qin Shan casually took her hand and said, "Close your eyes. I promised you I would reward you when I got back, and now it's reward time." Lin Pundi hurriedly closed her eyes, hunched her shoulders, and pressed her feet together as close as possible. Qin Shan admired her beautiful face and delicate lips. "Lin Pundi, be my girlfriend." "Ha? You don't mind that I'm ugly?" She suddenly opened her eyes, a look of surprise spreading across her face. Qin Shan gently pinched her nose and said, "You're not allowed to say you're ugly anymore." "How could a girl I've taken a liking to be ugly?" Thank you, Qin Shan." With her head held high, Lin Pundi excitedly stomped her feet, almost fainting again. "Qin Shan, don't be too good to me, don't give me too much happiness, it will feel unreal, like I'm dreaming." Before leaving, Lin Pundi glanced back and quickly departed. Qin Shan smiled to himself, thinking, "I just want to see you so happy you can't help it." The next day, starting with making breakfast, everyone was discussing whether or not to continue onward. "Some are bold and don't care about anything. Why can't we go? Maybe someone is just trying to scare us. If we go back, won't we become a coward? We spent hundreds of thousands just preparing for this trip. How are we going to explain it to the school if we go back halfway through? Archaeological work inevitably involves risks, so we should face them head on, right?" Some are quite timid. Some people even bring up Qin Shang as an example. "It's not that I'm afraid, but a lady doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. It's not too late to come after the trouble here is over. Besides, if it were all girls, they could just go. Qin Shang is also there. He's so handsome, a genetic gem of humanity. If he gets hurt, we're all guilty. Why don't we ask Qin Shang for his opinion?" Qin Shang had already given this issue considerable thought. The Taotai Group is a large criminal organization where murder and arson are commonplace. Entering someone else's base camp now carries significant risks. With his abilities, coming and going shouldn't be a problem for him. But with so many people going in, injuries and fatalities are inevitable. Judging from their wailing, splattering blood, and writing on the rocks, they're definitely not joking. I suspect there's a criminal organization up ahead. It's not that I'm afraid, but we're outnumbered, and there's no point in fighting a losing battle. So I support going back. Qin Shang's influence is still very strong. When he said he wanted to go back, everyone responded enthusiastically. Both students and temporary workers accepted the offer to return. Professor Tang was satisfied to see this. She's like a mother hen with her chicks, she doesn't want any accidents to happen. "Okay, when we get back to the city, I'll treat everyone to a meal at a restaurant." Professor Tang was all smiles, and everyone else was in high spirits as well. Just then, two foreign girls emerged from the woods. The girl behind her was at least 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a clean and neat tracksuit, with a pair of very alert green eyes. She was full of energy and looked very cheerful. The girl in front of me has a strong sense of Western classical aesthetics. Her hair was dark brown, her eyes were a mix of black and amber, her features were exquisite, and she was radiant. Aesthetic standards are uniform. As soon as she arrived, all the girls felt a sense of oppression. Her gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on Qin Shang's face for a few seconds. She covered her lips, whispered a few words to the tall girl, and then walked past the crowd to continue forward. "Hey! You two, don't go any further ahead, it's dangerous up there." Professor Tang, with the demeanor of an elder, couldn't help but offer a reminder, but to his surprise, the green-eyed, 1.8-meter-tall foreign girl didn't appreciate it at all. "We understand the exquisite and magnificent Chinese script, but we are not afraid." She raised her head and glanced at Qin Shang. "We traveled all over the Dragon Kingdom to prove that Dragon Kingdom girls are not good enough for Dragon Kingdom boys. The boys of the Dragon Kingdom should be protected by us foreign girls. Don't you think foreign girls and Chinese boys are a perfect match? We will definitely give birth to an outstanding new generation of humans." The genes of girls from China can simply be eliminated. Chapter 41. The foreign woman, with her signature gait, is irresistibly charming. The male-to-female ratio in China is 1:30, while it is even more extreme in other countries. For example, the Rakshasa kingdom is a vast country where people can live a prosperous life simply by selling resources. However, as the saying goes, one is born in hardship and dies in comfort. The men in this country are addicted to alcohol because they have food and drink without having to do anything. As a result, the lifespan of men in the Rakshasa kingdom rarely exceeds 30 years. The male-to-female ratio in the Rakshasa kingdom reached a terrifying 1:360. Finding a husband is harder for a woman than winning the lottery. In other countries, wars often broke out because of men, with many men dying in the struggles between the various factions. The male-to-female ratio is over 1:500. In comparison, the Dragon Kingdom has a relatively large number of men. Therefore, women from all countries flocked to the Dragon Kingdom, hoping to have a Dragon Kingdom man. The women of the Dragon Kingdom naturally couldn't agree to this. There wasn't enough to eat to begin with, and now they wanted to take a share. This led to a situation where Chinese women and foreign women were irreconcilable. Some Chinese men find foreign women novel and want to try something different, which infuriates Chinese women. Some radicals even say that Chinese men are like beef skewers, ready to be slurped up by anyone who comes. Some Chinese men who marry foreign women and don't ask for a dowry have been subjected to widespread criticism. Bullshit. Dragon Kingdom boys should naturally be protected by us Dragon Kingdom girls. You, a barbarian, want to be on the dragon throne? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Returning to the new humans is just an attempt to defile our dragon essence, isn't it? Do you really think that foreign witches are better at chanting sutras? The boys from China wouldn't even look at you. Damn it! I've never even sat in line once, and you guys are already trying to cut in line? Dream on! The female students, taking advantage of their numbers, unleashed a torrent of abuse. Two foreign girls walked up to Qin Shang with their heads held high and swaying. Little brother, my name is Diana, and her name is Alice. Would you like to go play up ahead? We can protect you. She can even pronounce consonants. She even stuck out her tongue as she spoke. Diana wasn't the type with bright red lips. Instead, she exuded a strong sense of ladylike elegance. Her skin was as white as cream, and her lips were fresh and moist. There was a sense of friendliness in his eyes and brows. With her arrival, Qin Shang felt a refreshing fragrance and a pleasant, spring-like breeze. Alice, who was behind her, was more aggressive, with a pair of green eyes staring straight at Qin Shang's face, drool dripping from her mouth. No need, we're going back. Having lived two lives, Qin Shang was much more composed and coldly refused. Honey, we can't go back. Luo Mimi frowned and protected Qin Shang. She has shed some of her naivety and gained a touch of allure, but her personality remains impatient. If we go back, they will look down on women from China. If those two aren't afraid, what are we afraid of with so many of us? Sisters, are you all cowards? This guy had to escalate things to this level. Qin Shang was speechless. The girls were filled with excitement. Who's afraid? Let alone a mere hanging coffin valley, even the 18 levels of hell, I'll treat it like going back to my hometown. It concerns the reputation of women in the Dragon Kingdom. We must move forward even if it means going through fire and water. They just want to outshine us in front of Qin Shang, this super handsome guy, so as to attract Qin Shang's attention. We can't lose. This kind of bad girl's methods are disgusting. She's just exploiting men's admiration for strength. Qin Shang really didn't want everyone to go. Ahead lies the behemoth that is the Taotai group. It's too dangerous. He looked at Professor Tang. Why don't you persuade them? There's really no need to take the risk. Professor Tang, hands on his hips, said, Qin Shang, I disagree with what you're saying. How can there be no risks in life? Are we supposed to back down when we encounter risks? A fine sword is forged through tempering, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. How can one see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? I've made up my mind. We're heading to the Hanging Coffin Valley. We'll kill any ghost that gets in our way, and destroy any Buddha that gets in our way. Listen to my orders, protect Qin Shang, and don't let him be seduced by that foreign vixen. Good heavens, dozens of girls suddenly surged over, forming a moat that separated the two foreign girls. Some even raised their arms to prevent them from seeing Qin Shang's incredibly handsome face. Do you still miss it? I won't even let you look. Hey bro, I'm just up ahead. If you need any help, just call my name and I'll appear in front of you. Diana was unwilling to give up. She tiptoed to look at Qin Shang, gave him a flirtatious wink, and then turned away. She and Alice were still swaying back and forth. With both feet on a straight line, extend the left leg and swing the left hip outwards, then extend the right leg and swing the right hip outwards, creating a particularly swaying and energetic effect. Qin Shang had never seen it before, so he couldn't help but take a second look. "Oh dear, honey, don't look, it's dirty." Luo Mimi objected, reaching out to cover Qin Shang's eyes, while the other girls all pouted. His face was filled with hatred. "What are those things? They look so strange. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the famous spinning seed step. Foreign women are too open, look at them, twisting and turning like fish roe. Shameless. I would never walk like that. But it seems like men all like to watch it. Qin Shang just watched it. Then I'll learn it too." When they set off, all the girls except Professor Tang started walking the seed swinging step. Some of them did it very well, while others did it in a strange way. Qin Shang found it all absurd. It was unwise of him to enter a dangerous area just to spite someone, but there was nothing he could do to stop him. The group was large and imposing. Qin Shang had Luo Mimi on his left and Lin Pundi on his right. They looked dashing, but were actually very vigilant. After spending most of the day, the scenery before my eyes changed completely. With less greenery, all you see are jagged, strange rocks, giving the impression of a stone forest. This is the famous karst landform, also known as limestone landform. Everyone, take a break, have something to eat, and prepare enough drinking water. Professor Tang cautioned that because rocks absorb heat, the temperature would be even higher in karst environments. Qin Shang naturally didn't have to do any work. Looking at the stone forest in front of him, he had a bad feeling. He couldn't explain the specific reason. Diana and Alice ate and drank just like everyone else. After a short rest of about an hour, the team continued their journey. 2 hours after entering the karst landscape. "My phone has no signal, what about yours?" Someone shouted, and when the others checked, there was no signal. Nobody's a fool. With current signal coverage, there's absolutely no chance of having no signal. It's being interfered with. After a while, Professor Tang stopped and said, "Electromagnetism has also been interfered with, so the compass is useless. Without cell phone signal, people cannot contact the outside world. Without the guidance of a compass, it is easy to lose one's way." Having overcome the initial panic, everyone continued on their way. Wait, don't you guys think we've been going in circles?" As dusk approached, Qin Shang noticed something was wrong. His senses were sharp, and he discovered that the stone forest he had passed by half an hour earlier was right in front of him again. Isn't this like being trapped in a maze? Chapter 42. You want me to be the mastermind of a crime syndicate? No way. After careful observation, everyone discovered that it was indeed true. How can we be lost in a maze? Are there really ghosts? Don't talk nonsense, they're using the terrain to surround us. Yes, have you noticed that the slope of the ground has been designed, and the stone forest seems to have been modified as well? Right now, we are essentially in a maze. So many highly educated graduate students quickly discovered the problem. The reason for this kind of maze-like situation is actually quite simple. Human perception of space is based on one's own coordinates. If your coordinates are not flat ground, but sloped, then your perception will also be tilted. The surrounding stone forests, with their similar appearance, can easily create the illusion that one is walking in a straight line when in fact they are walking in a curve. Diana and Alice were also a little flustered. Alice quickly climbed up a rocky hill and looked around, but found nothing. There were too many rocky hills around, and trees also provided cover, making it very difficult to see. How about we hold hands and walk together, and use the sounds to determine if we've gone astray? Someone suggested it, but Qin Shang shook his head. First, we only have a few dozen people, which is not enough for effective measurement. Second, even if we had enough people, there are too many obstacles in the stone forest, and sound waves will be reflected in various ways, making it impossible to determine the location by sound. Everyone was at a loss. The root cause is that humans are too insignificant in the face of nature. Although most of the stone mountains in the stone forest are only a few dozen meters high, people among them are no different from ants, making it extremely difficult to observe them from a macroscopic perspective. Buzzing. At that moment, several drones flew overhead, showering the crowd with flyers. Dear female comrades, you are already in dire straits. Now, our Taotai group is giving you a chance to live. That is, join us. As long as you join us, you will not only have no worries about food and clothing, but you will also have your own husband. The flyer not only had text but also photos, showing delicacies and scenes of women enjoying various handsome men. It seems that the Taotai group is like paradise. Some of the flyers were designed to win over Qin Shang. So your name is Qin Shang. You're incredibly handsome. Qin Shang, once you join the Taotai group, you will be the male master of the Taotai group. That's right, our group's president has taken a liking to you, and she's willing to marry you. The Taotai group has total assets of nearly 1 trillion yuan. The doors are open, and you are welcome to join us. Trillions? Qin Shang was used to being coveted by girls, but what surprised him was how large the Taotai group was. This scale is more impressive than most listed companies. Joining the Taotai group seems like a pretty good idea. Anything advertised is definitely a lie. Jobs are hard to find these days. A big company like Taotai Group should have a guaranteed salary, and maybe even weekends off. Who knows, maybe the Taotai Group will send us to mine coal. Some students remained calm, while many were tempted. They chattered away like that until it got dark. Qin Shang simply set up a mosquito net, with Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi on either side. That night was unusually turbulent. The magnetic field was constantly being interfered with. The telephone signal would occasionally connect, but it would only last a few seconds. Professor Tang, Taotai Group sent me a message. They sent it to me too, saying that whoever surrenders first will receive exceptionally generous treatment. They even tried to sow discord among us. It's despicable. Don't listen to them, they're all liars. Everyone has different thoughts and different willpower. Qin Shang knew that in this situation, a person's psychological defenses were very easy to break down. He didn't say anything, but just thought about how to get out of the stone forest. Husband, don't be afraid. If they want to hurt you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi acted like imperial guards, protecting Qin Shang. If this is a death trap, dying together with the one you love most is the final comfort. I'm not afraid, we will definitely get out of the stone forest. Qin Shang was so confident because both Sun Area and Jia Tingting were members of the Taotai group. The fact that they can come and go as they please means that they must have a way. Furthermore, this method is not too difficult. Because those two people didn't seem like the type to navigate a maze. After a hasty night's rest, Professor Tang approached Qin Shang the next day. How about we pretend to submit first, and then turn against him? The evaporation in the stone forest is high. Everyone still has a lot of food, but not much water, so they can't last much longer. Professor Tang offered this solution. That's not a good idea. Once we join the Taotai group, it will be difficult to get out, because once we join, we will have to accept their control. They can plot against us silently and make us commit crimes without our knowledge. They can even force us to pledge our allegiance. Compromise has no end, Qin Shang disagreed. Furthermore, he had already come up with a solution. Everyone who knows how to make kites. Brother Qin Shang, I can. My idol, I can do that too. My family sells kites. I've studied it, but I'm not very good at it. If a girl doesn't have the opportunity to date, she'll allocate her time to other things. Women in this world are capable of many things. Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Qin Shang gathered them together and began making kites. Professor Tang didn't understand. Why make kites? Qin Shang feigned profundity. You'll find out soon enough. Kite making is actually quite easy. The materials are readily available on site. You can cut up clothes to make wings and cut tree branches to make a frame. Before long, they had made 3 very large kites. Now, tie 3 mobile phones to the kite and start recording video. He directed and arranged everything before launching the kite. Large kites can fly thousands of meters, but Qin Shang's kite was hastily put together. It should be able to fly a few hundred meters without any problem. The 3 kites hovered in the air for more than 10 minutes before being pulled back. Because the phone was in video recording mode, it recorded the terrain. Turn on your phone. Everyone was a little surprised. The karst landforms are vast and boundless, forming a ring-shaped belt around the hanging coffin valley. It seems this is a tactic employed by the Taotai group. They used the karst topography to block outsiders. For them, this karst landscape also serves as a safety net, allowing them to receive advance notice if members of the Women's Federation come. To escape, they knew how to move through this complex terrain and could easily escape. No wonder it's the work of a $1 trillion conglomerate. Professor Tang sighed and watched the video intently. I didn't see any special markings. Qin Shang glanced at it a few times. I know how to get there. Chapter 43. Don't I even have the right to speak to you? In the stone forest, Qin Shang said he knew how to get there, which made Professor Tang and the others stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Really? We women can't think of a solution. How could you, a mere man, come up with one? Yes, I have received higher education and went to university. You only went to university and are just a student. A man's virtue lies in his lack of talent. You're already very handsome. Do you think you have any talent to speak of? If I lose to a man in terms of intelligence, my worldview will explode. No one believes it, simply because women occupy most of the important positions in the world. Men don't need to work, all they need to do is reproduce. It feels so unusual for a man to be so talented. The 3 mobile phones taken from the kite captured the surrounding scenery. However, apart from the stone forest and trees, they couldn't see anything else. Qin Shang, what did you see? Professor Tang smoothed her hair and asked. The team has some handsome guys, and the girls are all vying to outshine each other. Even if they get bitten by mosquitoes, they still wear crop tops and shorts. There was no other way, so I wore tight yoga pants, completely exposing my body. Professor Tang, however, was dressed simply in long sleeves and trousers. But her figure was so good that even when she dressed dignifiedly, she still gave off a charming feeling. Of all the women, she was the most feminine. Every move she makes is particularly intriguing. Professor Tang, look, there are many trees in the stone forest, and the evergreen trees are arranged in a regular pattern. Pine trees, cypress trees, camphor trees, osmanthus trees, these trees, when connected together, form several lines. It seems that the people from the Taotai group rely on the evergreen tree to enter and exit the stone forest. The method for marking this route is very simple. Just like magic. If you don't point it out, no one will know. Once it's explained, it's very easy to understand. Everyone immediately understood. My God, I'm a grown woman, and I actually lost to a man. We're really useless. We might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. I never imagined that Qin Shang was not only sexy in body, but also had a cylindrical brain. I really want to sit on him. I want to taste everything about him, from his toes to his dandruff. The girls chattered excitedly, their desire for Qin Shang growing even stronger. Once you know how to get there, crossing the stone forest is easy. In just 2 days, the karst landscape was left behind, and ahead lay a rushing river. After crossing the river, it's another 5 or 6 kilometers to the Hanging Coffin Valley. Let's rest here for a while and enter the valley tomorrow. Knowing there was danger ahead, Professor Tang was both nervous and excited. Her gentle face was flushed and sweaty, radiating a tenacious vitality. Archaeology students all possess basic wilderness survival skills. Some went fishing, while others cooked meals. Everyone was busy. Qin Shang lay on the folding chair, with Luo Mimi on his right and Lin Pundi on his left, massaging his shoulders and legs. Since becoming Qin Shang's woman, Luo Mimi has dressed much more conservatively. In her words, her body can only be seen by her husband. Lin Pundi was still as shy as ever. She would blush for a long time just from Qin Shang's glance at her. Qin Shang, I have something to say to you. Can we talk alone? At this moment, Luo Mimi's arch-nemesis, Xia Xian, walked over. She was 1.7 meters tall, with fair and delicate skin, an oval face, and a few freckles. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she was definitely not ugly. Her only drawback was that she was flat-chested and thin, which often made her the target of ridicule. After saying that, she lowered her head. Xia Xian. You're like a toad trying to eat swan meat, aren't you? Look at me, look at Lin Pundi, can't you see? You have no chance. My husband could never like someone like you. Go away and play somewhere else. Luo Mimi is an impatient person. She speaks like beans pouring from a bamboo tube, without holding back. She stood in front of Qin Shang, as if afraid someone would take him away. Lin Pundi continued to massage Qin Shang's legs. As long as Qin Shang was willing to let her stay by his side, she was content. As for having a few more sisters, she didn't care at all. I know Qin Shang won't like me. Do you even need to tell me that? Almost in tears, Xia Xian clenched her slender fingers. I have important business to discuss with Qin Shang. Facing Luo Mimi, she naturally became more agitated, and her temper flared up. Then, she looked at Qin Shang. Qin Shang, do I not even have the right to talk to you? She and Luo Mimi usually didn't get along, but ever since Qin Shang took a liking to Luo Mimi, she knew that their status had changed. Most students were also willing to curry favor with Luo Mimi. Because being near Luo Mimi meant being near Qin Shang, she suddenly felt all alone. So when the Taodai group tried to win her over, she impulsively agreed. She came here now to see if she still had any chance with Qin Shang. Don't say that. We're a team, and everyone has the right to talk to me. Like patting a quail, Qin Shang patted Luo Mimi's head, stood up, and came to Xia Xian. Come on, let's find a quiet place to talk. Luo Mimi pouted, clearly unhappy, but Qin Shang's meaning was obvious, he wanted her to shut up. With nowhere to vent her frustration, she said to Lin Pundi with disdain, "Look at you, Xia Xian is about to pass away before you. I can't help it. If I get too close to Qin Shang, I can't breathe. I wanted it in my heart, but my body wouldn't allow it. I guess that's just how uncontrollable love is." Xia Xian appeared exceptionally shy while taking a walk with Qin Shang. She pursed her lips, staring straight ahead, looking very stiff and unnatural. Once they had walked far enough away, she said, "Qin Shang, I'm sorry, I betrayed you. Can you forgive me? I'm willing to do anything to make amends." Chapter 44 Out of compassion, I had no choice but to become a male bodhisattva. What are you talking about? What betrayal? Qin Shang didn't understand, so Xia Xian quickly explained. When her cell phone had a signal, people from the Taodai group contacted her and told her that if she submitted, they would introduce her to a man who was about 5 out of 10 in appearance as her husband. If the man is too handsome, she might doubt his sincerity. But after seeing the man's appearance of 5 out of 10, she believed he was sincere. Too eager for a man, she agreed. Then the Taodai group instructed her to add sedatives to Qin Shang's food. She looked at Qin Shang again and again, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it, which is why she came to find Qin Shang. I must be crazy to want to hurt you. I deserve to die, I really deserve to die. He kept shaking his head, as if that would send his evil self into outer space. Xia Xian's expression was full of pain, and her already slightly droopy eyebrows stood up even higher. No. I think you're a good girl. Qin Shang disagreed, looking at Xia Xian gently. Everyone has evil thoughts, that's perfectly normal. You had evil thoughts, but you were able to pull yourself back from the brink, that's good, so. As he spoke, Qin Shang gave Xia Xian a gentle pat on the head. He used to be a loner most of the time, and being a time traveler, he really lacked understanding of the women in this world. After living with dozens of girls for a period of time, he realized that women in this world are truly miserable. Most of them, throughout their lives, never know what a man is. Even the few who succeed are nothing more than concubines. Qin Shang believed that as long as a man had a compassionate heart, he could succeed. He will definitely become a male bodhisattva. Qin Shang, you. Being treated gently by a boy for the first time felt strange and wonderful. Xia Xian's eyes widened, and her heart pounded. Qin Shangxiao said with a charming and slightly wicked air, "Xia Xian, I allow you to like me. As long as you work hard, there's a chance you can become my girlfriend. Let's strive for that goal." Ah. I can also pursue Qin Shang. Xia Xian cried. There was no way around it. Qin Shang was just too handsome. Although she wanted to get closer to him, she never dared to dream of becoming his girlfriend. Now that he has promised, she can approach him openly and legitimately. Can I bring you breakfast? Can I treat you to dinner and a movie, or do your laundry? Having never been a girlfriend before, Xia Xian's mind was suddenly filled with countless scenes, like a romantic snowfall. It will be all right. Qin Shang was very generous. He said that if necessary, he would just have each girl wash one of his clothes from now on. We should also plan out breakfast, movie screenings, and other activities, and create a duty roster. I must become a time management master from now on. I'm so happy. Nothing much has happened yet. She's only gained the right to pursue someone. Xia Xian looks like Sister Pomegranate from Flirting Scholar, who's just come out of the woodshed, with a dreamy and intoxicated expression on her face. She had already started thinking about how to make breakfast for Qin Shang, what movies to watch together, and what sports games to play. Work hard, and you will have everything. Qin Shang was in a good mood after giving a girl a dream. The system gave Xia Xian a score of 8.6. Although it was less than 9, she was still a beautiful woman. I didn't suffer a big loss. I am willing to fight for you for the rest of my life. Xia Xian spoke with unwavering resolve, her face full of hope, as if the best was yet to come. Qin Shang smiled and gave her an encouraging look. Despite her loud and boisterous demeanor, Chsan is actually more insecure than Lin Pan Ti. As for whether I should agree to be her boyfriend in the future, we'll see. Even if I reject her one day, it will still be meaningful for her to strive for love her whole life. The two chatted until the moon goddess appeared, and when they returned to the camp, the food was already prepared. Everyone was incredibly envious of Xia Xian's shy expression. Sister Xian, what did you and Qin Shan talk about? That goes without saying, they're definitely talking about why the moon is so beautiful and why the wind is so noisy. If Xia Xian can fall in love with Qin Shan, then doesn't that mean I also have a chance? Tell us about your date, so we can have a glimpse of it. Qin Shan is truly a living bodhisattva. There are all sorts of opinions. Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi are both beauties, scoring above 9 out of 10. It's normal for Qin Shan to date them. With Xia Xian, it was a matter of crossing the line. As a result, many people have begun to gain self-confidence. My relationship with Qin Shang is top secret and I won't tell anyone. Xia Xian is very proud she is now a woman with a story to tell. I wish I could sit with a cigarette in my mouth and sigh at the setting sun. The shock rippled through the air, lingering for a long time. No one expected that Qin Shang would be so noble. Xia Xian was not even a top beauty, yet he was still willing to give her alms. What is he trying to do? The Vajra, to deliver all sentient beings? Many people racked their brains trying to figure it out. Everyone knows that men are particularly stingy and rarely give women a kind look. Many men like to use the issue of relationships between men and women to punish women. Disobedient? I'm ignoring you. Not giving a gift? Then be as cold as an iceberg. Don't you know how to comfort someone? Go play in the mud by yourself. Did you go out baking or doing yoga with friends? You're not getting into this house tonight. A man with such great love as Qin Shang is one in a million. People became even more enthusiastic. A noble man always exudes a captivating aura. After a night's rest, we continued our journey. The Hanging Coffin Valley sounds like a canyon, but it is actually enormous. It contains various terrains, including plains, mountains, and even a desert. The Sawa people used to live in caves near the plains, where they thrived for thousands of years. Be careful, there are a lot of poisonous snakes in Hanging Coffin Valley. Professor Tang called out, and everyone, each with a stick in one hand, pushed their way forward, brushing aside the weeds. After traveling for more than 50 miles, the road ahead suddenly opened up and there was a proper road. Furthermore, houses began to appear on the hillside and on the plains. Although the houses were very simple. Some houses were built with wood, but they were drafty on all sides. Others were built with mud, but they were eroded by rainwater. But no matter what, it has a lively, homey feel to it. Isn't this the headquarters of the criminal organization, the Taotai Group? Why are there people here? Should we go over and ask them? No, it's better to avoid trouble. We're archaeologists, so let's just focus on archaeology. While everyone was still discussing it, two foreign girls, Diana and Alice, went directly to a house and knocked on the door. Who is it? An elderly woman opened the door, her dim, yellowish eyes filled with confusion. What? Everyone in the archaeological team strained to hear. Diana and Alice were clearly not there for leisure. So, who comes to wander in the deep mountains and forests? I heard there are a lot of fun things to do here. Diana casually pulled out a wad of cash and said, "We have money, could you show us the way?" Chapter 45. There are prison cells beneath the desert. There's nothing fun here. No, nothing, really nothing. The old lady leaned on her cane with one hand and waved the other in the air. Diana took out 5 red bills. Here, take these. 500 yuan is quite generous, just for asking her to show the way. The old lady smacked her lips and waved her hand, saying, "Yangnir, I'm so old, would I lie to people? There's really nothing fun here, it's not that I think you're giving me too little money." Having spent a long time in China, Diana knew that the Chinese language was profound and complex. At this point, they might say they don't think you're giving them enough money. It means they think you're not giving them enough money. She pulled out 5 more bills. How about this? Ouch. Like a monkey picking peaches, the old lady snatched the money into her hand. All right, seeing that you've had a hard life, I'll agree. Come on, follow this old woman. The old lady walked unsteadily ahead, leaning on her cane. Diana turned to look at Qin Shang. "Little brother, we have to go now. See you again sometime." Qin Shang waved his hand without saying anything. From the first glance, he had a feeling that these two were up to something and definitely not there for sightseeing. Furthermore, they deliberately provoked everyone to come in together. There's no need to meddle in other people's business. Professor Tang and his group had never been to the Hanging Coffin Valley before, so they asked a local family for information. If I give you 1,000 yuan, can you take us to the ruins of the Sawa people? The person who answered the door was an old man with gray hair and beard, and he seemed a little drunk. He glanced at the money greedily and refused, saying, I'm too drunk to walk. Let Xianye take you there, she knows the area well. After saying that, he shouted towards the mountainside, little Nya, come out and show people the way, it'll be 1,000 yuan. A short while later, a girl dressed simply with 2 long braids ran down. When Qin Shang saw her, his first thought was that she was stunning. System, what is this girl's beauty score? 9.9 points. So far, the most beautiful women Qin Shang has ever seen are undoubtedly Gu Qianro and Yun Qian. Both of them received a score of 9.7. Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi both received a score of 9.1. Professor Tang's score was 9.4. Goodness, now they're offering something for 9.9 yuan, and it's even in this remote mountain village. Hello, my name is Nie Zihan. The girl gave a brief introduction, took the money, and led everyone forward. When they reached a deserted area, she looked around and said, You'd better not go any further, it's dangerous up ahead. It seems that everyone living here knows about the Taotai group. Professor Tang asked, What's dangerous about it? Sigh. I'm not entirely sure either, but basically no one who gets in here ever gets out. Especially since there's such a handsome guy among you, he's bound to be targeted. Nie Zihan glanced at Qin Shang, her face flushed, If you're so handsome, you shouldn't go out. She looked young, but she acted like an older sister worrying about her younger brother. Qin Shang smiled and said, Since we're here, we're naturally prepared. Just lead the way. They're all like that, they never listen to advice. She stamped her foot helplessly and continued walking forward. Before me stretched an endless plain, planted with various crops. The people busy on the ground are not much different from those outside. 2 more days passed after they left, and a high wall appeared in front of them. No matter which way you look, you can't see the end. Everyone was shocked again. Taotai Group is really spending money like crazy. The high wall had a gate. After paying 500 yuan to go in, we found that the inside was desert terrain. Hurry up, everyone hurry up, we can't dawdle on the sand. As they entered the desert, Nie Zihan looked nervous and kept urging them on. No one asked any questions, they practically ran forward. Even so, something still happened when they got to the middle. Quicksand, quicksand. Someone screamed, and just as Qin Shang was about to go and check, he discovered that the sand beneath his feet was also shifting. Everyone was terrified and hurriedly ran outside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sand flowed downwards faster and faster, forming a vortex. One after another, everyone fell into the whirlpool, screams filling the air. Even Qin Shang was caught off guard. The quicksand was like a slide in an amusement park, splitting into different directions. Qin Shang saw Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi's figures, only half a meter away, but he couldn't reach them no matter what he did. Gradually, it disappeared without a trace. Help, help me! Professor Tang screamed, and Qin Shang quickly grabbed her, closed his eyes, and slid down with the quicksand. Bang! Several tens of seconds passed before Qin Shang and Professor Tang landed together on the soft mat. Wiping away the dust, Qin Shang found himself sitting on a spring bed, surrounded by many people, mostly women. They were all clean, but their faces were pale. Several men, with dark circles under their eyes, looked very weak. There was another sound overhead, and he and Professor Tang quickly moved aside. Nie Zihan slid down, rubbed her eyes, and looked completely bewildered. Then, the hole above slowly closed. Is this a room? Qin Shang looked around and found that the place was brightly lit and the walls were made of steel. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, the crowd around him started whispering and discussing among themselves. Another guy has arrived, that's great. He looks so strong and handsome. Men are great, they make you feel close to them. Without men, the world would eventually perish. I've fallen in love with him, he's my husband. Qin Shang jumped off the trampoline and asked, What are you talking about? It's nothing, it's nothing. Are you hungry? A plump woman with waist-length hair, her face radiating charm and joy, said, Let me find you a room first, take a shower, and then we'll eat. She was very outgoing and led Qin Shang and the other two inside. Xin Shang observed cautiously and discovered that the layout here consisted of one 3-bedroom, one living room apartment after another, seemingly without end. The three of them walked down a bright corridor to a 3-bedroom apartment with basic furniture and a television. To the untrained eye, it would look like a hotel. By the way, my name is Pan, you can just call me Aunt May. Go wash up first. The fat woman walked out and closed the door. Inside the room, Xin Shang and Professor Tang both looked at Niezihan. What's going on? How come there are prison cells under the desert? Chapter 46. Men have priority in everything, even in prison. I don't know either. Niezihan looked distressed and said, I've only heard that many people who come here have disappeared forever. Xin Shang sighed, thinking to himself, why make things difficult for a young girl like her? He looked at Professor Tang. We're already in here. Dizziness won't kill us. Let's take a shower, eat something, and then think of a solution. The three of them looked around the room and found that there were clothes available in the closet, both men's and women's. Other items, such as bathrobes, towels, and shampoo, needless to say. This made Xin Shang even more puzzled. What was this place for? If it's a prisoner's confinement, the conditions are far too good. You guys go wash up first. It was just a habit. Xin Shang felt that as a grown man, he should definitely let the girls wash first. In particular, Professor Tang's casual pants had a tear, revealing his fair skin, which was quite unsightly. That won't do. Men first, you should go first. Yeah, what's the point of us girls showering first when there are guys around? Amidst Professor Tang and Niezihan's surprise, Xin Shang scratched his head, then went to the bathroom, seemingly taking it all in stride. He's been in this world for so long, but he still isn't used to it. Men first, men first. He was even somewhat grateful to Qin Xianliang, even though he was likely a guy who wanted to destroy the world. But without him, how could he be given priority by girls? After the three of them took a shower, Xin Shang took out a t-shirt and jeans from the closet that were easy to move in. Professor Tang still chose loose-fitting casual clothes. It seems she is deliberately hiding her figure, which is quite unusual. However, her figure is really amazing, and it also has an intellectual beauty that gives people a gentle, steady, and kind feeling. Niezihan has a girlish mindset. The clothes she chooses are all sparkly and flashy. If you didn't know her, you'd think she was a tomboy. I had just finished setting it up when I heard a commotion outside, like they were arguing. I'll sit first, because my hole is the biggest. Can we not rush things? Let's date first and put him in a good mood. Yes, a man won't seduce properly when he's in a bad mood. Finally, Pan shouted, stop arguing. Let's arrange them by age and let the seniors sit first. The three opened the door, and the crowd looked over. Pan turned her head and forced a stiff smile. You're all washed up, right? Wait a moment, I'll bring you the food right away. Before long, 3 steaming hot meals were delivered. Stir-fried dishes, rice, and steamed buns are all available, with both meat and vegetarian options. There didn't seem to be anything unusual. Upon arriving at this place, Xin Shang was very cautious. He let Pan eat first, and only after confirming that everything was alright did he begin to eat. He was indeed hungry after walking such a long way. While eating, he used the remote control to turn on the TV in the room. I was expecting to see a regular TV station, but to my surprise, a woman wearing a Baogong mask appeared on the screen, lecturing me. Have you ever thought about where humanity is headed? As we all know, the male-to-female ratio is gradually widening. What if it reaches its limit? What if there's only one man left? What will I do if I don't have a man anymore? Many people blame society for not being able to find a husband and feel wronged. But with such a huge gender imbalance, there will always be some women who can't find a husband. It's either you or me. The key is that we need to see the trend clearly and think carefully about what to do if the number of men continues to decrease. This woman is spouting profound truths. It's not that people haven't heard of it, but rather that they've heard it so much that they've become numb to it. Experts and scientists alike are trying to find a solution, but they just haven't figured it out yet. Gradually, ordinary people stopped thinking about it. Xin Shang wanted to switch to another channel, but this was the only one available. After the meal, Pan arrived with a group of people and began to explain the situation. This place is a prison. If you want to go out, you have to have children. If you have a girl, 2 people can go out. If you have a boy, 10 people can go out. Men here are the breed of people. So, Xiao Qin, let's start sitting up now. Auntie is the oldest, so Auntie will be the first. Don't worry, Auntie is very gentle. Pan Ai Mei was undoubtedly the leader here, and she spoke with the air of a leader. After she finished speaking, Qin Shang punched Pan Ai Mei, making her nose bleed. The crowd was astonished and made a ruckus. Why did you hit me? Exactly, you've already eaten the food, so why won't you let us sit down? It's the rule here that everyone sits together when there's only one man. You can't just break the rules, can you? They already have a complete set of operating rules, which everyone agrees with. Now an outlier has appeared. Qin Shang shook his head. Why should I follow the rules? Besides, what kind of bullshit rules are these? You don't like it, but you want to sit with me? Dream on. You've already eaten our food, you're so ungrateful. Covering her nose, Pan Ai Mei gritted her teeth and relentlessly accused him. The people around her seemed eager to fight Qin Shang. If you had told me beforehand that I should sit at the table, I definitely wouldn't have eaten. Now that you've finished eating, of course I can't agree to that. Qin Shanka does not accept this moral condemnation. Pan Ai Mei was furious. Do you think your aunt is a bad person? Your aunt doesn't want to either, but that's the rule. If you can't have a child, you can never leave. Once you have a baby, you can go out. This is indeed new information. What's puzzling is, what is the Taotai group trying to do? I have my own way of doing things. Qin Shang glanced at the steel plates around him, completely unconcerned. He. Little Qin, if we could have escaped, we would have escaped long ago. Why wait until now? We've looked every nook and cranny, there's no way out. Being trapped here is utterly hopeless. If it's a prison, there's also the possibility of escaping. There are no jailers here, only this big iron box. You have no way out because you lack the ability. With a disdainful remark, Qin Shang began to walk around, examining the area. He wasn't looking for gaps in the steel plates, he was looking for security cameras. I searched for ages but couldn't find it. We're incompetent, so why don't you show us what you're capable of? Pan Ai Mei followed closely behind, reluctant to leave, constantly wiping her drool. There was a large group of women behind her, all looking like starving ghosts. Qin Shang smiled and said, "Then you all watch closely." He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the steel plate. Boom! After a huge roar, a hole appeared in the steel plate. Sand flowed in. Chapter 47 Professor Tang is shy. A surprising flood flowed through the room. Pan Ai Mei and the others' eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Even though Professor Tang knew Qin Shang was no ordinary person, she couldn't close her cherry lips. Smash the steel plate. Is this something a human can do? Oh my god, block it up, block it up. The quicksand filled the room, and everyone died. Pan Ai Mei and her people worked together to plug the opening. My dear grandpa, I didn't know you were so amazing. I was being rude. I'm so sorry. Gone was the moral blackmail she had just displayed. Pan Ai Mei was practically ready to kowtow to Qin Shang, and everyone else was overjoyed. The savior, he is our savior. What did I say before? A man this handsome, how could he be an ordinary person? To be able to share a room with him, I must have helped a lot of old ladies cross the street in my past life. Wah! We're finally going out. We're finally going out. Dad, Mom. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Some people thought of home and cried. Some people kept sighing, feeling a mix of emotions. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, Qin Shang said, "Everyone, if we want to get out, I can't do it alone. We need everyone to work together. Furthermore, once we get out, we will likely face the Taotai group, and we will inevitably go through some hardships, even death. So everyone needs to be mentally prepared." Upon entering the stone forest, Qin Shang discovered that the Taotai group was definitely not ordinary. They advertised that they had trillions of yuan in capital, which Qin Shang believed. That's quite a grand affair. Ordinary people would find it hard to imagine, let alone have seen it, that they actually treat human trafficking as a business. 2 words: terrifying. Damn it. I'm definitely getting out of here. What's the difference between living here and dying? Even thorns have thorns, let alone people. If I see any of the Taotai group, I'll kill a few of them. I want to go out too. Women can die on the front lines, but they can't be so cowardly. Brother Qin, tell us what to do, we'll do it your way. These people have been here for who knows how long. They've really had enough, and they're all yelling that they want to get out. Qin Shang looked around and found that the prison was not as large as he had imagined. It is over 130 meters long and has about 400 rooms. He made openings in several places, and quicksand got in each one. There is quicksand above and in all 4 directions. Our only way out is underground. What I mean is, we should dig along the underground pipes all the way to the sewage outlet. Urban sewage outlets are generally located downstream of rivers, far from residential areas. Walking along the underground pipes has one advantage: it minimizes contact with the Taotai group. Qin Shang is very strong. If he were alone, he could definitely get out. There are also Professor Tang, Nie Zihan, Pan Aimei, and others. Once we get out, we need to find a way to rescue Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi, and we must do so as discreetly as possible. Okay, whatever you say. We have no choice but to go underground, it's safer that way. With so many of us, we should be able to get out soon. Damn it! I'm calling the police as soon as we get out of here. The Taotai group is truly evil. The group was eager to start digging. There are more than 80 people in the room, and they can work in shifts. Lacking tools, they dismantled a cabinet and made a makeshift hoe. Some people even use stainless steel bowls to dig the soil. The 2 people in front were responsible for digging, while the others carried the soil out. It didn't take long before they dug a very deep hole. Who can sleep at a time like this? Everyone thought they would be able to dig out soon, but after digging for a day and a night, they could no longer see the diggers and had not yet reached the exit. Some were so sleepy they couldn't stay awake any longer and went to sleep. Some are still enduring it. During this time, Qin Shang discovered that there was a kitchen here, and every now and then, vegetables and meat would fall down through a small hole. Professor Tang, you are very knowledgeable. Can you tell what's going on here? Qin Shang was very puzzled. If it was a prison, there should be jailers, especially in the prisons of criminal organizations, where there should be no torture or forced confessions. This place is great, they provide food and lodging, and the food is pretty good too. I don't quite understand it either, but every human behavior has a model. If we apply the model, this place doesn't look like a prison, but more like a breeding center. Professor Tang had clearly been thinking about this for a while. Her brows were slightly furrowed, radiating an intellectual light, and her beautiful eyes held profound thoughts. Qin Shang always felt at ease whenever he stood next to her. She is the charming girl next door, someone to admire and fascinate. Professor Tang, please explain in detail. Listening to her speak is a pleasure, especially when you are close to her. Her breath is as sweet as orchids and refreshing. Its timeless elegance is captivating. The living conditions and food in the prison are very poor. The only punishment for prisoners in the prison is the restriction of their personal freedom. The food and lodging here are very good. There is only one requirement: you can only leave after you have a child. It seems that they want to increase the birth rate. Qin Shang understood what Professor Tang meant. In the outside world, men and women have all sorts of things to do, but here you don't have to do anything but reproduce. It seems I'm being treated as a race. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Professor Tang smiled, her smile as bright and beautiful as a spring flower in full bloom. Noticing Qin Shang staring at him, Professor Tang became even more radiant. Aunt May is quite nice, still charming. Why don't you say yes to her? The atmosphere between the two relaxed considerably. Staring at Professor Tang's moist, tender lips for a few seconds, Qin Shang thought to himself, if you're the one who works the noon, then I'll be the one who works the field. If it were you, I could agree. You flatter me. Professor Tang's face flushed red, and she turned to look at the digging. At first, Qin Shang didn't think much of it, assuming that the sewer pipes would definitely turn and run parallel to the ground after going underground, just like a subway. After digging for 2 days and 2 nights, he realized something was wrong. The sewer pipe keeps going down, and we've dug 30 or 40 meters down now, but it's still like this. In cities, sewer pipes are typically buried about 1 meter underground. Whose sewer pipes would be buried dozens of meters underground? Chapter 48: Cute Girls and Beautiful Women. Everyone knows this place is abnormal and cannot be compared to the city sewer system. However, the current situation is still outrageous. Going down to dig a hole now is just like going down into a well. To prevent a landslide from burying people, the hole had to be enlarged. Even so, looking at the dark, gaping entrance still sends chills down your spine. Something's not right. The sewer pipes are buried so deep, where is the sewage going to go? Are they trying to pollute the groundwater? No way. The Taotai group also needs groundwater. If they pollute the groundwater, are they trying to disgust themselves? Normally, at this depth, you should be able to dig up water, but there is nothing there. Everyone panicked and looked at Qin Shang, who was also completely baffled. Digging sewer pipes dozens of meters deep requires a lot of effort and is not something to be taken lightly. All I can say is that this Taotai group is truly bizarre. Now that things have come to this, what do you all think we should do? Qin Shang particularly disliked being treated as a leader. As a leader, you have to be responsible to others. Given the bizarre situation before him, no matter how strong he was personally, he could not guarantee the safety of everyone. So his attitude was simple: everyone was a collaborator, and everyone wanted to get out. There's no other way out. What other choice do we have? Yes, even if we can hold our breath and climb out of the sand above, we'll immediately face the Taotai group. I also think we should keep digging. Aren't you curious about where this sewer pipe leads? Curiosity killed the cat. The more you know, the less safe you are. Some supported continuing the digging, while others hesitated. Ultimately, we all have to face the same question: if we don't dig along the sewer pipes, where should we dig? Sewer pipes are like road signs. Even if the road ahead is unknown, there is always a direction. In the end, they continued digging. On the surface, the 80-odd people appeared united, but Qin Shang did not let his guard down. From the moment he arrived, he shared a room with Professor Tang and Nie Zihan. Based on the principle of men first, he slept in the bed. The sofa in the room belonged to Nie Zihan. Professor Tang was quite cautious. She laid out her bed near the door so that if anyone tried to open it, they would wake her up first. I slept for several days in a row, and apart from a little inconvenience, everything was fine. Tonight, a small incident made the atmosphere in the room much more ambiguous. In order to stay informed about the latest developments and to set a good example, Qin Shang goes down into the cave every day. And they spent more time digging than others. Since there was nothing else to do here, he didn't feel tired. After returning home, I took a shower and went to bed as usual. Help! Help! In the middle of the night, he was awakened by screams. He turned on the light and found that Nie Zihan was having a nightmare. As soon as the light came on, she shivered a few times. Brother Qin Shang, I'm scared. What should I do? She hugged her shoulders, her eyes filled with fear. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakdown due to immense psychological pressure. Qin Shang could understand being suddenly locked up in this place. If you dig a hole down and it goes on and you can't see the bottom, who wouldn't have some doubts? Even Qin Shang himself was afraid, but he just didn't show it. How about we leave the lights on? Not being a psychologist, Qin Shang didn't know how to make girls feel unafraid. Thinking about the light makes me feel better. At this moment, Professor Tang sat up, and Qin Shang's gaze was immediately drawn to her. He never expected that Professor Tang, who usually had a dignified image, would be wearing black lace pajamas. The transparent parts exude an indescribable allure. The contrast is just too much. In particular, even now, her face remains dignified and elegant, with beautiful and kind eyes and a particularly straight nose. Her cherry lips were warm and moist, with her upper and lower lips pressed together, and the indentation at the corners of her mouth conveyed a sense of gentle understanding. She has a smooth oval face, which is typical of the hosts of variety shows, symbolizing peace and prosperity, and a harmonious and family-friendly life. Normally, her hair is either tied up or tied up, but now it's down, and under the lamplight, she exudes a tender and beautiful aura. Sensing Qin Shang's gaze, she pulled the summer blanket up with one hand, casually covering herself, but not completely, and said, Zihan, why don't you sleep with me? As everyone knows, when two people are close together, they won't be afraid. To everyone's surprise, Nie Zihan hesitated for a moment, her face flushed as she glanced at Qin Shang, and said somewhat defiantly, but I'm only not afraid when I'm with brother Qin Shang. When adults communicate, they don't need to be too explicit. This was a clear rejection of Professor Tang. Professor Tang glanced at Qin Shang with her beautiful eyes, then lay down and muttered, "Oh, I see. I guess I was just being tactless." There seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her words. This slight emotional disturbance left Qin Shang completely bewildered, and he felt it was better than anything else. To give an example, it's like when someone is craving meat, and suddenly a plate of big, juicy pork knuckle comes along. It's incredibly satisfying. Qin Shang pondered for a moment before saying to Nie Zihan, "Then you can make a makeshift bed next to my bed." He spoke quite loudly. Professor Tang could definitely hear him. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I like Brother Qin the most. When people are scared, they especially want to be close to others." Nie Zihan's voice was a little soft and sweet, but as soon as she stood up, Qin Shang's eyes lit up again. Nie Zihan is 18 or 19 years old, with a very youthful figure. She is wearing a pink floral print nightgown, her hair is slightly messy, and her face is exceptionally delicate. Even the clumsy way she moves the bed is adorable. A lovely girl. She exudes femininity. It was at this moment that Qin Shang realized just how erotic his living environment was. After the bed was made, Nie Zihan rested her chin on her hands, her legs, clad in white stockings, swinging back and forth. Brother Qin Shang, can you talk to me for a bit? Qin Shang is a kind-hearted and helpful person. Sure, I haven't asked you yet, how come you live in a place like the Hanging Coffin Valley? These past few days have been too busy, my thoughts have been in turmoil, and I've been so focused on getting out of here that I haven't paid attention to many things. The Hanging Coffin Valley is isolated from the world, life is inconvenient, and there are criminal organizations like the Taotai Group, so it can hardly be called a paradise. I came here with my parents. They heard that you can make a lot of money farming here. But when we got here, we found out that if you want a farm, you have to clear the land first, which is a lot of trouble. Nie Zihan's words made perfect sense, and Qin Shang nodded. His gaze swept over her fair and delicate hands, and he vaguely felt that something was amiss. Just as I was about to ask a few more questions to find out more details, suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and someone was banging on the door violently. Brother Qin, we've dug through. We've dug through. There's an underground space below the hole, it's terrifying. Qin Shang hurriedly dressed, opened the door, and asked, what underground space? Outside was Pan Aime, who exclaimed in surprise, the hole we dug is so big and empty down there. Akui and Alan almost fell in. Chapter 49 Professor Tang, you smell so good. Empty? A normal underground water pipe should run down 1 meter and then parallel to the ground. During construction, the biggest concern was freezing. In warmer southern regions, installing the drain pipes half a meter underground is sufficient. Moreover, the outlet of the sewer pipe is usually downstream of the river. Now, things have gotten really bad. They dug dozens of meters along the sewer pipe and found an underground space underneath. Qin Shang was completely stunned, never expecting such a thing to happen. Akui and Alan, who were in charge of the excavation, were covered in mud and explained the situation in a panic. We were digging when the bottom of the hole started to collapse. Luckily, we were wearing safety ropes, or we would have fallen in. It's dark down there, but a bit hot. We used bigger lights, but we couldn't see anything. Qin Shang walked a few steps to the cave entrance and immediately noticed that something had changed. What I smelled before was a somber, earthy scent, but now it's much fresher. Don't panic. I'll go down and check the situation. What exactly happened? How can we not see for ourselves? He immediately tied a rope around his waist. These ropes are made by tearing bed sheets into strips and weaving them together. They can easily support the weight of several adults. Brother Qin Shang, don't go. It's dangerous. Nie Zihan ran out in her pajamas and clung to Qin Shang's arm like a koala. Qin Shang immediately felt a wave of tingling sensation wash over him. Looking at her delicate face, Qin Shang comforted her, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. Startled by the change in connection, Nie Zihan refused to let go. Don't go, what if we can't get back up? Her beautiful eyes were misty with longing and reluctance, and Qin Shang immediately thought of a word: a gentle embrace. A gentle haven that makes one want to immerse oneself in its beauty. A beautiful and tender girl, giving her all, is always captivating. In that instant, Qin Shang wanted to carry her back to his room and gently send her to her happy home. Nonsense. Professor Tang came out dressed neatly, her hair pulled back up. If a problem is found, it needs to be solved. However, it's not appropriate for you to go, Qin Shang. You're the backbone of the group, nothing can go wrong. Besides, in times of danger, women should step up, not men. I'll go. She deftly untied the rope around Qin Shang's waist, exuding an air of independence and competence. Maintain composure in the face of great events. Qin Shang admired her, but stopped her. Professor Tang, you know my abilities. No matter what's down there, I should be able to handle it. I must go. He was the one who suggested digging down into the sewers. How could it work if he didn't go and take a look? I must go too. I'm an archaeologist, I understand the geology, and maybe I can discover some problems. Normally, Professor Tang would just participate in digging the tunnel in a routine manner, but when it came to the crucial moment, her true nature would be revealed. This is a woman who can handle things. Looking at her resolute expression and thinking of her charming appearance in a black lace nightgown, Qin Shang felt a warm current surge in his heart. Okay. Let's go together. When men and women are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. Since there was only one rope, they had no choice but to tie two people together with that one rope. Bringing a light, the two went down into the cave. To make it easier to get in and out, ladders made of wooden planks were built inside the cave. In this way, the rope serves as a safety rope. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As they went deeper, the opening above their heads grew smaller and smaller, and Qin Shang stopped looking up to avoid triggering his claustrophobia. In the confined space, facing each other, Qin Shang, smelling Professor Tang's scent, blurted out, "Professor Tang, you smell so good." Professor Tang paused, clearly not expecting Qin Shang to bring this up, but did not respond. After his abrupt encounter with the beautiful woman, Qin Shang showed no remorse. Instead, he developed a strong curiosity about Professor Tang. Nowadays, girls are all vying to show off their beauty and trying their best to display their best features. Why does she always dress so conservatively? Doesn't she want to find a husband? These kinds of privacy issues are not easy to ask. After descending another 20 or 30 meters, Qin Shang noticed that Professor Tang was a little out of breath, so he tugged at her hand and said, "Professor Tang, let's rest for a while." Her hands were very white and soft, like solidified cream. Just holding it gently feels wonderful. Okay. Professor Tang replied, seemingly unaware that his hand had been touched. Qin Shang was inexplicably happy. Infusion successful. It's like water soaking into a sponge. Since coming into this world, Qin Shang has been chased by girls every day, until he met Professor Tang, when he finally experienced the joy of hunting. Men have a hunting history spanning millions of years, and frankly, they have an instinctive urge to be hunters. Cough cough. Just as Qin Shang was about to grab Professor Tang's wrist, Professor Tang coughed lightly and subtly pulled away. Suddenly, Qin Shang felt a little disappointed. "I hadn't finished my plate of dumplings when someone took them away, and now I feel itchy." After a 10-minute break, the two continued. As they descended, the cave began to narrow, and the two people, face to face, could hear each other's breaths. There's a saying, a gentleman does not deceive himself in the dark. Qin Shang was no gentleman. He spoke again. "Professor Tang, what kind of toothpaste do you use? Why are you asking that?" Her voice remained calm, and Qin Shang couldn't help but wonder if she ever had moments of madness or confusion. "I really want to see it. Your breath smells sweet." As he said this, Qin Shang took a sniff and inhaled deeply, looking quite pleased. Professor Tang lowered his head and fell silent again. She neither criticized him nor joked with Qin Shang, which made Qin Shang feel a sense of resentment, like he was trying to be funny in front of his neighbor's older sister but failing to amuse her. I really want her to be happy to the heavens. What expression would she have at that time? Lost in their own thoughts, the two of them finally noticed more unusual things. It's so hot. Yeah, how can it be hot underground? That's so strange. The room with the steel plates was relatively cool, and everyone was wearing long sleeves and trousers. The feeling right now is like going from spring to summer. Moreover, it gets hotter as you go down, reaching at least 30 degrees Celsius. The two became even more cautious. Further down, there were no ladders to climb, and relying solely on a rope to support two people was extremely inconvenient. Professor Tang, you stay here and check the geological conditions. I'll go down and take pictures with my phone if there are any abnormalities. Qin Shang dug a side pit on the side of the cave and had Professor Tang stay in it. He used the rope to lower himself down. The space below was enormous and even hotter. Qin Shang shone a light on it, but there was nothing there except the sweltering air. Filled with intense resentment, he looked up and vaguely saw many round objects. It's like countless basketballs have grown from the ceiling. Oh whoa! Just then, the roar of a ferocious beast came from below. This is so sudden. Qin Shang shuddered in fright, and then heard Professor Tang scream as he fell from above. He seized the opportunity, stretched out his long arms, and embraced Professor Tang, who was as soft and fragrant as jade. Chapter 50. Professor Tang, you don't want to fall either, do you? Fortunately, the rope was thick and strong enough that the two swung in the air for a while before stabilizing. Professor Tang was clearly terrified. His chest heaved violently, like the tides. Once she caught her breath, she realized something, and a blush spread from her face to her ears and then to her neck. Qin Shang, your hand. That's too much. She really can't pretend she doesn't feel anything. Moreover, being so close to Qin Shang, the strong masculine scent emanating from him made her heart flutter. Just bear with it. I have to hold on like this so you won't fall. Since there was a reasonable explanation, Qin Shan naturally wanted to enjoy it. He leaned close to Professor Tang's ear and said, "Professor Tang, you don't want to fall either, do you?" Professor Tang couldn't refute this. She couldn't teach Qin Shan how to save people either. She felt both shy and embarrassed, unsure whether she should feel the other person's large hand, wanting to ignore it but unable to. After a while, overwhelmed with shame, she urged, "Qin Shan, shall we go upstairs?" For some reason, her voice was gentle and soft, lacking any vigor. It felt like all the strength in my body had been drained away. Qin Shang felt a surge of emotion, but of course he wasn't about to let it go so easily. "Professor Tang, I'm a little tired, let me rest for a bit." "We've been resting for half an hour, how much longer?" "It should be ready in about half an hour." "But isn't it more tiring for you to bear my weight like this?" "I don't think so." After resting for a long time, the two looked around and found nothing except for the blackened marks on the ceiling of the underground space and the huge circular object. So the two of them returned the way they came. As he climbed upwards, Professor Tang's breathing became very unsteady. After they got up there, Pan Aimei, Nie Zihan and others helped to remove the ropes from the two people. Qin Shan recounted what he had seen, leaving everyone astonished and uncertain. The roar of a ferocious beast? How could there be a ferocious beast underground? That's not normal, it's that hot. Whoever has a strong imagination can guess what's going on. I can't think of anything. Could it be an underground zoo down there? Do you want to hear what you're saying? There's so little to see in the dark, I have no clue, and I can't make any guesses. Qin Shan wasn't worried at all, since there are wild animals down there, whether it's a zoo or whatever, there will definitely be light. Let's just wait. Since things have come to this, this is the only way. Everyone stayed at the cave entrance, unwilling to leave. They finally managed to break through the hole, and they wouldn't give up until they saw a glimmer of hope. Time ticked by, and about 6 hours later, someone exclaimed, "There's an underground world down there, and a river too." Holy crap! Everyone hurriedly surrounded the cave entrance. The cave is several tens of meters long. Looking down from above, you can't see much, but there is indeed a river, grassland, and even a herd of zebras below. Damn it! Could this be Lizardman's territory? It's possible. Haven't some experts said that the lizard people are hiding underground? Don't scare me, there are no lizardmen here. The underground world is so vast, and the grass is so green, what powers it? All things grow by the sun. I understand now. The round thing Brother Qin saw yesterday must be an artificial sun. Using an artificial sun to build an underground world, the Taotai group is too crazy. It was so unexpected. Even if you saw it with your own eyes, it would take many people a long time to accept it. The reason is very simple. Building an underground world is an enormous undertaking, not to mention the energy it consumes. Now that there is light, we naturally need to go down and take a look. This time, Pan Aimei volunteered to go down and explore. When she came up, she was soaked to the bone. After drinking a few sips of water and regaining her breathing, she looked visibly shaken and told everyone what she had seen. "You're right, it really is an underground world down there. The round thing Brother Qin saw yesterday was an artificial sun. I not only saw zebras, but also lions and mountains. The space was so vast that I couldn't see the end. Oh, right, I also saw a really big humanoid creature, dressed in all black, at least 3 meters tall. It was a bit far away, so I couldn't see its face clearly. I suspect that it is a humanoid weapon manufactured by the Taotai group. Humanoid weapons have arrived." Everyone was even more surprised. The pace was getting increasingly outrageous. "I'll go check on the situation." "Is that so strange?" Filled with curiosity, Qin Shan wet himself with water and quickly went downstairs. As he quickly rappelled down the rope to the bottom of the cave, he looked down and was stunned. Even though Pan Aimei had told him, he was still stunned. Below was a vast, boundless grassland, where herds of zebras graze leisurely. I didn't see any giant humanoid creatures. In the distance are forests and mountains, lush and green. The river meanders and flows endlessly. His perspective is looking down from the sky. The underground world. This is a scene that only appears in science fiction movies. The Taotai group really knows how to play games. Beneath the desert are prisons, and beneath the prisons is an underground world. He was shocked for a long time before checking the surrounding area. That huge, round object really is an artificial sun. However, not all artificial suns are lit, some are not. Below is actually a huge man-made world. An artificial sun is used to simulate the four seasons, sunrise, and sunset. The Taotai Group's scale is truly astounding. Creating such an underground world would be nothing compared to the sheer volume of trillions of dollars invested. Directly below the cave is a wide river. It was about 3 or 4 kilometers away from where he was. You can go down the rope. After understanding the situation, he climbed up and informed everyone. Even though they already knew the general idea, everyone was still surprised after Qin Shang finished speaking. What the heck? A simulated world? Are they trying to build Jurassic Park? Don't talk nonsense. Jurassic Park is on an island, so the cost can't be compared. Could it be that the Taotai Group is planning to build a giant sauna? Cough, cough, cough. Listen to what you're saying. Impossible, right? Well, saunas are too spacious, so it's hard to sweat. No one could understand why Qin Shang asked everyone to be quiet. He explained his idea of going down the rope. Some were enthusiastic, while others looked worried. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down. I don't want to stay in this steel-plated cell for even a second longer. Get moving and braid all the fabric into ropes. There's a river below. If I fall into it, will I die? I'm afraid there might be wild beasts in the river, like a water monster or something. I suspect that the Taotai Group built this underground world in order to recreate dinosaurs. Everyone has their own ideas, it's too difficult to reach a consensus. Qin Shang couldn't care less about others, he was determined to go down. In half an hour, all the clothes, sheets, and other items were torn to shreds, leaving many people with only their underwear on. The woven ropes filled the hall. Once you've confirmed the rope is strong enough, begin lowering it down. A hole connects the two ends. Above is a prison cell, and below is the underground world. Everyone is both scared and excited, with no idea what they will encounter. Chapter 51 9.9 Beauty, Can I Kiss You? I'm first. Panime had some guts. She wrapped her hands in her clothes and slid down the rope. The rope is of good quality and can support the weight of several people without any problem. About 20 minutes later, the second person followed. Oh my god, I'm so scared. We're going to the underworld, who knows what we'll encounter? You might get eaten by a wild beast if you go down there. Don't be so pathetic. We humans are the descendants of the terrifying upright apes. Our ancestors were invincible throughout the world. That's right. Once we're down there, we'll immediately find a wooden stick, sharpen one end, and even if a tiger comes, we can kill it. Some were terrified and fearful, while others were excited and longing. The term terrifying upright ape is still correct. Many animals have been driven to extinction by humans, such as the mammoth, which was a behemoth weighing over 10 tons. A person may be weak in the wild, but once they form a group, they become invincible. Qin Shang wasn't too worried about animals with his physical abilities. Killing a wild beast was as easy as playing a game. His biggest concern is the Taotai Group. To build such a vast world beneath the Hanging Coffin Valley, they must have had enormous ambitions. Now, everyone knows this secret. They haven't been asking for food in the steel plate cells, and they'll soon realize something's wrong. Ideally, they should get out of the underworld, contact the Women's Federation, and work together to rescue Luo Mini and Lin Pundi. One by one, more than 80 people left the room, and soon only 3 people remained: Qin Shang, Professor Tang, and Niezihan. Brother Qin Shang, don't laugh at me for being naive, but I've never seen a man as handsome as you before. Now we're going into the dangerous underground world. Niezihan paused, her 2 small hands twisting together, her big eyes exuding a youthful charm. But I don't even know what a man is. If I die, it would be a waste of my life. So, can I kiss you? That way, I won't have any regrets when I die. After speaking, her eyes lowered, her face flushed, and she shrank back, like a sinner awaiting judgment. Qin Shang never expected that she would make such a request at this time. It's a bit like an old bachelor on his deathbed who wants to learn about Shakespeare. Zihan. You can't do this. This is moral blackmail. Qin Shang has no obligation to become a tool for you to avoid regrets in life. Because men are rare, the government has introduced various protective measures, especially regarding heterosexual relationships, which have clear regulations. Professor Tang, being a university teacher, was well aware of this and immediately spoke up to stop it. Okay then, I'm sorry. A few tears fell as Niezihan turned away in despair. Qin Shang couldn't bear it and grabbed her hand, saying, "Today's situation is special, so I'll be your tool this time." Both women were surprised. Everyone knows that boys are very stingy in this regard and are reluctant to get close to girls easily. Many girls give gifts and send money on May 20th, but they may not even get a hug from a boy. Now, Qin Shang is actually willing to give alms. Thanks. With excitement in her eyes, Nie Zihan leaned close to Qin Shang and stood on tiptoe. Nie Zihan's lips are beautiful, a natural tender red, very glossy, as if she had just eaten a big pork knuckle and hadn't wiped her mouth. Usually, boys should close their eyes in these situations. Because in such a scenario, the boy is the giver, and the girl is the receiver. To put it simply, the boy is the dish, and the girl is the person eating the dish. Qin Shang preferred to be in a dominant position, so he didn't close his eyes. 2 minutes later. The two separated. I'm not afraid of anything now. Beauty is etched in time, and even death cannot take it away. As if drunk, Nie Zihan staggered back 2 steps, her eyes glazed over. Brother Qin Shang, I promise you, I will never let another man touch my lips again. I will never let you be tainted with a single bit of green. She took a few deep breaths and began to descend into the cave. He moved quickly, like a coal miner. While Qin Shang and Nie Zihan were kissing, Professor Tang, who had his back to them, turned around. Her intelligent and gentle eyes conveyed concern. Like a friendly older sister, she earnestly advised, you don't need to be so noble, you don't need to be so self-sacrificing, and you don't need to help everyone. Nobility, sacrifice, help. Qin Shang didn't understand. It was just a kiss, why make such a big deal out of it? Professor Tang, what are you saying? Well. With a concerned expression, Professor Tang sighed and asked, do you like Nie Zihan? Nie Zihan is very beautiful. Nie Zihan is very cute. Nie Zihan's conduct and interpersonal relationships are also quite good. But to say I like it wouldn't be quite right. After all, we haven't known each other for very long, so we don't really know each other yet. Not really. Anyway, Nie Zihan couldn't hear it, so Qin Shang told the truth. But, so that she would have no regrets in her life, you resolutely gave up your innocence and let her have your lips. What else is that but noble? As expected of a learned person, Professor Tang's logic was airtight and his arguments were incisive and insightful in demonstrating Qin Shang's great character. Even Qin Shang himself couldn't refute it. Well, I haven't thought about it from this perspective. He himself was morally superior. This undeniable fact caught Qin Shang off guard. He had always thought of himself as just an ordinary handsome guy. Morally, he has no standards for himself. Professor Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled. To do good deeds without realizing it is something only a saint can do. You probably have a saintly personality. I've heard that people with this kind of personality always find themselves, without even realizing it, trying to save the world and help all living beings. Qin Shang remained silent for a moment. In his previous life, he grew up in an environment of criticism and received virtually no praise. Human cognition originates from the environment. Naturally, he wouldn't think he was great, much less that he was morally superior. Only now does he truly realize that he is a noble, great, kind, beautiful, tolerant, compassionate, charitable, warm-hearted, responsible, and dedicated saint, willing to sacrifice and dedicate himself. Because he truly wanted to be a living bodhisattva for the future of all mankind, bringing joy and warmth to every girl who longs for love and has a 9 out of 10 level of beauty. He felt heartbroken thinking about the countless 9 out of 10 girls who were suffering because they didn't have a man. He longed to transform into countless forms, to spread rain and dew, and to nourish the parched souls of every 9-point girl. Come to think of it, isn't there one right in front of us? Although Professor Tang usually dresses neatly, you can tell from her black lace nightgown that she also needs to be pampered. So he took Professor Tang's fair and slender hand in his and said sincerely, Professor Tang, you don't want to have any regrets in your life, do you? How about we give each other a kiss? Chapter 52. She's abnormally beautiful. Clearly, no one expected Qin Shang to be so frank. Professor Tang's eyes lingered for a moment, but she quickly looked away, lowered her head, and smiled, saying, I have no regrets in my life. She politely removed Qin Shang's hand and turned to go down into the cave. Qin Shang felt incredibly excited by her simple smile. So much so that he burst into song. Your lips are slightly upturned, hopelessly sexy, I can't imagine, my heart is pounding like this, I want everything about you. Oops. Professor Tang called out from inside the cave, and Qin Shang hurriedly asked, what's wrong, my Professor Tang? It's nothing, I just slipped. I didn't know you could sing. Professor Tang did not refute Qin Shang's use of the phrase, my Professor Tang, she was too shocked. Qin Shang is not only handsome and strong,
but now he's also into the arts.
He's incredibly talented.
Professor Tang, I have many strengths, you'll discover them gradually in the future.
By the way, this song is for you.
Perhaps sensing a hint of flirtatiousness in Qin Shang's words, Professor Tang remained silent.
20 minutes later, Qin Shang also went down into the cave. He quickly adapted to the dark environment and entered the underground world. To fully simulate reality, the underground world is also lit at night. Looking up, you can see several artificial moons. I must say, it does look somewhat like the moon, except it doesn't move.
The rope wasn't long enough, the end was more than 10 meters above the river surface. At that distance, jumping in wouldn't be a problem.
Qin Shang leaped into the river and was immediately swept far away.
He was strong and soon climbed ashore.
However, we didn't see anyone, they must have been swept downstream by the river.
On both sides of the river were vast grasslands. He thought that they would gather together when the river calmed down, so he wasn't too worried. Once a group of people gathers, they are not afraid of any wild animals. All he wants right now is something to eat. So he followed the river downstream for about 5 or 6 kilometers, and there he saw a male lion standing and 2 female lions lying down, gnawing on a warthog.
The warthog's internal organs spilled all over the ground.
Qin Shang had eaten domestic pigs but never warthogs. It looked delicious, so he rushed over in one stride. With one kick each, he sent the 3 lions flying.
Give it to me.
Ignoring the lion's howls nearby, he checked and found that the lion had only eaten the internal organs. The warthog's limbs hadn't moved much at all, which immediately pleased him. As the saying goes, of all things, eating is the most important. Without thinking twice, he found some dry wild grass and wood, and started to make fire by rubbing sticks together. For an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. But for him, it was a trivial matter. The stick was rubbed against the block of wood, and sparks flew up after only a few rubs. The sparks were put together with some weeds, and after blowing on them a few times, flames shot up.
There was nothing but meat. The only way to cook it was by roasting. He had seen it on a show called Survival in the Wild. When grilling meat, you shouldn't put the meat too close to the fire, you should use the residual heat of the flames to slowly cook it. With nothing much to do late at night, he waited patiently, pondering the purpose of the Taotai group in building this underground world. First of all, it's certain that this is absolutely not for profit. Excavating such a large space would cost too much money, and besides, there's really no profit model to be seen here. Even if we take a far-fetched approach and imagine that the Taotai group wants to breed dinosaurs like in the movie Jurassic Park, there's no need to do it here. They could easily find an island or claim a piece of land. I've thought about it a lot, but I still can't figure it out. He couldn't help but think of Gu Qianro, Jun Qian, Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, Professor Tang. Recalling the moments I shared with these girls, a long time passed without me even realizing it. The roasted pork leg emitted a unique aroma.
Feeling it was almost cooked, he hugged it and started gnawing on it. Although it has a slightly fishy and gamey smell, it's also quite fragrant and has a good chewy texture.
After eating, I felt full of energy.
I found some dry grass, made a simple bed, and lay down to rest.
With fire on, wild animals won't dare to come. Even if they do, his keen senses will allow him to detect them in advance, so there's nothing to fear. He slept for 3 or 4 hours straight. He was awakened by screams. Looking towards the forest on the opposite bank of the river, following the sound, they saw lightning crackling and striking down from above, followed by screams of agony. Although it was quite far away, at least 7 or 8 kilometers, he could hear it clearly. It was chirping and wailing, clearly not human voices, but the calls of some kind of animal. Artificial lightning. This is not difficult. A small lightning bolt can be generated using a Tesla coil. In fact, the ignition device of a lighter can be considered a kind of artificial lightning, only with a weak electrical current. What he didn't understand was, striking animals with lightning in the middle of the night, was that a hobby? That's a bit perverted. After the lightning strike, the screams gradually subsided. About half an hour later, another lightning strike occurred, and the screams resumed. Basically, the lightning was concentrated in one area. No lightning strikes were seen on the vast grassland. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Even if you don't die, getting struck by lightning is such bad luck. The repeated lightning strikes lasted for several hours before gradually stopping, and the artificial sun overhead began to light up. They are simulated suns, starting with a faint light and then getting brighter and brighter. He roasted the pork he hadn't finished yesterday, ate 2 of the 4 pork legs, and carried the remaining 2 downstream towards the river.
The scenery of the grassland is exceptionally beautiful, and the sprinkler irrigation system in the distance from the river further suggests that this underground world is man-made. As he walked, he pondered how to fight the Taotai group. Such a large criminal organization must have guns, which is something to be especially careful about.
It's best not to make any rash moves until the Women's Federation arrives or finds Luo Mimi and the others.
After walking for several kilometers, the forest began to grow denser. On the mountain range, which was hundreds of meters high, the trees were lush and green, and many of them were so thick that 7 or 8 people could not encircle them. There are also a great variety of species, including Hopia chinensis, strangler fig, Monstera deliciosa, vine, maidenhair fern, oil palm.
Many of them were people Qin Shang didn't even know.
However, judging from the height of these trees, the Taotai group has been operating this place for at least 100 years. Qin Shang was speechless that a criminal organization was also a century-old establishment. The river continued downstream and entered a valley, with mountains and forests on both sides. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in sight. Beautiful and fresh, without the slightest trace of dishevelment, her snow-white long legs looked as if she had just taken a milk bath. It stands out from its surroundings. Chapter 53. The beautiful woman is pretentious, and she even has a lisp.
Brother Qin Shang, brother Qin Shang. It's Nie Zihan.
She jogged to greet Qin Shang and threw herself into his arms. Immediately, Qin Shang sensed something was wrong.
It smells so good.
Nie Zihan smelled of expensive perfume, and her breath carried a faint creamy fragrance, as if she had just eaten ice cream.
She definitely has a problem.
Qin Shang was very pleased to learn this.
The most terrifying enemy is the one that cannot be seen. As long as it can be seen, there is a way to deal with it. Since Nie Zihan is pretending, asking her directly will probably not get any information. Let's play along for now. Zihan, are you alright?
Even though he knew she was alright, Qin Shang still asked her about it. More than nothing, Qin Shang could feel that Nie Zihan's skin had just undergone careful skincare.
If a normal person falls into water and then dries out, their skin will usually be very dry. Nie Zihan's skin is smooth and silky. Needless to say, she's been using some kind of skincare cream. It's nothing, I was just terrified. Oh my god, it was so scary. She started sobbing, clinging to Qin Shang and refusing to let go. However, it was all fake. When a person sobs, their whole body moves, but she only made sobbing sounds and didn't show any physical agitation. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. After comforting her for a while, Nie Zihan finally let go. At this point, Qin Shang was able to see her full appearance. Her hair was a little messy, but not at all disheveled. On the contrary, it evoked pity. She was only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, with nothing underneath. White clothing is transparent, so.
He knew something was wrong with her, but seeing her dressed like that, Qin Shang's heart still burned with desire. Not to mention, her short skirt was quite messy, which made it easy for people to have all sorts of wild thoughts.
No.
We must protect each other, and I want to protect brother Qin Shang too. With her chest puffed out, seemingly oblivious to Qin Shang's gaze, her voice became even more coquettish.
The system gave Nie Zihan a very high score, 9.9.
This was a score that Qin Shang had never seen before. Qin Shang never discovered Nie Zihan's charm because she was beautiful in a very standard way, conforming to the golden ratio in every way. But in doing so, it loses its unique charm.
For example, Professor Tang is very feminine.
However, Qin Shang is now feeling Nie Zihan's charm, even while she is pretending and acting.
Pretending can be a kind of beauty.
It tastes weird, but it's something that makes men's hearts flutter.
It's a bit like snail rice noodles. That flavor is irreplaceable by any other food. Come, sit down and rest. Tell me how you got here.
Qin Shang sat down first. The grass by the river was particularly lush, and sitting on it was just like sitting on a sofa, quite comfortable. Nie Zihan nodded and sat directly in Qin Shang's lap.
So you're not even going to act anymore, huh?
With her being so proactive, Qin Shang felt like he was being pursued. I used to only hear about picking up girls, now I'm the one being picked up. It was quite comfortable, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Qin Shang didn't refuse, but he didn't get any closer either.
He was secretly observing what Nie Zihan was up to. And who exactly is she?
After I jumped into the water yesterday, I was swept away and almost drowned. She was sobbing again, and swayed her delicate body as if trying to beg for sympathy from Qin Shang. Luckily, I managed to grab a tree root by the river and climb ashore. There was no one around, and I was so scared that I hid in the grass all night. I heard lions roaring outside, so I didn't dare to run around during the day. Luckily, I waited for you, otherwise, I would have starved to death. Qin Shang couldn't help but roll his eyes.
According to Nie Zihan, she hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. But her mental and physical condition doesn't seem to match at all. Let's go catch some fish and grill them later.
Okay.
She hopped and skipped, changing into yet another form. Overall, it's just being pretentious.
She was so dramatic that Qin Shan wanted to unleash a torrent of abuse on her. I just want to see if she can show some of her true self when she gets too excited. Qin Shang sharpened a wooden stick with a sharp stone and walked into the river.
Oh dear.
Nie Zihan followed closely, but as soon as she entered the water, she couldn't stand up, cried out a few times, and collapsed into the water. Just as Qin Shan was about to pull her up, she stood up again. She was only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, which was soaked with water. The shirt clung to her body, revealing every inch of her exquisite figure. The clothes actually added to her allure. Seemingly oblivious to her own unease, Nie Zihan sniffed, stomped her feet, and with her large eyes displaying innocence, she whined in a high-pitched voice, "Brother Qin Shang, I'm so stupid, I'm really so stupid."
Chapter 50. For the beautiful woman has ulterior motives. I feign composure. Nizi is so pretentious.
However, this affectation does give people a sense of sophistication. For example, she knew perfectly well that her clothes were inappropriate, but she pretended not to know. She knew Qin Shang would be watching her, but she pretended not to know.
Those who are so innocent seem to understand nothing.
In fact, she understood perfectly well, and was even guiding him.
Yeah, it is a bit clumsy, like a little pig. You just wait on the shore, I'll catch the fish.
This was an undercurrent of subtle interest, which Qin Shang, of course, would not point out.
Even after the lovemaking, he would not reveal the truth.
Ideally, the woman would remain innocent and naive, unaware of the ways of the world.
It loses its appeal if you point it out directly. Bringing this up would ruin the atmosphere.
A highly talented woman once offered an interpretation of this, which was exquisite and perfectly insightful.
She said that both men and women are lustful.
This is a matter of self-cultivation if handled well, it is elegant if handled poorly, it is vulgar.
The most captivating state is when men and women have a tacit understanding. I understand your feigned modesty, and you understand my ulterior motives.
A talented woman is truly remarkable.
Combining a love of beauty with self-cultivation creates a healthy and sophisticated aesthetic. Brother Qin Shang is so naughty. I'm not a silly pig, I'm not. Making nasal noises, Nie Zihan walked to the shore in an affected manner, as if she had just learned to walk.
I'm so tired. She maintained an innocent expression, first kneeling down, then spreading her legs back.
This is the duck sit that has captivated countless men.
After sitting down, she started clapping, her hands touching but not her fingers, without any rhythm. Go Qin Shangage, go.
Be careful, Jejij, oh dear, there's a big fish behind Jejij.
Qin Shang got goosebumps. But it's also very comfortable.
This girl's being so pretentious is fucking awesome. We're in luck tonight. Puff. There were many fish in the river.
Qin Shang had keen senses. He struck a fish with a stick and pulled it out of the water. The fish was still jumping around.
Silly pig, look how big this fish is. A good harvest always brings joy.
Qin Shang had caught a black carp, which looked to weigh 5 or 6 pounds.
The blackfish tastes pretty good. The flesh is firm yet tender and springy. Even without seasoning, it's delicious just by grilling it.
Gij, isn't this too cruel? It hurts so much when you insert it like that. Nie Zihan's eyebrows were slightly raised, her cherry lips were pouting, and she showed a sad expression.
That's a bit over the top, being overly sentimental.
Qin Shang couldn't take it anymore and could only make up nonsense. It's not in pain, it's just too happy.
Gij is lying, but people don't believe him. Why don't you ask it if it hurts?
Holding the fish ashore, Qin Shang confronted the clarity of foolishness with clarity of clarity.
He really didn't expect that Nie Zihan would hop over and actually say to the big black fish, little fish, pigeon is pulling so hard, does it hurt? If it hurts, you must tell your sister. If it doesn't hurt, then don't say anything.
Qin Shangshin thought to himself, if the Taodai group could make fish talk, he would be willing to kowtow 81 times to express his admiration.
He won. The fish didn't speak. Zihan, here, have this fish. I'll catch a few more.
Being in a dangerous situation, one must eat well and maintain peak condition.
Qin Shang went into the water again, and Nie Zihan exclaimed in surprise, "Can I eat it?" "Thank you, Gidge. It looks delicious, but, oh dear, it's a bit big, I'm afraid I can't eat it." "If you can't finish it, just throw it away." "Is this also a source of trouble?"
Qin Shang finally understood why there was a saying that one punch can take down a whiny person. This constant whining and coquettishness, with its ah and sob sounds, really provokes a strong urge to attack.
It makes you think she's so pretty, if I slap her, she'll definitely cry, right? She cried, her face streaked with tears. It must have looked beautiful, right?
They caught 5 more fish and killed them all.
Inevitably, Nie Zihan exclaimed in surprise from the side, "Gidge, you're so heartless."
Generally speaking, once a man and a woman know that they will be having sex tonight, they tend to talk in a particularly nonsensical way. Even Qin Shang showed a great deal of tolerance.
"Do you prefer Gidge to be a little ruthless or a little gentle?"
Qin Shang's gentleness made her want to vomit, but it was also incredibly pleasurable, tingling and itchy. Like a beautiful little dolphin, swimming freely in the azure ocean.
"Tell the truth? Tell the truth?"
Nie Zihan swayed head and body, her eyes filled with joy and her lips trembling with shyness.
"I like Gidge to be a little ruthless, just now, he.
Gidge's blow was so powerful it was like she opened someone's heart, just like that.
"Oh, so this is what you're like, Zihan."
Knowing that tonight will be an unsettling night, a frenzied night, a mesmerizing night, some things, if spoken aloud, will lose their charm. So the two of them were like spies exchanging intelligence at that moment. There's a hidden meaning in his words, it's all up to you to understand. Qin Shang quickly cleaned the fish's internal organs, didn't bother scaling it, inserted a small stick into the fish's mouth, and started grilling.
"Zihan, do you know how to grill fish?" "Gidge, I'm not lying to you, I'm really good at it." "Do you prefer the fish to be grilled lying flat on the fire, or standing upright?" "Oh dear, are you testing me?"
Nie Zihan let out a half-coquettish sigh, her beautiful eyes reflecting the firelight, sparkling with joy, even her earlobes blushing slightly.
She knew a lot about grilled fish and explained in detail, "I can do either. However, if the fish is grilled lying face down on the fire, it's too close to the flames, so it needs to be turned over every 3 to 5 minutes. Standing it up to grill is less troublesome, but it's a bit far from the fire, so it cooks slower. Therefore, the best way is to grill it lying down first, and then grill it standing up. That way it won't burn, my good pigeon." It truly proves the saying, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. Qin Shang really learned something. Following Nie Zihan's instructions, I baked it, and it turned out crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a layer of golden brown on the surface, making it look very appetizing. "Pigeon, you eat what I grilled, and I'll eat what you grilled, okay? I think it's really good. Gidge, shall we have a fish feast together? Fish can even exchange cups? How interesting."
The two of them politely declined each other's invitations, and enjoyed their meal immensely. Nie Zihan said she had been hungry for 2 days, but she didn't finish a single fish.
She handed the remaining half to Qin Shang and said, "Gidge, if you don't mind, you can eat this half of my grilled fish too. It's just fish she's eaten before, what's there to complain about? Anyway, we're eating her fish now, and we'll be eating her fish again later."
Qin Shang reached out and took it, then began to eat it in large mouthfuls. According to the underground world's time, it was already dusk, and a gentle breeze was blowing, swaying the grass and trees. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two talked about life and literature.
Nie Zihan then took Qin Shang's hand. "Gidge, let's go wash up, it's time to rest." Chapter 55. She's beautiful, but she deserves a beating. Whoosh.
Once in the river, Nie Zihan playfully splashed water on Qin Shang, and Qin Shang splashed her back a few times, creating a heated atmosphere.
Nie Zihan still looks innocent and naive.
Once ashore, the two remained silent, picked some banana leaves, and spread them on the grass, using them as a makeshift Simmons mattress. Before the two armies clashed, the war drums had not yet sounded. Both sides were holding their breath, waiting for the battle to begin. They charged without even a bugle call. 3 hours later, Qin Shang looked at the artificial moon above and realized one thing again: every woman is different. Only in the most intimate moments are women willing to show their most authentic selves. Nie Zihan is like that, she has many disguises. When we first met, she was a very serious guide, but gradually she started to act coquettishly, use a high-pitched voice, and pretend to be innocent and naive. When her body began to dominate her feelings, her voice was no longer sweet and coquettish, but began to return to its original form, revealing all her shameful, embarrassing, and even ugly sides.
Well. Recovering from her intoxication, she sighed deeply. Xin Shang, do you think love really exists?
Her voice was a little sad, and she had asked such a childish question.
Xin Shang immediately thought of his wife, Gu Qianro.
He couldn't quite define love, but being with Gu Qianro gave him a sense of peace and tranquility.
Perhaps, yes. Have you ever been in love? Taking the opportunity, he inquired and tried to understand Nie Zihan.
She was undoubtedly a member of the Taotai group, but that was just a label. As long as one is human, one will always have thoughts and feelings.
So where do her feelings reside? I wouldn't say I did.
I've been in a relationship, but he broke up with me because I couldn't afford a dowry and married a rich man's daughter.
I'm not sad about it because that's how men are. Nie Zihan gently drew circles on Qin Shang's chest.
It was as if her heart had already scabbed over.
Oh, you've been injured.
Whether you're a man or a woman, once you've been hurt, it's hard for you to open your heart again and trust others.
Qin Shang finally understood why there was no system voice.
Because Nie Zihan doesn't love him at all, she can't be considered his wife.
Is it possible to break down her defenses and get her to confess on her own?
To achieve this goal, for the next few days, Qin Shang completely treated Nie Zihan as his lover, and Nie Zihan was no longer so pretentious or coquettish.
However, she refused to reveal anything. Where did they all go?
They walked along the river for another 100 miles or so, but still didn't see Professor Tang, Panime, or the others.
Nie Zihan sighed in dismay. At this point, Qin Shang's patience had finally worn out. Honey. You should know exactly where they are, right? Qin Shang, what are you talking about? How would I know? Damn it. Stop pretending, okay? Nie Zihan is still beautiful.
After she stopped being pretentious and affected, she appears very ladylike and gentle. Her behavior is that of a perfect girlfriend.
But Qin Shang knew that it was all an act.
At this moment, Professor Tang, Luo Mini, and Lin Pundi are likely in danger.
Qin Shang is very worried and doesn't want to continue the charade. Qin Shang, how can you talk to me like that?
Nie Zihan, who was gathering hay to start a fire, looked surprised, pitiful, and aggrieved. In particular, her upper body was still only covered by that white short-sleeved shirt, revealing her beautiful figure. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably fall into her gentle embrace and be unable to extricate themselves. But Qin Shang had seen it all before he could pierce through and pull out.
Because you're definitely from the Taotai group, do I need to list the evidence?
Having tried his best but still unable to resolve the issue, Qin Shang was somewhat exasperated. You said your family are farmers, but your fingers are so white, delicate, and slender they don't look like they've ever done heavy work. You said you lay in the grass for a whole day and night, but you couldn't even finish a single fish. Moreover, when you appeared, you smelled of expensive perfume and had a creamy scent on your breath.
You must have come with some purpose. I originally thought you just wanted me to do what I wanted, but now that I have, you've been screaming every night these past few days. Little Beaker. I've given you everything I could, now it's time to tell the truth.
Qin Shang felt he had done everything he could, and he tried to inquire indirectly, but each time, Nie Zihan brushed it off lightly. Now that the truth has been revealed, it's time to get serious.
You really are different.
Nie Zihan threw the hay on the ground, crossed her arms, and changed her expression.
What if I don't tell you? He. Qin Shang smiled, took a few steps over, and grabbed Nie Zihan by the neck. He really didn't have the habit of hitting women. But there's no way around it now. Will you tell or not? Qin Shang, you're not going to strangle me, are you? This woman wasn't afraid at all. Her eyes radiated charm, as if to say, I'm so beautiful, what would you do to me? Bang! She doesn't show her power, she treats a tiger like a sick cat. Qin Shang grabbed her by the neck and slammed her onto the grass. Clearly not expecting Qin Shang to be so ruthless, Nie Zihan's mouth was bleeding, her eyes were glazed, and she grabbed Qin Shang's clothes with her delicate hands. Qin Shang, you son of a bitch. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even a day as husband and wife is 100 days of kindness. We've been married for over 30 days, haven't we? You don't treat me like a human being at all, you just hit me like that, don't you? You heartless scoundrel. If you still don't talk, I'll kill you. To avoid falling into the trap of flirting, Qin Shang kept a cold face and tightened his grip. He didn't believe Nie Zihan wasn't afraid of death. It's clear from her daily life that Nie Zihan is very particular. Even though conditions are so harsh now,
She keeps herself clean and takes 5 or 6 baths a day.
How can someone who can't even let go of their appearance let go of their life? I'll talk, cough cough cough.
When Qin Shang let go, Nie Zihan's face was already bright red from being pinched, with veins bulging. She gave Qin Shang a resentful look and said, "You rascal.
Go ahead and ask. Who are you?" "My real name is Nie Zihan." "What is your role in the Taotai group?" "Rating officer." Qin Shang was a little confused by the unexpected answer. What kind of job is a raider? Nie Zihan rubbed her neck. "We rate men. Our Taotai group is a legitimate human trafficking group. Customers come first, service is paramount.
Men are our commodities, and as with any commodity, there must be a grade. My job is to evaluate, rate, classify, and price them."
A trafficking organization, and they're even getting arrogant? Qin Shang asked curiously. "What's the maximum score? How many points did I get? What's my level? What's my price?" Chapter 56. The rich women are so eager to possess me.
In my past life, I took exams from elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, and from high school to university. A fiercely competitive, single plank bridge. Qin Shang is particularly sensitive to evaluation systems. Whenever he hears about them, he always wants to find out about his own performance.
Out of 100, you scored 146, which is outstanding. As for the ranking, we divide men into iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond.
You belong to the same king diamond, which is the kind of diamond that can kill you. As for the price, you are worth 30 million for one night, or 10.3 billion if you take a package deal. Upon hearing this rating, Qin Shang laughed. "Ha ha ha.
Zihan, ha ha ha.
I didn't expect you to have such good taste." Then he counted on his fingers and said, a little annoyed, "If you calculate it this way, Zihan, you owe me several hundred million."
Well.
Ultimately, Qin Shang's understanding of this world was still not thorough enough. Now he understands why other boys are reluctant to get close to girls easily. If they don't get paid for being close to a girl, it's like throwing away tens of thousands of dollars.
Who wouldn't feel bad about that?
As for the dowry being 880,000, it wasn't much, it was just a wholesale price.
Ah. Nie Zihan was a little nervous. "I won't give you money. That was all a voluntary gift." All right, here you go."
"You little rascal, you're such a bargain hunter."
Since he was so valuable, Qin Shang thought there shouldn't be any danger. After all, neither the buyer nor the seller would easily break a piece of Song Dynasty rooware, right? He.
"I can't help it, even though I work for a big company, my salary isn't high. I can't afford a man as exceptional as you.
Bro, after we finish our business, how about I give you some more later?" Look, she's still not done, she's so greedy. Qin Shangxie didn't respond, but instead asked, "What's going on with the cells upstairs? Isn't the world going to end?"
The company's idea is simple: put men and women in a desperate situation and see if they can have a child.
Isn't there a saying? There's always a way out.
Oh, Qin Shang understands. The rules in the prison are very simple.
If you can't be born, you can't go out. People want to go abroad, so they have to find ways to have children. And here?
What's this place for? What's most amazing is this underground world. It's so big that you can't see the end of it at all, and there are even talking gorillas. I'm just a lowly evaluator, I don't know much, I only know that this is an underground research base, I guess.
Nie Zihan blushed slightly. They probably want to produce a batch of humanoid pile-driving monkeys. Ha!
Qin Shang's jaw almost dropped to the ground.
I don't believe you. You little beauty are so wicked.
There are not only monkeys, but also gorillas, 2 or 3 meters tall.
Who can stand up to that? You're lying, aren't you? No.
There's a shortage of raw materials, not enough men, and the male-to-female ratio is widening.
For the long term, isn't it only right that our company produces its own raw materials? What's going on with the lightning and screens at night? Brother, I really didn't know such details. You know nothing about anything? How did you even get by?
Looking at Nie Zihan with disdain, Qin Shang thought, I have to save her. He said, take me to see your leader.
Your position is too low.
With my net worth of over 10 billion, I really can't have anything to talk about with a little Kalami like you.
Okay, please follow me.
Nie Zihan walked up the mountain, with Qin Shang following closely behind.
Before long, she reached the top of the mountain and said to a tree, Hey, hey, hey. Test complete. Qin Shan wants to see the leader. Click, click, click. An elevator rises from a barren site. The two entered. There were no buttons inside the elevator. It closed automatically and started to ascend. It took about 10 minutes for the elevator to stop, and when the doors opened, there was a corridor. After walking along the corridor for about half an hour, we finally arrived at a square. The plaza's surface is made of high-quality steel, which looks particularly sturdy. Looking into the distance, 100 meters away, there is a circular high wall, also made of high-quality steel, at least 70 or 80 meters high. Many people were standing on the high wall, all wearing masks and holding binoculars. His appearance caused a sensation. Oh my God! So handsome! He's incredibly handsome. He's mine, nobody can take him from me. That's him. He can take on more than 200 people by himself. He's really strong and capable. He is a Saint King Diamond level man. I'll offer 300 million to have him stay with me for a month. You poor wretch. You think you can have a man like this even with 300 million? Go home and play in the mud. Qin Shan looked at Nie Zihan. Does this mean you want to auction me off? Judging from this environment, it was probably prepared specifically for him. Although he had thought about using his martial arts skills to become a living bodhisattva and help the world, he would not be threatened by others. That's right. Your conditions are too good. There are too many rich women who want to get you, so the only way is through an auction. After all, they are all clients, and it's not good to offend any of them. Nie Zihan acted like she was doing business, and Qin Shan's eyes were as cold as the Arctic ice cap. These people are trying to provoke the tiger. Knock, knock, knock. A door rose from the steel wall, with steel bars on it. Inside stood a woman wearing a blue mask and holding a megaphone. Qin Shan, let me introduce myself. My name is Lan Yu. I am the general manager of the sales department of Taotai Group. We know that you are no ordinary person, and it is dangerous for anyone to get close to you. However, there is nothing in this world that cannot be discussed. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we can talk about anything. Blue Moon? This guy must be very playful. Qin Shan strolled over, stopped, and said, don't even think about using me as a tool for your own gain. He. How fierce. Lan Yu clapped her hands, and someone brought out Professor Tang, Luo Mini, Lin Pundi, and others. They all looked alright and didn't seem to have been beaten. They were all extremely excited to see Qin Shan. Honey, don't agree to their offer. Our lives don't matter. Never do anything you don't want to do. I can't protect the smile on your face, and I absolutely don't want to be a burden to you. What they say may not be credible. At worst, we'll all die together. Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, Xia Xian, and others all cried. Even the mature and composed Professor Tang had a face full of concern and his eyes were blurry with tears. Immediately, someone stuffed a cloth into their mouths. Lan Yu smiled and said, Qin Shan, as you can see, I did not mistreat them. As long as you agree, I can release them immediately. Although he already had a plan in mind, he certainly couldn't agree easily, as that would seem unrealistic. Qin Shan frowned and gritted his teeth, his face filled with worry and anxiety. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, okay. I can agree to your request, but I have 3 conditions. Chapter 57 I am a commodity, only beautiful and wealthy women are allowed to buy me. Please speak, please speak. We will do our best to fulfill your request, as long as it is within our power. Blue Moon rubbed her hands together like a fly, feeling quite relaxed. As the general manager of the sales department, she faces considerable sales pressure. In today's society governed by the rule of law, the protection of men is particularly strong. Kidnapping a man is no easy feat. Especially Qin Shan, who is at the Saint King Diamond level, is someone she has never seen before. If we can sell it, this month's bonus will be enough to buy a villa. First, Professor Tang and Lin Pundi are both people I love. For various reasons, we have not yet consummated our marriage. I request that I have 2 days to consummate our marriages with them separately. When Qin Shan made this request, a slight blush appeared on Professor Tang's dignified face, and something profound flickered in her eyes. Lin Pundi's tears fell in large drops. She originally wanted to get to know Qin Shan, to find out more about his preferences from Luo Mimi, to prepare herself mentally, and then to serve him with the utmost gentleness. Unexpectedly, things are beyond human control, and one's will cannot contend with fate. Everything happens so suddenly.
Thinking about what was about to happen, she felt both nervous and resolute like a martyr. A single encounter in the golden autumn breeze and dewy moonlight surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. She wanted to be in her best form to please Qin Shang.
This is very likely the first and last time. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be such a sentimental person. I can agree to this request, but 2 days is too long. As you can see, our clients are already impatient and eager to enter the auction process. How about this? I'll give you 1 day.
One of them will occupy your daytime, and the other will occupy your nighttime. Lan Yu had read the book The Greatest Salesman in History, and she knew that she had to sell the goods when the customer was most enthusiastic.
If it's delayed too long, the fervor is likely to subside. All right.
The real purpose behind Qin Shang's actions was to obtain system rewards by establishing relationships with both individuals. The 3 requirements were merely a smokescreen. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the skillful defender hides deep underground, the skillful attacker moves high in the heavens.
After hiding, you might be able to pull off a stunning comeback by utilizing the system's rewards.
It all depends on how generous the system rewards are. Second, they must all be released, including Pan Imei and others who used to share a cell with me. His relationship with Pan Imei and others wasn't particularly good, but they had at least gone through hardships together.
If we can lend a hand, we should.
Mr. Qin is kind-hearted, and I agree to this as well.
Our Taodai group doesn't need these few people.
Lan Yu said magnanimously, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. She agreed, but whether she would actually let him go was another matter. Whether it was the female students from the Archaeological Research Institute of Haidi University or Pan Imei and others, they were all moved to tears. Everyone knows the current situation. Qin Shang is sacrificing himself to save everyone.
Third, I have the right to choose my buyers. Only the wealthy women I like have the right to buy me.
The moment this request was made, the masked wealthy women were in an uproar. Being rich doesn't necessarily mean being beautiful. Especially for self-made rich women, after hard work, they are often not young anymore. Their greatest hobby is using money to buy fresh young male dogs.
Stop joking, handsome.
You're the product, and we're the customers.
What kind of product picks its customers?
I work 18 hours a day just so I can freely choose men. I'm so ugly, if you were to choose me, you definitely wouldn't choose me.
Does a small cookie have to be chosen whose stomach it ends up in?
Handsome guy, that's disrespectful to rich people. Even the best things only bring happiness if they are your own. If it belongs to someone else, it will only bring pain. These wealthy women, who have worked hard, plundered, and achieved great success in the business world, understand this all too well.
Their liking for Qin Shang was no different from their liking for a steak. Clearly, they don't like haggling over steak prices. Why are you like this, Qin Shang? I thought you were a noble man. Do you discriminate against ugly women? That's immoral. Moral blackmail is truly the most convenient weapon. As a criminal, Lan Yu was surprisingly quick to spout nonsense.
I swore in my youth that I would never enter the ravine of ugly women, nor lick the buds of ugly women. I can respectfully call an old and ugly woman grandma, but I really have no choice but to go up to her despite her ugliness.
Qin Shang was disgusted by an ugly woman. No.
He was a friend of his. This happened in his previous life, and his friend's name was Zhang Xiaoming.
Yes, that's the name. Zhang Xiaoming was a bachelor. One day, he started thinking about women.
So, without restraint, he hurriedly went to the street with pink lights, lifted the curtain, and entered a room.
There were 2 old and ugly women in the room.
Although he was anxious, Zhang Xiaoming was still shocked by how ugly it was. But since I'm already here, I might as well go for it and take on 2 opponents. He saw the ugliest thing, so ugly that he couldn't eat for several days.
I really want to vomit.
Afterwards, he felt increasingly regretful, realizing he had been controlled by evil hormones, which was why.
The past is too painful to recall. I will no longer settle for less for the rest of my life.
He told Qin Shang about it, and since they were good brothers, they swore together that they would never date an ugly woman.
I wouldn't do it even if you paid me. This is a fundamental, principled issue. What you're saying isn't right. A coarse willow basket and a fine willow container. How can a merchant dislike a customer for being ugly?
Lan Yu earnestly advised, a sage once said, the ugly should be killed.
You are also a scholar, shouldn't you follow the words of the sage?
Moreover, just because someone's face is ugly doesn't mean their other parts are ugly.
You can't see the whole picture from a single spot.
As responsible members of society, we should focus more on other people's strengths and less on their weaknesses. For example, a rich woman may have an ugly face, but perhaps her ears are beautiful.
If you focus your attention on her ears, wouldn't you be able to overcome all difficulties and achieve victory?
The worse a person is, the more they seem to grasp the truths of human affairs, with their own set of theories. Sure enough, Lan Yu went straight to the philosophical level and insisted that Qin Shang obey. Fortunately, Qin Shang was experienced in being deceived and didn't fall for it at all.
No matter how eloquently you speak, it's useless. I won't do it.
If you want me to do it, arrange for a beautiful, rich woman to buy me. Minimum requirements: a beautiful, rich, and wealthy woman with a great figure.
If a person doesn't have their own principles? How are they different from dogs?
Lan Yu frowned and shook her head repeatedly. Mr. Qin, we really can't agree to this request.
Our company puts customers first and service first.
We can't say that only beautiful rich women can eat this dish, while ugly rich women can't. That's discrimination, and they can file a complaint with the Consumer Association.
Then there's nothing to discuss.
Qin Shang was determined to stick to his principles, regardless of the winds blowing from any direction. You're just too proud, Mr. Qin.
You can't be so picky just because someone says you're handsome.
I've seen handsome guys before, but I've never seen one this handsome and so difficult to deal with.
This left Blue Moon feeling a bit like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, unsure of where to begin. Ultimately, it's all because he's too handsome. Well.
With a long sigh, Qin Shang touched his handsome face and lamented, if being handsome is a sin, then I am indeed guilty beyond measure.
Handsome men have always had tragic fates. Where in the world can I find a kindred spirit?
Perhaps I should destroy this gift of good looks.
He transformed his palm into claws, ready to grab.
Immediately, screams of surprise rose and fell all around.
Chapter 58, The two foreign women are the buyers.
No, please don't flip the table. If you ruin your appearance, the beauty of humanity will regress by 500 years.
No. At least 5 million years ago.
Please, I beg you, if you're ugly, don't hold up signs, okay? Look how this handsome guy has been driven to the point of wanting to kill his own looks. Rich women also have compassion, even though some of them, holding steel wool in their hands, look resentful.
But they didn't want Qin Shang to ruin his handsome face.
Even if you can't have it, just looking at it can satisfy your craving. Blue Moon shouted, my brother.
Let's talk this over. You've been underground for so many days, not eating or sleeping well, you must be a little bit sick. You should rest first, and we can talk about this later.
We will treat your companions well, with 3 dishes and 8 soups.
Who would willingly want to be disfigured?
Qin Shang simply didn't want to face the ugly rich woman. He then lowered his hand.
Nie Zihan walked over and said, President Lan, I want to stay with Qin Shang.
I'm afraid he might do something foolish if he's alone.
Whatever you want.
With an impatient remark, Lan Yu left, and Professor Tang, Luo Mimi, Lin Pundi, and the others were also taken away. Under the watchful eyes of many wealthy women, Nie Zihan opened a door and led Qin Shang inside. The door is on the round, stainless steel wall, and the inner walls are also made of stainless steel. It was obvious that the Taotai group knew Qin Shang could break through the steel plate, so they took precautions. It's a 2-bedroom apartment with all sorts of amenities. After closing the door, Nie Zihan poured Qin Shang a glass of water and rambled on, actually, our clients are all very high quality.
Very few are over 50.
They are rich and well maintained. Since you were so fierce, they wouldn't dare to use things like rich woman steel wool, rich woman golden cudgel, rich woman flame mountain, or rich woman moon closing fan on you. The 4-piece set for rich women has been revealed. It's easy to imagine how tough life is for the men who have been brought here.
Qin Shang suddenly realized something, his eyes gleaming. How could I forget? You're still with me. If I threaten you with your life, will they agree? Large companies all have corporate culture, so they should all care about their employees, right? To her surprise, Nie Zihan rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm some big shot? Someone with exchange value? Yeah, you're just like a loser.
The main reason is that Nie Zihan was full of flaws from the very beginning. A big shot like her couldn't possibly be so lacking in cunning. Moreover, her acting skills are not good.
Knowing that it wouldn't be easy for Qin Shang to accept this, Nie Zihan said gently, Brother Qin, is there anything you want to eat? I'll order it for you. Qin Shang was furious and couldn't eat. He grabbed Nie Zihan and said, I'm really angry right now.
Nie Zihan's face lit up with surprise, and she said in a coquettish tone, "Gidge, we've been husband and wife for 36 days now, will you fall in love with me?"
Love my ass. Frustrated, Qin Shang spoke rudely, "I only see you as a toilet."
A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but soon Nie Zihan laughed and said, "You rascal, you're so annoying, hurry up and pull me."
In an underground conference room, Lan Yu tapped her fingers on the table and asked her subordinates, "What do you all think we should do now?"
The problem now is that Qin Shang is unwilling to submit.
The heavens are reversed, and goods are chosen by customers. Why don't we just give in to him? He's so pitiful. Nonsense.
He's just a commodity in our hands, we can mold him however we want, it's not entirely up to us.
If you ask me, we should subject him to severe punishment. Are you kidding me?
Qin Shang can take on more than 200 people by himself.
Who's going to carry out the execution? Whoever goes will die. He could bite your ears off.
The main problem is that his body was damaged, so he can't fetch a good price. But he doesn't obey, and it's dangerous for our customers to get close to him.
What if he beats a customer to death? The Taotai Group deals in human trafficking, primarily men.
In the past, men would usually behave after being beaten a few times or scared.
Qin Shang was clearly not so easy to conquer. Now you can't hit them or scold them. I was worried he might be in a bad mood. All right, let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll figure it out in a couple of days.
With both ends blocked, Blue Moon has no choice but to put it on hold for the time being. She immediately moved on to the second topic. The people from the Women's Federation have been loitering for several days now.
It's time to give them an answer. Has everything been arranged? Taotai Group has extensive experience in crisis public relations.
When facing the Federation of Husbands and Winds, they usually use the method of exposure.
So, your Federation of Husbands has discovered our hideout, hasn't it? All right, here's your hideout.
However, this stronghold was arranged and has no impact on the foundation of the Taotai Group.
Everything is arranged.
There are over 300 people to take the blame, and over 1,000 mail products, all of them worn out and defective. There is just one troublesome thing. Ma Yuchen knows Qin Shang and also knows that Qin Shang's team has come to Hanging Coffin Valley.
Qin Shang definitely cannot be handed over.
After much thought, Lan Yu had no choice but to say, "How about this, get some ashes, and say that Qin Shang and all the others were killed, and we'll get away with it." A chubby manager named Su Lingwei, who was in charge of the External Relations Department, raised her hand and said, "President Lan, Diana and Alice have contacted their headquarters and raised their offer. Now, they are willing to offer 1.6 billion to buy 4 pairs of gorillas and 5 pairs of chimpanzees.
Do you think we should agree to their offer? This is a big deal."
Lan Yu remained silent for a long time before making a decision. 16 billion is not low. Tell them that the price is acceptable, but they must send 3 pairs of improved octopuses.
The octopus's intelligence level must not be lower than 70.
Humph. They want to spy on our path, and we must know theirs as well.
Although it's really disgusting that humans live in the form of octopuses. Su Lingwei obediently took notes and smiled. Octopuses have their advantages too.
They can give birth to 100,000 babies at a time, so you never have to worry about them going extinct.
Everyone else looked disgusted. Even if octopuses don't go extinct, they're still octopuses. Why would a perfectly healthy person want to become an octopus?
Su Lingwei realized she had said something inappropriate, so she quickly continued, "They've also heard about Qin Shang and want to attend his auction as well."
Lan Yu was furious upon hearing this. "You mere barbarians dare to covet the top talents of my dragon kingdom? Dream on."
They said they were willing to offer 800 million to buy the right to use Qin Shang for 1 month.
Upon hearing the figure, Lan Yu immediately relaxed. This is a good approach. They know Qin Shang, and they're beautiful. If it's them, Qin Shang should be able to accept it. 800 million is definitely the highest price. Okay. They're the ones.
In this way, it neither violated company regulations nor failed to meet Qin Shang's requirements.
The atmosphere in the entire office relaxed.
They also want to explore the underground world.
Agreed. Transfer our top-tier research to them, just to give them a glimpse.
Especially the part on the amphibious new human, which is the foundation for our world unification.
Chapter 59 Gufair, even if he dies, I will still marry him.
Professor Tang, Luo Mimi, and Lin Pundi were locked in a room. I am so incompetent that I can't even protect my own husband.
Luo Mimi was so angry that she pounded the wall.
She had no objection to how many wives Qin Shang had, because it was Qin Shang's personal wish. Now, in order to save everyone, he has to accompany those old and ugly rich women, which she finds utterly unacceptable.
It's not your fault. The Taotai group is too powerful. Our small force is simply no match for them.
Lin Pundi comforted her friend, her heart filled with mixed emotions. On the one hand, being locked up naturally made her afraid and worried. On the one hand, Qin Shang specifically named her and wanted to consummate their marriage, which made her both happy and nervous.
She glanced at Professor Tang, whose expression remained calm, and asked curiously, "Sister Tang, do you think they will let us leave?"
Professor Tang was taken aback for a moment, then realized that she considered her a sister. She hadn't decided whether or not to become Qin Shang's woman. She had her own unspeakable reasons.
However, she did not refute it. This is a minor detail and doesn't need to be taken seriously. I think it's impossible. We know too many secrets about the Taotai group.
This proves the saying, the more you know, the more dangerous it is.
Knowing she couldn't leave, Luo Mimi stopped crying. It's better not to leave. I'm already Qin Shang's woman. He's here, and I'm going to stay here too. I really don't know how I would live without him.
Although she didn't spend much time with Qin Shang, and their intimate moments were only a few days, those few days brought her a joy she had never experienced before. She was completely unable to adapt to suddenly losing this joy. Thinking of something, she looked at Professor Tang and said, "The Taotai group will definitely find a way to reach an agreement with Qin Shang.
You will eventually have to consummate your marriage with Qin Shang. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I know a little about what Qin Shang likes and dislikes.
Once the marriage is consummated, please use all your strength to make Qin Shang happy. He deserves the best." Professor Tang and Lin Pundi looked at each other, blushing deeply.
Professor Tang turned around and said, "I don't need to ask anymore. I'm older than you all and have a basic understanding of men."
She was so mature, while Lin Pundi was a little flustered, as she had little experience. If she were to make Qin Shang unhappy again during their last romantic moment together, it would be a lifelong regret. So she lowered her voice and began to ask Luo Mimi about Qin Shang's preferences and ways to make him happy. Professor Tang didn't want to listen, but the room was so small that he couldn't help but overhear it. Then she clenched her delicate fingers. Qin Shang was too strong. She was a little scared, yet also felt a strange longing for him. Perhaps it's time to let go of the past. Maybe it's time to indulge myself.
But he's so strong, won't I get hurt? Jia Tingting, aren't you going to confess?
Where exactly is your headquarters?
Tell me.
After some twists and turns, Ma Yuchen, along with the members of the Husbands' Union, captured Sun Area and Jia Tingting. Then, they were escorted to the Hanging Coffin Valley. The problem is, we've been interrogating them for several days, but these two just won't talk.
Did you mention at first that you could get a reduced sentence?
Having just finished interrogating Sun Area without any results, I never expected Jia Tingting to speak up. As long as a prisoner still wants a reduced sentence, it means they still have hope for the future.
These are also the prisoners who are most likely to confess. Ma Yuchen's expression immediately softened, of course.
If you can make a significant contribution, the reduction in your sentence will be quite substantial. As a law enforcement officer, I guarantee that as long as you can help me destroy the headquarters of the Taotai group, I will personally go to court to fight for a reduced sentence for you. After hesitating for a long time, Jia Tingting said, "All right then, I'll tell you the location of the Taotai group's headquarters.
You must help me get a reduced sentence. Don't worry about the sentence reduction. Would I lie to you?"
To convince the criminal, Ma Yuchen practically swore an oath, while Jia Tingting was clearly determined. The Taotai group headquarters has at least several hundred people and a lot of guns.
Do you have enough men? What if you get killed before you catch anyone? Who will I ask for a reduced sentence then? The focus remains on sentence reduction.
Ma Yuchen chuckled and said, "I only train retired special forces soldiers, the elite of the elite. One of them can take on 10.
Immediately.
Ma Yuchen gathered his men and had everyone put on bulletproof vests and grab submachine guns.
Based on the location provided by Jia Tingting, they swept away the Taotai group.
The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, killing more than 30 members of the Taotai group, while the others surrendered.
After questioning, Niu Lanying, the president of Taotai group, was identified.
More than 1,000 men were rescued. These men appeared normal on the surface, some even being fair-skinned and plump, but needless to say, their hearts must have suffered severe trauma.
Looking around but not finding Qin Shang, Ma Yuchen grabbed Niu Lanying by the collar. Where's Qin Shang?
A really handsome guy who came in with the archaeological team.
Niu Lanying doesn't look like a good person.
He has single eyelids, high cheekbones, thin lips, little pupil, and a lot of white in his eyes, which always exude a cold aura.
Ha ha ha. You mean that hot-tempered young man?
I was thinking of selling him to a rich woman for a high price, but he wouldn't listen. I scolded him for several days, but he still wouldn't listen. I had no choice but to kill him. Those dozens of girls went crazy when they heard he was dead, and they even tried to attack me.
So they were all killed.
Their screams were so beautiful. Even now, Niu Lanying is still going wild. Upon hearing that Qin Shang had been killed, Ma Yuchen disregarded discipline and threw several punches, knocking out Niu Lanying's front teeth.
She refused to believe that Qin Shang was dead.
When questioned, other criminals gave the same account. Qin Shang and the others were not only killed, but also thrown into an incinerator and burned to ashes. The ashes were scattered into the river.
Qin Shang. Qin Shang. How could you die? How could you die?
Thinking that this incredibly handsome guy had died, Ma Yuchen cried bitterly and didn't recover for a long time. It seems the old saying that handsome men often have tragic fates is true. After composing himself, he had someone notify Qin Shang's wife. As for the Hanging Coffin Valley, he still needs to stay there to prevent any fish from escaping.
Impossible. My husband can't be dead, he can't be. Upon receiving the news, Gu Qianro cried out and fainted.
When she woke up, her mother was beside her, and Yun Qian, whose eyes were red from crying, was beside her. Gu's mother was filled with self-blame. It's all my fault for being so incompetent. If I could earn more money, he, a boy, wouldn't have needed to struggle like this.
Gu Qianro and Yun Qian were so saddened that they didn't know what to do.
They felt as if the world had turned dark and life had no meaning. Upon hearing this, Gu Feier hugged her mother, Sun Yulian, and cried.
Mom, he's dead, what am I going to do? What else can we do?
Forget him, forget him.
But I can't forget him.
He's already in my heart. When I close my eyes, all I see is him.
Daughter, me too. So handsome, so strong, who could forget me?
I want to marry him, even if he dies, I will still marry him.
I want to be his wife, Mom, I must be his wife. Chapter 60. When riding someone else's bicycle, stand up and pedal.
Before long, Li Hongliang and Yi Shuqin also found out. The two were naturally extremely heartbroken. Yi Shuqin fainted several times, while Li Hongliang secretly shed tears. For Yi Shuqin, Qin Shang was the only light in her gloomy life. Because she couldn't have children, her family's welfare level kept declining, and her husband developed kidney failure. She thought that there would never be any joy in her life again. Unexpectedly, Qin Shang shone in like the sun. Whenever she thinks of the happiness Qin Shang gave her, she wants to kneel down and kowtow, wanting to give everything she has to express her gratitude. These past few days, she has learned many new dishes and is thinking of cooking them all for Qin Shang when he comes back. At the same time, she also practiced yoga, thinking that she could better cooperate when Qin Shang returned.
Who knew? After that parting, we were separated forever. Dead? You're saying he's dead?
Upon receiving this news, Bai Xinyao, the chairwoman, slumped into her chair, exclaiming, "Serves him right.
Serves him right. He deserves it. It's his fault for not wanting to be my husband.
If he is willing, I can give him 10 million, 100 million, a billion.
I can give him all the money to spend, however he wants. But he's so proud that he won't even give me the status of a concubine. Damn it, he was such a short-lived bastard, wah."
As she cursed, tears streamed down her face, and she suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. She has been beautiful since childhood. Because she comes from a wealthy family, she has never worried about not finding a husband, so she is particularly picky. Qin Shang was the first person who truly captured her heart.
Who would have thought that this relationship would end so abruptly after only a few phone calls? What use would I have for all this wealth without you?
Because of her depression, she no longer had the energy to handle company affairs. Qin Shang is a celebrity because he did more than 3,000 pull-ups. It is also the dream of countless girls. When news of Qin Shang's death broke, the internet erupted in uproar.
I study until late every night so that I can earn money to support him in the future. What would happen if he died? Why do handsome men not live long? Have you heard?
Qin Shang works to support his family.
A man having to support his family. What can he do if he doesn't support his family?
His first wife was a poor woman who only gave him a dowry of 300,000 yuan. I also heard that he is very helpful. He was even willing to help his neighbor's wife who couldn't have a child.
He is really too kind.
Morning events were spontaneously held in various places. Qin Shang's spirit of not discriminating against the poor and loving the rich, and his willingness to help others, has been reported by many media outlets. According to the latest disclosure by our reporter, Qin Shang is not only not materialistic, but also once promised to give 3 quilts as a bride price. This must be the first man in 300 years who was willing to give a bride price. According to multiple insiders, Qin Shang once bought gifts for his mother-in-law, including 3 caddies of apples, a box of tea, and a pack of Furongwang cigarettes. It is an unprecedented and epoch-making innovation for a son-in-law to give a gift to his mother-in-law.
It is truly admirable. Breaking news: Qin Shang not only helped his neighbor's wife conceive, but also helped his neighbor get married. This great spirit of dedication deserves to be remembered forever.
According to an informant, Qin Shang aspires to be a male bodhisattva, spreading sweet dew to the hearts of every woman.
To this, I can only say, how magnificent. As the morning activities unfolded, many people began to ponder a question: does a woman without money have the right to find a husband?
This topic has sparked heated discussions on various forums, with tens of thousands of comments appearing frequently. Some say that even the poor have the right to love. Some argue that if you can't afford to support a man, you shouldn't be looking for one. Using the guise of love is a selfish act. Just when the whole world was shedding tears for Qin Shang and praising his greatness, Qin Shang himself was not in a good mood either.
So, he gave Nie Zihan several more beatings. Qin Shang, I have a feeling that you've already fallen in love with me.
Waking from her reverie, Nie Zihan stretched out her snow-white arm and, as usual, drew circles on Qin Shang's chest, glancing at him like a cat watching a mousehole.
Your mother's rotten eggs.
After learning that Nie Zihan was a member of the Taodai group, Qin Shang treated her very casually. If I'm happy, I'll give her a good beating.
If I'm unhappy, I'll give her a good beating.
He rarely considered her feelings. To his surprise, the more he acted this way, the gentler Nie Zihan became, and she would always ask him strange questions.
78 times already, 78 times already.
I've heard that if a man doesn't love a woman, he'll get tired of her very quickly, but you're not tired of me at all.
Isn't that love?
Nie Zihan even presented her arguments, and Qin Shang turned to look at her flawless face, actually pondering it seriously for 3 seconds.
To be honest, his treatment of Nie Zihan was indeed different from his treatment of other girls.
He was as gentle as possible with Gu Qianruo, Luo Mimi, and Yi Shuqin, but with Nie Zihan, he was driven by a desire for revenge and acted recklessly. He could do things that other girls wouldn't do for her.
He used every despicable trick a man could think of on Nie Zihan. Maybe it's because with you, I can do whatever I want.
Haven't you heard the saying, take good care of your own bicycle, but if it's not your own, stand up and pedal? Qin Shang basically had this mentality: since the bicycle belonged to someone else, he wouldn't have to fix it if it got damaged.
Since that's the case, just try to make yourself happy. You mean, you can be more yourself when you're with me?
She really knows how to find an angle. Qin Shang was speechless when Nie Zihan said that. In his past life, he was an honest man, a good student, and a law-abiding citizen who went to school and started working in an orderly manner without ever deviating from the rules. Perhaps deep down, he also longs for unrestrained joy and carefree adventure. Because Nie Zihan is a member of a criminal organization, he doesn't need to have any moral burden towards her, so he can fully unleash all the aspects of his humanity.
Isn't it true? You're happier with me by your side, aren't you?
Not getting a reply, Nie Zihan was unwilling to give up, and Qin Shang immediately got angry. Happiness my ass.
The way you asked that makes me really angry. Stand up straight. There's a famous saying, just be yourself and do whatever you want.
Qin Shang himself had to admit that being with Nie Zihan allowed him to do whatever he wanted, to swear, to be rude, and even to hit people. What keeps him from getting tired of her might not be Nie Zihan, but rather the feeling of male trampling on women.
Even more so, aggression.
After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Nie Zihan drew circles on Qin Shang's chest again, murmuring, 79 times, 79 times. Qin Shang suddenly became inexplicably wary.
Could I really be addicted to her?
Upon thinking about it, he immediately smiled.
Cut. How could I possibly fall in love with a ratings officer for a criminal organization? Damn it, rotten eggs. Dream.
Chapter 61 Obedient Girl Serves the Emperor, Rag Doll Tactics. A true man should be able to distinguish right from wrong and good from evil.
Nie Zihan is undoubtedly a bad person. Why be polite to bad people? Isn't there a saying like that?
Bad girl, don't waste your time. Anyway, she has 100 times the primordial yang energy and the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and she's always acting like a brat, so why not teach her a lesson?
If a person does the same activity every day, it can really become addictive.
Fortunately, a few hours later, Nie Zihan went out for a while and came back in, holding 2 photos in her hand, and said, "Qin Shang, do these 2 buyers suit your taste?" When Qin Shang saw that it was actually Diana and Alice, 2 beautiful foreign women, his eyes immediately lit up. Men, after all, will always love new and beautiful things.
Just like food, even though they're all noodles, braised noodles and noodles with minced meat sauce taste different.
Diana had a particularly ladylike demeanor, somewhat like a woman in a classical oil painting, with large eyes, dark eyebrows, a straight nose, and delicate lips. She is 1.7 meters tall, with a typical 9-head body shape and excellent proportions. Seeing her, Qin Shang couldn't help but think that the Hu woman that Brother Li Bai spoke of probably looked like her. Being with her would definitely be different from being with a girl from China, not just physically, but also in terms of the atmosphere. Without experiencing it firsthand, Qin Shang simply couldn't imagine it.
Alice is 1.8 meters tall and looks a bit like a Victoria's Secret model who walks the catwalk.
Her features were more defined, with fiery red lips that exuded a wild and unrestrained aura. Putting everything else aside, being with her should provide a great sense of conquest. Especially her long legs. Good heavens, if you set up an Italian cannon, you could take Ping'an County in no time. Just from the photos, Qin Shang could feel a sense of dashing spirit.
Herding pigs through alleyways, straightforward and efficient, quite good. Great. Having a Western meal once in a while can be a nice change of pace. Qin Shang was open and frank, saying whatever he thought. Nie Zihan's eyes dimmed slightly, as if she were frozen in place. Will you miss me? What kind of stupid question is this? How could I, a dignified man, get into a scuffle with a criminal like you? Don't I want justice? Never. At crucial moments, it's essential to keep a clear distinction between the two.
The previous blissful intimacy was all because we had nothing better to do. We were just killing time, so we decided to have some fun, one of us being a goofball and the other talking nonsense. But you can't mistake loneliness for affection.
Fine. You win. Nie Zihan, who was always smiling and optimistic, was annoyed at this moment.
Even if it's a toilet, after being used 81 times, you should have some feelings for it. Qin Shang stared at Diana's photo without looking up. I will never have any feelings for toilets.
Remember what you said today.
After saying that, Nie Zihan slammed the door and left. A dozen minutes later, Lan Yu arrived wearing a blue mask, followed by her armed subordinates, Professor Tang and Lin Pundi. Despite the twists and turns, Professor Tang remained calm and composed, her beautiful eyes holding a myriad of charms, and her face and body exuding an unforgettable allure that made one want to explore her. She was still wearing loose-fitting clothes, which only vaguely revealed that she had a great figure. It was as if she was shrouded in mist from head to toe. Lin Pundi had lost a lot of weight, and her eyes were red. When she saw Qin Shang, her eyes were full of concern. She wore an off-shoulder dress, revealing her snow-white neck and prominent collarbones, giving her a rugged yet delicate beauty. The jeans hugged her legs tightly, making them appear full and shapely. Neither of them wore much jewelry, and their natural faces made them look very approachable and refreshing. Having just parted ways with a woman like Nie Zihan, seeing them again gave Qin Shang a feeling of kinship, like seeing people from his hometown, or feeling the sweetness of the water from his hometown. These two are his usual tastes. They're reassuring and comforting to eat.
Qin Shang, you only have one day and one night. Choose which one will accompany you during the day and which one will accompany you at night.
Lan Yu acted in a businesslike manner, even making way for Qin Shang to make his choice. You must be at the auction in 24 hours, you can't make excuses. Everything has a first-come, first-served order. In comparison, Qin Shang became acquainted with Lin Pundi first, so he said, Lin Pundi during the day, Professor Tang at night. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Pundi became nervous and kept biting her delicate hand. Lan Yu still cherished Qin Shang, a high-end commodity, very much. If you need anything, just say the word, and I will have someone deliver it to you at any time. After Lan Yu and the others left, only Lin Pundi was left. Qin Shang pulled her into the room and closed the door.
Lin Pundi was already crying. Qin Shang, did they hit you? No, I'm fine and strong. It's said that women are made of water.
Other women may not be, but Lin Pundi definitely is, because she has too many tears. Qin Shan quickly wiped her eyes and told her not to cry, saying it was such a waste for a woman to have tears in her eyes.
Well, then do whatever you want.
To avoid passing out, I asked them for some wine and drank about 150 milliliters.
As long as you don't mind, you can do whatever you want to me.
Oh, by the way, I took a shower 3 times. Lin Pundi is a typical obedient girl and a good student. She is very meticulous, as if she is doing her homework.
Compared to Nie Zihan's various tricks, her reserve has a unique charm. Don't be so impatient. Let's chat first. Tell me, is everyone alright?
Those who came together should go back together.
Qin Shan didn't want anything to happen to anyone.
Lin Pundi's face was red. Everything is fine, it's just that we all miss you. Mimi has secretly cried several times. The hardest thing to do is to betray the kindness of a beautiful woman. Thinking of Luo Mimi, Qin Shang felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Luo Mimi is the mischievous type, while Lin Pundi is the quiet type.
I really don't know how the two of them became good friends.
When you get back, tell everyone not to worry, I will find a way to save you. Still worried that Lin Pundi might get too excited and faint, Qin Shang spoke while gently fixing her hair with one hand. She has long, straight black hair with neatly trimmed ends and bangs. Their skin is exceptionally tender, a pinch of it would release a burst of moisture, making it look incredibly appealing.
Really? You have a solution?
As if she had seen the light, Lin Pundi was so excited that she wanted to dance with joy. When she met Qin Shang's gaze, she became nervous again, her heart pounding.
Fortunately, she had prepared herself mentally and immediately thought, what's there to be afraid of?
Even dying for him would be worthwhile. However, sensing the strong masculine aura emanating from Qin Shang, she silently recited 2 lines of mantra, let him be strong, the breeze still caresses the mountain ridge, let him be ruthless, the bright moon still shines on the great river. Then she said gently, Brother Qin, please take good care of yourself.
I can't imagine what my future will be like without you.
These were the most explicit words of love she could ever utter. Qin Shang was immediately moved, don't worry.
Our good days are yet to come.
I want to experience the beauty of snowflakes blooming with you, and walk together across the barren sand dunes. As she murmured, Lin Pundi closed her eyes. This was a rag doll tactic she had thought about for a long time. She had no experience and knew nothing about anything, so she was better off being like a rag doll. When Qin Shang first encountered a girl like this, he admired her for a long time with pity, and slowly approached her with a heart full of affection.
Chapter 62 The Widow? I love it.
After experiencing Nie Zihan's nagging, being with Lin Pundi felt especially wonderful. The moment she closed her eyes, everything became dreamlike. There are many types of girls, some are lively, some are quiet. Lin Pundi is the quietest to the extreme. She learned a lot from Luo Mimi, but when facing Qin Shang, she still adopted her own approach. This aroused Qin Shang's great interest. If she had her eyes open, Qin Shang wouldn't be able to observe her freely because of her gaze. Now, however, she's like a research subject. Although she possesses rich emotions, she is now entirely an object. Qin Shang combined his personal experience with his observations and reactions, which naturally made it very interesting.
If I had to use an analogy, it's a bit like having a big meal on a rainy day.
On a day when the weather is neither too hot nor too cold, I relax, listening to the pattering rain outside, and cook up a delicious meal according to my own taste. Open another small bottle of wine and enjoy your meal slowly. The cold aspic is trembling, soft and chewy, with a bouncy and tender texture. One bite is a refreshing treat for both body and mind.
Chew, savor, and swallow. Life seems so formal, yet so nonchalant. After eating something cold, let's have something hot.
A bite of the 3-ingredient tofu soup is warm, moist, smooth, and deliciously rich. The tender tofu melts in your mouth, nourishing your body and mind.
Slurping up the soup a couple of times is simply delightful. You can't just eat vegetables, you also need some meat. Pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, put it in your mouth, it's salty and fragrant, you can't get enough of it. A man who doesn't drink is wasting his life.
A little wine, and he's truly ready to ride the wind and return to heaven, unaware of what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. For the first time, Qin Shang was so engrossed that he almost forgot about the rest of the world. I'm just intoxicated by this warm and refreshing feeling, living for today and not caring about drinking cold water tomorrow.
A moment of blissful romance is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The ancients were right.
I drifted off into a deep sleep, and the dream vanished without a trace. Looking at Lin Pundi, who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him due to exhaustion, Qin Shang felt that he had lived a worthwhile life. In his past life, he often found himself in a state of fear and anxiety. Now he understands why. Because we received too little. The thing that people who have never lived are most afraid of is that they have lived in vain. Those who have experienced truly wonderful things tend to be more carefree, passionate, and daring. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. I've had my fun, I've enjoyed myself, I've lived. Death cannot take away the beauty that once was. When Lin Pundi woke up, her eyes were filled with shyness. Brother Qin, thank you. You affirmed me, respected me, and praised me with your actions. Today is the happiest day of my life. Qin Shan was inexplicably moved and shocked once again that she had considered the issue from this perspective. So cute. However, he didn't get caught up in romantic feelings and immediately asked, "Then do you love me?" "I love you more than time." Lin Pundi spoke with the solemnity of making an oath before a god. Bite. The host has gained pure and flawless love. Reward, invisibility ability, unlimited time. Wow. Infinite invisibility. Isn't that invincible? The ability to become invisible is incredibly useful. It allows you to kill without leaving a trace and do evil deeds anonymously. Having this one ability alone is equivalent to having 2 ghosts and 4 twos in one hand. Even if the Tao Dai group has many people and great power, it is useless. Destroying them would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Good boy. After giving Lin Pundi a gentle pat on the head, Qin Shang's affection for her increased significantly. The two then chatted about everyday matters. Lin Pundi was born into a middle-class family in the city. Her mother was the 3rd wife of her father, and naturally had no status. Therefore, her mother especially hoped to have a son to gain a status in the family, so she named her Pundi. She studied very hard for her mother's sake, but she had absolutely no confidence in finding a husband. Now that I'm with Qin Shang, I feel incredibly sweet inside. Qin Shang, would you be willing to come home with me someday? Thinking that if she could bring Qin Shang home, it would definitely bring honor to her mother, and her aunts would not dare to bully her. The Lin family thus gained status in the neighborhood. Of course I'm willing. Your parents are my parents. We're the closest of relatives. Qin Shang is not someone who enjoys domestic violence. In fact, he cannot understand why domestic violence exists. You have to live under the same roof after domestic violence. Once the other person is asleep, just grab anything and smash them to death. Or you could put some crushed glass shards in their food, make them sick and die. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Therefore, his philosophy on marriage is very simple. You love me, I love you, and we should all be happy. You're even better than I expected. Lin Pundi was overjoyed to receive this answer, and wriggled around like a little mealworm, saying, I will study even harder, and when I earn money, I will spend it all on you. You have to keep your word. Pinky promise? Pinky promise, 100 years from now. The two of them were like children, talking about very practical things, nothing more than each other's lives. The whole day passed just like that, so simply. When she left, Lin Pundi did not cry. She had developed an inexplicable dependence and trust in Qin Shang. Immediately afterwards, Professor Tang was brought over. Her figure was graceful and charming, and Qin Shang felt a surge of heat rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Once the door was closed, only the two of them remained. Noticing the burning gaze of Qin Shang, the usually poised and generous Professor Tang turned away in embarrassment, hugging herself with one arm and clenching the other tightly. Changing the subject, Qin Shang, the Tao Dai group will definitely not let us go. You don't need to sacrifice your innocence. Professor Tang had absolutely no idea how to get out. He was filled with fierce determination, thinking that at worst they would all die here. I know that, but I already have some ideas. We are not without a chance to turn things around. A comeback? Professor Tang's eyes widened. The Tao Dai group has so many people, and they also have guns. We are like eggs against rocks, we can't possibly win. She has resigned herself to her fate. No matter how capable an individual is, they are powerless to solve the current situation. Qin Shang, however, remained calm and composed, seemingly not only unafraid but also ready to fight against the behemoth that was the Tao Dai group. She really couldn't understand where he got this revolutionary optimism from. Who is the egg and who is the stone is still unknown. You can rest assured and let everyone else wait patiently. The Tao Dai group is unlucky to have met me. With unlimited stealth abilities and spatial manipulation capabilities, Qin Shan was confident he could throw the Taotai group into chaos.
Not to mention, there's also Professor Tang. I wonder what abilities the system will grant me after I gain Professor Tang as my lover.
Driven by curiosity and passion, he approached Professor Tang step by step.
Professor Tang's face flushed, and she pressed her smooth hands against Qin Shang's chest. Qin Shang, I admit I'm not completely indifferent to you, it's just.
Seeing Qin Shang so close, Professor Tang felt her heart flutter with turmoil.
It's painful and agonizing.
Instinctively, she still chose to politely decline.
Qin Shang knew she was the passive type, so he said gently, "What's bothering you? Tell me, I'm listening."
Thinking of what had happened in the past, Professor Tang was on the verge of tears. "I am a widow."
The widow?
Upon hearing those 3 words, for some reason, Qin Shang felt his whole body burning up.
This is great.
Professor Tang's expression, in particular, seemed to be engaged in a battle of wits. It was just right.
Chapter 63. Being pampered by a foreign woman feels strange. The term widow is an ancient expression. Because there are more women than men, these 3 words have resurfaced.
It means that once her husband dies, her heart is already dead, she is just waiting for death. Many educated women refer to themselves as widows and consider remarriage a disgrace.
Professor Tang, your husband has passed away. He would surely want you to be happy even in the afterlife. You're still so young, you can't be lonely for the rest of your life, can you? Holding Professor Tang's slender, fair hand, Qin Shang persuaded her like a matchmaker, giving off a particularly strategic vibe.
Although reserved, Professor Tang did not refuse to hold hands. It seems that, in her view, this kind of intimacy is acceptable.
Really? Would he want me to be intimate with other men? Impossible.
Thinking of something, Professor Tang shook his head repeatedly. "You don't know, he's so jealous. Before we got married, he was against me wearing skirts, not wanting other men to see my legs. If he could know this in the afterlife, he would definitely hope that I kept my chastity for him."
He's also a very possessive husband. This type of man is usually a bit paranoid. Qin Shang couldn't possibly care about Professor Tang's dead husband.
What he needed to do now was to get Professor Tang to open her eyes, no, to open her heart and welcome the beautiful new world.
Professor Tang, I have to criticize you here. How can you judge people with outdated views? People change, and so do ghosts. Everyone is learning and progressing. He used to be jealous, but now he wants you to be happy. There's no contradiction between them.
Qin Shang really loved the charm on Professor Tang's face, so he took her other hand and gently comforted her. Her skin was very clear and radiant, which suggests that she must have a very good metabolism. While other girls were trying to enhance their beauty, she was trying to hide it, so naturally she wasn't wearing makeup, not even lipstick.
Its naturalness makes it all the more charming. It's like a fruit that ripens slowly in the wilderness, undisturbed by human intervention, under the influence of time.
This fruit is not only juicy but also has a lingering aftertaste, making you want to eat more after you've tasted it.
But I have a psychological trauma. My husband died on our wedding night.
Feeling Qin Shang's caresses, Professor Tang clearly felt that this was not chaste enough. She tried to pull away several times but failed, so she had no choice but to temporarily give in. When she talks about the past, her sadness flows like a gently flowing stream.
Did he really die from your beauty?
Qin Shang had previously heard that Professor Tang's husband had died from her beauty, but he didn't really believe such rumors.
Dying on one's wedding night is certainly not normal.
I don't know. After we entered the bridal chamber, just as we were about to consummate our marriage, he started having a nosebleed. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then it kept bleeding. I tried to get dressed, but he wouldn't let me and insisted on looking. He even hit me not long after. He died. The doctor said it was because he was too excited and lost too much blood. Professor Tang's face was a little pale, and his hands were a little cold. Qin Shang suddenly realized that she might be worried about him, afraid that he would die if he saw her body.
I don't think this is your fault. Your husband probably has health problems. I'm perfectly healthy and can handle your beauty.
Professor Tang's husband is quite pitiful. He married a wife, and she was practically in his mouth, but he still couldn't have her.
Wouldn't that just benefit myself?
Professor Tang is not only a widow, but also an original widow, just waiting for me to unseal her.
What if? What if you die too? I'll go crazy. This is probably the first time Professor Tang has expressed concern for Qin Shang.
Worry flickered in her clear, bright eyes. Her long legs were pressed tightly together, and her hands were held by Qin Shang. Now, she was like a bird without feet in legend, clearly tired, but with no branch to cling to. How about this, we turn off the lights and operate in the dark, cutting off visual stimulation, wouldn't that work?
Qin Shang turned off the light and became even more curious. Just how beautiful was Professor Tang?
The lonely woman, in the darkroom, even her breathing seemed so clear.
Qin Shang, I still get nervous here. Then let's just chat. But your hands. Don't worry about the details.
In the end, Qin Shang still did not do anything with Professor Tang. It wasn't that Professor Tang didn't want to, but he was constantly uneasy, so Qin Shang didn't force him.
After a day and a night, Qin Shang was led to a brightly lit hall.
Knowing he was a skilled fighter, they found armed thugs behind him.
Here he comes. The super handsome Gen is here.
I'll offer 30 million if he stays with me for 5 days.
80 million.
I want him to be my husband for a month.
85 million, that's high enough, stop bidding.
Qin Shang stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by noble women wearing masks. Prices soared, and in no time they reached 300 million. This is just the price for Qin Shang to accompany him for 1 month. At this point, the noise subsided.
Even wealthy people can't truly not value money. 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, Diana stood up. I offer 800 million.
I only want to have Qin Shang for a month.
The auction has now ended.
As a commodity, Qin Shang felt an inexplicable sense of vanity.
Wow, I'm really worth a lot of money.
Forget about criminal groups, he'd even sell himself. Half an hour later, Qin Shang followed the 2 foreign women to their room. It looks like a cave, but the decorations are quite luxurious. Qin Shang was getting a little annoyed by this back and forth.
Damn it! These rich, lousy women just want to sleep with me, don't they? That's enough for you. He lay down on the bed and said, let's begin, you two. Are you planning to take turns, or do you want to come at me all at once? Today I'll show you the fierceness of Chinese men.
It's said that foreign women like to take the initiative, but Qin Shang thought he'd just be passive this time. He's always been the one to take the initiative when it comes to intimacy, and he wanted to experience what it's like for a man to be passive. Come to think of it, he really is an oddball. In this world, most men are passive. It's usually the woman who coaxes and pesters him when the man is in a good mood. He might reward her once, and that's enough to make her happy for half a year. Mr. Qin, please rest assured, we are civilized people and would not do anything to you under these circumstances that would be disrespectful.
Please stand up and speak. Diana was serious, but her large eyes held a look of pity.
Alice, who was 1.8 meters tall, came over and took Qin Shang's hand. You've suffered these past few days.
Don't worry, we will get you out of here. That's weird. It feels like being pampered. He had originally wanted to try dating a foreign woman, but given her behavior, as the victim, he couldn't very well say, you have to abuse me. Save me? How do you plan to save me? Our people have already infiltrated underground. Once we obtain the latest research results from the Taotai group, we can evacuate. At that time, we will take you away.
What is your goal?
A new type of human that can traverse land, sea, and air.
Chapter 65. Heaven and earth may be vast, but Qin Shang is the greatest.
Perfect timing. I have many questions. Please explain them to me today. What is the purpose of the Taotai group building such a huge underground world? And what exactly is this amphibious new human?
Since arriving at Hanging Coffin Valley, Qin Shang has been filled with questions. The Taotai group is a criminal organization that traffics people, and he can understand whether they commit murder or arson. But the Taotai group's actions are not only exceptionally large-scale, but also extremely bizarre, such as that talking gorilla. Even though he wasn't a scientist, he knew that getting a gorilla to talk would be an enormous scientific project.
This has to do with the root cause of the fact that there are more women than men. Diana sat to Qin Shang's left, while Alice had already taken the seat on his right.
Upon closer inspection, Qin Shang discovered that in addition to their exotic beauty, both women had quite fit bodies.
It feels quite durable. What are the origins of the imbalance between women and men? There are several theories, but no conclusion yet, right? Why are there fewer and fewer men? This is a well-worn topic.
Besides serious scientists who study it, there are also charlatans who concoct all sorts of eye-catching explanations.
The more opinions there are, the less conclusive the conclusion becomes. We have determined that the root cause of the imbalance between women and men lies here, when Chen Shanliang came to the Hanging Coffin Valley and established a research base. He used his brilliant ideas to transform the Sawa people, who are known for their handsome men and beautiful women. It's not just at the level of reproductive cells, but at every cell in the human body. Anyone who marries a Sawa person will have offspring who will inherit this gene. If someone has this gene, it's very difficult to have a boy. Today, everyone carries the genes of the Sawa people. What's most impressive is that even the top scientists today can't figure out exactly which parts of the genes Chen Shanliang altered. It can be said that he single-handedly started the path to the destruction of humanity. Think about it, if there are fewer and fewer men, the birth rate will naturally decrease, and then humanity will become extinct, won't it? Having arrived in a world where there are more women than men and enjoying considerable benefits, Qin Shang hadn't given much thought to such a big problem. After all, there are still quite a lot of people on the streets and alleys. What about artificial insemination and cloning technologies? Qin Shang had a strong belief that science could solve all problems. Not to mention, the current situation was created by scientists themselves. It's useless. I don't know how Chen Shanliang did it. Nowadays, human sperm and eggs become inactive as soon as they leave the human body. Cloning is out of the question. Human cells can even explode slightly when they leave the human body. Diana had mixed feelings of admiration and resentment towards Chen Shanliang. Qin Shang understood for a moment and said, in other words, humans can only reproduce naturally. Yes. Diana nodded. The natural birth rate is extremely low. What's even more frightening is that the birth rate of boys is declining every year, even plummeting. If there were no men in this world, humanity would perish. This prospect is truly terrifying. Even if Qin Shang didn't care about these things, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. It's quite possible that humanity, the only intelligent life in the universe, has simply disappeared. It's a real shame. Don't tell me that the Tao Tai group is trying to save humanity. Qin Shang was astonished at the thought of the underground world. According to Nie Zihan, the underground world is a scientific research base, and such a large-scale project seems to be only meant to solve the problem of human extinction. That's true. They are indeed saving humanity, but what they want is not just to save, but also to dominate. They want to rule the entire planet. Wow! Such grand ambitions? Qin Shang's first reaction was one of immense admiration. He himself doesn't have such grand ambitions, but others do, and you can't argue with that. How to govern? To put it simply, it involves two steps. First, they are creating a batch of intelligent beings. Second, they are transferring their own consciousness into the minds of these intelligent beings. Intelligent beings? I have seen talking gorillas, though. That's just a rudimentary gorilla. With development, I believe that one day, gorillas will have the same intelligence as humans, or even higher. If a gorilla as powerful as King Kong were as intelligent as a human, its fighting ability would be off the charts. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shang asked, even if we can raise gorillas to become intelligent beings, we still can't solve the problem of human reproduction? Alice shrugged. That's what makes Chen Shanliang so amazing. He locked humanity down at the genetic level. If humanity wants to develop, it can only break away from the human body and entrust its consciousness to other organisms. Dominate for all ages. Qin Shang couldn't help but think of this idiom. He really wanted to know why Chen Shanliang hated humans so much. Logically speaking, this is about helping humanity find its future, so why not do it openly and honestly? In the underground world, gorillas can talk. With this kind of scientific research capability, the Tao Tai group should be able to make money even without trafficking people. Why do they insist on rushing down the path of crime? Human consciousness is incompatible with the bodies of other organisms. For example, when human consciousness is transferred to a gorilla, the gorilla often becomes insane and violent. This has been the case in many experiments, so the Human Alliance has stopped this research direction. The Human Alliance is the world's largest organization, and what they want to solve is the problem of humanity's survival. Newspapers frequently report that the Human Alliance plans to transfer human consciousness to machines. This is a dispute over policy direction. Which group do you belong to? We are from the Sphinx Group, but that's just our cover. Our true identity is that of Special Operations Operatives from the Human Alliance. We're here to destroy the Tao Tai Group's research and take away their latest findings.
Diana's gaze was resolute, and Qin Shang felt a little uncomfortable. In today's world, the human alliance is undoubtedly the representative of justice.
However, the human alliance's answer was to transfer human consciousness into the machine. In the future, humans will only be able to live inside cold machines. What good will immortality do? To put it simply, isn't it just a series of program segments? On a personal level, he actually agrees more with the research of the Taotai group. Yes, human consciousness and the body of a gorilla may not be compatible, but life can evolve. Perhaps after thousands or tens of thousands of years, through repeated elimination, they will gradually adapt? Does that mean humanity has continued to exist? This was too much of a topic for Qin Shang to think about. He only knew one thing: it was wrong for the Taotai group to kidnap him. Not to mention that the Taotai group itself is a criminal organization. Even if the Taotai group represents justice, it will still be destroyed without hesitation. The reason is simple. The world is vast, but Qin Shang is the greatest. Anyone who offends him is a bastard. Having figured this out, he rolled his eyes and looked at the two voluptuous women. You spend 800 million to get close to me, it can't just be to save me, right? What do you want me to do? Tell me. Chapter 65 Alice, I want to sleep with you. The world has changed, but it hasn't changed either. It's still driven by self-interest. Even if Diana and Alice were being incredibly affectionate, they must have had ulterior motives. Hee, you're so smart. Diana laughed awkwardly. The Taotai group is well organized, and our people are still outside, so we dare not make any rash moves. Tomorrow, Blue Moon will take us on a tour of the underground world. At that time, we will take control of her and use her identity to enter the advanced research chamber. However, the advanced research cabin has strict rules. Even Blue Moon can only bring 2 people in. These 2 people must be formidable fighters. One of them is Alice, and the other is you. The Taotai group's relocation capabilities are too strong. Only if you control the research warehouse can our personnel break in. In the research chamber, there are 2 things we want. One is a trifidious new human, you just need to release them. The other is the Taotai group's 50-odd tons of gold reserves. Your task is to stop them from moving. Damn it! This is war. Qin Shang had little interest in the amphibious new humans, but 50-odd tons of gold. This is great. I have my own space. I won't say much, but taking 1,000 or 2 kilograms wouldn't be too much, right? 1,000 caddies is worth about 100 million, and 2,000 caddies is worth 300 million. With 300 million in hand, I won't need to work anymore. I can marry 2 beautiful women every year. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This is too dangerous. The location of the Taotai group's amphibious new humans and gold reserves must be heavily guarded. Are you trying to kill me? We must refuse. Otherwise it would seem like I'm too eager to get in. Qin Shang, this is all for humanity. Besides, you've done such a big favor, our Sphinx group will definitely not treat you unfairly. How about 50 million? Here's 50 million as a reward for your help. Diana held Qin Shang's hand with both of hers, her beautiful eyes filled with dreams. To be honest, she has a very strong feminine charm, making her a uniquely domestic and homely woman. 50 million? My God, that's a lot. I only got 400,000 for this trip with the archaeological team. I really want the money, but fear is human nature, and Qin Shang had to put on a show. Alice also started to exert her power. Qin Shang, I will definitely protect you. While she was talking, her hands were a bit restless, and she actually placed them on Qin Shang's leg. Qin Shang felt as if he were surrounded by foreign fairies. Fine, for the money, and for humanity, I'll take this chance. You're so kind. Alice, you go out first, I need to talk to Qin Shang about our relationship. It's clear that between the two, Diana held a higher status. Alice left, looking disgruntled, while Qin Shang asked, bewildered, talking about feelings? Yes. Diana moved closer to Qin Shang and put her arm around his shoulder. I will never treat you like a commodity, but if we have feelings for each other, it's different. Will you be my boyfriend? The lonely woman, Diana, suddenly became alluring and somewhat impatient. Qin Shang could feel the heat from her breath. But I'm not in the mood for romance in a place like this. Darling, it's in places like this that you need romance even more. There's a famous Western saying that intense emotions can relieve anxiety. Aren't you anxious?
Good heavens, Diana kept getting closer and closer, her lips almost touching Qin Shang's ear.
Anxiety.
Although Qin Shang is highly skilled, it's impossible for him to be completely free of anxiety.
However, he now has a feeling that foreign women are so hypocritical.
He used to say he was a civilized person and wouldn't do anything, but now he just wants to sleep with me.
Yes, I'm anxious too. Why don't we work together to resolve our anxiety? We ran into each other. Qin Shang felt a warm, moist sensation coming from his earlobe.
This passivity is strange, yet full of novelty.
Oh, Diana, please don't do this. I'm not a casual boy.
Without realizing it, Qin Shang had gotten into character. He even crossed his legs slightly.
He verbally refused, but didn't move. Darling. I'm not a casual girl, you know. You're the first boy in my life, so please, just give in to me, okay?
Seeing that Qin Shang did not resist, Diana became even more excessive. Qin Shang couldn't keep up the act any longer and agreed, okay, be gentle with me. Don't worry, I will cherish you like a treasure.
With permission granted, Diana began to employ a variety of tricks.
Qin Shang was, after all, a man, and could not be weak all the time naturally. He was both gentle and strong, soft and firm. That said, this was quite a rare experience.
He couldn't help but ponder. The dynamics of initiative and passivity between men and women are difficult to define.
The one who takes the initiative is often the one who works harder. The passive party, seemingly passive, is actually the one being served.
One of the more surprising things about Western women is their habitual use of compliments.
After spending only a short time with Diana, Qin Shang felt that he was the most delicious man in the world. Of course, after experiencing the feeling of being passive, he later took the initiative and revealed his fierce and domineering side. After chatting with Diana for 3 hours, Qin Shang wanted to rest, but then Alice walked in.
Alice, I have fallen in love with Qin Shang, and I will not let anyone force him.
Diana got dressed, while Qin Shang covered his chest with a blanket, looking like he'd been violated, though he was actually quite pleased with himself.
Being with foreign women is so much easier.
Of course I won't force him, but I also have the right to talk about feelings with him.
Now you can leave.
Compared to Diana, Alice was more energetic, had some wild eyebrows, and an amazing amount of hair. Because of its volume, she really looked like a golden lion. At this moment, she was indifferent.
Qin Shang, if anyone bullies you, just call out and I'll come in to save you.
Before leaving, Diana gave her a word of advice, and then limped away.
The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. Alice's face showed sadness. Qin Shang, do you like her that much? You made her so happy that she sprained her ankle? Is he jealous?
It seems that, regardless of whether they are foreigners or Chinese, people's feelings are actually the same.
Well,
I didn't want to either, but I'm so powerful that I can't even control myself.
Besides, I think what she said makes a lot of sense.
Everyone here is quite anxious, and love can relieve that anxiety. Judging from the looks of it, the two girls don't seem to have a very good relationship.
If possible, Qin Shang wouldn't mind sabotaging it. The Human Alliance is supposedly an organization of justice, but the Dragon Kingdom did not participate in it.
Humph. She's just good with sweet talk.
And what about me?
Alice sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled the blanket over Qin Shang.
Qin Shang quickly covered himself to prevent any accidental exposure and asked, "What's wrong?"
Swallowing hard, Alice's green eyes shone with longing. "Qin Shang, I want to sleep with you."
Chapter 66. Let them forever be submerged in men's boxer shorts.
Looking at Alice with her wasp waist and long legs, Qin Shang felt a strong desire to possess her deep inside.
She is so beautiful. The flavor is just right.
Diana possessed many Eastern qualities, leaning towards Eastern European beauty, while Alice was a pure Westerner, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and delicate, sharply arched eyebrows. Her large eyes were like a lake in spring. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her nose was beautiful, her lips were moist, and her teeth were white and neatly arranged.
Her skin was like cream, with a faint rosy glow, and it looked incredibly healthy.
Her hair was a light blonde, somewhat like platinum.
However, remembering the teachings in the little black book, he forced himself to hold back. It's not that I'm unwilling to give it to you, but I've heard people say that once you women get something, you don't cherish it. I don't want to be deceived twice in one day. If only I could show you my heart. Diana was the best at charming men. I've always been sincere. Alice's hands, still gripping the blanket, didn't loosen. However, she didn't pull any further. She wanted to prove herself, but had no way to do so.
In her anxiety, she brought her legs together, the fire in her eyes almost burning her to death. Seeing her like this, Qin Shang covered his chest with a blanket with one hand and reached out to place the other hand on her fair face, saying sincerely, "In our dragon kingdom, there is a saying, if two people are truly in love, it doesn't matter if they are together day and night. If you are really good to me and truly love me, time will prove everything. Even if I give you my body now, you can only have my body, not my heart." Alice gently shook her head, rubbed her cheek against Qin Shang's hand, and said affectionately, "I want your body, and I want your heart."
Forgive me, Qin Shang, my impatience is because my brain is controlled by that narrow slit. I believe that one day you will know that the person who loves you the most is me. Those who wallow in the sea of desires are ultimately shallow. What Qin Shang wanted was that intimate feeling, a unity of soul and body, even in closeness. Only in this way can you truly feel everything about the other person, inside and out. A gasp, a tremor, the flow of emotion in her eyes. Alice, I will be watching you closely. If your heart truly leans towards me, my body will open to you, ready to be swallowed up by you. Such a promise is very rare. Alice became excited, gesturing wildly, "I will try my best, could you grant me a kiss, like stamping your cattle?" What a troublesome little devil. Qin Shang thought that even if he was raising fish, he would still have to feed them some food, so he said, "Alice, I want to take a bath. Can you scrub my back?" Okay. Excited like a child, Alice treated Qin Shang as if he were a national treasure. In the bathroom, she couldn't help but be a little indecent, but as long as it wasn't too outrageous, Qin Shang didn't stop her. There's a big battle tomorrow. Alice is a very capable fighter, so keeping her hanging like this is a kind of safety guarantee. Before winning a man's heart, a woman is always more willing to go through fire and water. The day passed quickly, and Diana wanted more intimacy, but Qin Shang didn't give it to her. When it comes to women, you can't feed them too much. You have to leave them always wanting more, never quite satisfied, so that they'll crave the next meal and forever be captivated by a man's charms. The next day, after having breakfast at the service of Diana and Alice, Qin Shang, like a VIP, sent someone to call Lanyu, intending to enter the underground world again. I only agreed to take the two of you, but I never agreed to take Qin Shang to the underworld. When Lanyu saw Qin Shang in the middle, with Diana and Alice standing on either side, she felt very strange. Was this a mistake? How could you two, both executives of the Sphinx Group, have submitted so easily? No matter how handsome Qin Shang is, he's just a commodity. You can't take him away, so what's the point? Qin Shang is our future husband. What wife goes on a trip without taking her husband along? Isn't your dragon kingdom a land of etiquette, where filial piety is highly valued? What's wrong with being filial to your husband? In the room, Diana discovered that Alice was using psychological tactics, giving Qin Shang a knowing smile and knowing what he liked to eat. In comparison, it seems I've become a lecherous man who knows nothing of emotion. We must perform well now, or we'll lose out and won't get any meat to eat in the future. Husband? Lanyu was initially quite wary of the two, but now she felt nothing but contempt. They were truly naive and easily swayed by men. However, Qin Shang is indeed handsome and so strong, so the two of them probably enjoyed themselves yesterday and were completely captivated. That's fine too. With Qin Shang in my hands, I can use him to control these two in the future. Want to see your husband? Bring me the secrets of the Sphinx Corporation. Alright, one more person won't hurt. Please follow me. Lanyu led the way, and the group entered the downward elevator. As the general manager, Lanyu has 4 bodyguards, all of whom are heavily armed and very strong women. As you enter the underground world via elevator, a wave of heat hits you. The tour bus was ready, and the group boarded and sped across the vast grassland. Mr. Qin, you may have grievances against us, thinking that our Taotai group is involved in human trafficking and other evil deeds, but we have no choice. We used to be a legitimate company, and all we wanted to do was save the world, but we weren't allowed to. To save the world, we need funds, so we had no choice but to turn to selling men. In the end, it's all because of the state of the world. Who can blame us when men are the most valuable? Qin Shang managed to subdue 2 foreign women in one night, which undoubtedly earned him Lanyu's respect, and she began to explain. The reasons they gave were truly righteous and noble. Why create such a large underground world if you're doing scientific research? Qin Shang wasn't interested in the Taotai group's values, but he was more interested in their research methods. That's because we've discovered that research alone isn't enough. We need to draw on the power of nature. See that mountain? It's full of chimpanzees.
You know, chimpanzees evolved into humans starting from coming down from the trees. Only after they came down from the trees did they learn to walk on two legs, learn to use tools, and learn to use fire. We put thousands of chimpanzees in their preferred environment and then disturbed them with lightning. We shock the chimpanzees whenever they climb trees. In this way, chimpanzees will no longer climb trees, which is called dominant evolution.
You can't see the results in a short time. Through generations of elimination, evolution, and selection, the genes best suited for walking will survive.
As they begin to walk, they become more and more like humans, and their intelligence gradually develops.
So that's how it is. Qin Shang finally understood what the lightning he had seen earlier was all about. This is tantamount to re-evolving monkeys into humans.
The genes of this group of people have not been contaminated by the Sawa people, and they can reproduce normally.
If human consciousness could truly be transplanted, humanity would be preserved.
President Lan, chimpanzees that can walk on two legs and gorillas that can talk are still too rudimentary. I heard you've developed a new type of human that can traverse land, sea, and air.
I'd like to see that. Is that all right?
As they were about to pass through the forest where the chimpanzees lived, Diana revealed her true intentions, and Blue Moon's face immediately changed color, causing the tour bus to stop.
Click click.
The sound of the gun's safety being released rang out immediately afterward.
Chapter 67 Over 10 billion yuan in gold in hand. Want to kick the female CEO off? This is a top secret of our Tao Tai group.
I don't care how you found out, but now that you know, there's only one fate for you: death. Blue Moon, her face frosty, glanced at her four gun-wielding subordinates and said, "Kill them all."
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out.
The 2 bodyguards behind killed the 2 bodyguards in front.
The gun was pointed at Blue Moon. You.
In an instant, Lan Yu's expression shifted from indifference to panic.
Diana smiled and said, "Ms. Lan, if you don't want to die, you'd better obey, otherwise."
The air was thick with the smell of blood. Lan Yu gritted her teeth, watching the expressions of the 3 men.
When she saw that Qin Shang showed no surprise whatsoever, she became enraged. "Qin Shang, I've been feeding and caring for you, and you betrayed me?" He. Qin Shang punched her directly in the stomach, "Of course. Go to hell. You've treated me like a commodity, and I'm supposed to thank you?"
It seems that Lan Yu has been in a high position for too long, which has made her arrogant.
The things she says are laughable. She was still not satisfied. "I've already released your people, aren't you being ungrateful?"
Upon hearing this, Qin Shang punched her twice more. "You really let go?"
Blue Moon's expression softened. "What do you know? I know you're lying."
The larger the corporation, the more ruthless it is, because many people do ruthless things together, so it doesn't feel ruthless.
Professor Tang and his ilk know too much. The Tao Tai group wouldn't release them to keep their secrets.
At that moment, Alice was driving the tour bus, heading directly towards a circular mountain range.
Blue Moon asked, her face pale, "How did you know the location?" Terrified, her IQ noticeably dropped.
Diana didn't answer, but instead smiled and tried to win her over. "President Lan, your management skills are very strong. If you join our Sphinx group, you can still become a senior executive.
It just depends on whether you're willing." Still seemingly unsure, Lan Yu frowned and asked, "Is Qin Shang also from the Sphinx group?"
Qin Shang casually replied, "Absolutely. Not only that, but I also wield considerable power within the Sphinx group, holding the rank of vice president."
He's lying. The key now is to get Blue Moon to cooperate. We need to exaggerate a bit. Lan Yu suddenly realized, "I understand now. You were playing a grand game.
You disguised yourself as the prey, deliberately letting us catch you.
My God, your scheme was so elaborate. No wonder such a handsome man would be out working. Such a huge flaw, and I didn't even notice it. Oh dear. Imagining things is the worst thing ever."
Given the current situation, and considering Diana and Alice's attitudes towards Qin Shang, Lan Yu felt that Qin Shang was an unfathomable person. Nothing is more important than life, especially for someone like Lan Yu who has seen good things and cherishes her life even more, so she surrendered immediately.
Before long, they arrived at a large tree.
Blue Moon peeled back a piece of bark to reveal a retinal recognition device.
She blinked, and a hillside suddenly opened up, revealing a door.
Diana gave him a few instructions. "Qin Shang, Alice, you need to destroy the transfer passage in the research pod as quickly as possible. Our planes will be here to bomb you in half an hour."
Remember, half an hour. Don't worry, we have a plan.
Qin Shang moved his head and thought to himself, "Time to fight again." Most importantly, we need to get our hands on the gold. Neither the Taotai group nor the Sphinx group seems particularly benevolent. I believe I am the most virtuous and should possess gold. Entering through the door, passing through a long corridor, you arrive at the research lab, where most of the people are wearing white lab coats and are busy at work. They didn't find Lan Yu's arrival unusual, but they glanced at Qin Shang a few more times. Lan Yu called over a few people, and they quickly opened the door to the storage room.
Wow! Upon seeing the gold inside, Qin Shang couldn't help but feel delighted.
Gold pieces were placed on the trolley, gleaming brightly. There was an elevator in the room, which was obviously the so-called transfer passage. Alice immediately took action, knocking out the people who had entered. She then planned to sabotage the elevator, but Qin Shang hurriedly said, "Alice, sabotaging the elevator will make too much noise and arouse suspicion.
Here's what we'll do, you and President Lan go and release the amphibious new humans first, and I'll sabotage the elevator in a few minutes. That way, they won't have time to react." "Darling, you're so smart. I'm going now. Be careful." Go ahead, go ahead."
"Oh, by the way, after I've destroyed this place, I'm going straight out."
"See you outside."
"Okay." So far, Alice has been taking good care of him. Qin Shang thought that if he had the chance, he would reward her properly and make her need to hold onto the wall to walk. After the two left, Qin Shang checked the surroundings but found no surveillance cameras.
Seeing the gold makes it even more satisfying. I roughly counted it, and it's a little over 50 tons. In cash, that's over 10 billion.
Qin Shang had never seen so much money in his 8 lifetimes. He originally only wanted to take 1,000 or 2,000 caddies, but now he went all out and opened the spatial gate to take all 50 tons of gold inside. A second later, his entire demeanor changed, and he became more confident.
He is now absolutely wealthy and powerful. Immediately, he used his invisibility ability, took the elevator, and went upstairs. Clang!
The elevator doors opened, revealing a place resembling a train platform, where several people were looking over.
Is this elevator broken? How come it came up automatically when there's no one here? Let someone fix it.
That's our gold reserves down there, we can't afford any mistakes. Okay, I'll call Master Huang Fei Hong over. The feeling of being invisible is incredibly satisfying, like being able to spy on the world.
Nobody can see me, but I can see everyone.
Sphinx's main force had not yet arrived, and the battle had not yet begun. He was not in a hurry, so he wandered around, mainly observing the location of each department. He quickly made his way to the control room.
After some research, they gained a complete understanding of the underground structure of the Taotai Group headquarters.
In particular, they learned where Professor Tang and others were being held, as well as the location of the armory. There is also a passage leading to the ground.
Following the aroma, he went to a very upscale kitchen.
Thinking that a fight would break out later, he would eat his fill first, and then go to rescue the people once the fight had become too intense. However, upon entering the kitchen, I overheard a strange conversation.
Is the CEO still refusing to eat? She hasn't moved an inch. It seems she's completely trapped. Sigh. Men are really scary, they can even charm our CEO. That's normal. No matter how talented the CEO is, she's still a young girl experiencing love for the first time. It's understandable.
You know how much pleasure a man can bring to a woman.
Is the president of Taotai Group a young girl? She's even started dating. Damn it. Don't let me touch you. If I do, I'll kick you to death. Chapter 68. If you worship me as a god, I will issue a divine order to kill you. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone, fight with me.
20 minutes later, the sound of an underground explosion was heard, and the Taotai Group was thrown into chaos, with everyone frantically grabbing their weapons. I must say, their weapons are quite impressive. They have all sorts of submachine guns, and even rocket launchers. Seeing that everyone had gone to fight, Qin Shang remained calm and started eating in the kitchen.
He really hasn't eaten anything good.
Before the age of 18, the government does give you 20,000 yuan a month, which is enough to maintain a comfortable life, but it's far from luxurious. He had never eaten or even seen many of the dishes in the kitchen. He doesn't care about any of those damn dining etiquette rules. He eats however he wants.
After eating and drinking his fill, and listening to the intense battle, he even took a nap.
Just as Qin Shang had guessed, Lan Yu did not release Professor Tang and the others, but instead locked them up together. Lan Yu's idea was very simple: keep these people around so that she could threaten Qin Shang if he became disobedient in the future.
It's so chaotic outside, what's going on? I heard someone broke in. Do you think they'll come to our rescue? Don't even think about it. Didn't you hear? It's the Sphinx group. They're here to rob the Tao Tai group. They don't care about us. So what do we do? The most frustrating thing is not being able to see any hope. We're not eating or sleeping well here, and everyone looks exhausted.
Professor Tang bit his lip and stepped forward. Listen to me, everyone. No one else will come, but Qin Shang will definitely come. He said he wants to fight the Tao Tai group.
Let's just wait and see.
Mentioning Qin Shang, some people's eyes light up, while others shake their heads repeatedly.
Professor Tang, are you joking?
Qin Shang is just one person, how can he fight against such a large corporation?
Exactly, if so many of us grown women can't do anything, how can we expect a man to help us?
Qin Shang is good at fighting, but the other side has a gun.
I've never even kissed a man's foot, I've really wasted my life. I didn't know you were a foot fetishist. So what if I'm a foot fetishist?
Men's big feet are so beautiful, so elegant, so magnificent.
I've even stolen men's socks before, I almost died from it, so what if I admit it?
When a person is in despair, they care about nothing anymore. He casually uttered his deepest desire. This really ignited the women's desire for release. I've suppressed this my whole life, but I still have to say it, I love men's flip-flops the most, and I have a huge collection of them.
Flip-flops? That's so vulgar. I just like men's dandruff. Are you guys stupid?
If you're going to collect something, you should definitely collect men's used t-shirts, they smell so good. The most beautiful part of a man's body is his Adam's apple.
It's big and so manly.
I also have a collecting habit, but I collect men's hair, which I braid together with my own hair.
Professor Tang was taken aback she didn't have any of those hobbies.
I just can't help but reflect on myself. She used to dream of having a man all to herself, but now she doesn't want that anymore.
So many women in the world need men to monopolize them is a sin. What this world needs most are male bodhisattvas.
The thought that Qin Shang was willing to give even a pretty girl like Xin a chance filled her with intense admiration. He was truly a man of great love, who cared deeply for all living beings. The thought that she had the opportunity but did not consummate her marriage with him caused the seeds of regret to sprout and grow into a towering tree.
If I have the chance in the future, I must let go of my pride and love properly. He's so strong. Well.
After a long sigh, she began to reminisce about the time she spent with Qin Shang. Thinking of Qin Shang doing pull-ups, she pressed her legs tightly together, secretly feeling the sensation.
Click, click. Just then, the sound of the door opening rang out, and everyone looked over. As soon as the door opened, Qin Shangshui's inhuman face appeared. Husband. Brother Qin. Qin Shang, what brings you here? Wa'ata. He came to save us.
Some were overjoyed, some wept with happiness, and Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi were the first to rush forward and hug Qin Shang. Both of their young wives have lost weight and look quite pitiful. Qin Shang's gaze swept over everyone, pausing briefly on Professor Tang's face, and he said, the Tao Tai group and the Sphinx group are fighting.
I'll lead you out of here. After being locked up for so many days, who wouldn't be angry?
They were all menacing. The outside was deserted, with hardly anyone around. Qin Shangxian led them straight to the armory.
Women in this world are generally quite fierce. During military training, we all handled real guns.
Some were carrying AK-47s, some were carrying MP5s, and Qin Shang, as the commander, carried 2 Desert Eagles. With the gun in hand, he felt much more at ease, thinking that if he encountered members of the Tao Tai group on this journey, he probably still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Sisters, the Tao Tai group has provoked us, and they must pay a heavy price. Hear my command, take your weapons, and release all the men they have kidnapped.
We'll arm ourselves on the spot and turn the Tao Tai group upside down. Today is a day to make a fortune.
The Tao Tai group has plenty of good stuff.
There are also many wealthy women in the VIP rooms.
They have countless gold and silver jewels on them, we must rob them, from now on we will all be rich.
Not only can they get revenge, but they can also rob money.
Everyone became increasingly frenzied. Qin Shang's forces were small and could not be dispersed, so they moved like a gust of wind to each prison cell.
What are you doing? The prison cells here are almost like villas, resplendent in gold and glitter.
The detained men were also well taken care of.
But even the best is still a prisoner. I'll save you. You want to get out, right?
Qin Shang took the key, opened the doors, and opened the cells one by one.
The men were excited and kowtowed one after another. Thank God. We can finally get out. Playing games with rich women every day is like living in hell. You're lucky you didn't run into any perverts. Look at me, I'm covered in hickeys.
I will never touch a woman again in my life, it's terrifying.
I'm afraid of everything going to extremes.
A man who has never been with a woman will also feel restless and yearn for her. But these men, who had been possessed and coerced by wealthy women, shun women like the plague.
Ideally, I would never see another woman for the rest of my life. After the initial excitement, someone asked curiously, "Who saved us? Please tell us so we can have a chance to repay them in the future." Luo Mimi exclaimed proudly, "It was Qin Shang. He saved us all."
Many of the kidnapped men were educated, cultured, and capable.
Thump. Someone knelt down and said, "We pay our respects to our benefactor. We will never forget your great kindness and virtue. You are our savior. My prayers worked. You must be a god. God, lead us." So that's how you become a god?
Qin Shang raised his pistol. "Since you all regard me as a god, then I will issue the first order, the god's killing order."
Chapter 69. Sun Yulian, barefoot, announces good news, he's not dead. Song Taizhu was a country boy. He was strong and healthy from a young age.
At 18, he married Chen Xiaohua, his childhood sweetheart from next door. At 19, he married Sister Li, who sold pork.
They lived a wonderful life.
The tragedy occurred when he was 20 years old. He went to the town market and on his way back, he was kidnapped by members of the Taotai group. Later, she was bought by a rich woman and violated that very night.
In the days that followed, she was violated almost every 3 days.
Even if it were still strong, it would now be nothing but dregs.
Once he got the gun, he had only one thought: kill, kill, kill. Bang! He kicked open the VIP room door, his eyes red.
"Taizhu, have mercy, have mercy.
No matter what, we've been husband and wife more than 300 times. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness, more than 300 days.
The wealthy woman in the room was adorned with gold and silver, her hair was combed up, her face was shiny with oil, and her large hoop earrings exuded an air of dominance.
Her name is Deng Xinwei.
She is a regular customer of the Taotai group and has a particular fondness for muscular men. In her 40s, she was at the peak of her sexual desire, and she wanted to change men every week.
I have made multiple purchases from Song Taizhu. Marital affection?
You put a dog leash on me, dripped candle wax on me, and rubbed me with a steel wool pad.
Do you know how much trauma my body and soul suffered after you played with me?"
Holding the submachine gun, tears welled up in Song Taizhu's eyes.
The west wind withers the green trees.
The past is too painful to recall. During the days when he was wantonly played with and ravaged, only tears kept him company through the night.
It's all because you're so handsome. I like your type, Taizhu. Let me go, I'll give you all my gold earrings and gemstone necklace, okay?
Deng Xinwei hurriedly took off her jewelry, held it out with both hands, and looked pitiful.
Where was the demeanor of a rich woman? If I kill you, won't all these things be mine too? Now, by the command of God, I will kill you. Da did day.
With a cruel smile on his lips, Song Taizhu fired the gun. This was his first time killing someone, and he felt no fear, but rather an indescribable sense of pleasure.
The fact that there are more women than men is not my fault. By what right have you brought me here to be humiliated and trampled upon?
After taking the jewelry, he went to open the doors to other VIP rooms. Others were also killing. To prevent anyone from the underground world from coming up, Qin Shang ordered his men to guard the passage leading upwards.
Anyone who came up, no matter who they were, was to be killed without mercy.
If you can't take something with you, then burn it. As the saying goes, the warehouse is burned to ashes, and the corridors are trodden with the bones of rich women.
Underground, the Taotai group and the Sphinx group exchanged fire, resulting in a stalemate.
Seeing the research module blown to pieces and the amphibious new humans flying out, he couldn't help but feel furious. Sphinx Corporation, you stupid pigs, the new humans are still half-finished products.
Releasing them will plunge the whole world into chaos.
The president, wearing a do-or-done mask, spoke through a giant megaphone. Sphinx retorted without backing down, once the new humans are fully formed, the world will be yours.
Don't think we don't know how terrifying they are. Seeing that the other party knew so much about him, the masked CEO of Do-or-Done roared, "Listen up, everyone. The new humans have escaped. We have suffered heavy losses. We absolutely cannot allow them to take our gold. Kill them. Kill them all. The battle escalated once again. That's over 50 tons of gold, absolute hard currency. Gold is a better store of value than money.
While money may depreciate, the price of gold doesn't fluctuate much. Rocket launchers, tanks, aircraft, and all sorts of weapons were used. Even though the research module was about to be bombed to the ground, there was still no sign of gold.
Damn it, the Sphinx group stole the gold. We must take it back, we absolutely must take it back.
The Taotai group was acting like crazy, while the Sphinx group was disheartened. They fired several more shells, but still didn't see any gold, so they began to retreat.
Damn it! The Taotai group is too cunning.
They've clearly moved the gold, but they're still pretending.
It's outrageous. Hurry! They definitely want to wipe us out.
One side retreated, the other pursued because of the gold. Countless people died.
Hanging Coffin Valley.
The Fulian team destroyed the Taotai group headquarters and rescued so many people, making it a news hotspot.
Countless reporters flocked to the area for comprehensive coverage. Dear viewers, this is the evil headquarters of the Taotai group. Here, countless men are violated, humiliated, and drained.
Among them, the extremely handsome Qin Shan was murdered here.
Let us grieve.
Tao Mingjie, a reporter and host for Haidu TV, was reporting when she saw a group of people emerge from underground, each carrying a gun.
Help! Help me!
She took off running, which immediately alerted the husbands' union. Ma Yuchen hurriedly led her team to meet the challenge, and when the crowd approached, she was overjoyed.
Qin Shang! Are you alive?
Qin Shang is so handsome, like a firefly in the dark. Ma Yuchen spotted him at a glance. Reporter Tao Mingjie was so shocked that her high heels fell off. She blinked repeatedly and was stunned for a long time.
Outside, there was an overwhelming outpouring of mourning for Qin Shang, but it turns out he wasn't dead? This is absolutely huge news.
Immediately, she pointed the camera at Qin Shang and his group.
Breaking news! Breaking news! Qin Shang is not dead.
She almost shouted herself hoarse, leaving Qin Shang stunned.
I'm not dead, what's there to report?
After the two groups met up and explained the situation to each other, Qin Shangcai finally understood.
Ma Yuchen made a quick decision: whether it's the Taotai group or the Sphinx group, they are both incredibly powerful.
Only the military can suppress them.
I'll take you back first. Boom!
Just then, a huge explosion rang out, followed by countless large birds that flew out. They looked strange, like monkeys with bird bodies.
However, because it was quite far away, it wasn't very clear.
These large birds flew haphazardly in the air for a while before flying deeper into the forest.
A new type of human capable of amphibious travel across land, sea, and air.
Qin Shang immediately thought of this, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. If such a new kind of human, capable of surviving on land, sea, and air, were to actually emerge, it would inevitably pose a tremendous threat to the existing order.
I fear that the already unstable world will become even more turbulent. Have you really thought this through?
Gu Qianruo's eyes were red as she looked at the two beautiful women in front of her and asked. Since the news of Qin Shang's murder came, she has spent almost every day in tears.
We've stopped delivering food because it's pointless. She's alone, so it wouldn't cost her much money anyway. I've made up my mind.
Yun Xian answered simply, her face still streaked with tears. Gu Feier, on the other hand, wore an expression of despair, sorrow, and longing. I fell in love with him the moment I saw him.
Even if he dies, I will still marry him. This is my dream.
It turns out that Yun Xian and Gu Feier both knew that Qin Shang was dead, but they still chose to marry him. This is legally permissible, as long as the legal wife agrees.
Alright, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Gu Qianruo lazily got up and was about to open the door when suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Sun Yulian, barefoot, exclaimed with surprise, Qin Shang isn't dead.
He's alive and well.
Chapter 70 Absence makes the heart grow fonder, a respectable woman paired with black stockings.
Yulian, don't act so crazy. People can't come back to life, so we can only try to be more open-minded.
Mother Gu sighed deeply, her voice filled with tenderness. Back then, in order to win her husband's favor, she engaged in open and covert struggles with Sun Yulian, always believing that the other was a vicious woman. As time went by, she realized that Sun Yulian was actually a very good person. Yes, Mom, we will always remember him in our hearts, but we must not lose our minds. Gu Fei also tried to comfort her, and as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Knowing that Qin Shan was already dead, she still wanted to marry him.
Wasn't she also mentally deranged? But I feel uncomfortable if I don't do it this way.
Marrying him would give me a formal status, at least I could call him husband a few times when paying respects.
Oh dear, you guys see for yourselves.
Unable to explain further, Sun Yulian turned on the TV and selected Haida TV, where Tao Mingjie was broadcasting the news.
Qin Shang's incredibly handsome face was full of vitality. Our husband is really not dead. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Gu Qianro hugged Yun Xian, crying tears of joy. Gu's mother and Gu Fei were so excited they didn't know what to do.
Before Qin Shang appeared, the house was always cold and quiet, devoid of life and vitality. Since he came, the water has become clearer, the sky has become bluer, and everything is better. Just watching him eat heartily makes you feel the beauty of life. Not to mention, you can occasionally smell the scent of his sweat. After her initial surprise subsided, Gu Fei remembered something and said, "Gu Qianro, you can't deny that I married your husband."
We both agreed on that.
According to news reports, Qin Shang not only survived the ordeal, but also saved thousands of people and burned down the headquarters of the Taodai group.
A man like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Not having obtained a marriage certificate left me with a lingering unease.
That depends on Qin Shang's thoughts.
If he's willing, I certainly won't stop him. Even though my husband is very strong, marrying too many wives is ultimately too exhausting.
Most men only marry when they have absolutely no other choice. Therefore, Gu Qianro decided not to interfere with her husband's freedom to marry. So, I still need to work harder.
Gu Fei pouted, feeling uncomfortable.
Sun Yulian rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Feelings take time to develop, Fei, don't be too anxious."
How can I not be anxious? Qin Shang married Gu Qianro, and the next one is Yun Xian.
Look at the TV, Qin Shang has several beauties around him.
When will it be my turn? I'm already in my 20s. Am I just going to stay in the dark forever? I didn't have anything I liked before, but now that I see it, I can't have it. How can I not feel itchy inside?
Seeing that her daughter was a bit out of control, Sun Yulian forcibly pulled her home. A mother and daughter are of one mind, and Sun Yulian, having been through it all, knows that once a girl falls in love, it's like a river flowing eastward, unstoppable even by a dam.
But everything must have its rules, you can't just make a fuss. Fei, what are you doing? Are you begging Gu Qianro?
Silly child, she's not as good at her job as you, and her education isn't as high as yours. The only thing she can be proud of is that she found a good husband.
With this huge advantage, she can outmaneuver us, mother and son. Why would she easily do as you wish? It's better to rely on yourself than on others.
We still need to carry out the brother-in-law, don't turn on the light plan that I mentioned before.
Only in this way will he become your husband, my son-in-law. Sun Yulian's life was one of excellence, second to none. Even now, they remain steadfast and composed.
Feeling that the brother-in-law, don't turn on the light plan was a bit too shady, Gu Fei hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement.
Okay. In order to get a good husband, I'll be a vixen for once. That's right.
You should fight for your own husband. Just imagine, Qin Shang eating at our house, sleeping at our house, taking a bath at our house.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? Mom, why are you drooling? I'm just craving meat. Let's have ham rice today. Qianro, when Qin Shang comes back, I'll marry him right away, okay?
Having lost it and then found it again, Yunxian's emotions were like a roller coaster. She didn't want to wait even a second longer, just as the saying goes, gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Sure, I've said it before, you need to start a family before you can build a career.
Once you have a husband, your mind will be at peace.
Although Gu Fei is her half-sister, Gu Qianro still hopes that her best friend Yun Xian can become her concubine. She's one of my own, and she can help me manage the 6 palaces.
I mean... Yun Xian's face flushed crimson. On his first day back, can he stay at my place?
As the official wife, Gu Qianro naturally assumed that Qin Shang would be with her when he returned, since absence makes the heart grow fonder.
She's had a taste for it, and after being vegetarian for so many days, how could she not want it?
Seeing Yunxian's pitiful, hungry state, she softened, "All right, since you're my best friend, you can have her.
But our husband just got back, he must be exhausted, so don't be too crazy, okay?" Oh dear, what are you saying? You little hussy, you won't let me say it anymore? Aren't you just trying to go crazy? I won't let you talk, I won't let you talk. I'll tear your mouth apart. He. When our husbands come back, I wonder whose mouth will be torn to shreds. Gu Qianro, you're disgusting. If you understand everything I say, then how serious can you be? Who understands? I don't understand at all. You're pretending to be innocent. Chairman's office, Rueda Entertainment Company. He's not dead. He's not dead.
Seeing Qin Shan looking so energetic in the video, Bai Jinyao pursed her lips and relaxed completely.
My darling, you're all I can think about, and I can only marry you. A lower-class wife is fine, she's still a wife. But convincing the board of directors will probably be a bit difficult. But what's there to be afraid of? As long as I can be with you, all the sacrifices are worth it. I will treat you with all my heart, and I hope you can treat me better and not always be angry with me. Upon receiving the news that Qin Shan was still alive, Li Hongliang and Yi Shuqin were overjoyed. Li Hongliang further urged, Shuqin, it's obvious that Qin Shan has more and more women around him. Look at these two beside him, they're clearly getting together with him. You'd better work hard. My husband is telling me to work hard. It feels weird. Thinking about how I've already told him all the most intimate things about Qin Shan, my face flushed slightly. I said, how can I work hard? I'll just show him my true self. If he gets tired of me, he can just forget about me. I'm a decent woman, I can't be too proactive. It's not that I'm not worried. However, due to his status, there are many things he cannot do. This feeling can only be forever swallowed up by the night, leaving only a soft sigh. It's true that a respectable woman shouldn't be too forward, but you can work on your appearance. Wear black stockings, white stockings, wear them all. Black stockings suit a respectable woman best. Buy a few sets and wear them to him. If you don't make an effort, when will we have a child? Without a child, when will our benefits improve? Black stockings, okay, I'll go buy them. Chapter 71 Dark Style Heiress, give him permission to pursue her. The fact that Qin Shang was still alive and had destroyed the headquarters of the Taodai group caused a huge uproar online. There were all sorts of opinions, some praising and some expressing dissatisfaction. Amazing, incredibly amazing. He's like Guan Yu under the bed. My man only lasts 3 seconds. He's so strong, he must last 3 minutes, right? This is not a good sign. It is said that a man's virtue lies in his lack of talent. How can a man go out to work and show his face in public? It is immoral. Exactly. All men need to do is wash themselves clean and wait for us women in bed. A few more peeings are better than anything else. This sparked a heated debate. Many male netizens also joined in. Because there are fewer men, men certainly receive great preferential treatment, but at the same time, they also face great obstacles in acquiring wealth and status. It's even inconvenient to go out. For example, a male student rented a room outside and was sexually assaulted by the landlord. Some male business travelers, while passing through sparsely populated areas, have been sexually assaulted by several women. More often than not, in the workplace, where the boss is usually a woman, many men have been sexually harassed by colleagues or groped by their bosses. In the entertainment industry, it is not uncommon for male celebrities to be sexually exploited by female directors. Why can't men work? That's sexism. Who says men are inferior to women? Haven't you heard? A man can hold up half the sky. Sigh. That's just how things are these days. We men are very passive. Take me, for example. I wanted to keep working, but I don't have any opportunities. In another 2 years, I'll just have to find a rich woman to marry. That's right. I went out once and the woman below me touched me all over. Now I'm afraid of women. Qin Shang is our role model. You only get respect if you have a job. Just yesterday, I discovered that my third wife was hiding money. Women's words are deceitful and can't be trusted. I'm the one who's really miserable. My mom actually wants me to marry my cousin. My mom is also going too far. She made me get married, take a dowry, and then give the dowry to my sister, and then have my sister give the dowry to my future brother-in-law. Aren't I a sister-supporting demon? Hey upstairs, why don't you just give the money to your brother-in-law and marry him? That makes sense. Haven't you heard people say that true love is between men and women, while men and women are just for procreation? Where there are men speaking, it's inevitable that women will appear.
Some of them send lewd pictures to male netizens, some ask for contact information, and some are even more shameless, directly asking how much it costs for a night.
For a time, chaos and disorder ensued. Southeast of Haidu City, a high-end villa area. This area is incredibly valuable, but the most expensive landmark is undoubtedly the Shao family manor.
At this moment, inside the manor, in the largest castle, the young lady Xiaofiren is looking at Qin Shang's news on her laptop.
The room's air conditioning was on full blast.
She was wearing a black quilted wool coat with buttons that gleamed with a dark gold light, and a badge on her left breast with the character Shao written in small seal script. A pure cotton belt was tied around her waist, with one end hanging down naturally. She paired it with black shorts, black leather shoes, and black knee-high socks. With her jet black wavy hair, smoky eye makeup, and a black handbag by her side, she looked like a messenger from the dark world. She was the campus belle of Haidi University. She had heard of Qin Shang before, but at the time she only thought he was strong. Now she realized that he was both intelligent and brave.
Not bad at all.
After watching the video of Qin Shang doing pull-ups again, Xiaofiren's eyes flickered, and the corners of her mouth, which was wiping away her hazy gray lipstick, turned up slightly. She patted the golden bell on the table, and soon after, the butler, Sun Yan, dressed in a suit and tie, walked over steadily.
Butler Sun, this person is quite interesting. Send him a pursuit permit and say that I give him permission to pursue me.
Xiaofiren was too beautiful and too rich, so in a world where there were more women than men, she had countless suitors.
Take Haida University for example, almost every male student wants to pursue her.
To avoid harassment, she made a rule that anyone who wanted to pursue her must obtain her permission. Miss, this Qin Shang doesn't seem like the kind of husband who can stay at home.
I'm afraid you won't be able to keep him in check. Besides, he's already married. Didn't you demand that your husband only love you? No matter the time, wealthy people always have choices.
It's not just one or too many wealthy women monopolize one man.
I can't control him? Are you kidding me?
Having been beautiful since childhood and raised in a pampered environment, Xiaofiren had countless suitors by adulthood. Always proud, she said, as for his marriage, he can get a divorce if he's married.
What's so difficult about that?
Just tell him who I am, give him a picture of me, and as long as he's not stupid, he'll know how to choose. There's a saying that goes, you can't imagine the happiness of the rich.
Xiaofiren knew all too well the power of money, and she also knew all too well how attractive her beauty was to men.
Therefore, she has the right to be willful.
Yes, Mississippi.
Thinking of the business empire that the woman in front of him was about to inherit, as well as the Shao family's connections and influence in various aspects, Butler Sun thought to himself, yes, as long as Qin Shang isn't a fool, he will definitely choose Xiaofiren.
Because she possesses the most irresistible asset in the world. First, wealth that rivals that of a nation. Second, a face that appears only once every 5,000 years.
Under the protection of the husbands' union, Qin Shang and the others returned from the Hanging Coffin Valley.
Because of the distance, it will be unavoidable to set up camp. When I went there, it was a job.
When he returned, he met many people, and most importantly, he got 2 more wives.
Honey, let's go take a shower.
The campsite was not far from the river.
Luo Mimi came over with toiletries.
She was dressed rather lightly because she was going to take a shower. Mini skirt, short sleeve top, snow white, slender legs, exuding a playful and cheerful vibe. Beside him was the quiet and elegant Lin Pundi, who was wearing a floral dress. She came in and immediately helped Qin Shang get a change of clothes.
Sure, it's been a long time since I went swimming.
The 3 of them found a secluded and deserted place, and after splashing around for a while, the 2 women washed Qin Shang's hair, rubbed his back, and took good care of him.
Qin Shang didn't need to do anything, he could simply enjoy himself. After washing up and drying her hair and body, Luo Mimi got out of the water, got dressed, opened her bag, took out a red plastic bottle, and said sweetly, "Honey, can you help me put on some BB cream?" Looking around and not seeing anyone, Qin Shang took the ointment, opened it, squeezed out some cream, and then went to lift Luo Mimi's skirt. Ha! Honey, what are you doing? Isn't it BB cream?
Yes, but why did you lift my skirt?
BB cream, isn't it applied on top of that? Chapter 72 The Aftermath of Love. Qin Shang is too kind and only asks for 80,000. Honey, you're so annoying, so very annoying.
BB cream is for the face. It can conceal blemishes, even out skin tone, provide sun protection, and minimize pores. It's not something you put on your face. I never imagined that you were not only handsome, strong, and intelligent, but also had such an interesting soul.
I really love you to death. Oh my god, I really want to die for you.
Luo Mimi smiled radiantly, her body going limp as she leaned against Qin Shan like a ball of cotton.
Lin Pundi, a few steps away, also covered her mouth and laughed, exclaiming, Qin Shan, you're so funny. She thought to herself, could this be the so-called pleasure of the boudoir? Some harmless little jokes can make people feel relaxed and happy. I really thought BB Crean was.
Seeing the adoring and dreamy looks in their eyes, Qin Shan wanted to explain that he really wasn't that interesting. Obviously, neither Luo Mimi nor Lin Pundi believed it, they only thought Qin Shan was playing a pun.
This kind of natural banter is so adorable.
Lin Pundi, my husband is mine tonight, and you're not allowed to take him from me.
What about tomorrow night? It'll be yours tomorrow night. Good.
Like an 8-nation alliance, these two directly divided up Qin Shan's night.
As night deepened, the lights became dim and yellow.
Luo Mimi's long hair was draped down, and her sweet face was adorned with shyness. Since it wasn't the first time, she quickly made the bed, squeezed toothpaste for Qin Shan, and wiped his face. Everything seemed so natural and logical, and even she herself was immersed in it. After finishing their chores, the two could finally have some private conversations.
Honey, I love you.
Their foreheads almost touched, and Luo Mimi used a breathy voice to express her longing. Seeing how much thinner she had become, Qin Shan was touched and said gently, Baby, I love you too.
Husband, I want to give you everything I have, that is, everything. All?
After being stunned for about 3 seconds, Qin Shan finally understood.
It's not easy to come into this world, so naturally we should try everything.
No matter how many tricks they played, the two of them were already familiar with each other. It's like going to a restaurant for the first time, you're bound to have a lot of worries.
Will it taste bad? Isn't it unhygienic? Could it contain gutter oil? Will it cause diarrhea if I eat it?
After eating, if you find it delicious and good for your health, you'll naturally go back a second time. The second time is more relaxed and reassuring, allowing you to focus more on the food and savor each piece of meat carefully. You can naturally drink soup, eat vegetables, and nibble on steamed buns.
In short, it's comfortable.
If you encounter a thoughtful restaurant, they might even go along with it and make the flavors you like. I love your home-cooked meals. The way you cater to my tastes is the most comforting thing. Although unspoken, a stream of information flows through the hearts of everyone, nourishing them deeply. Sometimes, the restaurant owners will even enthusiastically offer newly developed side dishes.
It is delicious after tasting it. There seems to be a certain bond between the shop owner and the diners. When you've eaten your fill, as a diner, you can shout, delicious.
Upon hearing this, the shop owner would feel delighted and extremely satisfied.
Mutual satisfaction is harmony. Only then can the relationship last. The next morning, taking advantage of the cool weather, everyone set off again.
The only change is that Luo Mimi walks with her toes slightly turned inward.
Sister Mimi, what's wrong? Are your hemorrhoids acting up again?
In her pursuit of Qin Shan, Xia Xian was willing to curry favor with anyone, especially Luo Mimi, whom she treated with extra care and rushed to help her up. You're the one with hemorrhoids acting up, your whole family has hemorrhoids acting up.
You idiot, what do you know?
This is called the after effects of love.
Does love have side effects? So diverse, so incredible. Xia Xian's desire grew even stronger. Sister Mimi, can you teach me how to pursue Qin Shang?
Luo Mimi spoke like a big sister. If you make me feel comfortable first, I'll naturally whisper sweet nothings in your ear.
When my husband wants to eat cornbread, he might think of you and give you a good beating. Wouldn't that make you ecstatic?
Ever since she developed a sense of gender, she's been craving vegetables for so many years, but only vegetables know how lonely she is. Now that they finally saw a glimmer of hope, Xia Xian was overjoyed. Sister Mimi, from now on I'm your lackey.
Whoever you want me to bite, I'll bite. You have to help me. Why are you biting me?
First of all, turn your back on me.
Didn't you see I sprained my ankle? Xia Xian was really obedient and immediately carried Luo Mimi on her back.
Many girls cast envious glances at him. They not only envied Luo Mimi, but also Xia Xian. If they got close, they might have a chance to eat meat, while they had to continue being vegetarian and relying on vegetables to pass the time.
For the rest of my life, it will likely be like this. A few days passed quickly.
Except for the first day, Lin Pundi accompanied Qin Shan for the other days. Luo Mimi played with fire and got burned, so she needed to rest. Ma Yuchen was initially worried that the Taodai group would come after them, but after not seeing any sign of them, she felt relieved. As for the men rescued by Qin Shang, many of them have suffered severe psychological trauma. Let alone seeing a woman, even seeing a sow makes him tremble all over. They walked at the front because they didn't want to smell the women's scent, it would make them feel nauseous and want to vomit. We were about to arrive at Haidu City. Ma Yuchen said, "Qin Shang, you're a celebrity now. If people see you like this, it will cause a commotion. So, it's better if you part ways here and go home by yourself." Upon hearing that they had to part ways, Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi were both reluctant to leave. This trip to the Hanging Coffin Valley was thrilling, but it was also the happiest time of their lives. "Qin Shang, I'm still a student and don't have a job yet, but don't worry, I'll work hard. When I'm earning 100,000 a month, will you marry me? I will work hard too. When the time comes, Mimi and I will take care of you and make sure you live a good life." Although concubines are not required to provide a dowry, they should still be given at least the 3 gold pieces, a traditional Chinese gift of gold jewelry. Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi clearly did not have the means to do so. Qin Shang has over 50 tons of gold in his spatial storage, so he's not short of money. However, women should cultivate a spirit of hard work and perseverance. He didn't want to spoil their mood. However, the goal of 100,000 is really too high, and he doesn't want the two of them to be too tired. "Mimi, Pundi, in today's society, the competition is fierce, and it's getting harder and harder to make money. So, I won't need 100,000. I'll marry you when your monthly salary reaches 80,000. I hope you will take this as your goal, carry forward the spirit, and overcome difficulties. At that time, I will hold your hands and walk with everyone as witnesses to our wedding." Qin Shang's words deeply moved Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi, and the others were also touched. Some even tilted their heads back at a 45-degree angle to prevent their tears from falling. "Oh my God. He's so kind, his requirements are so low. A monthly salary of 80,000 is achievable with some effort. He is so kind. Yes, that's so thoughtful." Amidst the praise, Qin Shang walked alone onto the road and hailed a taxi. "Driver, go to Shuweimu Chunchang residential area." He didn't go home, but went to find his beloved wife, Gu Qianro. He knew that Gu Qianro must have been extremely worried during this time. As the city's scenery receded into the distance, he felt an overwhelming longing to return home, wishing he could immediately embrace his beloved wife. Just as we entered the city center, suddenly, more than a dozen Maybachs surrounded the taxi from all sides. The driver's face turned pale. He turned back to look at Qin Shang, trembling. "Handsome, did you offend the Xiao family?" Chapter 73. So what if she's a young lady? I don't pursue any woman. On the surface, luxury cars seem like something you can buy if you have money. Actually, the water is extremely deep. It's only natural for ordinary people to earn money through hard work and good luck, and then buy a luxury car to show off. But this is only the beginning. The real appeal of luxury cars lies in the color and number of their license plates. The significance of these elements cannot be measured by money alone. The Xiao family's car has a profound meaning. In short, just seeing it is frightening. I don't know anyone from the Xiao family. Qin Shang didn't move, adopting a defensive stance of meeting force with force or responding to any challenge. He's no longer a poor kid, he has the resources, with over 50 tons of gold in his storage space. Dozens of women in black suits stepped out of the Maybach. They were burly women with straight backs and a very imposing presence. Once they were firmly in place, Sun Yan, the Xiao family's steward, finally stepped down. This is the style of the Xiao family. Don't underestimate Sun Yan just because she is a butler. She is a heavyweight in Haidu. If you stomp your feet, Haidu will experience a magnitude 10 earthquake. A single sneeze can cause tens of millions of people in Haidu to catch a severe cold. "Mr. Qin, please get out of the car. I am here on the orders of Miss Xiao Firen of the Xiao family, and I have an imperial decree to deliver to you." Sun Yan stood 3 meters away from the taxi, acting very prim and proper, and even used the words imperial edict, a term that in ancient times could only be used by the Empress Dowager or the Empress. Seeing the driver cowering in fear like a rat stealing oil, Qin Shang, not wanting to implicate others, got out of the car and said, "No matter what she wants to say, I won't accept it. You can leave now." Often, language is not important. Attitude is what matters. Qin Shang was too lazy to waste words with them, given their arrogant attitude. Cough, cough, cough. Unexpectedly, Qin Shang reacted this way, leaving Sun Yan somewhat embarrassed. Would you mind taking a look at our young lady's photo first?" Slap. Slap. She clapped her hands, and immediately someone brought out a poster that was half a person's height. The woman above is dressed in black, with flowing black hair that gives her an impression of being full of energy. She had the eyes of a carnivore, slightly slanted, which made her look arrogant and sharp.
His thick, dark eyebrows exuded an overwhelming and domineering aura.
His nose was very sharp, like a sword standing upright in the center of his face. Her lips were small and moist, exuding a willful air.
There were many dark gold ornaments on her ears.
She has an oval face, flawless, fair and delicate skin, and her collarbones have a symmetrical beauty. Without a doubt, she is an exceptionally beautiful woman with a strong and aloof demeanor.
This girl's all right, what's wrong?
Because the other party's behavior was impolite, Qin Shang was equally rude, and Sun Yan and her numerous bodyguards were all shocked on the spot. So far, no man has seen a picture of a rich girl without being moved. The other party's behavior was too indifferent and too relaxed.
Shouldn't you be nervous and anxious, willing to go through fire and water just to make a beautiful woman smile?
Qin Shang, our young lady has a good impression of you, so she allows you to pursue her.
This is a pursuit license. With this license, you can legitimately enter the ranks of our young lady's backup suitors. Please keep it safe. A backup plan?
Having come to this world, Qin Shang hadn't heard such words for far too long, and they felt particularly unfamiliar. He glanced at the gold-rimmed certificate but didn't accept it at all.
But I have no intention of pursuing her. Pursue?
Qin Shang admitted that he had pursued girls before, and even acted as a simp. Looking back on those years as a sycophant, he felt only that he was extremely despicable and disgusting.
He wasn't born a sycophant, he was taught to be one. What does it mean to love a girl?
It means treating her well, giving her gifts, checking in on her morning and night, surprising her on holidays, and putting her first in everything. The idea that men should earn money to support the family while women are only responsible for being beautiful.
Now he understands that groveling and fawning represent servility. Women are naturally drawn to strength, how could they possibly like a base man?
Therefore, groveling and fawning only demeans oneself and brings no benefit whatsoever.
In the end, you'll have nothing left.
Perhaps it was due to a rebellious streak in this world, he would neither fawn over any woman nor pursue any woman. So on the way back, he hardly spoke to Professor Tang.
She was reserved, but wasn't he reserved too? Mr. Qin, please consider this carefully.
Our young lady not only possesses beauty that appears only once every 5,000 years, but also wealth that you cannot even imagine. Things weren't going quite smoothly, and Sun Yan started talking about Xiao Firen's assets.
Qin Shang chuckled, I don't believe your nonsense. Have you ever seen Diao Chan or Shi Shi?
How can you be so sure that your young lady is more beautiful than the four beauties?
5,000 years is a long time. You think you can reincarnate and bring back all the beauties who died before to compete with your young lady? Aren't you just bragging? And how do you know the boundaries of my imagination?
By my definition of being rich, I mean having assets worth 80 trillion.
Do you young ladies have that? Trying to challenge my imagination with a real object? Your IQ must be too low, right?
With just a few words, he refuted Sun Yan until her face turned red and her neck thickened. She had never seen a man like this before, who didn't take Xiao Firen's beauty seriously at all.
They simply didn't take the Xiao family's immense wealth seriously.
Anyway, our young lady is both beautiful and rich. We're giving you the chance to pursue her, so please cherish it.
Sun Yan didn't know what to say. Instead, she felt a little annoyed. She should have known better than to show off.
Now look what happened, she didn't do it well and got slapped in the face. Qin Shang curled his lip, looking utterly disdainful, and spoke even more rudely, then may I ask, does your young lady poop?
Both Sun Yan and her bodyguards were shocked to hear this. It was practically an insult. No one can insult the one and only young lady. Some bodyguards adopted a haughty demeanor, ready to take action at any moment. Sun Yan gritted her teeth. What do you mean? Everyone needs to poop. Since she's just a mortal, she's still a human. Don't try to make her sound so high and mighty, I'm not buying it. Tell her that even if she were a fairy who poops butter and pees bees, I wouldn't pursue her. If she's interested in me, she'd better come over here and wag her tail and be my lapdog. I don't care who it is, I don't give a damn about anyone.
Qin Shang had this attitude. He had been pursuing this all his life, it was really too much. When men and women love each other, they should be attracted to each other.
What's the point of pursuing someone?
Not to mention that there are far more women than men now, and it's hard to find two-legged toads, but two-legged beauties are crawling all over the place. Even if we were to return to the world where there were more men than women, he would still be the same.
So what if there are no women? My hands are still here. Who's afraid of who? Fine.
I will tell Miss exactly what you said.
Just you wait.
The Shao family is the heavens of Haidu, and now someone dares to disrespect the heavens.
Sun Yan is speechless and can only wait for the young lady's thunderous wrath. She turned to leave, and Qin Shang scoffed, trying to scare your father? Do you think your father was raised to be easily frightened? Chapter 74, a different kind of zero erase.
Young miss, that Qin Shang is far too arrogant.
We must teach him a lesson, otherwise it will damage your authority.
Furious, Sun Yan returned to the manor and began to complain. As the housekeeper of the Shao family, she had been with many handsome men and was used to their obsequiousness, so she couldn't accept Qin Shang's attitude.
It's really special, really special.
Shao Firen gently rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, her gaze fixed on Qin Shang on the computer screen, as if having a conversation across time and space. Man, you've caught my attention.
Ha! Sun Yan's face was full of bitterness. Why was the young lady getting so worked up? Could that Qin Shang be a master? Could he be playing hard to get?
Young miss, Qin Shang is an unruly and arrogant man, definitely not a good match for you. In fact, he might even diminish your regal bearing. The reason why kings never meet is that a king can only grow better when he is surrounded by admirers. If two kings fight each other, only one king will remain in the end. This just proves the saying two tigers cannot share one mountain. The same applies to relationships. It's either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind.
The young lady must be on top. Seeing that Qin Shang was unwilling to come down there, what was the point of talking? The reason he is so arrogant is because he has not seen my true form. Once he sees me, he will be just like any other man, bowing and scraping and falling at my feet. Having been groomed as an heir since childhood, Shao Firen's confidence is innate. There's nothing she can't get if she wants it. The kind of man she wanted was naturally the same. This old servant hadn't considered that a single photograph could not possibly capture even a fraction of the young lady's unparalleled beauty.
Thinking about how proud Qin Shang is now, he might end up as a sycophant, and might even need Qin Shang to help him deliver love letters. Thinking of this, Sun Yan was in a great mood.
Make arrangements so that I can meet him unexpectedly at an incredibly romantic moment.
I want to see the amazement in his eyes, and I want him to abandon his dignity, willingly kneel down, and become my devoted subject.
Yes, Mississippi.
I took a taxi and arrived at Shuimu Chuncheng residential area. Qin Shang scanned the code to pay without thinking, but the driver tried to stop him, saying, "Handsome, you're too brave.
It's my honor to give you a ride. You don't need to pay." That won't do.
The driver also had a family to support, so Qin Shang still paid him and walked into the residential area.
Because he was wearing a mask, it didn't cause a stir. Arriving at Gu Qianrou's door, I gently pressed the doorbell. "They're here, they're here." It was Gu's mother who opened the door. As soon as she saw Qin Shang, she exclaimed with joy, "Qianrou, Junshen, come out quickly. Your son-in-law is back." The sound of running could be heard from the room. Soon, the elegant and dignified Gu Qianrou and the refined and graceful Yun Xian appeared. "Honey, you shouldn't go out to work anymore."
Gu Qianrou rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. The faint fragrance emanating from her made Qin Shang feel exceptionally warm.
Isn't love simply about having someone to care about you? I'm not going anymore, I'm never going again.
He gently comforted her. Qin Shang seemed like a great general who had just returned from the battlefield, having shed his murderous aura and leaving only tenderness for his beloved wife. After a while, Gu Qianrou stopped crying and realized that her mother and Yun Xian were both there, so she blushed. No matter how intimate she was with Qin Shang in her private quarters, she always felt embarrassed in front of others. "Young master, don't stand outside, come inside, come inside." Mother Gu greeted them warmly, pouring tea and serving various snacks. Despite her busy schedule, she felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. It's so nice to have a man at home. Especially a powerful man like Qin Shang, the radiance he exuded made the entire room bright. While preparing the food, Gu's mother secretly wiped away her tears and muttered for a long time, "May Buddha bless me." With so much reported in the news, Gu Qianrou and the others would definitely still ask about various details. Qin Shang explained it simply, which amazed them. Yun Xian pressed her legs together and kept giving Gu Qianrou meaningful glances. Although Gu Qianro looked reluctant, she still said, "Husband, Jun Shan wants to go to the bridal chamber with you as soon as possible."
Hey, Gu Qianro, are you trying to kill me? Who said we were going to the bridal chamber?
I meant I want to get my marriage certificate with Qin Shang as soon as possible.
Blushing bright red, Yunxian erupted in anger. She was still a virgin, how could she withstand such teasing? Gu Qianro chuckled, isn't getting a marriage certificate just for the wedding night? Who can't see through your little scheme?
Before Yun Xian could retort, Gu Qianro pulled Qin Shang up and said, "Husband, you've been so late in coming back that Yun Xian is like a mute watching a fire-anxious but helpless person.
Now she can't wait even a second longer. Go take a shower and go with her. Quickly settle things down so she won't be so sentimental and dramatic."
Qin Shang didn't participate in the playful banter between her best friends. He could also sense that Yun Xian was always shy and uneasy, so he actually went to take a shower. When she came out, Yun Xian lowered her head like a quail, losing the carefree spirit of her usual artistic young woman.
Go on, don't come back tonight.
After pushing her husband and Yun Xian out of the house, Gu Qianro felt an indescribable sense of relief. Finding the same husband as her best friend has always been her dream. Now that her dream has come true, she feels that her life is complete. The only worry was that Yun Xian's shyness might spoil her husband's mood.
Walking on the bustling street, Yun Xian and Qin Shang kept a distance of half a meter.
After not seeing each other for so many days, there was a sense of estrangement, but also an increase in the sense of novelty. Yun Xian took out a bank card from her pocket and said shamefully, "Qin Shang, I haven't earned much money over the years. There's only a little over 30,000 yuan in this card. Let me make it clear first, this doesn't count as a dowry, it's just some pocket money for you. When I'm able to afford it in the future, I'll make up for it with a dowry and the 3 gold pieces." Qin Shang took the bank card and held her hand. "I believe you.
I'm waiting for you to buy me a villa. Men are meant to fight alongside women and provide encouragement when appropriate. Thanks." Seeing Qin Shang's understanding, Yun Xian was touched. It shouldn't be too late. In a few days, I will be participating in the coming one. When I become famous, I will buy you everything that other men have. I will not mistreat you. I will be there to support you from behind.
As the saying goes, behind every successful woman is a good man. Qin Shang decided to do his job as a good wife.
You're so nice. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Look at me, I'm such a pig brain. Come on, I'll take you to eat.
Fearing that her future husband would go hungry, Yun Xian pulled Qin Shang along, turning left and right, until they found a Hunan restaurant in a very secluded alley. She was a regular customer and ordered the signature dishes as well as a few side dishes. Qin Shang ate with great relish. Just as I was about to leave after finishing my meal, I heard a fat woman yell, "Boss, can you round it down? It's 108, but I'll give you 100. The shop owner looked troubled. "This really won't do. Give me 105. At this moment, Qin Shang and Yun Xian also came over to pay the bill. The shopkeeper smiled broadly and said, "Your total is 106.
Let me round it down to 16. The obese woman immediately jumped up. "Boss, this isn't right. You rounded down the price for me like this, but why did you round it down for them like that?" Chapter 75. There are too many women worried about getting married, they're even lining up in yoga pants. As a man, Qin Shang was used to being treated well, but he was still a little surprised. How can you round down to 0 in the middle? Of course, I was very happy. Isn't that what people live for? This customer, it's not that I'm biased towards anyone, but I have many reasons. First, there are very few men who come to our restaurant, it's truly a rare sight. Second, this young man is so handsome, there are more than a dozen customers who came in with him alone, he's definitely a powerful customer attractor. Third, I'm not married yet, and when I see a young man, I just want to show my affection. This is like shooting in the dark, maybe I'll hit the mark, please forgive me. The restaurant owner wasn't very old, but he was remarkably insightful. Upon hearing this, the obese woman glanced at Qin Shang and muttered, "Fine, I admit defeat." He turned and left. The female boss seized the opportunity. "Handsome, give me your contact information. You can eat at our restaurant for free for the rest of your life." Qin Shang smiled and said, "I don't have to spend money on food anyway." Yun Xian had already started scanning the QR code and jokingly remarked, "My name is already taken." After this commotion, both of them relaxed a lot. Once outside, they naturally held hands. After receiving their marriage certificate, the atmosphere became much more heated. Honey, should we go to a hotel or to my place? If you don't think about sex normally, you can just drift through life without really thinking about it. But once you have that thought, you'll start thinking about it more and more. Even the most innocent girl can be possessed by parasites. Yunxian is in this state right now.
She was a little nervous when she asked that question. Many men get married but are unwilling to fulfill their marital obligations. They simply give their wives a piece of vegetable and that's it. She was afraid that Qin Shang would find her too thin, unlike Gu Qianruo who was curvaceous, and therefore wouldn't want to put in the effort on herself.
Let's go to where you live.
Qin Shang prefers places with a sense of life. Hotels are too monotonous and unsafe.
Many hotels even have hidden cameras specifically designed to secretly film men's every move and then upload the footage to shady websites to generate traffic.
Yunxian rented a simple 2-bedroom apartment. Although small, it was very clean, and there was a small rug in the living room. The walls are covered with posters of many singers.
There are 4 kinds of fruit on the coffee table. Honey, wait a minute, I'm going to change my clothes.
Entering the bridal chamber is the most important time for a woman. In order to leave a good impression on Qin Shang, Yunxian changed into a nurse's uniform and a soothing white stocking. Even her high heels were white. She has a particularly innocent and naive charm. It was as if she had no idea what was going to happen next, or the difference between men and women.
You're so beautiful.
Sometimes, the more innocent a woman is, the more she can ignite the wildness within a man. Because men want to see a pure little flower slowly become alluring, lose control, and lose herself in a state of blissful oblivion. It's like opening a gift. You have to slowly peel back the wrapping paper to find out what treasure it is.
Really?
Her eyes were already a little dazed with shyness. Yunxian gathered her skirt and sat upright next to Qin Shang.
I'm too thin, please don't mind. Only you know your own body.
Yunxian has a supermodel-like figure. She's on the thin side and looks like a clothes hanger, but her figure isn't that amazing.
How could that be?
Braised pork knuckle has its own deliciousness, and spare ribs have their own flavor. Knowing that she was a little insecure, Qin Shang took her hand and tried to calm her down.
Unexpectedly, she became even more agitated and at a loss for what to do. Qin Shang, what kind of music do you like? Classical or modern?
Despite her face turning bright red and her body trembling slightly, Yunxian started talking about completely unrelated things. It seems that this can alleviate the awkwardness and tension at the moment.
Modern.
With a calm and collected reply, Qin Shang entered a state of research, much like a scientist.
So, which singer do you like?
Yunxian was still asking questions, her legs unconsciously coming together, when Qin Shang answered again. Then, the two of them went on a question and answer session, talking about things that had nothing to do with what was happening in front of them.
It's a bit like saying one thing and doing another. The root cause is that the two people haven't known each other for very long, and they're like strangers. There are many hurdles to overcome between strangers and extreme intimacy.
Qin Xanadu already had the feeling that he was getting married first and then falling in love. However, overall it was still very beautiful. The sense of novelty is particularly strong. Perhaps for this reason, the wedding night is considered one of the 4 great joyous occasions. In ancient times, marriages between men and women were arranged by their parents and matchmakers, and they had never met before the wedding. After marriage, there is still a veil to cover the face. After all the wedding guests have left, the two of them are facing each other. It's like opening a blind box. How exciting!
Honey, can I sing you a song?
When she was so nervous she felt helpless, Yunxian came up with another idea, and Qin Shang chuckled and said, "Okay." Immediately, a distinctive yet delicate voice rang out in the room. You can also hear the emotional ups and downs in Yunxian's singing. When the singing became intermittent and sobbing, the relationship between the two was elevated. Ever since they learned that Qin Shang was still alive, Gu Feier and Sun Yulian would dress up beautifully every day and go to Gu Qianruo's house.
Gu Feier mainly wore yoga pants, while Sun Yulian wore a lady's outfit. Gu Qianruo, hasn't Qin Shang returned yet?
As soon as she entered the door, Gu Feier asked again, and Gu Qianruo replied somewhat embarrassedly, "He's already back."
Where is it? Gu Feier looked around, and Sun Yulian tidied her hair. Gu Qianruo hesitated for a moment before saying, "He went to marry Yunxian and won't be back tonight."
The air seemed to freeze for a moment.
Gu Feier said, looking aggrieved, "Fine, really fine.
Qin Shang just came back, and you can use it yourself, but you don't use it and give it to Yunxian.
You've never thought about me, have you?" Regardless of the circumstances, the two were half-sisters, and Gu Feier felt hurt.
I'm so tired of loving things.
Sun Yulian also spoke with a mournful tone, but she said to Gu's mother, "Sister, Fair is not young anymore.
She's been sleeping in the dark all this time.
Can't you think of her a little more?" What could Gu's mother say? He chuckled and said, well, it's only a matter of time. After saying that, she quickly changed into her work clothes. "I'm going to work now, you guys chat." Gu Qianro quickly comforted her. "Fair, don't worry, it will be your turn. When Qin Shang comes back, I will put in a good word for you." Snort. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? I'm not leaving, I'll just wait here. After this incident, Gu Fei felt even more strongly that Gu Qianro simply didn't want Qin Shang to fall into her trap. She thought that once she married Qin Shang, she would definitely use some means to outdo Gu Qianro. Chapter 76. The sister-in-law is jealous, and the mother-in-law needs to be taught a lesson. Gu's mother also went online and saw some netizens saying that poor people shouldn't have husbands, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Not to mention, Qin Shang went out to work and experienced so many risks. Although she didn't actually hear what her neighbors were saying, she always felt like she was being talked about behind her back, so she worked extra hard. Her job is as a caregiver, and the salary is quite high, but the hours are quite long. "Ladies, I have something to do tonight and can't work. Anyone free? I can cover for you. It's 600 yuan a night." Caregiver's work is phased and involves a shared group. While eating, Gu's mother would check the group chat to make sure she didn't miss any job opportunities. She worked until 8 o'clock, and it was time to get off work. She was quite tired, but seeing the salary of 600, she couldn't help but be tempted. How can you be worthy of such a good son-in-law if you don't work hard? Thinking of Qin Shang's cheerful smile, she immediately replied, "I can." "Oh, it's Sister Gu. Didn't you just get off work? Are you sure you can stay up? Working non-stop is extremely harmful to the body, and older people can't withstand it." "Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy." "Okay, I'll give you the money after get off work tomorrow." After reaching an agreement, Gu's mother finished her meal, informed her daughter, and then went back to work. She thought simply, it's not like this every day, it's just once in a while, so it's okay. To her surprise, the night shift was exceptionally tough, and the patients were difficult to deal with, constantly asking for this and that. After 2 a.m., she felt her mind was a little unclear. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the patient asked for breakfast, so she rushed to buy it. But as soon as she stepped out of the ward, she collapsed to the ground and fainted. "Honey, I'm participating in the coming one in a few days. Will you come with me?" After a night of pleasure, Yun Shen became even more attached to Qin Shang and dared to take the initiative. At this moment, she placed one of her slender, fair legs on Qin Shang's leg and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "Of course. I'll cheer you on." In his previous life, Qin Shang had seen many disharmonious families. Instead of encouraging her husband, the wife attacked, ridiculed, and humiliated him. The once capable husband gradually lost confidence under such torment and truly became a good-for-nothing. In Qin Shang's view, this kind of wife was not just despicable, but evil. She doesn't strive herself, nor can she help anyone, yet she still belittles those who are striving. How can a family be harmonious under such circumstances? How can a career possibly progress? In this world, men are mostly the ones who stay at home, and he is very willing to be a good wife. It's just a matter of saying some nice things and cheering her on. It's not difficult at all. "Thank you, honey. I feel like I'm dreaming. You don't mind that I'm too thin, you don't mind that I'm unlucky for my husband, and you're even willing to encourage me in my career. Oh my God, how can there be such a perfect man like you?" Yun Shen was even a little apprehensive because she had never received anything too good before, and the surprise came so suddenly that she couldn't adapt. Just because her best friend got a good husband, she felt she benefited so much from it. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film it like this. "I think you're the perfect woman. Turn on the light, I want to admire the king of the mountain." "Oh dear, honey, no. I'm shy." "I love how shy you are." "All right. Such a good husband, whatever he wants to do, of course I should satisfy him." Yun Xian obediently turned on the light and then covered her face. Qin Shang was in high spirits and was about to lift the covers when the phone rang. He saw that it was Gu Qianro calling and quickly answered. "It's 5 in the morning. Unless it's urgent, Gu Qianro definitely won't bother me." "Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your rest, but my mom fainted and is in the hospital. I'm so scared. Can you come and keep me company?" Gu Qianruo's voice was trembling with tears, sounding utterly helpless. Qin Shang immediately said, "We're family. Of course I have to go over here after something like this happened. Why are you apologizing? Don't you consider me one of your own?" "No, honey, today is a special day for you and Yunqian. I'm afraid you'll be unhappy." "What an idiot. Yunqian and I are already married. We'll have plenty of time to play around in the future. Why do you care about this little bit? You wait here, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Qin Shang explained the situation, and Yunqian wanted to go with him. Qin Shang, considering her difficulty walking, tried to persuade her, but Yunqian firmly replied, "Gu Qianruo's mother is my mother. My mother is sick, how can I, as her daughter, not go to her? It's a matter of duty." Qin Shang felt warm inside because of her loyalty and affection. The two hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at the hospital. "Brother-in-law, my sister asked me to pick you up." Gu Feier and son Yulian were waiting at the hospital entrance. Gu Feier usually likes to wear yoga pants, but at this moment she was wearing simple jeans, which made her look very elegant. Sun Yulian, on the other hand, was dressed in women's business attire, a white suit jacket, a dark blue inner lining, and a pencil skirt. She looked very neat and had the demeanor of a noblewoman. "Feier, Aunt Sun, thank you for your hard work." Qin Shang was touched by how thoughtful and considerate they were. Sun Yulian said affectionately, "Son-in-law, you're being too formal. We're all family, so let's not talk like that." After exchanging pleasantries, she looked at Yunqian and greeted her. "Yunqian is here too." Gu Feier wasn't so worldly wise. Seeing Yunqian limping, she naturally knew what had happened and said sourly, "Oh. You're injured." Yunqian's pretty face flushed red, and she quickly changed the subject. "Aunt Sun, is Aunt Gu feeling better?" "Much better, out of danger now, in the ward." "Come on, I'll take you there." A fleeting hint of envy flashed in her eyes as Sun Yulian turned and led the way. She's been through it all, she knows what's going on between men and women. However, she did not expect Yunqian to be so badly injured, which meant something that was self-evident. "Brother-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were getting married?" Even though Yunqian beat her to it, Gu Feier was still indignant. As the saying goes, half of a brother-in-law's body belongs to his sister-in-law. As a result, I didn't get to taste a single bite myself, it was all for outsiders. What kind of situation is this? We don't want to have a big celebration, a simple one will do. Qin Shangwei changed the subject, and Sun Yulian gave her daughter a look, telling her to shut up. Men are creatures who dislike having their freedom interfered with the most. Even if she weren't his wife yet, doing this would only make him disgusted. Upon arriving at the ward, Gu Qianruo beamed with joy. "Honey, you're here." This was a standard ward with 8 beds, and each bed had a patient. As soon as Qin Shang appeared, everyone turned to look at him. Whispering sounds rose and fell. "I'll sit. He's so handsome. What's going on? What kind of son-in-law visits his mother-in-law? I've never heard of that before. Yeah, did the sun rise in the west today? He's Qin Shang, the nation's heartthrob." When someone called out Qin Shang's name, the patient, his family, the doctor, and the nurses all gathered around, creating a noisy scene. Qin Shang looked at Gu's mother on the hospital bed. She seemed to be in relatively good spirits. He went up to her and said, "Auntie, you're not allowed to go out to work anymore. What would happen if something happened to you?" Mother Gu was so moved that she wiped away her tears. "Son-in-law, thank you for caring about me so much, but you still have to work. You, a man, are going out to work, how can I, a grown woman, be idle?" Public opinion is a fearsome thing. Especially online, all sorts of nasty things are said, some even claiming that the Gu family mother and daughter are freeloaders, which Gu's mother can't stand. Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Qin Shang's face turned cold. "I said no, and that's final. If you dare to go out to work again, I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 77 Brother-in-law, don't turn on the lights, we're going to carry it out tonight. Tidy? Upon hearing this word, a faint blush, like a fiery sunset, rose from Gu's mother's cheeks. She was only in her early 40s, with not a single gray hair on her head. Her long, tied-up hair was vibrant and healthy. She also has an elegant widow's peak above her forehead. Now, she is like a bottle of fine wine, becoming more and more intoxicating with the passage of time. Their senses are also exceptionally sensitive. For her, Qin Shang's appearance was like a bomb being thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that would linger for a long time. Originally feeling weary of her work, she was suddenly filled with a strong dream of striving for success.
She wanted to make a lot of money so that her son-in-law wouldn't have to work. No matter how tired she was, as long as she returned home and saw her son-in-law's broad and strong shoulders and smelled his strong masculine scent, she felt it was all worth it.
Our dragon kingdom has always valued respecting the elderly and caring for the young. How could he speak to his elders like that? Yes, we shouldn't bully our elders like that.
Although there's a saying that a mother-in-law is like a lapdog on the street in front of her son-in-law, you can't really treat your mother-in-law like a dog.
Look, this aunt is so angry, her face is all red.
Qin Shang's dismissive remark drew discontent from many around him. But soon, more voices agreeing with Qin Shang began to emerge.
What do you know? Haven't you heard the saying, spoiling your elders is tantamount to killing them? That's right. Many elders are not mentally sound at all. Their IQ is not even as high as that of the beluga whales in the ocean park. They must be properly disciplined. Take this auntie for example.
She's over 40 and still working overtime all night, non-stop.
Isn't that just asking for trouble?
A caregiver earns 6,000 yuan a month, but a single trip to the hospital can cost 80,000 yuan.
Is this making money or wasting it? My mother is that kind of elder.
In the sweltering heat, she tries to save on electricity by refusing to turn on the air conditioner. As a result, she got heatstroke, which cost her over 100,000 yuan and left her with many aftereffects. She is still paralyzed in bed.
Speaking of this, I'm so angry.
The meat in my house was clearly rotten, but my grandma insisted that it could be eaten after being fried. As a result, the whole family was hospitalized, my wedding was called off, and my boyfriend thought my family had stupid genes after hearing about it. My grandfather was even more outrageous. When he was celebrating his 80th birthday, he spilled pesticide in the rice jar. We all told him to throw it away, but he insisted on using the rice to entertain the guests. As a result, all our relatives left. He also got a nickname, 9 Clans Elimination Game. Was I really wrong? Deep down, Gu's mother still couldn't quite grasp the situation, but seeing Qin Shang's grim face, she instinctively became afraid. Young master, please don't be angry, I won't do it again.
Won't just saying it out loud be enough? Once you're better, write me a 5,000-word self-criticism. We can't let you get away with this. Love me, love my dog. Qin Shang loved Gu Qianrou and naturally didn't want anything to happen to her mother. He could tell that Gu's mother only agreed superficially and didn't truly reflect on her actions. I'll write it. Instead of feeling burdened by writing self-criticisms, Gu's mother was inexplicably excited. It felt like the son-in-law was exerting some kind of force on him, a force that compelled him to do certain things. Just as raindrops hitting the water's surface bring life to a lonely lake. That's more like it. As the head of the family, one must act arbitrarily and display one's full authority.
Qianrou, go and complete the procedures to transfer auntie to a VIP ward.
Son-in-law, we don't need the VIP ward, do we? Gu's mother was worried about the money again. A VIP ward costs several hundred yuan a day. I don't think I'm seriously ill.
I can stay here for 2 days and then be discharged. Old ideas are hard to change. Qin Shangxin thought to himself, I am a wealthy man with over 50 tons of gold.
From now on, I and the people around me must enjoy it. Only through enjoyment can consumption be stimulated and the national economy driven to grow. This is a major event that benefits the country and its people, and it must be implemented immediately. Therefore, he gave Gu's mother no room to bargain, looking her in the eyes and saying, what use is your opinion, your opinion, your opinion? I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. Qianrou, carry out the order. Yes, husband. This was the first time her husband had used the word command, and Gu Qianrou, like a little soldier, immediately went to do it. Mother Gu lowered her head, biting her lip, looking aggrieved. Sun Yulian sat by the bed and comforted her, sister, just listen to your husband. He's only doing this for your own good. Besides, our husband is so handsome and eye-catching. There are so many people coming and going here. It wouldn't be good if someone had designs on him. I'll listen to you. I didn't say I was disobedient. There's no way to fight City Hall. Although Gu's mother was still a little unhappy, she had no choice but to move to a VIP ward. However, seeing the bright and clean VIP ward, such a large suite, and having only myself in it, my heart felt like it was bleeding. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to swallow. This was in the past. Things are different now. Now, anyone can eat 2 pounds of shit, but money is really hard to come by.
There aren't jobs for caregivers every day you have to wait for work. Once you get a job, you work for a while, and then the patient is discharged, and that job ends.
You have to find the next job.
Caregivers are divided into day and night shifts. The night shift pays more, but it requires staying up all night and is particularly hard work. She works both day and night shifts, so you can imagine how hard it is for her. After moving to a VIP ward, Qin Shang and the others felt much more relaxed. They could rest on the sofa when they were tired, or even go to the next room to sleep. The nurse came over and put in 4 drip on Gu's mother.
Soon it was noon.
As Gu's mother's condition improved, her originally pale face became rosy, and she couldn't help but have some ulterior motives again.
Son-in-law, it's time for lunch. I'd like to have some peace and quiet. Why don't you take everyone to lunch?
She lay on the hospital bed, like a docile little lamb.
Qin Shan looked at everyone and said, "Okay.
There are nurses watching over us here. There's no need for us to all stand around here." The group of 5 left the ward and didn't go too far. They ordered some food at the restaurant on the basement floor of the hospital. No matter where you are, seating arrangements are important. Qin Shang sat in the main seat, with Gu Qianrou on one side and Yun Xian on the other.
Sun Yulian and Gu Feier were the 2 furthest away from Qin Shang. Sun Yulian is adept at social etiquette.
Despite her noblewoman-like appearance, she is always busy taking care of everyone.
The son-in-law is absolutely right.
It's clear my sister isn't seriously ill, so there's no need for so many people to stay with her. If you ask me, tonight, the 4 of us women will stay with her at the bedside, and the son-in-law can go back to Qianrou's house to rest. A sly glint flashed in Sun Yulian's eyes as she began making arrangements.
Qin Shang hurriedly said, "Aunt Sun, I'm not tired." "Even if you're not tired, you should rest. Boys are delicate and can't stay up late. Besides, you just got back from a business trip.
Even if you don't feel tired, your body might already be weakened and you need to take good care of yourself."
Sun Yulian insisted, and Gu Qianrou and Yun Xian also tried to persuade her, as they didn't want their handsome husbands to get pimples from staying up all night.
"Okay, I'll do as you say." Receiving care from others is an important part of emotional exchange. Moreover, according to the customs of this world, men are considered precious, and their presence in the ward at night could easily frighten the nurses. It would be bad if this caused a huge uproar.
That's right. A boy's health is more important than anything else. It's related to your own health and the happiness of your wives.
Without making a sound, Sun Yulian joked, making Gu Qianrou and the others a little embarrassed. After saying this, Sun Yulian glanced at her watch and said, "You guys continue eating.
Feier and I will go upstairs first."
After leaving the basement, Sun Yulian pulled Gu Feier into an empty stairwell. "Feier, tonight we're going to carry out the brother-in-law, don't turn on the lights plan.
Get ready." Chapter 78. Mother-in-law is disobedient? Use a feather duster to beat her. Tonight? So soon?
I kept thinking about it until it finally came, and then I got nervous.
Gu Feier basically had this mindset.
After all, she was still a virgin who had watched so many romantic idol dramas. The love she longed for began with romantic moments under the moon and gentle breezes, followed by heartbreak and pain, culminating in passionate kisses and a downpour, and only then could they consummate their relationship and sweat it out. Skipping so many steps, starting with a zero-frame ultimate move, she was like a deer's head pounding, dead deer piling up like mountains.
What's the rush? Don't you want Qin Shan to investigate you quickly? Anyway, Sun Yulian was getting a little anxious. In the hospital room, Qin Shang actually said he was going to punish Gu's mother and make her write a self-criticism. Good heavens, which granddaughter doesn't want to write a self-criticism? Mom, you're rude. Young women are easily embarrassed and couldn't stand this.
Gu Feier blushed. Not only her face and neck, but her whole body was flushed red, feeling extremely ashamed. Without realizing it, she squeezed her legs together and hugged herself.
What's with the rudeness? This is serious business.
Daughter, the greatest happiness for us women in this life is to find a funny man who can make us happy. Qin Shang is like a celestial being descended to earth, a rare find.
If you meet him, you must seize the opportunity and go for it.
As she spoke, Sun Yulian herself became excited. She longed to be 20 years younger. However, having Qin Shang as a son-in-law is not bad either. It's both prestigious and respectable.
Even if I succeed in the short term by doing this, won't Qin Shang look down on me in the future? Who doesn't wish for their life to be as bright and beautiful as spring flowers in March? Can opportunism and trickery last? No.
As long as your love for him is sincere, we, mother and son, will treat him even better in the future.
Qin Shang is a reasonable person and will definitely understand.
From Qin Shang's character and conduct, Sun Yulian could tell that he was a sensible and understanding person who knew what was going on. How a relationship between a man and a woman begins is not important. What matters is whether they can live together harmoniously in their married life.
Fine then. Anyway, I don't want to ask Gu Qianru for help. With a determined look and a determined bite, Gu Feier went all out.
Sun Yulian looked at her with admiration. As expected of my daughter, she really has guts. By the way, make sure to prepare the shower gel, perfume, clothes, lubricant, and so on.
Tonight is so important. It could be described as a desperate gamble. If anything goes wrong, it will ruin my daughter's life. Mom, I understand everything else, but what is lubricant for? Although she was no longer a child and considered herself quite knowledgeable, Gu Feier still didn't understand why lubricant had never appeared in idle romance dramas.
Sun Yulian said calmly, men are all like mice, they want to squeeze into every nook and cranny.
You're right to be prepared, it's better to be safe than sorry. The hospital's underground cafeteria. After finishing their main meal, the group ordered some fruit and dessert.
Qin Shang had his first wife on his left and his second wife on his right, who were also his best friends. He felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life.
Honey, what do you think of Feier?
Previously, Gu Qianru did not have a good impression of Gu Feier, but she has changed her opinion recently. She's an honest person. Once she promised to help Gu Feier, she was determined to keep her word.
Fine. Qin Shang gave an ambiguous answer.
He could sense that women in this world also had feelings of jealousy. It's just that years of education have suppressed this nature.
That's good.
You don't know, I heard she insisted on marrying you after you died. Her insistence on marrying you shows how much she loves you.
Why don't you marry her? A first wife should have the demeanor of a first wife, Gu Qianru immediately recommended.
Yun Xian, who was standing next to her, frowned slightly, but then relaxed. It is the greatest justice in the world for men to marry multiple wives, and she cannot stop it. However, there will likely be competition for favor in the future.
That depends on individual ability. I just married Yun Xian, and we haven't even had our honeymoon yet. Is it really appropriate for me to marry her again? Who doesn't like a beautiful woman?
Qin Shang had long been interested in Gu Feier's slender waist and petite figure. Gu Feier also has a great personality. She is cheerful yet gentle, just like her mother, and is a very considerate person.
What's wrong with that?
You're so outstanding, it would be so embarrassing to only have 2 wives. It would be a source of pride for Yun Xian and me to have more wives.
The responsibility of the first wife is to ensure the prosperity of the family. Jealousy is unacceptable.
As the concubine, Yun Xian also advised, husband, Qianru and I are both poor.
Feier comes from a well-off family.
If you marry her, you can enter the mid to high-end lifestyle, and our pressure will be much less. Both of them made perfect sense, and Qin Shang couldn't think of a reason to refuse, so he could only say, okay.
Once Auntie gets better, I'll marry Gu Feier. We've finished our meal and discussed everything.
The 3 of them went upstairs hand in hand.
As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Sun Yulian and Gu Feier running over in a panic. Qianru.
Your mother is really something, she actually used a trick to lure us away from our mountain.
Sun Yulian shook her head, sighing deeply.
Qin Shang and the others rushed into the ward, only to find it empty. A piece of paper was stuck to the headboard of the hospital bed, which read, I'm not feeling well, I'm going home first.
Qin Shang was both amused and exasperated. If you're not feeling well, you should be at the hospital. What kind of thought process is it to run home?
Why is my mom so troublesome?
She's such a fool. Gu Qianru got so angry that she started cursing. No matter what, she's still my biological mother.
With no other option, the group rushed home, only to find Gu's mother lying there.
Concern can cloud judgment, so Gu Qianru asked, Mom, are you feeling unwell? Gu's mother was a little embarrassed. You've misunderstood.
The discomfort I felt was psychological.
The VIP ward is too expensive, and I'm not comfortable staying there.
I'm really all better now, and I won't stay up late anymore.
Don't waste that money. Ultimately, it all comes down to being stingy with money. Why are you so disobedient?
Qin Shang knew it was time to discipline his family. Otherwise, if things continued like this, with him saying go east and his mother-in-law going west, or him saying beat the dog and his mother-in-law chasing the chicken, how could that be acceptable?
Does he not want the dignity of the head of the household anymore? He put his hands on his hips and said, Shinro, get the feather duster. I've figured it out. Auntie just needs a beating. Give her a good beating, and all her bad habits will be corrected. If that doesn't work, give her 2 beatings. Ah. Never in her wildest dreams had she been beaten. Mother Gu gasped in shock, son-in-law, please. I was wrong, okay? The others all looked gloating. They deserve it. I went to work, but I was so exhausted that I ended up in the hospital and it cost me tens of thousands of yuan. She was in the hospital, but she kept running home. Wouldn't that delay her treatment? What if it recurs? Won't that mean spending even more money? Gu's mother's behavior, though called thrifty, was actually the most wasteful. Wouldn't it be so much more convenient to get a complete medical checkup in one go? What good is just admitting your mistakes? I think you're asking for it. You're like a dog that's been standing on its own for 3 days straight. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. As soon as Qin Shan finished speaking, Gu Qianrou handed him the feather duster. Holding a feather duster, Qin Shang, like a general of the heavily strategy army, commanded with composure, press her down, turn her over, and I'll beat her until she's half dead. Chapter 79 The rich young lady delivers a sports car in the middle of the night. Ah, young master, please forgive me this once, just this once? Having been widowed for many years, and now being brutally beaten by such a masculine man, Gu's mother unconsciously brought her legs together, her 2 jade feet intertwined. It's less about being afraid of pain and more about feeling ashamed. The law is merciless. If I don't punish you today for your mistake, how am I supposed to punish others tomorrow? Hold him down. Smack. 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 As the saying goes, a kind heart cannot command an army. To be a good leader, the most important thing is ruthlessness. Only by being ruthless can one possess authority. Qin Shang didn't hold back at all, his blows were incredibly solid. He swung the feather duster 108 times, almost making Gu's mother cry, before he finally stopped. Then he waved his hand dismissively, send him back to the hospital. Next time something like this happens, the torture device will be a spiked club. Gu's mother was as docile as a little quail, and the others were also in awe. Qin Shan was too ruthless, he really hit him. The atmosphere at home became much more solemn. Everyone was relieved once Gu's mother was back in the hospital bed. Time flies like water, and before we knew it, it was 11 p.m. After treatment, Gu's mother's condition became more stable, and the doctor said that she could be discharged after 2 more days of observation. Sun Yulian brought up the previous topic again, son-in-law, why don't you go home first and stay at Qianrou's house? That way, we can easily reach you if anything happens. The 4 of us will take turns keeping you company here, so there shouldn't be any problems. Not only her, but also Gu's mother, Gu Qianrou, Jun Qian, and Gu Fei are joined in the persuasion. The main reason is that it's already very rare for a man to visit his mother-in-law. If it were to require someone to stay at the hospital, that would be truly shocking. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qin Shang agreed, okay. I'll head back now. Gu Qianrou originally wanted to give him a few more words of advice, worried that it might be unsafe for a boy to be out late at night, but thinking of how formidable Qin Shang was, she didn't say anything. After leaving the hospital, Qin Shang hailed a taxi. As soon as he got in, the driver exclaimed in surprise, "Handsome, it's you?" Qin Shang turned his head and saw that it was the female driver he had met on his way back to the city yesterday. What a coincidence! Big sister, we're destined to meet. He made a polite remark, and the female driver, a little excited, said, "My name is Lu Feifei, you can call me Sister Feifei. This is my business card. If you ever need a ride, just contact me, and I'll give you a free ride." Taxi drivers' wages are decent, but the gender ratio is becoming increasingly skewed every day. Some even say that the male-to-female ratio in China is not 1:30, but actually at least 1 hour 80 minutes or higher. Regardless of the amount, with Lu Feifei's income, finding a man is harder than climbing to heaven. She was perfectly content to spend some time with a handsome guy like Qin Shang. My name is Qin Shang. Qin Shang wasn't the type to judge people based on appearances. He thought he was just an ordinary person, nothing special except for being incredibly handsome and having over 50 tons of gold. Just an ordinary person. Qin Shang, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you not know how powerful the Xiao family is? Lu Feifei was still shocked when she thought about how Qin Shang had refused the Xiao family's steward. She never imagined that someone in Haidu could refuse the Xiao family. I don't know much about you, are you that amazing?
Money, family, status, these things mean little to Qin Shang.
The reason is very simple, he can turn invisible. If he wanted to wipe out a family, he wouldn't even need the heavens to fall, he could wipe them all out overnight.
Therefore, although he lived in the secular world, he had a detached attitude.
It's more than just powerful.
The Shao family is known as the Shao half city because half the city belongs to them. Look at these roads, the Shao family paid for their construction. Look at those high-rise buildings, they were built by the Shao family's companies. Everything else, from clothing and food to housing and transportation, is inseparable from the Shao family. Every man wants to marry a rich woman, and Shao Firen is the richest woman and the most beautiful woman. Once you have a permit, no one will dare to cause trouble, whether you're doing business or whatever.
Next time you have another chance, you must seize it. If you really become Shao Firen's husband, you will instantly become part of high society. One day of that kind of life is equivalent to a lifetime for an ordinary person. You don't know?
Shao Firen's daily living expenses exceed 10 million.
The driver knew the most gossip, and Lu Feifei was extremely envious of Shao Firen. Thinking about it, it makes sense.
Shao Firen is rich, beautiful, and a true heiress.
Which woman wouldn't want to be like her? We'll see.
Judging from the photos alone, Shao Firen is indeed attractive, but Qin Shang has principles.
He would never pursue a woman.
In other words, he only has two ways of dating: 1, a woman pursues him; 2, both parties like each other. He finds confessions of love, gifts, and attempts to win a girl's heart disgusting.
It's definitely PTSD. Shao Firen is beautiful and rich, so what?
There are plenty of rich young ladies in the world, and he can't possibly dye them all.
When faced with a beautiful woman, sometimes you have to give up. You're so cool.
Lu Feifei couldn't help but sigh, and was about to say something more when suddenly, the surrounding cars seemed to receive some kind of command and quickly disappeared. The neon lights on both sides of the road began to flash rhythmically.
Buzz!
A Lamborghini came out from behind, drifted, and came to an abrupt stop in front of the taxi. The sports car's convertible top was down, revealing a woman with long, flowing hair dressed in black sitting inside.
What's going on?
Qin Shang sensed that this was quite a grand affair, so he cleared the area. Lu Feifei, like a little mouse, hunched over the steering wheel, blinking her eyes rapidly.
They'll definitely be looking for themselves. Being handsome is such a hassle. It's impossible to live a peaceful life. Beautiful women are always knocking on my door.
It really proves the saying that handsome men attract a lot of trouble. He got out of the car and came to the Lamborghini. He saw that the person sitting in it was indeed Shao Firen. She was wearing a black leather jacket and pants, with many ornaments on her ears. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Qin Shang, who immediately felt like he was being spied on.
Moreover, she looked at herself as if she had X-ray vision, seeing through herself inside and out. Compared to her photos, Shao Firen in real life is more vivid and energetic. It is stunning at first glance. A beauty that appears once in 5,000 years.
This title is a bit exaggerated, but not excessive. She really does have the ability. But even if you have the ability, you can't play like this, it's too arrogant.
Miss Shao, if you want to pursue me, you can write me love letters, invite me to dinner, or take me to the movies. There's really no need for this. You're obstructing traffic.
Qin Shang found it somewhat hard to understand that he had never been a spoiled brat.
Why is this young lady so arrogant?
It's as if any rules are worthless to her. The sports car's butterfly doors slowly rose, and Shao Firen stepped out in her high heels. Mr. Qin, you've misunderstood.
I'm not pursuing you, I'm the one who wants you to pursue me.
If you start pursuing me fiercely and passionately from today, this car is yours.
Chapter 80. You say you're your sister, then you are your sister. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
More sports cars drove up, and the people inside were dressed in flashy clothes. Pursue her, pursue her, pursue her. They were shouting and yelling. The housekeeper, Sun Yan, got out of a sports car and shouted, "This Lamborghini is a limited edition, worth 20 million.
How much dowry did your wife give you? 300,000, right? You went to the Hanging Coffin Valley, which was so hard, and you only got 400,000. As long as you can win over our young lady, your daily expenses will start at least 4 million. This plot seems familiar. Whether it's a past life or this life, that's how it's always portrayed in romantic idol dramas. It's just that the men and women are switched. The story of the previous life went like this. The male protagonist is the son of a top conglomerate.
He falls for a naive and innocent girl and habitually showers her with money. Of course, he also has lackeys around him who use them to boast about how rich he is. Needless to say, their first meeting ended badly, and the female lead had a very bad impression of the male lead. And he'll say that classic line, "So what if you're rich?" After the female lead stormed off, the male lead realized that the seemingly naive and innocent girl was actually quite special, and he became even more attentive to her. He would then try to pursue her in other ways, but the female lead still harbored prejudice against him, believing him to be nothing more than an ignorant young master, all show and no substance. Just when it seemed impossible for the two of them to be together, by sheer coincidence, perhaps an earthquake occurred, or perhaps they encountered some kind of danger.
The male protagonist displays noble character or extraordinary talent.
The female protagonist realizes that she has misunderstood him. A good feeling developed from this, and a sweet romance began. Of course, there will inevitably be twists and turns along the way, but in the end, it always ends happily ever after, with the two living happily ever after like a prince and princess.
It's so bad. Qin Shan was in a dilemma.
If he refused, he would fall into the trap of romantic idol dramas. If he didn't refuse, he would become a gold digger.
After thinking for a moment, he had a look of sudden realization. "Oh, I see, Xiaofiren, you want to solicit me?" Puff. Sun Yan almost vomited blood.
She said so much to make Qin Shang realize the value of money and how wealthy and powerful the Xiao family was. Now look at this, one visit to a brothel, and all romance is gone, all that's left is promiscuity.
You're so vulgar. How could the eldest daughter of the prestigious Xiao family reply with such words?
Sun Yan stamped her foot and began to criticize. Xiaofiren stared wide-eyed, her expression bewildered.
Did I say something wrong?
Your goal is simply to buy me with money, and you even want me to provide special services.
To put it bluntly, it's a transaction. Is this how you upper-class people date?
Qin Shang felt slighted.
Why did Xiaofiren resort to this tactic?
Because in her view, she was poor, and the wife she married was also poor, so she believed that money could solve everything for her.
No. This is money? Xiaofiren has no shortage of money.
What she wants is less love and more the vanity of being pursued by men. So many men, handsome, talented, good at singing, good at fighting, all kinds. Each of them is the object of desire for countless girls.
Many girls would even risk their lives for them.
But these men are just backup options in front of her, vying for a chance to see her and showering her with sweet words. Just like the food chain, Xiaofiren particularly liked to stand at the top of the food chain. The more unattainable a man is for others, the more she will deliberately tease him, even humiliate him to the extreme, and finally give him a friend zone card and be done with it.
Now, she's met her match.
She never expected that Qin Shang would still refuse to give in even after seeing her in person and the sports car. Not only did they refuse to yield, they fought back.
What is this? Tell me. Qin Shang sneered, "You just want me to be the gagaga, a derogatory term for someone who is arrogant and domineering? They've even started cawing, making it even more undignified."
After stammering for a while, Xiaofiren said, "I don't want to buy you.
I just want to make friends with you. I noticed you don't have a car, so I just want to give you this car."
It's like a child in kindergarten giving another child a candied hawthorn.
It's completely innocent and has no ulterior motive. Wealthy and aristocratic families should never be associated with words like vulgar.
Nobles were not only rich, but also noble. Xiaofiren's persona has always been simple, a wealthy woman whom countless men want to pursue but can never win over. If she becomes a wealthy woman who buys men, her charm will naturally plummet.
So, even if I accept your car, I don't need to pay anything in return?
Yes, that's it. To maintain her public image, Xiaofiren made a firm statement. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow and said, "All right, I'll reluctantly accept this car."
Ha! Sun Yan was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How come Xiaofiren gave Qin Shang a sports car for free after just a few words?
The other members of the Atmosphere group were also bewildered. They had seen Xiaofiren's methods of seducing men many times before. She always managed to make men run wild. But today, the one who played the hawk got pecked in the eye by the hawk.
You can try it, you'll definitely like it. A sports car was nothing to Xiaofiren.
She was nonchalant about it, thinking that as long as Qin Shang got used to the luxurious life, he would come looking for her sooner or later.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Qin Shang circled the sports car once, and then he kicked it.
Clang! The sports car door was kicked off. Immediately afterwards, Qin Shang smashed the sports car indiscriminately. A sports car worth over 20 million. Sun Yan hurriedly stopped her. What are you doing? Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? This is my car. I don't like driving, I like smashing cars, is that a problem?
Before long, Qin Shang smashed a sports car to pieces. After smashing it, he acted as if nothing had happened. Xiao Firen, I love receiving gifts the most.
If you have such a nice sports car next time, remember to send it to me again. It was like a whip lashing across Xiao Firen's face. After the lash, Qin Shang got into a taxi and drove away. Sun Yan flew into a rage. Young miss, he's two. Xiao Firen's eyes lit up. That's right. He's so surprising, he always manages to bring me joy. I must make him my little puppy.
It would be so prestigious to walk him on the street.
Ha!
Seeing Xiao Firen's longing and fascination, Sun Yan felt a strong sense of admiration.
That's amazing, absolutely amazing.
Ordinary people would feel frustrated, sad, and despondent after a setback, but Xiao Firen was different. She was excited. As expected of the sole heir of the Xiao family, what composure he has. Thinking that Qin Shang was ultimately just a rather special man who would eventually become the young lady's dog, Sun Yan was happy.
The young lady often asks her to walk the dog, so hee. At midnight, the whole city fell silent.
Gu Fei returned home from the hospital, took a shower, sprayed perfume, and changed into a dress instead of yoga pants.
Only dresses.
Then, without making a sound, he opened the door to Gu Qianruo's house. With a mix of trepidation, excitement, and longing, she slowly approached Qin Shang's bedroom, step by step.
Gently opened the door. Who is it? Qin Shang's perception was incredibly sharp.
He sat up, mumbled a question in his sleep, and prepared to turn on the light. Just then, a delicate, shy, and innocent voice rang out, "Brother-in-law, don't turn on the light, it's my sister." In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Qin Shang's mind. He didn't turn on the light, but said gently, "Oh, it's my darling Qianruo.
Come into bed with me." Chapter 81. You are clearly my wife, why do you call me brother-in-law? Didn't he realize it was me?
Gu Fei guessed that Qin Shang had just woken up and was still a little confused.
I've never done anything like this before, she thought. However, he will definitely find out when he encounters him. What will he do when he discovers that he is not Gu Qianruo, but Gu Fei? Will you find it unacceptable? Will they still give us a warm welcome? The unknown always makes people nervous.
Gu Fei took small, quick steps, getting closer little by little.
Sweetie, you smell so good.
It was pitch black, and Qin Shang was filled with excitement, so he couldn't help but praise it.
Mainly, it's so fresh. That was so exciting.
He never expected that Gu Fei, a career woman, would pull such a stunt. He fumbled around for a moment and then took Gu Fei's hand, immediately feeling its smooth and warm texture. Because of her good living conditions, Gu Fei's hands were exceptionally long, delicate, soft, and boneless. Qin Shang had observed her hands before. They were incredibly beautiful.
How do you like it?
Although she couldn't see anyone in the dark, Gu Fei still wanted to show off her taste, so she used her favorite perfume.
I love it. I love anything that smells like you. How could I not like it?
Although Qin Shang had met Gu Fei several times, they were basically still strangers. The fact that they went from strangers to sharing a room was enough to make him restless, and a small fire was burning fiercely within him. Especially when he thought of Gu Fei wearing yoga pants and her graceful figure, he felt like swallowing her whole.
However, now that the other party is taking the initiative, he must remain calm. Eat slowly, the meat is right in front of you. Does this count as NTR Netterare?
Qin Shang recalled the many adult films he had watched in his previous life, and his body felt a surge of heat.
He particularly liked the current atmosphere of undercurrents.
He stroked Gu Fei's small hand a few times, then asked in a serious tone, "By the way, why did you come back?"
Gu Fei mimicked Gu Qianruo's voice, I miss you.
However, her imitation was very poor. Qin Shang seemed completely oblivious, teasingly saying, "After all these days apart, I knew you were craving something, you little glutton." To better feel the sensation, Qin Shang got out of bed, put his arm around Gu Fei's waist, and gently swayed her.
Gu Fei's body stiffened. She had no idea how to cooperate.
Qin Shang, as the prey, did not act rashly immediately, for fear of scaring away the mischievous little bird.
Since she's so mischievous, let's play along. Say something, aren't you craving it? Honey, I missed you so much while I was away on a business trip. I really wanted to hold you like this. Baby, you've lost so much weight?
Despite being half-sisters, Gu Qianruo and Gu Feier have very different figures. Gu Qianruo has a typical S-shaped figure. Gu Feier, on the other hand, is more slender and tall, the type of delicate branches bearing large fruits, with a waist so thin that it could be encircled by one hand, making her particularly endearing.
I do work out.
Nervous and excited, feeling the masculine aura emanating from Qin Shang, Gu Feier could barely hold on any longer and just wanted to confess.
But now that things have come to this point, there's no turning back. Admitting it suddenly would only make things more awkward. Besides, this raw rice hasn't been cooked into cooked rice yet. No wonder your skin is so tight.
It's good to work out, especially you should practice yoga more often.
With good living conditions and regular exercise, Gu Feier is full of energy and exudes youthful vigor.
With the groundwork laid, Qin Shang began to slowly occupy some territories.
His hands are truly magical.
Silently sensing this, Gu Feier felt as if she had been electrocuted, and couldn't help but shiver a few times, suddenly feeling a great sense of unwillingness.
This is my first time. Should we just hand it over in a muddled way, under Gu Qianruo's identity? From childhood to adulthood, Gu Feier has always been better than Gu Qianruo in both studies and work.
She has invested heavily in maintaining her beauty.
They bought only brand name cosmetics.
In order to achieve an elegant and beautiful figure, she deliberately learned yoga and Pilates.
I've prepared so carefully for so long, hoping that one day my husband will like me. Now he's acting like a fake.
Once she made up her mind, her blood was boiling.
She lowered her head slightly and asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of Gu Feier?" Qin Shang was taken aback. Is he quitting acting? Why is he still calling him brother-in-law? He was unwilling to expose it. He likes this flavor.
It's weird, just like slurping snail rice noodles.
Feier is very beautiful, and her clothes are fashionable. She's a total urban professional.
Qin Shang enjoyed the praise. Different women have different scents and different textures. The so-called 5 aggregates are form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mental objects,
corresponding to the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind.
Monks believe in the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, but Qin Shang is just an ordinary person who believes in the completeness of the 5 aggregates. Experience the delicate and graceful body from the 5 aggregates. Immerse yourself in color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma through your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind the wonders within or beyond words. At that time, they were already in heaven and did not need to go to the Western paradise to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. There is no greater joy in life than this. There's no need for anyone to come and offer salvation. Who would dare to come and spout nonsense, saying that all beautiful women are pink skulls or that all beautiful women are just illusions? Qin Shang just wanted to slap him so hard his own father wouldn't recognize him. He knew very well that what he was doing was the right path, and everything else was crooked and evil.
So, brother-in-law, do you like Gu Feier? Upon being praised, Gu Feier was overjoyed.
Her stiff body relaxed considerably, her breathing became slightly heavier, and she felt the comfort Qin Shang brought her more deeply. She deeply felt that Qin Shang was not only a heartbreaker, but also a kind of igniter, always making her feel warm and fuzzy wherever he went.
Honey, you're acting so strange. Why have you been calling me brother-in-law since just now?
The window paper was just a millimeter away from being pierced, and Qin Shang sensed Gu Feier's movements.
Overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Feier's body heaved. I called you the wrong name, husband, you haven't answered me yet, do you like Feier?
After he finished speaking, Gu Feier listened attentively.
The greatest joy in the world is when the person you like also likes you.
If he doesn't like you, you can only have his body, but not his heart, which makes things much less interesting.
Honey, do you want me to tell you the truth? I'm afraid you'll get angry if I do.
Continuing to enjoy it, Qin Shang gained a unique and wonderful experience.
He loved the feeling of undercurrents and not revealing the truth. It was like a tickle. Even after scratching it, it's still a bit itchy. You need to keep scratching. It leaves a lasting impression. Of course I'll tell the truth, I won't get angry. Gu Feier's breath was fragrant, warm and ambiguous.
She never thought that the mere exchange of breath between a man and a woman could make her so intoxicated. He thought to himself, no wonder women want to buy men houses, cars, and dowries. We haven't even had the main meal yet, but this appetizer alone is so delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance in my mouth.
What kind of heavenly and intoxicating experience must a grand feast be? Chapter 82 Gouffre, I will take responsibility for you. To be honest, I have some rather inappropriate thoughts about Gouffre, like, he.
Qin Shang smiled lewdly, and his movements were equally lewd. And this kind of lewdness is precisely the greatest praise for a woman.
What countless women crave most is a man's lewdness.
Men in this world are often very aloof and rigid, and they won't even smile at a woman.
In that instant, Gouffre's heart was filled with happiness. Does he have inappropriate thoughts about me? That's wonderful. The more unconventional, the better.
The thought that she also had improper thoughts about Qin Shang made her heart tremble even more.
Isn't this the kind of mutual appreciation you see in romantic movies? You're trying to be inappropriate with me. I also want to be indecent with you.
Like garlic sprouts mixed with lotus root, it's a mix of bachelors and shrewd men.
How perfect. What's wrong, honey? Are you angry? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had any inappropriate thoughts about Gouffre.
Don't worry, I will never fantasize about my sister-in-law again.
Seeing that Gouffre didn't speak, Qin Shang continued his act.
To say he doesn't fantasize is an understatement. His current situation is a million times better than any fantasy.
Stop fantasizing? That won't do. Gouffre panicked slightly and hurriedly said, Honey, I'm not angry. A man's infidelity is the greatest and noblest behavior. It shows that you have great love in your heart and are willing to fight for the continuation of humankind for the rest of your life. But what do you like about Gouffre? Can I tell you this, honey? Will you get jealous if I do? No, you tell me. Gouffre's ears perked up.
She had made up her mind. She had to strengthen the parts that Qin Shang liked so that he would like them even more. I refuse to believe that I can't surpass Gu Qianro through hard work.
I especially love Fei's tiny waist.
It would be so wonderful to hug her. And her graceful figure, snow-white skin, and charming face, wow, so amazing. Oh, and those long legs, I could play with them forever.
Everyone needs praise, especially women.
Women dress up for those who appreciate them. Praise is like rain and dew, making flowers even more beautiful.
Is there anything else?
And her eyes, they seem to speak, and those little lips, so moist, I really want them. Gouffre is not only beautiful, but also has a strong feminine charm. It should be said that many women in this world possess a strong feminine charm. This femininity also contains a longing for men, a melancholy, like a wildflower in the mountains hoping someone will come and pick it. Waiting and waiting, but nothing comes. The feeling of heartbreak is intense.
Is there anything else, my love?
As she was praised, Gouffre became more aroused and moved closer to Qin Shang, her hands clinging to him like octopus tentacles, exuding a greedy aura. She seemed extremely thirsty, longing for Qin Shang to grant her a spring of cool water.
Of course there's a lot more, but she's usually dressed, so I can't see it.
I really hope that one day I can study her beauty in detail. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Shang discovered that being lewd and being philandering meant the same thing. If a woman likes you, your sleazy ways are considered charming.
If a woman doesn't like you, your flirtatious behavior is just considered sleazy. Brother-in-law, no, husband, since you like Fei so much, why don't you marry her? Since you both love each other, why not be together? Gouffre was lost in her daydream, while Qin Shang was surprised. Huh? Didn't you disagree? I disagree? Yeah, didn't you say before that your sister is a little bitch, full of bad intentions?
You also said that she only coveted my looks and didn't really love me. Besides, she has a bad personality, she's fickle and won't cherish what she has once she gets it.
What else did I say? So much.
You also said that her mother is incredibly calculating, more cunning than a fox. You also said that you feel disgusted and can't eat when you see them, that they're polite on the surface but you actually hate them to death.
How could I marry her and make you unhappy?
With more and more wives appearing, I can't let them form an alliance. Ideally, they should fight each other.
This is called the art of balance.
Emperors in TV dramas always played this game, so Qin Shang adopted it.
So that's how it is.
Gouffre, who already disliked Gu Qianro, almost ground her teeth to powder upon hearing this. She thought to herself, luckily, I listened to my mother and carried out the brother-in-law, don't turn on the light plan. Gu Qianro will probably never have the chance to get close to Qin Shang in this lifetime. Thinking about how, even though Qin Shang clearly liked her and she liked Qin Shang, they couldn't be together because of Gu Qianro's interference.
Isn't this just like Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai?
Gu Qianro is that beast Ma Wenkai.
Snort.
Gu Qianro, you just wait. I will give Qin Shang my all and make him love me even more. Sooner or later, I will crush you, his legal wife.
We'll examine the accounts while riding donkeys, and we'll see.
Yes, your mother doesn't like Aunt Sun either. She even said that her biggest wish in this life is to kick Aunt Sun into the latrine.
With your attitudes all like this, even if I like Gu Feier a lot, I won't marry her. I can only blame it on being destined to be apart.
Ah.
I really want to taste Gu Feier's beautiful body. By the way, honey, how about you pretend to be Gu Feier tonight? Let me have some fun. The necessary expression has been expressed.
Having done all the divisive things he could, Qin Shan was now ready to get down to business.
I'm impersonating Gu Feier? This is a mess, a complete mess, Gu Feier thought to herself. What kind of mess is this? I'm actually going to pretend to be myself.
A thought flashed through her mind, and she said gently, from now on, I'll call you brother-in-law? Qin Shang nodded repeatedly, yes, call me brother-in-law, calling me brother-in-law is awesome. I'll call you Feier, my Feier, you're so beautiful, so enchanting. Having seen and experienced things before, Qin Shang quickly put on a show, and Gu Feier couldn't resist. Brother-in-law, I've thought about it.
What are you thinking about?
That.
Which one is that? Brother-in-law, you understand. How am I supposed to understand if you don't tell me? Brother-in-law, you're so naughty. The worse it is, the more you like it, don't you?
Oh, even if that's the case, you shouldn't say it out loud.
Ah. The next day, a scream shattered the morning's tranquility.
Qin Shang, clutching the blanket and biting the corner, cried out in disbelief, Gu Feier.
What are you doing here? What did you do to me?
Gu Feier had a smug look on her face.
Last night was really great.
Qin Shang, don't shout. I will take responsibility for you. Licking her lips, Gu Feier was completely in a victor's stance. The deed was done, the egg had hatched into a chick, and she had become a wife. Qin Shang had no other choice but to marry her. After all, his chastity had been violated by himself more than 800 times, and it was in a terrible state. Chastity is extremely important to a man, as the saying goes, starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's chastity is a big one.
Just then, Sun Yulian pushed open the door and came in.
After looking at the scene, she gave her daughter an approving look and immediately advised, Qin Shang, since Feier has already defiled you, you should marry our Feier.
Wouldn't that turn a bad thing into a good thing? Chapter 83 by Jinyao's visit. Aunt Sun, listen to what you're saying. She stole my virginity, and you want me to marry her? Is it not enough that she stole it once? Do I have to be stolen from me every single day from now on? Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Shang is the victim. This persona must be established. Sun Yulian hurriedly scolded Gu Feier. Feier, were you very rude last night?
No, Mom, he's the rude one.
What are you trying to deny? You brat, how have I raised you since you were little? How could you do something like this? It must be because you're too rude.
Didn't I tell you that you must be gentle with boys, especially during that time, be careful and cautious, like an eel swaying its tail, or like a lotus leaf swaying in the wind?
Eel tail swaying.
The wind sways the lotus leaves.
Qin Shang was speechless. Was this some kind of live lesson? I am very gentle.
Gu Feier looked puzzled. She had been very happy last night, and she could sense that Qin Shang was also very happy.
I just don't know how he became like this after daybreak.
All right. Get out of here right now, reflect on your actions, and I'll try to persuade Qin Shang again.
If he doesn't forgive you, you can expect to go to jail.
Sun Yulian adopted the demeanor of a parent, her delicate eyebrows furrowed together, a posture befitting someone disciplining their child in front of outsiders. Given the current situation, if she were to report it to the Federation of Husbands and Wives, Gu Feier would face more than just imprisonment, she might even be sentenced to death.
Heaving and groaning, she leaned against the wall and left.
Sun Yulian had been watching the whole time, her moist lips slightly parted.
I know my own daughter well. Gu Feier is in excellent physical condition and can even run 10 kilometers at a time. I never expected this. I really never expected this.
Once only Sun Yulian and Qin Shang were left in the bedroom, Sun Yulian took out a bank card and 2 property ownership certificates and handed them to Qin Shang. Qin Shang, my daughter has made such a big mistake.
No amount of compensation is too much. This is my family's money and house, and it's all yours.
My attitude is very simple: as long as you don't get angry, everything in my family is yours. Because of her comfortable lifestyle and daily skincare routine, Sun Yulian has no wrinkles on her face and looks like she's only in her early 30s. She had a simple middle parting, her hair was lush and thick, and one ear was exposed, with a gold earring.
As for her skin, it was so fair it was unreal, like white jade.
With the passage of time, her temperament has developed both shrewdness and warmth, making her particularly intriguing. Her beautiful eyes held sincerity and a fearless spirit.
Are you sure everything in your house belongs to me? To be honest, the compensation is quite good.
Qin Shang knew very well where he had been hurt.
He knew it was Gu Feier the moment she walked in.
Besides, he had already discussed marrying Gu Feier with Gu Qianruo, and they were going to marry her sooner or later. However, if he had married her normally, he would probably have received a dowry of only a few 100,000 yuan.
Now, everything in Gu Feier's family is his. Who would complain about having too much money?
Not to mention, besides money, there are other treasures, like that big house, her luxury cars, and so on.
I'm certain that everything in my family is yours, and you can do whatever you want with it.
But I have one small request: I hope you can treat our Feier better.
Well, it depends on my mood. After all, I've suffered some emotional trauma.
What your daughter did last night was really disgusting. After receiving the bank card and property certificate, Qin Shang made no promises. Many men in my past life made promises so readily, like giving me a lifetime of happiness, or saying that after marriage I wouldn't have to do anything. As a result, after entering marriage, the woman really did nothing and gradually fattened herself up.
Qin Shang had figured it out: he needed to give his wives the motivation to strive, so that they could have him, but not completely, and always feel uncertain and unfulfilled. Stirring up conflict between Gu Feier and Gu Qianruo is also meant to create a competitive dynamic between them. Don't think that once you've won yourself over, everything will be fine. Marriage is just the beginning, not the end. This is indeed a problem. Wait for me a moment. Sun Yulian got up and went out, but came back in a little while later.
She closed the door, knelt on the ground, and held up a feather duster with both hands. It is the mother's fault if her daughter is not taught.
If you are not happy about this, then beat me up and vent your anger.
Things have developed in a way that completely exceeded Qin Shang's expectations. Actually, he was just shouting to follow the local customs.
A boy who loses his virginity will always shout and scream. Then I'll really hit you. I'll feel really aggrieved if I don't hit you a few times. Go ahead and hit me, I can take it.
Hitting people can be addictive, especially hitting elders. The more you hit them, the more energetic you feel, and the greater the sense of accomplishment you get.
In my previous life, who would hit their elders?
They all treat the words of their elders as sacred decrees.
This version is better. Everything else is small except for men.
After hitting Sun Yulian more than 200 times, Qin Shang took a shower, got dressed, and, feeling refreshed, went to the hospital to visit Gu's mother.
Son-in-law, I have been taking my injections and medicine obediently. I have been very good. Upon seeing Qin Shang, Gu's mother was a little scared.
This son-in-law was known to hit people, so she hurriedly reported it, afraid of provoking Qin Shang again.
Auntie, that's the right thing to do. Society is developing and humanity is progressing. Of course, elders should listen to younger generations. Don't blame me for using corporal punishment. You won't listen unless I hit you.
Qin Shang touched Gu's mother's forehead and, finding no fever, felt even more relieved. Although Gu's mother is only in her early 40s and still has a charming appearance, she is middle-aged after all, and her body cannot compare with that of a young person.
Many people die suddenly at this age. No, I don't blame you.
A faint blush rose on Gu's mother's cheeks. Ever since Qin Shang came to their home, she could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the whole family had changed. He is like a towering tree, and I am just a small blade of grass, needing his protection. It's not just that she doesn't blame you. My mom said that you beat her so badly that she had a wake-up call, and from then on she will listen to you in everything.
Gu Qianruo peeled an apple and handed it to Qin Shang.
She felt relieved that her mother was willing to accept treatment.
Taking a bite of his apple, Qin Shang looked around and asked, "Where's Yun Xian?"
She went to practice singing. The auditions for the coming one are about to begin, and she has to be prepared.
I listened to her sing Sorrow, and I think she's going to be a hit.
I never expected her to be so talented, to be able to create such an amazing song.
Gu Qianruo was proud of her best friend's talent.
Most importantly, once Yunqian earns enough money, we can buy a villa and everyone can live together.
That would be so much fun. Really? Then I'll listen to it another day.
Xin Shang gave a vague answer, saying that he didn't want to be famous and just wanted to live an ordinary life.
Clang! Someone knocked on the door, and Gu Qianro quickly went over and opened it.
She saw a woman in business attire standing outside, who was very beautiful and elegant. Behind her was a short-haired girl, who was very respectful.
I am Bai Zhenyao, the chairman of Rueda Entertainment Group.
I went on a blind date with Qin Shang before, but we never met.
Now, I want to meet him. Chapter 84 Dowry, I only want 8.88 million. You're Bai Zhenyao. Oh my god, you're my idol.
Blinking her eyes, Gu Qianro rubbed her hands excitedly. Although there were many bad rumors about Rueda Company, Bai Zhenyao was quite famous. She not only launched the careers of many stars, but also participated in a variety show called I Am an Entrepreneur. Inside, her charm and beauty captivated everyone. This includes her time management, her philosophy of life, and her unique insights into managing a team.
The key point is, she's only 21 years old. No, please tell me who you are. Businesses, especially entertainment businesses, need traffic. Online fame is all about creating a persona that you pay for. You're kidding me.
On variety shows, she tries her best to beautify herself.
Bai Zhenyao has only one opinion about those who admire her idiots.
My name is Gu Qianro, and I am Qin Shang's wife. In terms of career alone, Gu Qianro is nothing special. What she is most proud of is finding a good husband.
Oh. It's Sister Gu. You can just call me Xiao Bai.
Bai Zhenyao valued status and position highly, and naturally respected it as well. Qin Shang had previously stated that even if she married into the family, she could only be a submissive wife, and a submissive wife must show respect to the principal wife.
Xiao Bai? No. Chairman Bai, how could I be so rude? Gu Qianro panicked.
Bai Zhenyao was a rich second generation and a famous beautiful chairman, while she was just an ordinary person.
How could she dare to be presumptuous?
She hurriedly called inside, "Honey, Chairman Bai is looking for you." In the ward, Gu's mother craned her neck to look outside. She dared not get out of bed, afraid of angering Qin Shang and being beaten again. Qin Shang comforted her, saying, "Auntie, it's okay to walk around a bit, as the doctor has advised."
Thank you for your permission, son-in-law.
Like a tamed kitten, Gu's mother tiptoed out of bed, only peering out from the doorway. She hadn't seen much of the world and wasn't good at polite conversation. Hearing about the chairman made her dizzy and confused, and she just wanted to peek inside. Qin Shang, biting into an apple, came to the door, glanced at Bai Zhenyao, and showed an appreciative expression. Bai Zhenyao wore a light gray women's suit with a pencil skirt, standing tall and graceful with a strong sense of lightness, as if she could ride the wind and return at any moment. What is most striking is her skin. It is truly like ice-cold jade, clear and sweat-free, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the water pavilion. Her skin was not only delicate and fragile, giving a precious and delicate feeling, but also exceptionally smooth, like a porcelain doll. Her eyebrows were thin, like a wisp of smoke. These eyes are exceptionally bright, captivating, and sparkling with life. A fleshy nose is a symbol of good fortune. The lips are full and well-proportioned, with a symmetrical shape, and look particularly soft, moist, and juicy.
Her face shape is oval, and the line of her jawline alone is enough to amaze people.
A girl's hair is of course better the thicker it is.
Her hair is thicker than the average person's because it looks much thinner than normal hair.
The forehead has a lot of loose downy hair, which clearly indicates that the person must live a life of luxury. Her overall demeanor exudes nobility and grace, radiating an aura of wealth and luxury. It even gives people a sense of distance, something to be admired from afar but not to be touched.
Hello, I am Qin Shang.
Qin Shang introduced himself, and Bai Zhenyao became nervous, hurriedly saying, "I'm Bai Zhenyao, we talk on the phone." Bai Zhenyao's beautiful eyes shimmered, reflecting Qin Shang's incredibly handsome face, her heart in turmoil. She had seen Qin Shang's photos, but she never expected him to be so radiant in person. As soon as he came out, the entire hall lit up. What's most endearing is that he doesn't have the arrogance of typical handsome men, but rather a mix of casualness, politeness, aloofness, and detachment. Being handsome is great, but being handsome without realizing it is just maddening.
What a fine man, what a good husband.
He stood tall and imposing, his movements graceful as a dragon in flight. Floating with a sense of freedom, standing out from the crowd. If I could be his wife, my life would not have been in vain.
Yes, our last conversation didn't go very well. Qin Shang smiled warmly. He still held the same principle: you can be as beautiful as you want, I'll just sit here with my legs crossed. Anyway, he won't pursue any woman.
In his case, there was only fish hitting the knife, not the knife cutting the meat.
You have to learn to find the carrot in the pit yourself.
I'm sorry, I was too willful last time.
Can we talk face to face? Can. I rented a boat on East Lake. Shall we chat on the boat? It's nice to chat in bed, it's nice to chat on the boat. He's handsome and has a great sense of humor, right?
Bai Xinyao smiled, her beautiful eyes filled with a shyness more dazzling than fireworks. She clapped her hands, and out of nowhere, a dozen or so women in suits appeared, each carrying a fruit basket.
Sister Gu, I heard your mother is ill. May I speak with her for a moment?
Gu Qianruo was at a loss for words, and nodded repeatedly, okay.
Good heavens! Rich people are different, their manners are so impeccable.
Bai Zhenyao led her people inside, delivered the fruit basket, chatted with Gu's mother, and then said to Qin Shang, let's go.
I left the hospital and got into a black Mercedes. The two of them didn't say a word the whole way.
They simply smelled each other's scent. Like a hedgehog, you want to get close, but you're afraid of getting too close and pricking the other person.
Huh? Why is there not a soul in sight at East Lake today?
When Qin Shang arrived at the East Lake, he was quite surprised. The East Lake is usually filled with many boats, both large and small.
To avoid being disturbed, I booked the entire East Lake.
Bai Zhenyao said something indifferently and began to board the ship. Qin Shang followed closely behind, and Secretary Jian was the last to board. She was in charge of controlling the ship.
Damn it! Rich people are truly outrageously extravagant. We've booked East Lake. Is this something a human being would do?
As the boat moved towards the center of the lake, the surrounding water rippled, and the sky and sea merged into one blue, giving one a sense of wandering the world and drifting like duckweed.
Lonely and secluded.
The two sat facing each other, with several delicate side dishes on the table. After eating and drinking a little something, Bai Xinyao bit her lip, her eyes slightly unfocused. Qin Shang, what do you think of me?
Am I qualified to be in your harem?
Men today are much like emperors, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Qin Shang remained calm, it's barely acceptable.
Really?
A man who is willing to give a positive answer is truly a saint. Many men will never praise a woman in their entire lives, let alone say I love you. Because in the eyes of many men, men have no obligation to love women.
If I love you and you love me, then isn't everyone equal? That won't do.
A man must be reserved. Bai Zhenyao was already driven mad by lust and couldn't control herself. Tell me first, how much dowry do you want? When you're discussing marriage and have reached this stage, the time for sex isn't far off. Most women want to receive their dowry as soon as possible. It's like getting a stamp on their hand and receiving a hee number plate.
August is my birthday, so let's make it 8,880,000. Chapter 85, you're offering me a dowry of 18.88 million, and you want me to be your concubine? 8,800,000. Upon hearing this number, a strange light flashed in Bai Zhenyao's beautiful eyes, and she asked curiously, do you love money a lot? Is he a gold digger?
Bai Zhenyao couldn't help but think this way, even though it's a matter of course that women earn money and men spend it.
However, if a man is only after his own money, it's hard to feel good about it.
Even the strongest, most resilient woman needs emotional comfort.
I have no interest in money.
Gazing at the ripples on the lake, a faint sadness crept between Qin Shang's brows, a sadness so deep it seemed impossible to dispel.
All I want is your attitude.
Bai Zhenyao couldn't stand seeing a man like this, and she wanted to smooth Qin Shang's furrowed brows with her hands.
However, after thinking for a moment, she asked, could you explain this? What does attitude have to do with money? Qin Shang was taken aback.
He remained lost in thought for a long time, as if boundless sorrow was emanating from his agile figure.
Then, he suddenly entered an infinite loop. I'm not interested in money. All I want is your attitude. If you truly love me and care about me, then give me money.
Although I'm not interested in money, all I want is your attitude.
If you truly love me and care about me, why don't you give me money?
Although I'm not interested in money, money is a measure of worth.
How can I know you love me if you don't give me money? Although I'm not interested in money, what am I supposed to believe if you don't give me money?
Although I have no interest in money, a woman's words are often deceitful.
Do you expect me to believe your empty promises?
It seems to harbor resentment, which has been woven into ribbons and is now floating in the air. In an instant, Bai Xinyao saw sorrow flowing against the current, forming a river on Qin Shang's face.
She was immediately heartbroken. Stop talking.
Bai Xinyao suddenly reached out her delicate hand and covered Qin Shang's lips, her expression full of guilt and her eyes brimming with tears.
She said loudly, I understand everything. I know you have a sensitive and fragile heart, and I know you need a sense of security. I was wrong. I shouldn't have judged you with my petty mind. How could a man as upright and magnanimous as you possibly care about such a mundane thing as money? Don't worry. For the rest of your life, with me by your side, you will be safe and happy, and forget the suffering of the past. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, Bai Xinyao chest heaved. He wished he could commit suicide to atone for his sins. How could that be? How could I have such an ugly thought? If he loves money, why would he marry a poor woman who can only give him a dowry of 300,000? If he loves money, he can easily become a busybody in nightclubs, where wealthy women will spend lavishly just to make him smile. If he loved money, why would he risk his life in the Hanging Coffin Valley, a den of dragons and tigers, for a mere reward of 400,000? Having spent years scheming in the business world, I've eventually developed a despicable heart. They actually used their petty, scheming eyes to peer into his noble soul. I'm so damn stupid. No. I'm not as noble as you say. I have selfish motives. What is your ulterior motive? I hope that everyone around me can live a good life. Qin Shang took a deep breath, as if looking into the far, far distance, his voice gentle and warm. Do you know? For my sake, my wife, during her holidays, refuses to rest and goes to deliver food until the middle of the night. I can't even say goodnight to her because she might be working the night shift. My mother-in-law worked as a caregiver for me, stayed up late to work overtime, and even fainted, but I couldn't bear to take her to the hospital. We took her to the hospital, but she secretly ran home. I was very angry and asked her why she did this. She said she couldn't bear to see a boy like me working hard outside and coming home looking tired. She said she hated herself for being so incompetent that her son-in-law had to risk his life for money. My concubine goes to practice her singing before dawn in order to earn money as soon as possible. My ninth sister-in-law carried a gas cylinder up to the 5th floor by herself in an apartment building without an elevator in order to make a living. Besides taking care of my sick brother, she usually does embroidery and assembles small commodities to earn some money. My brother is now in the late stage of kidney failure. He has no money for medical treatment and can only endure it. As a result, he developed uremia. Do I need to continue? I could talk for 3 days and 3 nights and still not finish. I can talk until you're sick of it, until you can't stand it anymore. Snap, snap, snap. Tears, like fearless warriors of water, leaped from Qin Shang's fierce eyes, smashing the flower boat so hard it shook the earth. Bai Xinyao hurriedly stretched out her jade-like hands to wipe, but she couldn't finish wiping. In a short while, the water level of East Lake seemed to rise a little. It's often said that men are made of water and women are made of cement, and it seems that this is indeed true. She sighed inwardly at that moment. Bai Xinyao soul trembled. Upon first seeing Qin Shang, one felt that he was so handsome that one couldn't close one's legs, and wanted to sit down and sway freely. After a detailed conversation, I realized how great, kind, gentle, and empathetic he was. At this moment, Bai Xinyao feelings could only be described by that poem. First meeting brought surprise and joy, long time spent together brings a flutter in my heart. I wish to grow old together, to accompany you for the rest of my life. Qin Shang, I've made up my mind. I'm going to give you a dowry of 18,880,000. Bai Xinyao was even more enamored and immediately added 10 million. Qin Shang wiped away his tears and asked curiously, why? They say tears are a man's best weapon, but are they really that effective? From now on, I really don't need to do anything. I can just enjoy a life of wealth and luxury by spending money on both ends. Bai Xinyao had thought it through carefully. She handed Qin Shang a tissue and said, your wife has no money and only gave you a dowry of 300,000 yuan, yet you are still so good to her. I gave you money, and so much at that. I think you will only treat me even better. Being a chairman makes all the difference. People think about things from this perspective. Indeed, a visionary. Qin Shang's gaze, like warm sunshine, shone on Bai Xinyao charming face, and he praised, Bai Xinyao, you are not bad, you have wisdom. Considering Bai Xinyao identity as the chairperson, Qin Shang's thoughts wandered for a moment, and he thought to himself, what if I married her? Should I add this line to my future work resume? I've been a chairman of the board.
Then, considering her relationship with Luo Mini and Lin Pundi. Both of them are college graduates, and they themselves have attended university, served as chairpersons, and are highly educated individuals with rich management experience.
Thank you for the compliment.
Being praised by a man is a great honor, and Bai Zhenyao's joy is palpable.
She then said, Xin Shang, I've satisfied your dowry requirements. Can I make a small request? The one who pays the most is the biggest. They gave us over 10 million, so they're a big client, we have to treat them well. Feel free to make any requests, I'm easy to talk to. Can I be your concubine? No. You can only be a concubine. Ah.
Bai Zhenyao's mouth could fit a duck egg.
What's going on?
She wanted to be a concubine, but she didn't even get the position of a secondary wife.
She can only be a concubine now. I am the chairman of the board.
Giving a dowry of 18.88 million, yet only being granted the status of a concubine, is far too lowly.
Chapter 86 Auntie, you have a really good eye for people.
As a time traveler, Xin Shang was still slow to realize what was happening. He had no concept of what a wife, concubine, maid, or mistress were. But as he gradually learned more, he realized.
The family in this world is a kingdom.
He was the emperor of the kingdom, his principal wife was the empress, his concubines were imperial consorts, and his lower wives were imperial concubines.
Their statuses are completely different.
The power to bestow titles was entirely in his hands. Giving it away casually is tantamount to relinquishing one's own rights. He'd given up the titles of principal wife and concubine, but he planned to leave the lower-ranking wives vacant and promote whoever performed best.
You want me to be your concubine? This was undoubtedly another blow.
Bai Zhenyao was on the verge of tears. Her gaze swept over Qin Shang's handsome face, and she said helplessly, I promise you, I promise you.
As long as I can be by your side, I'm willing to be a dog.
When love is deep, there is no regret. After such a short time together, she realized that she couldn't live without this man. There's a saying that goes, if you meet someone amazing and then miss out on them, you'll never find peace in your life.
Don't be too discouraged. As long as you perform well, you have a chance to become a maid.
Xin Shang offered a word of comfort, explaining that he was establishing rules. Bai Zhenyao was beautiful and outstanding, and if she wanted to enter his home, she would have to abide by the rules. It's not that he's heartless, it's just that without rules, nothing can be accomplished.
I will try my best.
With a look of defeat and resentment hidden deep in her eyes, Bai Zhenyao gave in.
Unexpectedly, Secretary Jiang, who was steering the boat, suddenly said, Chairman, Madam would never allow you to be a concubine. Immediately, Bai Zhenyao's face turned pale.
She is a second-generation rich kid, and naturally there is a first-generation rich kid above her, namely her mother Bai Moran. Rueda Group claims to be under her control, but in reality, the board of directors is full of Bai Moran's people.
I've always listened to her since I was a child.
This time it concerns my lifelong happiness, and I'm going to fight for it. As if she had made up her mind, Bai Zhenyao took out her phone and dialed the number.
Xin Shang continued eating and drinking as if he were an observer. The side dishes here are really good. Although it is light, it has a lingering aftertaste. Mom, please let me marry him. I'm sure he's the one for me.
After briefly explaining her situation with Qin Shang, Bai Zhenyao began to plead.
Instead, she was met with Bai Mojan's rebuke. Bai Zhenyao, are you trying to drive me crazy? You are the heir of my Bai family, the chairman of a dignified group company, and you're someone's concubine. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Given your status, you should be engaged in a marriage alliance. Only through such an alliance can our family become stronger. Even if it's not a marriage alliance, she should at least be the principal wife, right? Don't you have any self-respect at all? You're at East Lake, right? I'll be there soon.
I want to see just how charming that Qin Shang really is.
Snap. The other end of the phone hung up.
Bai Zhenyao looked embarrassed and explained, Qin Shang, my mother is coming over in a while, and she doesn't approve of our marriage.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Qin Shang offered a word of comfort, saying that he didn't care about family, high society, or nobility. Because he believed that he was the best in the world.
Do you have a solution? No, I'm just purely confident. That's fine too.
Bai Zhenyao admired Qin Shang's composure in being able to remain so relaxed as he was about to meet the renowned businesswoman Bai Moran. Putting aside others, even she, as the daughter, trembles every time she sees Bai Moran. She was a self-made millionaire, too good at understanding and manipulating people's hearts. She was afraid that she couldn't withstand it, and she was also afraid that Qin Shang couldn't withstand it. After a short while, several black cars arrived at the shore of East Lake. When the ship docked, Bai Mo Ran got out of the car, boarded the ship, and was followed by 2 bodyguards. After looking Qin Shang up and down, Bai Mozhan nodded and said, "So you are Qin Shang.
You are indeed handsome. No wonder my daughter is so infatuated with you. Auntie, you flatter me." Qin Shang didn't even stand up. He could feel Bai Mo Ran's scrutinizing gaze, so he was also scrutinizing Bai Mo Ran. He had met some wealthy women. Gu Feier's mother, Sun Yulian, had a very elegant demeanor. However, Bai Mozhan in front of them was clearly a lady of high social standing. From her clothing to her demeanor, she exudes an air of extravagance. Not to mention, her clothes are adorned with diamonds, making them appear incredibly valuable. "Bai Xinyao, go ashore first, let me talk to Mr. Qin alone." Bai Mo Ran treated her daughter with the same businesslike demeanor. Bai Xinyao gritted her teeth and said, "Mom, this is the first time in my life that I have experienced the taste of love. I love him and I will not allow you to hurt him." "Who said I was going to hurt him? I was just chatting with him, is that not allowed? Don't you have any confidence in your relationship?" "That's quite a counterattack," Bai Moran said, leaving Bai Xinyao with no choice but to go ashore. The boat then swam towards the center of the lake. There were only 4 people on board, Bai Moran, Qin Shang, and Bai Moran's 2 bodyguards. Bai Mo Ran remained silent, and so did Qin Shang. This silence is like a confrontation. Whoever speaks first loses. At first, Bai Moran was confident of victory. In her opinion, the boy in front of her was too inexperienced and would definitely not be able to handle it. As time went by, she realized she was wrong. Qin Shang wasn't in a hurry at all, because he started playing mobile games. Bai Mozhan felt like he had punched cotton. "What do I have to do for you to leave my daughter?" With her arms crossed, Bai Moran looked down at Bai Xinyao and said that in her opinion, Qin Shang must have used tricks to marry a rich woman. Although there are more women than men, there are even fewer beautiful and wealthy women than men. Therefore, many men rack their brains trying to snag a rich husband. "Auntie, you've probably never been in a relationship before, right?" "My love for Bai Xinyao is pure and innocent, and I will never leave her." Qin Shang said this while playing the game. He doesn't bother to respect people who don't respect him. "Love?" With a mocking tone, Bai Mo Ran tossed a bank card onto the table and said contemptuously, "There's 10 million in there, the password is 123456. Leave my daughter, and the money is yours." Isn't this a scene from a movie? I never thought I'd encounter something like this myself. Qin Shang was excited, but he didn't reach for his bank card. Instead, he scoffed, "Auntie, are you awake? Bai Xinyao and I fell in love at first sight. How could mere money corrupt us? Oh, so loyal." Without hesitation, Bai Mo Ran took out another bank card, add another 10 million. 20 million. Qin Shang calculated, a smirk playing on his lips, and sneered, "I've seen plenty of people like you, thinking that money can buy anything. Today I'll tell you, you can't afford my love. Add another 10 million. Like a robot, Bai Mozhan calmly tossed out another bank card. It seems she has quite a few supplementary credit cards. 30 million. Continuing his calculations, Qin Shang raised an eyebrow, "I'm not a greedy man." Snap. Bai Mo Ran slammed his hand on the table, placed a black card on it, and said with a murderous glint in his eyes, "I think you are. Here is 100 million. If you still don't agree, the deal is cancelled immediately." Qin Shang picked up the black card and smiled brightly, "Auntie, you have a good eye for people." Chapter 87. He's only 18, could he lie? On the shore of East Lake. Bai Xinyao paced back and forth, her worries growing bigger and bigger like a bubble. To outsiders, she came from a wealthy family and had never lacked food or clothing since childhood, but who knew her suffering? Starting from elementary school, she would be punished if she didn't get the top score on her tests. Sometimes they don't allow you to eat. Sometimes it was a severe beating. Sometimes they are locked in the basement. More often than not, it was psychological humiliation. She still remembers the year she was in junior high school, when she ranked 3rd in her class. Her mother stood at the school gate and tore her test paper to shreds. He said, "You did so poorly on the test, you don't deserve to be my daughter, Bai Mozhan. If you want my forgiveness, you'd better crawl home on your knees from here." All she felt was that the light suddenly went out.
An overwhelming sense of fear pressed down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. The strange look she received made her feel like she wasn't human, not even an insect, just a blade of grass. This blade of grass would wither and die if its mother didn't fertilize and water it. Filled with guilt, fear, and pleading, she knelt down and crawled home on her knees.
Only by shattering all your dignity can you become a powerful person.
Her mother gave her these earnest instructions and applied medicine to her bruised knees. At that time, she thought her mother was right. Furthermore, he regards his mother as his role model. After graduating from high school, she wanted to apply to an art school, but her mother changed her major to business administration without even asking her. She still believes her mother is right. Later, her mother gradually groomed her to become the chairperson of the company and told her that in order to strengthen the family, she should form a marriage alliance. He also introduced her to several scions of prominent families.
But she didn't like any of them. This was the first time she had disobeyed her mother because she knew that if she couldn't be with the person she loved, how could she be happy? Madam is back. Secretary John's words startled Bai Jinyo from her reverie.
She opened her eyes wide to look, but did not see Qin Shang.
Mom, where's Qin Shang? As she asked this question, Bai Majan, helped ashore by his bodyguard, said, I made him disembark from the south side. You are not allowed to see him again. But I like him, I love him. This is the first time I've ever experienced love. Are you going to destroy it too? Bai Zhenyao clenched her fists.
Looking back now, she realized that she had lost too much. She had no childhood, no youth, and was just a puppet, a wooden doll. She wanted to hold on to something that belonged to her.
Love? Don't talk such childish things, you know?
I only gave you 100 million, and Qin Shang agreed to leave you.
How can a man like that be a good match?
Don't worry, I will find you someone better. Bai Mo-ran thought that her daughter would still be as obedient and compliant as before, and would even despise Qin Shang. To her surprise, Bai Xinyao smiled, a pale, bitter smile. Mom, you're always like this, always trying to crush everything with money.
Do you think that will make me look down on Qin Shang? No. I won't. He still shines brightly in my heart.
I still love him. Xinyao, he can abandon you for money today, and he can abandon you for something else tomorrow.
No. That's not how it is.
Before Bai Moran could finish speaking, Bai Xinyao shouted.
She couldn't listen anymore, she really couldn't listen anymore. Fallacy.
All of these are fallacies.
Bai Zhenyao, can't you see?
Qin Shang is just a greedy scoundrel.
No. He's not. He accepted your money because he has a large family to support. The reason he left me is all because of you.
He saw that I have such a difficult and unreasonable mother, so of course he was disappointed and wanted to stay away from me.
It's all over, all over. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhenyao split this matter into two separate issues.
Bai Moran frowned deeply, thinking to himself, we've only known each other for a short time, and my daughter is already so infatuated with me. Fortunately, I arrived early and acted swiftly to resolve the situation.
Otherwise, my daughter will probably become a good-for-nothing henpecked husband.
Bai Zhenyao, I know Qin Shang is very handsome, and you're a bit blinded by lust, but I've made my decision.
It's impossible for you two to be together. Go back to work.
Not taking it too seriously, Bai Mo-ran walked towards the car. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, Mom, I hate you, I will hate you forever.
You only gave birth to me, right? Today I'll give you back my life. Then, with a splash, Bai Zhenyao jumped into the lake. Help! Help! Bai Mo-ran cried out in surprise, a growing unease settling in her heart.
She had never seen her daughter like this before.
So rebellious. So outrageous. So disobedient.
That Qin Shang, he deserves to die.
Haida Hospital. Gu's mother is in a VIP ward and is watching the news.
Immediately need to cut to an urgent news report. Large birds have been attacking and eating humans in succession from the southeast, southwest, and northeast directions of Haidu. An investigation revealed that the large bird with a monkey's head and a bird's body is a new human being that can fly, walk, and lurk in the water, developed by the Taodai group. Experts analyzed that it is violent in nature, omnivorous but with a preference for meat, and has an extremely strong reproductive capacity. A hunting and extermination team has been organized to wipe them out. We urge the general public not to go to the wild, especially forests, in the near future. Residents in the suburbs should make sure to close their doors and windows, and residents in the city should also pay more attention. Perhaps to avoid frightening viewers, no pictures of strange creatures appeared in the news report.
Even so, Gu's mother was trembling. Qianro, birds eat people. It's so dangerous. Never let your husband go out to work again. Gu Qianro nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will persuade him.
Thinking that when he wasn't working, he could only deliver food and didn't earn much money, he hoped that Yunqian could become famous. Alternatively, if Qin Shang simply married Bai Jinyao, he could guarantee his quality of life. Men should live a life of luxury and wealth.
As the two were talking, Gu Feier and Sun Yulian came in.
Gu Feier seems to have sprained her ankle, she's limping a bit.
Sun Yulian wore an off-shoulder dress, looking even more alluring than usual.
However, both of them looked terrible, as if they had stepped in dog poop on their way out.
Gu Qianro, I knew you weren't a good person, but I never imagined you were this bad.
You're two-faced, you disgust me.
Gu Feier, hands on her hips, glared angrily and began to curse, leaving Gu Qianro stunned. What are you saying? What did I do to offend you? Pack. What a show-off. The innocent, pure-hearted woman is truly terrifying. I'm asking you, didn't you say that I'm a little bitch, full of bad intentions?
This is what Gu Feier heard from Qin Shan last night. She's a straightforward person, and she couldn't stand being wronged, which is why she came to confront them.
I never said that.
Gu Qianro felt more wrong than Doi, while Gu Feier gritted her teeth and said, You also said that I am fickle and that my mother is more cunning than a fox, and that you feel disgusted and unable to eat when you see us.
Admit it, I already know everything.
At this moment, Sun Yulian also put her hands on her hips, but she looked at Gu's mother. Sister, if you need money, I'll give it to you without hesitation.
When you were sick, I ran around helping you. I never imagined that your biggest wish in this life would be to kick me into a cesspool. You're really something. You're really something.
Faced with a mother and daughter, both hands on their hips and radiating anger, Gu Qianro and her mother exchanged bewildered glances.
Who told you these words?
Qin Shang said it himself.
He's only 18, would he lie? Chapter 88 My husband is sowing discord?
That's perfect.
If Qin Shang is involved, that's a big deal. An eerie silence, like smoke, spread through the ward.
Gu Qianro solemnly said, I swear on my ancestral graves, I have never said such a thing.
Gu's mother also vowed, Sister, if I ever said I'd kick you into the cesspool, may I fall into the cesspool myself and drown.
The two women, hands on their hips, looked at each other, both showing expressions of confusion.
Gu Feier was young, while Sun Yulian was a businesswoman and very good at reading people. She could tell that Gu Qianro and her daughter were very sincere.
Then she thought again, even if Gu Qianro and her mother had a problem with her, she couldn't tell Qin Shang. After all, they definitely wanted to appear innocent and pure in front of Qin Shang.
What men love most is the innocent and pure woman. If what you two are saying is true, then I do think of a possibility, though it's absurd. But if we eliminate all the impossibilities, then what remains, however impossible, must be the truth. I never expected this, I really never expected this.
As she continued speaking, Sun Yulian murmured, her beautiful face relaxing. She lowered her hands from her hips. She went to the bedside, pulled up the blanket, and eased the misunderstanding.
Gu Qianro and the other two were still completely baffled and asked in unison, Tell us quickly, what's the truth? Of the four people present, Sun Yulian was the smartest.
She was a straightforward person, and if it involved others, she would speak directly. However, since it involved that person, she hesitated for a long time before saying, I guess Qin Shang is lying. He fabricated facts and told them to Feier so that Feier and I would be dissatisfied with you.
Ah. Mrs. Gu's mouth dropped open. Impossible, right? Gu Qianro shook her head repeatedly. I don't believe it. Boys are angels descended to earth, how could they possibly have such thoughts?
Just by looking at his innocent face, I know that he has a pure and innocent heart. Anyway, my husband is the most noble person, he would never do such a thing.
My son-in-law is the kindest person. He wouldn't even step on an ant. How could he lie? The mother and daughter fought desperately to protect each other. Gu Feier looked confused. Why did he do that?
Without answering immediately, Sun Yulian paced back and forth in the room like Di Renjia, lost in thought, while Gu Feier followed closely behind like Li Yuanfang.
Perhaps wanting to test her daughter, Sun Yulian asked, Feier, what do you think? My husband is the best.
With a slight movement of her eyes, Gu Feier said this, she would not speak ill of Qin Shang, especially not at a time like this. Sun Yulian smiled, stopped playing coy, and said, based on my reasoning, Qin Shang probably wants to sow discord. Before anyone could ask, Sun Yulian paced a few steps and continued, his purpose in doing this was to balance the situation in the harem. Think about it, Gu Qianro is the principal wife, and her best friend Yun Xian is the concubine.
This is already getting out of hand. If Fei marries into the family and becomes close to the two of you, it will be as if the entire harem has become a monolithic entity. Qin Shang will then seem like an outsider. Once the women in the harem form cliques and corrupt the court, he will not even be able to see the truth. Therefore, he devised a way to balance things out, causing conflict between us and you and your mother, so that he could mediate and seize power. This is like how ancient monarchs did not want their civil and military officials to merge. Once the civil and military officials are united, the emperor will be rendered powerless. Everyone here is intelligent, and after listening to Sun Yulian's explanation, they all suddenly understood. Every family is a kingdom. In a kingdom there is only one ruler, and that is the husband. Gu Qianro was thrilled and said happily, my husband is only 18, and he already knows how to sow discord. He's really talented.
Mrs. Gu wiped the sweat from her forehead, it's so good that he has such a clever mind. You don't know, every time my son-in-law goes out, I worry that he will be deceived. Now it seems that he is not so easy to fool.
Good. He is really a little genius. Gu Fei almost jumped up, so that's how it is. He's so wise. The children I have with him will definitely be smart. For a moment, the ward was filled with joy and jubilation. Because there are fewer and fewer men, both the country and society are providing an astonishing level of protection for boys. This also results in many boys lacking the most basic life and survival skills. Some are even like the silly roe deer of northeast China, very easily trusting others. As reported in the news, some of these scams are so low level that they are outrageous. For example, there was a female swindler who used all sorts of tricks to lure men. She only used one trick, she claimed to be Empress Wu Zetian and that there were 200 tons of gold ingots in her underground tomb. However, she didn't have the money to travel to the cemetery, so she needed $2,000. Using this one trick, she swindled over 300 million yuan. Similar scams include, I am Nuwa, and I am currently creating a human. Because I haven't eaten, I can't create anymore.
Please, kind people, give me 50 yuan. I want to eat steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and dumpling soup. For example, if I were Arthas, the Lich King, marching into Azeroth, my Frostmourne would be rusted and would need 200 gold to polish it. For example, if I were the Pirate King Roger, my ship would be damaged and I would need 500 coins. But once I find the One Piece, I will return 5 million to you. Because men are so easily deceived, everyone hopes that their man has the wisdom to resist these tricks. Qin Shang himself is capable of lying, he's already learned to answer questions quickly.
How could this not make people happy?
When Qin Shang returned, he saw that everyone was more attentive than before, their eyes shining. They were all puzzled, wondering if he had become more handsome.
Time is like a stubborn donkey, it keeps running. Before we knew it, it was evening again, and Yunqian returned.
As usual, the four of them took turns staying with Qin Shang at the hospital. Qin Shang went home to rest. Boys shouldn't stay up late, as it can easily cause acne. As it approached 10 o'clock, Gu Fei pulled Sun Yulian to the hospital stairwell, her cheeks flushed.
Mom, should I go back to be with Qin Shang today too?
Just like yesterday, I'll say, brother-in-law, don't turn on the light.
I guess he still won't turn it on.
Gu Fei now sees it all clearly. Last night, Qin Shang clearly knew it was her, but pretended not to know, which clearly meant he had accepted her.
Since that's the case, shouldn't we eat more meat to satisfy our cravings? No.
Sun Yulian immediately denied it, saying, although he has accepted you in his heart, boys are shy, and if he gets angry, it will be hard to handle. I'll go back tonight and make him some late-night snacks, and talk to him properly. Once you get married, you'll be able to eat meat freely.
All right. Pouting, Gu Fei still agreed.
What she didn't see was that a blush had also risen on Sun Yulian's cheeks, and it even spread all the way to her earlobes. Even her snow-white neck was rosy.
Chapter 89: A Hidden Night, Savoring a Glass of Aged Wine.
Tonight, Qin Shang stayed at Gu Qianro's house as usual. He took a shower first. He can cook, so he made 2 side dishes and took a bottle of aged wine for a small sip. A light drizzle started falling outside, occasionally accompanied by the sound of thunder. The more tranquil and comfortable the room became, the more peaceful it felt. This reminded him of a saying from a Buddhist scripture, peace and tranquility on a rainy night bring many benefits.
Just as I was getting a little tipsy, my phone rang.
It was a message from Sun Yulian.
Young master, are you staying at Gu Qianrou's house?
Since he had already obtained the other party's bank card and property certificate, he was naturally going to marry Gu Fei. Qin Shang was not opposed to being called her son-in-law.
Yes, Aunt Sun, thank you for your hard work.
There are more women than men, so men receive all sorts of preferential treatment. Qin Shang has gradually gotten used to this.
Thinking about it, it makes sense.
He is not the center of one family, but the pillar of several families.
If I am injured, several families will suffer a severe blow.
So he decided that he would love himself more from now on. They see themselves as the center of the world and the measure of all things.
What's so hard about it?
There are 4 of us staying with the patient, each of us only needs to stay for 2 or 3 hours.
That's why I'm out shopping. By the way, could you help me check out this outfit? Sun Yulian sent over a photo, showing that she had completely accepted Qin Shang as one of her own.
In the photo, she is wearing a pale white shirt, which has a slightly sheer feel because it is a summer outfit, making her look very light and airy. She smiled gently, her expression subtle yet charming, her skin a milky white.
Time never defeats a beauty, on the contrary, it enhances her charm.
In her youth, Sun Yulian was a great beauty, and now she possesses an even more captivating charm. The delicate, gold necklace around her neck added a touch of elegance to her appearance.
Aunt Sun, I think this outfit is really beautiful and suits you very well. You look just like a young girl now.
Even though he's young, Qin Shang still knows the most basic New Year's greetings.
Besides, Sun Yulian really looks good in this outfit. Son-in-law, thank you for saying that. How about this one? Sun Yulian sent another set over, and Qin Shang blushed as he looked at it.
This time, she had actually changed into a deep V-neck leopard print outfit. Her leopard print is wild, yet she possesses an elegant and gentle demeanor, creating a striking contrast. In particular, she let her hair down, making her look incredibly ethereal and beautiful.
This outfit is even better.
My goodness, Aunt Sun, you look even more beautiful in this than those female celebrities.
Thank you for the compliment, son-in-law. I'll buy this one. This dress is made of super soft silver fox fur, which feels very soft and smooth. I like it very much. I'm just telling the truth.
After finishing his chat with Sun Yulian, Qin Shang drank another 2 ounces of aged wine before returning to his bedroom. The rain outside intensified, and the thunder grew louder, its crackling and clattering making it easy to feel the divine power of nature. White noise has a certain hypnotic effect. Qin Shang lay in bed, played on his phone for a while, and fell asleep without realizing it. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly opened his eyes. There was the sound of a door opening, tiptoeing. Immediately, a delicate fragrance wafted over. When the bedroom door was opened, Qin Shang saw a hazy, beautiful figure.
Who is it?
Sensing that the other party meant no harm, he asked a question and then prepared to turn on the light.
I am Fair.
As Jianying said this, Qin Shang froze on the bed, his fingers trembling slightly, his blood boiling, and his breathing rapid like a bellows. Outside, the rain was pouring down, but inside the room was eerily quiet. The air felt frozen.
It took Qin Shang a good 10 seconds to finally open his mouth and say, "It's Fair back. It's me. Have you forgiven me?" Once the conversation began, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed.
She slowly approached, like a snail, as if afraid of startling something.
For the sake of your mother, I forgive you."
As if his lips were glued shut, Qin Shang had a hard time speaking, but the irresistible fragrance wafted over him.
The fragrance of a woman is always intoxicating. Just like delicious food, the smell alone makes you want to devour it. What did my mother say to you?
She was still as gentle as ever, like an elf in the night, slowly sitting on the edge of the bed, while Qin Shang's hand transformed into a caterpillar, crawling little by little. When their fingers touched, they both shuddered. And so it stopped. Their fingertips touched, but nothing came of it. It seems that no one can bear such an intense encounter. Your mother told me that you've been working on getting rid of my light hole all these years, which has been very difficult for you. I can also tell that you really like me, so I naturally forgave you. If it's just raining, that's fine. The problem is that there are occasional thunderstorms outside, and the flashes of lightning that rush into the room always bring a unique excitement and heat.
Oh, is that so?
I never thought my old and ugly mother would still be somewhat useful. Her voice held a hint of feigned ease, but also a probing tone.
Qin Shang immediately retorted, "I won't allow you to talk about your mother like that.
Your mother is very beautiful, she's in the prime of her life, how is she old? Splash, splash. Raindrops pattered against the window, but couldn't extinguish the flames in my heart. A certain rich, subtle, and indescribable sentiment is flowing, like smoke and mist, which no one can explain.
She's not old? Nobody wants her anymore.
Our fingers finally intertwined, like long-lost old friends, feeling each other delicately. Fortunately, there was no lightning during this period. Only the sound of rain, in the darkness, uses noise to cover up the unattainable dreams of the world.
How could that be?
With your mother's looks, many men would like her. My mother only attracts older men, young boys won't like her.
I disagree with what you're saying. For example, I think mature women have a unique beauty, just like fruit, which is at its fullest and sweetest when it's ripe. By the way, find your mother a partner in a while.
She won't agree. My mother said that all she has to do in her life is serve her son-in-law well, and she has no interest in any other men.
Boom!
The light of lightning dispelled the darkness once more, and at the same time ignited the fire within people's hearts. In an instant, it spread like wildfire. With a heart full of excitement, Qin Shang embraced the beauty in his arms. Their hearts pounded like drums.
The fabric feels soft, smooth, warm, and moist to the touch. Chapter 90. You wouldn't want your wife to lose the election, would you?
Feeling the warm, soft flesh in my arms, my heart was filled with excitement and my hands trembled. Like a poor child growing up in poverty, eating meat for the first time, feeling both excited and apprehensive. Unlike city kids who would tear off a big chicken leg in one go, they would carefully tear off a piece of chicken skin and savor it slowly.
When the aroma of the oil enters your mouth, you feel that if you could eat chicken skin every month for the rest of your life, you would have no regrets. It can even create a strong sense of unreality. I got to eat meat?
Eating meat even when it's not a festival or holiday is so extravagant.
Won't it incur divine retribution?
Despite the anxieties in my heart, the desire to eat meat will eventually overwhelm everything. It seems that as long as I can have a good meal of meat, even going to the 18th level of hell would be worth it. The rain seemed to grow louder, pattering against the window in a chaotic rhythm. Qin Shangru said, "Your mother is so kind. I will definitely take good care of her."
How to be filial.
Her voice was soft and charming as she gripped Qin Shang's strong arm, excitedly feeling and experiencing it, like parched land waiting for spring rain. There are many ways to be filial to your elders, such as buying them nice clothes, feeding them delicious food, taking them on trips, and enjoying nature.
Everything else is fine, except, she has a huge appetite. Then feed them a few more times, what's wrong with that? Shang'er, you're so kind. This form of address seemed a bit abrupt, so she quickly asked, "May I call you Shang'er?"
Qin Shang felt an electric current coursing through his body, of course.
Shang'er, Shang'er. When it's just the two of us, I'll call you Shang'er. Shang'er, may I ask you a few questions?
Seemingly quite pleased with the title, Yiren's tone was tinged with a smile.
Qin Shang nodded. What do you want to ask? A certain passion broke through the last vestiges of her shyness, and she puffed out her little belly, asking the simplest question, "Shang'er, am I beautiful?" "You are as beautiful as an angel." "Shang'er, my Shang'er, am I fair-skinned?" "Your skin is as white as snow." "Shang'er, Shang'er, Shang'er. I really want to call you that forever, Shang'er, do you love me?" "I love it to death." "Shang'er, won't you regret this?" "Absolutely not." "Shang'er, I like you too. Can I do anything for you? Tonight, let's forget everything and do whatever we want."
Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the rain pattered softly. It's as if the world has been cut into isolated islands.
On some isolated islands, there is only one person who has long since fallen into a deep sleep.
On some deserted islands, two people are sweetly whispering sweet nothings to each other. The ultimate purpose of human intimacy is probably to alleviate loneliness and solitude. When two people enter into an infinitely close relationship, they can throw loneliness and solitude to the winds. They were only infatuated with each other. Like parched land, it feels boundless gratitude when nourished by spring rain.
After an unknown amount of time, with hazy eyes, she said, "Shang'er, would you like to move in with me for a while?" "Sure."
With more women than men, and men having multiple families, it was natural for men to take turns living with different wives in order to ensure their happiness. This is somewhat like the emperors of ancient times, who would stay in Zhongsui Palace today, Pixiang Hall tomorrow, and Suiyu Pavilion the day after tomorrow. It was perfectly normal.
"But I have to go to work during the day. You'll get tired of facing my mom all day, won't you? Or should I ask her to move out?" there still seems to be some kind of apprehension.
Because they were already familiar with each other, Qin Shang playfully slapped her and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?
Your mother is a sensible and understanding person. I will get along well with her. Don't forget, we are a loving family. We absolutely cannot abandon anyone."
The rain stopped in the early morning, and the air was exceptionally fresh.
"I'm leaving now." You can act, right? "Yes, it will."
Since he didn't have to go to work anyway, Qin Shang played on his phone and took a nap. After a nap, he played on his phone again, and soon it was noon. I took a shower and felt incredibly refreshed.
Why are people so carefree? Because I got it. The more you get, the more carefree you become. This is the insight he just gained.
After changing into a brand new set of clothes, he planned to go out for something to eat and then go to the hospital. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a plump woman standing outside.
Some women are plump, but they are considered slightly chubby goddesses, their plumpness making them irresistible.
Calling the woman in front of me fat would be a compliment. She should be described as swollen. Not only was her body plump, but her head was also round, like a failed snowman that children had made. Her eyes were small with little white showing, and her small black pupils darted around, giving her a sharp, mean, and calculating look. Her face was oily, as if she had just had a fight with a roast suckling pig.
"Oh, Qin Shang, I finally found you. That's wonderful."
She licked her lips, looking like she wanted to devour someone. Drool was dripping from her mouth, and yet she clapped her hands in a very affected way. His elbows were tucked in, like a mannequin.
"Who are you?"
After thinking hard, Qin Shang realized that he did not know such an ugly woman.
"Feng Wan. It's me, Feng Wan. We've met before."
The woman's eyes kept scanning Qin Shang, making him very uncomfortable. Qin Shang thought for a moment and remembered. When he first met Yun Xian, this guy was sitting right across from her.
"It's you. What can I do for you? Can we go inside and talk?"
What I'm about to say concerns Yun Xian's future. Yun Xian is about to participate in the coming One Super Singer, and Qin Shang is quite concerned about her, as becoming a singer is her dream.
As a husband, supporting his wife's career is his most basic responsibility. He let Feng Wan in, and after they sat down, Feng Wan glanced at the room's decor and said with a smile, "Your family is indeed very poor. You really have no manners. How can you go to someone else's house and complain that they are poor? What kind of garbage is this?" Qin Shang definitely can't be indulged. "Excuse me.
Let me introduce myself. I am the External Affairs Manager of Rueda Entertainment Group."
You may not have a good idea of what that means. Let me put it this way, in Haidu City, whoever I want to be a star can be a star. If I don't want to, no matter how talented they are, it's useless. Feng Wan also took out a black business card, which looked very impressive. Rueda Entertainment Group. Isn't that Bai Jinyao's company?
Since he had already gone on a blind date with Bai Jinyao, Qin Shang knew about Bai Jinyao's background. In his eyes, the person in front of him was nothing more than a tiny ant.
Now, the little ant is very arrogant, and he wants to see what the little ant is up to. "Oh, it's Manager Feng. What brings you here today?" The two were originally sitting opposite each other, but then Feng Wan smiled smugly, got up and sat down next to Qin Shang, her voice laced with threat. "Your wife, Yun Xian, will be participating in the audition for The Coming One tomorrow. Whether she is selected or not is up to me." She became even more smug, even a little arrogant, and actually used her hand to hold Qin Shang's chin, saying in a low voice, "Sir, you don't want your wife to be left out, do you?" Chapter 91. The most serious species invasion has arrived. Damn it! What did you give me?
For a moment, Qin Shang thought he had stepped into some kind of adult film, a film called The Incompetent Wife. With Feng Wan holding his chin, Qin Shang felt disgusted looking at her greasy face.
They're really going all out. You shameless woman who seduces men.
This, Manager Feng, please don't do this, I would never betray my wife. Despite his inner disgust, Qin Shang outwardly feigned weakness and distanced himself from Feng Wan.
Things happened suddenly, and he wasn't prepared. He needs to find out more about it. Then, he wanted to kill that bitch.
She's not even a beauty, yet she dared to pinch my chin.
Should I keep her alive if she's not dead? This isn't betrayal, it's a sacrifice of love. You know Yun Xian loves singing very much. If she doesn't make it into The Coming One, she'll be devastated.
All you need to do is give her some Xian Tian root elixir, and you can bring her both fame and fortune.
What are you hesitating for? Feng Wan patiently explained, and it sounded surprisingly reasonable.
However, the way her eyes kept glancing at Qin Shang and her constant swallowing was extremely lewd. What's most infuriating is that her hands were shaped like cylinders and dangling there, clearly a sign of spiritual defilement.
But, you're just a manager, not even the boss. Do you really have that much power?
Qin Shang had heard before that the entertainment industry was dirty, but he always thought it was directors sleeping with female stars. He never expected that a mere manager could be so arrogant.
He. It seems you don't know. Our Rueda Entertainment Group is a behemoth in the entire entertainment industry, let alone in Haidu City.
The teacher in charge of the auditions and I often drink and play mahjong together.
We have a very good relationship. Here, I am almost as powerful as the Empress. My word is law. Who is at the very bottom? A self-aggrandizing person. Feng Wan said to herself, wow, a little cow stepping on an electric wire, it's awesome.
Upon closer listening, it became clear that she herself was nothing special, relying entirely on the backing of the Rueda group. As for connections, she could only drink with the audition teachers and was far from being a true mentor.
Wow, it's that amazing. Can you let me think about it?
Qin Shang did not refuse outright, and Feng Wan became even more entangled. She sat down next to Qin Shang again, put her arm around his shoulder, and began to rub him in a particularly lewd manner.
What are you waiting for? Let's just leave it here. I want to try your soup.
She was already impatient, rubbing her legs together and sniffing like a wild animal courting a mate. Qin Shang felt a sense of filth and quickly stood up. Manager Feng, this really won't do.
If my wives come back, how can I face anyone after this?
The more passive he became, the more Feng Wan drooled. However, she was also afraid of being discovered, so she said, okay, wait for my news. I will book a double room at the hotel.
You must come, hee.
I want to kiss your whole body and nibble on your big toes.
Paralyzed. Can you please stop being so disgusting?
Qin Shang forced himself to remain calm and said, I will do my best.
Ha.
With a loud laugh, Feng Wan pinched Qin Shang's butt before striding away.
I have been defiled. This feeling is really awful.
To give you an analogy, it's like I'm a candied hawthorn skewer, and now someone has sucked on it. Qin Shang had to take another shower because he felt like he was covered in Feng Wan's saliva. After washing up, he called Ma Yuchen from the Women's Federation.
Qin Shang, what brings you to me?
Recently, Ma Yuchen has been extremely busy with the Taodai group, but she was still overjoyed when she saw Qin Shang calling. She was from a wealthy family and was quite beautiful, so getting married wouldn't have been difficult for her. But the only person she truly liked was Qin Shang.
I want to ask you something. If a woman coerces a man into having sex with him, what kind of sin is that?
Qin Shang mainly wanted to see if he could deal with Feng Wan through righteous means.
If not, he would use invisibility to stab her to death.
According to the latest legal provisions, this behavior seriously violates a man's body and severely damages his mental health, and is a capital offense.
A capital offense. That's good.
No need to bother myself, Qin Shang thought for a moment and said, Captain Ma, I've run into this situation.
She even invited me to a hotel. Be sure to gather evidence.
If you have evidence, she's dead.
Qin Shang, do you need me to come protect you?
No need, I can manage on my own. It's just collecting evidence, nothing difficult, and Qin Shang didn't want to trouble Ma Yuchen. He knew that Ma Yuchen had a bit of a crush on him, but he already had quite a few women around him, and he didn't want to end up like Jiaxi in A Dream of the Red Chamber, who couldn't handle too many women at once. He needs to savor the experience and first get along well with his wives. By the way, Qin Shang, it's very likely that the world will descend into chaos soon. You'd better start preparing as soon as possible, such as reinforcing your houses and gathering food. Ma Yuchen lowered her voice, as if afraid of being overheard.
Qin Shang didn't understand. You mean, the women of the women's cave are going to cause trouble?
In recent years, these perpetrators have indeed committed a great deal of illegal and criminal acts. For example, in the suburbs, many caves have already started hunting men. Some of them are one-off deals. They knock the man out, have their fun, and then let him go.
Some women imprison their men in basements, keeping them as their secret husbands.
Because so many people do this kind of thing, the law has become ineffective, causing many men to be afraid to go to the suburbs alone.
These are minor matters, just some lustful women with voluptuous vaginas. We can handle them if we want to. The troublesome thing is the new humans developed by the Taotai group.
They are monsters, they are omnivorous, and there is almost nothing they can't eat.
The key is that they have an extremely high reproductive capacity, and can give birth to a litter every 10 days or so.
According to experts, these monsters with monkey heads and bird bodies can also interbreed with other species. In other words, they can mate with tigers or eagles. As a result, who knows how many types of monsters will appear in the future.
Their attack and stealth capabilities are extremely strong. Once they reproduce, humanity will face an extremely serious disaster.
I've heard that experts are very pessimistic about the extinction of these monsters and are already advising Haida City to build city walls.
It is very likely that we will only be able to live within the city walls in the future. Ha!
Qin Shan was truly shocked. He hadn't expected that the Taotai group's new humans of land, sea, and air would be so terrifying.
If that's the case, wouldn't humanity be facing the most ferocious species invasion ever seen before? Okay, thank you, I'll be careful.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Shan began to consider stockpiling supplies. Once a disaster strikes, currency devaluation and soaring prices immediately follow. Only tangible supplies are truly essential. However, his space is only 100 cubic meters, which is not enough to store much, and that is a problem.
Chapter 92 Chairman, you should just hang yourself.
Bai Zhenyao fainted after being rescued from the water and spent a day in the hospital.
After various examinations, there was nothing wrong with her body.
The doctor simply said that her mental state was too volatile and she needed to relax and release her emotions, otherwise she was prone to extreme actions. In order for her daughter to receive better care, Bai Moran brought her back to the Bai family manor. Then, one after another, she brought back young talents to show Bai Zhenyao. Bai Moran felt that since her daughter, as an adult woman, had never been in a relationship, she would be fine soon if she had a proper one.
Zhenyao, his name is Su Cohen.
He went to university, majored in art, and can also play basketball.
Do you like him?
Several more were sent over, but Bai Zhenyao didn't like any of them, so Bai Moran brought one more over. This boy is 1.8 meters tall, with a fair and handsome face, especially his pair of captivating eyes, which are exceptionally affectionate.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Mom, are you crazy? Do you think I just want a handsome guy?
What I want is a feeling, a feeling.
Come on, it gives me this feeling, you know?
You're a vulgar person, you don't understand. Only Qin Shang can make me feel this way, I only want Qin Shang.
Without love, I am dead.
I am Neza, and I want to return this flesh and these bones to you.
I don't want to owe you anything. Let's never meet again in our next life. As docile and obedient she used to be, Bai Zhenyao has become as insane as she is now, showing no respect whatsoever for Bai Moran.
On the contrary, there was only intense disgust and hatred.
Bai Moran was truly panicked.
A huge crack had appeared in her successful life, and she had to repair it immediately.
You should go back first. After sending Su Quan away, Bai Majan frowned.
He had already given Qin Shang 100 million yuan to leave his daughter.
Did he have to invite him back? In that case, wasn't that 100 million yuan wasted?
Even if you're rich, 100 million is still a painful sum.
Daughter, I'm doing this all for your own good. Why can't you understand my good intentions? Have you forgotten what happened when you were little?
As usual, Bai Moran began reminiscing about the past and trying to appeal to Bai Zhenyao's emotions. Suddenly, Bai Zhenyao sat up and shouted, "Mom, stop talking nonsense.
Can you promise me a few things?"
Bai Zhenyao was extremely unrestrained, caring about nothing, and swearing without hesitation. Bai Majan felt very bitter, but had to put on an affectionate expression and said, Tell me, I'll agree to anything I can do." She desperately wanted to win back her daughter's heart. As long as her daughter can get back on track, she is even willing to correct some of her own imperfections.
Mom, would you like to stand by the window? Is this all you're going to do? Okay, Mom will be right there. Bai Moran stood by the window.
This was the 5th floor, and below was the Bai family's garden.
Just as she was about to ask what to do next, Bai Zhenyao continued, "Mom, can you open the window?" "No problem."
Bai Moran obediently opened the window, thinking to herself that her daughter was in a bad mood, so she would just go along with her and things would gradually get better after this period. A warm summer breeze blew in, which felt quite nice.
Bai Moran asked, "And then?" "Mom, please jump down."
Bai Xinyao made another request, her face filled with innocent anticipation. If you jump down and smash to pieces, then no one will abuse me, harm me, or treat me like a puppet.
Bai Moran was struck dumb.
The daughter who was so attached to me and loved to sing "Only Mother is Good" in the world now wishes for my death. She felt a mix of emotions, an indescribable pain in her heart.
Was I wrong? Am I really wrong?
The thought had barely crossed her mind when she immediately suppressed it.
No. How could I possibly be wrong? I am her mother.
I hit her, scold her, abuse her, torment her, and control her, all for her own good. If you experience enough setbacks at home, you'll be fearless when you go out into the world. It must be because of that Qin Shang that she was bewitched and her mind became unstable for a time.
I'm leaving now. You should get some rest.
A little afraid to look into her daughter's cold eyes, Bai Moran hurriedly left, her back still straight.
Xiaojiang, my mind is a mess. Help me think of a way. I have to be with Qin Shang, otherwise, I really will die. I know that in my heart. There was no one else in the room. Bai Xinyao grabbed Secretary Zhang's hand and pleaded.
Her face, pale with emotion, flushed slightly. Just one day later, her eye sockets became much sunken, her eyes lost all their luster, and her lips became dry.
What can I do? Secretary Zhang stared wide-eyed in confusion. Neither Bai Xinyao nor Bai Moran were people she could afford to offend.
She was just a secretary, an ordinary employee, and had no desire to get involved in such feuds among the wealthy.
If you want it, you'll get it.
Don't worry, after I marry Qin Shang, I'll take you with me.
I'll make you my concubine.
Then you'll be able to touch Qin Shang's body. Bai Xinyao started making grand promises, and Secretary Zhang swallowed hard, trembling with excitement. For an office worker like her, being able to find a man to marry is already a blessing from her ancestors.
Furthermore, one cannot expect one's husband to be handsome, physically healthy, or to fulfill marital obligations.
As long as one has such a formal marriage, one is considered middle class.
How could a man as incredibly handsome as Mr. Qin possibly like someone like me, someone with an A cup?
Secretary Jian lowered her head in shame. She was quite good-looking, with fair skin, regular features, and a smooth figure. She wore a white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes, perfectly embodying the image of a professional woman. However, because her family was poor when she was young, she drank corn porridge every day and did not get enough nutrition, so she was rather thin and frail. This made her feel very inferior. She felt extremely ashamed at the thought of men seeing her impoverished appearance.
Fool! What kind of beautiful women hasn't Qin Shang, who's so handsome they could pierce the galaxy, seen?
He's seen too many curvy women, so he just wants something different. Just like eating, even though I eat delicacies every day, sometimes I just want to eat some cabbage and tofu. Even if he doesn't particularly like it, Qin Shang would definitely be willing to try yours.
Don't you want to be with Qin Shang?
These words touched Secretary Zhang's heart. If I could spend just one night with Qin Shang, my life would be worthwhile. If it's for 2 nights, it's worth it for my next life.
If not now, when?
Secretary Zhang's eyes darted around, and she said, "The 3 most effective ways to torment your loved ones are clearly crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide." Chairman, you've already cried and made a scene, but you haven't tried threatening suicide yet.
Why don't you just hang yourself? Great idea. Instantly, Bai Xinyao eyes lit up like a light bulb. Chapter 93 My artistic and aloof wife, I'm not yet worthy of saying I love you. Whoa!
As noon approached, Sun Yulian sighed lazily, put on a white sweater, a red pencil skirt, and brown high heels. She looked exceptionally festive, and her graceful and delicate figure was even more prominent. Especially her skin, it was so smooth and delicate, like solidified cream. She was a woman who understood human relationships well. On the way, she bought some snacks and carried them to the hospital.
Sister, are you feeling better?
Upon arriving at the ward, finding nothing unusual, she greeted everyone warmly.
Yulian, why are you spending money again?
Lying in her hospital bed, Gu's mother, as usual, felt the pinch of money.
I'm much better now. The doctor said that if I get checked again today and there are no problems, I can go home. That's good. From now on, you don't need to go out to work.
Qin Shang is not only your son-in-law, but also my son-in-law.
With so many of us working together, we won't let him suffer.
Sun Yulian beamed with joy, radiating the confidence of a wealthy person.
Gu's mother glanced at Sun Yulian's face and said enviously, Yulian, you look so healthy. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were only in your 20s. Oh, sister, what's so great about it? You're just a middle-aged woman at best. You're just not dressed up. If you dressed up, you'd look better than me.
Sun Yulian's voice carried a hint of coquettishness, but what she said wasn't entirely false. Back when her husband was still alive, she tried every means to win his favor, but in the end, she couldn't compete with Gu's mother. Importantly, Gu's mother possessed the beauty and poise of an empress, and was exceptionally dignified.
Traditional men all preferred this kind of woman. Sigh.
It's not that I don't want to dress up, but I'm already this old, who am I dressing up for? With a sigh, Gu's mother's eyes revealed a faint sense of loss and confusion.
What would she do every day if she didn't work anymore? Women don't necessarily dress up just to please men. It's good for us to feel happy too.
A sly glint flashed in Sun Yulian's beautiful eyes as she spoke the same old clichés. After chatting for a while, Gu Qianro, Jun Qian, and Gu Fei returned from outside. Sun Yulian immediately called her daughter to the empty stairwell.
Fei, Qin Shang has agreed he's willing to marry you. Oh? Really? That's great. I finally don't have to drill a light hole anymore. Mom, how did you get him to agree? Gu Fei almost jumped up.
Ever since she learned that her mother was alright, she had put on yoga pants again. Today, she was wearing light gray ones. She carefully selected this because she was going out. There's no awkward line design at the front, so no lines are visible. The high-waisted design flattens the stomach and has a strong slimming effect. She already had a slender waist, and wearing yoga pants made her waist look even more slender. The back features a 3D lifting line design, which makes the buttocks appear fuller and rounder. Many young women like yoga pants, largely because they can help shape the body, making them appear graceful and slender while maintaining a toned physique.
To put it simply, it's a beauty that's tangible and real.
It mainly comes down to sincerity. I cooked him some delicious food and explained a lot of important principles to him, and Qin Shang was willing to marry you. Sun Yulian spoke with a serious demeanor, appearing particularly mature and composed, which reassured people.
Gu Fei said gratefully, Mom, you're amazing. You actually managed to persuade Qin Shang. Thank you so much.
Having a husband not only brings physical comfort but also a boost to one's mental well-being.
The women in the company who have husbands often brag about how great their husbands are. Now she can brag about that too. I'm your mother. I'd do anything for you, it's all worth it. Marrying Qin Shang is your good fortune. Men are meant to be cherished, you must treat him well, understand?
Even after getting married, one cannot slack off. Because it is a man's freedom to choose whom to have sex with, many women, even with husbands, live like widows because they cannot gain their husband's affection. I know, I will definitely take good care of Qin Shang. Not only me, Mom, you should also treat him well.
From now on, it will be a battle for the harem.
I must work hard to firmly grasp Qin Shang's heart.
Gu Fei was filled with fighting spirit.
The thought that Qin Shang would always be with her and ignore Gu Qianro filled her with ecstasy.
What nonsense are you talking about? I'm his mother-in-law, why should I be in pain?
A blush rose on Sun Yulian's face, and she scolded Gu Fei, who was confused. Mom, what's wrong with you?
What I mean is, you should cook more delicious food for him. Our family's food must be better than Gu Qianro's family's. That way, he will be more willing to stay at our house. You mean this? I thought. Sigh. I'm so tired from working for your husband, my mind isn't even clear anymore.
Sun Yulian rubbed her temples, looking exhausted.
Gu Fei was deeply moved and said, My dear mother, don't worry, I will take good care of you in the future, and so will Qin Shang.
Quickly wiping the blush off her face, Sun Yulian sighed, Qin Shang, he really is a filial son, very filial.
Qin Shang went to the hospital after finishing his lunch. When he arrived, he found everyone there.
He first comforted Gu's mother, and then announced that he would marry Gu Fei.
Honey, shall we go get our marriage certificate right now?
Gu Fei just wanted to finalize things as soon as possible, but Qin Shang smiled and said, Look at how impatient you are. Today you have to take Auntie home, and tomorrow Yun Xian is participating in The Next Top Singer.
You're both too busy. Let's wait a few more days. It won't make a difference if you wait a few more days. After exchanging a few words with everyone, Qin Shang called Yun Xian aside, took her hand, and asked, Are you nervous? Yun Xian still exudes an artistic and aloof temperament.
She wore a long-sleeved red sweater, which looked very high quality. She wore a beret, and her long black hair was combed back, revealing her delicate face. She is on the thinner side, with little flesh on her face and a particularly sharp jawline. Her eyebrows and eyes conveyed a sense of detachment from worldly affairs. Her straight nose suggested a strong sense of self-assurance, and her rosy, beautiful lips made one want to savor them.
I'm nervous. I know my own abilities, but I'm just afraid of some external factors interfering. With a slight frown, Yunxian looked worried.
Once she became famous and made money, she could give her husband a good life.
If something unexpected happens, I really don't know when I'll be able to get ahead. Finding such a good husband is a stroke of luck. I must make him proud and have everything other men have. Off-field factors? Yes, it's that Feng Wan.
She said she has connections and can make sure I don't pass the audition.
I didn't take it too seriously before, but I went to the audition yesterday and saw her chatting and laughing with the teacher in charge of the audition.
I'm afraid she'll cause trouble. Having talent is one thing, but being able to showcase it is another. To make money singing, you need a stage. If you can't get on stage, you'll never become famous.
I'll handle the off-field factors.
Don't forget, you're not alone. You have me, your wise and supportive wife.
Women are responsible for external affairs, while men are responsible for internal affairs.
However, being responsible for internal affairs does not mean doing nothing and only being handsome to the point of being irresistible.
Qin Shang considers himself a secret weapon. He handles the problems his wives can't solve. Do you have a solution?
Some. I really don't think Qin Shang has any solutions. However, thinking that it was normal for her little husband to brag, Yun Xian didn't expose him and just nestled in his arms. Qin Shang called Yun Xian out mainly because the system reward hadn't arrived yet. Logically speaking, he has already married Yun Xian, and what was bound to happen has happened.
So, it's very likely that Yun Xian doesn't love him enough. We must ask clearly. By the way, Yun Xian, do you love me?
Without any beating around the bush, Qin Shang asked directly. Yun Xian pursed her lips. Husband, I don't have a house or a car right now, and I can't even afford a dowry.
I feel that I'm not qualified to love you right now. I'm not worthy. That's why.
Qin Shang was speechless. His wife, with her stunningly beautiful, aloof, and artistic style, always seemed unworthy of him. This was a psychological issue. She has to rely on herself to get through this.
Chapter 94. 200 million, take back what you said.
My daughter, I personally made your favorite bird's nest in duck soup. Still worried, Bai Moran left for half an hour and then came to the sanatorium where Bai Xinyo was staying. As soon as she pushed open the door, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My beloved daughter was hanging from the chandelier with a rope. She looked like she had already died.
My daughter, my daughter. Help! Help!
Bai Mo ran through down the bird's nest in duck soup and rushed over to save the person. However, her strength was ultimately too small, and she could only hold on to Bai Xinyao's legs to prevent her from being hanged.
Soon, a large group of people arrived in a flurry and quickly helped to put Bai Xinyo down. Quickly, check if my daughter is still alive.
Bai Mo ran felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her feel completely cold. She only had this one daughter, and she loved her as much as her own life. The reason she was so strict was because she knew that women must have their own careers, otherwise, in this fiercely competitive world, they wouldn't even be able to get close to a man. Under her training, her daughter became exceptionally talented, achieving top grades in her studies and developing her own methods for managing the company. It can be said that Bai Zhenyo was her greatest pride. To her surprise, her daughter was so distraught over a man that she hanged herself.
She's in love, she must be in love. Well,
it's all Qin Shang's fault.
He's handsome, fine, but to that extent is simply unreasonable. Madam, Miss is still alive.
Fortunately, she was discovered in time. If it had been even a minute later, she would not have been able to be saved.
The family doctor was busy with various tasks, such as pinching her philtrum and administering medicine.
After most of the day, Bai Xinyo slowly woke up, opened her eyes, looked around, and tears streamed down her face in sorrow.
There was no gratitude whatsoever. On the contrary, Bai Xinyo's tone was full of resentment. Why did you save me? Why? If you can't be with the person you love, if you can't live according to your own wishes, what's the difference between that and being in hell? Mom, you just enjoy watching me suffer in hell, don't you?
Only mothers are bad in the world. Only mothers are bad in the world. Children without mothers are carefree, children with mothers are like prisoners.
To escape my mother's embrace, I choose to die. As she was talking, Bai Xinyo suddenly started singing.
Instantly, Bai Mo's face turned deathly pale, and his heart shattered into pieces.
How could this happen?
When did that little girl who sang Only Mother is Good in the World become this adult who was about to hang himself while singing Only Mother is Bad in the World? All the passion for his career has turned to ashes at this moment.
Even if we achieve great success, so what?
My daughter would rather die than leave her mother's embrace.
Tears of sorrow rolled down her cheeks, and for the first time, Bai Majan realized she had made a mistake.
Perhaps I shouldn't have pressured my daughter so much, perhaps I shouldn't have made her suffer so much.
I shouldn't interfere in her love life.
If my daughter likes Qin Shang, let her like him.
What's the big deal?
Arranged marriage, arranged marriage.
Countless dynasties have fallen. How can a family business possibly last forever? Nothing is more important than my daughter's happiness. Xinyao, don't be like this, don't be like this. It's Mom's fault, Mom's terribly wrong. Don't worry, Mom will make Qin Shang come back to marry you, let him marry you, okay? Once you have the right mindset, the solution will naturally follow. With the Bai family's immense wealth and Bai Xinyao's unparalleled beauty.
Despite the fact that there are more women than men, there are still countless men eager to become the Bai family's son-in-law. Now it's only Qin Shang who can benefit. Judging from Qin Shang's appearance, Bai Mo Ran was confident that he had never enjoyed wealth and luxury. She made Qin Shang pursue her daughter like a lapdog and treat her well.
Mom, what are you dreaming about?
Qin Shang, that handsome man who's so good he could blow the galaxy away, a man of his word, a man of his word, he's already left me, how could he possibly go back to me?
Can you just let me die? I really can't bear this pain of missing you, I can't take it. This is the first time Bai Zhenyo has been deeply in love.
At this moment, she is not just acting, she is genuinely heartbroken. He holds the sun and moon in his hands and plucks stars from the sky. There is no one like him in the world.
If we hadn't met, it would have been fine, but since we did meet, and we can't be together, how can anyone else understand the pain we feel? Daughter, I really have a way.
Touching her daughter's much thinner face, Bai Mo Ran felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Even if Bai Zhenyo only wanted a man, she could get the stars from the sky for her.
I hope so.
I'll give you 3 days. If you can't get Qin Shang to hug me in 3 days, I'll make sure your daughter's head rolls off the ground.
Bai Zhenyao's face showed a resolute expression.
If it weren't for her mother's interference, she and Qin Shang would have been touching each other and enjoying themselves like gods. She had even tasted his big lips. Whoever made the mistake should make amends.
It won't take 3 days.
I'll go there myself. With just 3 sentences, I'll make Qin Shang obediently come before you and offer up his virginity.
A mother's love is as vast as a mountain. Bai Majan always wanted to be his daughter's hero.
She immediately sent someone to inquire about Qin Shang's whereabouts. Upon hearing that Qin Shang had returned to his wife's home, she immediately set off for the Shuimu Chunchang residential area. Shuimu Chunchang is a mid-range residential community located outside the 3rd Ring Road, in a relatively remote location, and with relatively little green space.
Most of the residents there are wage earners.
Naturally, luxury cars are rarely seen there.
When Bai Mo Ran arrived in his extended Lincoln, the residents of the neighborhood were naturally thrown into chaos. Madam, who are you looking for?
The security guard asked politely, afraid of offending him. Qin Shang from room 1202, building 8, please call him for me.
Bai Mo Ran didn't get out of the car. He just had his subordinate give the security guard a red envelope.
The security guard felt the thickness of the envelope and, as if he had eaten bee droppings, scurried off to find Qin Shang. The surrounding residents who had been watching the commotion seemed to understand something and began to discuss it amongst themselves.
Oh my!
I know Qin Shang, that guy, he's so handsome it's hard to pull up his pants.
I've seen it too, and I had a wet dream that night. Men who are too handsome can't be kept by ordinary women, just like Wu Dalong couldn't keep Pan Jinlian, it's the same thing. That's right. When a man is handsome, too many people are eyeing him. Who wouldn't want to taste the flavor of a handsome man's penis? Some people were envious, and some even clenched their fists, secretly vowing to become rich. One day in the future.
When awake, he wields power over the world. When drunk, he rests on the lap of a handsome man. Qin Shang followed the security guard over, and inevitably, countless people were amazed and began to ovulate.
Bai Majan waved for Qin Shang to get into the car.
As the stretch Lincoln drove away, many women sighed with regret.
Qin Shang, we had an agreement before. I'll give you 100 million yuan to leave my daughter. Now I've changed my mind, you don't have to leave my daughter. Without further ado, Bai Majan got straight to the point.
She drove over in a stretched Lincoln to show Qin Shang the extravagance of a wealthy family, hoping that he would take the initiative to pursue her daughter. To everyone's surprise, Qin Shang seemed oblivious, pursing his lips and saying, as the sage said, "A man who does not keep his word is worthless. I may not have any other merits, but I am a man of my word, and my promise is as good as my bond. Now that I have left Bai Zhenyao, I will have no further involvement with her." Bai Mo Ran had seen plenty of this kind of high-sounding rhetoric. She curled her lips slightly and took out a black card. "There are 200 million in here. I demand that you swallow back what you said." Chapter 95. My lady, I still prefer your unruly side. I'm a person of my word, I really don't want this. Qin Shang sighed, but still accepted the black card. However, you've given me too much, so I'll just have to endure this humiliation one more time. Speaking of money, Qin Shang has over 50 tons of gold in his spatial storage, so he's definitely not short of cash. However, gold needs to be refurbished before it can be converted into money. Most importantly, he was so poor in his previous life that he was terrified of poverty. When he saw money, he felt an uncontrollable, ecstatic joy from the bottom of his heart. This is a disease of poverty, which requires endless money to cure. There's no one in this world who doesn't love money. It's perfectly normal for you to be like this. Arrogance, like a spider web, climbed onto Bai Moran's dignified and elegant face. As the saying goes, you can't understand the happiness of the rich. Even the wealthy cannot resist the temptation of money, let alone the poor. However, madam, you truly love your daughter. Qin Shang has had little contact with wealthy people, so he doesn't understand their mental state. However, through Bai Moran, he can see that wealthy people also care about emotions. Of course. She's my own flesh and blood. You're still young, you can't possibly understand what a mother can do for her child. I need to be so self-satisfied, Bai Majan said with great pride. I can give everything for her, even my life. A deep sadness flashed in her eyes. He loved his daughter so much, but his daughter didn't love him anymore and even sang only mothers are bad in the world. It's so heartbreaking. Well. As if he had discovered a treasure, Qin Shang rubbed his chin. So, even if I take all your family's assets, you have to give them to me for your daughter's sake? Isn't this just playing hard to get? The young rich woman is obsessed with love. What are we waiting for? We must take everything. You. Bai Mo Ran, enraged, retorted, I was merely expressing a mother's feelings for her daughter, just being sentimental. Did you really take it seriously? Now that you've accepted my 200 million, I demand that you immediately pursue no, grovel before my daughter, and let her taste the sweetness of love. Having held a high position for many years, she was used to giving orders. As the one paying the money, she treated Qin Shang as an employee. Thinking that his daughter was just indulging in something new for a while, she would return to normal and focus on her career once she got tired of this ridiculously handsome man. In the end, this man will be nothing more than dregs of medicine. Ha ha ha. Staring into Bai Mo Ran's arrogant eyes, Qin Shang laughed loudly. Mrs. Bai, I think there's something you've misunderstood. I accepted your 200 million only to give your daughter permission to pursue me. I will not pursue any woman. Cut. Bai Mo Ran showed a disdainful look. Isn't it just that he wants more money? She pulled out another black card. There are 300 million in here. I want you to pursue my daughter, no, to grovel before my daughter. There is nothing in this world that money can't buy. Including feelings. However, this time, Qin Shang didn't take the black card. He said calmly, you call yourself a businessman, how can you not understand that money only has meaning when I accept it? If I don't accept it, your money is worthless. Bai Mo Ran frowned, 10 billion, I'll give you 10 billion, okay? Qin Shang curled his lip, can't you understand human language? No amount of money can change your mind. You don't really think you can control me with just money, do you? We've hit a brick wall. Having always lived in a money game, Bai Mo Ran was a little flustered when she suddenly encountered this situation. Arrogance is like glass, it begins to crack and then shatters into pieces. Her expression shifted, and she finally said in a humble voice, Qin Shang, my daughter is so beautiful, and my family is so rich, why don't you marry her? You won't lose out. The conversation had shifted from buying and selling to persuasion, and Qin Shang now had the upper hand. He clicked his tongue twice and said, Madam, you're pushing too hard. Relationships should be developed gradually in a relaxed environment, rather than being treated as a task to be completed under certain conditions. Demanding things will only destroy the relationship.
How did you know? A blush appeared on by Mo Rant's dignified face, like a fiery sunset. Huh? What? Xin Shang didn't understand why the other party was acting so hesitantly. How do you know my physical characteristics? Bai Moran, a powerful woman of her generation, bit her lip, feeling extremely ashamed, and pressed her legs tightly together. Xin Shang suddenly realized something and woke up as if from a dream. I didn't mean your thing was too tight. What I meant was, don't pressure me. You know what I mean by pressure? I omitted the word pressure when I said it. Let's not misunderstand this, okay? It's coercion. Bai Mo Rant's face turned even redder. It was all because the other person was too handsome, which made her easily misunderstand and reveal her secret. This negotiation can no longer proceed. She desperately wanted to crawl into an ant hole and vent her frustration by beating up the ants. Why is your comprehension ability still lacking? Could it be that I was also influenced by his handsome appearance, to the point that my clever mind was unable to take the lead? Are we completely controlled by the seams? Now, can you take me back? Xin Shang crossed his legs, enjoying Bai Moran's blushing expression, feeling extremely pleased. Wealthy women are very careful about their appearance, and Bai Majan is especially so. Her hairstyle was very fashionable, with curls swept back to reveal her smooth forehead. Her features were elegant and dignified, yet full of charm. Her earrings and necklace were both platinum, making them very dazzling. Just by looking at the smoothness of her skin, you can tell that she must have spent at least hundreds of millions on skincare alone. This is what it truly means to have every inch of land worth its weight in gold. The old A8 is still an A8, but Bai Majan is an old Maybach, understated yet luxurious, like a woman past her prime, with charm hidden even in her pores. Yes. Because of the failed negotiations and a misunderstanding, Bai Majan seemed a little flustered. He gave the driver an instruction and then fell silent. Facing Xin Shang's gaze, she felt even more bewildered and uneasy, completely becoming the object of admiration. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shuimu Chunsheng residential complex, she asked, Xin Shang, my daughter is qualified to pursue you, isn't she? Yes. Xin Shang got up and got out of the car, turning back to say, Madam, I still prefer your unruly self. Remember to get back to that side next time we meet. After saying that, he strode away. Call. Now that he was all alone in the car, Bai Moran slumped in his seat, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat and distress. Back at the manor, she could only tell Bai Jinyo her only discovery, daughter, Xin Shang has given you permission to pursue him. Hurry up and send him a message. After saying these words, Bai Majan felt extremely bitter. He spent 300 million in total, but ended up back where he started. His daughter still wanted to pursue Xin Shang. Fortunately, my daughter is really beautiful, so there shouldn't be any problems. Bai Xinyao hurriedly took out her phone and typed, Xin Shang, can I invite you to a movie tonight? I'm busy. Good news, the reply came quickly. Bad news, I was rejected. Bang. Seeing such cold, impersonal words, Bai Xinyao banged her head against the wall and glared at Bai Moran with hatred. You must have offended him, you must have. Then she sang, only mothers are bad in this world, having a mother is like being in prison, I'd rather die than leave my mother's embrace. Bai Moran was so worried that his white hair was almost sprouting out. He had someone keep an eye on Bai Jinyao to prevent her from having any more thoughts in committing suicide. On one side, she gathered the company's senior executives and solemnly said, right now, there is only one most important thing for our company, and that is to help my daughter win over Xin Shang. Nothing else matters. Hurry up and think of a solution for me, think of everything you can think of. Chapter 96. Look, a man is cutting carrots. Bai Zhenyo is very beautiful, a flower of wealth and honor in the world. Even her mother, Bai Majan, is still a beautiful woman with captivating charm. However, Xin Shang always felt a slight discomfort when he was with them. The root cause lies in this. Love is the downfall of free will. Because they have money, they always want to use it to buy things. It's not good to develop a shopping mentality in a relationship. The son-in-law is back. Please sit down, the meal will be ready in a bit. Back at Gu Qianrou's home, Gu's mother immediately greeted her. Having just been discharged from the hospital, she couldn't stay idle and was cooking, wearing an apron. Sun Yulian, Gu Qianrou, and Gu Feier were happily engaged in various tasks, some picking vegetables and others washing rice. Yun Xian didn't come because she had to prepare for tomorrow's audition. The family enjoyed a harmonious and warm atmosphere, which felt wonderful. Shall I help too?
In his previous life, Qin Shang disliked cooking at all, but in this world, men are forbidden from cooking.
He found this prohibition interesting. How can that be?
Since ancient times, men have only had the duty to eat, not to cook.
That's right. If the neighbors find out, they'll definitely talk behind our Gu family's backs.
We are already very honored that you don't mind how bad our cooking is.
In many families, the mother-in-law feeds the son-in-law. We have already lost our manners.
If you ask me, starting today, we two mothers-in-law should start learning how to feed our sons-in-law.
Okay, I'll feed you the vegetables, and you can feed you the soup. Several people objected, and even brought up the topic of feeding the child.
Customs are a terrible thing. They are not just an outward form, but also deeply rooted in the heart.
The competition among women is now fierce and has reached its peak.
Some women even kneel down whenever their husbands are around, all in an effort to please them.
Kneeling at home is one thing, but some people do it outside too.
Even more outrageous, they crawl on their feet, incredibly submissive, and even apologize if they step on their husband's shadow. Qin Shang felt both good and outrageous about this. Being treated well makes people confident, satisfies their vanity, and makes them psychologically healthy. In a world where men are becoming increasingly scarce, men's mental health is extremely important, as it relates to the happiness of many women.
However, many men also become extremely arrogant. I'll just give it a try. If we don't tell anyone, who will know?
Qin Shang was determined to do so, so who dared to stop him?
Gu Feier went to the door to look, but didn't see anyone. Gu Qianruo checked the window and didn't see anyone watching either, so she whispered, "Honey, what do you want to do?"
Do it. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on Qin Shang.
It's so novel to see a man cooking. It's safe to say that very few women have ever witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon.
Gu Qianruo and her companions watched with rapt attention, as if they were watching a peculiar spectacle. Qin Shang looked around the kitchen and found that most of the vegetables had been washed, so he picked up a knife and prepared to cut carrots.
"Auntie, should I slice it into strips or sections? Oh my dear son-in-law, how much suffering and hardship have you endured? How do you know such technical terms?"
Gu's mother was shocked, thinking of a boy cooking and chopping vegetables all by himself.
There is no more tragic scene in the world than this. I can still do these simple things. Hearing the praise, Qin Shang couldn't help but feel proud.
In his previous life, he had cooked, and although it wasn't particularly delicious, it was still edible. So the basics are: hot pan, cold oil, stir fry over high heat, simmer over low heat.
Salt must be added when cooking. You must be able to eat. You must open your mouth when eating.
Use a spoon to drink soup and chopsticks to eat vegetables.
You need to use water to wash the pot. Don't eat vegetables if they are rotten. If meat gets stuck between your teeth, just pick it out. Do not drink water that is 100 degrees Celsius hot. Don't overeat.
If you can't eat spicy food, don't put chili peppers in your dishes.
If you prefer a stronger flavor, add more salt.
Eat something before drinking, to tide you over.
Don't swallow the chicken bones when eating chicken legs. Add some sugar if you want it sweet. Smack your lips when you're eating, but don't smack your lips when you're not eating.
He knew all of these relatively basic catering theories. While I wouldn't call myself a food immortal, I've at least reached the 7th level of the food eating stage.
Son-in-law, just cut it into pieces.
Gu's mother's eyes were bright, and Gu Qianruo and the other two were also staring intently.
Look, there's a man here, he's cutting carrots. Human society has entered a new chapter. Okay.
Everyone has a desire to attract attention, and Qin Shang wanted to show off his skills, so he imitated the chefs on TV.
Day. The cleaver fell rhythmically, shredding the carrot into countless pieces. Wow, that's amazing, my dear son-in-law. You cut the carrot and it broke. Honey, you're such a treasure. Shanger, how many more surprises do you have that I haven't discovered yet?
Just as there was Li Xuanwan's flying dagger in ancient times, there is Qin Jianjun's kitchen knife in modern times, both of which are unparalleled in the world and unmatched in the martial arts world.
Being praised like that, Qin Shang immediately felt elated. This is what life is all about.
Even cutting a carrot can be praised to the skies. Qin Shang was certain that the level of civilization in this world was far higher than in his previous life.
Ouch, hiss.
Perhaps he was too careless, because Qin Shang accidentally cut his hand, resulting in a small cut that bled.
Oh my God. I'll go get the first aid kit. Call an ambulance immediately. Should we call the police? This kitchen knife is outrageous.
Blame it on the kitchen being too small. The son-in-law can't move around freely. The group was on high alert and bustled about in a flurry of activity. In fact, Qin Shang's injury was very minor. He only bled a drop of blood before it stopped. He hurriedly stopped the police from calling for an ambulance. This injury had already healed by the time we arrived at the hospital. The doctors probably wouldn't even be able to find the wound.
Gu's mother applied some anti-inflammatory medicine and put on a band-aid. Gu Qianro felt heartbroken and shed tears. She picked up a kitchen knife and, with a snap, cut her own hand, causing blood to gush out. Qin Shang was completely bewildered. What are you doing?
Husband, if you're in pain, I'll be there for you through the pain. With a determined expression, Gu Qianro pursed her lips and placed her injured hand next to Qin Shang's injured hand, a sweet smile appearing on her face.
Besides, you have a cut on your hand, and I have a cut on mine. That's what makes a couple, right? The couple. So it means there are 2 wounds? Baby, you're so silly.
Feeling both sorry for his wife and finding her silly and adorable, Qin Shang was moved.
Gu's mother quickly applied medicine and bandages to Gu Qianro as well. Sun Yulian's pupils dilated in shock. Gu's mother and Gu Qianro are truly geniuses at winning over their husbands. Qin Shang will probably remember this incident involving the couple for the rest of his life. How heartwarming and loving, how deeply affectionate.
Then look at my own daughter, she's like a silly husky, just staring at me.
What the hell are you looking at? They have absolutely no sense of crisis. She hurriedly tugged at Gu Feier's clothes, repeatedly gesturing with her eyes towards the kitchen knife. If there can be 2 people, then there can be 3. How could a husband not love a wife who has bled for him? Gu Feier was stunned for a moment, then understood, and her temper flared up. Yes, I can't lose to Gu Qianro.
Otherwise, Qin Shang would definitely not have been so lenient, and would have given Gu Qianro more and himself less.
For future happiness, it must be cut. It would be worth cutting off my finger. She raised her hand and slashed down with the knife, blood gushing out. Her face turned pale with fear, but she said, Qin Shang, I can share your joys and sorrows. Chapter 97. My mother-in-law is feeding me. I really can't refuse. You're all crazy, you're all crazy, aren't you? Good heavens. What's going on here? Should we all cut our fingers together? Qin Shang quickly applied medicine and a band-aid to Gu Feier. Promise me you won't do anything so foolish again, okay? No. Feeling Qin Shang's care, Gu Feier was overjoyed. At least we didn't lose this round. Son-in-law, should we cut it too? At this moment, Gu's mother picked up the kitchen knife again, gestured with her fingers, and said that it wasn't cutting well and that it was a bit out of touch with the times. Qin Shang flew into a rage. Cut off my grandma's leg? If you dare, I'll beat you to a pulp. And Sun Yulian, you're not allowed to cut her either, understand? As the head of the household, one must show authority, otherwise, one truly cannot control these women. Most importantly, we must not allow this kind of trend to develop. Today I only made a small cut, and everyone else followed suit. What if one day my hand gets chopped off? Does everyone have to be Yanghua? Pa! Why would I curse myself to be Yanghua? Don't be angry, son-in-law. I won't cut it anymore. I'll cut carrots instead. Mother Gu honestly started chopping vegetables. For some reason, she felt strangely comfortable and pleased after being scolded by her son-in-law. Sun Yulian shrugged. Don't worry, son-in-law, I wasn't planning on cutting it anyway. The chaos in the kitchen has now come to an end. Qin Shang has come to understand one thing: men really shouldn't go into the kitchen. He left the kitchen immediately, saying, You guys cook, I'm never going into the kitchen again. People should just keep to their proper place. A man's duty is actually very simple. It can be summed up in 2 words: enjoy. In this world, what men need to do is eat well, drink well, dress well, and pay attention to cultivating their hobbies and interests. Playing games, fishing, gardening, cricket, fighting. Only when we have fun and are in a good mood can we make a great contribution to the continuation of humankind. Basically, the male bee is similar to the queen bee. Their main task is to create new life. If you produce a lot, you become a model worker. Leaving the forbidden kitchen, Qin Shang returned to the living room, turned on the TV, and started watching. Honey, do you want some fruit? This is a black watermelon that my mom bought especially for you. It cost over 2,000 yuan per kilogram. Gu Feier brought over a dark watermelon. At first, Qin Shang didn't pay attention to it.
He used to eat watermelons all the time. They cost 5 cents a pound. But when he heard the price, he immediately sat up straight. How much per pound? It cost over 2,000, and I've never even eaten that before. This is because you promised to marry me, and my mom said she wanted to treat you. Qin Shang blinked and waved his hand. Cut it for me. From now on, you'll eat good food, expensive food. A watermelon costs over 2,000 yuan per kilogram. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. From now on, I must also make the most of my time and enjoy life. Yes, husband. The watermelon, with its black skin and red flesh, was cut open. Qin Shang didn't see anything special about it. Gu Feier cut it into pieces, stuck them on toothpicks, and fed them to Qin Shang's mouth. One bite, and it's cool and sweet, with a crisp texture truly delicious. As for whether it's worth it or not, Qin Shang thinks it's not. However, this watermelon should be organic, without pesticides, or have some other special characteristics. Anyway, once he's made up his mind, he only eats expensive food. Hello everyone, welcome to Haidu News. According to statistics, the number of men will continue to decrease this year. The fact that an adult man marries only one woman per year is completely unable to meet market demand. Therefore, the state encourages capable men to marry as many wives as possible. Thank you for your hard work, fellow men. It is because of your hard work and sowing seeds that humanity has not become extinct. I would like to express my gratitude to you here. With fewer men, more women are unable to have husbands, leading to rampant criminal activity. Experts recommend that men should be accompanied by female family members when going out. According to the latest research by scientists, the reason why men drive women crazy is due to the spread of male pheromones. Therefore, Haida City plans to pilot the use of protective clothing in Baotian District. We hope that male residents of Baotian District will actively cooperate. The protective suit consists of two parts, the suit itself and the glass hood. The two are tightly connected to prevent the leakage of male pheromones. The television program also showed what protective suits look like, and they were very loose. Needless to say, the purpose was to prevent women from lusting after men's bodies. The protective shield also has a monitor for watching the surroundings. For example, if a woman keeps staring at you, the monitor will warn, "Dear man, please be careful, a woman is staring at you." Danger level, 3 stars. A woman is drooling over you. Danger level, 5 stars. If you feel unwell, please call the police immediately. Dear man, a woman is touching you. Press the red button to trigger an electric shock. To put it bluntly, this is not just a protective suit, it also has offensive capabilities. With such protection, men's safety will certainly be greatly guaranteed, but it's also extremely inconvenient. This protective suit probably weighs no less than 20 kilograms. Qin Shang couldn't help but feel fortunate that he wasn't from Baotian District and wouldn't have to suffer this hardship. After eating a few slices of watermelon and watching TV for a while, the meal was ready, a whole table full of food. Among them are some particularly expensive dishes, such as cold tuna salad. These tuna cost over 3,000 yuan per kilogram. There's also Iberian ham, sold by the slice, not by weight. A thin slice costs over 100 yuan. A 5 Wagyu beef, like snow cream, costs several thousand yuan per kilogram. In the middle of the table is a wild yellow croaker, not very big, worth 30,000 yuan. This meal cost approximately tens of thousands of yuan, and it was the first time Qin Shang had ever eaten such a luxurious meal. Son-in-law, let me feed you. Ah! Gu's mother picked up a slice of Iberian ham, dipped it in sauce, and held it to Qin Shang's lips. You're such a grown-up, why are you being fed? Qin Shang felt embarrassed. Auntie, I can eat by myself. I'm not used to it, I'm really not used to it at all. In his previous life, Qin Shang started eating on his own at the age of 1.5. Back then, my family was poor, and the meals were very simple, mostly just stir-fried potatoes, cabbage, and green beans. We would occasionally eat meat, but it was like celebrating the new year. Who would have thought that such great fortune awaited them here? Son-in-law, please cooperate. If you don't let me work, then I'll just be a housewife, only good for cooking and feeding you. That's where my value lies. If I have no value at all, then what's the point of my life? Mother Gu looked distressed, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked utterly pitiful. Well, you can't just not let them feed you. Everyone deserves to have value. Qin Shang gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Auntie, please stop talking. I'll eat it, okay? Iberian ham is juicy and melts in your mouth, with a subtle nutty aroma that lingers and leaves a lasting impression. Having just finished eating, Sun Yulian picked up a piece of cold tuna salad with her chopsticks and brought it to her lips, her eyes pleading, "Young master, you've already eaten her food, so I have the right to serve you too, right?" This. When you're out in the world, you have to save face for others. It cannot be said that just because Gu's mother is a proper mother-in-law and Sun Yulian is only the mother of a concubine, one should look down on her.
Qin Shang wasn't that kind of person, yes. I also really enjoyed your service. Since you're so kind, let's eat.
The cold tuna salad is sweet and sour, slightly spicy and savory, and exceptionally refreshing. Paired with green peppers and onions, it's so delicious that it makes your skin crawl and your bones ache.
It's simply amazing.
Next, the two mothers-in-law took turns serving him, being exceptionally attentive. Fearing that Qin Shang might not enjoy his food, they would feed him a spoonful of bird's nest porridge in addition to his rice and vegetables. During this meal, Qin Shang felt as if he were the emperor.
After dinner, there was dessert. Just as they were eating, their phone rang.
It was a message from Feng Wan. "I'm at the St. Louis Crystal Hotel, room 306.
If you don't want Yun Xian to be eliminated, come over here obediently." Chapter 98 Feng Wan, "I'll sit on you first and then kill you. I'll throw you into the river in a sack. You guys eat, I'm going out for a walk to digest." Gu's mother and Sun Yulian were busy serving her, so she didn't eat much.
Gu Qianro and Gu Feier were also busy serving her, so they didn't get to eat to their heart's content.
"Honey, it's getting dark, be careful outside." I know.
As he left home, Qin Shang glanced at the message Feng Wan had sent him, and his eyes immediately turned fierce and gloomy.
"You want to take advantage of me? Seek death.
After eating and drinking to your heart's content, go out and kill someone for a bit of fun."
Feeling relaxed, he strolled to the St. Louis Crystal Hotel.
The receptionists were two young women in their early 20s who hurriedly stood up and said, "Welcome, sir.
Do you have a room reservation? Someone invited me to room 306.
A greeter immediately led the way, providing excellent service.
As soon as the elevator doors closed, the two receptionists looked on with envy. My goodness.
Manager Feng really knows how to enjoy life. He can even bring in a handsome guy of this caliber.
Being in the entertainment industry is a blessing.
Before, she slept with just average handsome guys, but this one today is so handsome it's beyond belief.
I can't even imagine how ecstatic Feng Wan will be tonight.
After they're done, I'll be in charge of cleaning the room. There are so many things in there worth keeping.
Could I have a few wads of toilet paper? Definitely not. At most, I can give you the slippers that De Shui Zhen wore.
You can sell them online for at least 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. In the elevator, Qin Shang pretended to look at his phone and casually turned on the recording function. Tonight he's the cleaner, he must be killed cleanly.
Upon entering room 306, the door opened, and Feng Wan's chubby face broke into a wide smile. "Oh dear, why are you so late? I've been waiting impatiently."
Feng Wan pulled Qin Shang into the room and slammed the door shut, looking as impatient as a bear seeing bee droppings. She was wearing a low-cut nightgown, which made her figure look even more bloated, and her face was greasy, as if she hadn't washed her face in ages. His eyes gleamed with a thieving light, and his hands were unusually restless. Qin Shang immediately showed a look of disgust and pushed her away. "Manager Feng, please don't do this.
I came here to ask you, is it okay to give me money?
How much money would it take for you to stop making things difficult for Yun Xian?" "We need to collect evidence," Qin Shang began.
Feng Wan laughed loudly. "What's money? I want you. Today, I'm going to devour you.
If you don't satisfy me, Yun Xian can forget about passing the audition."
"Come on, my little root, let your big sister have a good suck."
She was so desperate that she threw off her pajamas and pounced on Qin Shang.
It's really an eyesore.
Like an old sow, it charged forward recklessly. If she were to encounter someone in this state, Qin Shangzhen was genuinely afraid she would contract genital warts.
Puff.
Qin Shang raised his right foot and kicked Feng Wan in the face, instantly causing her nose to bleed.
"Qin Shang. Are you crazy? How dare you kick me? I know you're strong and a good fighter, but don't you care about Yun Xian? Don't you want her to pass the audition? Let me tell you, those two audition judges are my buddies. With just one word from me, Yun Xian won't even have a chance to sing." Enraged by the beating, Feng Wan screamed and roared in fury.
The way his fists were clenched made him look like a mountain of flesh.
"This." Qin Shang hesitated again.
"Manager Feng, Yun Xian has never offended you.
Can't you let her off the hook? Ga ga ga. Seeing Qin Shang's troubled expression, Feng Wan laughed, let him off the hook. Do you think I'm some kind of stable boy? Yun Xian's biggest mistake was marrying you. How could a poor loser like her deserve a man as handsome as you? This is called a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. My little stick, just give in to your big sister. Don't worry, I don't play with steel wool, at most I'll just drip some wax. She swayed and twisted, like Gao Yanniai, the playboy from Water Margin, pouncing on his prey like a hungry tiger, trying to hug Qin Shang. Puff! Unwilling to touch her, Qin Shang used a jade ring step and a pair of mandarin duck legs. With just one kick, Feng Wan slammed against the wall with a thud, letting out a howl as blood flowed from her mouth. I've thought about it carefully, and I can't do that. Humans and animals can't be in love, and I certainly can't have a relationship with a pig. Qin Shang stood there with a smile on his lips, his tone calm but extremely insulting. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Feng Wan's lust and anger erupted together. Qin Shang, do you want to die? If you dare to refuse me again, I'll take your life, you believe me? Originally, she thought tonight would be a blissful and intoxicating night, but unexpectedly, she was kicked repeatedly, and Feng Wan's eyes were filled with surprise, shock and anger. Is this man insane? Why can't he just sit there and do his own thing? Manager Feng, I think there's something wrong with what you're saying. You're breaking the law now, so why are you threatening me? You can't be unreasonable. It feels really good to hit someone. The force of a kick to someone's face makes it feel like the battlefield is right there in that small space, blood is boiling, and victory is calling. If Feng Wan keeps pouncing on him, Qin Shang could kick her all night without getting tired of it. What's the law? I'm a bald man with an umbrella, I can do whatever I want. Qin Shang, you're really ignorant. Do you even know who's behind me? I am backed by the renowned Rueda Entertainment Group. In the entertainment industry, Rueda is a force to be reckoned with. The entertainment industry is a very complex place. Our group not only has extensive connections and knows all sorts of people, but we also have a group of thugs under our control. If you don't lie down and stand up right now, I'm going to call for backup. Have you heard of Wan Hailong, the captain of the security team at Rueda Group? He's a national Sanda champion, and everyone under him is a master. When he comes, he'll beat you to a pulp, and you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Scared? If you're scared, then come here, I'm going to lick you right now. Threats, intimidation, showing off power. Having seen it all before, Qin Shang realized that it was all the same old tricks, nothing new at all. He wasn't completely without fear, but he really didn't feel anything about the things Feng Wan mentioned. But I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? That's Wan Hailong, he could kill you with one punch. I don't know either, but I'm not afraid, go ahead and bite me. Cough cough cough. Feng Wan was so angry she was about to vomit blood. She picked up her phone from the bedside table and pointed at Qin Shang with her finger. Fine. I see now. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, you won't turn back until you hit a wall, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. You're as stubborn as a donkey. Once you've got your grip on a dung bead, you won't trade it for a twisted dough stick. Fine, I'll call for backup. But I warn you, once Wan Hailong arrives, it will be too late. I'll sit you down first, then kill you. I'll use a sack to sink you into the river. Chapter 99. Why is your head so pointy? Because her face was covered in blood, Feng Wan looked extremely ferocious. Qin Shang watched this with great pleasure. The happiest thing in the world is watching the enemy bleed, while he chuckles and says sarcastically, "Oh, how awesome." Then hurry up and call for reinforcements. Threats were useless, so Feng Wan had no choice but to make a phone call. Hailong, bring your men over here right away. I've been bullied by a young man. After it was over, Feng Wan's aura suddenly intensified. She put on her clothes and continued to threaten, Qin Shang, today I'll show you what a real woman is. Qin Shang rubbed his hands together. Waiting for someone is so boring, you can be my punching bag for now. Bang. Snap. Bang. Hitting people is the most addictive thing. After all, humans are descendants of the terrifying upright ape. Back in the day, the terrifying upright ape roamed the entire planet, eating whomever it pleased, eventually driving large animals to extinction. The males, in particular, are naturally aggressive. In ancient times, the only indicator of a male's prowess was his fighting ability. Oh my god, why are you still hitting me? Feng Wan cried and begged for her parents, while Qin Shang said smugly, who told you to offend this general?
The commotion quickly alerted the hotel manager, Tan Yaon, who rushed upstairs with security guards. The scene was quite bizarre. One is a handsome man, so handsome that it makes people ovulate on the spot. The other is a fat pig, with a pig's head. The key point is that she recognized him. Wasn't this handsome man Qin Shang, who could do 3,000 pull-ups and recently single-handedly wiped out the Taotai group? She instinctively began to think about who had more power between the two and how to take sides. I am Feng Wan from Rueda Group. He hit me. All of you, get him and beat him to death. Having been used to being a leader, Feng Wan immediately issued orders, as if everyone had to listen to her. Manager Feng, you said he hit you. May I ask, what evidence do you have? Beat up Qin Shan? Tan Yaong was 100% certain that Qin Shan alone was enough to turn everyone present into idiots. Moreover, she had already made a judgment on who had more power between the two. No matter how much Feng Wan says, isn't she just a senior executive? People at the same level as you don't necessarily earn as much as you. The Rueda Group, which she is backed by, only has influence in the entertainment industry. It is incomparable to the Taotai Group. Then look at Qin Shan, this guy. Wow, how many rich women are willing to pay hundreds of millions to keep him as a mistress? Not to mention, Qin Shan's appearance as a human treasure. To attack him is to fight against all of humanity. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm covered in blood? Damn it, my newly installed ceramic teeth are all smashed to pieces. Well, I didn't see him hit you with my own eyes. It's also possible that you deliberately bumped into the wall and then framed him. Ha ha. Qin Shan was delighted to hear this. This manager Tan was truly a remarkable person. It seemed he wouldn't have to sweep through the St. Louis Crystal Hotel today. I feel a little disappointed. You son of a bitch. I have proof. Feng Wan pulled a hidden camera from the bedside table, connected it to her phone, and soon, the screen showed Qin Shang beating her. Originally, Feng Wan wanted to record a video of her and Qin Shang having sex so that she could continue to possess Qin Shang in the future. Okay, I understand now. Mr. Qin did hit you. So, may I ask if you broke any bones? Let me have our people examine you. Security guards immediately went up to check Feng Wan's body. Because he wanted to fight a little longer, Qin Shang held back, and Feng Wan only broke 3 ribs. 3 bones are broken? Why aren't you going to let me in? I'm a VIP at your hotel. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and Feng Wan was furious. Tan Yaong shook her head and said in a gentle tone, Manager Feng, the law stipulates that men can hit women, and breaking 3 ribs is within the reasonable range. He did not violate the law, so we shouldn't interfere. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Wan thought to herself, how could I have forgotten about this? In reality, although the law contains this provision, virtually no men hit women. The reason is very simple, we can't beat them. Most men have dozens of wives, indulging in human desires, which makes them exceptionally weak. Most women, on the other hand, are full of energy and often manage to break a man's thigh bone by sitting on him. But I'm a VIP. Aren't you going to do anything about it? She was beaten to a pulp, and they still think it's reasonable? Feng Wan was on the verge of tears. She spent several thousand yuan on a hotel room, and she didn't even get to kiss Qin Shang's toes. We're losing money like crazy. I don't care, as long as he's having fun. Tan Yaong smiled and looked at Qin Shang. Mr. Qin, would you like to eat something before you fight? No need, I'll play a little longer, then I should go home and sleep. After beating up that fat bastard, I'll go home and play with my wife. That's how you live your life. He kicked her wildly again, and Feng Wan's screams echoed throughout the entire hotel. Stop. Just then, a burly woman dressed in a curry suit arrived with a group of younger women. Who is it? You dare to hit my sister? Have you never died before? You want to die? Hailong, you finally come. I want him dead. He must die. Feng Wan burst into tears. Qin Shang was stunned. He thought Wan Hailong was a man, but he didn't expect him to be a woman. Yes, that's true, dragons can be female too. For example, Xia Longnu is a woman. This man was big and strong, with bulging muscles, even his neck was muscular, and he only had a little hair on his head, which was tied into a small braid. Its head looks pointed. Don't worry, sister. I'll consider it clean if I don't beat him until he poops out. Wan Hailong swaggered forward, pointed at Qin Shang, and said, "Kid, I can give you 3 minutes to tell your family what you'll do after you're gone." As she spoke, she lifted her clothes, and wow, the muscles on her stomach were all stretched and mushy, just like dried bacon. These muscles look terrifying, but anyone with a discerning eye can tell they're the result of taking drugs they're commonly known as 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Staring at her head, Qin Shang asked with a half smile, "Why is your head so pointy?" Upon hearing this, Wan Hailong immediately lost his composure. "Then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? If you're a woman and you say things like this, then let me ask you, do girls also have pointed heads? Is your head pointed, or are you bald? Or are you dyed yellow or red? Then let me ask you, are you wearing a wig? If you're a man, and you say my head is pointed, then let me ask you, are you bald? Are you bald or do you have hair? Then let me ask you, what's wrong with my head being pointed? Hey, so what if my head is pointed? Don't you like it?" "You're really talking a lot," Qin Shang said, trying hard to suppress his laughter. "Being pointed is fine too, like a unicorn dragon. But you can't meddle in other people's business." Perhaps it was this personality trait that caused Wan Hailong to explode again. "Do you know who Feng Wan is?" "She's my best friend." Best friend? Yes, she's my best friend." "You hit her, how can I not care?" Qin Shang tilted his head. "You mean your best friend?" Wan Hailong's face turned red and his neck bulged, as if he had hyperthyroidism. "My mouth is in my hands, I can say whatever I want. So what if I say something about my sweetheart? You apologize to me right now, or I'll have to take action." Chapter 100 Gu Qianro, "Honey, can you please not take a shower?" Qin Shang looked puzzled. "You mean, kneel down and apologize?" Wan Hailong gritted his teeth in hatred. "I'm furious. I'm really furious this time. You've made me so angry I'm about to faint. Do you know that? I'm the legendary strategist Cheng Yaojin. Today I'm going to beat you to death." She rushed at him recklessly, swinging her fist. When Qin Shang got close, he swung his leg, and Wan Hailong spun around like a top and fell to the ground. It took him a long time to get up, and he asked in surprise, "What's your name? How come you're so good at fighting?" "I will not change my name or surname, Qin Shang. This guy is a bit brainless." Qin Shang couldn't bear to hit him. It felt like hitting an idiot would be the same as hitting a moron. Hopefully, she will hear of my reputation and back off on her own. "Qin Shang? I think I've heard that name before." Wan Hailong scratched his head, and one of her underlings quickly whispered a few words in her ear. Feng Wan became impatient and said, "What are you doing? Come at me all at once." At this moment, Wan Hailong's expression changed, and he retreated repeatedly, ran to the side, secretly made a phone call, and came back to say, "Sister Wan, let's wait a little longer. I have already notified Madame Bai, and she will be here soon." "Ah?" Feng Wan looked pleasantly surprised. Rueda Entertainment Group was founded by Bai Moran, who was above the chairman. Moreover, she has always been protective of her own and would never allow outsiders to bully people in the company. "Ha ha ha. Qin Shang, you're out of luck. With Madame Bai here, you'll not only die, but you'll die a horrible death. All I can say is, I feel sorry for you." With her powerful backer arriving, Feng Wan was smug and triumphant. Today, she had become famous overnight, and no one would dare to provoke her anymore. Not only will work be much easier in the future, but sleeping with men will also be much more convenient. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Hailong slowly knelt down, facing Qin Shang. A group of young women also knelt down, all facing Qin Shang. Feng Wan got angry. "Why are you kneeling down? Are you sick?" Wan Hailong chuckled foolishly, "Hee hee hee. Sister Wan, we're tired, let's kneel down and rest for a bit. Who rests on their knees?" Even though she was dizzy from the beating, Feng Wan wasn't stupid. She looked at Qin Shang with a hesitant gaze. She's been very busy lately because of the auditions for the coming one, so she only knows that Qin Shang did 3,000 pull-ups, but she doesn't know that Qin Shang destroyed the Taodai group. Could it be that I overlooked something? She had some self-doubt, but things had already come to this point, and she had no choice but to go all the way. About 10 minutes later, Bai Moran arrived with a group of people. "Mrs. Bai, he hit me." With her face swollen, Feng Wan immediately complained. Snap! Bai Moran raised his hand and slapped Feng Wan across the face. Now, Feng Wan was completely bewildered. "Madam, why are you hitting me too?" "It's very simple. Since Qin Shang hit you, it means you were wrong. Since you were wrong, of course I have to hit you." Despite her simple and domineering logic, Fengwan was still unwilling to give up. What's the point of arguing about right or wrong?
I'm one of our own.
I've always heard that Madame Bai is protective of her own, so why isn't she being protective today?
What's going on? Could it be that she's attracted to Qin Shan's good looks and wants to have some fun with him? If that's the case, then that's troublesome. Who's with your own people?
Bai Moran looked at him with disdain. Qin Shang is the man my daughter likes, and he will be the son-in-law of the Bai family in the future.
Who do you think you are? Fengwan wilted like a frostbitten eggplant.
She looked at Wan Hailong and the others and finally understood why they had knelt down.
That's disloyal. You knelt down but didn't include me. She couldn't stand anymore and knelt limply on the ground. Bai Moran asked what was wrong, and Qin Shang immediately took out the recording. Bai Moran kicked Fengwan and said, "My daughter is 800 times prettier than you. She wants to pursue Qin Shang, but she hasn't even won him over yet, and you want to sleep with him?
You're like swatting a fly on a tiger's head, you're asking for death." To show her impartiality, she put her hands on her hips and said, "You dare to covet the man my daughter has her eye on? With what you've done, you deserve to die 3 times over. I've already notified the Women's Federation, so you can just wait to be executed."
To deter crimes against men, the Federation of Women's Associations will still execute criminals by firing squad and in public. Generally, prisoners who are executed are so frightened that they defecate and urinate uncontrollably. Thinking of that terrible scene, Fengwan immediately urinated. Bai Moran covered his nose. "Drag him away, drag him away."
"It's all right," Qin Shang said, turning to leave. Bai Moran didn't dare stop him, but kept saying, "Qin Shang, don't worry, Ruido will help with Yun Qian's appearance on The Next Top Singer."
Whether I help or not. Qin Shangzhen wasn't too concerned.
Everyone inevitably experiences setbacks. If others can,
Yun Qian certainly can too.
She's determined, and no one can stop her. If she's not good enough, there's no point in praising her.
I got home after 8 o'clock. Gu's mother was already resting, while Gu Qianro was still in the living room, wearing a silk nightgown and waiting.
When she saw Qin Shang return, she immediately went to greet him and helped him change into slippers. As if she had already foreseen what was about to happen, a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Because she is already a curvaceous, stunning woman, she is even more pleasing to the eye.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
It's been a few days since he lay there obediently, and unless he was particularly agitated, he really did nothing.
3 hours later, Gu Qianro wiped her sweat and asked, "Honey, are you thirsty?"
"A little."
"I'll get you a bottle of water. Would you like it warm?" "It's cold." "Good." Gu Qianro left, leaning against the wall.
Qin Shang finally understood why all the men in this world were so useless.
How can it not be useless? No need to work or do housework. Even contributing to human reproduction is just a matter of being a person, and all you have to do is lie down. Just like the queen bee, she does nothing. Before going to bed, Qin Shang habitually reads a novel. He was reading a cultivation novel when he heard Gu Qianro and her mother whispering in the living room. He didn't pay any attention. Han Tianzuan is about to advance to the nascent soul stage, and that's what he's most concerned about. After a while, Gu Qianro took a glass bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, fed Qin Shang a few sips, and said, "Honey, can you not take a shower for the next few days?" Qin Shang was stunned. Don't girls all like girls to be clean and tidy? Chapter 101 Foot Fragrance Shop, Men are treasures from head to toe. Why? Everyone has secrets, let alone a family? Judging from Gu Qianro's serious expression, Qin Shang felt that he was about to hear some secrets and truths. "I went to get some water just now and found my mom picking up beans again. She looked like she was having hysteria, just staring blankly. I suspect she's going through menopause." As she spoke, Gu Qianro fed Qin Shang a few more sips of water, lying obediently in his arms, her tone full of sympathy for her mother. There are too few men. Even if a woman finds a husband, she won't have a good life for more than a few years because men have short lifespans. There is a famous saying, "I could have endured the darkness if I had not seen the light." Having experienced the happiness of having a husband, the loneliness she felt after losing him was even more profound and unbearable. People always need emotional comfort. The passion and enthusiasm a man gives is irreplaceable by any other relationship, and in this torment, everyone is searching for a way to persevere. Otherwise, the heart will rot. Why are you picking beans? Because of the lack of male nourishment, women in this world are generally experiencing premature menopause, as evidenced by behaviors such as exhausting themselves to the point of fainting or rushing home from the hospital.
All these strange signs do indeed resemble menopause. In Qin Shang's view, all mental illnesses are essentially a form of self-destruction. Many women commit suicide because they cannot find a husband and feel that life has no meaning. Torture yourself to the point of fainting. This is a form of slow suicide, all stemming from despair about life.
The characteristic of this kind of person is that they know everything, but they just don't want to live. You don't know? Many women do this. When they've been lonely for a long time, they're afraid of being alone at night, so they find things to do. Scattering beans around the room and picking them up one by one. Although this is meaningless, it allows them to temporarily stop thinking. The human mind is like an abyss. How many dare to gaze into it? Seemingly feeling lonely, Gu Qianruo shrank back and moved even closer to Qin Shang.
Qin Shang remained silent for a long time. He was always busy and a bit carefree, and had never thought about such a profound question.
Yes, some people have strong willpower while others have weak willpower.
People with strong willpower not only dare to look directly into the abyss of the human heart, but also use this abyss to achieve their own goals. People with weak willpower can only choose to escape. For the past 20 years, Gu's mother has relied on a handful of beans to get through the long nights, which is truly pitiful.
But what does all this have to do with whether I take a bath or not?
Gently stroking Gu Qianruo's delicate body, Qin Shang could sense that she was also a woman who had been lonely for too long, and her body exuded a certain coldness. The scent of a man's sweat can greatly alleviate menopausal symptoms, especially for young men. The scent of sweat, rich in male hormones, has a remarkable effect. There are even people who specialize in selling it on the black market. The sweat of young men can fetch around 80,000 yuan per kilogram. Qin Shang was dizzy. He had never imagined that a man's sweat could actually be sold for money.
Damn it, it's more expensive than ginseng. In that case, why not just buy some sweat? It's so uncomfortable not to shower in the middle of summer. Most importantly, how can you be a smelly boy if you don't shower? Purchased sweat doesn't work very well.
Some people have experimented and found that getting close to a real man and inhaling the scent of his sweat is the best treatment.
Is there such a saying? Men are truly a treasure trove from head to toe.
As a man, Qin Shang felt like he was seeing the world with his eyes open. Okay, I'll try to reduce the number of times I shower. Now that he's married to Gu Qianruo, Gu's mother is naturally family.
She's been really good to him. If he can make her feel better during her lonely years, why not do it?
To reiterate, Qin Shang is essentially a very good person and is always willing to make sacrifices.
Honey, you're so wonderful. It's really tough on you not to shower often. How about this? When you shower, put plastic bags over your feet and don't wash them. I've heard that if a man's feet aren't washed for a few days, they'll smell like tulips. My mom will be so happy to smell your feet.
At this moment, every cell in Gu Qianruo's body radiated gratitude. She wanted to do more for her husband, but she couldn't find anything she could do.
Qin Shang can earn money on his own. As for in bed, he also derived more pleasure from it.
This is not only her own feeling, but also scientifically verified. Women experience 3 to 5 times more joy than men in the process of having children. What made her even more grateful was that Qin Shang would often take the initiative, and she just had to bend over and enjoy it. She had never dreamed of such a wonderful life, not even in her dreams.
Your feet will smell if you don't wash them.
Qin Shang thought that even if he took fewer showers, he should at least wash his feet.
Little did he know that his feet were the key point. No way.
Haven't you heard of foot fragrance parlors? Some shady men never wash their feet and sell tulip-scented foot perfumes there. Some women who can't find husbands go there to smell men's feet and get their fix.
A half-hour package costs 400 yuan.
Some men are special. Their armpits smell like lilies, and they charge even more, 2,000 yuan for a package. You never know what you'll find until you talk to them, and what you discover is truly astonishing.
Unexpectedly, Gu Qianruo was also so knowledgeable about places of entertainment. What surprised Qin Shang even more was that, what kind of world is this? Men's smelly feet and body odor can actually be sold for money. If a man has body odor, wouldn't he become a walking treasure trove? I've never heard of that. Are you talking about those places with curtains and pink lights? Don't their signs say massage, scraping, and cupping therapy?
In his previous life, Qin Shang had a friend named Zhang Xiaoming who frequently visited these places. According to him, some of these places were legitimate, while others were not. He loved going to shady places where there were many young women with pitiful backgrounds, whose fathers often had gambling addictions. Their mothers were often seriously ill and bedridden. There is also a younger brother who doesn't have the money to pay his tuition. and a younger sister with depression. Zhang Xiaoming goes to such places mainly to do charity work. What's written on the sign is just a smokescreen. They're all foot fragrance parlors, because selling male scents is illegal.
Gu Qianruo recounted everything in detail, and Qin Shang glanced at her, asking, "You haven't been there, have you?" "Never." She quickly denied it, her face turning red. "You know my salary is very low, how could I afford to go to such a place of extravagance?" "That's good. If my wife has smelled another man's feet, I'll always feel strange. I'll wash my feet less often and see if your mother's condition improves." "Thank you, honey." By the way, Yunxian is going to participate in the audition for The Coming One tomorrow. She said that someone seems to be targeting her, and she seems quite worried. "Do you want to go and keep her company?" "I won't go. There are too many people at the audition site. If I go, it will cause a commotion. But don't worry, Yunxian will definitely pass the audition." "I hope so." Gu Qianruo was still a little worried. Only if Yunxian became famous could she buy her husband a big villa. Otherwise, she would have to suffer with her forever. Chapter 102. Participating in the talent show, the judges flattered me. Because of her nervousness, Yunxian didn't sleep well all night. When dawn broke, I felt completely drained. I forced myself to get up and saw that it was a cloudy, gray day outside, which made me feel even more pessimistic. The number of times a person can afford to fail is limited. She has failed too many times already. If she can't even pass the audition this time, she really doesn't know how to proceed with her singing career. After finishing breakfast, she took out her phone, wanting to call phone 1. She wanted to beg for mercy, she wanted to submit, she wanted to abandon her dignity, and even kneel down before phone 1, as long as the other party didn't cause trouble. After all, she's not alone anymore, she has a husband to support. But her stubborn nature prevented her from letting go of her last shred of elegance. If that still doesn't work, I'll even busk on the streets to fatten my husband up. I changed into my best clothes, left home, and went out onto the street. Just then, I saw a man in protective clothing walking by. Many women are watching. The man's head was covered by a large glass dome with a monitor on it, which was now sounding an alarm. "Dear, great, immortal man, there are now 23 women staring at you. Danger level, 8 stars. Please be careful. If you feel unwell, please call the police immediately. If any woman touches your noble body, please immediately administer an electric shock." With such an alarm sounding, the women dared not look for long, glancing at it twice before quickly averting their gaze. However, many women harbor resentment in their eyes. Others were on the verge of tears. It's one thing to not be able to find a husband, but now you won't even let us smell a man's scent, huh? Exactly, it won't kill you to smell it. I've never broken the law except for stealing men's underwear. Don't have so many opinions. This is for our own good. You really can't smell a man's scent too much. I smelled it up close a few days ago and had erotic dreams all night. Humph. They dress so conservatively in front of us poor people, but when they're with the rich, they lie down and offer their seats. The number of men has dropped again this year, and the price of men's used socks has soared to 8,000 yuan a pair. How are we going to survive? It's good enough to be alive. An invasion of species is coming. The monsters created by the Taotai group have eaten many people. People in the suburbs don't even dare to open their windows. Prices have also risen. Many people say that those monsters not only eat people, but they eat everything. They reproduce at an extremely fast rate, and this year's grain production is likely to plummet. Oh my God. We need to stockpile food right away. Absolutely, some supermarkets have been completely emptied. A man in a glass dome, a monster, plummeting food production, hoarding. Overwhelmed by too much unfamiliar information, Yunxian's head was buzzing. There's not much she can do, she just hopes to earn money so that her husband can have a better life in this tough world. The audition for The Coming One will be held at the Haidu Gymnasium. Even before getting close, you can feel the lively atmosphere. In such crowded places, there are no men. The presence of men could potentially incite women to madness or even riots. Taking a deep breath, Yunxian walked towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Ah! Yunxian is here. Yunxian, I love your singing so much. Yunxian, I'm your fan, could you please sign my autograph? Yunxian, you will definitely succeed. You must believe in yourself. Go for it, Yunxian, you're the best. Suddenly, a large crowd gathered around.
Yun Xian had never seen anything like it before and was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked, "How do you know me?" As soon as she opened her mouth, the people started chattering again. "I've watched your videos and even followed you. I even liked, commented, and shared it. I tipped your video, it wasn't much, just a few thousand yuan. Oh my god, you're even prettier in the video than in the video. You didn't use any beauty filters?" Yunqian then remembered that she had posted dozens of singing videos online. For a fledgling singer, these are all basic skills. If you can gain some fame online, you'll have many more opportunities to perform on a big stage. However, she only has a few thousand followers and is not very popular. I've been busy preparing for the competition lately, so I haven't been managing it. I didn't expect the fans to not only come to support me, but also to be so enthusiastic. Thank you everyone for your support. She was so moved that she almost cried. She gave autographs to anyone who asked, and she wrote them neatly and legibly. All those years of hard work finally paid off. With so many fans supporting me, even if I don't succeed in this talent show, I can still work hard online. It will be alright, everything will be alright. Once I've earned enough money, I can probably tell my husband I love him. After parting ways with her fans, she went to the waiting room. There were a lot of people inside, all of them participating in the preliminary selection. She took a number and stood there waiting. Taking advantage of this free time, she opened her phone, logged into her account, and opened her mouth slightly in surprise. 250,000. She rubbed her eyes, completely unable to believe it. Just half a month ago, she had only a few thousand followers, but now she had more than 200,000. There are many people singing online, and even some established singers have their own accounts. Having tens of thousands of followers is already quite good, as it provides a monthly income. What happened? Scrolling down the videos, I found that there were not only a lot of comments, but also donations. Some videos received tens of thousands of donations. Is this a dream? Seeing that no one was paying attention, she secretly pinched herself. Pain. For the first time, she was happy because of the pain. She looked at the comments and donations under the videos one by one, and gradually, her brows furrowed. Something's not right, something's really not right. All positive reviews. Just like she's a singing diva, seeing the positive reviews, she couldn't help but smile. Even though I knew something was wrong. Number 183, Yun Xian, it's your turn to enter the arena. As the loudspeaker blared, Yun Xian quickly regained her composure and, with a mix of trepidation and excitement, stepped onto the stage. There are two judges for the preliminary selection. Yun Xian had seen them before, with their arms around each other's shoulders. Hello, teachers. With a slight sense of rejection, she greeted them. Unexpectedly, the two judges seemed to spring up and jump up, walking over. The two men reached out their hands to her. Hello Yun Xian, I have no relation to Feng Wan. She asked me to stop your audition, but I refused her firmly. Me too, I not only rejected her, but I also scolded her. Our show, The Rising Star, is fair and just. We would never let a talented person like you go to waste. Yes, you can sing just by looking at you. Participate in the talent show. The judges were flattering me. Yun Xian pinched herself again. She couldn't believe it. Could this really be true? Chapter 103. Is she trying to be bisexual? Yun Xian left the stage in a daze, having barely sung a few lines, yet both judges gave her full marks. Just as she was wondering and preparing to leave the stadium, a girl in a uniform approached her. Ms. Yun, our chairman would like to meet with you. Is that convenient? Who is your chairman? Bai Xinyo. Yun Xian didn't have a good impression of Rueda Group, but she needed an explanation, so she nodded, okay. Following the woman in uniform to the top floor office, Yun Xian was a little nervous. She was a poor girl and had never met any important people. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Bai Xinyo ran over to greet her. Sister, Feng Wan from our company did a lot of things that wronged you, and we've already fired her. As compensation, we've given you free advertising, and your fan base has grown quite a bit, right? If you're willing to sign with our company, you'll get 90% and we'll get 10%. How does that sound? I'm just a fledgling singer, how could I possibly get 90%? Isn't Feng Wan the business manager? They just fired him like that? Please tell me, why is all this happening? No matter how good the offer, Yun Xian wouldn't sign a contract without thinking it through. I like Qin Shang. As expected of the chairperson, Bai Xinyo said frankly.
In an instant, Yunqian's face turned pale.
She had heard of the methods rich women used to win over men, and some movies had even shown them.
A wealthy woman might say to a respectable husband, "You wouldn't want your wife to lose her job, would you?" She used this to blackmail men.
For the sake of his wife's future, the man had no choice but to submit, and the rich woman immediately began to possess him frantically, kissing him everywhere she could and shouldn't. Men, on the other hand, will have their faces contorted in pain.
Could it be that Qin Shang, for his own sake, was manipulated by this woman? What did you do to my husband? Did you bully him? Tears of sorrow streamed down Yunqian's face.
She felt an indescribable pain, and the thought of her husband being tormented repeatedly made her want to die.
No. Don't misunderstand, I'm your husband's lapdog, I'm groveling before him.
I just want to be his concubine, I have no other desires.
If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm still a virgin, and I've never forced your husband.
Force? To be honest, Bai Xinyo had considered it, but she could tell that Qin Shang was a chaste and virtuous man, and that he might commit suicide if he were defiled.
Is that so?
What's your purpose in currying favor with me? After relaxing, Yunqian felt a mix of emotions. It turned out that everything was because she had found a good husband.
Without even asking, I knew my husband must have secretly helped me. What a wonderful and capable wife. He's so virile, I simply can't handle him. It would be much better if he had a few more women. Of course I want my sister to put in a good word for me.
After I marry him, I will serve him well and listen to my sister's advice. After being tormented by lovesickness, Bai Xinyao's pride vanished, and all she wanted was to marry Qin Shang as soon as possible so that he could investigate her.
She doesn't need anything else. Turn around so I can see you.
As a concubine, Yunqian also had the responsibility to choose a concubine for her husband. She crossed her arms and exuded an air of authority.
Okay.
Bai Xinyo was pleasantly surprised and quickly spun around. She had an exceptionally good figure, like a gourd come to life, graceful and alluring, especially her two plump, long legs, which exuded a strong charm. Knowing her husband had a particular fondness for long legs, Yunqian nodded, took out her phone, and snapped several photos from various angles.
She said calmly, I will truthfully relay what happened today to Qin Shang.
Whether or not he accepts you is entirely up to him.
That's fine then.
Regardless, she had finally managed to infiltrate Qin Shang's circle of wives and concubines.
Thinking of something, a hint of shyness flashed in Bai Xinyao's eyes. Sister Yunqian, may I make a request? Considering that the other party had helped her after all, Yunqian asked, What? Can I kiss you? As her gaze swept over Yunqian's lips, Bai Xinyao couldn't hide her desire. Yunqian shuddered in fright. What the hell? You're attracted to both men and women, right? Does she not only want to possess my husband, but also me? Are you sick in the head?
Her face immediately turned cold. She had absolutely no interest in the same sex, and in fact, she felt disgusted just touching the body of someone of the same sex.
Sister Yun, don't misunderstand. I don't like you.
It's just that, my desire for Qin Shang is too strong.
I can't have him right now. He kissed you, so if I kiss you, it's like an indirect kiss. I just want to have some fun.
Bai Xinyo looked pitiful, completely overwhelmed by longing. Yunqian still shook her head, that's impossible.
I'm leaving now.
She needs to think carefully about whether or not to sign with Rueda Group. Since I've already passed the audition and stepped onto the big stage of the coming one, I'm not worried about finding a company.
As Yunqian left the stadium, she saw Gu Qianro waiting for her. Yunqian, did it pass? It's approved. Both of them were overjoyed.
Gu Qianro exclaimed, that's wonderful.
I'm the legal wife, and you're the concubine. If we didn't have financial strength, we might not be able to hold our positions.
Now that you've become a star, your husband will definitely pamper us even more.
This is what Gu Qianro was most worried about. Yunqian smiled slyly, that's not right. Now that I'm a star and have money, my husband will only pamper me even more. What does that have to do with you? Hey! You heartless bastard. You're my best friend, aren't you going to help me?
Okay, I'll help you. A blush rose to her cheeks. Gu Qianro thought of last night, when she was almost exhausted, while Qin Shang acted as if nothing had happened. She pulled Yunqian aside and whispered, our husband is too strong. I can't satisfy him on my own.
Why don't we do it together? Gu Qianro, you're disgusting. What's so vulgar about it? Can't you be a little more selfless for our husbands? Yun Qian hesitated for a long time.
She could also sense that she was panting heavily and crying out for her parents, while Qin Shang seemed to be fine.
I am happy. But I didn't satisfy my husband, it always felt like a failure. Alright, but this must be done in secret. No one else can know about it, understand? I understand.
If the people from the Husbands Federation find out, they will definitely think we are abusing our husbands, but I can't take it all on my own.
Haidu City, North 4th Ring Road, Chunfeng Road.
In a small restaurant called Chiba Sichuan Cuisine, Tian Jinyao paced back and forth, her brow furrowed with worry.
It's almost noon and there hasn't been a single customer. We're losing money every day. How can we keep going like this? Sis, stop shaking, why don't you go out and solicit customers on the street?
Mei Xian made a suggestion, her face also full of worry. Upon hearing this, Tian Jinyao was consumed by anger and began to vent her frustration uncontrollably.
What did I say before? Restaurants have to be on the main street, not in alleys, there won't be any customers.
But you wouldn't listen, just to save 2,000 yuan in rent.
Now look what's happened, there are absolutely no customers. What kind of restaurant goes out to solicit customers? What nonsense are you spouting?
Tears welled up in Mei Xian's eyes after being criticized like this, and Tian Jinyao became even angrier. You should have been calm and composed, handling things with ease. Now you're rushing around, stumbling and crawling.
What are you sobbing about? What are you crying about? You're so pathetic. Chapter 104 My mother-in-law is like a kitten. Women are so pitiful. Since there were no other guests, Tian Jinyao turned and left.
Mei Xian was even more at a loss. Her family was already in bad shape, and her husband, Li Hanliang, suffered from severe uremia. She opened this small shop with a loan, hoping to earn money to pay for her husband's medical treatment. Little did she know, she would lose everything. Sister Mei, if a small, out-of-the-way shop like this wants to attract customers, it'll have to become a popular online store.
How about we hire some online celebrities to promote it? The only waiter, Mu Qingwen, made a suggestion.
She was a student at a nearby vocational college and was doing odd jobs here. Young people are quick-witted, and she often browses Douyin, TikTok and other similar platforms.
How much does it cost to hire an internet celebrity?
As long as there's a glimmer of hope, Mei Xian doesn't want the shop to go under. She really loves it.
Although this is not a main road, it is quiet and secluded.
Eating here would feel much better.
If it's a minor internet celebrity, it won't cost too much. 1 or 2,000 should be enough.
However, minor internet celebrities have limited influence and won't have much impact. If it's a major internet celebrity, then it will be much more expensive, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands.
They have huge influence. If you can invite the nation's husband, it will definitely become a hit. We are now in a traffic-driven economy. Traffic equals money.
Mu Qingwen also makes her own short videos and posts them online, but the quality is so average that not many people watch them.
Who is the nation's husband? Sister Mei, you don't even know Qin Shang, the nation's husband? It's him. Look how handsome he is.
I watch his pull-up video every day before I go to sleep. Mu Qingwen pulled up the video, and Mei Xian's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, He's my younger brother.
Yes, it's him. Ah. For a moment, Mu Qingwen was caught off guard and didn't react.
She looked at the small shop and then thought of Mei Xian's predicament.
She said speechlessly, Sister Mei, what did you say?
Qin Shang is a super internet celebrity, the dream of 900 million girls. So many rich women would spend hundreds of millions to support him.
How could he possibly be your little brother? If you had a brother like that, would you be in such a difficult position? Mu Qingwen didn't say this directly. I'm telling the truth. He lives right across from me. I used to cook for him every day, and he loved my chicken hot pot. Oh my god, I never imagined he would be so successful now. Why don't I just ask him to come over and help promote it?
Under Mu Qingwen's incredulous gaze, Mei Xian began dialing Qin Shang's number. Qin Shang always wakes up naturally after sleeping, and today was no exception.
Gu Qianro went to support Yun Qian early in the morning, while he slept until 11 o'clock before getting up. Young master, you're up? Dinner will be ready soon.
In order to ensure that Qin Shang could have a freshly cooked meal, Gu's mother prepared the ingredients and waited patiently. As soon as Qin Shang came out, she busied herself with preparing the food.
Auntie, you've worked so hard.
Being taken care of like this, Qin Shang felt like he was the center of the world.
What's so hard about it? It's my honor to cook for you. So many people would love to do it, but they can't. Mother Gu was overjoyed. Having a man in the house was better than anything else.
Although it was a bit noisy at night, it also showed that her son-in-law had strong waist strength and abundant yang energy. Today she specially prepared leeks, kidneys, walnuts, and soft-shelled turtle to nourish her son-in-law. Qin Shang usually likes to take a shower in the morning, but thinking that his mother was experiencing some menopausal symptoms and that smelling a man's scent could help, he decided not to shower. After washing up, he even wore cotton slippers so he could sweat and smell better as soon as possible. He also wanted to see if the scent of a man was really effective for menopause. The table was laden with food, and Gu's mother wanted to feed Qin Shang, but Qin Shang refused, saying, "Auntie, it's just the two of us here, so there's no need for such formalities.
I'll eat by myself." All right. Gu's mother didn't insist.
She moved a small stool, scooped some food into her bowl, and sat down next to Qin Shang to eat.
Auntie, why aren't you coming to the table to eat? I haven't had much of an appetite lately, but the smell of your sweat makes me eat 2 more bowls of rice. Thank you, son-in-law.
Wearing cotton slippers in the sweltering summer heat, Gu's mother immediately understood that her son-in-law was trying to cure her illness.
To have a son-in-law like that is worth it to be his slave. Does a man's body odor really work?
Qin Shang was also convinced, as he knew very little about medicine in this world. Seeing that Gu's mother kept sniffing, she seemed to really like it.
Of course. A man's scent contains abundant male hormones, which is a lifesaver for women.
Just smelling it can add 3 years to your life, and smelling it for 3 years can make you live to be 100. Gu's mother's words were a bit exaggerated, so Qin Shang could only smile and say, "That's good."
The women in this world are all good cooks, and Gu's mother's cooking skills are especially superb.
Qin Shang enjoyed the meal immensely, and Gu's mother was like a little kitten. At first, she sat on a small stool, but gradually she sat on the ground, just to be closer to Qin Shang. She, who was once charming, dignified and elegant, now looks somewhat comical. Qin Shang stroked her head like he was petting a cat, feeling a strong sense of pity.
Women in this world truly suffer.
For example, Gu's mother lost her husband 20 years ago, which means she hasn't had the chance to smell a man's scent for 20 years. If this happened in ancient times, someone like her would have been honored with a memorial archway for her chastity. Therefore, Qin Shang did not mock her inappropriate behavior. Instead, he offered a few words of comfort. This is what is called having the heart of a bodhisattva.
Young master, could you? After Qin Shang finished eating, Gu's mother was a little embarrassed and hesitated. Qin Shang readily said, "Auntie, what do you want to say? Just say it. I'll do whatever I can to satisfy you." As human beings, we cannot only receive, we must also give.
He is willing to make sacrifices.
Could you give me the tissue you used to wipe your sweat? I want to make a pillow with it so I won't have insomnia.
Mother Gu lowered her head, knowing in her heart that this request was truly excessive.
Men are treasures from head to toe, much like Tang Sanzang.
On the market, a pound of men's sweat wiping tissues costs about 80,000 to 90,000 yuan.
No problem, I'll save it for you.
Upon hearing this request for the first time, Qin Shang immediately agreed and provided Gu's mother with nearly 2 pounds of tissues used for wiping her sweat.
Son-in-law, this is too much.
These tissues alone are worth at least 100,000 yuan. Gu's mother was so moved that tears streamed down her face. It is extremely difficult for a woman to get a man's tissue to wipe his sweat.
That's right, sweat wiping tissues are practically unavailable because trading foot skin is illegal.
The law explicitly states that it is forbidden to trade anything on a man's body, including his odor and sweat.
Because without buying and selling, there is no harm.
The main concern is that some criminals might harm men for exorbitant profits. Therefore, many people often buy from the black market. If caught buying more than 60 grams of tissues to wipe sweat, the perpetrator will be sentenced to death.
It's okay. From now on, all the tissues I use to wipe my sweat will belong to you.
Qin Shang was very magnanimous. Gu's mother wiped away her tears and hurriedly put the tissues in a small knitted bag.
Ring ring.
Seeing Gu's mother like this, Qin Shang smiled. Just then, the phone rang. He saw that it was his 8th sister-in-law calling and immediately answered.
Chapter 105 Men, there are always a few days every month. Ah Shang, you're a celebrity now, can you help your sister-in-law out?
Mei Xian's voice was humble and unfamiliar. Xin Shang hurriedly said, "Eighth sister-in-law, if there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do it for you." In this life, different people have different pursuits.
Some pursue money, some pursue power, and some pursue beauty.
Perhaps because he had been lonely for too long in his previous life, Xin Shang especially longed for the warmth between people, for that little bit of affection between people. He didn't want to see through the illusions of the world, he only wanted to be immersed in them and never wake up. The small shop that your seventh sister-in-law and I run doesn't have many customers because of its remote location.
Could you help me promote it? No problem. I'll be right there. The world is changing.
There were many people queuing up on the street to buy supplies. Without a doubt, everyone had heard about the invasive species.
However, different people have different opinions on the severity.
So some people bought a lot of things, while others bought less.
Oh dear. Do we really need to buy so much toilet paper? It's not like we've stopped producing it. It's always good to prepare more.
I heard those monsters eat everything and have ruined a lot of wheat fields. One of the sheep in my hometown was eaten by that monster. It gnawed it clean.
It's still safe in the city.
That thing isn't invulnerable to knives and bullets. You can kill it with a small handgun.
It's just too good at hiding. Now, not many people dare to go into the woods.
The people were discussing it, but their emotions remained relatively calm. Xin Shang was also pondering the future development situation. The new human beings for land, sea and air developed by the Taodai Group is clearly a half-finished product and has absolutely nothing to do with humans. Simply put, it's a combination of several animals. They have enhanced reproductive capabilities and are omnivorous, making them highly adaptable. These creatures can fly in the sky, run on the ground, and swim in the water. It is impossible to eliminate them in a short period of time.
Overabundance is almost inevitable.
Therefore, humanity must protect farmland, factories, and cities.
Logistics will be greatly affected, and price increases will be inevitable.
Fortunately, Xin Shang has money, so there's nothing to worry about.
However, the state of human civilization is likely to undergo tremendous changes.
Worrying too much was useless, so he took a taxi to the North 4th Ring Road. The further out of the city you go, the fewer men you see. You might only see one once in a long while, and they're usually wearing glass covers. The main reason is that many bad women roam the suburbs, and they are like hungry wolves, looking for opportunities to hunt men.
Once you grab a man, you'll often have him sit on all over the place, and many men end up getting hurt from it.
When Xin Shang arrived at Chunfeng Road on the 4th Ring Road, he was greeted by countless female fans as soon as he got out of the car.
Wow, this guy is so cute and silly, he's really something else. He wasn't wearing a protective shield. He's a male bodhisattva.
I haven't smelled that intoxicating fragrance of a man for over 10 days. An angel's face, a devil's muscles. I want to drink his foot bath water.
Who wouldn't want to drink? I can drink 3 gene 1.5 kilograms.
I really want to go up and chat him up, but I'm afraid he'll reject me.
He seems a little unhappy. It's normal.
Men have a few days of low mood every month.
Maybe it's his period. Should I bring him some brown sugar water? Are you stupid? Such a handsome and strong man, wouldn't he have a woman preparing brown sugar water for him? Let's just follow along and smell the aroma.
I'm stuffed to death, starving in a cave. My life is so miserable. Xin Shang didn't care that people were following him. In today's male-female relationships, with the rampant presence of bad women, men are becoming increasingly conservative, increasingly dislike women, and increasingly unwilling to give women any chance. This makes it harder for women to find men, leading to increased anxiety and making them more prone to crime. The best solution to this situation is for every man to have a selfless spirit of dedication, marry multiple wives, and act as male bodhisattvas. Xin Shang doesn't care about others. He's a person with great love for others.
He's definitely going to be a male bodhisattva.
For the sake of peace for all mankind, he will do his utmost to get married. However, even with the combined strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, it's still not enough. I hope the system can reward me with an ancient kidney body or a golden kidney or something.
If he works 8 hours a day, he can solve the problem of many more women's unsatisfied desires.
Xin Shang had been to Eighth Sister's shop before.
He went straight in. I'm sitting down. I can't believe my eyes, can I? Such a handsome guy, eating at a tiny restaurant like this? My God! How can there be such a frugal man? If that's the case, even I can afford to support him. Ha! I've never seen a man eat before. Can anyone tell me, do men eat with their mouths?
The group of people following behind were so incredulous that they were too frightened to approach. Inside the Sichuan restaurant, Mei Xian saw Qin Shang arrive and said happily, "Ah Shang, you really came.
It's true that I haven't spoiled you for nothing."
Mei Xian was a little worried that Qin Shang wouldn't come. She watched Qin Shang's video and realized that this guy was already incredibly talented. If he wanted to make money, he could earn hundreds of millions. There's a saying that goes, it's easy to share hardship, but difficult to share wealth.
Ultimately, he and I are just neighbors across the hall. Eighth sister-in-law has spoken, how can I not come? How can I promote the event? You speak up. The wife Li Hongliang chose had two characteristics: she was beautiful and cheerful and enthusiastic. That's how eighth sister-in-law was. She was petite and exquisite, but her proportions were amazing. She was like a sparrow that was small but perfectly formed. Her face has a pure and alluring quality, with a touch of playfulness and a hint of sexiness. Wearing an apron around her waist gives her a gentle and virtuous appearance. What I mean is, you just stand at the door and help me attract customers. Mei Xian had never hired an internet celebrity before, and she didn't know if it would work. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Qingwen, whose mouth had been agape, jumped up. "Sister Mei, what are you saying? You're asking the nation's husband to solicit customers for you? No way, absolutely not. How could he do such a despicable job?" Mu Qingwen was still feeling dizzy at this point.
The man countless girls dream of is right in front of you. He's not only handsome, but he also has an indescribable masculinity that stubble is absolutely irresistible. I want to sit down, I really want to sit on his plate.
But I must resist. Men don't like women who are too goal-oriented.
I want to be friends with him first, be his good buddy.
When he gets hurt in a relationship and drinks a lot, my chance will come. But if we don't promote it this way, what else can we do?
Mei Xian felt a little embarrassed. She had really treated Qin Shang like family.
He was a celebrity now, and things were very different from before. Excuse me, can I buy some food from you?
Just then, a customer appeared at the shop entrance, speaking in an extremely humble manner.
Chapter 106: The Fire of Humanity Will Never Be Extinguished.
Mei Xian greeted her with a smile, "Of course.
What would you like to eat?" The girl glanced at Qin Shang, then quickly lowered her head. "Whatever. Are there really customers like this?" "What do you mean by whatever?" Mei Xian handed over the menu. "Here's the menu, take a look." The girl ordered two, and Mei Xian happily went to cook.
At this time, more girls came into the store.
"Boss, I want to eat too." "Boss, there are 3 of us."
"Boss, bring us all the signature dishes."
"Boss, who is this handsome guy?"
Mei Xian was stunned for a moment after never seeing so many guests before she realized that they had all come for Qin Shang. She glanced at Qin Shang, and her heart skipped a beat. She had known Qin Shang since he was a teenager and had always treated him like a child. I only realized now how imposing and strong he was, with an intense masculine aura that filled the entire store with a masculine vibe.
"Welcome everyone, please have a seat. This is my younger brother, his name is Qin Shang."
"The customer is king," Mei Xian said, completely disregarding the influence of Qin Shang's name. The girls who came into the store looked at each other in bewilderment, and then they exploded.
"Qin Shang?
He's the Qin Shang who can do 3,000 pull-ups.
I'm going to die. I'm so lucky today, I finally got to see my idol in person. Wow.
His legs are so long and thick, he looks really strong.
Lord Qin Shang, could you please sign your autograph?"
The restaurant turned into a fan meeting. Moreover, people were still coming in, and there were no seats left.
Mei Xian was having a bit of a headache.
Before, there wasn't a single customer, but now, well, the place was packed. She understood even more clearly just how charming Qin Shang was.
"I'll go cook. Whether you want an autograph or not, it's up to you, Shang."
She hurried to the kitchen, secretly reminding herself that she must be more serious about Qin Shang in the future and dare not be so casual anymore.
Mu Qingwen also went to the kitchen to help.
This wasn't the first time Qin Shang had faced this situation, so he said loudly, "This is my 7th and 8th sister-in-law's shop. Everyone's willingness to patronize it is a great honor.
In that case, let's form a line.
I'll sign autographs for everyone who eats here."
He was worried about how to give Li Hongliang money so that Li Hongliang could go to the doctor.
If we make 7th sister-in-law and 8th sister-in-law wealthy, the problem will be solved. Suddenly, the girls pushed and shoved each other, forming a long line. Some girls brought notebooks, while others asked him to sign their names on her clothes. Qin Shang accepted all of them.
Thank you, I will always be your fan.
A girl with pigtails was so moved that she cried. She only had a meal, but she was able to get her idol's autograph.
It couldn't be more worthwhile.
Most importantly, she could smell the strong masculine scent emanating from her idol. It was simply irresistible.
Mr. Qin Shang, may I sign my finger?
A girl with a bob haircut, her face flushed, extended her middle finger. Qin Shang didn't think much of it and signed the document directly. Some of the girls immediately objected.
Shameless. Shameless. Everyone knows what she's up to. My God, she is blaspheming you. She'll definitely use that finger to mine.
You're so vulgar, you don't deserve to be Lord Qin Shang's fan at all, disgusting. With so many people criticizing her, the girl with the bob haircut looked embarrassed and wished she could disappear into an ant-hole. Qin Shang thought about it for a moment and then understood. In an instant, his compassion arose again.
If one didn't crave men so much, who would resort to this method to satisfy their inner desires? She wasn't vulgar, she was just too hungry.
As the sage said, food and sex are human nature. A person who is about to starve to death is innocent if he steals bread. What's the difference between a woman without a man's love and someone who's about to starve to death?
Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me.
Like a great general, Qin Shang stood on the bench, his figure appearing even more imposing.
As the noise subsided, Qin Shang pulled his sister's head and asked, "What's your name?" I am called Nhuiru.
Having never been with a man before, Nhuiru felt dizzy and her legs were trembling. She felt that she was not chasing a star, but rather taking refuge in a religion.
Such a noble man, how could he be willing to touch a woman of such low status like me? Doesn't he find it dirty? First of all, I don't think Nhuiru did anything wrong.
She just wanted a man too much, which is only human nature.
Secondly, I don't feel like I've been desecrated.
She has the right to fantasize about me, and every woman present has the right to fantasize about me.
There is nothing shameful about it. Whether you are a man or a woman, you are a human being. We must unite and overcome this difficulty together.
I believe that the flame of humanity will never be extinguished.
Humanity is heading towards extinction because it cannot produce offspring, especially boys. Even the Taodai group understands this, so how could Qin Shang not know it?
He didn't know how to save the world, he just wanted to do what he could.
For example, reducing the crime rate among women. So many women are deprived of male affection, like fish out of water.
They want to fantasize about themselves, so let them fantasize.
Anyway, I won't lose anything. Thump, thump.
One by one, the girls knelt down, some covering their mouths, some with tears streaming down their faces.
My God! That's amazing. He is a saint, he has come to save us. I've decided, I'll always be Lord Qin Shang's dog, woof woof woof.
How profound are the thoughts of a man who is contemplating the extinction of humanity. If every man could be like him, the world would surely become a better place. Everyone who looked at Qin Shang felt that he was radiating a holy light.
Which man wants a woman to fantasize about him?
Putting aside the issue of reputation, many men would find it disgusting to be fantasized about by a woman.
Now, the incredibly handsome Qin Shang doesn't seem to mind everyone's bad taste. How could anyone not be moved by this? Please rise, everyone. Women in this world are so easily satisfied. The queue continues. Signing continues.
There are also more and more varieties now.
Some girls held up an eggplant and asked, "Lord Qin Shang, may I sign this?"
Some girls were holding a radish and asked, "Lord Qin Shang, could you write so moist on it?" Some girls held up an ear of corn and said, "Hey handsome, I don't need your autograph.
Just touch it and give it back to me."
Behind them were people carrying baseball bats, police batons, and even pineapples, chopsticks, grapefruits, lamps, power banks, and golf balls.
Anyway, there are all sorts of things. Qin Shang didn't care about the details and satisfied all their requests. Everyone was very considerate, they ordered food and took it away. In the kitchen, Mei Xian and Mu Qingwen were simply too busy to keep up.
Helpless, Mei Xian had no choice but to call Tian Jinyao, seventh sister, "Come back quickly, there are too many customers in the store."
Tian Jinyao was sitting by the river wiping away tears when she heard this. She sighed and said, "Xianer, you're becoming a bit mentally unstable. If you ask me, let's close the shop and go work in a factory. We can earn some money that way." Chapter 107 Seventh Sister-in-Law, I also want him to sign my finger. Being born is not hard, living is not hard, but living life is the hardest.
Tian Jingyao believes that she has tried her best and made sacrifices, but she just can't live a good life.
It's like building with blocks.
Every time I think I've got it all figured out, but some overlooked details always cause the whole thing to collapse. For example, when she opened the restaurant, she specifically studied Sichuan cuisine in depth and even studied at a culinary school.
The food she makes is definitely not bad.
However, due to its poor location, it had very few customers, its cash flow immediately dried up, and it still had to take on a lot of loans. Looking at the flowing river, she really felt that she couldn't live like this anymore.
Death is sometimes not a tragedy, but the end of suffering. Seventh sister, I'm telling the truth.
If I'm lying to you, may I never find a husband in my next life. On the other end of the phone, Mei Xian made a solemn vow. No woman would joke about finding a husband, because every woman has experienced the pain of not having one.
What's going on? Where did this customer come from? Is someone celebrating a birthday in our store? Tian Jingyao was filled with questions.
The busiest time we've had since the store opened was when someone had a birthday party, and there were over 50 customers.
You'll know when you get here.
I just want to tell you that the sky has opened and the sun has risen. Mei Xian's voice was exceptionally cheerful, and Tian Jingyao gave a wry smile. Okay.
She stood up and walked towards her little shop.
It was lunchtime, and the restaurants on both sides of the street were full of people. Her eyes swept over them, filled with envy.
As we approached Chunfeng Road, we saw a long queue ahead.
The women looked happy, holding all sorts of strange things, and chattering excitedly.
Today is the happiest day of my life. I'm finally able to see my husband. Your husband? He's a male god. When did he become your husband?
In my dream, I was already married to him, and he even corrected my posture.
Blasphemy. You people are disgusting, always blaspheming our idols in your hearts. TCH. If you're not going to commit blasphemy, what are you doing holding that stick?
It's better than you, carrying around a beer bottle and not afraid of stuffing yourself to death.
Male god? What kind of male celebrity would come to a place like this? Tian Jingyao was very puzzled.
The Fourth Ring Road was a place with very bad public security, and she rarely even saw a man. Especially recently, a heinous crime occurred.
An elderly man in his 80s was violated by 3 young delinquents.
The old man was covered in strawberries, and his fingers were wrinkled from being soaked in water. Fortunately, he received timely treatment and his life was saved.
If it's a place that's unsafe for the elderly, young men are naturally even less willing to stay there.
We walked a little further ahead, and the line started to meander, with security guards maintaining order. It would be great if all these people could come to the restaurant to eat. The shop had been deserted for too long, and whenever Tian Jingyao saw people, she couldn't help but think that she was truly passionate about the catering industry.
Although it was tiring, there were also many happy moments. For example, when a customer enters the store. For example, when the guests are completely satisfied with their meal. For example, when a regular customer comes back again and again. For example, when you receive money. Well, no matter how much she loves it, it's useless if she can't make money. She can only close the shop and work or deliver food.
She doesn't have any special skills, her education level is not high, and she doesn't have many options. Upon entering Chunfeng Road, Tian Jingyao's eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat, and her heart seemed to forget to beat.
What's going on? My little shop was at the very end of the line? Are these all my guests?
A surge of ecstasy coursed through her, and she quickened her pace, finally becoming absolutely certain that the long line truly belonged to people eating at her family's small restaurant. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and her heart pounded wildly.
Welcome, welcome.
She kept bowing and greeting the customers, who were her bread and butter.
With their patronage, she could continue working in the catering industry. Upon entering, she was stunned. The guests were all incredibly grateful. Thank you, my idol. You're a living saint. This is the first time I've ever shaken hands with a man. You're so handsome, and you don't even mind that I'm dirty, sob. Thank you for signing my golden retriever's face. I won't be lonely for the rest of my life. Brother Qin Shang, may I kiss the sole of your shoe?
Women are always subservient to men, and these men are especially subservient.
Pushing through the crowd, Tian Jingyao was stunned. Shang, it's you?
Although Tian Jinhao recognized Qin Shang after not seeing him for several months, she also noticed that his demeanor was noticeably different from before. Qin Shang used to be a bit chubby and frail because he played games all day. Standing there now, Qin Shang resembled a javelin, his iron will radiating a manly aura. It seemed that nothing in the outside world could affect his mood. This very preciousness sets it apart from others.
I've come to help. Qin Shang smiled.
He could tell that Tian Jinhao had cried, and he could also tell that she looked haggard and much thinner. Her already slender frame looked as if a gust of wind could blow her over. They were so engrossed in games that they never understood the hardships of life. Today he understood once again how difficult it is for ordinary women to survive in this world. They are flesh and blood, they have feelings, they know sadness and pain, and they understand joy and happiness. As the ancients said, cultivate oneself, regulate one's family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. He secretly resolved to first improve his family situation and ensure that those around him could live a good life.
But why do they all want autographs?
Driven by life's demands every day, Tian Jinhao had no time for leisure and was unaware that Qin Shang had become a sensation.
Seventh sister, come quickly to the kitchen to help. I'll explain Ah Shang's matter to you.
Mei Xian waved at the kitchen door, and Tian Jinhao hurried over. Inside, everything was bustling with activity. Mu Qingwen, who used to be a waitress, had started cooking as well, while Mei Xian was tending to a pot of fried rice.
Xianer, what's going on?
Take a look at this, and you'll understand everything. Mei Xian tossed him a phone, which contained a lot of information about Qin Shang.
Can you do 3,000 pull-ups? Destroy the headquarters of the Taotai group? Tian Jinhao couldn't stop smiling.
Her mind raced for a moment before she finally said, I never imagined that Ah Shang not only plays games but also exercises.
That's amazing.
For a man to enjoy playing games is enough to demonstrate that he is an outstanding individual. First, liking to play games suggests a high level of intelligence, as many large-scale games are quite complex.
Second, enjoying games indicates focus. Games are not just about fun, they also require long periods of practice to improve skills. Third, liking to play games indicates teamwork skills.
There are many team battles in games, and without communication and coordination, it's impossible to complete them. Tian Jinhao had always known that Qin Shang was intelligent, but she never expected that Qin Shang's physical abilities were also so formidable.
This is equivalent to having Zhuge Liang's brain, Guan Yu's body, and Pan En's looks. A combination of strengths in all three aspects is naturally irresistible.
I also want him to sign my fingers, my index and middle fingers.
Involuntarily, Tian Jinhao murmured something, and Mei Xian immediately turned her head. Seventh sister, what did you say? Chapter 108. With so much land, why should he plant on my plot? No. I didn't say anything.
With her pretty face flushed, Tian Jinhao quickly put aside her distracting thoughts and focused on cooking.
It's great to have work to do.
She especially liked this sense of security, cooking a meal, earning a clean living, supporting herself and her husband.
Mei Xian laughed and said, how about it, seventh sister? I told you so, didn't I? The sky has opened up and the sun has come out. That's right, Ah Shang is our son. Tian Jinhao felt a warm glow in her heart. This younger brother was really nice.
Her ears turned red as she thought about how her husband had always wanted her to have a sperm donor.
I can't help but wonder whose offspring are as good as Ah Shang's. There is none left. So, is it possible to borrow his seed? Of course, I wouldn't dare say such a thing out loud.
I'll test the waters first. All these years of hard work have taken their toll on my appearance.
I wonder if he would even be interested in me. With so much land lying around, what reason does he have to cultivate his own plot? Amidst the surging thoughts, pot after pot of food was cooked, and the ringing of payment notifications was extremely pleasant to hear.
First came a clatter, like gold coins falling into a pile of money, followed by an announcement.
17 yuan received. 48 yuan received. 56 yuan received.
This kind of sound is delightful, and both Tian Jinhao and Mei Xian have tasted the joy of making a fortune every day. We were busy until 4 p.m., and the store ran out of vegetables and meat. The crowd outside was still huge, and people were still queuing up. Seventh sister, you all go ahead with your work, I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Wiping away her sweat, Mei Xian was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all.
Tian Jinhao quickly stopped her, saying, no. Let's stop here for today. Why? We're usually so anxious and frustrated when we don't make any money. Now that we're making money, we have to work our hardest to earn it all, right?
Mei Xian felt that if she did this, she could work for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, a woman should never stop striving and fighting.
As the saying goes, no matter how tired or bitter you are, just pretend you're a fool.
No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, just pretend you're thick-skinned. Only by putting in this kind of effort can you get rich.
It's nothing for us to suffer, but who is Qin Shang?
He is a heartthrob, the dream lover of countless girls.
He is willing to help because he is loyal and righteous. We can't push him to his limits. Let us call it a day. Oh, I didn't think it through. Boys' hands are so delicate. Signing autographs all the time might cause blisters. I'm so sorry.
Mei Xian hurriedly came to the lobby and said, "Dear customers, I'm sorry, our food is sold out. Qin Shang is also tired, so that's all for today.
Thank you very much for your patronage." Those who didn't get an autograph were all sighing and complaining.
Having a meal together allows you to get up close to your idol and even get their autograph. Such an opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
What time do you open tomorrow? Will Brother Qin Shang still be here tomorrow?
Please have pity on me, I really miss men so much, I'm going crazy. I don't have any other requests, I just want my crush to sign this toy of mine, to leave a trace of his warmth. I may never find a husband in my entire life, but at least let me smell the fragrance of a man.
Even if you can't eat it, just smelling it is good.
Many of the girls in line were greedily inhaling.
Hormones, though invisible, float in the air. Suck it in, and it will make you happy for years. Everyone, go back now. I'll come back again. As for when, wait for our notification. Qin Shang couldn't possibly come to the store every day to sign autographs. His plan was to come every few days, essentially acting as a living bodhisattva.
Looking at these women in the cave, they really looked like refugees, each one crying for food, which made one's heart ache.
Thank you, my idol. I'll come to your house for dinner every day from now on, you absolutely have to come. Me too.
My family has 10 members, plus friends.
I can bring 30 or 40 people with me. Brother Qin Shang, you must be exhausted. You can sign any time. I'm willing to wait until the end of time.
The fans were very understanding. They lingered for a while before leaving.
Mei Xian gave Mu Qingwen 300 yuan. Qingwen, you must be exhausted.
Consider this money a red envelope from your sister.
Go back to school now.
Today's workload is dozens of times greater than usual, but Mei Xian is not a stingy person.
Mu Qingwen kept shaking her head, stealing a glance at Qin Shang.
Sister, I don't want money, just don't fire me.
After saying that, he ran away. Even a fool could see that as long as she could see Qin Shang, she would be willing to help out at the store even without being paid.
Tian Jinyao and Mei Xian also realized just how great Qin Shang's charm was.
Ah Shang, you've had a hard day. Are you tired?
After closing the door and leaving everyone else alone, Mei Xian took Qin Shang's hand and checked it. Fortunately, there were no blisters. However, boys' hands are so tender and soft, they're especially nice to touch.
Not tired at all. It's just signing an autograph, it's not tiring at all, Tian Jinyao immediately said. Let's count the money then? Making money is fun. Counting money brings even more joy. However, most payments are now made electronically, and not many people use paper money.
The three of them counted the money together, and it totaled more than 800 yuan.
The amount received via electronic payment was over 9,000, bringing the total to just over 10,000. My God, the daily turnover is over 10,000. We're rich. We're rich.
After deducting costs such as rent, raw materials, and labor, they earned about 5 or 6,000 yuan today, and Mei Xian and Tian Jinyao couldn't stop smiling. Their original idea was that as long as it was better than working a regular job, and they could earn 200 or 300 yuan a day, they would do it.
After all, this is a job I enjoy. Now, it's not just about being capable, it's practically a career. Ah Shang, you're probably the one who made so much money. Here's 5,000 for you.
Tian Jinyao was very generous and was about to transfer money to Qin Shang immediately, but Qin Shang hurriedly stopped her. Seventh sister-in-law, no need.
You sisters-in-law have taken good care of me in the past. Now that I'm famous, I'm just doing my part to repay you. How can I accept money? Besides, I don't need any money.
Qin Shang's two sisters-in-law tried to persuade him a few more times, but he insisted on refusing.
He's not just rich now, he's incredibly rich, he doesn't even know what to do with all that money.
However, Li Hongliang and his sisters-in-law are all very strong-willed people, and they definitely wouldn't accept money directly from them. Otherwise, he would have given away millions or tens of millions long ago.
Ah Sean, having you as my younger brother is the greatest blessing of my life. By the way, it's getting late, why don't you stay with us? Borrowing sperm, borrowing sperm, borrowing sperm. This was the only thing Tian Jinhao could think about.
This is actually the thought of countless women. Women must have their own children so that they can have someone to rely on when they get old.
Only then can one enjoy the joy of being surrounded by children and grandchildren. No, I want to go home and visit.
Qin Shang hadn't seen brother Li Hongliang or Yi Shuqin for many days and missed them terribly. He was also worried that Yi Shuqin would feel bad if he didn't go back after he returned.
If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have wanted to either. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm homesick too. Let's go back together. Everyone has a home, and everyone misses home. Tian Jinhao also wanted to go home and ask her husband if it would be possible to borrow a seed from Qin Shang.
This kind of thing requires my husband's permission.
The three hit it off immediately, bought some gifts, and took them home.
There are few men around the 4th Ring Road, and there are no buses specifically for men. Tian Jinhao and Mei Xian are both used to being frugal and are reluctant to spend money, so they took Qin Shang on a regular bus. Inevitably, many women came to visit, and Qin Shang got used to it.
Damn it! Were you secretly filming me just now?
You filthy bastard, how dare you! As soon as the car started moving, a chubby guy weighing over 200 pounds started yelling at a pretty and delicate girl. Chapter 109T0 version showdown, he called me great-grandpa.
There are too few men, and the phenomenon of secretly filming is commonplace.
Certainly, girls can see men in movies and TV series, and they are all very handsome male celebrities.
The problem is that male celebrities are too distant and lack a sense of reality.
The candid photos, on the other hand, are full of everyday life.
First, it can be sold. Second, it can be used by oneself. There are many ways to use it.
Besides these basic uses, it can also be printed out to wrap round items.
You can also stick it on the wall to practice talking to boys. Girls always get nervous when they meet boys in real life, they can't do it without practice.
Because of this, men are even less willing to get close to women, leading to estrangement. This has also made many good women particularly indignant. Sure enough, as soon as the chubby boy scolded her, many people immediately spoke up for him and joined in criticizing the pretty girl.
You're a disgrace to us women.
It's not easy for a guy to ride the bus, and you're taking pictures of him without his consent. Look at her, wearing such short shorts, farting right off her belly button, she's so sleazy.
She's definitely not a decent person. How shameless.
It's people like this who ruin the reputation of us women. Because of women like this, the chance to smell a man's scent is almost gone. Faced with overwhelming accusations, the pretty girl blushed and stammered, I didn't take any photos, I really didn't.
Sticks in a cesspool, you're really good at making excuses.
I have sharp eyes, I saw it clearly.
You say you didn't take any pictures, right? Give me your phone, let me check. The chubby boy asked to look at his phone.
Logically speaking, since he had no evidence, the pretty girl shouldn't have allowed him to check her phone.
However, girls are naturally at a disadvantage when facing boys.
The pretty girl quickly handed over her phone. The bus fell silent.
Several people craned their necks, trying to confirm whether the girl had actually taken any photos.
The chubby boy flipped through the photos again and again, but couldn't find them. His chubby face turned a deep purplish red.
The pretty girl breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't take any photos, right? This remark immediately angered the chubby boy. Snap. He slammed the girl's phone on the ground. So what? Putting aside the facts, shouldn't you apologize to me?
Many people blinked their eyes. The carriage was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
A woman in a blue shirt couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Young man, you've wronged someone, shouldn't you apologize? Probably not expecting anyone to dare criticize him, the fat boy exploded. How dare you? You want to rebel against the heavenly gang? You stinking bastard.
I'll make sure you die a horrible death today.
He grabbed the pretty girl and said, judging from your appearance, you'll never find a husband in this life. Now, I'm willing to marry you and make you my concubine.
You be my witness and tell the husband's federation that this guy molested me.
Pull one down, then beat one up.
It has to be said that the fat boy really had a knack for it. He pointed at the woman in blue and blatantly framed her. The people who had just spoken all turned their heads away, as if they had all gone deaf and blind at the same time. There are more girls than boys, so whatever the boys say goes. If I say you've committed indecent assault, then you have committed indecent assault.
You said no? Who can prove you didn't commit indecent assault?
In today's social climate, the attitude towards female predators is better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free.
Not to mention, the fat boy even found a witness. I'm willing to testify.
I saw it with my own eyes.
She molested you.
She even touched your thigh. The once timid and pretty girl suddenly straightened her back and turned against the older woman in blue who had helped her, seeing the opportunity to become a concubine. The woman in blue panicked immediately. She hurriedly shouted, "I didn't molest him."
You all saw it.
I was 2 meters away from him.
How could I have molested him? Please, everyone, be my witnesses. Utter silence. Many people even distanced themselves from the woman in blue. In the TO version, going against a boy will not end well. Offering help might provoke repercussions.
Of course, it's best to protect yourself.
Who? Let's see who dares to help you. Humph. You're dead.
Indecent assault is a serious crime, and the woman in blue should serve at least 20 years in prison.
I dare. Qin Shang stepped forward.
Originally, he really didn't want to get involved, but the fat boy had gone too far and was actually trying to send him to jail. Tian Jingyao and Mei Xian protected Qin Shang very well, so many people didn't see him. Now that he speaks, everyone in the carriage turns their heads to look. A chorus of gasps of surprise erupted.
So handsome.
I never even imagined a boy helping a girl.
T0 versus T0, my god, look, the sky outside has cracked open.
A clash of top-tier conquerors hockey is bound to have an unpredictable outcome. Upon seeing that it was a man speaking, the chubby boy's expression changed several times before he said unwillingly, "Ji Shui.
Why are you siding with her? Do you want to betray men? Have you forgotten the vow of boy helps boy?"
The longer Qin Shang lived, the more he discovered.
Money is not the foundation of the world. Language is the foundation of the world.
Listen to this huge label being thrown at him. It's like he's trying to expel himself from the male sex hierarchy.
Ji Shui.
Boy help boy exists to fight against injustice and those unreasonable accusations.
You are creating injustice and deliberately framing people. If anyone is betraying a man, it is you who are betraying a man.
Qin Shangping spoke calmly, but he hit the fat boy's weak spot.
Snap, snap, snap.
Immediately, applause erupted from all around. Axioms reside in everyone's heart. Their silence does not mean they do not exist.
Suddenly the situation reversed, and the fat boy didn't know what to say.
What he had done was something that couldn't be brought to the table.
My god. There are actually reasonable boys out there. I've never seen one like it before. Aren't boys supposed to be coaxed and indulged? How can he be so reasonable? I'm going to cry. Who would be qualified to be a concubine like that? Don't even think about it. If I could become his concubine, my family's ancestral graves would be emitting auspicious smoke.
As the discussion began, some people started to recognize Qin Shang.
Now, the women in the carriage were even more excited.
He is Qin Shang, the nation's husband.
No wonder he is so noble.
Why would a heartthrob take the bus?
Squeezing in with us ordinary folks, doesn't he find it dirty? Brother Qin, can I be your maid? I'll be happy as long as I have some bathwater to drink. What kind of dream are you having? Your idol's bathwater is so hot that the line of people wanting to drink it could stretch all the way to Antarctica. How could it possibly be your turn? Amidst the commotion, the woman in blue was moved to tears.
If Qin Shang hadn't come out, she would have spent the rest of her life in jail. He saved her life.
The pretty girl's eyes reddened. My idol, I was wrong. I will turn myself in. Don't worry. After struggling, the chubby boy knelt down with a thud. Master Ji, no, great-grandfather, please let me go.
Please don't cyberbully me, I have a weak mentality, I'll die if I'm cyberbullied.
There is also a clear hierarchy among boys.
He was completely in the wrong in this matter. If Qin Shang said anything online, netizens would drown him in their criticism.
You might as well die. Qin Shang took out his phone and waved it. People who frame others deserve to die. I recorded everything that just happened and will definitely post it online. Think carefully, do you want to drink pesticide or take sleeping pills? Chapter 110. I became a model worker by getting married. To falsely accuse someone simply because your version is better is the most shameless thing you can do. That kind of person is a beast.
Qin Shang immediately uploaded the recorded content to the internet, believing that right and wrong would be judged fairly, and that the eyes of the masses were discerning. By the time the bus arrived at the station, the video had already gone viral. The chubby boy had been keeping an eye on the online discussions, and seeing the various insults and abuse from netizens, he ran away with his head in his hands. It seems that the heart has been dealt a severe blow.
Ah Shang, you are so brave and amazing.
Women have always been the ones who conquer the world, but Tian Jinhao never expected that Qin Shang would be even stronger than a woman. Feeling the strong masculine aura emanating from him, her heart was filled with ripples that she couldn't stop. I desperately want to find a toilet right now and force myself to vent. At the same time, the desire to breed became even stronger.
How could you let a man like that go? Isn't there a saying like that?
Even if you die in jeans, you'll still be dashing as a ghost.
It's nothing, I'm just doing what I can.
The world needs to be beautiful and bright, and that depends on everyone shining a little light.
Qin Shang is willing to shine his own light. And yet you're so modest. Your wife is so lucky.
Tian Jinhao couldn't help but feel envious, and even started to imagine what it would be like to be Qin Shang's wife.
It's simply unimaginable.
This boy has grown into a high-quality human being with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor.
I am just a low-quality human being. How can one know the level of pleasure he brings to a woman? Seventh sister, look at you, your eyes are gleaming with greed. You wouldn't happen to be thinking of writing a Shang, would you?
Mei Xian made a careless joke, and Tian Jinhao blushed instantly. She was the slender and charming type, with a willow-like waist and almond-shaped eyes full of spring. At this moment, she is even more graceful and captivating.
You little hussy, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who wanted to sit here, aren't you?
Although the moral boundaries of this world are becoming more and more open.
As long as I can have children, anything is fine.
But as her sister-in-law, I always feel a little embarrassed, at least I can't say it openly.
I wanted to sit, so what? Who wouldn't want to sit with a man like Ah Shang? Besides, the sister-in-law inheritance law is already being pushed forward, so why bother with hiding it? Does such a law still exist? Overjoyed, Tian Jinhao couldn't suppress the smile on her face.
She mainly felt that it was too awkward to call Qin Shang little brother before and Qin Shang husband afterward.
Even if I come secretly, I still feel shy. Who knew there was such a legitimate law? You're so ignorant. This is one of the most hotly debated legal issues in recent years.
Many people believe that since a sister-in-law has an obligation to take care of her husband's younger brother, then the husband's younger brother also has an obligation to marry his widowed sister-in-law.
After all, what's the point of a woman's life if she can't revolve around a man? These words make a lot of sense.
Stealing a glance at Qin Shang, Tian Jinhao immediately expressed her agreement.
Then, as if remembering something, she asked, what are the details? If they aren't blood brothers, can they still inherit their sister-in-law's property?
Of course, as long as the husband agrees and his sworn brother is also willing, the inheritance can be carried on. In fact, this custom existed in ancient times and was called the remarriage system. The younger brother inherits his sister-in-laws.
Qin Xanadu felt a little embarrassed.
Of course, he knew that ancient nomadic peoples had this custom, where not only could the younger brother inherit the wife's position,
even sons could inherit their father's concubines. This is all for the sake of the continuation of the race and the strength of the tribe. With more women than men and a declining total population, many people have realized that humanity is on the road to extinction. Every useful solution was proposed. Letting the younger brother inherit the widowed sister-in-law is like a farmer having several more plots of land. A farmer who grows crops in the same plot every day will inevitably feel bored. Having more plots of land would create a sense of novelty. This can also improve the survival rate of seeds. However, Qin Shang was a transmigrator, and he always felt that he had violated some taboos. It seemed bad, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong with it. After all, the younger brother has no blood relation to his sister-in-law, and once the law is established, it means that the state supports this matter. The things the government does are definitely not wrong. In fact, most countries have been implementing this system for a long time. China is considered conservative. There are those who support this approach, and naturally there are those who oppose it, with the strongest opposition coming from the younger brothers.
They already have many wives, and if they are unable to support themselves, marrying a sister-in-law would only increase their burden. After all, considering her status as my sister-in-law, I should at least have sex with her once every year or two, right? Otherwise, I would be letting down my deceased brother. So, if the husband is sick and unable to fulfill marital obligations, is there any obligation the younger brother must fulfill towards his sister-in-law? When she asked this question, Tianjinhao lowered her voice, and her ears turned red. Even a fool knows what she's talking about. In this situation, if the husband agrees, then the younger brother has an obligation to investigate his sister-in-law. Mei Shen lowered her voice as much as possible, almost whispering, but Qin Shang's hearing was so sharp that he could hear her clearly. However, he was a little unsure of what to think. In comparison, Yi Shuqin is about the same age as him, so there is no generation gap. The others, even his eighth sister-in-law Mei Shen, are 7 or 8 years older than him. There seemed to be some kind of moral constraint preventing him from doing anything. But deep down, there's a desire to break this taboo. After all of his sisters-in-law are stunningly beautiful. It would be a lie to say he had no feelings for them. I really hope this law will be implemented soon. Tian Jinhao sighed and then walked in front of Qin Shang. She was wearing a bodycon skirt today, which accentuated her figure. With each step she takes, her movements become even more graceful and charming. Qin Shang, feeling uncomfortable looking at his sister-in-law's body, looked elsewhere.
Ah Shang, we were being too unreserved, please don't mind. No.
In this world, men are not only targeted by other women, but also by their sisters-in-law. He needs to slowly understand the complex emotions involved.
Soon, they arrived at his neighborhood.
As soon as I entered, I saw Sister Su from the neighborhood committee walking towards me, followed by her daughter, Su Linner.
Qin Shang, you're finally back. I was just looking for you. Sister Su was very cheerful and happy. Qin Shang asked, puzzled, what do you want from me? He has always been a homebody and rarely interacts with other people in the neighborhood. I only exchanged greetings with Sister Su. Of course, we're giving you a plaque. You've been named a model worker in our city, and our neighborhood status has been elevated because of you. I don't even have a job, how did I get named a model worker? You men's job is to work hard for the reproduction of humankind. You've only been an adult for a short time, yet you've already married 2 wives. You're so diligent and hardworking, exhausting your life essence. What else could you be but a model worker? Chapter 111 Monsters are rampant, and humanity is in trouble. Is this okay? Qin Shang was truly impressed. Humph. What kind of skill is it to get a wife? Just then, a discordant voice appeared. There was a tall man in camouflage, carrying a large machete, shaking his leg. Su Joha, what are you doing with that knife? Sister Su immediately bristled, while Tian Jinhao and Mei Shen stood in front of Qin Shang to protect him. Qin Shang had heard of this person before. He is Sister Su's son and Su Linner's brother. In today's world, it is common for men to marry multiple wives, but he is unwilling to marry any and considers it a form of persecution. What he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, men's lifespans are declining year by year, and the average lifespan is now less than 40 years. Of course, it's killing monsters. That's what men should do. Su Joha particularly admires the knights errant of ancient times, enjoys fighting and killing, and does have some martial arts skills. He is one of the few boys who dares to go to the suburbs. Now that a monster with a monkey's head and a bird's body is killing people everywhere, he decides to go and kill the monster. You could say he was a hero. Are you crazy? We women are the ones who kill monsters. Can't you learn from Qin Shang and be a decent young husband? With so few men, the number of wives a man can marry determines the grade of a neighborhood. Currently, Qingyuan neighborhood is only grade C, which is quite low. Sister Su works for the neighborhood committee and has an obligation to urge everyone to get married. However, her own son is not getting married, which greatly affects her prestige. When you try to persuade someone, they often retort with a single sentence. Ridiculous. I am a chivalrous knight, a hero. Don't compare me to a shallow man like Qin Shang. Once a person's beliefs are formed, they are very difficult to change. Su Joha insisted on doing so, and Su's eldest sister was almost driven crazy with worry. Bang! Unable to bear being repeatedly scorned, Qin Shanka kicked Su Joha to the ground. Everyone was stunned. You're asking for it. He really had some skill. Su Joha sprang to his feet and charged forward, brandishing his machete.
However, in Qin Shang's view, his speed was too slow, almost like slow motion. Bang! Without making any other move, Qin Shang kicked out with his right foot again, knocking Su Jiuhe over.
The same action was repeated 8 times in a row. Su Liner hurriedly protected Su Jiuhe, crying out, "Don't hit my brother! Don't hit my brother!"
Sister Su then pulled Su Liner away, saying, "Silly girl, Qin Shang meant well.
He's stopping your brother.
If your brother goes to fight a monster, he'll definitely get eaten by it."
Ah! Su Liner's beautiful eyes revealed deep admiration. He was so noble. It's really perfect. And his butt is so perky. Sister Su, you've misunderstood.
I hit him purely because he was rude and disrespectful to me. As for whether he wanted to fight the monster or not, I had no reason to stop him.
Besides, you can't stop him anyway.
Even if he doesn't go today, he can go tomorrow.
You can't just lock him up, can you? The most important thing for a person is to love themselves. The most important thing about loving yourself is not letting anyone bully you.
That's just how Qin Shang is. If he's unhappy, he'll take action, and he'll never let it drag on overnight. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Su Jiuhe vomit blood.
So that's how it is. With a glance, Su Liner admired him even more.
She hadn't expected him to be a philosopher with such remarkable eloquence.
Fine. I was offended, I deserved it. Su Jiuhe was quite assertive.
However, sooner or later, I will surpass you.
It's out of the question.
It wasn't that Qin Shang was confident, it was simply because he was overpowered.
No matter how hard the other party tries, it's useless.
Qin Shang has a system, making him an overwhelming force in this world.
We'll wait and see.
Brushing the dirt off his clothes, Su Jiuhe stood up again, still gripping his large machete.
His older sister, Su, tugged at his sleeve tightly, saying, "Son, don't go, don't go. You'll die. If you don't pity me, pity your sister. She's so old, and she can't even find a husband."
For a woman to find a husband, the first hurdle is the dowry. Sister Su originally thought that her son would get a dowry after he got married. Then, with this dowry, they would marry off their daughter.
Leave me alone. You're just my biological mother, how dare you interfere with my freedom?
With a cold laugh, Su Jiuhe shook off his older sister and looked at Su Liner with disdain. "I won't be a sister-supporting demon." To keep Sister Su away, he brandished his machete and walked out of the residential area. Outside the residential compound, several men were waiting for him. One of them had a strip of cloth tied around his head with the words asceticism written on it.
Qin Shang did not look down on them.
In this world, women feel despair, but most men feel the same way. Marrying many wives seems like a great thing, enjoying all the pleasures of life. However, this is accompanied by a reduction in lifespan.
Some might say, why not just marry someone and not fulfill marital obligations?
That's highly unlikely, just like an old cat can't sleep with a salted fish as a pillow.
How could he not be tempted by a beautiful and sexy wife? My dear life, why is it so bitter?
Sister Su sat on the ground, crying with snot and tears streaming down her face. Qin Shang offered a few words of comfort, waited for someone to take over the shift, and then left. I had thought about going to those monsters before. On the way, Tian Jinyao said with a sigh, killing one earns a reward of 500 yuan.
Qin Shang didn't know much about this, so he asked, "Are many people going?" "There are so many. Not just people in the city, but even more in the countryside. The monsters are terrifying.
They not only eat meat, but also grain, and they live in a whole litter, densely packed together.
It's frightening." Tian Jinyao took out her phone and showed Qin Shang a video.
The video was filmed in a watermelon field, and there were at least several hundred strange creatures, each about the size of a palm, in the frame. They have round heads, like little monkeys, but their bodies are like birds. What's even stranger is that they don't have feathers, but scales. Whether it's a watermelon or a watermelon vine, they'll eat it all without hesitation. The sound of chewing carries an atmosphere of disaster. Just by seeing this video, Qin Shang knew that humanity was in trouble.
Humanity's extinction might even come sooner than expected. Let's just take it one day at a time.
Qin Shang decided to observe the situation further before making a decision.
The three went upstairs and soon arrived at Li Honglion's door. "Seventh sister, eighth sister, you're back. Ah Shang, why are you with them?"
Yi Shuqin opened the door. She was wearing a cheongsam and black stockings, a rather peculiar style. His gaze swept across Qin Shang's face, but there was nothing unusual about her expression.
That's a long story.
Tian Jinhao explained that Li Hongliang, who had been lying in bed, also came to the hall, and his condition looked even worse. Hearing that Qin Shang was making money for the restaurant, he was very pleased. Brother, when I die, I will entrust my wives to you. Chapter 112. Showing off their wealth, the whole family eats dumplings.
As long as one is human, one has feelings.
Li Hongliang had deep feelings for his 9 wives. There was also a happy time. His current thought is that all his wives can be happy.
Life is not easy, and he didn't want to be a burden to anyone. Brother Li, you're being too pessimistic.
If you're sick, we'll get you treatment. To be honest, I have several 100 million yuan on me, and I'll give it all to you for treatment.
You can't flaunt your wealth, that's for outsiders. There's no need for that with your own people.
The reason BRICS wasn't mentioned is because it's hard to explain, but a few 100 million can be explained.
How many hundreds of millions do you have? Where did you get them from?
Li Hongliang was dumbfounded, Yi Shuqin's eyes widened, and Tian Jinhao and Mei Xian looked at each other in disbelief. Not long ago, they were as happy as if it were Chinese New Year because they had earned 10,000 yuan in revenue. Little did he know, there was a wealthy man by his side.
Speaking of this, I have to thank Brother Li.
The girl you introduced me to last time, Bai Jinyao, her mother gave her 100 million first, and then another 200 million. Qin Shang originally didn't want to say these things, as it would seem like he was showing off, but not saying them wouldn't be right either, since Li Hongliang was just waiting to die every day.
We must give him hope.
I know he's strong-willed and doesn't want to use his own money, but now I can't just listen to him and everything.
You mean Bai Jinyao?
Hearing that he had made a contribution, Li Hongliang immediately beamed. Let me tell you, the first time I saw Bai Jinyao, I knew she was rich. The bag she was carrying, at a glance, was worth no less than 3 million.
How could a poor person afford that?
So, half the credit for this money belongs to you.
Don't be afraid to spend the money, treat it however you need to. People's thoughts can change in an instant.
Qin Shang was worried that Li Hongliang was too proud to use his own money, but now that he saw his declining state, he no longer cared.
Self-esteem can't put food on the table. Life is the most important thing. I've been taking medication.
The main thing is, I have kidney failure, but it hasn't progressed to uremia yet.
I'll wait and see.
Anyway, I've already registered,
and they'll contact me if there's a kidney donor. Li Hongliang was hesitant about getting a kidney transplant.
Because his kidneys weren't completely damaged, if he were to have one transplanted, he might live even shorter, which wouldn't be worthwhile.
That's more like it. Just say the word if you need money.
Qin Shang made a generous promise, which touched Li Hongliang a little.
However, he quickly covered it up and said cheerfully, "Look at me, I've been so busy talking that I haven't eaten yet, have I?"
Nothing tastes better than your sister-in-law's food, nothing tastes better than dumplings.
Let's make dumplings and eat them? Whether Li Hongliang did it on purpose or not, Tian Jinhao and the other two had rosy cheeks.
In the past, when life was difficult, there existed a peculiar form of marriage called partnership. Usually, this happens when the husband is sick or unable to support the family, so they find a strong laborer to come and help with the housework. Then, a situation of one wife and 2 husbands was formed. This was mainly due to the pressure of survival. If they didn't find help, they would starve to death. To be honest, Qin Shang felt a sense of rejection and mixed feelings towards this kind of group building. The reason for the rejection was that he had no shortage of women. There were countless beautiful women outside who were crying and begging to marry him, all of them virgins.
He really doesn't have the habit of messing with young women.
The reason I had feelings for her was that, firstly, all of her sisters-in-law were indeed very beautiful. Secondly, he had feelings for several of his sisters-in-law. According to the customs of this world, it is normal for a younger brother to inherit his sister-in-law's position, and he would find it difficult to refuse.
Sometimes, people just can't see things clearly, they can only remain confused. That's great.
Our whole family can eat dumplings together. Whether it was a joke or not, Tian Jinhao also said something wrong, and the atmosphere in the room became strange.
Qin Shang could be said to have clearly fallen into the moral dilemma of a time traveler.
Doing so seems to go against the rules of another world. If we don't do it, in this world, we'd be considered heartless and ungrateful.
Sigh, what a dilemma.
Of course, he wouldn't say these things aloud.
If he did, his sisters-in-law would definitely think he was being disdainful.
Men don't need to get involved in making dumplings. Tian Jinhao and the other 2 rolled out the dough and mixed the filling, making a lot of noise, which was very lively and homey.
Qin Shangze and Li Hongliang started playing chess. About an hour later, it was already dark.
Tian Jinhao said cheerfully, "Honey, come and share the dumplings." In this world, families are no different from kingdoms, where the husband's authority must be demonstrated in every aspect. The most typical example is dividing dumplings. This is called sitting on the stove with your hands in charge of the ladle, meaning you can give a spoonful to whomever you want, wielding absolute power.
This is especially true for families that are not very wealthy. Brother, you divide it up. Brotherly, this is not appropriate. Almost instinctively, Qin Shang refused.
If he accepted, it would be like usurping the host's place, which would be incredibly inconsiderate.
To everyone's surprise, Li Hongliang sighed and said, "You just can't keep an eye on my wives, can you? That's normal, that's all normal. Now that you're rich and famous, what beautiful woman can't you find? My wives are not good enough for you. This is, click me?"
Tian Jinhao, Mei Xian, and Yi Shuqin all lowered their heads and remained silent, an awkward silence hanging in the air.
It's just dividing dumplings, brotherly, you're making a big deal out of it. If you want me to divide them, I will. Here they come, let's eat dumplings.
Qin Shang can be willful with strangers, but he can't be willful with the people around him.
They all have feelings and bonds. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. In the end, we forced you. If you didn't want to, you could have just said so.
Tian Jinhao held the bowl, muttering to herself, her face showing a tearful expression. Qin Shang paused for a moment, then didn't say anything and began serving dumplings. Poor people have many rules, so the dumplings were naturally given to Li Hongliang first, then Qin Shang, and finally the three women.
Soon, the 5 people sat around the table.
On the table were dipping sauces, seaweed and tofu soup, and several cold dishes, all very common: cucumber salad, shredded cabbage salad, and sweet and sour radish. The food was simple, but very delicious.
"Ah Shang, are the dumplings your sister-in-law made delicious?"
Tian Jinhao seemed to be testing something, so Qin Shang could only say, "Delicious, delicious, sister-in-law's cooking is really good."
"It won't do if we're not good at it. We're so ugly, we can't survive without a skill."
Mei Xian followed suit, seemingly with a sarcastic tone. Qin Shang smiled awkwardly and said, "In my opinion, all of you sisters-in-law are very beautiful."
Damn it! Are the sisters-in-law trying to force the emperor to resign? It seems like they all want him to make some kind of promise. Never mind, let's just play dumb for now. After eating the dumplings, Qin Shang didn't stay long and went home. He was quite tired today, so he went to bed early. Who?
While Qin Shang was sound asleep, he noticed someone opening the door, so he quickly sat up and turned on the light. Yi Shuqin was wearing a cheongsam and black stockings, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Qin Shang was very puzzled. "Why are you here now?" Yi Shuqin asked in surprise, "Didn't you tell me to come over at midnight?" "Did I say that?" "You didn't say it, but you ate 3 bowls of dumplings. Wasn't that a way of telling me to come find you in the middle of the night?"
Chapter 113: The Invasion of the Strange Bird.
The reason Qin Shang ate 3 bowls of dumplings was simple: he was hungry.
But he would never say this fact. The woman in front of me, Yi Shuqin, had her makeup meticulously done, her hair was neatly combed back, and her eyes held a deep longing. Her moist, shy lips seemed to be waiting for something. Not to mention, she was also wearing a traditional Chinese cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern, as well as modern black stockings.
Like a beautifully wrapped gift, waiting to be opened. How can we betray such sincerity?
Besides, after being apart for so long, Qin Shang also missed her.
"Ah, as expected of you, you're so clever."
Qin Shang immediately gave his affirmation, and Yi Shuqin, even more beautiful than a flower, sat down gently, her breath sweet as orchids. "I am not smart, but lucky."
"Most women suffer. You pity me, so I can enjoy such luxury."
"My darling, even if I die for you, I will have no complaints." Her words were so sincere she practically poured her heart out. Such a gentle and beautiful place, who could not be intoxicated by it?
"Don't talk nonsense. If you die, I will be very sad." "You don't want me to be sad, do you?"
"Of course, I hope you are happy every day." Yi Shuqin slowly approached, her delicate fragrance refreshing and invigorating, so Qin Shang naturally became unceremonious.
"No. To be precise, it should be described as a violent storm."
He has a fundamental belief about life: only those who are happy themselves can bring happiness to others. Therefore, putting your own happiness and well-being first is the most appropriate way to behave. After an unknown amount of time, it was already getting light outside.
After her extreme pleasure, Yi Shuqin burst into tears. "Shang, do you think I'll be punished by heaven?" Qin Shan was still pondering this when he heard this and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?"
Because he possessed immense strength and abundant yang energy, he didn't feel tired. On the contrary, his senses were more acute, allowing him to deeply experience the wonders of the gentle embrace.
The happiness between men and women is not just about physical contact, but also about mutual understanding between souls.
That feeling of knowing your heart, and you understanding mine, of our hearts trembling together, is simply wonderful. This is what they mean by "I envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals." I've heard people say that if you indulge in too much pleasure, you'll be punished by heaven. Look at the emperors of ancient times, almost none of them live long lives. Afraid of getting her tears on Qin Shang, Yi Shuqin quickly wiped them away, appearing somewhat emotionally unstable.
Qin Shang could understand this.
To put it bluntly, when life suddenly becomes wonderful, it can catch people off guard and cause panic. It's like someone who has been poor their whole life suddenly being able to eat white flour buns and white rice every day. While they are happy, they are also afraid. I'm afraid that enjoying this so much will come at a cruel price.
That makes sense.
Then, from now on, just don't come looking for me, and don't enjoy yourself. Qin Shang made a joke, and Yi Shuqin immediately got up, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, even if I am punished by heaven, I don't care."
"You're such a little glutton. Ah Shang, seventh sister and eighth sister seem to like you too. Aren't you going to favor them? There are so many women, so many widows, all frantically searching for men. The problem is, men are really hard to find."
Leaving aside handsome men, any man with basic physical strength will have countless women eyeing him. There is virtually no possibility of a widow remarrying, because a young woman in her prime is unlikely to find a husband.
Well, let's talk about it later.
Because Tian Jinyao and Mei Xian have been working hard outside in recent years and Qin Shang rarely sees them, he feels a bit unfamiliar with them. Without a sufficient emotional foundation, even if they are very beautiful, it is difficult for him to develop feelings for them. Don't push yourself too hard. Other men only marry one a year, but you've already married 2 this year.
You're a model worker. You don't need to be so devoted. If humanity goes extinct, so be it.
Yi Shuqin's main concern was that if Qin Shang married too many women, his lifespan would be shortened.
On the surface, Qin Shang married 2, but in reality, he married 3.
Her mouth was also eagerly awaiting food, and Qin Shang treated her well in the slightest.
This is too much of a drain on resources. That makes sense. What is so great about the extinction of humanity? As long as we existed, that's enough.
When Qin Shang is with Yi Shuqin, he always has something to talk about and feels very relaxed.
After cuddling together for a while, Yi Shuqin, not wanting to be seen, hurriedly dressed and went back.
Qin Shang was just about to take a nap when he heard a commotion outside. He put on his shoes, went to the window, and saw a huge flock of birds flying over from the east, some big and some small. The larger ones are as big as golden eagles, and the smaller ones are as big as crows. The strange bird is coming. The strange bird is coming. Many people were shouting outside, and birds were attacking humans. If one bird was knocked down, countless birds would swarm over and devour it. When the birds left, only scattered bone fragments remained. These birds flew over to Qingyuan community, and Qin Shang got a clear look at what they look like. Their heads are round, and although you could call them monkeys, they are more ferocious than monkeys. Their mouths are full of sharp teeth, and their mouths are particularly large, stretching all the way to the base of their ears.
But judging from the eyes, it is indeed a monkey.
Its body is covered not in feathers, but in thin scales, and its claws are webbed. It's a bit of a hybrid, exhibiting an unnatural state, with a sharp, hoarse, and frantic cry. Without a doubt, this is the new human being developed by the Taodai group. However, it is probably not even a half-finished product.
It doesn't look human at all.
Seeing the flock of birds flying towards them, Qin Shang opened the window and used his invisibility ability. As the flock of birds flew past the window, he reached out and grabbed a strange bird in his hand. The flock of birds was startled and scattered in all directions.
The one in my hand kept chirping.
Qin Shang returned to normal, which startled the monkey-headed bird, causing it to tremble and cry out even more shrilly. There was blood and traces of grass juice in its mouth, confirming that it was indeed omnivorous.
Qin Shang found a rope, tied it to its feet, and then released it. Quack quack quack.
The creature flapped its wings, trying to fly towards the window, and lost several of its scales in the process. Qin Shang took a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, poured it into a bowl, and placed it on the ground. The monkey-headed bird immediately quieted down and stared warily. After a while, it couldn't resist any longer, so it hopped over and began to eat and drink heartily. It quickly finished its milk and became much calmer.
Qin Shang wanted to touch it and examine it. Quack quack quack. It was fierce. It suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth to bite. What a beast! Dodging its attack, Qin Shang kicked it to death. This thing eats people. That would be a real problem.
Animals are generally deficient in salt, while the human body contains a large amount of salt. Once an animal has eaten a human, it often becomes addicted, and many people may be bitten to death by this thing.
Chapter 114. I have no money, I want to find someone rich.
After the monkey-headed bird flew away, Sister Sue hurriedly inquired around and found out that one person in Qingyuan community had been bitten to death, one person had been frightened to death, and several others had been bitten and injured.
The neighborhood residents' WeChat group was in an uproar, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. Oh no, disaster is coming. What calamity! It's just an invasion of species. These things are very hard to kill. I tried hitting them with a stick, but I couldn't kill them. The key is that they can fly, walk, and swim. How can we possibly kill them all? Hurry up and buy supplies, prices are definitely going to skyrocket later. It's okay, the experts said it can be controlled. If you trust the experts, you've got this for life.
As the saying goes, words can lie, but actions don't. There are at least hundreds of opinions about the monster attack, but one thing is certain, everyone has run out to buy supplies, carrying large and small bags, as if they want to empty the supermarket. Sister Sue was no exception. She bought food, drinks, and various supplies, such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and toilet paper.
That should last for 2 or 3 months.
After finishing her work, she opened her daughter's door. "Linner."
Oh!
Sue Linner cried out and hurriedly covered herself with a blanket, her face flushed. There was a poster of a male celebrity on the bed. There were lots of toilet paper scattered on the floor.
Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in? How was I supposed to know you were just kidding yourself? Sigh.
It's really tough on you, you're already 22 and still have piercings. Naturally, Sister Sue swept up the tissues on the ground, took out her phone, contacted the matchmaker, and said with a smile, "Linner, matchmaker Lou has introduced you to a boy.
Why don't you go and meet him?
If he agrees, you won't have to play by yourself all day." As someone who's been through it all, Sister Sue knows all too well that the greatest joy in the world is being with a man. The more unattainable a woman is for a man, the more she will crave him, and the more she craves him, the more she will desire him. Many women go crazy because of this.
Women cannot live without men, that is the truth of nature.
For a widow like her, at least she's eaten meat, which offers some solace in her life. If a daughter never experiences the taste of a man in her entire life, then she has truly lived in vain.
But I like someone like Qin Shang.
Sue Linner pouted, her mind filled with the man's handsome face.
You like him? I like him too.
Qin Shang is such a stunner, handsome, tall, with big pecs, a nice butt, can do 3,000 pull-ups, and has the strength of a buffalo.
He's the best of the best among men. Who wouldn't want him? The problem is, why would he even look at you?
One family with a son will attract 100 suitors. In the entire Qingyuan residential area, young women and married women all admired Qin Shang, but not a single person came to propose marriage. The reason is simple, everyone knows their own limitations. Qin Shang belongs to the category of phoenixes living in chicken coops.
To really consider him a prostitute would be incredibly presumptuous. Can't I be his concubine? Don't even mention concubines, I'd be willing to be his maid. The key is, would he even want that?
Think about it, he's already married 2 wives this year, and he has 9 sisters-in-law above him, all like wolves and tigers, starving ghosts. It won't be long before he understands that lust is a knife that cuts to the bone. Then, he'll start to reject women.
Men's aversion to women is almost inevitable.
Firstly, there are too many women, all eager to seduce him, some even very shameless, staring, following, taking advantage of him, and some even forcing him into sexual relations.
Men's lustful instincts have been eliminated.
Secondly, men cannot withstand the strain. No matter how strong a young man is, if he marries a wife every year, he will experience back and knee pain and graying temples in less than 3 years. Finally, I learned a lesson: stay away from women to stay safe. This is why so many men reject women and are unwilling to get married. But he's already married 2 women, and he still looks very strong.
Maybe he's exceptionally gifted and different from ordinary men. Su Linner was still unwilling to give up.
She no longer felt anything when looking at the male celebrities' pictorials. Just now, despite all her efforts, she hadn't reached her peak. Because she always had Qin Shang on her mind. Unfortunately, she didn't have a photo of Qin Shang and relied entirely on her imagination, which lacked a vivid visual representation.
Men are all the same.
He's a bit stronger than others, which just means he can last a little longer.
As for us, Lai Tianyi, let's not even think about eating toad meat.
Get up quickly, I'll go buy some melon seeds, peanuts, and cigarettes. I'll take you on a blind date later.
I heard from matchmaker Lu that the person you're going to meet this time is a cripple. Maybe he'll take a liking to you.
I've been on many blind dates before, and every normal man wants a car, a house, and a dowry, which my family simply doesn't have. The only son they could rely on was the one who refused to get married.
Now he's even going monster hunting with a group of people.
They had to settle for second best. A cripple or a blind man would do, as long as he had basic male capabilities. My daughter is playing by herself all day long, which is like drinking poison to quench her thirst. She will only become more and more greedy and may even go crazy.
All right.
One has to accept one's fate, so Su Linner had no choice but to agree. Qin Shang is a wild horse, but he has no grassland at home.
After finishing her meal, Su Linner dressed up neatly and looked beautiful.
She was the type who was fair-skinned, thin, and young. Although her face was exquisite, her figure was too slender and thin, making it difficult for her to arouse a man's passion. Therefore, it is the least popular. The two arrived at the nearby Kangqiao residential area, where the man's relatives and neighbors were waiting. She kept calling out to Su Linner, "Auntie," and handing out cigarettes, candies, and peanuts. The groom's relatives looked him up and down and asked him all sorts of questions.
"And how old are you?"
"Auntie, I was born in the year of the tiger, and I'm 22 years old."
"What do you do for a living?" "I'm a programmer, I write code." AI is developing incredibly fast these days.
Will it replace you programmers?
No, AI will not replace programmers. It will only replace programmers who don't know how to use AI. That's fine. After a series of questions, they finally entered the inner room and saw the boy.
The other person was not only lame, but also had a face full of pockmarks. But a man is a man, fat and greasy, fair-skinned, not bad, exuding fragrance. After being introduced, I learned that his name was Hao Lei, and his lameness was congenital.
"How tall are you?"
Hao Lei got straight to the point, which was quite straightforward. Su Linner was a little reserved and quickly replied, "I'm 1.62 meters tall." "I'm also 1.62 meters tall, let's compare heights."
"Good."
The two stood side by side and began to compare heights. Hao Lei showed a look of disdain. "You're wearing high heels, and you're only a little bit taller than me."
"You're probably only 1.6 meters tall, right? You can see my situation.
My limp is genetic, and my pockmarked face is also genetic. My genes aren't very good, so I want to find someone with good genes to improve my offspring."
"You won't do." It was rejected.
Su Linner looked embarrassed and hurriedly tried to defend herself. "My family has good genes. My brother is 1.85 meters tall. I didn't grow taller because my family was poor when I was a child. When there was good food, it was all given to my brother. I could only eat cornbread, so I didn't grow taller."
"Yeah?"
Hao Lei circled around Su Linner for a while, then clicked his tongue twice.
"You've seen my family's situation. We don't have much money. So I'm looking for someone rich. How much dowry can you offer?"
Chapter 115. The Empress establishes the National Protection Army, and her brother is sexually harassed by his sister-in-law. It's perfectly normal for boys to want to find someone rich. After all, marriage is like a second chance at life.
What's wrong with people wanting to be born into a better life? I can give you 280,000.
Knowing it wasn't presentable, Su Linner spoke softly.
"Cut."
Hao Lei immediately looked disgusted.
280,000? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? If you're not sincere, why bother me? Marriage won't significantly improve my standard of living, so why would I get married?
In Hao Lei's view, since he was married, he had to jump from the middle class to the upper class in one step, and luxury cars and villas were a must. Given his circumstances, marrying a very wealthy woman is unlikely. He can only achieve this by marrying several moderately wealthy women.
"I don't want to be a wife, just give me the status of a concubine. Although the man in front of me is not my type."
However, the male hormones in his body were real, and Sue Linner wanted to fight for herself.
That won't do either.
Even if she's a concubine, she has to have at least a dowry of 680,000.
Haven't you heard?
The male birth rate has plummeted again this year.
I have to keep up with the times.
It's a seller's market now, so Hale has nothing to worry about.
He'll marry whoever can give him a life of luxury.
As for beauty and ugliness, he's become numb to it because he's seen so many women, they all seem pretty much the same to him now.
I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Sue Linner felt both apologetic and inexplicably angry. Who on earth was driving up the price of the product? If this continues, won't girls without money never be able to find men again? God, open your eyes and take a look. If you can't afford it, don't even think about getting me, don't even think about climbing into a man's bed, don't even think about sitting on a man's lap. Get the hell out of here right now.
Having been fawned over by women since childhood, Hale showed no respect whatsoever. Sue Linner, her eyes red, apologized again. I'm sorry, I disturbed you. As she turned to leave, Hale suddenly said, wait.
Leave the necklace around your neck. Ah.
Almost instinctively, Sue Linner protected the necklace, one of the few valuable things she owned, which she had bought for 22,000 yuan. She only wears it on important occasions like blind dates.
You don't want to marry me, so why should I give you the necklace?
She was very puzzled, but Hale pressed her harder. The reason is very simple. You entered my boudoir, smelled my hormones, saw my face, and even spoke to me.
Shouldn't you pay for that? You have to pay for this too? Sue Linner was a little unhappy.
On this trip, she had already spent a lot of money, buying dozens of kilograms of sunflower seeds and peanuts, cigarettes, and liquor. Then they gave me the necklace, which was like going on a blind date, and I spent tens of thousands of yuan.
What a question. Am I a virgin and you think I'm just going to look at you like that? Hurry up and don't force me to use my ultimate move.
Before anyone knew it, Hale had blocked the doorway, looking every bit like a robber.
Sue Linner was stunned for a moment, then innocently asked, what kind of killer move? Ha ha ha.
With a chuckle, Hale ruffled his hair, tore his clothes, and said in a sinister tone, if I scream and say you forced yourself on me, how will you face me then?
But I didn't sit on your seat.
All crimes against men are serious offenses. Forcibly taking a man's place is punishable by death, and the reputation of the entire family will be ruined. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Sue Linner's face turned pale, and her legs felt like they couldn't support her weight.
You're incredibly stupid.
I'm a guy, you're a girl, I'm the top-tier character, you're the bottom-tier character. If I say you sat there, you sat there.
I'm framing you, is that so wrong?
Having gone this far, and with the door blocked again, Sue Linner racked her brains but had no other choice but to hand over the necklace.
Can I leave now? Get lost, you little rich kid.
Hale didn't even look up, he was only examining whether the necklace was real or fake. As Sue Linner left Conchao community, tears streamed down her face. She felt that her life was too bitter. After inquiring about the situation, Sister Sue, though distressed by the expense, was at a loss for what to do. As the saying goes, a bad man makes money. Hale has become a bad man, he deserves to make money.
It's all my fault.
I didn't find out the situation clearly.
Okay, don't be sad.
Just consider it a loss to avoid a bigger disaster. As the weaker party, there's nothing you can do if you suffer a loss, you can only try to be more open-minded.
Sister Sue is older and more experienced, and she has suffered more losses, so she can bear it.
But Sue Linner is a bit depressed, and her tears are like a broken faucet, always dripping. When he got home, he collapsed on the sofa and couldn't stand up.
Go ahead and cry. What woman doesn't cry? You'll get used to it.
You keep crying, and I'll go and take the plaque for the Model Worker Award to Qin Shang.
Upon hearing the name Qin Shang, Sue Linner immediately perked up. Mom, shall I go deliver it? Okay, let's go see some handsome guys and relax a bit. There's no place like home.
Qin Shang felt that it was more comfortable to stay at his own home, so he decided to stay for a few more days.
Anyway, Gu Qianro, Gu Feier, and Yun Xian didn't have anything to do.
After finishing breakfast, he started watching the news.
Hello everyone, breaking news, the reproductive capacity of the artificial monster bird far exceeds our imagination. Experts estimate that they can breed year-round, and can give birth to a brood every 10 days.
The chicks grow very quickly and can survive on their own in just 7 or 8 days. The strange bird is growing at an exponential rate and spreading all over the world.
Scientists are working day and night, but there has been no progress yet.
Our country has established a special national protection army, and the Empress has even ordered the support of local cities to establish city protection armies to actively hunt down the strange bird. Haidu City has decided to allocate 200 billion yuan to build the Haidu City Guard. Everyone is welcome to sign up. The number of people enlisting in the military in each community will affect the community's rating. Xin Shang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Hanging Coffin Valley was originally the place where Qin Xianliang transformed the Sava people. It was later occupied by the Taotai group. The worst-case scenario is that the Taotai group has obtained Chen Xuanliang's research results. If that's the case, then this invasive species problem will be difficult to solve in the short term. Because Chen Xuanliang's scientific research was ahead of its time, it was something that ordinary scientists could hardly hope to match. "You're not my wife, you're a bastard, you're an animal, a piece of trash, a slut, a pervert." Just as Qin Shang was about to change the channel, he heard Li Hongliang cursing loudly. "What's going on?" He rushed over and saw Li Hongliang wrapped in a blanket, tears streaming down his face. When he saw Qin Shang, it was as if he had seen a savior. "Brother, you be the judge, is your seventh sister-in-law a human being?" "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Tian Jinyao's face was flushed, and she lowered her head, looking like she had done something wrong. Li Hongliang, with tears welling up in his eyes, said, "Just now, I was resting when she came over to give me some water. After I drank it, I felt something was wrong, and I felt hot all over. Then, she took liberties with me. I have kidney failure, and I've already said that I won't sleep with anyone again, but she just won't let me go. She just wants me to die." Chapter 116. The plaque for the model worker arrived home, and she fell down. Qin Shang glanced sideways and was astonished by Tian Jinyao's pure and elegant appearance. "I never expected you to be like this, seventh sister-in-law. Seventh sister-in-law, you shouldn't be like this. You know that Brother Li's body can't take any more abuse. Is she pretty?" "Good. However, only healthy men find beautiful women appealing. People like Li Hongliang, who suffer from kidney failure, would only see beautiful women as devils, as pink skeletons, and wouldn't even want to touch them. When you're well-fed and warm, you start thinking about sex. Now that the restaurant issue was resolved, I relaxed and got carried away. I really wanted to sit down for a bit. That's how it happened. I only enjoyed it for 36 seconds. Tian Jinyao has confessed to the crime without reservation. According to the law, it is illegal to force a man to have sex within a marriage. If Li Hongliang calls the police, Tian Jinyao will be imprisoned for life. He has to make the decision himself after all, only he knows how much he has been hurt. Advising someone to be generous will get you struck by lightning. Xin Shanka wouldn't be a pushover at a time like this. "Do you believe I can get the Women's Federation to arrest you right now?" He clutched the blanket tightly, and Li Hongliang's dark circles under his eyes became even darker. His body was indeed no longer suitable for sexual relations. However, he fell victim to Tian Jinyao's scheme. "This is far worse than elbow, go back to the room, it's like the Empress forcing herself on the enemy. Go ahead and shout. Anyway, I've always felt that life is meaningless." The thin, frail Tian Jinyao stood ramrod straight, and the hall fell silent. The only hardship throughout history is death. If people aren't afraid of death, then there's nothing to be afraid of. You. Pointing at Tian Jinyao, Li Hongliang trembled with anger. He took out his phone and slammed it on the table. "Back then, your parents were unwilling to give you a dowry, so you went to work in a factory to marry me. You said you would make me happy. I remember all of that. 3 years ago, we went on a trip to the suburbs. A group of girls tried to assault me. You took a watermelon knife and fought them to the death to protect my innocence. A year ago, I fell ill, and you cried your eyes out, tried everything to raise money, and had a huge fight with your family. This year, you first worked a job, but found it wasn't profitable, so you opened a shop with Xiaoba. To satisfy the customers, you studied cooking diligently, even burning your hands with blisters. Li Hongliang is a loyal and affectionate person. He will never forget what others have done for him." He knew very well that Tian Jinyao had deep feelings for him. Given that, how could he possibly call the police and send Tian Jinyao to jail? What's past is past, why bring it up again? In short, I couldn't control myself. At this moment, Tian Jinyao is stubborn, vulnerable, hardened, in pain, and sorrowful. Too many emotions were written all over her face. To this day, she has never apologized. "Well." Li Hongliang sighed again, "How could I not know you're suffering? You're only 25, and you're already living like a widow.
Ah Shang, tell me, isn't your seventh sister-in-law pitiful? What does this have to do with me? Pitiful. In this world, how many women aren't pitiful?
As the saying goes, men and women working together makes the work less tiring. Women feel uncomfortable all over without men, like they have an itch that they can't scratch. Since you also feel sorry for her, here's what we'll do. Starting today, let your seventh sister-in-law live in your house.
First, that way I'll be safe. Second, you can also help me discipline her.
Li Hongliang's eyes darted around as he made his decision, glancing at Tian Jingyao.
You bitch, do you accept my decision? I give up.
Her stubbornness vanished, and Tian Jingyao immediately gave in, her ears turning slightly red. No, that will disturb Shang's rest.
Things took an unexpected turn.
Yi Shuqin, realizing something, immediately shouted, Shan, hurry up and refuse.
This.
Xin Shang was caught in a dilemma, his seventh sister-in-law, his ninth sister-in-law, and his good brother who was half dead in between.
Rejecting either of them would hurt their feelings. He hesitated, and Li Hongliang looked at Yi Shuqin. Do you want me to expose your secrets?
Immediately, Yi Shuqin fell silent.
And what about me?
Mei Xian, who hadn't said a word, felt like she had missed something.
Why can't everything be done one at a time?
You just wait here.
Li Hongliang was filled with irritation.
He scolded his eighth sister-in-law and looked pitifully at Qin Shang. Brother, my life is in your hands.
Will you help me with this? Isn't this moral blackmail? It's not that Tian Jingyao is bad.
Although she is thin, she is fair-skinned and delicate, with a charming and feminine aura. If it were a past life, having a woman like this by my side would have been wonderful. However, Qin Shang disliked trying to do too much at once. If there are too many women, it's like a plate of braised pork knuckle is served. You just get to eat the skin, and then it's taken away, and a plate of roast chicken comes out. If he likes braised pork knuckle, he should enjoy it to the fullest and have his fill before talking about roast chicken.
Now, it's really overwhelming, there's just too much to take in. Ah Shang, is your sister-in-law not worthy to serve you?
Tian Jinyao's voice was soft, but it contained sorrow and despair.
Qin Shang could only say, seventh sister-in-law, what are you saying? I've eaten your cooking so many times, how could it not be worthy? I was just thinking about which room would be more suitable for you. It's right next to yours. If you need a drink of water or a late-night snack, just call out and I'll bring it over to you. She changed her expression in an instant. Tian Jingyao couldn't suppress the urge to smile.
She hurried off to move her bedding and other belongings. Yi Shuqin and Mei Xian were both so envious that their eyes turned red. Xin Shang felt a mix of emotions. Logically speaking, it would be a wonderful thing if such a beautiful and attentive woman moved in.
The problem is that the other party is too proactive.
It made him instinctively feel that this was a nuisance. Alright, you two take good care of Li Hongliang, I'll take care of Qin Shang.
Snap.
Tian Jingyao locked Yi Shuqin and Mei Xian out of the house, leaving Qin Shang and Tian Jingyao alone in the house. In the blink of an eye, she changed into hot pants, revealing her fair legs, and started sweeping the floor. After sweeping, I mopped the floor and sprayed water with a spray bottle. Seeing her like this, Qin Shang thought of a movie called The Housekeeper Also Sprays Water.
It looks pretty good. Ah Shang, the house is all cleaned up. Are you tired? Let me massage your legs.
Qin Shang was watching TV when Tian Jingyao came over, looking as energetic as if she'd drunk Red Bull. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Qin Shang's leg.
Provocative?
Seeing her methods, Qin Shang felt underestimated.
Women should be afraid of me, not pursue me so recklessly. Should we teach her a lesson?
Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on the door.
He stood up and went to open the door.
Qin Shang, this is the plaque for model worker that the community gave you.
I brought it to you. Su Linner was standing outside the door.
She looked much more quiet and elegant, at least not as impatient.
Thank you. After a very ordinary thank you, Qin Shang accepted it. Thump.
Su Linner sat down on the ground, muttering to herself, this is the first time I've ever heard a man say thank you.
I'm so embarrassed, so embarrassed.
Chapter 117 Pale and Thin, I'm willing to give a dowry of 10 million, payable in installments.
Ha ha. Qin Shang was amused.
This world always seemed to surprise him.
It's just a thank you, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Of course it is. Su Linner simply couldn't understand this man.
Whenever a woman gets close to a man, she always has an ulterior motive. No matter how noble she appears on the surface, she's always trying to take advantage of him.
If a woman is going to take advantage of you, and you're actually grateful, isn't that just too strange? People love to lie.
At the same time, they all like others to be honest, preferably like a featherless chicken. Seeing Su Linner speak such naive truths made Qin Shang feel exceptionally comfortable, especially since her big eyes were full of doubt, which was incredibly cute. Because of the dominance of yin over yang, women must have stunning figures with curves to attract men's attention. Her type fair-skinned, thin, and young is particularly unpopular in this world. But Qin Shang felt a very good sense of beauty from her. Especially her sorrow and gentleness, her pitiful appearance, made her look like a stray dog, making people want to give her some warmth and inject life energy into her frail body.
And what about you? Did you get involved with me for some other purpose?
Qin Shang wanted to see just how honest she could be. In this world, Qin Shang lived a very comfortable life. In his previous life, Qin Shang had been severely beaten, and he understood very well that positive words often conceal great malice.
For example, honesty. Everyone praises honesty, but if you really say whatever you think, then you're an idiot.
Idiots have no competitive edge. Therefore, sometimes, praising someone can actually reduce their competitiveness. Yes, I want to see your handsome face and smell your wonderful scent. Su Linner felt a little embarrassed. She was a grown woman and knew that being too honest wasn't always a good thing. But this boy had already thanked her.
If she wasn't honest, wouldn't she be a beast? What a lovely and down-to-earth little beauty, get up now.
Everyone else was just saying what they wanted to say, so Qin Shang extended his hand, and Su Linner grasped it without hesitation, her heart filled with joy.
We ran into each other. I, Su Linner, have finally met a man. It feels so good.
I really want to hold him like this for 1,000 years and never let go.
Great Mr. Qin, may I be your maid?
With her already low salary and the sudden appearance of the strange bird causing prices to skyrocket, Su Linner concluded that she would probably never get married in her lifetime.
The key now is to settle for second best.
If one could become Qin Shang's maid, although it would be unlikely to receive his favor, simply living by his side would allow one to enjoy his fragrance.
What sweet dreams are you having? Of course not.
Before Qin Shang could speak, Tian Jingyao hurriedly stopped him. She wanted to spend time alone with Qin Shang, and if she could seize the opportunity, she might be able to get some meat.
What's going on with this extra maid all of a sudden?
Her overbearing attitude made Qin Shang feel uncomfortable again.
Actually, he had this feeling not long ago. He wondered if Li Hongliang and Tian Jingyao had staged a play.
He didn't want to speculate, he was just very concerned about his own feelings.
If something felt wrong, then it was wrong. Despite his excellent relationships with Li Hongliang and Tian Jingyao, he understands that strategic maneuvering is ubiquitous.
Even within families, there is a great deal of power struggle. He felt manipulated and controlled when Tian Jingyao moved into his home.
Yes, he quite likes charming young women. However, he disliked being forced to have intimate relationships with young women. There is a difference.
So he planned to teach Tian Jingyao a lesson, to make her understand that she could pursue him, but the way she pursued him had to make him feel comfortable, and she couldn't play tricks on him.
Seventh sister-in-law is absolutely right.
In my daily life, I have several sisters-in-law taking care of me, so I don't need any maids at all. Upon hearing this, Tian Jingyao held her head high. Now that she was living in a man's den, she had no intention of sharing it with anyone else. It was easier to get things done when there was only one man and one woman.
Su Linner looked utterly desperate.
If she couldn't even become a maid, then for the rest of her life, all she would have to do with vegetables and fruits.
But I need a concubine. Why don't you become my concubine?
To her surprise, Qin Shang suddenly changed his tone, adopting a completely "my door is always open" attitude.
Tian Jingyao was immediately dumbfounded and bitter. Could it be that she could only replace the niche of a maid, but not the niche of a concubine? This is a veiled rejection. The key point is that, as her sister-in-law, she had no way to stop it. On a grand scale, Qin Shang did this for all of humanity. On a smaller scale, it is a man's right to take a concubine.
Not to mention her, even parents have no right to interfere with their son taking a concubine.
Interference would be a violation of freedom of marriage and would be illegal. A concubine? Really? Are you sure it's true?
Su Linner felt her head buzzing, and involuntarily moved closer to Qin Shang, quickly taking a sniff of his armpit. He also smells of fox. The strange fragrance made her even more intoxicated. Not long ago, she went on a blind date with a man who was both lame and pockmarked. However, he rejected her because he thought she had no money and even tried to extort her necklace. Qin Shang's rank is more than 5 million times higher than that cripple's, and he's willing to let me be his concubine. The dream was so beautiful that she didn't even dare to pinch herself. She was afraid that if she pinched herself and it didn't hurt, then she would be in trouble.
Really? You don't want to?
Yes, I'm 100% willing, Mr. Qin. Don't worry, although my family isn't wealthy, I certainly won't mistreat you.
How about this? I'll give you a dowry of 10 million. But please allow me to pay in installments over 50 years, is that alright? Men must be well fed, otherwise they will wither away.
Su Linner was determined to unleash her potential, earn more money, and raise the man in front of her to be healthy and plump. Being a concubine might mean not having the chance to subtly win his favor, but as long as she could see him and smell his scent, her life would be worthwhile.
What I like most about you is your honesty and dedication. I promise you.
With Su Linner's fair, slender, and youthful face, she could easily become a major internet celebrity if she had recorded some videos in her previous life. In this world, they are precisely the most disliked. Qin Shang felt like he had found a bargain. The most important thing about beautiful women is diversity. There should be all kinds of beauties, from plump to slender, to keep things fresh.
When are we going to get our marriage certificate? I want to come and serve you as soon as possible. Having waited for so many years, Su Linner felt that every extra second was an immense torment.
All she wanted to do was follow Qin Shang around like a shadow. Even if he beats, scolds, or bullies her, she will never leave.
How about we get our marriage certificate today? Go get your ID card, and we'll meet at the entrance of our community. Thank you for your great favor, Your Majesty.
She knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, then ran away as fast as she could, fearing that Qin Shang might change his mind.
Chapter 118 Quack quack quack, my husband is starting to depend on me.
As she went down the stairs, Su Linner tripped and fell, her knee bleeding.
She hissed in pain, but was overjoyed. The pain means it's all real.
She rushed home in a panic, opened the door and shouted, "Mom, Qin Shang is willing to marry me, not as a maid, but as a concubine.
For the past 22 years of my life, it's been cloudy. Today, the sun shines."
Sister Su went up and touched her daughter's forehead. "You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?" "Mom, I'm telling the truth, Qin Shang even held my hand."
"You can smell it if you don't believe me."
Su Linner stretched out her hand, and Sister Su sniffed it with her nose with a hint of disbelief, her eyes widening. "There's a man's fragrance."
"My God, he's actually willing to take you in?" "No, I have to call my hometown right away."
"Oh, Mom, keep it quiet and make a fortune, don't tell anyone yet." Before she even got her hands on it, Su Linner was afraid something might go wrong. Su's eldest sister said in a delirious manner, "I'm not spreading rumors, I just want to ask if our family's ancestral graves caught fire. Otherwise, how could such a huge pie fall into your lap?"
This is so unreal. It's like Cinderella suddenly meeting a prince. She couldn't believe it. Maybe Qin Shang just likes my type. What type are you?
Looking her daughter up and down, Sister Su thought to herself that apart from her pretty face and fair skin, her daughter was utterly unremarkable in other aspects. She tried everything, giving her daughter milk and papaya, but nothing worked.
So much so that it remains unremarkable even now.
A real woman needs to be curvy and beautiful.
I look pitiful, okay? Qin Shang just pities me, doesn't he?
After much thought, Su Linner could only come up with this one reason.
Her elder sister nodded. That's possible. Qin Shang is indeed compassionate.
Daughter, since he pities us, we must treat him with the same kindness. As a concubine, you must learn to think thrice, to consider danger, to consider retreat, and to consider change. In short, you must always put your husband first.
Otherwise, you will be divorced."
Sister Su was extremely nervous. Her ordinary daughter was actually going to marry the Dragon King.
This is really going to be a big hit.
Just because she's Qin Shang's concubine, no one will dare to mess with her in the future.
Mom, I understand. Hurry up and get my ID card. If I make Qin Shang wait even a second longer, I'll be guilty.
Here you go, by the way, I'll see you to the door. The mother and daughter hurried downstairs, with Sister Su pushing the only vehicle in the house, a small electric scooter. When they arrived at the entrance of the residential area, they were relieved to find that Qin Shang had not yet arrived. If a woman makes a man wait, she loses all her points. After a while, Qin Shang arrived gracefully, with a powerful and imposing presence. Thinking that this man would become her son-in-law, Sister Sue's heart pounded. But the distance was still far away, so she knelt down with a thud. Son-in-law, thank you for being willing to marry my daughter. From now on, she will be your concubine, and I will be your maid. If you want to eat mutton stew with bread, I'll break the bread into small pieces. If you have constipation, I'll suck it out for you. If you get sick, I'll have you taste your feces to determine whether it's a bacterial or viral infection. She was about to continue when Qin Shang, already feeling nauseous, hurriedly stopped her. Sister Sue, no, Aunt Sue, there's really no need for all this. The reason I married Sue Linner is because I love her. From now on, we're family. Family doesn't need to be so formal. Get up, get up. Sometimes, Qin Shang felt that the women in this world were a bit abnormal. However, I can understand it very well. A mother must feel heartbroken watching her daughter spend her whole life without a haircut. For countless parents, getting their daughter married is a source of deep anxiety. The Sue family's circumstances were quite ordinary, and for him to marry Sue Linner was truly a condescension. Son-in-law, I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. Tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Sue was at a loss for what to do. She knew all too well how much her daughter had suffered. Mother and daughter were together. She wastes beans, and her daughter wastes paper. Although it's unknown how many times Qin Shang will favor his daughter in a month, in any case, she's getting to eat meat, and top-quality dragon meat at that. Don't overwork yourself, your health is very important. Qin Shang asked with concern, and Aunt Sue's eyes welled up with tears. He's not only willing to marry my daughter, but he also cares about me. You can't find a son-in-law like this even with a lantern. With my son-in-law saying that, it's all worth it even if I work myself to death. Oh dear, look at my loose tongue, I've been talking too much. You two should hurry up and get your marriage certificate. Okay. In this world, it's always girls riding bikes with boys on the back, so Qin Shang sat on the back of Xiao Dao's electric bike. Sue Linner's face was flushed. Mr. Qin, if you don't mind, please hold my waist. What are you complaining about? Qin Shang immediately embraced her. Sue Linner's waist was very slender, so thin that it could be grasped in one hand. Through her clothes, he could feel the faint warmth of her delicate body. The bike started, and Sue Linner rode it very steadily. However, once they got to the street, they were immediately met with many surprised looks. Am I seeing things? Such a handsome guy, actually willing to ride an electric scooter? Dad! Are there still men who don't worship money? Such pure love is something I never dared to dream of. I work 16 hours a day, and then I see handsome guys riding electric bikes. I feel so empty and empty. Envious, puzzled, and jealous gazes swept over her, and Sue Linner felt her face burning. She was truly blessed with incredible luck. You can get married even if you ride an electric scooter. If you tell anyone, you won't even believe the dogs on the street. Some girls driving luxury cars deliberately honked their horns in an attempt to flirt with others. What a lewd woman! In order to prevent these vile women from seeing her husband's stunning face, she hurriedly sped up. Bang! Qin Shang's upper body first leaned backward, then forward, bumping into Sue Linner's back. In an instant, Sue Linner felt a tingling sensation all over her body. I was hit by a super handsome man. His chest is so broad, her pectoral muscles are so strong. Almost instinctively, she wanted to cross her legs, but she immediately managed to control herself. No! You can't bend down like that. Women must be pure. But it felt so good to be bumped by his broad chest. There's a pothole ahead, should we go over it and have a bumpy ride? Sue Linner. You beast. Qin Shang is a high-class beauty. He doesn't mind that you're not curvy enough, yet you still have such lewd thoughts. Taking something without asking is stealing. Are you going to steal his breasts? With her mind focused, Sue Linner dodged the pothole and rode her bike steadily. Just then, she felt Qin Shang hug her tightly. Dependence? Is my future husband starting to rely on me? Quack quack quack. Very good. Just as they were having a great time, several Lamborghinis blocked their way, and a stunningly beautiful woman got out of one of them. This person was none other than Xiao Fearing, the eldest daughter of the most powerful family in Haidu. She glanced past Sue Linner and looked at Qin Shang, her beautiful eyes filled with unspeakable pain. Why? Qin Shang, why exactly? I have hundreds of billions in assets, and I've been pursuing you relentlessly, but you ignore me. Now he sits on an electric scooter, holding such an ordinary woman.
Are you addicted to suffering?
Chapter 119. If I don't take him down, I'm not a real woman.
Break through the defense.
Xiao Firen had been keeping a close eye on Qin Shine's movements, and when she heard that he had married a woman with a slender figure, she immediately became defensive. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. Apart from her pure and delicate face and soft body, she had no other advantages. Her breasts were neither big nor plump.
She really couldn't understand why Qin Shang had such peculiar tastes.
Being praised in this way, and seeing Xiao Firen's stunning beauty and domineering aura, Su Liner shrank back, unable to even lift her head. The wealthy heiress in front of me, who is also a woman, is stunning.
Xiao Firen, do you know what your problem is? What?
Xiao Firen opened her beautiful eyes. From any angle, she was a perfect woman, and there was no flaw to be found. To prove this, she even pretended to be poor. Wearing clothes bought from a street stall, she arrived in a city where no one knew her. Then she discovered that, without the aid of wealth, her beauty alone was enough to attract countless men who pursued her. In this world where there are more women than men, she is never short of male companions. However, she had no interest in boys who were easy to get. It was only after meeting Qin Shang that she experienced setbacks. This also fueled her stubbornness. She refused to believe that there was anything in this world she couldn't have.
Snap.
Just as she was confused and bewildered, Qin Shang slapped her fair and beautiful face.
You deserve a beating.
Qin Shang uttered 2 words, utterly fed up with this extremely beautiful and arrogant fellow.
Everyone likes beautiful women.
However, Qin Shang is by no means a persistent person. If he discovers the other person's flaws, he will not compromise for the sake of beauty.
No woman is irreplaceable. This is his principle in life. Outrageous. How dare you hit our young lady?
The housekeeper, Sun Yan, hurriedly got out of the car and saw 5 red marks on her young mistress's face, which made her furious. Many people also got out of the other sports cars and rushed towards Qin Shang like the wind. When the ruler is distressed, the minister is disgraced. When the ruler is disgraced, the minister dies. In large families like the Xiao family, the relationship between masters and servants is no different from that of noble families in ancient times.
Stop.
Touching her face, Xiao Firen stopped everyone and looked at Qin Shang with a pained and resentful expression. You have no pity for me at all. I don't care about your grandma's legs.
I've met this guy twice, and each time he's been blocking me.
He's incredibly arrogant, and every pore on his body is condescending.
Fine. You win. Another novel experience. Xiao Firen needed an explanation. Why? Why won't you accept me?
If you're with me, you'll not only get the stunning beauty of me, but also sports cars, mansions, and everything in the world.
Is there anyone who doesn't covet wealth and status? It's simply unbelievable.
Because of the traffic jam, a large crowd had gathered around. They were also surprised that someone could dislike Xiao Firen, who was an extremely wealthy woman and, more importantly, so beautiful, a once in 5,000 years phenomenon.
Seeing you makes me unhappy. I'd rather laugh on an electric scooter than cry in a sports car.
Having given his answer, Qin Shang sat back on the back of the electric scooter.
The silence lasted for a full second.
There were murmurs all around.
Wow. This man has a really unique personality.
I never imagined that a man could have such profound thoughts.
Don't you even know who he is? He's Qin Shang. How could he be an ordinary person?
It's normal for a man who has destroyed the Tao Dai group to not take Xiao Firen seriously. At Xiao Firen's command, the sports car made way, and Su Liner, feeling both nervous and sweet inside, drove Qin Shang away.
The housekeeper, Sun Yan, was extremely unwilling. Young miss, why won't you let us make a move?
It was the first time I'd ever been hit. He slapped me. I don't know why, but I actually kind of liked it. It's so strange. Muttering to herself in a daze, Xiao Firen felt as if she had opened her eyes to the world. She realized that the world was full of joys and sorrows. I used to only taste sweetness, but now there's also a bitter flavor, which feels quite novel.
Young miss, you are amazing.
Sun Yan was astonished. An ordinary person would feel ashamed, sad, and even go crazy if they were slapped. But the young lady likes it.
This shows that the young lady is no ordinary person. She is even more accomplished than Han Xin in history.
Yeah? Xiaofiren, who was still reflecting on herself, immediately regained her arrogance upon hearing this. It's just a pity that Qin Shang can't appreciate my beauty, nor can he see my noble soul.
In that case, let's just give up.
There are plenty of handsome guys out there.
As the butler, I have a responsibility to protect the young lady.
If she is bullied all the time, she will be severely punished by the family. Sun Yan just wanted to end all of this as soon as possible, and she was very confident that Xiaofiren rarely liked a man for more than 2 months. There are plenty of handsome guys, but only he dares to slap me in the face.
If I don't win him over, I'm not a real woman. Undeterred by setbacks, Sun Yan exclaimed in admiration, "Young miss, you are truly remarkable. In my opinion, Lu Bang is not worthy to carry your shoes."
Having witnessed Xiaofiren's extravagance, Su Liner understood even more clearly how unattainable Qin Shang was.
How dare I, in my poverty, enter the bustling world? How could I, with nothing to my name, dare to harm the commander?
Her intense inferiority complex nearly crushed her.
Even upon arriving at the marriage registration office, a violent panic ensued.
Being poor but having a handsome husband, being powerless but rich, being weak but intelligent, these are all paths to disaster.
If I marry Qin Shang, will I die in a couple of days? Then I thought, what's wrong? It's just death, what's there to be afraid of? Even as a ghost, I would be happy just to sit in his chair.
Because she had been preparing for her wedding, she scored full marks on the survival instinct test. When Su Liner came out with her marriage certificate, she felt that the sky was bluer, the water was clearer, and life was getting better and better.
Come on, come on.
She was no longer a piece of unpopped popcorn, no longer an orange at the bottom of the basket, and no longer a rotten banana left over from the market. She had a man now. From now on, I'll be smelling male hormones and inhaling male underarm perfume.
At this point in life, what more could one ask for? The next thing to consider is how to take good care of your husband. For example, tonight, who should I hook up with? Nami or Robin? Sakura or Hinata?
Or perhaps Feng Baobao, Wei Shufan, Lu Linglong, Feng Xian.
Purple Spirit? Avatar? Haruko Akaji? It's Sunny? You can't ask these kinds of questions. Once you do, the surprise is over. It also makes it seem like I don't understand my husband's heart. We can only guess. You guessed right. Not only can you sit there, but your husband might even treat you to something delicious. Chapter 120, The Captain of the Community Security Team. People are in high spirits when they have a happy occasion.
Having not been happy for so long, Sister Su, who is usually quite composed, couldn't hold back anymore. She immediately had several red banners made, which read, "Congratulations to Su Lan's daughter, Su Liner, on marrying Qin Shang as a concubine." Then they were hung in several places in the community. Furthermore, red lanterns were hung on both sides of the banner.
This is because they're afraid that others won't see it at night. What's this? Why are they celebrating becoming a concubine? Exactly, is it really necessary to be so unreasonable? They're just constantly driving up prices. Are you out of your minds?
Su Liner married Qin Shang. She'd be happy to be a concubine, let alone a maidservant. Qin Shang is not only famous, but more importantly, he can do 3,000 pull-ups.
His waist strength is incredible. Who wouldn't want to marry him?
Now that it's confirmed that the person she married is Qin Shang, everyone is left only with envy, jealousy, and resentment. At the same time, many women also felt hopeful.
If Qin Shang could take a liking to Su Liner, maybe I would have a chance too. Sister Su walked through the neighborhood with a brisk and energetic air.
Her son was unwilling to get married before, which made her lose face, but now she can finally feel proud. After strolling around the neighborhood a few times, showing off a bit, she returned home and summarized her experience as a concubine, immediately writing articles such as The Concubine's Handbook, 36 Secrets of Bedtime, Making My Husband Love Me to Death, How to Serve My Husband, and 9 Methods of Chanting. He planned to hand it over to his daughter so that she could inherit his mantle. The reason we didn't give it to her before was because our daughter didn't have a husband. Reading these books would only make her more anxious. Now, all my skills have finally found a place to be put to use. After writing more than a dozen pages, she opened the drawer, took out several small bottles of medicine and several syringes, and murmured, "Daughter, I hope you won't need these things." Then she added, "If we have to use it, we should. With such a good husband, it's worth it no matter how much we give." Since Qin Shang was now her son-in-law, she figured he would inevitably come over for a meal today, so she quickly started cleaning, mopping the floor, and wiping the table. After the house was spotless and the windows were clean, she took a shower, changed into her best clothes, and even put on the pearl necklace that she hadn't worn for many years. You must be energetic and spirited. You can't leave your son-in-law with the impression of being listless. By the way, the son-in-law is going to put his best effort into his daughter tonight, so we can't treat him badly. We have to buy him some nice things. She went to the market and, for the first time ever, went to the seafood section, where she bought oysters, sea cucumbers, eels, and soft-shelled turtles. They're all really expensive. She, who is always very frugal, felt a pang of pain when she bought it. On second thought, my daughter is so old and has never experienced the taste of a man, so let her have her fill. That way, her life won't have been wasted. Seeing fresh donkey meat for sale at the entrance of the market, I bought 3 gin approximately 1.5 kilograms, then 2 gin approximately 1 kilogram of chives, a pair of sheep kidneys, and mulberries for fruit. I was thinking of making chive dumplings today, and then cooking meat and seafood, making at least 20 dishes. A son-in-law who has eaten his fill is more likely to get things done. On the surface, it's the son-in-law who eats, but in reality, it's the daughter who enjoys it all. Either way, it's a win for her. Sulan, congratulations on finding a good son-in-law. Standing in front of the red banner, Sub-District Office Director Lu Fengying spoke politely, while Sister Su beamed from ear to ear. My daughter is so lucky to have such a good match. Director, what brings you here? Isn't it all because of the strange bird? Things are unsettled everywhere now. The higher-ups require that every residential community must have its own security team to protect everyone's lives and property. The team should ideally have no fewer than 100 people, but it's not a proper job, and the pay is low. Each person only gets 800 yuan a month. The strange bird is extremely dangerous. It not only injures people, but it also eats everything and has ruined the green areas in the community. Not to mention, they also damage basic infrastructure in the city. Because the strange bird's movements are unpredictable, each neighborhood needs a security team. The strange birds are coming. Your job is to kill them. Yes, Director, I'll pass the notification on right away. Keep up the good work, I believe in you. Thank you for your guidance, Director. Okay, you go ahead with your work, I'm going to other neighborhoods. Sister Su thought that since this was a way to protect her own community and she would get paid, many people would probably join. To her surprise, when she mentioned it in the owners' group chat, hardly anyone was willing. Are you kidding me? Risking your life for $800? Sister Su, you don't know, do you? Some strange birds are huge, over 2 meters long, and can carry people away. You might not even be able to kill them with a gun. What can we do? Yesterday in Baofeng residential area, the city guards were all mobilized, firing machine guns. As a result, when they hit that big bird, sparks flew everywhere. I heard that it was only with a large shotgun that the big, strange bird was finally killed. Someone posted a video in the group. When Sister Su saw it, she felt dizzy. The strange bird was ridiculously big. It looked like it could easily carry a calf, let alone a person. The key is that its scales are extremely hard, so small pistols are really useless against it. But ignoring it completely won't work. The giant bird, accompanied by its smaller counterparts, wreaked havoc and soon destroyed the city. However, it's not good to let anyone risk their life if someone were to die. She couldn't bear the responsibility. After much deliberation, she had no choice but to contact Director Lu and explain her predicament. Lu Fengying offered a suggestion. Sulan, this isn't just a problem in one community, most communities face it. I think the position of community security team leader is crucial. I suggest that Qin Shang be appointed as the team leader. Ha? Make my son-in-law the team leader? How can a young boy like him do such a dangerous thing? Sister Su immediately exploded. Is it easy to find a son-in-law? We're so protective of you, we'd be afraid you'd drop it if we held it in our hands, or melt it if we kept it in our mouths. How can we let people take risks? Isn't there a way now? With a handsome guy as the captain, the women are willing to join the fight. Especially Qin Shang, who is ridiculously handsome, the effect will be even better. Many women nowadays have a bit of a feminist streak. They really enjoy showing off in front of men. Men dare to stand up and fight the monster bird, but women don't. How shameful. Well, I'll have to ask my son-in-law. If he's not willing, I absolutely won't force him. Of course, you should ask him. Qin Shang is no ordinary young man. I think he would be willing. After ending her call with the director, Sister Su hesitated for a long time before contacting Qin Shang. She explained the situation and emphasized, "Son-in-law, you can refuse if you're not willing."
I'm just asking. Let's fight the monster bird together. It's interesting just to listen to.
Spider-Man once said, "With great power comes great responsibility."
He has enjoyed many things in this world and is willing to make contributions. I agree.
Without much thought, he replied, and Sister Sue wiped away her tears with emotion. "Oh, you are just too noble." With the captain of the community security team confirmed, Sister Sue returned to the residents' group chat. This time, her attitude was completely different. Previously, she had begged others, but this time, she said casually, "Whoever wants to participate or doesn't want to participate is their own freedom. However, I want to tell those who participate that they must obey Captain Qin Shang's orders. Disobedience will result in expulsion." The group chat exploded when they heard that Qin Shang, a young boy, was also participating and was the team leader.
Chapter 121 Mother-in-law, don't ever treat me like a human being. How can you let a boy do such a dangerous job?
A man and a woman working together makes it less tiring for me.
Sister Sue, I'm signing up. My name is Si Tian Tian, and my mom's name is Si Xiaoqin. We both signed up. You people are shameless. Are you here to fight the monster bird? Or do you just want to smell Qin Shang's fragrant sweat? Men are all in the beds of rich women.
The chances of ordinary women having contact with men are extremely slim. Now, not only do they have such opportunities, but they are also in contact with super handsome men.
What else is there to say? Everyone signed up. Soon, the quota of 100 was reached. Alright, we have enough people.
Those who join the community security team must be prepared with weapons. I believe that with our combined efforts, we can definitely drive the strange bird away.
After exchanging a few polite words, Sister Sue gave off an air of superiority. Snort! A bunch of stinky women, don't they just want to wait until my great uncle is all sweaty and smell him? Down. I'm different from you guys. My son-in-law is coming over for dinner today.
I'll not only smell his fragrance, but I can also talk to him and chat.
This is what beauty is, this is what life is.
Looking back, there was no manly presence in the family, which was truly tragic. Having completed the task, timely feedback was crucial, so she made a phone call to inform Lu Fomying of the situation.
Lu Fomying was also convinced, it's great to have a handsome guy. But tell Qin Shang not to let him personally participate.
While the women are fighting the monster bird, he can just cheer them on. That's for sure. His very existence is the greatest encouragement to us. Sister Sue thought to herself, of course my son-in-law doesn't have to do this kind of physical work. Then, Lu Fomying thought of something and said in a gentler tone, "Sulan, ask your son-in-law if he still wants a wife. I have 3 daughters, and none of them are married yet. It's driving me crazy. If Qin Shang is willing, he can marry all 3 of them. Then we'll be relatives." Oh? Almost instinctively, Sister Sue became wary, her eyes darting around, but she still spoke politely. "I am just the mother of a concubine, I can't make decisions for my son-in-law, I need to ask him."
"Of course, just do your best."
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Sister Sue rolled her eyes.
"I'm not going to ask for you. If there are too many women, my daughter will get less attention. Isn't what a woman's life all about being pampered by a man?"
When they returned, Su Lina rode the bicycle as usual, with Qin Shang sitting behind her.
Holding Su Lina's slender waist, Qin Shang felt a strange sense of belonging.
It felt so good to be protected and served. In particular, the slightest movement from him brought Su Lina a sweet joy, naturally making her feel happy.
Upon entering the residential area and seeing the red banners, I was even more delighted.
After arriving in this world, Qin Shangcai slowly realized that many of his values from his previous life were ridiculously wrong. For example, he was a simp in his past life. He doesn't know who instilled this idea in him, but he always felt that to get a girl, he should grovel and fawn over her. It's as if he himself doesn't deserve to have a woman. For example, in his past life, he was always prone to falling into a state of sadness, as if sadness was the only normal thing to do.
This kind of thinking is absolutely rubbish.
He reflected deeply on himself and discovered that these ideas and emotions were largely due to the books he read, especially the classics. Classic works are basically all about suffering and hatred. It seems that if they weren't tragic, they wouldn't be considered classics. Fortunately, he later read a lot of online novels, which helped him develop correct and healthy values.
"Son-in-law, you're finally back. Are you tired?
I, in my lowly position, have taken the liberty of cutting you a piece of watermelon."
See if you can eat it?
Now that he has married Su Linner, he should naturally visit the Su family. To Qin Shang's surprise, Sister Su was so humble he had never realized it before.
Aunt Su, there's no need to use such vulgar terms as you and me, is there?
Qin Shangjian was not used to being high and mighty, because in his previous life he had always been low and humble, and he felt that his soul had been suppressed, so he could not be proud. It was only after living in this world for so long that he realized how great it felt to be high above others.
Oh dear son-in-law, how can you be so insensitive? Hierarchy and respect are the 4 pillars of a nation. If these 4 pillars are not upheld, the nation will perish. Since you have come to our home, you are our emperor. If I do not respect you, am I even human? There is a limit to being courteous to respecting the virtuous and talented.
Sister Su now has only one feeling: she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't treat her son-in-law like a god. If she weren't afraid of being too presumptuous, she would want to kiss the soles of his shoes. It feels wonderful to have a son-in-law like this. So many older women dream of finding a son-in-law to serve them, but they never have the chance. Now that they have the opportunity, they'd better fawn over him. He can come to my house more often, I can smell his masculine scent, my blood pressure is dropped, my blood sugar is no longer high, I no longer need insulin for diabetes, my menopause has been delayed, and my Alzheimer's disease is gone. The benefits are so great that I can never repay them in this lifetime.
Aunt Su, you're right.
After thinking it over, Qin Shang agreed.
If he didn't come, there would only be 2 women in the house. Wouldn't that be a dark and hopeless situation? Since I arrived, the sky has become bluer, the water has become clearer, la 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 la.
So, son-in-law, you need to change your bad habit of being too modest. The emperor should accept the kneeling of his ministers, and a son-in-law should be served by his mother-in-law.
Don't treat me like a human being, you know?
As she spoke, Su Lan brought over a basin of clean water for Qin Shang to wash his face, and then used a freshly opened towel to wipe Qin Shang clean. Over here, Su Linner used a knife to scoop out the very center of the watermelon, pierced it with a toothpick, and brought it to Qin Shang's mouth.
Delicious.
Qin Shang praised it, and both Su Lan and Su Linner beamed with joy.
Su Lan, eager to show off, said, I bought this. Aunt Su has good taste. He. Son-in-law, you treat me too well, why are you praising me?
Seeing Su Lan bending over with laughter, Qin Shang felt a little sorry for her. It seemed that she and her mother, both orphans, were really having a hard time. Immediately afterwards, Su Lan transferred her dowry of 200,000 yuan to Qin Shang and wrote a note stating that this was only the first installment, and there were still 50 installments to come. Then, she took out a long knife from the inner room and handed it to Qin Shang with both hands. Young master, this is an antique knife collected by Linner's father.
It's very sharp.
You can take it for self-defense.
Qin Shang grabbed the hilt and pulled it out.
The blade gleamed coldly and weighed 5 or 6 pounds, clearly not an ordinary item. The words Dragon Sparrow are engraved on the scabbard, in particular.
Is this a dragon sparrow?
The Dragon Sparrow sword is extremely famous. Su Lan smiled. It's probably not a real dragon bird, but just an heirloom passed down from our ancestors. It's not very old, maybe 200 or 300 years at most. There are many imitations of the precious sword, but Qin Shang doesn't care.
What man doesn't like a precious sword?
When those strange birds come again, I'll just slash them one by one. That would be incredibly satisfying.
Chapter 122. The feeling of being a leader is awesome.
With her pure and innocent first love face, Su Linner closely watched Qin Shang's every move, her brain working quickly to analyze Qin Shang's current state.
Does he still want to eat watermelon? Does he want to eat a grape? Or, do you want to eat an apple? Being kind to others isn't just about giving. For example, some parents are good to their children.
Even if the child doesn't like peanuts, the parents will force the child to eat them, saying that they don't spoil the child. Then, the child died from an allergic reaction.
The parents cried tears of joy. Much love contains hidden hatred, even the love parents have for their children.
What many people call love is actually a form of torture, with the goal of killing the loved one. Su Linner is a thoughtful person. She needs to observe clearly what Qin Shang really wants before catering to his preferences.
After all, you have to guess what a boy is thinking. If you guessed correctly, that's called being considerate. This is a complex subject, involving all aspects of life. For example, during intimate moments, if the husband wants a kiss but the concubine gives him a hug instead, how disappointing is that? Son-in-law, I've cooked. Do you have any dietary restrictions?
Having been assimilated by this world, Qin Shang sat on the sofa without getting up, and very naturally made his demands. I don't eat cilantro, bitter melon, Houtwinia cordata, fish mint, carrots, liver, tripe, pickled vegetables, celery, perilla, milk, soy milk, or fermented soybean juice.
Everything else is fine.
All right. If you don't like it, son-in-law, then from today onwards, I won't like it either. Su Lan was very quick and efficient, and when she cooked, she was incredibly efficient. Before long, a large table of dishes was ready, and each one smelled delicious. Oysters, sea cucumbers, eels. One bite and it's packed with protein, it's so nutritious. The main dish was chive dumplings, which were delicious and refreshing. Qin Shang ate with great relish, and Su Lan and Su Liner served him in every way, treating him like an emperor. After finishing her meal, Su Lan glanced at her phone and asked, "Son-in-law, the neighborhood security team has recruited 100 people, all of whom are your subordinates.
Do you think we should hold a meeting and give them a pep talk?"
In his previous life, Qin Shang had never even been a class monitor, so suddenly having 100 subordinates felt incredibly rare.
I'm finally a leader.
Have them gather at the community playground, I'll say a few words.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Let me just say a few words.
Just saying that sentence made Qin Shang feel good.
Damn, finally it's my turn to say a few words.
After resting for a while, he carried the dragon sparrow sword at his waist and went to the playground on the east side.
There are 2 basketball hoops here, but the space isn't very big.
100 team members had arrived, and they were all excited when they saw Qin Shang.
I may not have a husband, but I have a team leader now, a guy, alive, handsome, so exciting. Following such a handsome man, even as a ghost, one would still be romantic. If I behave well, could he give me a tissue to wipe my sweat? I really want to show him all my beauty. These women, some burly and some petite, all had cunning eyes, looking like they wanted to devour you. Because they frequently face this situation, most men in this world have lost their lustful nature. This is very easy to understand, it's just like eating. People who are hungry naturally pay special attention to food, are particularly fascinated by it, and can eat a lot, want to eat, and crave food. If you're full, you won't be hungry anymore. And with delicacies delivered to your mouth every day, you gradually lose interest in eating and feel that nothing tastes good. This is what is meant by the environment influencing people.
Therefore, it is very difficult to remain lustful in this world.
If a man can always be lustful and always want women, then he is the greatest, noblest, and most loving living bodhisattva.
Whether in books, movies, or TV series, this is the kind of person who is praised.
The books aren't too exaggerated, but movies and TV series are getting increasingly outrageous.
If the male lead marries less than 100 wives, nobody will watch.
The reason is very simple: they lack a spirit of dedication, a heart of great love, and a compassionate nature. With so many women crying for their babies, and you're unwilling to marry even 100 wives, are you even human?
Qin Shang is clearly a person with great love. To be honest, the longer he lived in this world, the less he indulged in lust.
Sometimes he even felt that beautiful women were just so-so.
Isn't it just about soft, white skin, bright eyes and white teeth, a slender waist and long legs, a stunning figure, and the ability to act cute and charming?
That's all there is to it.
Especially at certain special moments, he might even feel a slight sense of disgust.
That's right, he's disgusted by beautiful women. Ugh, so annoying. This would have been impossible in my previous life.
In his past life, his friend Zhang Xiaoming, had even been to those kinds of unlicensed massage parlors. The women there were beautiful, but most were very ordinary, just average looking, and some were old and ugly.
Even so, Zhang Xiaoming often went there.
It has nothing to do with whether I want to or not, it's like I'm possessed by something, and I just can't do it without it. After making a purchase, Zhang Xiaoming would feel particularly remorseful, feeling that he was dirty and afraid that he would contract a disease.
But the next time, I can't help but go again.
Until he encountered 2 old and ugly women, he was disgusted and never went there again. With a friend like Zhang Xiaoming, there's no doubt that Qin Shang is also repressed and has an extreme desire for women. But this world has changed everything.
Now, he can no longer rely on instinct, he needs to persist in his lust. If you don't persevere, you'll enter a state of detachment and asceticism. Hello everyone. His gaze swept over the 100 team members, and Qin Shang made a great effort to look at the few good-looking ones, admiring their moist lips and their long, snow-white legs. There's no way around it, he has a heart full of love and a savior instinct, so he has to relentlessly indulge in his lust. Good morning, Captain.
The team members responded in a very disorganized manner, laughing and joking, with some even muttering to themselves.
Oh my god, he just looked at my legs. It's good that I didn't grow these 2 legs for nothing.
His gaze was like water, moistening my lips. It's so good to have lips. When he looked at me, I felt so delicious. He's such a man who can bring emotional value to women.
These days, men won't even give us a glance.
Only Qin Shang not only looks at us, but he looks at us with such admiration. My God, his greatness is beyond my imagination.
There are so many of us, it must have been very hard for him to watch. We really feel sorry for him.
To make it easier for Qin Shang to speak, Su Lan and her daughter Su Lin thoughtfully set up a platform. Qin Shang stood on the platform, looking down at all the 100 girls, and felt great. In particular, they all looked at him with adoring, eager eyes.
If eyes could strip people naked, I would be completely naked right now. Cough, cough, cough.
Even though he'd never eaten pork, he'd seen pigs walk. He adopted a leader's air, coughed twice, and immediately, all was silent.
Cool. Well, cough, 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 on this sunny and breezy day, on this day, I'd like to say a few words, just a few words.
Qin Shang put on airs and was even more delighted. Being a leader feels so awesome.
Chapter 123 Hatsune Miku, Twin Tails, so cute.
As the captain of the community security team, it is natural for me to plan, guide, and lead. The key is to have a high perspective, to have a commanding view, and to be able to make sweeping pronouncements. Looking at the 100 team members below the stage, Qin Shang felt a sense of pride, like the saying, "In my youth, I commanded 10,000 troops and fought relentlessly in the southeast."
This feeling is just awesome.
Well, as we all know, we are now facing a crisis of invasive species. The number of strange birds is increasing. They are destroying farmland, harming livestock, and even eating people. They are our enemies, and we must kill them. You can prepare your own weapons and whatever you find convenient.
There will be a reward for outstanding performance. Rewards and punishments are the most basic management tools.
The girls' eyes light up as soon as they hear about a reward.
Some even started drooling. Captain, what reward? I don't want money.
I don't want money, I just want a kiss from the captain.
You're being too greedy. All I need is a hug.
You guys are so stupid.
Of course we want something permanent, like the captain's bitter tea.
Qin Shang wanted to pay him, because he had a lot of money and he wanted to be the one paying salaries.
Surprisingly, these girls didn't want any money.
After thinking it over, he could only say, all right, the one who performs exceptionally well will receive a hug from me.
He's pretty much mentally prepared. First, in this world, one must be a male bodhisattva because there are too many women, and male bodhisattvas are needed. Secondly, if you want to be a male bodhisattva, you can't have a male god mentality, because male gods don't care about women.
He's really gotten a taste of being a male god these days. When countless beautiful women are drawn to you, even a lecherous man will lose his lustful desires. Therefore, thirdly, he must find his original aspiration, find that loser's heart, that desire for beautiful women, that greed. He wanted to see himself as a lifelong bachelor who had never been in a relationship. He sees himself as a prisoner just released from jail, and he'll see double eyelids in everything, not just women, even old sows. Only in this way can one better serve as a male bodhisattva and better enjoy this world.
Oh my God, that's amazing, they really gave me a hug. What strange birds.
I can kill them all by myself.
Look, Qin Shang's eyes are gleaming with greed, a bit lewd, aren't they? Fool. This is not lust, this is a bodhisattva who saves us from suffering, using lustful appearance to save us.
Hearing the voices of worship, Qin Shang felt particularly good. The greatest virtue in this world is a love of beauty. To look at a woman with a love of beauty is the greatest reward one can give her.
90% of women will never receive such a reward in their lifetime.
Because most men treat sex as a chore.
All right, go back and get ready. Qin Shang once again swept his lustful gaze over the crowd. To be honest, some of the 100 girls were quite attractive.
If you want to awaken the heart of a loser, then all 100 women are quite nice.
Small face, long legs, fair and tender skin, so attractive. The key is freshness that's more important than beauty.
If Qin Shang had to choose between 10 8-point beauties and one 9-point beauty, he would always choose the 10 8-point beauties.
This is a man's nature. Diverse and interesting. Diversity breeds passion. Honey, you're too selfless. What if it's an ugly woman who performs well? You'll be in so much pain.
Su Lin secretly observed and selected, looking for girls who were qualified to receive her husband's embrace. After looking around, she could only find 3 or 4.
Hopefully they will perform well. If I don't go to hell for the sake of humanity, who will?
Having cultivated a loser's mentality, Qin Shang's mindset has changed again. He's become more tolerant of unattractive women. He'd be willing to date even a girl who's only a 7 out of 10, let alone an 8 out of 10. Of course, there is a prerequisite: she must be a young woman. As the saying goes, there are 3 things that are most harmful to the body: weak liquor, strong tea, and old women.
He genuinely doesn't want to touch older women, except for the old A8.
After arranging the security of the community, Qin Shang took Su Liner back to his home.
You must serve your son-in-law well.
If you disobey even slightly, I'll break your legs. Before parting, Sister Su gave Su Liner a few words of advice and handed her a handbag, but Qin Shang didn't pay any attention to it.
Women in this world are generally very cooperative. Back home, Li Hongliang and his sisters-in-law came over.
Li Hongliang looked at Su Liner and shook his head repeatedly. Brother, when you're young, you don't know what's precious, but when you're old, you can only shed tears in vain.
You're following in my footsteps. Sooner or later you'll suffer from kidney failure too.
The sisters-in-law were also very concerned. Yi Shuqin looked regretful, Tian Jiniao looked bitter, and Mei Shen looked envious. They all believed that their beauty was no less than Su Liner's. But she could never become Qin Shang's concubine in this lifetime.
Ah Shang, how many have you married this year? Be careful with your money.
Men are like leaky buckets. Once they've leaked all the water, the man is finished.
If you need a woman, just say so. Why take a concubine? Does she get so easily angered?
Clearly, in their eyes, taking a concubine was not a blissful experience, but a heavy burden and a sacrifice. Qin Shang didn't care at all. He had a system.
Who knows, maybe we'll get some kind of ancient kidney body today.
He even suspected that it was all part of the system's plan, that he was sent to save the world.
Brotherly, 7th sister-in-law, 8th sister-in-law, 9th sister-in-law, I'm fine, I'm very well.
After chatting for a while, it got dark quickly, and they left, leaving Qin Shang alone with Tian Jiniao and Su Liner.
Tian Jiniao was quite embarrassed. Even if she is a concubine, that is still a title.
After dinner, she went back to her room early, took out her stethoscope from her suitcase, and pressed it against the wall.
For Su Liner, today was her wedding night.
Perhaps because she was shy, she went back to her bedroom early after taking a bath. Qin Shang has recently taken a liking to watching slapping matches, and he only goes back to his room after watching them.
What's going on here?
In the bedroom, Su Liner was dressed in an anime style, wearing a wig and sporting twin ponytails with her pale green hair hanging down to the floor. White sleeveless shirt, tie, plaid skirt, gloves, stockings, and leather shoes. It's as if it just crossed over from another dimension, so fresh and vibrant.
Do you like Hatsune Miku? With one foot on tiptoe, Su Liner wore a bewildered, innocent, and naive expression. Qin Shang was overjoyed. I like it. Especially those twin ponytails, they're absolutely gorgeous. To a hungry person, the taste of food will be even more delicious.
Similarly, in the eyes of single men, beautiful women appear even more beautiful.
Qin Shang quickly adjusted his mindset, adopting the demeanor of an old bachelor, and slowly approached. He. Hatsune Miku, my future, let your brother give you a hug, and carry you, little sister, to your bridal sedan chair. Chapter 124. I once had a silent girlfriend.
Steve Jobs once said, stay hungry, stay stupid. That's well said. Only by remaining hungry can one have a strong desire and ability to eat, as well as greed, ambition, and the inclination to indulge in pleasure.
Only by remaining foolish can one enter a state of natural harmony.
The problem with modern people is that they have too many tricks up their sleeves, but also too many obstacles. They have lost their instincts and are left with only hypocrisy. What Qin Shang needs to do is to use his old bachelor mentality to stimulate his instincts. Forget the elegance of the city, forget the etiquette between people, only the most primal, untamed desire remains.
Only the true nature of humanity. Holding Su Liner like this feels incredibly good.
Every inch of her skin exuded an indescribable charm. Qin Shang could even smell the rich, feminine scent emanating from her. You know, animals don't care about beauty or ugliness, they rely on smell to distinguish each other. The male tiger sniffed the female tiger and exclaimed, "Hey sis, this is amazing.
Let's have a game."
Then a plate was served.
So easy.
Lao Tzu once said, the way of Tao is to reduce things daily. Qin Shang is now doing subtraction, removing all the embellishments, and facing the beauty with the appearance of an animal.
Honey, I feel so happy to be looked at like that by you.
Knowing it would be wonderful, Su Linner never imagined it would be this wonderful. Eager. In Qin Shang's eyes, there was longing for her.
It was as if she were some kind of rare delicacy. The feeling was truly wonderful. Oh my little Linlin, you're so beautiful, who else would I look at if not you? You're 7 or 8 times prettier than China. Praise is the prelude to enjoyment. The content doesn't matter, the more nonsense the better. The more unrestrained and carefree one is, the more relaxed they are. Relaxation is the source of all happiness. Honey, you have such a sweet tongue, may I have a taste? You seem to be in a hurry, so here you go. The two quickly entered a state of complete absorption.
Qin Shang originally thought everything would go very smoothly, but to his surprise, when he took another step forward, Su Linner actually took out a syringe. Then he plunged it into his own throat.
What are you doing?
The wine doesn't intoxicate people, people intoxicate themselves. Qin Shang was already in a drunken state, but now he's completely sober.
What the heck?
On their wedding night, he gave himself acupuncture.
My mom taught me this. Su Linner's eyes remained innocent, as if what she was doing was perfectly ordinary. It's as if all women have to do this. What did your mother teach you? What's in this syringe?
I thought Sister Su was a decent person, but I never expected her to be so cunning. The liquid in the syringe was pale green, which looked frightening.
My mom taught me how to serve men.
Thinking of the secrets her mother had given her, Su Linner was quite confident.
This contains an anesthetic, diluted, with no side effects. It just anesthetizes me, so I won't be able to make a sound. Qin Shang was increasingly confused. What was all this? He thought he had a good understanding of the world, so was there something new he hadn't experienced yet? Why would you inject yourself to make yourself unable to speak? Because everything I have belongs to you, naturally, my voice belongs to you too. So my mom said, let me give you a silent version first, see if you like it. If you don't like it, we'll turn the volume up, just like tuning a radio. Damn it. I'm impressed. Qin Shang considered himself to have a certain possessiveness, but he never thought of possessing a woman's voice. He still hasn't adapted to this world. However, it's really nice to completely possess a woman, including her voice. Fool. You don't need a shot. Besides, I definitely don't like the silent version. I like the kind that screams like a sow.
In his previous life, when he was single, Qin Shang had a silent girlfriend.
Back then, we didn't have much money, so it wasn't even silicone, it was just an inflatable one.
I spent 268 yuan to buy it, and it felt really bad.
First of all, the way I met my girlfriend was quite bizarre.
She was in a rectangular box, and when I opened it, there was another plastic bag inside.
After removing the plastic bag, my girlfriend was rolled up. After smoothing things over with his girlfriend, disappointment swept over him. Why?
Because the print on the girlfriend's shirt was on a waterproof fabric, and the color has faded a bit, it looks terrible.
You've already bought it, right? Holding the air pump, Cuckoo pumped air, but then utterly despaired. What kind of girlfriend is she?
I won't mind if you have no hair, I won't mind if you don't have a curvy figure, and I definitely won't mind if you don't feel good to the touch.
At least provide an entry point, right? Damn, no. Unable to find the way in, alas, what can be done?
Qin Shang felt particularly regretful at the time. He had a girlfriend, but he couldn't take her virginity.
Wasn't that a waste?
He even considered making a cut with a kitchen knife, but the problem was, if he did, air would leak out.
The feeling was indescribable, 3 parts frustration, 5 parts dejection, and 2 parts unsatisfied. Let's just make do with it, what else can we do but throw it away?
They were husband and wife for a time, so they had feelings for each other. It is precisely because of these painful memories that Qin Shang is particularly concerned about feedback.
Oh, I see. I understand. I hope you truly understand.
The two whispered sweet nothings to each other, then gradually entered the alley, becoming completely unrestrained. Qin Shang's state of mind had deepened. He saw himself as a beast, not a human, and naturally, he enjoyed himself immensely.
Haidu City Guard Headquarters.
The newly appointed female general, Zhao Mani, looked at her subordinates and said loudly, now that the city defense army has been established, we must annihilate the strange birds outside the city as much as possible. In particular, we must stop the adult strange birds. The strange bird is covered in scales and is extremely difficult to kill. Using a pistol is useless if you can't aim accurately, and small caliber pistols are also ineffective. Even if you hit it, if you can't kill it, the strange bird has an extremely strong regenerative ability. No previous species invasion has been as terrible as this one. Especially the adult of the strange bird, which is more than 2 meters long and has a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters, can bite through concrete with one bite.
Many people have already died at the hands of the adult monster bird.
General, the biology lab has made a request. They want us to capture a live, adult strange bird for experiments.
If we encounter one, should we avoid shooting it in the head and instead aim to injure it? Someone raised a question.
The biological laboratory is conducting research day and night, studying everything from the strange bird's blood, cells, and genes to its living habits.
What we lack most right now is experimental samples. The strange bird is hard to catch.
The little strange bird has a bad temper and will die of anger if it is kept in captivity.
The giant bird is incredibly powerful and flies extremely fast. If a shot misses, there will be casualties. Absolutely not. Our mission is to exterminate the monster bird, kill it on sight. Zhao Mani didn't want her subordinates to risk their lives, but she couldn't refuse the biological laboratory's request. After thinking for a moment, she issued the order. Issue a bounty. Whoever can capture the adult monster bird alive will be rewarded with 1 million. Chapter 125. I need to rest, let's talk about it another day. Only by immersing oneself in life can one experience its beauty.
When everything calmed down, Qin Shan leaned against the headboard, lost in thought, feeling wonderful. Beside her lay the sleeping Su Liner, curled up like a kitten, her fair skin shimmering faintly under the LED lights. The expression on her face, a mixture of intoxication and pain, had not completely faded. Tear stains still clung to her long eyelashes. This wasn't the first time Qin Shan had seen a girl's tears. All because, at certain moments, he showed absolutely no mercy. Only thinking of themselves. He had reflected on whether this was wrong, but after experiencing more, he gradually came to understand. Tears don't always represent pain or sadness. Sometimes, tears can represent happiness. If you stop when you see a girl crying, she won't be happy. Words are a kind of shackle. When people use words to think, they also become trapped in the cage of words. But words and language are ultimately just appearances. Only when you can see into people's hearts through language can you be considered a little bit mature. Cough, cough, cough. Seventh sister-in-law, stop listening, it's over, I want to drink water. Qin Shan shouted, a smile spreading across his face. From the very beginning, he had noticed that Tian Jinyao was eavesdropping next door, but he did not stop her, because that was her punishment. He particularly disliked one of Tian Jinyao's attitudes, because the sister-in-law inheritance law was about to be promulgated, as if he had to inherit several sisters-in-law and bring them happiness. Not necessarily. If his sisters-in-law are determined to take advantage of him, he won't cooperate. In any case, the power to decide who gets happiness and who doesn't is in his hands. 2 minutes later, Tian Jinyao came in with a bottle of mineral water. She looked listless, her hair was a little wet, and she had dark circles under her eyes. She had completely lost the energy and spirit she had shown before when she said, I want to possess you. His gaze swept over Su Liner, and he couldn't hide his intense envy. Ah Shang, here's some water. Completely devoid of her former arrogance, Tian Jinyao appeared weak and easily bullied, and surprisingly handed over the water with both hands. In that instant, Qin Shan developed a strange interest in her. Seventh sister-in-law, are you stupid? I want to drink beer, why are you giving me water? Did you stuff donkey hair in your ears? Crushing, trampling, bullying. These are all very negative words, but Qin Shang believes that this is exactly what Tian Jinyao needs. She needs a man to do something for her, even if it's just to bully her. Sorry. Tian Jinyao quickly went out and returned a moment later with a beer. Qin Shang commanded, are you really an idiot? How am I supposed to drink it if you don't open it? Okay, I'll open it. She hurriedly went to the living room to find a bottle opener, and Qin Shang jumped out of bed and followed her. She clearly heard Qin Shang come out, and hurriedly opened the beer. Qin Shang put his hand on her shoulder. Tian Jinyao froze instantly, but Qin Shang didn't care. He gulped down 2 mouthfuls of beer, feeling refreshed and exhilarated. Seeing Tian Jinyao blush and feel shy, with nowhere to escape, he felt extremely satisfied. Yao Yao, tell me, did you and Brotherly put on an act? There was no one else around, so Qin Shang asked without restraint, no longer calling her seventh sister-in-law, as that form of address was really unnecessary. All he knew was that the woman in front of him was trying to get close to him, a woman who was playing tricks. Yes.
Without any struggle, Tian Jinhao admitted, I want to get closer to you. He. Qin Shan reverted to his old bachelor mentality and grinned lewdly, you really want me to investigate you? Sometimes, between men and women, the more vulgar the better. This isn't embroidery, it doesn't require such refinement. It's only interesting to return to our animalistic nature. People's thoughts and ideas are all obstacles. I don't know. With her legs tightly pressed together, Tian Jinhao, despite being an experienced woman, hadn't faced a man like this in a long time, especially since Qin Shang was such a powerful man. So, you don't want me to investigate you anymore? No, I want to. Overwhelmed by intense desire, Tian Jinhao uttered those words, her blush spreading from her face to her earlobes and down to her snow-white neck. Look my eyes. Lifting Tian Jinhao's chin, Qin Shang admired her disheveled state. Due to excitement, Tian Jinhao's eyes were already glazed over and somewhat unfocused, like a flower waiting to be picked. Yao, you have a high fever. Qin Shang gently blew into her ear, making Tian Jinhao almost lose her balance. Shang, do you find me attractive? Few women in this world are not insecure. Not to mention someone like Tian Jinhao who has been married before. Well, we'll need to do a checkup to find out. Your face may look okay, but your body might be in a bad state. Xiao, would you like me to give you a checkup? Think. Unable to bear it any longer, Tian Jinhao closed her eyes. Her skin was so delicate and smooth that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Now, in her submissive and humble state, she appeared exceptionally gentle. Qin Shan realized once again that he still preferred to be a leader, an attacker, and an initiator. He sniffed the fragrance emanating from Tian Jinhao and, without any hesitation, began to examine her. In the stillness of the night, this is the perfect time to do something like this. The rustling sound as fingers tugged at the clothes was like a poetic melody. Women in this world care a lot about their appearance. Besides working and making money, their biggest hobby is taking care of their health. Although Tian Jinhao is 25 years old, she is still so youthful. Her shapely, long legs exuded vitality. However, she was clearly struggling internally, sometimes shy, sometimes proactive. Qin Shang certainly wouldn't let her off so easily. On the contrary, this was also a form of punishment, making her see but not have. Pretty good. Having given his approval, Qin Shang pulled hard, and Tian Jinhao screamed, opening her eyes in surprise. She grabbed Qin Shang's arm and said, Shang, please don't bully me, okay? Is this what you call bullying? I just like collecting hair, I'll keep this as a souvenir. He put it in his pocket, not really as a souvenir, just for fun. So, shall we? Tian Jinhao leaned against him, her body limp, but Qin Shang shoved her away, saying, get the hell out of here. I need to rest, let's talk another day. He went straight back to his room to rest, leaving Tian Jinhao, who was left in the lobby, even more confused. Previously, I had always treated Qin Shang with courtesy, but tonight I finally had real contact with him. In just a few short minutes, Qin Shang spoke with such wit, humor, enthusiasm, and straightforwardness, as well as a rough and generous manner. Especially its vulgarity. She absolutely loved it. Being scolded by this man is sweeter than eating honey. He said he'd talk about it another day, which meant he agreed. Overjoyed, Tian Jinhao returned to her room. Despite the heat, she forced herself to stay still and not do anything. She wanted to be in her most radiant state, waiting for that man's favor. Chapter 126. Birds are so cute, how can you kill them? Day. At dawn, in the suburbs of Haidu City, gunfire erupted as countless bullets rained down on the strange bird that flew in. Amidst the piercing cries, some of the strange birds were killed and fell to the ground, while others flapped their wings and flew far away. The strange bird created by the Taotai group has strong defensive capabilities, but it is completely ineffective against heavy bullets. Facing the forest to the northeast, there were over 1,000 Gatling guns, impenetrable to wind and rain. Not that great either. Forget birds, shooting dinosaurs is child's play for them. In my opinion, sweeping through the forests with a Gatling gun would also eliminate the strange bird. Oh no! The big guys are coming. Several city guards were chatting and laughing when suddenly a dense, dark shadow covered the sky. Hundreds of enormous, strange birds flew over. Once everyone had adjusted the Gatling gun's direction, the strange birds screeched as they flew into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, then headed towards Haidu City. Day. The Gatling gun fired blue flames, but it was too far away to hit anything.
This is the terrifying aspect of invasive species: their reproduction and growth rates are too fast. Killing hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of them seems to have no effect on them. For example, in Australia, various methods were used to eradicate rabbits, including guns, traps, and viruses and germs. As a result, there are now 200 million rabbits. This thing perfectly illustrates the saying, "Wildfire cannot burn it all, the spring breeze brings it back to life." Only by killing them all can they be truly eradicated. If just one pair is left alive, it won't be long before the rabbit's descendants spread across the entire continent. Even more terrifying are the strange birds. They are amphibious animals that can live on land, sea, and air, and will inevitably spread to the entire planet. General, hundreds of adult strange birds have flown into the city. Should we give chase? The soldier quickly reported the news to Zhao Mani. Animals are deficient in salt and rarely have the opportunity to obtain salt, while human blood contains a large amount of salt. Animals can become addicted once they have eaten human flesh. This is similar to how an old bachelor tries to pick up girls. Normally, an old bachelor can only wander around the red light district, and the women he meets are either young and unattractive girls or older women with some looks. Or they're either old and ugly women. If someone suddenly had a sweet and passionate romance with Fan Bingbing, they would naturally look down on ordinary women. No need. Our mission is to stop the flocks of strange birds as much as possible. Leave the strange birds in the city to the neighborhood security team. Zhao Mani hesitated for a moment, but still gave the order. There was nothing she could do. The city defense force was newly established and lacked personnel. They didn't even have many rocket launchers, relying entirely on Gatling guns and submachine guns. These heavy weapons were not suitable for use in the city. Moreover, the most dangerous threat comes from the flocks of strange birds. Although these strange birds are not large, they swarm like locusts, and once they enter the city, they will be devastating. The neighborhood security team? They don't even have proper weapons, just broadswords and spears. Can they handle that? The soldier reporting looked worried. If it were a tiger infestation, swords and spears would be useful, but now it's flying birds, they're too agile. There's nothing we can do if it doesn't work. Our capabilities are limited, so we can only prioritize the overall situation. What is the big picture? Protecting the entire city is of paramount importance. As long as the number of strange birds entering the city is minimized, the damage will be limited. By the way, were there any casualties? Our sisters have been attacked by large, strange birds several times, resulting in 16 deaths and more than 100 injuries. Tell everyone to be extremely careful and not to hold back on bullets, fire. Yes. We need to spread the news about our casualties so that all citizens are aware of the danger posed by the strange bird. Okay. As dawn broke, gunshots rang out from all directions. Qin Shang jumped up and quickly dressed. Su Liner also woke up and hugged Qin Shang's arm. "Honey, my mom said that you just need to cheer everyone on in the group, you don't need to do it yourself." In today's world where there are more women than men, women fight wars and do dangerous jobs. Men are practically national treasures. No country can afford to lose this. I'm the captain, why should I listen to your mother? Qin Shang didn't take it seriously. With his physical abilities, how could he be afraid of a strange bird? He went to hunt the monster bird partly to protect the community, and partly as a form of spiritual practice. People are most likely to get exercise under 3 conditions: joy, pain, battle. Especially combat, which is the best way to increase one's strength. Wang Yangming said that one must hone one's skills through practical experience. How can one succeed without personally taking action? But it's very dangerous. Feeling Qin Shang's domineering aura, Su Liner was both worried and helpless. Yes, how could a son-in-law listen to his mother-in-law? There's never been such a claim. I'm not afraid. You prepare the meal at home and wait for me to come back to eat. All right. Su Liner really doesn't have much fighting power. Not only is she physically weak, but after last night's storm, she is now sore all over, her voice is hoarse, and she has to hold onto the wall to walk. Seeing Qin Shang looking so energetic, she couldn't suppress her admiration. Qin Shang, holding the dragon sparrow sword, was about to leave when she couldn't help but shout, "Husband, I love you. You must come back safe and sound, and don't forget anything. Bite." The system's voice sounded, and Qin Shang smiled, "Don't worry." As soon as he left home, he checked the system rewards. The host wins the love of a 9 out of 10 beauty. Reward, Crooked Mouth War God Talent, beginner level. The host's lips curled into a smirk, and his strength increased tenfold.
The crooked-mouthed war god?
He knew this all too well. The god of war's slightest smirk was enough to cause the heavens and earth to shatter.
No one could stop him. Basically, once you complete this precast animation, you're invincible. But the crooked mouth movement is incredibly fast, taking less than a second.
Hey. Qin Shang tried it, and before his mouth even reached his ears, he felt a surge of power emanating from his internal organs.
He can now jump up to the 10th floor with a single leap.
If he wanted to win an Olympic gold medal, basically any gold medal in sprinting, long distance running, high jump, long jump, swimming, etc., would be his. Not to mention many, winning over 100 gold medals is a piece of cake. With renewed confidence, he strode confidently to the community playground, where all of the hundreds of team members were present.
Captain, why did you come down here yourself?
The strange bird is coming.
There are enough of us.
You just need to judge our performance. Boys who brandish knives and guns are prone to hurting themselves.
Yes, physical labor is an inescapable duty for us women. Surprisingly, they are a group of feminists.
Just as Qin Shan was about to correct them, countless strange birds suddenly flew into the residential area.
He hurriedly shouted, "Follow me to fight the enemy."
The strange bird was targeting people, trying to peck at anyone it saw. Qin Shang and his men, armed with various weapons, hacked and slashed wildly. It must be said that humans are indeed powerful, and they almost completely crushed these small, strange birds. In no time, the strange birds were all dead on the ground.
Stop! Stop! You executioners! Birds are so cute, how can you kill them?
Suddenly, a window on the second floor of Building 9 opened, and a chubby man with a megaphone in his hand began to loudly criticize.
Chapter 127 Don't Save People You Hate. Cute?
Qin Shan looked at the ugly appearance of these strange birds and was speechless.
Where was the cuteness in them? Chen Jiejun, they eat people, they're no good birds. The tall and slender Si Tian explained in a gentle voice, while the chubby man retorted righteously, "What's wrong with eating people? Does it mean that only people are allowed to eat animals, but animals are not allowed to eat people?"
Don't forget, all things have spirits, all living beings are equal, and all have a reason for existence.
You are simply anthropocentric. What valuable item is this? Why did he say such strange things?
Not only Qin Shang, but many people tilted their heads and looked at Chen Jiejun with puzzled expressions. Fortunately, Si Tian was educated and could understand, and continued to argue, "Chen Jiejun, humans are the measure of all things, and we humans should be the center."
Pa! I didn't expect you to be a human chauvinist, you're disgusting. As if he had swallowed a fly, Chen Jiejun even spat out a mouthful of saliva. Qin Shan couldn't help but wonder, how could there be such an idiot? He quickly realized that the world treats men too well, which is why men don't need to work. Not working or doing chores doesn't mean you don't think.
Many people develop strange ideas through browsing forums, engaging in online arguments, and so on.
To put it bluntly, it's a lack of social experience that leads to idiocy.
For example, this Chen Jiejun believes that all life is equal, and that humans and birds are equal.
Isn't that crazy? In Qin Shan's view, humans are undoubtedly noble. Birds are undoubtedly base. Not to mention, it's an invasive species. What equality is there?
I am not a human chauvinist.
When accused, Si Tian panicked, seemingly very afraid of it.
They are not natural organisms, but man-made ones. They are invasive species, just like scavengers.
Plecos are particularly annoying. Fish anglers will kill them on sight. Is it cruel? Cruel. Okay? Good. This is a principle that anyone who has received an education should understand. Unfortunately, Chen Jiejun didn't understand. His thoughts were confused, and he believed he was right. So what if it's an invasive species? Existence is its own justification. Since they exist, they must have their value. What right do you have to kill them?
Chen Jiejun was spitting everywhere, looking like he had justice in his hands. Si Tian hesitated for a long time, then fell silent, her eyes looking at everyone, and she actually started to hesitate. The others also hesitated, as if they had really done something wrong.
Qin Shang has to join the battle, otherwise, the morale of the community security team will be swayed. If existence is justified, then our existence and our killings are also justified.
Perhaps due to the sharp decline in population, pessimism is rampant in this world, with a surge of diverse thoughts, including one school of philosophy that directly denies the existence of human beings.
They believe that humans are the sin of the world. They believe that humans have destroyed the beauty of the planet. They believe that people should be destroyed. Simply put, it's anti-human. They've already committed acts against humanity, yet they still try to portray themselves as compassionate and environmentally conscious, like some kind of saint. You are just lowly humans. What right do you have to kill noble birds? He must have lost his mind.
Chen Jejun was so angry when he was refuted that he blurted out what he really thought, which was blatantly inhumane.
Aren't all living beings equal? How come there's a distinction between lowly and noble?
If Qin Shang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a mentally ill person existed.
He himself is human, and therefore considers humans to be inferior. Anyway, you're all wrong.
You're killing living beings, and killing living beings will send you to hell. Unable to win the argument from this angle, Chen Jejun immediately changed his approach, repeating the same old tune. Qin Shang had heard this kind of talk far too many times.
Killing will send you to hell, so why don't you commit suicide? Do you know that every breath you take kills countless bacteria, and every sip of water you drink is equivalent to swallowing countless lives? People-oriented. Humans are the center of the world.
This is Qin Shang's view: everything in the world serves people.
Otherwise, should we center our attention on ants or cockroaches?
You're just making excuses.
Go ahead and kill me, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Chen Jejun actually started cursing.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange, adult bird swooped in, extended its sharp claws, and grabbed Chen Jejun's scalp. This wasn't entirely a coincidence. Qin Shang and the others were all carrying weapons and standing on the ground, while Chen Jejun was on the second floor, craning his neck, looking plump and juicy.
Ah! Help me. It's said that people can't teach you everything, but experience can teach you everything.
Right now, Chen Jejun isn't talking about great love or the equality of all things, he's just screaming for help. Because of the window pane, the strange bird was scratching Chen Jejun's scalp, drawing blood, but it was difficult to pull him away.
It just kept tearing at him. Ha ha ha. Qin Shang laughed heartily.
Chen Jejun, everything that exists has its reason.
A noble bird wants to eat a lowly person like you, so why are you still struggling? You're being very immoral. At this point, who cares about reason? I was wrong, okay? Save me, I don't want to die.
Chen Jejun's face was contorted as he kept hitting the strange bird with his hands.
Clearly, he no longer thought the strange bird was cute.
In fact, many people have already rushed over to rescue the people.
Regardless, Chen Jejun is a man, and women are always eager to save men. Qin Shang didn't move.
There was no other reason he didn't want to move and didn't want to save the person he disliked.
Ah!
With a piercing scream, Chen Jejun's head was ripped off by the strange bird.
You beast! You're asking for death. Instantly, Qin Shang was furious.
Chen Jejun was annoying when he was alive, but once he died, it was a different story.
Death absolves all debts, and besides, the way his body was dismembered was actually kind of cute. Puff! Qin Shang moved like lightning, wielding the dragon sparrow blade and severing the wing of the adult monster bird. The adult strange bird kept flapping its wings, but couldn't take off.
Perhaps they heard the strange bird's cries. 400s of adult strange birds flew over in a flurry, creating an astonishing spectacle.
Oh my god! Run! We can't beat this thing. Where are the city guards? Why were so many adult monster birds let in? Damn it! That bird must weigh 200 pounds, it's heavier than me. I'm going to die. This is a monster.
The team members scattered in fear, and a cold glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes as he activated the talent of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. He smirked, looking exceptionally sinister. Then, like a thunderbolt, it pounced straight at the strange bird.
A piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth.
In a flash, everyone heard only the thud of the ground hitting the ground. Soon, more than 100 adult strange birds all landed. The small, strange birds around them flew away as if avoiding snakes and scorpions.
Chapter 128: Having a husband makes you stand out from the crowd everywhere. Wow! That's amazing. Captain, you're so strong, please, just do it to me. I really want to ruin him, or be ruined by him. We're basically just doing odd jobs. The captain alone is enough to wipe out all the strange birds.
The team members and the residents of the community were all stunned. They hadn't even seen how Qin Shang killed the strange bird. I only noticed a gust of wind passing by, and then so many adult strange birds fell to the ground with a whoosh.
They're not dead, they're just missing a wing. Because they lost their balance, they couldn't fly or walk. Faced with absolute power, the invasion of any species was utterly insignificant.
Qin Shang shook the blood off his knife and began to observe the appearance of the adult monster bird. They have monkey heads, bird bodies, and fish scales. They're really strange. Don't kill them, just let them scream here to intimidate the other strange birds. Qin Shang discovered that all the other small strange birds had disappeared, so he issued an order, which everyone naturally obeyed.
Actually, there was no need to kill them at all. Without treatment, these adult strange birds would die sooner or later. After making the arrangements, Qin Shang went home to rest. Biological Laboratory in the Eastern District of Haidu City.
Since the invasive species outbreak, this place has been used specifically to study the strange bird. The analysis at the genetic level gradually led to despair. The strange bird's genes are a combination of many species, but the combination is almost perfect, making it impossible to destroy it at the genetic level. So the researchers began to study the habits of the strange bird.
Director Yuan, the city guards haven't caught a single adult monster bird yet, they've all been killed.
Researcher Lu Yun rushed in and reported the situation.
Yuan Haitang was furious and immediately made a phone call to Zhao Mani, the general of the city guard. General Zhao, are you disobeying orders?
Although Yuan Haitang is only the director of the laboratory, she is directly responsible to the highest-ranking official in Haidu City.
The capture of the adult monster bird was approved by the highest-ranking official. Director Yuan, it's not that I'm disobedient, it's just that there's no other way.
A fully grown strange bird weighs 100 or 200 pounds and is incredibly fast. There's simply no way to capture it alive.
However, we've already issued a bounty, as long as... Snap.
Not wanting to listen to any nonsense, Yuan Haitang hung up immediately.
What's the point of offering a bounty if even a regular army can't do it?
The problem is that she needs to obtain live adult specimens of the strange birds in order to study their habits as soon as possible.
If this continues, the strange birds may multiply even more.
Director Yuan, each residential area has set up a security team.
Maybe they can get their hands on a live monster bird. Shall I ask them?
Since things had already come to this, Lu Yun made a suggestion, and Director Yuan sighed, "Alright, go ahead and ask."
It would be good if you could get one.
These strange birds are quite peculiar. The smaller the bird, the more temperamental it is.
If you lock it up, it won't be long before it dies of anger.
On the contrary, the adult strange birds are more stable in temperament and are more suitable as experimental subjects. Lu Yun used her connections to inquire everywhere.
Soon, she couldn't close her mouth. Are you kidding me? No, I can take a video for you if you don't believe me. I'll sit.
Don't kill him, please don't kill him, we're coming right away.
You want it? You'll have to ask my captain.
I know, your super handsome captain is named Qin Shang, right?
I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Yun was so excited that she trembled. She went to Yuan Haitang and said, "Director, more than 100 adult strange birds have been captured in Qingyuan community.
Although they are injured, they are all alive. A neighborhood caught over 100 adult strange birds? You actually believe that? How naive are you?"
The adult monster birds are not only powerful in combat, but most terrifyingly, they are incredibly fast. They fly away from areas with heavy weapons. Some even dive into the river, showing great cunning.
Director, I have video evidence. Lu Yun opened her phone and glanced at it twice.
Yuan Haitang couldn't sit still any longer and immediately ordered, "Quick, prepare the vehicles, at least 100 vans.
Also, call a doctor. Let's go, let's get over there right away."
There are over 100 adult strange birds. No laboratory has that many test subjects.
Our chance has come.
No one can escape the allure of fame and fortune, and scientists are no exception. If the laboratory can produce the latest conclusions on species invasion, it can win a big prize and become famous.
Who wouldn't want that?
Yuan Haitang personally led Lu Yun and the others, rushing straight to Qingyuan residential area.
"Linner, why are you back?"
In Qingyuan residential area, Miss Su was tidying up her house when she saw her daughter return, and she couldn't help but worry.
"Mom, Daughter, Qin Shang hit you? How come your voice is hoarse? Are you all right?" Let's go to the hospital to get it checked out. Don't hold a grudge, okay?
That's just how it is for us women. We'll get used to it after a few beatings.
While shedding tears, Sister Sue said words of resignation. This is based on her experience.
With more women than men, everyone is vying for men, which naturally leads to greater tolerance for many male behaviors, among which hitting is the most common. After all, there are many benefits to hitting someone. It can help you vent your emotions, exercise your body, and even add a certain kind of fun. Being beaten by a man is now something to brag about, because it means she has a man in her life. Many women even bang their heads against a wall to create the appearance of being beaten by a man.
Mom, what are you saying?
My husband is so good, he would never hit me. Sue Linner limped in, leaning against the wall. Her older sister quickly helped her up, saying, I didn't hit you, so why are you like this? How can you not feel heartache for your own flesh and blood? She hurriedly took out the first aid kit, intending to apply some medicine to her daughter first.
Mom, aren't you an experienced person? How come you don't even understand this? It's because my husband is too strong, that's why. With a man by her side, Sue Linner became shy. Thinking of the madness of last night, she only hinted at it, refusing to say a word more. She was certain that Qin Shang was an exceptionally rare man, and she was incredibly fortunate. Even experienced women were surprised. Sister Sue had already given birth, so she naturally knew what men were like, but her understanding of men was very simple. Soft and limp, milkman, 1 minute, quick shooter. Most men these days are like that. This is not the men's fault, it's the era that caused it. If a man is facing dozens of women, ask yourself, who wouldn't be intimidated? My husband is even more powerful than Zhao Zilong, you understand now? Looking at her mother's naive and clueless expression, Sue Linner felt an indescribable pride. I've experienced what you haven't. That's what you call good fortune. Linner, tell Mom all about it, especially the process and the details. Swallowing hard, Sister Sue felt a little hungry. Damn it! I never imagined that my understanding of men was so inadequate. Mom, I'm not a very good cook. You can cook something delicious for my husband while you cook, and I'll tell you how to cook. Finally able to look down on her mother, Sue Linner felt extremely pleased. Having a husband is great, you feel superior to everyone else wherever you go. Chapter 129 Son-in-law, Are You Stupid? After taking a shower, Qin Shang came out of the bathroom and saw Tian Jinhao kneeling on the ground, holding her bathrobe in her hands, her face extremely respectful. This is the result of the struggle. She has fully realized that she cannot manipulate Qin Shang, she can only be manipulated. It's not that Qin Shang is heartless, it's just that struggle is everywhere, even within families. It's always a cycle of the east wind prevailing over the west wind, or the west wind prevailing over the east wind, it never stops. Shang, hurry up and wipe it off. It's the beginning of autumn today, so be careful not to catch a cold. Tian Jinhao raised her head, her eyes full of flattery. She was slender and tall, but her lips were exceptionally full, like ripe fruit, juicy, moist, and soft at first glance. Please help me. Qin Shang stretched out a hand and placed it on Tian Jinhao's head. A gentle head pat. Instantly, Tian Jinhao's heart pounded with excitement, her clear black and white eyes misting over as she leaned slightly closer. Is this how you help? That's exactly right. Humans are complex animals, possessing basic animal needs as well as various emotions, a sense of shame, and so on, which makes them all the more interesting. Human skin has very little body hair but many nerves. If you don't get close to people for a long time, you may even develop a condition called skin thirst syndrome. Once you get enough contact, you will feel relaxed and comfortable. Alright, look at your greedy face, like you haven't eaten meat in 800 years, you're despicable. Qin Shang pulled Tian Jinhao's head aside and sneered at her. It's not that Qin Shang is cruel on one hand, this is a way to control Tian Jinhao, and on the other hand, Tian Jinhao really needs these things. Verbal attacks are also a form of emotion. For example, some women particularly enjoy it when men swear they don't like gentle, refined men or honest men. On the contrary, what they like most are vulgar, unrestrained, and reckless men. Only a man like this can truly make them relax and feel the joy of being alive. You're right. With a satisfied smile, Tian Jinhao served Qin Shang, helping him get dressed and then wiping the water stains off his slippers and feet after he sat down on the sofa. Then she went to the kitchen, washed her hands and rinsed her mouth for a long time before bringing the food up. She looked very proper as a housewife in her apron.
Qin Shang patted her and suggested, "Sweetie, using so many plates is too much trouble.
Why don't you be the plate?" Ah. After understanding for a moment, Tian Jinyao blushed deeply. "How about another day, just the two of us? This kind of thing is really not something that too many people should know about."
Qin Shang patted it again. "Looks like you really are a born bastard, you actually agreed to it so easily."
"Ah Shang, it's my honor that you're willing to use me, and of course I'm willing."
She only picked up another plate after Qin Shang put his hand down.
Different people cook different dishes with different flavors.
Yi Shuqin is more skilled in northern cuisine, especially cold dishes, which are her specialty. Tian Jinyao, on the other hand, is skilled in Sichuan cuisine, and her dishes are spicy and stimulating, making them very appetizing just to look at. Just as we were about to start eating, Sister Su and Su Liner came over carrying food boxes.
"Son-in-law, what I made today is rather light."
Sister Su laid out the food on the table, mostly vegetarian dishes. When Su Liner saw Tian Jinyao standing next to Qin Shang with a blush on her face, she quickly went over to her too.
A concubine must be competitive, otherwise she will not win the emperor's favor. Snap.
Just then, Sister Su slapped Su Liner on the head. "You have no sense of hierarchy, why are you standing so close to your son-in-law?"
"Mom, he's my husband. What's wrong with me getting closer? You hit me when I didn't have a husband, and now that I have a husband, you still dare to hit me? Does that mean I have a husband for nothing? Damn it.
You've stepped on your son-in-law's shadow." Sister Su pulled Su Liner aside, which made Tian Jinyao feel awkward, because she had also stepped into Qin Shang's shadow.
"I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Stepping on a man's shadow can be a big deal or a small deal.
If the man takes it to court, the woman could go to jail.
Because this is called indirect bullying. If you dare to step on a man's shadow today, won't you be sitting on a man's head and peeing tomorrow? This will not be allowed to happen again." Qin Shang gave a light warning.
It wasn't that he was being harsh, it was simply a matter of following local customs. That's how the rules of this world are, and if he didn't abide by them, he'd be crazy.
He didn't want to be seen as an oddball.
Not to mention, he thoroughly enjoyed it all. In his previous life, he received a lot of, no, it should be said, a great deal of wrong education. For example, at the most basic level, you should listen to your parents, your teachers, and your boss. You should consider others. You should have ideals and morals. You should be tolerant. You should believe that suffering losses is a blessing, and you should love the world and love humanity. But no one ever told him to love himself. That's why he feels inferior, why he feels unworthy, why he acts like a simp, why he lacks enthusiasm for life, and why everything he does is extremely difficult.
That's the reason for everything. A person who doesn't love themselves cannot succeed.
Because if a person doesn't love themselves, they will subconsciously believe that they are not worthy of success. A person who doesn't love himself is likely to fail when pursuing a girl. Because subconsciously he felt he didn't deserve a beautiful woman. In short, a person who doesn't love themselves is like a piece of wood with its soul dug out. They're not even an animal, at best a plant.
How tragic.
The world is gradually changing Qin Shang's thinking, teaching him to love himself before he can love others and the world.
This is the right set of values. He's not so easily stressed or anxious anymore, so he can relax.
Because he loves himself, he is willing to fight for himself, and fighting is like solid ground. All relationships develop from fighting.
"Son-in-law, please enjoy your meal. I'll head back now."
Very considerately, Sister Su put the food down and turned to leave, showing great understanding and tact. Qin Shang raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. "Aunt Su, stay and eat with us." Qin Shang's voice was very gentle, with an undeniable calmness. Within 0.2 seconds, a warm current surged from Sister Su's heart, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes.
Although she was a prominent figure in Xingyuan community, how could others know the loneliness and solitude she had endured after so many years of widowhood?
She had a son who was unreliable, but unexpectedly, her son-in-law treated her like a human being. She covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress her tears and keep her voice normal. "Oh, son-in-law, really, it's not necessary.
I'll just eat something simple when I get home."
After saying that, she tried to leave, but Qin Shang didn't let go. "I like a big family eating together.
I order you to stay." Qin Shang was extremely forceful and domineering. Sister Su could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "Young master, are you stupid?
I am just the mother of a concubine.
I have no right to be a guest in your house." Chapter 130. This girl really knows how to have fun, wearing a sheer dress.
Liner is my person, and you are her mother, so naturally you are also my family.
When the family eats together, why be so formal?
As he said these words, Qin Shang had a strong feeling that he was cultivating virtue and governing himself, and managing his family well. It all comes down to 3 words: love yourself. Although he's still a beginner when it comes to loving himself, he's already brimming with a comfortable sense of energy.
That keen sense has already become active. Because he loves himself, he can easily sense Sister Sue's loneliness.
With her son rebellious and her daughter married, she will surely be all alone when she returns home.
She may not even feel like cooking and will just eat some leftovers. Son-in-law, you are the most noble person I have ever met.
Sister Sue burst into tears, and Qin Shang realized even more that he had been blinded by language and writing all along. Only by loving yourself can you love others. Only today did he understand the deeper meaning beneath some of the language and words.
All right, no need to be so polite, please have a seat. Su Linner seemed to understand something as well.
She pulled her mother to sit down, and the 2 of them sat on either side of Qin Shang. Their feelings for Qin Shang were no longer just respect, but love and reverence. Sitting opposite her, Tian Jingyao looked horrified.
Win people over with virtue.
She had only ever seen these 4 words in books, never in real life, but now she had witnessed them with her own eyes. She was certain that the Su mother and daughter would risk their lives for Qin Shang. She actually dared to scheme against Qin Shang, trying to use moral blackmail to possess his body.
She was incredibly arrogant and ignorant.
The gap between herself and Qin Shang was too vast. Although I am several years older than him, I still have a lot to learn about interpersonal skills and how to win people's hearts.
They ate a meal in a harmonious atmosphere.
Sister Su and Tian Jingyao washed up, Su Linner massaged Qin Shang's shoulders, and Qin Shang played a game called PUBG.
Games can cultivate one's character, relax the mind and body, and are also a form of self-cultivation. Clang clang clang.
A knock sounded on the door, and Tian Jingyao called out, "Coming." He opened the door at a leisurely pace. In the Qin family, everything must be done according to rules. Rushing around would be considered undignified.
I'm Yuan Haitang from the Biology Research Lab. May I speak with Mr. Qin?
As a great scientist, Yuan Haitang spoke with great propriety. Su Linner looked at Qin Shang, who nodded and let her in. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuan Haitang explained his purpose: the biological laboratory needs live adult strange birds. Mr. Qin is incredibly strong and has managed to capture over 100 of them, which is truly remarkable.
We intend to purchase them at a price of 1 million each. Would Mr. Qin be willing to do so?
It is very difficult to capture an adult of the strange bird alive.
Because their defenses are too strong, covered in scales, they cannot be penetrated by tranquilizer darts, while heavy bullets will kill them.
Sure. After glancing at Yuan Haitang, Qin Shang immediately agreed. The woman in front of me was wearing a women's suit, her slender figure completely covered, and she looked very proper. Qin Shang enjoys interacting with respectable women, and the process of going from respectable to unrespectable is quite fascinating.
Thank you.
Yuan Haitang immediately transferred the money, and her curiosity about the powerful man in front of her grew.
Mr. Qin, next time, could you please not cut off the strange bird's wings? No problem. They can kill you, so knocking you out is easy, right?
That's wonderful, Mr. Qin.
You have made tremendous contributions to Haidu City and Longhua.
I will submit a report to the higher authorities, and you will definitely be among the top 10 outstanding youths.
She was focused on her work. After the conversation, Yuan Haitang left immediately. Qin Shang was stunned.
He had just been awarded the title of model worker and was about to be named one of the top 10 outstanding youths.
It seems I was meant to live in this world. Sister Su, Su Linner, Tian Jingyao and others were all dumbfounded.
They made more than 100 million yuan so easily.
They didn't know how to look up at them anymore. Dowry?
How could Qin Shang possibly care about a dowry of several 100,000?
What are you looking at? Need money? Talk to me.
Now that she's rich, Qin Shangzhen doesn't care about money anymore. The men repeatedly refused, saying that a woman spending a man's money is just being a gigolo. Son-in-law, the security team from the neighborhood is waiting. You said before that whoever behaves well would get a hug as a reward.
Look, who behaved well? After glancing at her phone, Sister Su said. I almost forgot about that.
Qin Shang thought for a moment and made a decision. The best performer is Si Tian Tian. Tell her whether she wants money or a hug. If she wants money, the reward is 100,000. It's not that Qin Shang is stingy. The reason is that these team members have limited strength.
Even Si Tian Tian only managed to kill a few small monster birds.
The reason she was considered the best performer was mainly because she dared to debate with Chen Jiejun.
This is extremely rare.
From now on, if any more self-righteous or hypocritical people come out to spout nonsense, she'll be the first to start arguing. After all, it would be beneath Qin Shang's dignity to personally deal with innocent, scheming women.
Of course, there's another reason. Si Tian Tian is really beautiful, with incredibly fair skin and a gorgeous face.
Even though it was just a hug, Qin Shang wanted a hug like that.
Okay, I'll let her know right away.
Sister Su immediately contacted Si Tian Tian, and after a while, she said with a slightly strange expression, "Son-in-law, Si Tian Tian has chosen to hug you, but she wants you to go to her house to hug her."
No problem.
Qin Shang thought that since it was a reward, it should be a proper reward.
After resting for a while, she went to see Tian Tian's house.
Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped out of the building, I heard a series of loud firecrackers.
There were many people outside, watching with longing eyes.
Oh my, I'm so envious of Si Tian Tian, she actually got to receive Qin Shang's hug.
I've never even touched a man's feet in my entire life. Sigh, what a wasted life. That girl Si Tian Tian is definitely up to something, trying to take advantage of Qin Shang. I'm afraid we'll have to take photos as souvenirs, to use as material for future mining.
Because many men are wearing protective suits, men are even more reluctant to hug each other, and a simple hug becomes a solemn affair. After walking a few more steps, they saw someone holding up a banner that read, "Warmly celebrate Si Tian Tian receiving a hug from the handsome Qin Shang." It was as if being hugged by Qin Shang would bring glory to the family.
Ah Shang, my daughter is in her room. You can go in by yourself.
I've cleaned the floor 5 times, it's not dirty.
Si Tian Tian's mother, Si Xiaoqin, greeted them at the door, her face crinkling with smiles.
Just by looking at her, you can tell that her family isn't well off.
Upon entering, it was indeed just a 2-bedroom apartment with a very simple furnishing. Si Xiaoqin closed the door, and Si Tian Tian appeared. This girl really knows how to have fun. She's wearing a see-through, sheer dress, all white and dazzling.
It seems that a hug won't be enough to resolve things today.
Chapter 131. I'm never being an honest person again. Am I offending your eyes? Si Tian Tian stood with her legs together and her feet crossed.
The expression on her face was somewhere between shyness and embarrassment, like a murderer awaiting sentencing. Her appearance, coupled with her youthful yet longing expression, was absolutely captivating.
What nonsense are you talking about?
I just like beautiful women who, in my presence, take on animalistic forms. Since they've gone to such lengths, why should Qin Shang be so polite? He moved closer, examining them closely from head to toe. The real-life beauty was millions of times more beautiful than the one on the computer.
Although phones have beauty filters and face slimming features.
However, real-life beauties have a sense of authenticity and cannot be compared to them at all. Compared to real-life beauties, the excessively photoshopped beauties on mobile phones are just a pile of shit.
Take Si Tian Tian for example. She exudes youthful energy, with a face full of collagen that is firm, fair, and vibrant.
Of course, she is not without flaws. For example, her fingers were a bit thicker and less delicate compared to those of a wealthy young lady. Her hair wasn't as black and shiny.
But youth and beauty can overcome everything.
You can feel a vibrant energy in her, like a small potato just dug out of the ground.
Animal form?
Girls are most afraid of being rejected, especially when it comes to their appearance.
Si Tian Tian was surprised and shrank her shoulders.
Qin Shang had already moved behind her to look at other scenery.
The human body is truly the most beautiful thing. Animals don't wear clothes. You look too human right now. You would look better if you looked more like an animal.
He then moved to the front and used his thumb to stroke her rosy lips.
Like spring flowers in full bloom, Si Tian Tian smiled. Brother Qin, you're so funny.
She relaxed completely and dared to strike a pose, leaning forward to accentuate her curves, and even sticking out her tongue to lightly touch Qin Shang's finger before withdrawing it.
Cute. Lively. Naughty. You are so beautiful, with willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, cherry lips, jade nose, fragrant cheeks, rosy face, graceful figure, white jade fingers, slender waist, soft belly, narrow jade feet, and long legs. Praise must be given. As for what Si Tian Tian said was interesting, Qin Shang had seen and experienced it before.
He discovered that what women meant by interesting actually consisted of only 2 things. First, he is lustful, meaning he is interested in her.
Second, openly admit to being attracted to beauty and express it in an appropriate way.
This expression can be through eye contact, gestures, or, most often, language. In short, being horny is interesting, and being interesting is being horny. For example, if a man sees a beautiful woman on the street, he finds her interesting. If a man doesn't look at it, he's called a blockhead. Young and beautiful women care most about this, whether anyone is looking at them, whether anyone is praising them, whether anyone wants to have them, and whether anyone wants to taste them. The term gentleman was invented to fool idiots. If an idiot falls for it, he becomes like a block of wood, losing all his masculine charm. Just like the word honest, it was invented to fool idiots. The idiot fell for it, became an honest person, and then suffered for the rest of his life.
You don't find me dirty? The girls in this world have all sorts of inferiority complexes. See, Tian is afraid that men will look down on her because her family is poor and she doesn't have any nice clothes. If you think it's dirty, you naturally won't touch it.
In other words, she is afraid that men will not want to touch her.
Filthy my ass.
Qin Shang reached out and pulled the beauty into his arms, showing her through his actions that he didn't find her dirty.
At times like these, the more gluttonous you are, the better. The more unruly you are, the better. The more like an animal you are, the better. Men should have passion. Look at the wild boars eating bran, they're so energetic. Dirty? Do whatever makes it as dirty as possible.
People should have the spirit of wild boars eating fine chaff once caught, they should eat it to their heart's content. A little dirt or something is just the bare minimum.
And there's more.
To be unrestrained, that is the mark of a true man.
If you have an idea in your mind, just do it. There's no risk in trying anyway.
Even if some parts are disgusting, you can just wash them off.
Brother Qin, I am willing to die for you.
Sure enough, Tian immediately started panting heavily, overjoyed, and wriggled her snow-white, tender maggots. It's not that Qin Shang disrespects women.
Girls like Tian enjoy hearing swear words and engaging in dirty talk.
This makes her feel cared for, makes her feel that Qin Shang truly likes her, and allows her to relax.
Relaxation is the foundation of all joy. Fuck you.
You bitch, I'll make sure you live a good life and don't act like a madman in front of me.
She cursed again, but just this image of a manly beggar made Tian so happy that she wanted to go clubbing and sing a song at a karaoke bar. Brother Qin, may I call you my dear husband?
Having never been in a relationship and never even touched a man's hand before, Tian had never experienced this kind of pleasure.
I no longer know how to express my gratitude. Granted. Good husband, good husband, good husband.
Darling, your voice is even more beautiful than a nightingale's.
It seems I have to reward you with something wonderful.
Pan Xiaoyun, a woman of great talent, has a famous saying that has been recorded in history and passed down through the ages. I have been married to you for 2 years, but I have not had as much fun as I did with my senior brother in those 2 nights. 2 years is not as good as 2 nights. What a huge difference.
Why? Super easy. Yang Xiong is too serious, he's not good at being funny. Pan Xiaoyun's affair was entirely out of necessity and she had no other choice.
Therefore, if a man wants to win a woman's favor, he can't row a boat with oars, he has to rely on the waves.
Confucius once said, women don't love men who aren't a little bad.
These are all points of discussion. A man who isn't bad is like plain noodles in water, bland and tasteless.
Who would like that? Women crave a sweet and sour flavor, and a spicy and fiery taste. What is the most common male protagonist character in both TV series and movies? He's a prodigal son.
This is the conclusion Qin Shang reached after painful reflection. A man should be wild.
And we also need to stay calm and steady while having fun.
Thinking back to his past life, he was just an honest fool. Many beautiful women were offered to him, but he didn't get to have them.
He really regrets it now.
This isn't him bragging after all, he was a handsome guy in his past life, but he was too honest and didn't know how to be a womanizer, only knowing how to be a simp.
Any woman with even a modicum of attractiveness would never be attracted to a simp. Because simps are despicable. How pathetic it is to be a simp. Simps are destined to fail. Brother Qin, can you wait a minute? I have a performance I want to show you. Tian became even more shy.
Her fair face turned pink, her lips were red and moist, and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had been caught in a mousetrap. Qin Shang was a little confused.
What happened? Did he eat something bad and have a stomachache? What program? Come on. Knowing the door was closed, Si Tiantian still glanced at it one last time, then took Qin Shang's hand and entered the boudoir.
She sat down with an air of authority, and then she lifted the thin veil.
Then
there was a bird chirping sound, somewhat like a sparrow's chirping, but much fainter.
Qin Shang was stunned. Where did this little bird come from? Chapter 132 99 Girls Kneeling in the Autumn Rain.
Qin Shang's gaze darted left and right, then he froze.
Tit.
A little titmouse crawled out from an unexpected place. It let out a pitiful cry, its feathers were wet, and it looked a little listless after struggling for a long time. It shook its wings, but couldn't fly for a while.
A frog tattooed on a tadpole. Are you showing off to your mother? It was supposed to be quite romantic. You insist on playing with abstraction like this, right? Talent, performance.
Qin Shang tilted his head.
He was quite certain that Si Tiantian was a funny girl. Tiantian, you're so unserious.
Where did you learn all this?
I watched it on the computer, and I imitated someone else. Brother Qin, don't you like it?
When Si Tiantian saw this talent, she laughed so hard that she performed it for Qin Shang.
Firstly, it's to make Qin Shang happy. Secondly, they wanted to showcase their flaws. No. It's fine. Unable to hold back, Qin Shang laughed, but he also became curious. Sweetie, have you ever been involved in any criminal activities? Si Tiantian is much more open-minded than the average girl. She seems a bit like the delinquent girls outside. It's not that I dislike delinquent girls, in fact, they're quite pitiful.
Finding a man is incredibly difficult for them.
Otherwise, why would they commit crimes? I used to get into fights a lot, but I've never been with another man. There are more women than men, and many men are germaphobes. Si Tiantian hurriedly explained, then hesitated for a moment before confessing, I went to the erotic match house once.
She has never been with another man.
That's great.
Qin Shang especially enjoyed watching the process of a girl transforming into a woman. It was very exciting.
Besides, no one has touched the dish, so it's more comfortable to eat, isn't it? What exactly is a sexy matchbox house?
The more Qin Shang learned about the world, the more he realized how ignorant he was.
Erotic, match, how are these connected?
It's a room with a glass case inside.
Inside the glass case are naked men.
The room is completely dark, and you can only see them with matches. If you want to see naked men, you have to buy matches, and each match costs $200.
Speaking of these things, Si Tiantian looked ashamed. This happened last year.
She really wanted a man so badly that she went out and spent some money. She couldn't afford places like massage parlors, so she went to the cheapest erotic matchmaker's brothel.
Ha ha ha. The old lady made the blankets, which made the old man laugh. Qin Shang joked, how many matches did you buy?
This is essentially a paid viewing experience. The time it takes for the match to burn is the viewing time. The match burned out, and before we had our fill, we had to buy another one.
It still exploited women's desire for men.
2. Si Tiantian gritted her teeth and said, when I lit the second one, I realized that it wasn't a man at all, but a woman in disguise.
Oh my god. Is this some kind of red sister from another world? No, Brother Hong. You really want a man that badly? Of course, I'm already 20 years old and I've never even been with a man. I'm suffering every day. How pathetic. Fine, I'll let you off easy today since you've put on a talent show. Can I do anything to you? Yes, but you need my permission first.
Qin Shang knew that girls in this world, because they had been repressed for a long time, would often have very extreme tastes once they had the opportunity to come into contact with men.
Anyway, it often exceeds his expectations. Of course, I'm very gentle. With permission granted, Si Tiantian took the initiative.
Immediately, Qin Shang felt a slight sense of unease, and then he became even more proactive. There's no way around it, he still prefers to take the initiative himself, or for both of them to do so. Being completely passive feels a bit strange, as if he's become the dish being prepared.
I don't know when it started, but it began to drizzle outside. This is the first rain since the beginning of autumn, and it's especially saddening.
The remaining members of the Qingyuan community security team gathered downstairs at Si Tiantian's house, each with a disappointed expression. I rewarded him with a hug, and now more than 3 hours have passed.
Humph. Qin Shang must be favoring Si Tiantian. That's not fair. Yeah, they said they'd reward those who made contributions with a hug, but Qin Shang clearly chose someone pretty. How did Si Tian Tian do more than me?
I killed 6 little monster birds. I thought I could get close to Qin Shang, but this is what happened. I shaved all my armpit hair, but it was all for nothing. The girls living in this neighborhood are generally not well off, and many of them have realized that they will never have a man in their lives. Therefore, they valued this opportunity very much.
Now they are desperate. Sisters, I'm kneeling.
I won't get up until Qin Shang gives me an explanation.
That's how it should be. Why should I only hug Si Tian Tian?
She's just a little fairer than me, a little prettier than me, and has a better figure.
What's wrong with that? Fairness. I just want fairness.
Kneel down, all of you kneel down. We must fight for it, or we'll never get Qin Shang's help. The girls who joined the community security team were all relatively young, mostly between 20 and 30 years old. They were physically fit and not afraid of getting wet in the rain, so they knelt there in the autumn rain. When Qin Shang came out satisfied, this was the scene he saw.
99 girls accused him of being unfair.
Some girls wear thin clothes, which, after being soaked by the rain, cling to their bodies and create a unique charm.
To be honest, none of these girls are particularly unattractive.
After all, they're young, their faces are full of collagen, and their bodies are brimming with youthful energy.
Tell me, what constitutes fairness?
Qin Shang also wanted to give these people a fair chance.
The problem is, there are just too many people. Even the most enlightened person couldn't handle it. Brother Qin, why don't you be generous this once and take all of us in? You beast. Do you want to work Brother Qin to death? How about we draw lots? That would be fair. My appearance score is only 8 points.
Even if I draw it, Brother Qin probably won't want to punish me. The person who is chosen will spend the night with Brother Qin, but in order to avoid Brother Qin seeing their face, the lights in the room cannot be turned on.
This is a good idea. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the courage to face Brother Qin. Wouldn't that be too unfair to Brother Qin?
Yeah, why should Brother Qin give alms to a girl whose face can't be seen?
What do you suggest we do? If we rank people by their looks, everyone's chances will be different. The problem is not scarcity, but inequality.
Because Qin Shang and Si Tian Tian had engaged in intimate behavior, everyone saw hope and began to strive for it. Qin Shang scanned the crowd and found that even the least attractive of the 99 girls had a 7 out of 10 appearance. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm willing to spend the night with one of you in the darkness.
The date is set for 2 weeks from now. You can take good care of your skin during this time.
By the way, no plastic surgery, I like natural."
Chapter 133 The Secret of the Foreign Horse. I'm going to alleviate poverty.
When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When successful, one should benefit all under heaven. Qin Shang agreed with this statement, which is why he agreed to the requests of 99 girls. Give one of them a sweet, crazy, and dramatic night. This is both a sacrifice and a pleasure.
The reason I say I enjoy it is that even if the girl I spend the night with isn't a stunning beauty, I don't know who she is in the dark. It will create a mysterious and fresh atmosphere.
Qin Shang, don't worry, I've been taking milk baths every day for the past 2 weeks. If heaven takes pity on me and I get to spend one night with you, I will be very gentle.
Thank you so much, this is the first time in my life I've had such an opportunity.
Using precious narcissus to nourish ordinary people like us is truly a boundless act of love.
Yes, this kind of man is one of a kind. If I could have one night of such blissful indulgence, my life would be complete.
To make the evening 2 weeks later more interesting, he didn't take a close look at the faces of the 99 girls. The unknown, like the blank space in a traditional Chinese painting, carries profound meaning.
He didn't go home immediately. Instead, he took an umbrella and went out onto the street.
Because of the attack by the strange bird last night, there were many casualties, and the sound of sobbing and crying could be heard from time to time. Looking at the bloodstains on the street, and the damaged windows and signs, Qin Shang sighed deeply, completely unaware of what would happen to humanity. Declining fertility, invasive species, perhaps we really will become extinct.
Just as I was feeling down, a call came in from an unknown number. Qin Shang, I am Alice, do you remember me?
A seductive voice came from the phone, and Qin Shang immediately pictured a foreign woman in his mind. With green eyes, blonde hair, and a size larger than the average girl from head to toe, her fiery red lips always exude a wildness, like a gluttonous cheetah. It has to be said that foreign women and domestic girls have a different kind of temperament.
It's a unique kind of Western food. His physique alone exudes an aura of strength and power. Even if I forget the sun, I will never forget you. It'll be food in my mouth sooner or later anyway, Qin Shang praised Alice, who giggled, "Can I come to see you in a few days?" "Of course, we can travel together this time." "Don't you mind that I'm tall and big?" "No, I like operating heavy machinery." "You are my excavator." There are even fewer foreign men. What Alice is trying to do is as obvious as a bald man's lice. Qin Shang was naturally the one, but Xiahou Dun had X-ray vision, he could see right through him. "You're so good to me, okay, I'll tell you a secret later." "Secret?" "The secret that relates to the future of the world is supposed to be kept secret, but since you're willing to take me, I can't let you down. You're so nice. I'm going to eat you up, bit by bit, until I'm completely devoured." "Oh God, oh my God. You speak so beautifully, please continue." "Damn it. Foreign women really know how to take advantage, they're already enjoying themselves." Yang Ying told Lu Huan a ghost story, it was despicable and vulgar. Baby scared Lu. However, Qin Shan liked it very much. Damn, it was wild, exciting, and energetic. The girls around him are too weak and have limited capacity to handle it. Hopefully, Alice can give him a good time. "I'm also going to make you drink weird flavored soy juice." "Yes. Yes. Speed 4, and then what?" "I'll also make you eat stinky tofu and snail rice noodles." "Darling. You're such a genius, how could you come up with such imaginative ideas? I love them so much. I also want the kitten to step on your hair." "Oh, fuck. That must be very interesting. My God, you're so dashing." "I'm going to hold your head down and make you recite the multiplication tables and the periodic table." "OMG, OMG, OMG. I'm going to make you answer riddles, and if you get them wrong, I'll pinch you." "Wow, you're so good to me, I love you so much. Language is an art." "The boundaries of language are the boundaries of the world, and the boundaries of thought." Qin Shang was actually just a primary school student, and his artistic level wasn't high. However, in this world, men willing to fawn over women like this were almost extinct. In foreign countries, where there are even fewer men, almost every man is just a virgin and would be lucky to remain, still they wouldn't be so eager to provide any excitement. The men of the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't actually do that either. What makes Qin Shang so amazing is that he adjusted himself and cultivated the hungry mentality of an old bachelor. Or perhaps, it's the mindset of a prisoner who has just been released from jail. It was as if he hadn't seen a woman in 800 years. This kind of desire is what women like the most. Sure enough, even Alice, that big foreign woman, was completely infatuated. When they finally meet, Qin Shang will definitely make a scene, so she'll never forget him. Having managed to subtly manipulate the foreign woman from afar, Qin Shang felt much better. The worst that could happen is the end of the world. It's not a big deal. Alice sent over several photos of herself, all of them revealing. Qin Shang nodded repeatedly as he looked at them. She had become even more voluptuous and exceptionally plump. Both the thighs and calves are thick, giving the impression of being muscular and robust. Especially the thighs, wow, they're like elephant legs, it feels like you could crush a hippo with one foot, they look incredibly cool. A good woman is always plump. It seems our ancestors tasted this flavor and knew it was truly delicious. Just wait, you'll have a delicious meal sooner or later. After enjoying the sights, Qin Shang returned home, and Su Liner changed into the outfit worn by Boa Hancock from One Piece, which felt quite novel. Tian Jinyao was still dressed as a respectable woman. The two of them were busy preparing fruit and massaging each other's shoulders, one preparing fruit and the other massaging their shoulders. Qin Shang turned on the TV and started watching the news. Hello everyone, as invasive species become more and more serious, soaring prices are inevitable. We urge citizens to purchase daily necessities in an orderly manner and avoid hoarding to prevent waste of resources. The city's defense forces will be stationed in the suburbs of Haidu City to block the attacks of the strange birds. Starting today, Haidu City will launch the High Wall Project. Build a circular high wall along the 6th Ring Road to protect everyone's life and property. Scientists have not yet deciphered the bird's genes, but have only gained a preliminary understanding of its habits. Some experts speculate that the Taotai Group must have a way to deal with the strange bird. We urge the leadership of the Taotai Group to step forward immediately to address the problem of the strange bird invasion and save humanity. Upon seeing the news about the Taotai Group, Qin Shang's eyes lit up. Yes, the strange bird was developed by the Taotai Group, so they should have a way to deal with it. It remains to be seen whether Taotai Group will respond.
Next, the news began reporting on the situation of impoverished households. With soaring prices, many impoverished households are struggling to afford food, and some elderly women have even starved to death at home.
Others scavenge for food in the trash cans.
Qin Shang was a noble person, and it made me feel a pang of sadness. With great power comes great responsibility. He grabbed Su Liner's hand and said, "Have your mother do a survey to see if there are any impoverished households in our community. If so, I'll go and help them." Chapter 134. The woman named Han Xiuju decided to die.
Are there any rotten vegetable leaves today?
Han Xiuju, whose clothes were patched, walked unsteadily around the vegetable market several times, but couldn't find any discarded vegetable leaves. She pitifully asked about them. She is 90 years old this year and is still in relatively good health. Perhaps because there are no men, and their kidney essence is abundant, women in this world tend to live longer. As the saying goes, too much life brings shame.
Living a long life isn't always a good thing.
Take her for example. She came from a rural area, but because farming wasn't profitable, she came to the city to work. I was originally thinking of saving money to find a husband. No matter how hard she tried, poverty always got one step ahead of her. When she had saved up 180,000 yuan for her dowry, the man raised his demands to 380,000 yuan. In despair, she let herself go. He would eat, drink, smoke, drink alcohol, and get his hair permed whenever he made money.
He no longer wanted to be a man.
But as he got older, he couldn't find a job, so he had to rely on collecting bottles and cardboard to make money. Lately, I can't even find cardboard boxes or plastic bottles, so I've had to survive on rotten vegetable leaves. But today, even the rotten vegetable leaves are gone. Rotten vegetable leaves can be sold for money, but they won't be available anymore, so please don't come here. They're affecting the image of our stall.
The stall owner was a burly woman with a sharp tongue. Han Xiuju timidly said, "I won't come here again. I can't find any vegetable leaves."
The food in the trash can was all eaten by those homeless women. Walking down the bustling street, Han Xiuju suddenly realized that she was going to die, and for a moment, she felt an emptiness in her heart. In my entire life, I've never even touched a man's hand, never kissed a man's lips, never even smelled a man's scent.
Thinking of this enormous regret, tears streamed down her face as she murmured, "What is a root? What is a seat?" Well.
After crying, my mind cleared up a lot, and I thought to myself, one shouldn't be too pessimistic.
In any case, I've lived to be 90 years old. It's rare for someone to live to 70. In the grand scheme of human history, I'm still a lucky one. The final question is, how should one die?
I'm renting a place, and if I die there, it will have a bad influence and might frighten others. After much deliberation, she made a decision. Take the 2 pounds of wheat flour and 3 pounds of cornmeal at home, make them into cornbread, and head into the mountains.
Let the wild animals collect your corpse. Once she understood, she relaxed.
With the last $8 in my pocket, I went to the supermarket and bought 8 candies. I peeled one open, put it in my mouth, and it was sweet and delicious, pure bliss.
Back in Qingyuan residential area, she looked around and liked it.
She has lived in this neighborhood for decades. Although she doesn't have many friends, seeing everyone busy every day makes her feel like she has become a part of this great city. There was a kitten under the bushes, meowing loudly. "Don't worry, little kitten, I'll give you some steamed buns later, they're really delicious." Han Xiuju muttered to herself, feeling much better. She usually didn't have anyone to talk to most of the time, she talked to stray cats and dogs. Inside the neighborhood, she has 3 stray cat friends, and outside the neighborhood, she has many more, including more than a dozen stray dog friends, so she can be considered to have a wide circle of friends.
Back in her 1-bedroom apartment, she was even more reluctant to leave.
When she was a child, she lived in an adobe house with a dry toilet, which was nothing like the houses in the city. Although the place is small, it has everything: a toilet, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a television in the living room. She loves watching both TV dramas and sports programs, and sometimes she gets envious of others while watching.
I'm so envious.
Her life was so monotonous and dull, while other people's lives were so lively and glamorous.
I still want to be a human in my next life.
While kneading the dough, she turned on the TV, her eyes vacant, countless memories of the past churning in her mind. Now she is a 90-year-old woman, but she was once a little girl, called baby by her mother. Her mother also told her that she had a father, but he was taken away by a rich woman. When she was 18, she fell in love with a boy from the neighboring village and begged her mother to arrange a marriage between them. One spring day, she put on her prettiest floral dress and went to visit the matchmaker, accompanied by her mother and Wang, bringing melon seeds and peanuts. The boy was tall, fair-skinned, and had a proud expression.
She was absolutely smitten with him. Do you own a house?
I thought we would talk about interesting things, such as hunting in the back mountains or catching loaches in Lao Chiugo, but I didn't expect the boy to be so mature, without a trace of youthful impetuosity.
My family has 3 large brick houses. If you come, you can stay in the main house.
She hurriedly listed her strengths, saying, I will definitely treat you well, I will work myself to death to make sure you live a good life. As a result, the boy rolled his eyes and coldly scoffed, what a country bumpkin.
I'm talking about the apartments in the city, you know, high, right? Those high-rise buildings.
At that moment, she felt as insignificant as dirt, utterly unworthy of the boy's handsome face.
For a moment, I felt extremely awkward. The boy asked again, do you have a car? My family has a handcart, a wheelbarrow, 2 bicycles, an ox cart, and a spinning wheel.
With so many cars at home, she finally straightened her back and felt a little more confident.
But the boy's disdain only grew stronger, you idiot. The car I'm talking about is a sedan, the kind with a sofa inside. Have you ever seen one? Sorry.
She had no choice but to apologize, explaining that they weren't talking about the same thing. She knew about cars, of course, but she never imagined that she could own something so high-end. Her inferiority complex almost crushed her. The young man then asked about the dowry, saying it was 180,000, but her family didn't even have 800. After a series of blows, she had no idea how she left.
All I know is that after she left, she was met with a lot of ridicule.
She couldn't remember what had happened, and for a while, she tried hard to think and recall.
I only started to feel fortunate later. I'm glad I can't remember. I wish I could be a man in my next life.
She made a wish, put more than 20 steamed buns into the pot, turned on the gas stove, and the bluish-red flames burned brightly, which was particularly pleasing. On the balcony are some green plants she has grown. There are oranges, peonies, crabapples, garlic sprouts, chives, bok choy, and so on. However, all the vegetables had been cut off, leaving only a few roots and stems. There was a small glass tank in the corner, containing a dozen or so small fish. Seeing them swimming around happily, she suddenly burst into tears.
To avoid making a sound, they covered their mouths tightly.
I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you. She took a plastic bag, filled it with water, put the small fish inside, and planned to release them into the artificial lake in the community.
The aroma of steamed cornbread filled the air.
She looked around, her eyes filled with reluctance.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Muttering to herself, she packed some cornbread into a bundle, wiped away her tears, and felt as if she were already dead.
Bang, bang, bang.
Just as she was about to leave, a knock sounded at the door. She was startled, thinking she had misheard. For 50 years, no one had knocked on her door.
Who is it? Chapter 135. I really want him to pick me up and make a scene. You knocked on the wrong door, didn't you?
Han Xiuju was shocked to see a young man standing outside with a video camera recording.
Are you Grandma Han Xiuju?
Qin Shang smiled warmly. Once he learned to love himself, he developed an irrepressible compassion.
When he saw on the news that so many people were in extreme poverty, he wanted to help them.
The old woman in front of me had a wrinkled face, all white hair, and a bitter look on her face, just like a weed by the roadside, unnoticed by anyone.
But she is also a human being. It's me. You really were looking for me.
Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Han Xiuju thought to herself, man, you're 70 years too late.
I was born before you were born. You were born while I was about to die. Grandma Han, I heard that you are not doing well, so I brought you some food.
Qin Shang brought a lot of people with him, including Sister Su, Su Linner, Tian Jinyao, and a group of reporters, whom he had specially invited.
Doing good deeds must be acknowledged. This is all for me? How can you be so nice to me?
She had been contemplating suicide when a savior appeared.
Han Xiuju wiped away her tears, trembling, and accepted the bag of rice. Ouch! 30 pounds. She almost couldn't lift it, she was so excited.
30 pounds of rice was enough for her to eat for 2 months.
I can live for another 2 months.
Although she was already very old, she really didn't want to die. She wanted to live each day to enjoy the scenery, eat, grow flowers, feed stray cats, and watch the little fish swimming in the water.
And this meat, do you have a refrigerator at home?
Seeing Han Xiuju so thin, reduced to nothing but skin and bones, Qin Shang felt a pang of sorrow.
Life is but a dream who can escape death? It would be good if every life could spend the rest of its days in peace. Meat, is the meat for me too? Having not eaten meat for so long, Han Xiuju was a little hesitant to accept the offer. Good heavens, this was top-quality pork belly, enough to render at least 7 or 8 pounds of lard. When stir-frying vegetables, I use half an ounce each time, and it's incredibly fragrant. Of course, the fruits and vegetables are also for you. Men in this world are treated too well. Even Qin Shang is a bit naive about the hardships of ordinary people. He was surprised when he saw the patches on Han Xiuju's clothes. It's unbelievable that people still live like this in modern society. My dear mother, did Guanyin Bodhisattva send you? If you don't mind the mess in the house, please come in and sit down. Han Xiuju was both happy and embarrassed. All men were considered superior, and she had no experience in entertaining men, especially such a handsome young man. I was thirsty, so I came to your house for a drink of water. Qin Shang led a group of people inside, and Han Xiuju was shocked again. My water is not clean, how can I give it to our distinguished guests? After hesitating for a while, she had no choice but to wash the kitchen utensils and boil some tap water. Luckily, she still had a few candies in her pocket. She took them out and placed them in front of Qin Shang. She also put the steaming hot cornbread from her bundle into a bamboo basket and placed it on the table. Eat candy, eat candy. I awkwardly greeted them, but there were only 7 candies, not enough for one person to share, which was really not the way to treat guests. Is no one else at home? Looking at the bare walls of the house, Qin Shang was secretly alarmed. This was truly the epitome of poverty. They enjoy the country's welfare and the privileges of being a man, but they ignore the many people who are suffering. There was an older woman I lived with, but she passed away 20 years ago. Han Xiuju was very nervous. This was the second time she had shared a room with a man. At 90 years old, she certainly wouldn't have any romantic feelings for men, but she never expected there to be such a good man. There are still more good people than bad in the world. Not bad, not bad, this cornbread is delicious. Qin Shang picked up the cornbread and took 2 bites, praising it as he did so. But how could cornbread possibly be delicious? It was a bit hard on the throat and stuck to his teeth. Grandma Han, how do you make a living? He asked. I used to collect bottles, cardboard, and foam. It used to be pretty good. I could earn about 10 yuan a day. When there was odd jobs, I would do them, which was enough for me to live on. But lately, with the invasive species problem, everyone is having a hard time. Young people have no way to make a living. A look of sympathy appeared on the old man's face, and Qin Shang couldn't help but be moved. She's already in this state herself, yet she's still thinking about others. Why did you put the cornbread in your bundle? When Qin Shang raised this question, the old man was a little embarrassed and hesitated for a while before saying, I've lived to a ripe old age, and I plan to die in the mountains so as not to cause trouble for others. Many people present shed tears. After chatting for a while, Qin Shang took out 50,000 yuan. Grandma Han, take this money. Buy whatever you want. We'll come to see you again in a while. Thump. Han Xiuju knelt down immediately, tears streaming down her face. Thank you so much, I can live for a very, very long time again. Qin Shang helped the old man up, offered a few words of comfort, and then left. Everything that happened was filmed. On the way to the next house, reporter Lu Xingcheng held up the microphone and asked, Mr. Qin, you were so great. May I ask, how did you come up with the idea of helping these elderly people? Because I am noble. Qin Shang succinctly stated, the reason I am noble is because I am happy. Happy people become noble, and the happier they are, the more noble they become. Wow. Not only Lu Xingcheng, but also Su Linner, Tian Jinyo and others had eyes that shone with admiration. My goodness, he's not only handsome, he has a kind heart, and he also has such profound philosophical thoughts. He's amazing. Mr. Qin, you are the first person I have ever met who was willing to admit his own nobility. Your honesty is admirable. Lu Xingcheng was smitten. What a perfect man. He could do 3,000 pull-ups and had amazing core strength. If only she could be with him. Even if it's just for one night, how blissful that would be. His strength is enough to make him stand up and cause trouble. Both mind and body will enter a completely new realm, it's like going straight to heaven. But I'm simply not good enough for her. Although she is beautiful and her family is wealthy, her heart can never truly reach that level. If he were to delve deeper, he would surely discover that his thoughts are shallow and his soul base.
Well, doing good deeds is certainly noble, and I urge more people to join the ranks of those who do good. We humans will surely overcome this challenge together. When Qin Shang does good deeds, it's not just about helping others, but also about making himself feel good.
If everyone around you is unhappy, how can you be happy on your own?
Helping others to the best of your ability brings peace to your heart.
This is also a form of spiritual practice. I also want to be a noble person. I will donate 200,000 yuan.
Mustering her courage, Lu Xingqing decided to follow. Qin Shang smiled and said, "I knew it long ago, you're a good person."
Ah.
Lu Xingqing was excited.
We are both from the land of good people. So, if I ask him to sleep with me, will he grant me this request? Chapter 136. Only by extorting people can they maintain their livelihood.
His thinking is really strange. He only has a few 100 million, yet he started doing good deeds. At the Xiao family manor, Xiao Feiren was once again deeply moved after seeing the video of Qin Shang doing good deeds. She herself occasionally does charity work. This is because she has assets worth hundreds of billions, so giving away a little money is nothing to her. If it were only a few 100 million, she knew she definitely wouldn't be willing to part with it. After all, with only a few 100 million, life would still be very meager and difficult.
In my opinion, he just wants to be famous.
The housekeeper, Sun Yan, was sour. She had dealt with Qin Shang several times, and each time she was put down by him. What's even more outrageous is that he even dared to hit the young lady. He was utterly lawless.
You're being naive.
He is promoting his good deeds, which is itself a form of charity.
Sages oppose doing good deeds anonymously and encourage doing good deeds to be rewarded.
He is practicing the way of the sages. Previously, Xiao Feiren only thought Qin Shang was handsome, had personality, and was strong, but this time she saw much more.
Sun Yan nodded thoughtfully.
In the eyes of a sage, doing good deeds anonymously is extremely immoral, even despicable.
Most people aren't that noble, they want fame.
As a result, when they do good deeds, they're criticized for being greedy for empty fame, so naturally they won't do good deeds anymore. Therefore, doing good deeds anonymously is an extreme, abnormal, and inhumane act, which is strongly opposed by sages.
On the contrary, doing good deeds and expecting rewards is what saints encourage.
When someone does a good deed and receives a generous reward, it encourages others to follow suit and do good deeds as well. Unfortunately, even such basic morality has been stigmatized, leading to inhumane sayings like, "Those who intend to do good are not rewarded." The sage believed that, regardless of whether one did good deeds intentionally or unintentionally, one should receive benefits and be rewarded. I never realized he had such depth of thought. Sun Yan had to admit defeat. She had always believed that doing good deeds anonymously was the most moral thing to do.
Little did I know that doing good deeds and leaving one's name is the most moral thing to do. Doing good deeds anonymously is morally corrupt.
That's why I must have him all to myself.
Just thinking about other women touching him makes me so miserable. A strong possessiveness raged in Xiao Feiren's eyes.
Since birth, she has had whatever she wanted.
Qin Shang is the first person she wanted but could not have. Ha! Isn't that Su Liner?
Seeing a familiar face on TV, Hao Lei jumped in surprise. His mother, Hao Chunhong, who was beside him, asked what was going on. She married Qin Shang.
Look at her, what a wonderful wife. Son, are you really not planning to get married?
Because men have shorter lifespans, many of them take their mother's surname.
The Hao family is an example of this. Of course I won't marry her. I'm not going to do something so unprofitable.
If I marry a wife, I'll have to satisfy her wicked desires.
1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood. Why would I harm my own health?
Besides, you women all smell bad, it's disgusting and dirty. Scientists have said that when men and women are together, women experience 10 times more happiness than men. They've gained so much happiness, yet they won't even give you a dowry of 10 million.
That's so despicable.
The little black book says that using your hands is less harmful to the body and doubles the pleasure, so of course I used my hands. Hao Lei, with his air of great intelligence, looked down on women. Hao Chunhong clicked her tongue and advised, "Son, we women are indeed not as clean or noble as you men. You men are made of water, and we women are made of coal ash. I understand all that, but if you don't get married, you won't receive government welfare.
How will you live?"
The men basically didn't go out to work. Hao Chunhong suggested that her son do live streaming. You don't have to do anything, just dance a window wiping dance, sway your waist, and twist your hips, and you'll get countless sycophants showering you with tips.
It's a quick way to make money. But Hao Lei didn't want women to see his body. Of course, it's by extorting people.
Hao Lei replied matter-of-factly, "It's impossible for me to get married.
I'll never get married in this lifetime. I don't want to dance either. It's only by extorting people that one can make a living. At worst, I'll go to jail."
If a man goes to jail, he'll still be living in a villa anyway.
Going to jail is the same as going home. Everyone in there is talented and speaks very nicely. Because men are rare. Petty theft and the like are not considered illegal.
As for things like molesting women, taking possession of women, and forcing women to have sex, etc., this kind of behavior is considered charity work, and not only will you not be punished, you might even receive an award. However, this has never happened. There are too many women. Even if you offer them money, men won't touch them.
Where would they get the motivation to commit indecent acts?
Men can also go to jail if they commit serious crimes.
Male prisoners are treated much better than female prisoners.
They have separate villa-style prison cells, although they are only 3 stories high, about 300 square meters, without gardens or servants.
The villa will be equipped with 2 computers and some fitness equipment.
For meals, there are 5 to 8 dishes per meal, and only 3 kinds of fruit: apples, bananas, and pineapples. They are allowed 2 days of outdoor time each week and can go home, but they must return to the prison after the 2 days are over. This sounds normal, but in fact, it hides a strong malice. For example, the dishes served at the 3 meals often contained a lot of leeks and kidneys, and each male prisoner was even required to eat goji berries and deer antler every day.
The goal was to incite male prisoners to desire women. Male prisoners can receive a reduced sentence if they are willing to get married. Marrying an ordinary woman will reduce his sentence by 1 year.
Marrying a widow would reduce his sentence by 2 years. There are also breeding centers inside the prison, where many women are waiting.
Male prisoners will be released immediately if they can get one of them pregnant. Silly child, going to jail means losing your personal freedom. You can only go out 2 days a week, you'll be so bored.
Hearing that her son would rather go to jail, Hao Chunhong was shocked and complained, "Our country is still too harsh on men.
How bad can a boy be? Even if he kills someone, can't we just give him a few words of criticism? Why does he have to go to jail?"
Hao Lei declared righteously, "I'm not afraid. There are plenty of good brothers inside who will take good care of me.
We'll have fun on our own and won't let those vile women have it." Well.
Hao Chunhong sighed deeply. Ever since her son went to jail, he had completely lost interest in women and kept saying he wanted to be a cunning bottom, but she didn't know what he meant.
So what if they're trying to extort money? How about we call the matchmaker and have them bring a few more girls over for blind dates?
Knowing that her son had extorted a necklace from Su Liner last time and sold it for a full 20,000 yuan, she figured that if he extorted money from someone once a week, he could maintain a comfortable life.
No.
Hao Lei shook his head and gestured towards Qin Shang on TV. "This time I'm going to extort him, at least several 100,000, unless he's a one."
Chapter 137. Someone's looking for trouble? I like it. This won't be easy, will it?
Hao Chunhong panicked a little. "You are all noble men. When kings clash, it is very likely that both will be injured.
Give men 70% leeway. This is a belief that all women have deep down.
The chances of men having conflicts are extremely rare. After all, they are all handsome and belong to the same camp."
Mom, don't you understand?
The most important thing in extorting money is to choose your target.
My reason for extorting Qin Shang is based on 2 principles. First, good people are easy to bully. There's no cost to bullying good people.
Qin Shang's act of comforting the old lady, giving her money and food, shows that he's a good person.
How else can you make money if you don't bully good people? Kindness is often taken advantage of, and I'm the kind of evil person who bullies the kind, he.
Second, birds of a feather flock together. Su Liner is a weak woman, so the man she chooses must also be a coward.
I know exactly what's going on when brothels call roll.
Even if Qin Shang is a toad, I'll still squeeze him until he piss, quack quack quack. Hao Lei was smug. He had read many books on psychology and understood human nature. There's a saying that goes, evil people will always be punished by other evil people. He knew it was simply impossible.
The greatest strength of villains is that they know who they can bully and who they shouldn't.
As long as you choose the right target to bully, you'll never fail.
Son, you're such a little genius. I'll follow suit. Leave the work of being unreasonable to me. With prices rising, we need to earn more money to feel secure. Moreover, Hao Chunhong felt no guilt whatsoever about bullying good people. Aren't good people meant to be bullied? That's right. Don't forget, my aunt is the director of the neighborhood committee, and she is in charge of Qin Shang. If he dares to get angry, I'll have my aunt deal with him. With his extensive experience in extorting money and powerful connections, Hao Lei was confident he could take advantage of Qin Shang. Hao Chunhong thought for a moment and asked, "You need a reason to extort money. Have you thought of one?" "That's natural, we should start with Su Linner." Smiling smugly, Hao Lei changed into a designer outfit and picked up his weapon, a slingshot. He enjoyed shooting women with a slingshot for amusement. There are about 20 impoverished households in Qingyuan community, consisting of either elderly people or those who are ill. The problem of the elderly having no one to rely on is particularly serious in this world. Because many women don't have children, and as they get older, they are simply unable to support themselves. Qin Shang delivered meat, vegetables, fruit, and the necessary money to these people. There's a joy in giving money. Seeing their gratitude, Qin Shang had to believe that he was a good person. People always want to be good, even the bastards want to be good. Being a good person is actually quite enjoyable. Being liked and recognized by others naturally brings a sense of peace. Humans are, after all, social animals. The video of Qin Shang providing relief to impoverished households was uploaded, immediately sparking a controversy online. Handsome, strong, and kind, who's lucky to have a man like that? I really want him to possess me. You guys are really shameless. Butterflies control the brain, and flowing water replaces thinking. Qin Shang is doing charity work, and you're just here lusting after his beauty. It's disgusting. Exactly, Qin Shangsai wouldn't even look at people like you. He'd probably prefer someone like me. After all, a beautiful face is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is one in a million. If you're ugly, you're ugly. Don't try to make yourself look good. With so many people around, there's a lot to say. Most people were drooling over him, which made the title National Husband resound again. Women in this era prioritize good looks when looking for a husband, followed by physical strength. Qin Shang possesses both, which explains why women ovulate haphazardly. Many people followed Qin Shang's ideas and began to provide relief to those in need, bringing a touch of warmth to the city. After helping the impoverished family, Su Linner and Tian Jinyao took care of them in every way when they returned home. Needless to say, Su Linner likes anime and has a lot of costumes. Today, she dressed up as the White Snake. Wearing a white dress and with her hair in a bun, she looked exceptionally gentle and elegant, yet also incredibly charming. Tian Jinyao didn't want to lose. She aimed to project a gentle and virtuous image while maintaining a graceful figure, wearing hot pants with an apron. Her long, snow-white legs swayed under her apron, creating a unique and charming effect. Seeing that she had submitted, Qin Shang would occasionally touch her body, as a kind of reward. Cultivate oneself, regulate one's family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Everyone is like a spark, some big and some small. Qin Shang is determined to do something for this world, and his family must be put in order. At this moment, he was leaning back on the sofa, with Su Linner feeding him fruit and Tian Jinyao massaging his legs, which was very comfortable. Clang, clang, clang. A loud banging on the door rang out, and Qin Shang was immediately annoyed. Just from that action, it's clear the other person is either a rude idiot or someone looking for trouble. Qin Shang gestured, and Su Linner went to open the door. "Why are you here?" Seeing Hao Lei and his mother, Su Linner was surprised and puzzled. Hao Lei shouted, "Su Linner, you heartless woman. You were my girlfriend just a few days ago, and today you've become someone else's concubine. You're so fickle. Give me 800,000 yuan as a breakup fee, not a penny less." Hao Lei would be content if he could extort 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. However, the principle of asking for an exorbitant price and then negotiating on the spot applies, so at the beginning, he would definitely ask for a higher price. "I only went on one blind date with you, we didn't even date, why should I give you a breakup fee?" Even though she was usually gentle, Su Linner couldn't help but clench her fists. She had already been extorted for a necklace by Hao Lei, and now this happened again. The other party clearly thought I was easy to bully and treated me like an ATM. How could you say you weren't dating? You were dating, I saw it with my own eyes. You even held my son's hand and touched his abs. If you don't give me a breakup fee, we'll come over and cause trouble every day. Hao Chunhan started yelling, looking like she was going to ruin Su Linner's reputation. Alas! My incompetent wife. With a sigh, Qin Shang stood up, asked Su Linner a few questions, and figured out the situation. "Don't tell me Su Linner and your son weren't dating.
Even if they were, there's no reason for her to pay a breakup fee.
Don't try to be unreasonable here. I have a bad temper, you know.
As the saying goes, a good start prevents 100 bad ones. Similarly, if you are bullied and don't fight back, you will be bullied endlessly.
Ultimately, it was because Sue Linner was too cowardly. Inability. Waste. Coward. What are you saying?
My son is a virgin, and she touched, hugged, and pinched him.
How can he not pay her? Come on, everyone, come and see. Someone's playing with a man and not paying her.
Extortion is a psychological manipulation. Hao Chunhong believes that since Qin Shang is a celebrity, he certainly doesn't want to make a big fuss, and Sue Linner doesn't want to be talked about either.
As long as they compromise, hundreds of thousands will be in their hands.
Little did she know that Qin Shan was not only unafraid of this, but even somewhat liked it.
Puff.
Shaking his head, Qin Shan kicked out.
Click, click, click. Hao Chunhong broke 3 ribs. Chapter 138 Pheasant, my dad is having a baby. Ouch, ouch.
Screaming as she sat on the ground, Hao Chunhong didn't even have time to make a fuss before Qin Shan crippled her. Anyway, the law stipulates that it is within the reasonable range for a man to break 3 of a woman's ribs.
Wow, you're even more energetic than the guy in jail.
Regardless of whether his own mother was alive or dead, Hao Lei was surprised and covered his mouth with his hand. His barrel-shaped waist swayed, looking both alluring and disgusting.
I can forgive you, but on one condition, you have to be my good older brother and take me to ride the Ferris wheel.
The coquettish tone came through, with a slight lisp.
Damn it, I want to vomit. Ferris wheel, you bastard.
Qin Shang has no tolerance for such a shameless person. Perhaps because women pursue them so intensely, many men don't like women and prefer to play with other men. It seems that Hao Lei is just like that. Qin Shang didn't have any particular feelings towards this kind of person, it was all a matter of personal will.
But there's a prerequisite: the other party can't provoke you or try to annoy you. You're swearing, aren't you? Extending his delicate finger, Hao Lei pointed, hands on his hips, and said fiercely, do you even know who I am?
I'll scare you to death if I tell you.
It's the same old set again. Threatened, made harsh statements, and then intimidated.
Qin Shang realized that the struggles between people often boil down to these 3 moves, just like a kitten baring its teeth.
Grandson, who are you? Grandson, say it.
See if you can scare your grandpa to death.
Arguing can be quite interesting. In his previous life, Qin Shang thought that as a modern young man of the 21st century, how could he possibly argue? As he grew older and gained more understanding, he realized that arguing was incredibly important. To live a fulfilling life, you have to know how to argue. Otherwise, you'll suffer all sorts of losses in silence. The key to arguing is to always gain the upper hand and always have the upper hand over the other person. You insulted my male elders. Things weren't going well.
Hao Lei was red-faced and his neck was bulging.
A lot of people had already gathered around. Li Hongliang actually recognized Hao Lei and hurriedly greeted him, acting as a peacemaker. It's Brother Lei.
Look at this mess, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. Seeing that someone recognized him, Hao Lei became arrogant. You're lucky you have some sense.
You'd better try to persuade him, or I'll have to call in reinforcements.
Because he had been to prison and liked to hang out on the streets, Hao Lei knew quite a few street thugs, both men and women. Li Hongliang used to be a hot-tempered playboy, but since he fell ill, he has become mature. He hurriedly came to Qin Shang's side and whispered, Hao Lei is a local tyrant in the East 3rd Ring Road.
We'd better not mess with him.
He knew Qin Shang was quite good at fighting, but the thugs on the street played dirty tricks, throwing bricks and lime, and it could also affect his family. He was afraid Qin Shang would get hurt. Brother Li, I didn't provoke him. He came to our door to extort money from us.
How can I let him get away with this?
When people bully or are bullied, they often blame the bully, calling them villains or bastards. People often refer to those who are bullied as honest or good people. Qin Shang felt that bullying others was an evil act, and being bullied was also an evil act. It goes without saying that they bully others, everyone understands. Being bullied is considered wrong because people's tolerance emboldens the bad guys. Therefore, people who are bullied but do not fight back. You're a despicable bastard.
He.
Li Hongliang smiled awkwardly. Brother Lei, we're all on the same side.
Sang Biao from the East 3rd Ring Road is my buddy. Why don't you let this go for my sake?
Li Hongliang wanted to settle things peacefully, but Qin Shang stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, not in a hurry at all. Anyway, so far, he hadn't suffered any losses. He also wanted to see how Li Hongliang could resolve the situation. If you can't satisfy him, he won't give face to anyone, not even his own parents, let alone Li Hongliang, who is just a friend.
Who the hell are you talking to your own people? You're sworn brothers with yourself. Who do you think you are? What kind of bullshit Sangbiao is this? I don't know him.
Hurry up and pay me, or I'll really call in reinforcements.
I'm calling in reinforcements now.
Hao Lei took out his phone and waved it around. This time, Li Hongliang had really messed up, and his face turned extremely ugly.
Qin Shang immediately stepped forward and said calmly, "Go ahead and shake it, I'm itching to try."
Okay. You wait. Hao Lei immediately made a call, putting it on speakerphone. "Sister Yu, come to Qingyuan community. There's a kid who's being disobedient. Help me beat him to death."
No problem, what's that kid's name?
His name is Qin Shang, he's very handsome, but he was disrespectful to me.
We have to deal with him. Ha? Qin Shang, Brother Lei, I just remembered, my mom is giving birth today, I can't go. Isn't your mother over 50? How could she still have children? She's in good health and takes protein powder and vitamins every day, so I have to go buy some diapers now. Snap.
After hanging up the phone, Hao Lei was stunned.
The world is so big, there are really all kinds of wonders. Someone in their 50s can still have a child. There's nothing we can do about it. You can't just leave someone to live or die, can you?
Then he made another phone call. "Brother Chicken, come to Qingyuan community and help me beat someone up."
Hey Lei, who's so blind as to offend you? They're tired of living, aren't they? Ha ha ha, he's just tired of living. What's your name? His name is Qin Shang. He is a really arrogant little brat.
He dared to bar his teeth at me and even hit my mom. I'll beat him until he shits himself today, or I'll consider him clean.
Cough cough cough. Lei, I'm sorry, I really can't go, my dad is having a baby. What did you say?
I mean, my dad found a stepmother outside, and my stepmother gave birth today. She insists that I go over and take care of her.
I have to go buy some baby formula as a gift. Snap. The call ended again. Hao Lei blinked, thinking to himself, isn't this a coincidence? We're both having children. He put away his phone, stretched his body, and pointed at Qin Shang. "You little bastard. I've practiced jujitsu. I can easily beat you by myself." As he spoke, he strutted over, and Qin Shang, without a word, lifted his foot. Puff. He kicked Hao Lei directly in the face.
Immediately, blood started flowing from his nose.
Ah. Murder. Murder. I'm a man, how dare you hit a man? It howled like a wild boar.
Qin Shang rolled his eyes.
That's it? Chow Pai's wife enters the vegetable garden. Jinji pulls up vegetables. I'm a man too, we're the same level and version, so what if I hit you? Women dare not hit men. Once violence is committed, regardless of who is right or wrong, it will always be the woman's fault.
At best, she will go to jail. At worst, she will be sentenced to death. When men fight each other, it usually ends without any resolution.
If a man hits a woman, it's pointless. Of course, there are certain conditions. The injury must be minor. If someone is actually killed, the man will also go to jail. Dad. It seems I have no choice but to use my influence in the imperial court.
Wiping the blood from his nose, Hao Lei took out his phone again and dialed. "Auntie, someone hit me, please come and help me."
Who? Oh my. Whoever it is, you're such a high-ranking official, you'd scare him to death if you came here. Chapter 139. Director Lu, I'll raise my hand and give you a big cunt. Who did Hao Lei get into a fight with this time? He's never serious, he's over 20 and still won't get married. Can he really rely on extortion to survive? Oh dear. Why are the boys in my family like this?
After hanging up the phone, Lu Fengming, the director of the subdistrict office, muttered to herself. Hao Lei was the only boy in the entire family, and he was spoiled in every way from childhood to adulthood. However, this spoiling led to a strange problem. Hao Lei had no interest in women and always preferred to be around men. He often said things like, "Going to jail is more fun than anything else." If you can be 0, who can be 1? 0 represents enjoyment, while 1 represents toil. Anyway, their values are a bit problematic.
Mom, can I come along? I haven't seen a man in so long.
Men these days are so stingy. They all wear protective shields and won't even let you smell their own scent.
Men's used socks cost several $1,000s a pair. I can't smell the man's scent. I'm almost ready to give up. I'm not going. Hao Lei is more womanly than a woman.
Seeing him with his delicate pinky finger shattered all my beautiful fantasies about men. Lu Fomying had 3 daughters but no sons.
For this reason, her 3 daughters were named Lu Pannan, Lu Sinan, and Lu Runan. Having many daughters is a major problem.
Because when men get married, they care about whether the woman is an only child. If the child is an only child, she can inherit all the property of the woman's family. For a woman who is not an only child to get married, she must come from a very wealthy family. Although Lu Pannan and her 2 companions were all beautiful, knew how to dress up, and took good care of themselves, they were all born into official families and usually acted like rich young ladies in public. However, after several blind dates, the men immediately lost interest as soon as they heard that she had 2 sisters.
Going is fine. After I finish dealing with Xiao Lei's matter, I need to go see Qin Shang. He did some relief work for the elderly, and as the director of the neighborhood committee, I should go and give him a proper commendation. Many people are facing difficulties in their lives due to invasive species. If there were more people like Qin Shang, life would be much better for impoverished households. Lu Fomying secretly sighed in her heart, thinking how handsome, kind-hearted, and strong the young man was. She thought how proud she would be if he could be her son-in-law. Qin Shang, the nation's heartthrob? I'm going to go. I sleep with Qin Shang's body pillow every day, but I've never seen him in person. If I could get close to Qin Shang, I'd be set for life. He was willing to marry someone as flat-chested as Su Liner, so I have a chance too. Upon hearing Qin Shang's name, Lu Pannan and the other 2 jumped up excitedly and hurriedly put on makeup and dressed up. They hoped to get an autograph, let alone a sticker. If we could take a photo together, it would be an honor to talk about it. No one can go. They might scare people. Seeing her 3 daughters looking like wolves and tigers, Lu Fomying shook her head repeatedly. How about this, Runan will go with you. You 2 are no good, one of you has gained 3 pounds and the other has pimples on her face. Runan is young and in good condition. Immediately, both Lu Pannan and Lu Sinan began to grumble. Women must always maintain their best condition, their faces must be beautiful, their figures must be smooth, and their clothing and appearance must reflect a marriageable style. But it's too difficult to maintain. Without men, there's no fun. It's easy to overeat and get pimples. Mom, should I wear a long skirt, a short skirt, or a mini skirt? Does Qin Shang not like skirts that are too big? Should I bind my chest? Also, does he like girls who are innocent and cute, or girls who are mature and composed? Oh no, what should I do? I don't have enough clothes, less than 300 pieces in total, and there's nothing I can wear. Big sister, can I borrow your pearl necklace? Second sister, let me spray on the perfume you bought for 5,800. This was such a rare opportunity that Lu Runan decided to show her best side as much as possible. From appearance to figure, it must be perfect. As someone with experience, Lu Fomying understood men's preferences. Being too deliberate isn't good. Be natural, but also show your strengths. Wear denim shorts, your legs are long and fair, Qin Shang should like that. No need for a chest binder. Men like variety. If you eat too many small buns, you'll like big pomelos. Following her mother's instructions, Lu Runan put on a simple purple t-shirt and blue and white denim shorts. Her fair arms and slender, shapely legs presented a fresh and delicious look. The neckline was slightly low, revealing her delicate collarbones. After much deliberation about whether to wear her hair down or up, she finally decided to put it up, securing it with a light purple headband. Paired with her t-shirt, it created a harmonious and beautiful look. At the same time, it subtly showcases the swan's neck. Her face is oval-shaped, with a touch of baby fat and a rounded appearance, giving the impression of a girl next door who has just grown up. You'll never get to use my pearl necklace in your entire life. My perfume is the same. Seeing their younger sister's joyful expression, the eldest sister, Lu Pannan, and the second sister, Lu Sinan, pouted, their faces as cold as ice, both feeling that their mother was too biased. So what if I'm a little chubby? I'm already a G-cup, don't men like that? My acne is on my jawline, you can't even see it, so why won't you let me see Qin Shang? In families with many sisters, usually only one of them can get married. The reason is very simple: the woman who gets married has to provide a dowry, buy a house and a car, which will drain the family's assets.
Thinking about how my sister found a husband and is happy every day, while the two of us are living on long, thin vegetables, I naturally feel depressed.
Mom, look at those two.
Like a pampered little darling, Lu Runin began to complain, and Lu Fomying hurriedly said, "You two are still college students, how can you be so short-sighted?
Haven't you heard the saying, a brother-in-law's half-baked skills belong to his sister? If Runin really marries Qin Shang, won't you all benefit from it? At least we can see each other often, right? With all this back and forth, we might just end up riding in a BMW."
Ha!
Lu Pannan and Lu Sinan's eyes lit up.
Yes, being close to the water tower gives them an advantage. When Qin Shang comes to their house, they can wear less clothing and flaunt themselves in front of him.
You never know, you might get to eat meat. After thinking it through, the two took out their jewelry and clothes and let Lu Runin choose whatever she wanted. Dressed impeccably, Lu Runin was brimming with confidence.
She understood her two older sisters' thoughts perfectly well, but if she really married Qin Shang, she wouldn't help them.
My own man sits alone, even my own sister isn't allowed to sit. Men are so delicate, what if she breaks him? It took a little time. Lu Fomying was driving and sent a message to ask for the address.
It turned out that Hao Lei was in Qingyuan community.
Isn't that a coincidence? Upon arriving at the destination, she took her daughter upstairs. "Auntie, he's the one who bullied me. Kill him. Kill him for me."
Seeing his family, Hao Lei felt emboldened and pointed at Qin Shang, shouting. Lu Fomying was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and slapped Hao Lei across the face with a big slap.
Chapter 140. I will perish together with him and go to Hell Island.
The neighborhood committees in this world wield enormous power. The neighborhood committee handles everything from welfare distribution and community rating to character assessment. Therefore, when everyone saw Hao Lei call her aunt, they all looked enlightened, finally understanding why Hao Lei was so arrogant.
They definitely have connections.
However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Fomying suddenly came up and slapped her nephew hard across the face.
"Auntie, why are you hitting me?"
Fix him for me." Covering his face, Hao Lei grimaced, while Hao Chunhan leaned against the wall to stand up. "Fomying, you can't side with outsiders." The others looked at each other, trying to figure it out.
What's going on? Could it be a case of trying diplomacy first, then resorting to force?
First, beat up his own nephew to establish his rightful position, then teach Qin Shang a lesson.
I am mortal enemies with evil.
Lu Fomying shouted a slogan, "In my household, there are no insiders or outsiders.
Whoever makes a mistake, I will deal with them." Deep down, she felt utterly disgusted with Hao Lei. Why can't I cause trouble for someone else?
You're causing trouble for Qin Shang. He's a model worker, and it won't be long before he becomes one of the top 10 outstanding youths. They've destroyed the headquarters of the Taotai group. They're incredibly capable. They have a good reputation for helping impoverished elderly people. He's a very active man when it comes to getting married. He's already married 3 this year.
Not to mention, I even want him to be my son-in-law. Can I afford to offend them? What if I offend him and he refuses to marry my daughter? Even if he marries Runin because she's pretty, what if he makes things difficult for me when we live together in the future?
Whether for public or private reasons, she firmly stood by Qin Shang's side.
You've just arrived, how do you know I'm wrong? Hao Lei wore a bitter expression, feeling extremely unconvinced.
They were both men, and Hao Lei, with his background in the imperial court, should have been able to outmaneuver Qin Shang, but things turned out differently.
You idiot! Do you even need to say it? Look at you, with your shifty eyes, you're obviously a bastard.
And look at Qin Shang, he's so handsome, he's deadly, he's obviously a moral gentleman. Besides, there are moral ratings for who is noble and who is despicable. Qin Shang's moral rating is a maximum of 10 stars, while your moral rating is only 1 star. You also frequently promote non-marriage, which has a very bad influence. Qin Shang went to great lengths to marry one woman after another, making outstanding contributions to human peace and reproduction.
How can you compare a sparrow to a phoenix?
Lu Fomying stood tall and righteous, and the women watching the spectacle nodded in agreement. This world is particularly lenient towards men. Extorting money or assaulting someone is not considered a mistake. However, if a man is unwilling to marry, he will inevitably be condemned by millions of people. The reason is very simple. According to national regulations, a man has an obligation to bring pleasure to 30 women. If a man doesn't marry, he'll have 30 resentful women.
How can society not be in turmoil? I would never marry a wife. I feel disgusted just looking at women.
Looking at the women around him, Haole fanned himself under his nose with his hand.
I can tell. You want Runan to marry him because he's handsome.
When Lu Runan arrived at the scene, her eyes kept glancing at Qin Shang, and she couldn't help but bring her legs together.
So handsome. She lined up.
When she realized she'd been exposed, she quickly lowered her head. At the same time, she maintained a proper posture, ensuring that when Qin Shang looked over, he could see her large breasts, her firmness, and her rounded curves.
Director Lu has ulterior motives.
With this thought in mind, Qin Shang glanced at Lu Runan and his mouth immediately watered. There are many beautiful women, but Lu Runan is like a piece of fine jade, looking especially delicious, nourishing, and pure.
Both her figure and appearance are pleasing to the eye.
In particular, her skin is moist, fair, and radiates vitality from the inside out. The classic of plain girls states that being with such a woman is beneficial to both body and mind, and may even make an old man look younger.
You need to get wives, you need to get more. Damn it, every wife is different. Marrying her is a great win. Even if I have such thoughts, so what? My daughter is beautiful and unmarried. She also likes Qin Shang.
As long as Qin Shang is willing to marry me, I will give him a house, a car, and a bride price.
Isn't that just a matter of course? Lu Fomying did not hide anything about this matter. Who wouldn't want to marry a man like Qin Shang?
She would love to be 20 years younger.
Since that's the case, I'll make sure he can't be handsome anymore. I'll disfigure him.
With a sinister grin, Haole took out a slingshot from his pocket, wrapped it with steel balls, pulled it back, and aimed it at Qin Shang.
A gasp of surprise immediately rippled through the crowd. You ate too many red beans, are you trying to die?
After glancing at the slingshot, Qin Shang not only didn't dodge, but instead took a step forward.
Whoosh! Haole was now extremely vicious and fired immediately.
Anyway, it's not illegal for men to hurt men.
Even a man who can harm other men is considered a winner. Careful! Ah Shang, get out of the way. Honey! Stand behind me. Save the handsome guy.
Chaos erupted all around as people rushed forward, some shouting, others trying to block the steel ball. Qin Shang chuckled and casually reached out to catch the steel ball in his hand. Haole was startled and quickly pulled out steel balls, wanting to continue shooting, but how could Qin Shang give him that chance?
Grab his hair and slam him against the wall. Ouch, ouch.
Haole felt dizzy and collapsed, seeing stars. Qin Shang shook his head. It's just because I rang the doorbell the groceries arrived. Before Qin Shang could make another move, Lu Fomying rushed over and slapped Haole repeatedly.
Soon, Haole's face was swollen, and he looked extremely miserable.
Actually, Lu Fomying still had her own selfish motives. She still wanted to protect her nephew. Although she hit him hard, the blows were all to his face, and none of them caused any serious injury.
Auntie, you can't be so heartless. We're family.
Hao Chunhong burst into tears, and Lu Fomying trembled with anger. It's all because of you, you stinking woman, who spoiled him.
Look at Haole, does he even have a human being?
All he does is extort money from people or shoot them with steel balls. Qin Shang's looks are a treasure for all mankind.
If he were to harm Qin Shang, that would be an act against humanity. Those ignorant fools, can we just let them get away with it?
Legally, men who hit others are generally not guilty unless the injury is too severe.
The problem is, Qin Shang is already a celebrity.
If Haole really disfigures him, his fans would tear Haole's bones apart. Having lost face and dignity, Haole, who had always been pampered and arrogant, couldn't bear it either. He shouted, I want to die with Qin Shang.
I want to go to Hell Island with him. Moment. The people around fell silent. There was not a sound.
It is not a crime for a man to hit someone. Being beaten by a man is a very serious offense, and anyone who dares to beat a man will be severely punished.
This presents a paradox. What should you do if a man hits another man? After various evolutions, the conflict between men and men has finally found an ultimate solution.
If men have a conflict and hate each other to the extreme, they can suggest going to Hell Island together. The so-called Hell Island is actually a giant women's prison. Needless to say, the fate of a man who enters a women's prison is almost certain death. He'll be tortured to death.
Chapter 142. Look into my eyes. Are you crazy? Lu Fomying cried out in surprise.
As someone working within the system, she knew the situation clearly. The men's prison is basically a row of villas. They have regular weekends off, holidays, 2-month summer vacation, 3-month annual leave, and food and lodging are provided. They also receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan.
The greatest punishment is that one must receive education. The main subject of study is human body art. Its purpose, of course, is to get men involved in the grand undertaking of human reproduction.
The conditions in the women's prison were very poor. They were served cornbread and their food was completely devoid of oil.
That's still considered good.
The most inhumane women's prison is on Kinnan Island, which is isolated overseas and surrounded by sharks. As the name suggests, the women on Prayer Island pray every day for a man to come to them.
Apart from the occasional food being provided, there's basically no one inside to manage or inquire about anything.
The female prisoners were fighting and killing each other upstairs, and almost every day someone was beaten to death. Having not seen a man for so many years, their longing for men bordered on madness. No matter how ugly or old a man is, once he arrives on the island, he will be used repeatedly. No man who has ever entered Kinnan Island has ever survived more than 3 days.
The female prisoner's explosive desire would quickly consume the man. Son, no, no.
Ignoring her broken ribs, Hao Chunhong hurriedly tried to dissuade him, as he was her only son and she was counting on him to support her in her old age. Although my son likes to extort money, shoot women with a slingshot, and spit on passers-by, he is basically a good person.
Good people should be rewarded, not sent to hell.
Forced, all forced. At this moment, Hao Lei's eyes were bloodshot, his face was covered in blood, and his hair was a mess.
He looked like a madman. He stared at Qin Shang frantically and shouted, "I'm asking you, are you still going to bully honest people? When an honest person gets angry, you won't even have a chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Damn! Is this what you call an honest person? Playing the arrow in one's crotch? That's pure nonsense."
Qin Shang carefully observed Hao Lei, completely baffled by his thought process. Are you an honest person?
How am I not an honest person? I just want to extort some money honestly. Why do you have to go against me? Why? Just honestly trying to scam some money. Is that even human language?
By trying very hard to think of himself as a bad guy and to consider things from his perspective, Qin Shangsai began to understand that this was how the guy had always made money. Because extortion by men is not considered a crime, he takes it all for granted.
They get angry at the slightest thing. Brother Lei, don't be angry, calm down. Kinnan Island is hell for men, so Li Hongliang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "You just want money, right? We can give it to you." Li Hongliang has first-hand experience of how terrifying women can be. He only married 9 wives before his kidneys failed.
The women on Kinnan Island, good heavens, they were all like wolves and tigers, sucking the earth dry.
Even the toughest men would turn to dust there. "Yeah, we'll pay you whatever you want, okay?" Sister Su also gave in.
She had finally found a son-in-law, and she had only cooked him 1 meal. She hadn't even had a chance to properly enjoy the joy of being a mother-in-law before it was all gone.
How could that be? We'll pool our money to give you the money. If you need 800,000, we'll give you 1 million. Why should men make things difficult for other men?
You guys are all handsome, don't forget the chivalrous spirit of boys helping boys.
Don't you hate women the most? Kinnan Island is full of women. You don't want to be kissed by 10 or 8 women, do you? Once you go there, you'll never see your older brothers again, and you'll never have that kind of happiness again. Goodness gracious.
Everyone, regardless of who they were, tried to persuade him. Su Liner, Tian Jinyao, and Yi Shuqin, needless to say, certainly didn't want Qin Shang to go to any women's prison.
The same goes for the neighbors on the street. As long as Qin Shang still lives in this building, he can at least smell the strong, lingering fragrance of men.
Qin Shang is a very generous person, and he hasn't bought a protective shield yet.
With him around, the women in Building 8 all experience delayed menopause. When we drink water, we should not forget the well digger. When we cross a river, we should not forget the bridge builder. Shouldn't we be grateful? Son, 1 million is fine. How much is too much?
Hao Chuanhong's beady eyes lit up, and she secretly praised him in her heart. My son is amazing, like a little cow sitting on an electric wire, so awesome.
They're really good at extorting money. It scared even my mother. What do you want, a bicycle?
Having achieved his goal, Hao Lei was smug and grinned from ear to ear.
I want a helicopter, and the price must be over 30 million. He. This is the price for offending me. That's outrageous. Everyone was panicked and at a loss. 30 million was far too much. Qin Shang acted as if nothing had happened, took out his phone, tapped a few times, and said, "You want 30 million? I have over 300 million.
He showed it to everyone, and they all breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good, that's good. Hao Lei was starting to regret it. Why did he ask for 30 million? It should cost 300 million. But it doesn't matter.
Knowing that Qin Shang is a big fat sheep, we can slowly fleece him and all this money will be ours sooner or later.
Then pay up.
I'll buy the helicopter myself.
I'll give you a discount, 38 million will do.
With this money, I can finally enjoy myself. Hao Lei was already planning to keep a man as a mistress and enjoy the pleasure of sitting around.
He can do anything a rich woman can do. Puff.
Qin Shang kicked Hao Lei against the wall again, saying, I have money, but when did I ever say I was going to give it to you?
Cough, cough, cough. Qin Shang, do you want to go to Hell Island? Don't you? Spitting out blood, Hao Lei threatened, and Qin Shang nodded, yes. Ha! Hao Lei was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? What man would want to go to Hell Island? That place is worse than hell. The women there can drain men dry. What did you say?
He thought he had misheard, and the others stared at each other in disbelief.
Puff.
He especially hated this guy, so Qin Shang kicked him again. Didn't you want to die with me, to go to Hell Island with me?
I agree.
Scared?
Are you scared? Look my eyes.
With his last sentence, Qin Shang roared, and Hao Lei shuddered, his eyes filled with overwhelming fear.
2 seconds later, his face contorted in rage.
Threatening to go to Hell Island was his way of putting maximum pressure on Qin Shang, but to his surprise, Qin Shang agreed.
If we back down now, how will we extort money from people in the future? If you can't extort money from people, what's the point of living? Go if you want. Anyone who doesn't go is a coward.
He made a show of it, and Qin Shang, without saying a word, immediately called the Women's Federation to confirm the matter. In this world, a man's word is his bond. If two men are certain about something, no one can change their minds.
Immediately.
The entire city of Haidu was in an uproar.
Chapter 142. I saved his life, how could he not submit? My God.
Qin Shang, the nation's heartthrob, is actually going to a women's prison.
What's wrong? Why are you so upset? Why? I figured it out.
Someone was blackmailing his concubine, and he protected her, which led to a falling out with a guy named Hao Lei.
Are you crazy? Why would you go to such lengths for a concubine? He was that great. It's all over, all over. There will never be another Qin Shang in the world.
I'm going to buy flowers. I'm going to mourn the love that died before it even happened. This was such a sensational story that it quickly spread online and attracted countless media outlets. Li Hongliang, Yi Shuqin, Su Liner, Tian Jiniao, Mei Xian, and others all cried they understood Qin Shang.
If you accept a blackmail attempt.
From now on, Hao Lei will probably come over every day to extort money from us.
How will we live? I will not accept blackmail. It will only end in a fight to the death. People from Qingyuan community and the surrounding area came to see him off. Gu Qianro, Gu Feier, Jun Xian, Gu's mother, and son Yulian came over, their faces pale. Qin Shang hugged each of them and comforted them, saying, Don't be afraid, I will definitely come back. Really? You can last 10 days?
As the first wife, Gu Qianro forced herself to calm down. She knew Qin Shang was very strong, but she still lacked confidence. Looking at the person who cared about him, Qin Shang said, Don't worry, my dear wife.
Men are precious after all. There is a time limit to going to Hell Island.
As long as you are still alive after 10 days, you can leave safely. However, to this day, no man who went to Hell Island has ever returned.
Xianxian, wait for me to come back, I'll listen to you sing.
Approaching Yun Qian, Qin Shang spoke gently and tenderly. Yun Qian was sobbing uncontrollably, her fair face drained of color, her delicate hands gripping Qin Shang's sleeve tightly. Husband, I originally wanted to wait until I achieved success and bought you a big villa before telling you I love you, but
I'm afraid I won't have the chance anymore. Honey, I love you the most.
I love my mom 10 out of 10, and I love you 100 out of 100.
Bite.
Although they were married and everything that was going to happen had happened, Yun Qian had never said I love you. Now that she had, her emotions erupted, and the system's voice immediately rang out. The host wins the love of a stunningly beautiful woman.
Reward, Ancient Kidney Body. Ancient Kidney Body Attribute 1, the more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Ancient Kidney Body Attribute 2, the more it is used, the more it expands.
Ancient kidney body attribute 3, the density increases with use, comparable to titanium alloy.
Ouch. This is great stuff.
Qin Shang had been somewhat worried, fearing that even the combined strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and 100 times the original yang energy, wouldn't be enough. The ancient kidney body he had longed for had finally arrived. He knew that Yun Qian was exceptionally beautiful and talented, so the reward would definitely be generous. At this moment, he could feel a continuous stream of vital energy nourishing his internal organs. Every pore on my body seemed much more active. His love for beautiful women also intensified.
I love you too.
He casually pinched and then gently stroked Yun Qian's delicate nose before walking towards Gu Feier.
Due to various delays, the two haven't registered their marriage yet, but whether they do or not, it doesn't matter. Feier, I love how you look in yoga pants. When I get back, I want to see you all I want.
Qin Shang knew he was fine. A mere Hell Island was nothing to him. But Gu Feier was worried. Her eyes were swollen. In her anxiety, she didn't know what to say, so she just copied Yun Qian's words, "Husband, I love you the most. I love my mother 10 points, but I love you 10,000 points."
Sun Yulian, who was standing behind her, immediately turned pale. Is it polite of you to say such things in front of your own mother? Bite. Another system reward arrived.
Qin Shang held Gu Feier in his arms, feeling her soft body. The host wins the love of a stunningly beautiful woman.
Bonus ultimate skill, 3000 Great Worlds Reincarnation. The dead laugh, gods tremble, ghosts cannot escape. Ultimate skill attribute, 1 strike can destroy 66 elephants. Buzz.
Qin Shang felt a jolt, and he felt the method for using this ultimate move appear in his mind.
Basically, this ultimate move could split a skyscraper in two.
With the added bonus from the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, splitting the Burj Khalifa should be no problem.
With that kind of strength, you could easily roam the galaxy, let alone go to a women's prison. This is like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. You must be a good girl and listen to your mother. After patting Gu Feier's head, Qin Shang looked at Sun Yulian and said, "And son, I'm leaving." Sun Yulian grabbed Qin Shang's hand. "You must come back, Auntie will make you some noodles when you come back." "It's a promise, I want seafood noodles." With a nonchalant smile, Qin Shang walked towards the Fulian's car. Ma Yuchen sighed deeply. "Qin Shang, you must fight your way out of Hell Island. I haven't even ridden you yet, and if you don't come back, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." "Ma Yuchen, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment." "Sorry. Just kidding."
Because the incident happened suddenly, some people who lived later were unable to get there in time.
For example, Bai Xinyo.
She was already lovesick, so she took a car and came over as soon as she heard about it. Unfortunately, when they arrived at Qingyuan community, Qin Shang had already taken a Fulian SUV to the seaside.
"Daughter, don't be too sad. There are plenty of men in the world. Mom will find you someone better."
Bai Majan was afraid that she might do something rash, so he kept comforting her. As if triggering some mechanism, Bai Zhenyo began to sing softly, "Only mothers are bad in this world, children with mothers are like weeds.
I'd rather die than leave my mother's embrace." Is he thinking of hanging himself again?
Bai Mo Ran was so worried that she kept stamping her feet. Of course, she also hoped that Qin Shang could come back, but Qinan Island was a den of dragons and tigers, and if a man went in, he would only die.
What should we do? It's too late.
We couldn't even see Qin Shang one last time. Luo Mimi and Lin Pundi arrived by taxi, but they missed it and hugged each other, crying. Professor Tang secretly drove over, stopped dejectedly by the roadside, looked eastward, bit his lower lip, and felt an indescribable pain, like being pricked by needles. He muttered to himself for a long time. "There was once a strong man lying in front of me, but I did not cherish him. Only when I lost him did I regret it.
Nothing in the world is more painful than this.
If God could give me another chance, I would say 4 words to that man: love him fiercely. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I would hope it would be more than 3 hours.
Wa'ada. People react differently to the same situation.
When Xiao Firen heard that Qin Shang was going to the path of hell, she giggled and said, "Qin Shang is mine now."
The housekeeper, Sun Yan, was stunned. "Miss, what do you mean by that?"
Xiao Firen said with a radiant smile, "A place like Hell Island is a death sentence once you go in."
Butler Sun, immediately assemble the Xiao family's bodyguards.
I will personally lead the team to kidnap him. I don't believe he won't submit to such a life-saving grace.